Me, a faded top star burdened with 30 million in debt. Encountered the ultimate man-child passenger while live streaming my DiDi driving. After her nth unreasonable tantrum, I couldn't take it anymore, and the god-level madness system finally activated. Faced with the three options, groveling, reasoning, or going crazy, I decisively chose to fight fire with fire. Divine-level driving skills possessed me. He floored the gas and sent the ferry straight to the suburban cemetery. The entire internet exploded instantly. Haters rejoice, fans celebrate, yet I find myself sucked into an even greater whirlpool. When the police announcement came through, everyone was stunned. Chapter 1, a faded top star starts off as a DiDi driver. Beijing. Inside a used dizzy domestic car. Su Chen stared blankly at the glaring number on his phone screen, 30 million.00. 30 million, percent, what the hell did I do to deserve this god? Su Chen muttered to himself, forcing a smile even uglier than tears at the corner of his mouth. 3 million, for the Su Chen of the past, would have been nothing. But now, even if he were chopped up and sold by the pound, he couldn't pay it back. Through the Bluetooth earpiece, the gleeful voice of the director from the show Professional Challenge 365 rang out. Teacher Su Chen, the live stream is already on. Interact a little. You were once our top talent, don't keep such a long face. Smile. The fans are waiting. A smile? Su Chen twitched the corners of his mouth, forcing out an expression more pitiful than a sob. 3 days ago, he was still editing videos overnight in his rented apartment, only to wake up and find himself transmigrated into this unlucky fellow who shared his name. Su Chen, the original host, was once a top-tier celebrity in the entertainment industry, reaching his peak the moment he debuted, with over 100 million fans and boundless fame. Unfortunately, in the face of capital, even top influencers are just oversized leaks ready to be harvested. After refusing to attend the late-night script workshop arranged by the company's boss, the resentful company retaliated by smearing his reputation, causing him to fall from grace overnight. Scandals flooded the internet, endorsements were terminated, and he was replaced in his acting roles. Eventually, the company sued him, leaving him with an outrageous penalty of 30 million yuan. The original owner, unable to bear the pressure, ended his life with a bottle of sleeping pills, freeing himself but passing the entire mess intact to Su Chen, who had transmigrated into his body. A sigh. Filled with the helplessness of a corporate drone. This damn company, if they'd assigned some rich and beautiful girl, the original owner wouldn't have rather died than yield, but damn it, the sponsor's a 200-pound Hulk who could stand that. Su Chen recalled the burly man lying on the bed in lace pajamas, willingly offering himself for the taking. A wave of nausea welled up inside him. Sometimes, you just can't compromise your integrity. As a result, to pay off his debts, he had no choice but to participate in this so-called 24/7 live reality show, Professional Challenge 365. It claims to be a variety show, but in reality, it's just a third-rate online program that banks on inviting washed-up celebrities or minor influencers to experience blue-collar jobs, creating hype and conflicts to chase clout. No photographer, no editing. He merely relied on the Douyin platform to start his own live broadcast. Like a topic challenge. The cost is pitifully small. Ding ding, the barrage on the live streaming platform Douyin scrolled rapidly across the phone screen, with hardly a single readable comment in sight. Finally, that Su lapdog is out begging for scraps? Everyone's celebrating. Well, if it isn't our big shot celebrity Su Tianwang. How did you end up driving for a ride-hailing service? I heard he's throwing his weight around, sleeping with fans, and evading taxes. Such scum deserves to be banned. Boycott tainted celebrities. What was the production team thinking, inviting someone like this? Just quit the business directly, stop coming out to disgust people. Filth and obscenities poured forth like so much cheap trash, instantly flooding the entire screen with their foulness. Su Chen watched numbly, feeling nothing inside, even with a faint urge to laugh. Gold-digging fans? Tax evasion? All this mudslinging was personally orchestrated by his so-called family-like talent agency. Dirty water they poured over him after he refused to play by the rules of their sugar daddy's casting couch. Suddenly, a dazzling golden bullet screen floated by, gifting a pricey rocket. The ID is Kunken, fly bravely. Senior Su Chen, long time no see. Didn't expect to see you here. Hang in there, life will get better eventually. If you're short on money, just let me know. At Su Chen. Wow. It's Cohen. Big brother is so warm-hearted. Run, Cohen. Don't let this flop cling to your popularity. The difference is clear. Look at their integrity, then compare it to Su Chen, that stray dog. Su Chen, hurry up and thank brother Kunken for the tip. Show some respect. Su Chen lifted his eyelids. Kunken, the former company's star trainee who was now a trending celebrity, had spared no effort in kicking someone when they were down back then. It appears to be sympathy, but in reality, it's rubbing salt in the wound so hypocritical it makes one sick. Great, since you know my account number, why don't you transfer me 30 million first? Su Chen had no intention of paying any attention to Kunken. He blurted out his complaints directly. What trash, Cohen tipping you was already giving you face, how dare you ask for money? Tui. Shameless, I've seen beggars before, but never one so brazen. Ha, Su Chen's personality is so blunt, lacking funds. Quick tip. How much for the dog upstairs? I want in on the gig too. What's all this shouting about? I can't stand fake courtesy. Would Koen dare to transfer the money? Su Chen's single sentence sparked a heated debate among the hundreds of viewers in the live stream. On the other hand, Kunken also didn't expect that Su Chen would directly ask for money. I had no choice but to post a bullet comment. Senior Su Chen, I believe in your abilities, go for it. In the program's control room, the greasy director Wang Gang laughed so hard his back teeth showed as he watched Su Chen's utterly defeated expression. See? This is what you call popularity. Bad publicity is still publicity. An assistant nearby flattered, Director Wang, your foresight is unmatched. Bringing Su Chen onto the show was genius. With this level of buzz, we're hitting the jackpot. Director Wang took a sip of tea, stroked his greasy chin, and a shrewd calculation flashed in his eyes. Of course. After all, the show has an elimination mechanism. Once he's been mocked enough and the hype is milked dry, we'll just eliminate him. Won't we have cashed in on this wave of traffic? By then, we can even earn a yielding to public opinion reputation. Killing two birds with one stone. Director Wang's plan crackled with satisfaction in his mind. To him, Su Chen was nothing more than a disposable tool, a clown good for sparking controversy. Meanwhile, at Tianyu Media, Su Chen's former boss Sunny was staring at his computer screen. The boss, Su Chen's livestream has started. The secretary reported cautiously. Ha, this kid really doesn't know when to quit. Sunny sneered, a washed-up entertainer still trying to make a comeback? Keep watching, I want to see how long he can last. By the way, have our company's trolls visit his livestream for a stroll. Let the whole internet know this is the consequences of defying me, Sunny. Naturally, Su Chen was unaware of all this. He opened the DiDi driver app and set his ride acceptance status. DiDi, let's go right away. The cold, mechanical system notification sounded as Su Chen received his first order of the day. The navigation showed he was less than 500 meters away. The first ride was a wage slave rushing to work, wearing headphones the whole time with zero communication between us. As soon as it was delivered to the company, Su Chen accepted the next order. The second client was an elderly woman going to the grocery market to buy vegetables. She was quite enthusiastic, but unfortunately, all she talked about were trivial family matters, how her daughter-in-law was unfilial and her grandson was disobedient. Hundreds of anti-fans in the livestream were almost nodding off. Is this it? This is the so-called professional challenge? Even I could handle this. Bored to death, even Sugo doesn't dare to speak. What a coward. Break it up, break it up. Let's go watch our Koen dance now. That's what you call real art. Su Chen's heart was utterly calm. His only thought now is to make money, pay off his debts, and then find a place with clear waters and green mountains to lie flat. Earn 30 million, then quit immediately. Ding dong, another new order has been assigned. It's nearby. Su Chen's spirits lifted, hoping this ride would bring in more money. Soon, he pulled the car over to the roadside. A young woman with immaculate makeup, carrying the latest Louis Vuitton bag, stood there with a look of disdain. The woman opened the car door, and a strong wave of perfume rushed in ahead of her. She settled into the back seat, her brows instantly furrowing into a deep shape. What the hell, it's a man. Chapter 2, you call this casual? System activated. Su Chen remained silent, for with such clients, silence was golden. The woman scanned the car's simple interior with disgust, curling her lips in disdain. She took out the latest model of a famous fruit brand phone and, without even looking up, issued orders in a tone that brooked no argument. Driver, just pick any nice spot. I want to clear my head. Any? Su Chen's eyelid twitched. Anyone who's worked in the service industry knows that the word any ranks among the universe's greatest challenges, right up there with answering a girlfriend's guess what? This thing is anything but random. But rather, you must guess the perfect spot I have in mind without me telling you. Su Chen cursed inwardly, but for safety's sake, he responded professionally. Very well, miss, do you have any preferences? I already said I don't care. Are you deaf? The woman's tone brimmed with impatience. Honestly, has the quality of drivers these days sunk so low? The live stream chat immediately lit up. Here we go, the classic immortal trio of little fairy phrases, I don't care, whatever, and you decide. To be honest, this second-hand domestic car is a bit low-end and doesn't match this lady's elegance. Look at her bag, a new LV model, starting at least at 50 grand. Hey, the one in front, have you been kneeling for so long that you can't stand up anymore? That Su bastard deserves it. Look how arrogant he was back then, putting on airs, and now he can't even handle dealing with passengers without putting on a show. This woman looks like trouble. Su Chen, be careful. The car smoothly pulled onto the road. The summer in the imperial capital was scorching in the afternoon, like a steamer. The car's air conditioning was set just right, refreshing and pleasantly cool. But they hadn't driven far when the woman in the back seat suddenly frowned. Master, why do you have the air conditioning turned up so high? It's blowing right on my neck, freezing me to death. Are you trying to make me catch a cold? Su Chen glanced at her through the rearview mirror. She wore a cool spaghetti strap dress, revealing large areas of skin. He quietly turned the air conditioner down a notch. However, hey! I told you to turn it down, are you deaf? Did you even move? The woman's voice suddenly rose sharply, her tone growing utterly impatient. What's so great about driving a crappy car? You think I won't get out right now and report you for your terrible service attitude? Su Chen's eyelid twitched. He decisively snapped off the air conditioner with a swift motion. The entire carriage instantly fell silent. However, the live stream's chat exploded. Holy shit! My blood pressure's through the roof. Is this woman out of her mind? Turning it up is no good, turning it down is no good, and shutting it off completely will definitely invite more drama later. Just waiting, I'll bet a pack of spicy strips there'll be new antics within 3 minutes. Su Chen's temper is really something. If it were me, I'd have cursed her out already. Why indulge her? Good temper? More like a spineless coward. Can't even handle a passenger serves him right to fade into obscurity. Sure enough, before the prophet's barrage of comments could even fade from the screen, a new situation arose. In less than 2 minutes, the woman in the back seat grew displeased again. How dare you turn off the AC? Are you trying to suffocate me to death in this car? Was this on purpose? It's scorching hot outside. What kind of twisted mind do you have? Su Chen took a deep breath and told himself, for 30 million, endure. He silently rolled down all 4 car windows. Whoosh ah! My hair! My makeup! The woman let out a shriek, completely losing her composure. It's so windy. And so hot. What were you thinking? Close the windows right now and turn on the AC. Set it to 18 degrees, fan speed 2, pointing right at me. Did you hear me? The live stream room completely exploded. Holy shit! My fists are clenched. This isn't some delicate fairy anymore, this is an ultimate battle mode manchild. Does this woman have some kind of mental illness? She's cold with AC on, feels stuffy with AC off, complains about strong wind with windows open. Does she want to ascend to heaven? Classic of classics. I hereby declare this lady the winner of the 2025 Most Difficult Passenger Award. Please, just shut her up. I feel like slapping her twice through the screen. Su Chen, stop holding back. Be a man and go for her. I'll send you gifts. Ah, haters are rejoicing. Su the dog can't even handle a woman, and he still dreams of paying back 3 million? Keep dreaming. In the show's control room, the greasy director Wang watched the real-time surge in online viewers and barrage comments, his chubby cheeks quivering with laughter. Popularity. See that? This is what popularity looks like. He slapped his thigh excitedly. Hurry! Cut this part out and post it on Douyin immediately. Just title it Former Top Star Reduced to Driving for DiDi, Endures Relentless Harassment from Bizarre Passengers. Is this a distortion of humanity or the collapse of morality? The atmosphere inside the car had cooled to freezing point. Su Chen, suppressing the urge to punch the steering wheel, relied on his memory to drive steadily to the entrance of the highly recommended Imperial Capital Forest Park. The place was shaded by lush trees, with picturesque lakes and mountains, offering a serene environment that perfectly met the highest standard of good atmosphere. He did his best to keep his voice sounding calm. Miss, we've arrived. This is the Capital Forest Park, a pleasant environment where you can relax and unwind. The woman finally stopped screaming. She raised her head, glancing at the grand entrance of the park and the elderly leisurely strolling nearby. The next second, her willowy brows furrowed into a tight knot as she completely erupted in anger. The park? She sounded as if she had just heard the most ridiculous joke. Who told you to bring me to the park? This is a place for old geezers and grandmas. What's even here to see? A mere ride-hailing driver, and you can't even find a decent spot. What else are you even good for? Useless. The vicious insult struck Su Chen's nerves like the sharpest blades, each word a piercing cut. At this moment, he felt all the grievances left by the original host, all the frustrations of his own transmigration, completely ignited by this woman's unreasonable torment. Damn it! I can't take this anymore. Just as fury overwhelmed him and he was about to transform into a Zhuan pianist, ready to perform a grand symphony, a chilling mechanical voice exploded thunderously in his mind. Ding! Detected host encountering high concentration absurd harassment. The Supreme Choice System has officially activated. Choice activated, host, please make your decision. Su Chen froze suddenly. System? Has my golden finger finally arrived? Next, 3 options unfolded before his eyes like scenes from a movie. Option A, a true man can bend and stretch. Immediately exit the car to open the door for her, kneel to apologize, admit fault, and promise to personally take her to the capital's most upscale mall to treat her to an 88 yuan milk tea. Reward, title Ninja Turtle. Equipping it makes everyone perceive you as easy to bully. Su Chen's eyelid twitches furiously. Ninja Turtle? Who exactly is being called a coward here? Pay out of my own pocket? I'm flat broke right now, and you still want me to chip in? Get lost. %% option B, stand firm on principles. Calmly reason with her, explaining that she was the one who said whatever and that the forest park indeed meets the standard of a nice environment, so it's all just a misunderstanding. Reward, cash plus 1,000. Reason with such a freak? Isn't that like explaining relativity to a pig? A complete waste of breath. Su Chen's gaze fell directly on the last option. The golden, shimmering characters seemed to possess infinite magic. Choice C, reject internal conflict, go straight to madness. She wants things to be anything goes? She wants a nice environment? Grant her ultimate wish for a random place with a nice atmosphere, use magic to defeat magic, and teach her a lesson. Reward, God-tier driving skills Takumi Fujiwara ProMax possession. The moment he saw choice C, Su Chen's eyes lit up instantly. God-tier driving skills. Takumi Fujiwara? And the ProMax version at that. This is a divine skill that men dream of. What's more, the 8 words, reject internal strife, go straight to madness, perfectly resonated with his heart. The anger suppressed for so long has finally found a perfect outlet. System, I choose C. Chapter 3, Are you crazy? Dumping people in the graveyard? The internet explodes. Su Chen let out a hearty roar of satisfaction in his mind. Ding! Selection successful. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the reward, God-tier driving skills Fujiwara Takumi ProMax possession. Skill description, your hands and feet will possess supreme muscle memory for vehicle operation. Any vehicle in your control will respond like an extension of your limbs, perfectly replicating all extreme driving techniques. A wave of warmth instantly surged through his entire body. A vast, pure torrent of driving memories, like a burst dam, violently flooded into Su Chen's mind. Corner drifting, heel and toe shifting, drainage ditch turns, inertial drifting. Countless legendary racing techniques now felt like innate instincts. Su Chen felt his foot on the throttle and clutch, his hands gripping the steering wheel and gearshift, fusing as one with the second-hand DZ in this very moment. The car had become an extension of his body. The woman in the backseat continued to scream incessantly. Can you even drive? Hurry up and find a fancy place. Believe me, I'll sue you into bankruptcy. You useless piece of junk. Did you hear me? Su Chen slowly lifted his head, glancing through the rearview mirror with a smirk curling his lips. His once despondent handsome face now bore an excitement that seemed poised to unleash a bloodbath. Fine. He murmured softly. I'll grant your wish. The next second. V-room. Su Chen slammed his foot on the gas pedal, flooring it. The tires screeched against the pavement, burning off a cloud of acrid white smoke. Ah! The woman in the backseat was slammed into her seat by the sudden force, letting out a high-pitched scream of terror. The entire car shot forward like an arrow released from its bow, violently swerving off the main road and careening down a secluded side street. The live stream exploded with reactions. He's lost his mind. Su Chen has completely snapped. What the hell is he doing? Where is he taking them? Kidnapping? This speed is definitely over the limit. This is murder. Doesn't the production team care? Call the cops. Someone's gonna die. The paid trolls and haters hired by his former agency were like crazed animals, fanning the flames with wild abandon. See? I told you this guy's got issues. Now his true colors are showing. This is a disgraced artist. Inherent violent tendencies. Terrifying. He's finished. Completely finished. Not even God himself could save him now. The scenery outside the car window blurred by as the vehicle raced down the narrow country road. Yet Su Chen's expression remained eerily calm, even tinged with enjoyment. Divine driving skills, terrifying indeed. The little fairy in the backseat was already pale as a ghost, clutching the armrest so tightly she couldn't even scream, only managing muffled sounds from sheer terror. After jolting along for over 10 minutes. Squay. A shrill screech of brakes. DZ executed a smooth, dragon-tail-like maneuver, coming to a steady halt at the gate of a deserted compound. The woman lifted her head, still shaken. When she saw the scene outside the car, she froze completely. Before her eyes stood a massive memorial archway, its surface carved with 3 grand characters in intricate, flowing calligraphy, Fusho Garden. Beyond the archway lay rows upon rows of uniform, solemn gray tombstones. Bathed in the afternoon sunlight, the place exuded an indescribable eeriness and strangeness. This is a cemetery? You. The little fairy's lips trembled, her face as pale as paper. She pointed at Su Chen, too furious to utter a single word. You, why did you drag me here? She finally found her voice, letting out a shriek. Su Chen unbuckled his seatbelt, turned sideways, and wore a smile that could be called professional. In a tone meant to describe a top-tier scenic view, he pointed out the window at the cemetery. Miss, look. Nestled between mountains and water, with expansive views. The neighbors are friendly and never quarrel. High occupancy rate, mature community. Truly a tranquil, prime feng shui treasure trove. Didn't you say you just wanted any place with a nice environment? How about this? Are you satisfied? Su Chen's words struck like thunder from the heavens, leaving everyone in the live stream speechless. After a brief, dead silence, the chat exploded like a volcanic eruption. Ha 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 ha. F King Genius. This is insane. I'm laughing so hard I sound like a pig. What kind of master trolling is this? Magic. This is ing magic defeating magic. I'll give you everything. All your wishes. Mountains and rivers. Harmonious neighbors. My milk ducts are unblocked. My thyroid nodules vanished. Years of mental exhaustion completely healed by Su Chen in this instant. Guys, I declare, starting today, I'm Su Chen's diehard fan. Don't even try to stop me. All that pent-up frustration just vanished. So satisfying. ing amazing. Countless viewers instantly switched sides. Casual observers became devoted fans, haters turned into cheerleaders. The live stream's online viewership began skyrocketing at a terrifying rate. Yet where there's light, shadows follow. Hordes of saintly white lotus flowers and holier-than-thou types flooded the stream, launching into their performances. Are you all out of your minds? Is this something a normal person would do? This is intimidation. It's violence. Exactly. How could he treat a girl like that? She just has a bit of a temper. Su Chen must apologize. Disgusting. Disrespectful to women. Inhumane. We must unite to report him. Kick him out of the entertainment industry. Call the police. This guy should be arrested. Sue him for illegal detention. The livestream instantly became a battlefield where two opposing camps clashed fiercely. In the control room, Director Wang stared at the rapidly fluctuating back-end data, his mouth gaping wide enough to fit an egg. He was stunned. He's lost his mind. This kid has completely lost it. His assistant beside him was equally stunned. Director Wang, this is going to cause trouble. Our production team will be held responsible too. Director Wang slapped his thigh, his eyes filled with regret. We're screwed. This kid's a ticking time bomb. Wait until tomorrow. No, wait until this wave of heat dies down, then find any excuse to kick him off. Say his behavior was unacceptable, and our production team is responding to public sentiment by eliminating him. Tianyu Media. Sun Yi witnessed the entire scene. Stunned at first, he soon let out a cold laugh. Ha 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 ha, stupid. Absolutely stupid. I thought he might pull off some clever trick, but instead he's digging his own grave. Now, I don't even need to lift a finger, he's played himself right into the ground. Meanwhile, Su Chen, at the epicenter of the storm, remained utterly indifferent to it all. He shot a cold glance at the woman in the back seat, who was now frozen in terror, then stepped out of the car and pulled open the rear door. Come on out, fairy got. Under her horrified gaze, Su Chen tossed her LV bag out before yanking her from the car like a chicken and dumping her at the cemetery gate. He then returned to the driver's seat and slammed the door shut. Under the gaze of the woman and the entire online audience, he floored the gas pedal and sped away. Left behind was the woman in the spaghetti strap dress, clutching her LV bag, standing alone and disheveled in the wind at the cemetery entrance. Chapter 4, Online Outrage. First call the police. This time, even the spectators who had been reveling moments ago were stunned. He really left her here? Isn't this going too far? What if something happens? Su Chen, you rocked it. But, this is gonna get us in deep trouble. This is a live broadcast, after all. Dumping the fairy girl right in the graveyard while satisfyingly cathartic. It's going to create massive public backlash. Forget about Su Chen, who's already become a has-been. Even today's biggest A-list stars would see their reputations destroyed overnight if they faced such a situation. Forced to retire from the industry. But Su Chen wasn't dwelling on any of that. Driving that second-hand DZ, he felt as refreshed as downing a bottle of ice-cold Coke on the hottest day of summer, pure bliss from head to toe. Bliss. ing blissful. That seamless combo, the fluid death drift followed by the graveyard send-off, made all the pent-up resentment in his chest, the helplessness of being transported to another world, and the frustration of carrying 30 million in debt vanish like smoke with that single push of the accelerator. He even had the leisure to open the system panel and admire the gleaming gold icon for the skill, God-tier driving Fujiwara Takumi ProMax possession. If I ever run out of money again, driving an unlicensed taxi delivering tofu might actually be a decent option. Su Chen hummed a tune, his mind serene. But this was the calm before the storm. He glanced at the phone mounted on the dashboard. The livestream's comments section was more chaotic than a bustling market, a veritable night parade of demons in the digital carnival. A tidal wave of insults and condemnation flooded the screen like a tsunami. Hashtag Su Chen get out of showbiz hashtag has topped Douyin's trending topics. The whole world rejoices. So satisfying. Scum like this deserves to be permanently banned. I'm so worried about that girl. She must be terrified all alone in the graveyard. I've screenshotted and recorded everything. I've contacted my lawyer friend and plan to sue Su Chen for intentional assault and unlawful detention. Let him rot in jail. Sisters, our efforts paid off. This is the power of the internet. Boycotting artists with misconduct is everyone's responsibility. Countless haters, former company trolls, and opportunistic marketing accounts have now transformed into champions of justice. They were conducting a massive online trial against Su Chen. They quote legal precedents with unwavering certainty, dissecting each of Su Chen's actions to determine what crimes they constitute. Some have even launched crowdfunding campaigns to hire the best legal team in the capital for the poor, helpless woman, determined to send Su Chen to prison to work on a sewing machine. Sun, the CEO of Tanyu Media, watched the online backlash unfold, his mouth practically splitting from the grin. Useless. Think you're some kind of dish? You're too green to mess with me. Koen's fanbase was even more aggressive, launching attacks everywhere. See this? This is Su Chen's true colors. Thank goodness our Koen is kind-hearted. We once wanted to help him, but now it's clear we were just feeding the snake. Reading these indignant comments, Su Chen felt not a shred of anger. Instead, he found it amusing. Illegal detention? Intentional assault? TSK, this generation of netizens really needs to brush up on their legal knowledge. He inwardly mocked them relentlessly, yet his expression remained impassive. Amidst the torrent of abuse, however, a rare comment emerged that actually considered Su Chen's perspective. Su God, hurry back. Apologize, pick them up. This situation can still be salvaged. Yeah, Su Chen, don't act impulsively. You can't take on corporate power. Sigh, it felt good in the moment, but now you've completely burned your bridges. What a waste. Just as everyone assumed Su Chen was determined to go down this path no matter what, he suddenly pulled the car to a slow stop by the roadside. This simple action was immediately seized upon by the viewers in the livestream who had been waiting to see him fail. See that? He's scared. He's definitely going back to apologize. Regretting it now? Too late. We've already reported you. Can't wait to see him tearfully apologize. Serves him right. He stopped. He finally got scared. The show producers must have called and yelled at him. He chickened out. Serves him right. Now you regret it? Too late. Prepare to face legal consequences. Everyone thought he'd break down crying, begging for forgiveness. But Su Chen moved with deliberate slowness, even taking the time to adjust his collar. His haters held their breath, victory smiles already curling their lips. They'd even drafted fresh rounds of mocking comments, just waiting for him to beg for mercy. But then, Su Chen swiped open his phone screen and calmly dialed 3 digits. 110. The call connected, and he thoughtfully pressed the speakerphone button. A steady, composed female voice came through the receiver. Hello, this is the 110 Emergency Dispatch Center. The next second, Su Chen's emotional control kicked in instantly. His previously composed face instantly crumpled, replaced by a tone of grievance, helplessness, and heart-wrenching sorrow, even a hint of a broken, tearful voice as he began his performance into the phone. Hello? Officer? I need to report a crime. I'm a law-abiding DiDi driver. I just picked up a female passenger. His voice began to tremble, as if he'd suffered the greatest injustice. She subjected me to inhumane mental abuse. She made all sorts of unreasonable demands, throwing endless obstacles in my way. I turned on the AC, she said it was too cold. I turned it off, she said it was stuffy. I opened the window, she said the wind ruined her hairstyle. Officer, I'm just a working man trying to earn an honest living with my own hands. This is too much. And she even attacked me personally, insulting my character. I feel terrible now, dizzy, anxious, short of breath. Officer, I seriously suspect. Su Chen took a deep breath, his voice sounding exhausted. I suspect she's messed me up. Boom. This shocking, outrageous move, the villain crying foul, first plunged the entire livestream into an eerie, 10-second dead silence. Everyone's brain felt like it had been struck by a bolt of lightning, their CPUs fried on the spot. Holy hell. You can play like this? I'm speechless. God tier move. He actually called the cops claiming the passenger groped him? What is this guy's face made of? Vibranium? I crown this the most outrageous move of 2025. No contest. Sorry, I can't hold it in. I'm laughing my ass off. What kind of legendary weirdo is this? This world has gone completely mad. Who the hell is losing their mind here? Su God. From today on, you are my one and only Su God. Years of mental anguish have been completely healed by your phone call. The operator on the other end was clearly dumbfounded. After several seconds of silence, they managed to regain their voice through sheer professional composure. Sir, please calm down. May I ask where you are right now? And where is that passenger who caused you mental distress? Su Chen sniffed and replied in a hollow tone. I'm on XX Road heading back into the city. As for that lady who trampled my soul into 1,000 pieces. He paused, then added in a tone of utmost innocence. I've taken her to a place where she can calm down and reflect on her actions. Where exactly? The Fujiwara cemetery on the outskirts. Operator. All viewers in the livestream. The world, in that moment, fell silent. Chapter 5, I'm screwed, the evidence is all over the net. On the other end of the line, the 110 operator's breath caught for half a second. Fujiwara cemetery on the outskirts? What the hell kind of nonsense is this? In her years on the job, she'd handled hundreds of bizarre calls. From couples arguing and calling to complain about their partner's stinky farts, to neighbors reporting each other over a dog glancing their way. But this? Dumping a passenger at a cemetery, then calling the cops to claim they'd been mugged? Was utterly unheard of, unprecedented. The 110 operator took a deep breath, trying to steer the conversation back to normal. Sir, please calm down. According to regulations, abandoning a passenger, at a cemetery is highly inappropriate. But Su Chen didn't give her a chance to finish. His tearful, aggrieved voice intensified, sounding as if his heart might shatter at any moment. Officer. That's not right. What do you mean I left her there? She asked me to. Su Chen's voice brimmed with the pain of being misunderstood. She said she wanted a place with beautiful surroundings, quiet, upscale, friendly neighbors, and no old folks dancing in the square. Most importantly, she insisted on top-tier feng shui. Officer, you be the judge. Across the entire capital, where else but Fusho Garden could possibly meet all these exacting requirements? I went above and beyond to meet her needs. 5-star service standards. Yet she still wasn't satisfied and even threatened me personally. I'm just an innocent victim. Su Chen's voice rose an octave, tinged with bitter indignation. Listen, every word I'm saying is backed by livestream evidence. Open the Douyin app. That hashtag Su Chen get out of entertainment circle hashtag is all about me. Go into the livestream called Professional Challenge 365. The viewers there can all testify that woman subjected me to half an hour of mental manipulation. Those video clips are ironclad proof. Please open an investigation immediately and give me justice. Save this pitiful, weak, and helpless Yu syndrome sufferer. Call center operator. What the hell did I just hear? She felt her worldview undergoing an unprecedented earthquake. The moment those words left her mouth, the livestream went absolutely wild. The density of comments hit an all-time high since the stream began. Holy. You can play it like that? Call the cops, then tell them to find evidence online themselves? What kind of dimension-lowering attack is this? Guys, I get it now. The Yu divine technique is unbeatable. As long as I go Yu, no one can morally blackmail me. Su Chen, you're my savior. I'm done with school. Heading to the hospital for a diagnosis right now. From now on, if anyone messes with me, I'll just flop on the ground and yell, I'm Ing. I hereby declare the first law of Su studies: when facing incomprehensible weirdos, defeat madness with madness, shatter PUA with Yu. Su Chen's move just blew my mind. That's what you call professionalism. Damn it, my boss has been PUA-ing me for 3 years at work. Tomorrow I'm copying Su Chen plopping down on the floor and declaring, I'm Ing. This is hilarious. Netizens these days are so creative they've even coined Su studies. The livestream's gift donations started flooding the screen. User Corporate Drone Xiaowang donated Rocket X1. Su Chen, you're the light for us working stiffs. User PUA Victim sent 5x5. Got it. Using this tomorrow. User Cemetery Salesman gifted Castle X1. Thanks, Su Chen, for the free promotion for Fushuyuan. However, countless beauties and holier-than-thou types were shaking with rage, their fighting spirit instantly skyrocketing. Bull. He's clearly trying to use Yu syndrome as an excuse. Disgusting. I've already called the cops and reported him for attempted sexual assault. Exactly. That must be it. Why else would he go to the cemetery? There are no cameras there. He's a potential criminal. Shameless. Vile. Disgusting. He's using his condition as a shield. This insults all genuine sufferers. Exactly. How can a grown man get aroused just from a few words? That's way too fragile. He's definitely faking it to dodge responsibility. A user named Justice Fairy led the charge. At Capitol Police, I've already filed a report accusing Su Chen of attempted indecent assault, intentional injury, and unlawful detention. Does he think faking illness will save him? We won't let scum like this get away with it. Fans supporting Su Chen burst out laughing on the spot and immediately fired back. Sexual assault? Girl, did a donkey kick you in the head? In that beat-up second-hand domestic car of his, without even a privacy curtain, it was a full HD live stream the whole time. Did he assault you with his eyes? This is hilarious. Plotting something? What exactly? Wondering if anyone's lighting incense for your little angel on Qingming Festival? Girls, chill out. He was streaming the whole thing live and you're accusing him of ulterior motives? What the hell are you talking about? Exactly. And he really was attacked. The videos right there. Are you blind? Su Chen watched the flaming war in the comments, laughing hysterically inside. TSK, these people's thought processes are truly bizarre. Live streaming the whole thing and I'm plotting something sinister? What the hell am I scheming for? But hey, this works out well. The more buzz, the faster my reputation bounces back. Negative publicity is still publicity, after all. A cold smile tugged at his lips as he addressed the voice on the other end of the line. Officer, you saw it too, they're still threatening me. My condition is worsening. I'll hang up now. I need to calm down. Please, I beg you make sure justice is served for me. With that, he hung up decisively. Just as he was about to drive away, he noticed on the map app that the mountain road downhill had turned into a long, snaking traffic jam. Well, looks like I'll have to rest here for a bit. Su Chen raised an eyebrow, turned off the engine, leaned back in his seat, and closed his eyes to rest. As if none of it concerned him. Meanwhile, at the Municipal Bureau's Criminal Investigation Division, the air was thick enough to cut with a knife. A woman in uniform stood tall, her stunning features set in a stern frown. The young and beautiful Captain Lin Wanxing stared impatiently at the case analysis board on the wall detailing the A-level fugitive known as the Black Widow. A week had passed, and there was still no lead. This female criminal, codenamed Black Widow, specialized in luring successful men with her beauty before defrauding them. She had already committed multiple crimes in the capital city, employing extremely cunning methods. As the youngest captain of the Criminal Investigation Division in the Municipal Bureau, Lin Wanxing bore immense pressure to crack the case. Damn it, where the hell is this Black Widow hiding? She slammed her fist on the table, her brow furrowed. Just then, dispatcher Xiao Lu entered with a report, his expression peculiar. Captain Lin, there's an utterly bizarre dispute call. Xiao Lu looked as if he'd seen a ghost. Lin Wanxing didn't even look up, her tone icy. Report trivial disputes to me? Handle it at the police station. I'm only concerned with the Black Widow case right now. Don't bother me with these trivial matters. Xiao Lu steeled himself, but Captain Lin, the involved party is that washed-up celebrity Su Chen. He dumped a female passenger at Fushuyuan Cemetery on the outskirts of town, then called the police claiming the passenger had sexually assaulted him. The entire internet, the public opinion is about to explode. The higher-ups are demanding we handle this. Su Chen? Lin Wanxing frowned, vaguely recognizing the name. He seemed like some washed-up celebrity. She despised actors who exploited public resources and promoted themselves without scruples. But given the gravity of the public sentiment, she couldn't ignore it. Got it. Lin Wanxing waved her hand impatiently. Get the video footage. I want to see what this clown is up to. She opened her computer, her face etched with contempt that screamed, let's see what new tricks you've got up your sleeve. These entertainment industry trash only know how to stir up hype. Once I watch this video, I'll make him understand the full force of the law. Lin Wanxing sneered coldly and clicked on Douyin's trending topics. Chapter 6, The Police Officer's Bewilderment, Su Chen's Well-Meant Efforts. Lin Wanxing clicked on the bright red explosive tag on Douyin's trending list. Several young officers instinctively gathered around. Captain Lin, it's this one. Hashtag Su Chen get out of the entertainment industry. Lin Wanxing's dark brows furrowed slightly, a flash of disgust crossing her eyes. She knew the entertainment industry well. They constantly resorted to sensational gimmicks to generate buzz, with absolutely no scruples. If it weren't for wanting to resolve this quickly, I wouldn't bother watching this trash video. In the related topics section, netizens had thoughtfully compiled all the memorable moments into one clip. From the half-hour of relentless harassment after the ferry got in the car, to Su Chen's death stare reminiscent of the Grim Reaper's approach. Then at the entrance of Fushuyuan Cemetery, Su Chen's sales pitch-level tour guide introduction of burial plots. Finally, the earth-shattering moment when Yu called the police, causing the entire internet's CPUs to overheat. Put. A young police officer couldn't hold it in any longer and nearly sprayed water all over the monitor. In the fluster, his partner hastily covered his mouth, leaving him flushed and red-faced, shoulders heaving as if he might burst. Zhao Lei was even worse off. He clenched his fist tightly, struggling to stifle a pig-like snort of laughter. His entire face contorted into a twisted mess, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. What could they do? It was too hilarious. This move was so outrageous it was ridiculous. Ha 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 ha. Sorry, Captain Lin, I didn't mean anything by it, I just thought this reason for calling the police was pretty novel. Zhao Lei was practically crying from laughter. The entire office was filled with an awkward atmosphere. Everyone wanted to laugh but dared not. Only Lin Wanxing remained as cold as ice, though her increasingly furrowed brow betrayed her inner turmoil. Pointless. Vulgar. Sensationalist, she remarked coldly. Next video. Zhao Lei fumbled to click on another clip. This video was a compilation of Su Chen's God of the Road highlights. V-Room. Accompanied by the shrill roar of its engine, that unremarkable second-hand domestic car seemed to have been infused with the spirit of a race car. Defying the laws of gravity, it danced wildly along the narrow, bumpy country road. Ditch cornering. Inertial drift. Whoa. A collective gasp echoed through the office. Is this even possible in a regular car? Rookie cop Zhao Lei's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this guy really just a ride-hailing driver? With skills like that, he'd be wasted driving an F1 car. Ridiculous. Risking their lives just for attention? They're playing with death. Lin Wanxing's professional instincts kicked in instantly, her gaze sharpening. License plate DA88. Zhao Lei, make a note of it. Once this incident is resolved, notify the traffic police department. Yes, Captain Lin. Lin Wanqing snorted coldly, her eyes flashing with even greater contempt. She moved her mouse, ready to close the video. Just then, the video reached its conclusion. Su Chen executed a stylish burnout stop, jumped out of the car, opened the door, and tossed the little fairy and her LV bag out like they were nothing. Lin Wanqing's mouse froze mid-motion. Her pupils instantly contracted to pinpricks. Stop! Her sharp command startled Zhao Lei beside her. Zoom in. Now. Zoom in on her face. Huh? Oh, okay. Though confused, Zhao Lei immediately complied, pausing the video and maximizing the image of the woman's face, contorted with rage. Everyone in the office held their breath, staring at their captain in confusion. Lin Wanqing ignored everyone, her gaze fixed intently on the enlarged face on the screen. The next second, she whipped her head around, her gaze locking onto the case analysis board. Right in the center of the board was a Class A wanted poster. The photo on the wanted poster and the fairy on the screen began to match in every detail. Identical. That mole. That scar. Not a single detail was off. It's her. Lin Wanqing's voice trembled. Zhao Lei was completely dumbfounded. He stared blankly and asked, Who, Lin? Do you know her? Lin Wanqing slowly turned her head, enunciating each word deliberately. Class A fugitive, Black Widow Li Shui. Boom! The words exploded like a bomb throughout the entire Criminal Investigation Division office. Everyone froze in shock. That bizarre little fairy who had been acting like a diva on livestream, driving a former top-tier celebrity to report her for sexual assault, was actually the Class A fugitive Black Widow they'd been hunting for a week, cunning as a fox, driving the entire squad to exhaustion? This is ing crazier than any novel. Holy. Don't tell me, even with different makeup, it really is her. Zhao Lei snapped out of his shock first, gasping as he pointed at Su Chen's calm face on the screen. Wait, a washed-up top star snagged a fairy-like customer, and she turns out to be an A-level fugitive? That's way too coincidental. Lin Wanqing frowned deeply. She started streaming while driving for DiDi, happened to pick up a difficult passenger who just happened to be a Class A fugitive. Then, because of that passenger's trouble, she ended up taking her to a deserted, easily accessible suburban cemetery? Could the world possibly hold such an absurd coincidence? Just then, Uncle Wang, the most seasoned detective in the squad, pushed his reading glasses up his nose. With a grave expression, he stepped forward and analyzed in a solemn voice. No. Perhaps, this isn't coincidence at all. All eyes instantly focused on Uncle Wang. Pointing at the screen, Uncle Wang methodically laid out his reasoning. I believe it went like this. Su Chen must have seen the wanted poster beforehand and recognized this woman's identity. But as an ordinary person and a public figure live streaming at the time, he couldn't possibly subdue a vicious Class A fugitive directly. That's why he orchestrated this shocking "you goes mad" police report. Lin Wanqing's eyes grew brighter and brighter. She seemed to have grasped something. Uncle Wang continued. This seemingly absurd method of alerting the police successfully drew their attention without tipping off Li Shui that she'd been exposed. It would only make her think she'd encountered a bizarre driver. Su Chen's move was brilliant. After hearing this analysis, the entire office fell silent. Every officer present, including Zhao Lei, now looked at Su Chen with newfound respect. To assist the police in capturing a fugitive, he completely shed his idol persona and reported the incident in such an eccentric manner. What a thoughtful gesture. Lin Wanqing nodded. Uncle Wang's analysis perfectly aligned with the logic she believed in. Rather than attributing it to mere luck, something so elusive, she preferred to believe this was a meticulously planned operation. This Su Chen was definitely no ordinary man. With that thought, Lin Wanqing immediately turned to operator Xiao Lu, her tone urgent and firm. Contact Su Chen immediately. Tell him we've received his letter. He must stay calm and, while ensuring his own safety, help us pinpoint the Black Widow's exact location. Also inform him that his assistance is required in this investigation. He must come to the squad headquarters immediately afterward to provide a statement. Yes, sir. After issuing the orders, Lin Wanqing abruptly stood up, her eyes flashing like lightning as she scanned the entire room, radiating an overwhelming aura of authority. Attention all. Dispatch immediately. Target Fushuyuan Cemetery on the outskirts. Class A arrest warrant. Move out. Yes, sir. Chapter 7, Sneak in quietly, don't fire a shot. Su Chen was leisurely leaning back in his car, swiping through his phone screen with one hand, enjoying the live chat comments. To him, this was more entertaining than any talk show. Just then, a call notification popped up at the top of his phone screen. Imperial Capital Bureau. Su Chen raised an eyebrow and answered the call. On the other end, it was the same operator, Xiao Lu, but his tone had shifted from steady to urgent. Mr. Su Chen. We've received your message. Through technical means, we've confirmed the target's identity. It's Class A fugitive Black Widow Li Shui. Reinforcements are rushing to Fusho Garden. The arrest operation is about to commence. A barrage of words came crashing down like a machine gun. Su Chen was stunned. He blinked, his mind momentarily frozen. Information? What information? What target person? No. Officer, I just reported a crime. Some passenger groped me. Hearing this, Officer Xiaolu's admiration for Su Chen soared to new heights. Look at that. Look at that flawless caution. Even at this critical moment, he was still playing dumb with the police, terrified of revealing even the slightest detail. What incredible professionalism. We understand perfectly. Xiaolu's tone grew even more assured. Mr. Su, you've handled this brilliantly. This is textbook-level citizen assistance. Please stay calm and secure your own safety. Help us confirm the real-time location of our target, Black Widow. Su Chen finally understood. That bizarre little fairy who nearly gave me a heart attack with her PUA tactics is actually an A-level fugitive? This was a total win. The euphoria surging through him threatened to burst through the heavens. Capturing a fugitive? This ultimate thrill, getting on TV, collecting the reward, and boosting my follower count. How could I possibly miss out? The light in Su Chen's eyes instantly grew intense. Clearing his throat, he spoke with unprecedented solemnity. No problem, officer. Serving the people is my duty. I guarantee I'll complete the mission. He hung up decisively, got out of the car, and headed toward Fusho Garden. This move set the live stream ablaze once more. He turned around. He really turned around. He chickened out. I knew he'd chicken out. He's definitely going back to apologize to the lady. Ha ha ha, wasn't he acting all cocky just now? What about you? Now he's scared? Too late. Trash. All talk, no action. Unfollowing him. Sisters, victory is ours. The internet is in lawless territory. Scum like this deserves punishment. Can't wait to see him beg for mercy on his knees. The haters and trolls could practically see Su Chen weeping uncontrollably. Soon, Su Chen returned to the gates of Fushuyuan Cemetery. He casually picked up a rag and muttered under his breath. Oh dear, this live stream lens is a bit dirty, covered in dust. I'll just wipe it down. With that, he pressed the rag directly over his phone's camera lens. The live feed instantly went black, leaving only static crackling and the sound of Su Chen moving around. Of course, he wasn't cleaning the lens. He simply didn't want the live feed to tip off the police and expose their operation. But to the viewers watching the live stream, this was a clear sign of guilt. He covered the lens. What's he up to? He's definitely afraid we'll see him groveling on his knees. Hilarious, so much pride, so little dignity. If you're so tough, stop chickening out. Keep streaming, you piece of trash. Su Chen ignored the noise and quietly crept behind a massive boulder. There stood that little fairy Li Shui, her face twisted with venom as she made a call. Hello? Some crazy ride-share driver dumped me at Fusho Garden. Yeah, the cemetery. Send someone to pick me up now. This is infuriating. I'm filing a complaint to get him locked up. Ruin his life. She ranted through gritted teeth, completely unaware that a trap was silently closing in on her. Minutes later, several unmarked vehicles pulled up quietly by the roadside. Su Chen seized the moment, yanking the rag covering the camera lens. The live stream resumed. But the camera was focused solely on him. This scene sent the entire livestream room into a frenzy. Here they come. The cops are here. Justice is being served. Ha! Why aren't the cops showing up? Probably to minimize the impact. This disgraced artist deliberately created a stunt. He'll definitely get banned. At Beijing Police v. Well done. Must be severely punished. Detain him. Celebrate. The countdown to Su Chen's expulsion from the entertainment industry has begun. Feels so good. This is pure satisfaction. Can't wait to see him in handcuffs. Fans and haters alike flooded the comments, prematurely celebrating their victory. Squeak. The front car door swung open. A poised figure stepped out first. Dressed in police uniform, she stood tall and straight, her features stunningly beautiful, yet her face was as cold as ice. It was none other than Lin Wanqing, captain of the Criminal Investigation Division. Her gaze darted around like lightning, finally locking onto Su Chen. Behind her, officers swiftly disembarked, spreading out in a tactical formation. The tension in the air instantly reached its peak. Every viewer in the livestream held their breath, eyes glued to the screen, waiting for the classic scene where Su Chen would be instantly pinned to the ground and cuffed with those silver handcuffs. Lin Wanqing strode up to Su Chen. The chat was already flooding with comments anticipating a satisfying outcome. However, the expected motion of drawing handcuffs never materialized. Lin Wanqing shifted slightly, blocking most of the view with her body. Lowering her voice to a whisper audible only to them, she asked rapidly. Mr. Su? Where's the target? What's the situation? Su Chen understood immediately, leaning closer to her ear and responding in an equally hushed tone. To the viewers watching the livestream, this scene transformed into the dashing female police officer whispering and exchanging secret glances with Su Chen. The entire livestream fell into a deafening silence that lasted 3 seconds. Then, question marks erupted across the screen like a geyser. What's going on? This isn't how the script was supposed to play out. Shouldn't she be handcuffed and taken away immediately? What are they talking about? Why does that beautiful police officer look at him, kinda weird? What the hell is this even about? I don't get it, but I'm totally blown away. Just as the entire online audience's CPUs were about to overheat, an even more absurd scene unfolded. Su Chen straightened up, a bizarre grin spreading across his face. He suddenly bent over, arching his back slightly. Lowering his voice, he adopted a tone reminiscent of Captain Jiao leading the way, speaking in a mysterious whisper. Officer, ugh. Officer. This way. Sneak quietly over there, no shooting. The target's making a call behind that pile of stone tablets. Leave it to me, sir. This comical yet eerie spectacle, captured by high-definition live cameras, spread across the entire internet. Lin Wanqing's icy cold, pretty face twitched violently. The vein on her temple throbbed uncontrollably. Suppressing the urge to kick this clown flying with a high roundhouse kick, she decisively signaled go to the officers behind her. Go! At that moment, every viewer watching the live stream were all frozen in place. Chapter 8, Class A Warrant. Nationwide Apology. Chapter 8, Class A Warrant. Nationwide Apology. Su Chen led Lin Wanqing and a group of plainclothes officers around to the back of the massive tombstone. The audience was completely baffled. What's going on? Su Chen is leading the police? Hold up, my brain's short-circuiting here. Isn't he the defendant? This isn't how the script was written. Shouldn't it be cold handcuffs and righteous judgment? What the hell kind of surreal plot twist is this? Backstage deal. Definitely a backstage deal. This actor must have colluded using his connections. Meanwhile, on the other side of the tombstone, the delicate fairy Li Shui was dialing a number with venom in her eyes. Where the hell are you? Why aren't you here yet? Her words had barely left her lips. Several dark figures leaped out from behind cover like tigers pouncing on their prey. Freeze! Police! The icy voice boomed. Li Shui didn't even have time to react. Her hands were wrenched behind her back by a powerful force. A pair of cold handcuffs clicked shut, locking her wrists. Ah! She let out a shrill scream as her phone clattered to the floor. The flawless makeup on her face instantly gave way to terror and bewilderment. What are you doing? You've got the wrong person. I'm the victim. Su Chen watched the scene unfold, feeling an inexplicable thrill as if watching a grand spectacle. Lin Wanqing stepped forward slowly, towering over her. Li Shui, Class A fugitive, codename Black Widow. You are under arrest. At the mention of Black Widow, Li Shui's struggle ceased abruptly, her face turning as pale as paper. Su Chen poked his head out from behind Lin Wanqing. A harmless smile played on his face. He grinned, delivering the final blow. Hey, beautiful, we meet again. How do you like this prime feng shui spot at Fusho Garden? Don't worry, this time you're really staying. It's just the neighboring Taishuanglai detention center, a private cell, even quieter than this place. Seeing Su Chen's smiling face mere inches away, Li Shui's pupils suddenly contracted. She instantly understood everything. What a crazy driver. What Yu syndrome. It was all an act. This man knew her identity from the very beginning. Ah, it's you. You set me up. Li Shui let out a desperate scream, looking like a madwoman. But the police held her down tightly, rendering her struggles futile. Lin Wanqing glanced at Li Shui's shattered phone and coldly ordered into her earpiece, Team 2, close the net. Su Chen shrugged, looking utterly innocent. What did I scheme against you? I'm just a DiDi driver. Someone with Yu syndrome can't stand seeing people fight. Lin Wanqing glanced at Li Shui's shattered phone. She gave a cold order into her earpiece, Team 2, we can close the net now. Clearly, while Li Shui was contacting her accomplices, another meticulously laid trap was quietly closing in. In the livestream, viewers could only see the little fairy who had been so arrogant just moments ago. She was being escorted, looking utterly disheveled, toward an inconspicuous black minivan. For 10 long seconds, the chat feed fell into an eerie silence. Everyone was processing the information. Holy, holy, holy. What the hell did I just see? A wanted criminal? That little fairy who acted like a diva and made Su Chen is an A-level fugitive? Holy. I'd call this the strongest twist ever. No contest. So Su Chen wasn't disciplining weirdos all along, he was hunting down a fugitive? Just then, a blue background white text push notification bombarded every onlooker. At Capitol Police V, Police Bulletin. At approximately 4 p.m. today, acting on critical leads provided by concerned citizen Mr. Su, our bureau successfully apprehended fugitive suspect Li female, 28, codenamed Black Widow near Fushuyuan Cemetery on the city outskirts. Li is a class of fugitive wanted for multiple large-scale serial fraud cases involving substantial sums. We extend our deepest gratitude to Mr. Su for his courageous wisdom and selfless assistance in this critical situation. Police-civilian cooperation builds safety together. The announcement sent the entire internet into an absolute frenzy. Hashtag Su Chen livestreams arrest of Class A fugitive. Hashtag fairy turns out to be Black Widow. Hashtag Fushuyuan Cemetery's MVP of the year. Hashtag Su Chen trended on multiple hot searches. Holy. Official announcement. She really is an A-level fugitive. Am I watching a movie? No. Movies wouldn't dare film something like this. Mind-blowing twist. This is the real deal. Su God is amazing. Voice cracking. Driving for DiDi and casually nabbed an A-level fugitive? Is that even plausible? That's so Su Chen. Where are all the haters who dissed Su Chen earlier? Come out here. Does your face hurt? Swollen yet? Apologize. The entire internet owes Su Chen an apology. Everyone who dissed Su Chen earlier, line up to apologize now. Meanwhile, the sisters and haters who were just moments ago screaming for Su Chen to go to jail collectively fell silent. That ID Justice Fairy, who was jumping up and down and reporting Su Chen the most actively, now shows this account has been deactivated on its profile page. They ran faster than a dog. Meanwhile, Tianyu Media, President's Office. Sunny had just hung up the phone, his face radiating uncontrollable elation. He had already coordinated with over a dozen marketing accounts and troll teams, preparing to launch a full-scale assault to bury Su Chen in the mud, ensuring he never rose again. He elegantly swirled his champagne flute, poised to pop open a bottle of 1982 Lafite Rothschild to celebrate. Bang! His assistant burst through the door in a panic. Mr. Sun. It's bad. Something terrible has happened. Sunny frowned. What's the panic? Did they arrest Su Chen? That'd be fantastic news. No, it's not that. The assistant trembled as he handed over his phone. Sun Yi's pupils suddenly contracted upon seeing the police bulletin. His hand shook violently, and with a clatter, the priceless crystal glass crashed onto the carpet, shattering into pieces. A Class A fugitive? How is that possible? The set of Professional Challenge 365. Director Wang Gang slumped in his chair, eyes vacant, muttering to himself, a wanted criminal. That little fairy is a wanted criminal. His assistant, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, leaned in. Director Wang, the elimination announcement for Su Chen is ready. When should we release it? Director Wang whipped his head around, slapping the assistant hard across the back of the head. His eyes bloodshot, he roared. Announce my ass. Eliminate. I said eliminate. The police and state media have already issued commendations. Do you want our show to go head-to-head with the police? With that, Director Wang tossed the proposal straight into the shredder. At that moment, Su Chen watched the live chat flooded with Su God is amazing and sorry, yet merely yawned lazily. He looked into the camera with an innocent expression and said, Ha? A wanted criminal? I had no idea. I just thought she was too noisy, distracting me while driving, so I sent her to the cemetery to cool off. Listen, my Yu syndrome hasn't cleared up yet. Don't scare me like that again. Su Chen's denying the obvious Versailles-style statement not only failed to convince viewers of his innocence. Instead, it ignited even fiercer debate. Keep pretending. Keep pretending. I don't buy it for a second. You're a rotten old man. This setup is way too deep. From the moment he accepted the ride, Su Chen must have recognized her. The car chase, dumping her at the cemetery, you calling the cops, it was all a show for us and that female fugitive. Oscar-worthy. This is Oscar-level acting. Not only did he play the criminal like a fool, he fooled the entire online audience. Too deep. Su Chen's scheme is way too deep. This isn't just the atmosphere, it's the stratosphere. Su Studies officially launches today. I hereby declare myself the first-generation researcher of Su Studies. Regarding this, Su Chen just wants to say, I really just started out trying to teach that little fairy a lesson. At that moment, Lin Wanqing and her team discussed briefly before approaching. Chapter 9, The Fatal 15 Minutes. Can't even be saved by a helicopter? Mr. Su, I'm terribly sorry to trouble you with this matter. We still need to return to the police station to take a statement. Su Chen had never been to a police station in his entire life. He nodded in agreement. That was that. Su Chen and Lin Wanqing stood by the roadside, preparing to head down the mountain to the station for their statement. At that moment, Su Chen's livestream had descended into complete chaos. The screen was filled with dense gift effects, leaving only two types of comments. Su God is amazing. Screaming at the top of their lungs. Sorry. Prostrate in admiration. The previous haters and righteous little fairies had vanished without a trace, replaced by a flood of onlookers. Who the hell was taking down the little fairies? Turns out it was a lone hero outsmarting an A-level fugitive. I hereby declare, Su Studies reigns supreme. Watching the soaring popularity metrics and donation amounts in the back end, Su Chen was overjoyed. Woohoo, take off. Not only did this avenge the wrongs of Yu syndrome, but he also casually picked up god-tier driving skills. What a steal. Su Chen leaned lazily back in his seat, waving at the camera with a basic move, no big deal expression. Alright, everyone sit down. Just basic skills. I'm just a law-abiding citizen who happens to have a bit of Yu syndrome. Please don't cyberbully me anymore, okay? The more he said this, the more the live stream audience found him enigmatic. Listen to this. Is this even human speech? So humble. Way too humble. Su Chen, I'm just an ordinary guy with a bit of a jiggle problem, dog head emoji. Meanwhile, Lin Wanqing had reached an agreement with the other team members. Su Chen had sacrificed his reputation to capture the Black Widow. It was truly exhausting. Lin Wanqing planned to ride down the mountain in Su Chen's car, hoping to get to know him better. She opened the door and slid into the passenger seat, saying to Su Chen, "Mr. Su, the car taking us back to the station for questioning is waiting at the bottom. Let's head down now." And so, Su Chen's second-hand flute and several police cars slowly descended the mountain. However, after traveling only a few kilometers, Su Chen's smile froze instantly. The car ahead had come to a complete stop. Fusho Garden was built halfway up the mountain, with winding roads for both ascending and descending. At that moment, the sole descent route was clogged with a long line of vehicles. The red brake lights stretched endlessly, forming a solid mass like a frozen red serpent, creating a gridlock so severe not even a drop of water could pass through. "What's going on?" Su Chen frowned. Viewers in the livestream also witnessed the scene through the camera. "Holy crap, what's going on here? A massive parking lot on live? Bashuyuan's crappy road is always jammed. Must be an accident today. Zoom in closer, Su God." About a kilometer ahead, 7 or 8 cars were tangled together like twisted ropes, bumpers smashed into each other's rears, the scene a complete mess. Several vehicles had severely mangled front ends, with wisps of white smoke curling out. The entire livestream exploded with reactions. "Holy crap! A chain reaction crash? That was a brutal crash. Hope no one's hurt. This downhill road is already narrow, and now it's completely blocked." Lin Wanqing's expression instantly turned serious. Professional instinct kicked in, and she immediately pushed open the car door. "Stay in the car and don't move. I'll go check," she shouted over her shoulder before pushing through the throng of people and vehicles toward the accident site. Su Chen pursed his lips. "Stay in the car? That's not my style." He promptly turned off the engine, got out, and followed at a leisurely pace. At the accident scene, 2 traffic police officers were desperately trying to maintain order and disperse the crowd, but their efforts were largely in vain. An ambulance, its lights flashing urgently, was completely blocked dozens of meters away. Medical personnel could only carry their emergency kits, anxiously weaving through the gaps in traffic. "Make way. Everyone, make way." Lin Wanqing pushed her way into the center of the chaos and swiftly flashed her credentials. "Criminal Investigation Division, Municipal Bureau. Lin Wanqing. What's the situation?" The sweat-drenched traffic officer spotted her like a lifeline and immediately reported. "Captain Lin." A white sedan was speeding through a curve, forced its way into the lane, causing vehicles behind to swerve out of the way and triggering a chain reaction rear-end collision. Fortunately, no fatalities have been reported so far." No sooner had he finished speaking. A medical worker in a white coat, his face deathly pale, struggled out of a minivan whose side had been crushed in the collision. He grabbed the traffic officer's arm, his voice trembling. "It's hopeless. Completely hopeless. There's a pregnant woman in the car. The violent impact caused massive bleeding, and her water broke. She needs an emergency C-section immediately. Otherwise, both mother and child will die." The doctor practically shouted, veins bulging on his temples. "We have, at most 15 minutes of golden rescue time." 15 minutes? The entire atmosphere froze instantly. Every pair of eyes turned toward the black sedan wedged between the vehicles. A middle-aged man in his 40s collapsed to his knees with a thud, clutching the medical staff's leg desperately as he wailed with heart-wrenching grief. "Doctor! Doctor, please! Save my wife! Save my child! We've been married 10 years. This child was so hard to conceive. Please find a way." His desperate cries pierced the heart of everyone present. The livestream's comments shifted from idle spectating to heart-wrenching concern and prayers. "Holy! No way! How could this happen? The pregnant woman is hemorrhaging. 15 minutes, there's no way that's enough time? I'm a doctor, this is extremely dangerous. Every minute delayed could cost 2 lives. Damn, my palms are sweating from the tension. God, please keep them safe." Lin Wanqing's pretty face instantly turned as cold as frost. Without a moment's hesitation, she made a decisive call, immediately pulling out her phone to dial the command center. "Command center. Major chain reaction crash on the descent road at Fusho Garden suburb. A pregnant woman is hemorrhaging critically from impact, clinging to life by a thread. Urgent surgery required. Request. Immediately dispatch the air rescue helicopter. For emergency transfer. I repeat. Immediately dispatch the air rescue helicopter." Her voice reignited a glimmer of hope in the eyes of the desperate family members and medical staff at the scene. "Yes. A helicopter." The live stream viewers instantly caught on too. Right. The helicopter. How could I have forgotten that? Amazing, officer. That reaction speed is incredible. We're saved. We're definitely saved. Hurry up. Capital City speed, move it. However, the response from the other end of the line sent everyone's hearts plummeting. "Captain Lin, the City Bureau's air rescue team is currently on another urgent mission in the western part of the city. We've already coordinated the nearest backup helicopter. But The closest rescue helicopter to the scene will take at least 25 minutes to arrive. 25 minutes. And the pregnant woman only has 15 minutes. By the time the helicopter arrives, it'll be too late. Click. Lin Wanqing's fingers turned white as she gripped her phone so tightly the case seemed to creak under the strain. Can't you go any faster? Lin Wanqing practically yelled. Sorry, Lin, this is the absolute limit. Despair. Complete despair washed over the scene like a tidal wave. The pregnant woman's husband, upon hearing the time, instantly went blank. His entire body went limp as if his backbone had been ripped out, collapsing to the ground. He could only mutter unconsciously. It's over. Everything's over. The doctor slumped to the floor, hands covering his face, shoulders shaking violently. The livestream fell into a deathly silence. 25 minutes. It's too late. Damn it. Why did this happen? 2 lives. Isn't there any other way? Lin Wanqing clenched her teeth, her gaze sweeping over the winding mountain road, choked solid with traffic. She took a deep breath, looked at the doctor whose face was equally ashen, and spoke with difficulty. At this point, we have to find a way to drive through. Chapter 10, Professional Driver Backing Down? I'll do it, 10 minutes is enough. Lin Wanqing practically shouted the words, like a stone thrown into the stagnant air of the scene. Drive there. That was the only thought flashing through everyone's minds. At that moment, a traffic cop, drenched in sweat, ran over. It's no use, Captain Lin. He pointed at the mountain road ahead, completely blocked, his face etched with despair. The main road is completely blocked by the accident. Even if we clear the traffic jam, this winding mountain road twists and turns. It'll take at least 25 minutes to reach the hospital down the mountain at best. The officer paused, then added. Even if we brought in a professional race car driver to drift recklessly on the main road, it'd still take at least 20 minutes. 20 minutes. And the pregnant woman's life had less than 15 minutes left on the clock. There simply wasn't enough time. The scene fell silent once more. The pregnant woman's husband slumped to the ground, his eyes vacant, too drained even to cry. In the livestream chat, viewers' hearts clenched in agony. It's over. Even the police say there's nothing they can do. 20 minutes? Are you kidding me? This mountain road is like a slithering snake. How could anyone possibly move that fast? Oh my god, are we really going to stand by and watch 2 lives slip away? Damn it, I'm a grown man and my eyes are stinging. This is unbearable. Just then, Lin Wanqing seemed to remember something. She abruptly pulled her phone from her pocket and opened an electronic map. Her fingers swiped swiftly across the screen, finally pausing on a dotted line. Don't take the main road. Her voice was cold and clear, drawing everyone's attention. Take this road. Lin Wanqing held her phone screen up for everyone to see. This is a small path that cuts straight down the mountain. It can cut the journey in half. We have a chance within 15 minutes. The traffic officer and the doctor leaned in to look. After just one glance, they both sucked in a sharp breath in unison. On the map, the so-called shortcut wound its way along the cliff face, its dense series of sharp turns making one gasp. Captain Lin, this won't work either. The traffic officer's voice cracked. This was a shortcut cut by construction crews long ago. It's practically abandoned now. Nothing but hairpin turns, narrow and steep, with sections lacking guardrails. The cliff edge is right beside it. This road isn't meant for people at all. It's far too dangerous. Dangerous or not, it's better than waiting to die here. Lin Wanqing scanned the area, her gaze sharp as a blade. She bellowed, right now. Who's a skilled driver? Who dares to drive? A deathly silence fell over the scene. Everyone was frozen in terror by that death shortcut. No one dared to speak up. Who would risk their life like that? The live stream chat exploded with comments. Holy crap! Even the autumn-named mountain track isn't this insane. Driving like that is a recipe for a car wreck and death. This police officer sister is seriously bold, but this mission difficulty is straight up hell mode. We're done for. Barbecued. This time there's no saving us. Just as everyone including the live stream viewers sank into despair, a confident voice suddenly rang out from the back of the crowd. I'll give it a shot. Everyone turned to see a young man in a red and white racing suit, tall and well-built, pushing through the crowd. He appeared to be in his early 20s, a hint of arrogance on his face. It's him! Han Hai! Immediately, sharp-eyed spectators in the crowd recognized him. That rising star from the capital's underground racing scene. He just won the amateur championship last year. Holy crap! The living god of speed. In an instant, both the venue and the live stream exploded with excitement. Holy crap! A savior has arrived? This plot twist is insane. Han Hai. I know him. He drives like a beast. We're saved. Go Han God. In critical moments, we rely on pros like you. The pregnant woman's husband, clutching at this last straw, scrambled over to Han Hai, fell to his knees with a thud, and cried out. Master! Please! Please save my wife and child. Han Hai confidently helped him up, patted his chest, and struck a pose. Don't worry, leave it to me. Savoring the admiring glances around him, he walked up to Lin Wanqing and asked with professional composure. Officer, which road? His calm, commanding presence in the crisis put everyone's minds at ease. Hope flickered in Lin Wanqing's eyes as she handed over her phone, her voice firm. This shortcut. We only have 15 minutes. Han Hai took the phone with confidence. However, the moment his gaze fell upon the map, revealing the twisted, worm-like death shortcut, the smile froze on his face. His complexion shifted visibly from a confident flush to a shocked pallor. Impossible. Han Hai snapped his head up, his voice cracking. Take this route? 15 minutes? Officer, are you kidding me? He hurried to the cliff's edge, peered down at the shortcut carved into the mountainside, and his legs instantly went weak. No. Absolutely not. He shook his head repeatedly like a bobblehead, shoving the phone back into Lin Wanbei's hands. This road is full of blind hairpin turns, and several sections are gravel. The tires won't grip at all. Even at my fastest, it'll take 25 minutes. And I can't guarantee safety. This isn't driving, it's suicide. The once confident driving god now chickened out faster than anyone. Boom. The hope that had just begun to rise was instantly doused from head to toe with a bucket of ice water. Dead silence fell over the scene. Viewers in the live stream chat erupted in a torrent of curses. What the hell, dude? After all that, you're just another all-talk champion? Damn it. If you can't handle it, why did you step up? Show off. Wasting our emotions. Is that it? And you call yourself a god of racing? Put. Choked when it mattered most. 25 minutes? That's way too slow. Get off the stage. Han Hai's face flushed crimson as he stubbornly retorted, his neck stiff with indignation. You guys know Jack. Easy for you to talk. You think you can do better? Go ahead then. Listen up, I can get there in 20 minutes on the main road. But on this back road? Even if the god of driving showed up today, it'd take 25 minutes. No one can make it any faster. His words delivered the final blow to the pregnant woman's hopes. The scene plunged into an even deeper despair than before. Officer, there's no time to think. Taking the main road still gives me a fighting chance, but this path is impossible. Lin Wanqing's fingers turned white as she clenched her fists. Was this truly the only option left? Just then, a lazy voice suddenly cut through the air. What's all the fuss about? It's just going down the mountain. Is it really worth all this fuss? The crowd turned in surprise. There stood Su Chen, hands tucked into his pockets, strolling over from behind the crowd. The live stream viewers were dumbfounded. Su Chen? How did he get here? Holy crap, this guy really isn't afraid of trouble. He's actually walking around at a time like this? What's he up to? He's not seriously going to claim he can do it, is he? Give me a break, even the pro drivers back down. Ignoring all the stares, Su Chen walked straight to the cliff's edge and glanced down at the death shortcut below. His gaze was as casual as if surveying the garden path in his own neighborhood. Then he turned to face the ashen-faced family of the pregnant woman and the utterly despairing Lin Wanqing, speaking calmly. Leave it to me. 10 minutes. I'll get them to the hospital. Chapter 11, Nationwide Skepticism Risking Lives for Sensationalism? 10 minutes. I'll get her to the hospital. Su Chen's seemingly casual words sent shockwaves through the mountain road. Like a thunderclap. Every pair of eyes widened, all staring at Su Chen with expressions that screamed, Are you out of your mind? 10 minutes? Was this guy dreaming? Did I hear that wrong? 10 minutes? Su God, you just caught a wanted criminal, that's impressive. But isn't this a bit much? You gotta be kidding me. This is a mountain road. And a deadly shortcut no one dares take. Even that driving god Han Hai said it'd take 25 minutes. What makes you, a regular DiDi driver, think you can do it? The scene. The first to snap out of it was Han Hai, the driving god who'd just backed down. He burst out laughing as if he'd heard the funniest joke of the century. Who the hell are you, bro? Han Hai eyed Su Chen up and down, his gaze dripping with the professional contempt reserved for amateurs. Me? Han Hai. The annual champion of the Imperial Capital Amateur Car Race. Let me tell you, taking that back road? 25 minutes is the absolute limit. And that's not even guaranteeing safety. Who do you think you are? He waved his hand sharply, pointing at the rugged path clinging to the cliff face. Cut the showboating, will you? This is a matter of life and death. Not a stage for clowns like you to grab attention. Do you want to take that pregnant woman with you when you plunge off this cliff to be reborn in the underworld? Han Hai's words jolted everyone back to reality. Right. Even the professionals say it's impossible. What gives you, a washed-up celebrity, the right? In an instant, Su Chen's livestream found a new outlet for venting. This is hilarious. Has Su Chen lost his mind? Risking lives just for fame? Disgusting. Using a pregnant woman's life for publicity stunts. Does this guy have any humanity? This is murder. What does a mere actor know about driving? Catching that fugitive earlier was just luck. At Beijing Traffic Police v. Arrest this trash who treats lives like straw on the spot. At Professional Challenge 365 production team, why haven't you blacklisted this disgraced artist? Keeping him around for the holidays? Hashtag Su Chen endangers lives. Hashtag Su Chen murdered pregnant woman for views. Hashtag Professional Challenge 365 production team. Director Wang froze in shock upon witnessing Su Chen's outrageous stunt. He urgently contacted Su Chen through his earpiece. Su Chen! Su Chen! What are you doing? You must stop immediately. I'm telling you. Before he could finish his sentence, the earpiece emitted a series of beeps as the call disconnected. Damn it! What the hell is Su Chen meddling in? He's playing with people's lives. If we take the blame for this, the entire internet will tear us apart. Director Wang glanced at the shredded notice. Then he turned to his assistant. What are you standing there for? Get an announcement out now. If anything unexpected happens, release an announcement immediately. Meanwhile, Tianyu Media, President's Office. President's son had just recovered from the shock of Su Chen capturing an A-level fugitive. When he saw Su Chen brazenly declare 10 minutes in the livestream, he froze for 3 seconds. Then, he erupted into a fit of maniacal laughter. Fool! What a complete fool! Heaven wants to destroy him, so it first makes him mad. Son surged to his feet, pacing excitedly around his office. Excellent! Absolutely perfect! I was fretting over how to finish him off, and now he's practically begging for it. He opened another bottle of champagne and said to his assistant. See that? That's what happens when a petty man gets a taste of power. He loses all sense of himself. He thinks catching one criminal makes him God? Daring to show off when lives are at stake? Son downed the champagne in one gulp, his eyes flashing with venom. This time, we won't even have to lift a finger. The public's scorn alone will drown him. Once he kills that pregnant woman, it'll be his complete downfall, blacklisted across the entire internet, his reputation utterly destroyed. Prepare the press release. This time, I'll make sure he never gets back on his feet. Fusho Mountain accident site. The doctor in charge of emergency care approached Su Chen with a grave expression. Unlike Han Hai, he wasn't visibly agitated, but his words carried far more weight. Sir, please don't joke about this. The doctor's voice was hoarse and stern. The pregnant woman's condition is extremely critical. She absolutely cannot endure any secondary impact. Otherwise, it will instantly exacerbate the massive bleeding. Not even a god could save her. The doctor's warning felt like a bucket of ice water dumped over everyone's heads. How could they possibly avoid collisions on that deadly shortcut? Han Hai seized the moment and shouted in agreement. Did you hear that? The doctor said it. With your half-baked driving skills, are you trying to shake her to death? Su Chen seemed oblivious to the accusations. His gaze swept past everyone, settling on Lin Wanqing's face. Lin Wanqing was looking at him too. Her inner world was in turmoil. Reason told her Han Hai was right. How could a washed-up celebrity possibly outrun a professional driver? It was an impossible task. But, uncontrollably, her mind drifted back to the memory of Su Chen driving the Black Widow. That drift on the country road was worthy of a pro driver. Only 13 minutes left. Bet. Or not. Lin Wanqing clenched her teeth and made a decision that stunned everyone. Trust him this once. She ordered in a tone that brooked no argument. Everyone. Help immediately. Transfer the pregnant woman to Su Chen's car. Captain Lin. Are you out of your mind? The traffic officer exclaimed. Officer. This is far too risky. The doctor tried to intervene. Carry out the order. Lin Wanqing's voice was as cold as iron, brooking no argument. Though puzzled, everyone immediately sprang into action out of trust for their squad leader. With a flurry of hands, they carefully lifted the weakened pregnant woman into Su Chen's second-hand Volkswagen Beetle. Several scratches, too late to touch up, still marred the bodywork. This thing? On mountain roads? Han Hai nearly burst out laughing. A dizzy? This piece of junk? Are you sure it won't fall apart halfway? The live stream viewers couldn't hold back any longer. I'm dying. This piece of junk? On mountain roads? Oh no, even the police officer's sister got brainwashed by this madman. What kind of massive IQ drop event is this today? This totally proves it's just hype. Taking a grocery getter on a death track? Su Chen, you have no heart. Oh no, she's toast. What did this pregnant woman do in her past life to deserve this plague of a man? Su Chen, in this one. Scripted, absolutely scripted. Next up, oh no, the car broke down, I tried my best, then starts playing the victim. Amidst a storm of ridicule and skepticism, the pregnant woman was carefully lifted into the backseat of the Dizzy. Su Chen paid no attention to the commotion outside. He slid into the driver's seat, ran his hands over the steering wheel, his expression utterly unruffled. Just got my hands on this god-tier driving skill and haven't even had a chance to warm it up yet. System made, guaranteed quality. Time to show off the real deal. He even had the leisure to glance at the constantly fluctuating popularity in the livestream chat, his mouth practically splitting into a crooked grin. Negative attention is still attention. Come on, haters, give it your best shot. I'm coming too. Lin Wanqing yanked open the passenger door and slid right in. Me too. I have to follow the ambulance and care for the patient. The doctor grabbed the medical kit and squeezed into the back seat, staying close to the pregnant woman. The door slammed shut. The atmosphere in the cramped space grew thick with dread. Lin Wanqing turned her head, her expression complex as she looked at Su Chen. Su Chen. Right now, there are 5 lives in this car. If you're joking or if you don't have absolute certainty, stop now. There's still time. Su Chen didn't respond to Lin Wanqing. He flexed his wrists and glanced at the time on the dashboard. Countdown, 12 minutes remaining. He turned his head and flashed a grin at the live streaming camera above the driver's seat. Hey, haters, keep your eyes peeled. Don't blink. The live stream audience hadn't yet grasped his meaning. Su Chen withdrew his gaze, his eyes instantly sharpening. His right hand shifted gears while his left gripped the steering wheel. He calmly reminded the 2 passengers in the front and back seats. Fasten your seatbelts. I'm about to begin. Steady driving. Before he could finish speaking. V-room. Su Chen slammed his foot down on the accelerator, flooring it. The tires screeched against the pavement, sending up a cloud of acrid smoke. Launch control. Under the horrified stares of everyone present, the car charged straight toward the devilishly narrow road. Chapter 12, Shrimp Trapper. The autumn-named mountain god in the imperial capital. He's insane. He's completely lost his mind. It's over. This is premeditated murder. Traffic cops and onlookers screamed in horror, unable to bear witness to what followed. The legendary driver Han Hai was so furious he stomped his feet, pointing at the receding rear end of the car and cursing. Idiot. Arrogant fool. Can't even make the first turn. Just wait for the wreck and death. Inside the livestream. Ah! He really went for it. Holy. That speed. Did he mistake the gas pedal for the brake? It's over. It's over. I told you so. This guy's a reckless maniac risking his life for views. Murder. This is outright murder. Su Chen, you piece of S. Are you willing to die just to get famous? Poor pregnant woman, stuck with such a brain-dead moron. She must have been cursed for 8 lifetimes. At Tianyu Media, Sunny watched the insane scene unfold on screen, his face radiating uncontrollable ecstasy. He raised his champagne glass and toasted the screen from afar. Su Chen, oh Su Chen, in your next life, remember to be a smart one. Even the somewhat famous Han wouldn't dare try it. And Su Chen went and got involved. Wasn't that just asking for trouble? Others might not know, but Sunny certainly did. Su Chen did have a driver's license, but he hadn't driven a single time since getting it. All his transportation was arranged by company staff. In Sunny's eyes, it wouldn't take a minute for Su Chen to crash off the cliff, ending in a wreck and death. The production team of Professional Challenge 365. Wang Gang let out a despairing growl into the already disconnected headset. It's over. It's all over. If a fatal accident occurred, not only would Su Chen be caught in a whirlwind of public criticism, but the production team would never be able to air the show again. Damn Su Chen, why did he have to show off for no reason? Great, now we're all screwed. Inside the car. Lin Wanqing's body was pinned to the seat by the immense force of the impact, her hands instinctively gripping the overhead handle. Her heart pounded so hard it felt like it would leap out of her throat. The doctor in the back seat clutched the pregnant woman beside him, his face as white as paper. Yet Su Chen's expression remained eerily calm. His gaze was sharp as an eagle's, fixed intently on the road ahead. The first turn, a near 90-degree gravel hairpin bend, approached. Slow down. Slow down now. Lin Wanqing screamed frantically in her mind. But instead of slowing down, Su Chen slammed his foot down on the accelerator once more. Roar. Dizzy's engine roared even louder. He's insane. Lin Wanqing's pupils suddenly contracted. Every viewer in the livestream channel felt their hearts leap into their throats at that very moment. No. It's going to crash. It's going to crash. Are you out of your mind, streamer? Goodbye. You were a show-off, but don't drive in your next life. Just as the front of the car was about to slam into the mountain wall, Su Chen moved. His hands blurred across the steering wheel, yanking it hard to the left. Shift gears, hit the brakes. Squay. The screech of tires echoed through the valley. That DZ car, at an angle defying all laws of physics, instantly spun sideways. Inertial drift. The rear end kicked up a cloud of dust, scraping past the gap in the cliffside guardrail as it swung around the terrifying hairpin turn. At its closest point, the wheels were less than 10 centimeters from the abyss below. At the mountaintop, Han Hai, the driving god who had just been mocking Su Chen, was watching the live stream on his phone. When he witnessed that drift, he froze in place as if struck by lightning. Holy! His mouth gaped wide enough to swallow an egg, his eyes filled with utter disbelief. Drifting on this gravel road? How the hell is that even possible? The scene inside the car was even more shocking. Lin Wanqing felt like her soul was about to be shaken out of her body. But strangely, when she regained her senses, she realized that beyond the initial shock, the entire drift had been surprisingly smooth. There was none of the violent, dizzying jolt she'd expected. She whipped her head around to look at the back seat. The doctor looked utterly bewildered. He glanced at the ECG monitor, where the readings were as steady as if the machine were idle. This can't be possible? The doctor stammered, his voice trembling. The pregnant woman's condition is remarkably stable. With this level of drift, she hasn't shown any adverse reactions at all. Lin Wanqing whipped her head around, staring intently at Su Chen's profile with eyes that seemed to regard him as a monster. Who the hell is this guy? Su Chen seemed to sense her gaze, even taking the time to adjust his handsome hairstyle in the rearview mirror. Inner monologue, system-made, guaranteed quality. Small potatoes, everyone take a seat. In a spare moment, Su Chen glanced at the livestream. He noticed the online viewer count had already surpassed 100,000. Though most were haters, the viewership was skyrocketing. Whoa, the viewership is skyrocketing again. Thanks to all you haters for your generous donations. Su Chen looked completely at ease, even taking the time to reach over and turn on the car stereo. A rousing, hypnotic BGM instantly erupted from the speakers. Deja vu. I've just been in this place before. The moment this familiar track, Catching Shrimp, filled the entire livestream room, the bullet chat went wild. Die Xiaohu? Holy. What the hell am I seeing? The autumn-named mountain god of speed in the capital? The moment this BGM hits, my youth comes flooding back. Mom asked why I'm kneeling to watch the livestream. Is this Takumi delivering tofu in his DZ? Where'd all the people who diss Su Chen go? Come out here. Does your face hurt? Sorry. Su Chen. My bad. I was a bit loud earlier. Gifts flew everywhere. User Justice Fairy's daughter sent 5 romantic carriages. User Su Chen Get Out of Showbiz sent Super Rockets X10. Weird, why are all these gifts from haters? Su Chen. You're such a dog. Playing BGM at a time like this. But, damn, this is so freaking epic. Su Chen Get Out of Showbiz, you guys are just here for laughs, but the haters are the true fans. Justice Fairy fan, I'm impressed. Seriously impressed. Go for it, take off. At the mountaintop. Han Hai watched the DZ on the screen, gliding effortlessly over the rugged gravel road, executing one artistic drift after another with fluid precision. His expression shifted from initial shock to growing fervor. Even a hint of reverence crept in. Holy. That's weight transfer. Han Hai suddenly grabbed the traffic cop beside him, his excitement rendering him incoherent. And the heel-toe technique. He's not risking his life, he's masterfully controlling every shift in weight, every turn. This is world-class rally driving. The officer was shaken until dizzy. Han Hai, calm down. What rally technique? Calm down? How the hell am I supposed to calm down? Han Hai shoved his phone screen right in front of the officer's face. No ordinary driver could pull this off. He's the autumn-named mountain god of speed. No, he's even better than the autumn-named mountain god. His knees suddenly buckled and he nearly collapsed to the ground. I'm no match for him. Han Hai is no match for him. Compared to him, I'm just a kindergarten kid driving a bumper car. Tianyu Media, President's Office. President's son's champagne glass clattered to the floor once more. The ecstasy frozen on his face watched helplessly as the white DZ on the screen darted through the mountain roads like a phantom. Impossible. Son's body began to tremble. This can't be real. He's just an actor, a washed-up actor. How could he? Clatter. Director Wang's thermos slipped from his hand and clattered to the floor. His eyes widened as he stared at Su Chen's calm expression on the screen, accompanied by the explosive soundtrack of Catching Shrimp blaring in his ears. He felt his worldview shatter into pieces. Unbelievable. This is unbelievable. Chapter 13, Navigating the Drainage Channel bend an 8-minute race against death. Inside the car, the intense, hypnotic shrimp catcher BGM still echoed. Su Chen even had the leisure to tap his fingers on the steering wheel in time with the beat. Lin Wanqing and the doctor in the backseat had just recovered from the soul-shaking drift, barely catching their breath. Suddenly, the doctor's terrified scream pierced the rear seat. Mr. Su. The pregnant woman's condition is deteriorating. The doctor's voice trembled. The fetal heart rate is dropping. We must reach the hospital immediately. Any further delay, and we risk losing both mother and child. Lin Wanqing instantly turned pale. She frantically glanced at the time, then checked the navigation. They were only halfway to the hospital. And the second half was almost entirely a series of S-shaped hairpin turns. Lin Wanqing turned to Su Chen, her eyes filled with helplessness. No matter how skilled one was, it still took time. But what they lacked most right now was time. Time was already running out. Mountaintop. Han Hai, who had witnessed the scene inside the vehicle through the live broadcast, let out a deep sigh before shaking his head solemnly. Turning to the traffic police officer beside him, he analyzed the situation with an expert's tone. The S-shaped series of hairpin turns ahead is a truly treacherous stretch. Each curve interlocks with the next, leaving absolutely no room for acceleration. Su Chen's driving skills are solid, but on this kind of road, he absolutely must slow down. He has to take it steady and methodical. Otherwise, centrifugal force could send the car careening off the cliff in an instant. Han Hai's professional analysis carried immense weight. The live stream viewers, who had just been awestruck by Su Chen's godlike driving skills, felt their hearts leap into their throats once more. Stay steady, Su God. Don't get reckless. Exactly. Safety first. Your life matters more than time. Exactly. You're already going fast enough, don't take risks. Please, no more acceleration. We won't blame you if you slow down. Yet inside the car, Su Chen merely glanced at the pregnant woman's condition through the rearview mirror. His gaze instantly hardened. Slow down? Are you kidding me? The next second, under everyone's horrified gaze, Su Chen not only didn't slow down, he slammed his right foot down hard on the accelerator. The accelerator pedal hit the floor. V-room. The tachometer instantly shot into the red. Hold on tight. Su Chen said calmly, I'm taking a shortcut. Shortcut? On this sheer cliff face, the only path was this one. Where could a shortcut possibly be? Lin Wanqing and the doctor were instantly slammed back into their seats. Are you out of your mind? Lin Wanqing screamed. The live stream exploded. He's insane. He's completely lost his mind. Holy. Accelerating now? What the hell is he thinking? Got a little cocky after a couple compliments? Doesn't know his own weight? This is an S-curve. Are you trying to send everyone straight to the afterlife? Su Chen, snap out of it. Oh no, this is really going to end badly. Han Hai atop the mountain was furious beyond measure. He leapt to his feet in fury. This is madness. Absolute madness. He yelled at the phone screen, he's throwing away a winning hand. Taking that S-curve at this speed? Even a god would flip the car. He doesn't understand racing at all. He doesn't understand anything. Amidst the screams echoing across the internet and Han Hai's furious curses, that white DZ charged recklessly toward the apex of the first S-curve. He's going to crash into the mountain. No. It's going to fly off the cliff. Lin Wanqing closed her eyes in despair. However, the expected violent impact never came. Instead, Su Chen's hands moved like lightning as he yanked the steering wheel. Not to steer away, but at an impossibly sharp angle, he forced DZ's two wheels with pinpoint precision into the drainage ditch lined with fallen leaves and gravel on the inside of the curve. In the next instant, physics vanished entirely on this mountain road. The ditch seemed to transform into an invisible track, a powerful traction force firmly sucking the car body in place. The terrifying centrifugal force that would have sent any race car tumbling over the cliff was perfectly neutralized in that instant. The car hugged the inner wall of the mountain, gliding through the curve as if on level ground, tracing a flawless arc at high speed and with perfect stability. At the same time, the background music of Dai Xiaohu blaring from the car stereo reached its climactic peak. Deja vu. Higher on the street, and I know it's my time to go. In that moment, the perfect fusion of BGM and visuals created a soul-shaking chemical reaction. Inside the car, Lin Wanqing, eyes closed in resignation, felt the vehicle tilt slightly before steadying again. She opened her eyes in confusion, only to see the sheer cliff face rushing backward outside the window. She whipped her head around and discovered the vehicle was incredibly stable, as if driving on level ground. Live stream chat. The chat stream, which had been filled with angry comments about Su Chen's arrogance, froze in that moment. The next second. Drifting through the drainage ditch. Fushichen's racing god. I'm hitting the gas. I'm blind. This must be a dream. Isn't this movie special effects? Sorry, Mr. Newton, but today I just can't keep your coffin lid shut. Physics, deceased, aged over 300. Mom asked why I licked my phone screen to smithereens. I witnessed a miracle. Su Chen's lips curled into a faint smile. The technique was identical. Second S-curve. The third S-curve. Drainage ditch. Still ing drainage ditches. The entire cornering sequence flows like a river. A feast for the eyes. That beat-up second-hand DZ in his hands seemed to transform into a soulful spirit, dancing the most exquisite waltz of death on the Devil's Mountain Road. Roar! Shooting out of the final bend. The view ahead suddenly opened up, revealing the familiar building of the Central Hospital at the foot of the mountain. Squay. A textbook-perfect 150-degree drift. The white DZ carved an arc across the pavement, trailing a plume of smoke as all four wheels came to a screeching halt directly in front of the emergency entrance of the city center hospital. Spot on. The door swung open. Medical staff waiting at the entrance swarmed forward, hoisting the pregnant woman onto a stretcher and rushing her into the emergency room. Lin Wanqing trembled, instinctively lifting her wrist to glance at her watch. The time displayed clearly. From the moment they left Fushichan until now. The entire journey. 8 minutes. 2 minutes faster than the estimated 10 minutes. At the summit. The legendary driver Han Hai stared blankly at the live feed as his phone slipped from his hand, crashing to the ground with a sharp crack as the screen shattered. He remained oblivious. 8 minutes? That abandoned path? Han-hai slapped himself hard several times. The searing pain brought him back to reality. This isn't a dream. When Han-hai finally snapped out of it, something suddenly occurred to him. Such a golden opportunity, he couldn't let it slip away. The next second, under the stunned gazes of everyone present, the rising star of the Imperial Capital's amateur racing scene dropped to his knees with a thud, his knees slamming hard against the cold concrete. Thud. 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 He began frantically kowtowing in that direction. Master. Master, please accept this disciple's bow. Han-hai, blind as a bat, failed to recognize Mount Tai. Master. Please take me as your disciple. The traffic police and onlookers were all dumbfounded. The arrogant driving god Han-hai, who had been so cocky moments ago, now knelt on the ground like a lapdog. Become his disciple? Chapter 14, One Corpse, Two Lives? Su Chen screwed up. At the mountaintop, the sight of Han-hai kneeling on the ground left the surrounding traffic police and onlookers utterly dumbfounded. Holy, is this really the same cocky racing god from earlier? Am I seeing things? The rising star of the capital's racing scene, now groveling like a lapdog? Seriously, this turnaround is way too sudden. The onlookers murmured among themselves, all stunned by the scene. Han-hai heard the murmurs around him and sneered inwardly. What do you mortals know? That drainpipe cornering just now? Pure magic. That kind of skill even the capital's racing champion might not pull it off, let alone me. At that thought, Han-hai realized his sincerity wasn't enough. Damn it, I have to ask him to be my master in person. He scrambled to his feet and shouted at the traffic cop beside him, Bro, lend me a car. I need to get down the mountain. Are you crazy? The officer stared blankly. The road's still blocked. I don't care about that anymore. Han-hai snatched a police motorcycle and roared down the mountain with a burst of acceleration. He was going to kowtow to Master Su in person and become his disciple. Outside the hospital emergency room, the pregnant woman was rushed into the operating room by medical staff. The red light outside the operating room illuminated. Su Chen leaned against the wall, his expression calm. The haters and paid trolls who had been stunned by Su Chen's driving skills earlier. After a brief silence, they found a new target for their attacks. Fast is fast, but is the person still alive? Driving like that, what's the difference from riding in a washing machine the whole way? Su Chen, you murderer. You'd sacrifice a pregnant woman's life for publicity. This is what happens when you put on a show. He killed both mother and child. Arrest him immediately for manslaughter. I told you so. This washed up star is trash. Hashtag Su Chen killed 2 people is trending now. Guys, let's go after him. The comments were filled with vicious abuse. Lin Wanqing trembled with rage. How can people speak like this? They have no idea what really happened. Su Chen smiled faintly. You'll get used to it. Just keyboard warriors. Tianyu Media Headquarters. President Sun sat in his executive chair, his grin stretching nearly to his ears. Ha 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 ha. That bastard Su Chen finally got what was coming to him. He roared with laughter while barking at his secretary, contact the troll army immediately. Push Su Chen caused a fatality to the top of the trending topics. Contact our female blogger partners. Have them post videos accusing Su Chen. Also, buy paid articles and comments immediately. Smash him to pieces. The secretary nodded frantically. Mr. Sun, I've already contacted 50 marketing accounts and 300 major influencers. The trending topic is secured, it's skyrocketing in popularity. Sun nodded with satisfaction. Excellent. Su Chen is finished this time. Meanwhile, at the Professional Challenge 365 production team, Director Wang Gang sat in the monitoring room, his face ashen, on the verge of collapse. It's over, completely over. He buried his face in his hands, moaning in agony. If someone actually dies, the show will be cancelled. My career, my future, all ruined. The assistant director nervously suggested, Director Wang, how about we issue a statement first to distance ourselves from this? Disassociate my ass. Wang Gang roared in despair. The whole internet knows this is our show. Do you think we can just run away if something happens? Originally, he'd only intended to exploit Su Chen's built-in negative fanbase traffic. Now look at this mess. With the pregnant woman's accident, his career was over. Inside the operating room, the atmosphere was as heavy as iron. Led by the head of obstetrics and gynecology, the expert team had already braced for the worst. Quick! Check her vital signs. Prepare type A blood bags. Prepare the defibrillator. Yet, the moment the various monitoring devices connected to the pregnant woman lit up with readings, the entire operating room fell into a deathly silence. The lead surgeon stared at the monitor readings, abruptly yanked off his mask, and sucked in a sharp breath. This can't be possible? The assistant beside him leaned in, staring at the impossibly steady curves, stammering out. Chief, the mother's vital signs are abnormally stable. The fetal heart rate shows only slight fluctuations, completely within normal range. What? The director snatched the monitor and examined it himself. Minutes later, he looked up, his eyes filled with shock and wild excitement. A miracle. This is a medical miracle. He shouted excitedly. Under that speed and turbulence, the fetus suffered almost no impact. How did that driver manage it? Quick! Stop standing around. The patient has bought us the most precious time. We must give it our all. We absolutely cannot waste this miracle. The doctors in the operating room sprang into action as if injected with adrenaline. They knew that thanks to that mysterious driver, the success rate of this surgery had transformed from hellish difficulty to a beginner's tutorial. Outside the hospital, a sea of people. The media reporters, hired at great expense by Mr. Sun, had completely blocked the entrance to the emergency building. Long lenses and short lenses were all trained on the operating room doors and Su Chen. Hey bro, do you think they can save the baby this time? A young reporter whispered to the seasoned veteran beside him. Save it? You're dreaming, the veteran scoffed. I've driven that road to Fusho Mountain before. Even at normal speed, it's bumpy enough to shake you to pieces. He did it in 8 minutes. It would have rattled an iron ball to bits, let alone a pregnant woman. Whether Su Chen meant well or not, netizens don't care about that. They only care about the outcome. A washed-up superstar acting on his own whim, risking 2 lives. Just imagine that headline. It's got real punch. The reporters chattered excitedly, their eyes gleaming with greed. This kind of explosive news could bring them so much traffic. Online, major female bloggers had already begun speaking out. The renowned mommy blogger Gentle Mommy posted a lengthy video. Girls, I just can't stand by and watch this anymore. Su Chen has no idea how fragile a pregnant woman's body is. With that kind of violent jolting, how could the fetus possibly survive? The baby's definitely gone now. This is what happens when men think they know best. Below the video, the comments section erupted. So infuriating. They'd exploit a pregnant woman just for publicity. Ban this trash celebrity. The child is gone, and this family is ruined. Su Chen is a murderer. Time ticked by, second by second. Half an hour later. Squeak. The red light in the operating room went out. The doors opened, and the lead surgeon removed his mask as he stepped out. His face was etched with exhaustion, his expression utterly grave. A miracle. This is nothing short of a miracle. To come down from Fujiwara in 8 minutes with the pregnant woman's vital signs remaining so stable. What kind of driving skills were required for that? The lead surgeon's brow furrowed deeper with each thought. To the journalists and online trolls watching, the pregnant woman and her child were both lost. 1 body, 2 lives lost. Reporters pushed forward like madmen. Look at the doctor's expression. It's over. Something's definitely wrong. Su Chen, murderer, come out and apologize. The biggest joke of the year. Trying to show off backfired. Got yourself a pair of silver cuffs. A seasoned reporter immediately thrust a microphone toward the lead surgeon. Doctor, was the pregnant woman's condition already critical when she arrived at the hospital? The question was loaded with malicious intent. He wasn't inquiring about the outcome. He was forcing the doctor to admit she was already beyond saving upon arrival, thereby shifting all blame onto Su Chen. The other reporters instantly caught on and swarmed forward. Doctor, what exactly happened? Please share the details. As the lead surgeon in this case, what do you have to say about such reckless disregard for human life? Will the hospital pursue legal action against the driver? Tianyu Media Headquarters. Watching the live feed of the doctor being besieged and the barrage of criticism directed at Su Chen in the chat, President Sun slapped his thigh in excitement, nearly biting through his cigar. Brilliant. That's the spirit. Keep grilling him relentlessly. He had 50 press releases ready, each headlined, shocking. Fated superstar causes death of innocent mother and child to gain attention. All he needed was one statement from the doctor and they'd flood the internet with it. This time, Su Chen was as good as dead. Chapter 15, Mother and Child Safe. Journalists and trolls frozen in shock. Just then, the lead surgeon, surrounded by a tight crowd, slowly removed his mask. Ignoring the barrage of questions, he took a deep breath and announced in a clear, resonant voice. A miracle. This is nothing short of an unprecedented miracle in medical history. The entire room fell instantly silent. The greed and schadenfreude on the reporters' faces froze in place. The frantic stream of comments in the live chat room came to a halt. What the hell? A miracle? The doctor didn't pause. He looked around and declared with conviction. The surgery was a complete success. Both mother and baby are safe and sound. The baby is a healthy, chubby boy weighing 7 pounds, 6 ounces. He's perfectly healthy. Boom! Every reporter in the room froze in shock. A young reporter's camera clattered to the floor, shattering into pieces. Another veteran reporter stood with his mouth agape, microphone slipping from his grasp, utterly oblivious. In the live stream chat, the trolls who had been celebrating just seconds ago froze in place as if struck by a collective spell. No way? 8 minutes down Fujiwara? Mother and child safe? Did I hear that wrong? A chubby baby boy? Is this fantasy fiction coming to life? Doctor! The stubborn old reporter snapped out of it first. He grabbed the microphone and charged forward again, his face contorted with fury. Did you get it wrong? How could both mother and child be safe under those circumstances? Right. Are you saying this just to manage public opinion? This defies science. Absolutely impossible. The barrage of accusations came thick and fast, and the live chat instantly shifted from stunned silence to a frenzy of doubt. Fake. Definitely fake. They must have bribed someone. Su Chen definitely paid off the doctors beforehand. Exactly. This is a setup between the production team and Su Chen. They'll stop at nothing to whitewash him. I don't believe it. A lunatic like Su Chen saving people? What a joke. Waiting for an insider leak. There's definitely shady stuff going on here. Bull. The lead surgeon instantly erupted in fury, shoving away the microphone thrust in his face. His eyes bloodshot, he roared. Who do you think you're insulting? I am Li Weigua, Director of Obstetrics and Gynecology at Imperial Capital Central Hospital. I stake my career and my integrity on this. Human lives are at stake. How could I possibly treat this matter lightly? His roar sent all the reporters reeling backward. A young nurse who had just emerged from the operating room couldn't bear to watch any longer. Her eyes reddened as she added loudly. Both the mother and baby are perfectly healthy. Textbook perfect condition. The baby is right now in the nursery, crying louder than anyone else. Don't you people have any conscience? The driver risked his life to save someone, and here you are spreading lies. Her words hit like a thunderclap, leaving the reporters staring at each other, speechless. Then, a female reporter cautiously raised her hand and asked. Director Lee, we didn't mean to imply anything. It's just, when you came out earlier, why did you look so grave? We all thought. Hearing this question, Li Weigua's anger gradually subsided. What replaced it was a deeper sense of shock and incomprehension. He let out a long sigh. Serious? That was shock. Utter incomprehension. Li Weigua's voice trembled. You have no idea the mother's condition was 100 times better than we ever imagined. The fetus was completely unharmed, its vital signs as steady as if it had slept soundly in its mother's womb. Given the urgency of the situation, if she'd arrived just 1 minute later or even endured a single jolt on the way, both mother and child could have suffered irreversible deterioration. Even, both lives could have been lost. At this point, his gaze swept sharply across the crowd. Li Weigua's voice carried an almost fanatical reverence. So, who was the hero driving? Who was it? This isn't just driving skill. It's an unprecedented miracle in medical history. It was him. He snatched 2 lives back from the jaws of death. Boom. This statement exploded like a bomb, simultaneously igniting both the scene and the internet. Holy. A medical miracle? Even the head of OB/GYN called it a miracle? Damn it. I was just calling Su Chen a murderer. My apologies, Su God. I was wrong. I'll kowtow to you. Where are all those haters and troll accounts screaming Su Chen killed 2 people? Where's your face? Don't you care anymore? Swollen like a pig's head, huh? At gentle mommy, you, come out here. Didn't you say the baby was definitely gone? Now the baby's perfectly healthy. What the hell do you know about pregnancy? I declare, from today onward, Su Chen is my one and only idol. Anyone who dares to bash him will have me on their ass. Netizens instantly switched sides, and the haters were lambasted so badly they deleted their comments and fled. The most vocal attackers, those sisters who had been the most aggressive, didn't dare show their faces. The comment section was flooded with Su God is amazing, Su God, I'm sorry, and I apologize for my earlier trash talk. Tianyu Media. Smack. Watching the live stream's surging popularity climb to #1 across all platforms, and the screen flooded with Su God, Sun Zong's eyes bulged with rage. He hurled the latest model of the fruit-branded phone against the wall, smashing it to pieces. Useless. A bunch of useless trash, he roared like a madman. Meanwhile, at the Professional Challenge 365 production team, Director Wang Gang, upon hearing the words mother and child are safe, felt all his strength drain away, collapsing into his chair. Then, an overwhelming surge of euphoria flooded his heart. He stared at the ratings data on the monitor, skyrocketing like a rocket and crushing all other top-tier variety shows. He grinned like a 300-pound child. We're trending. We're trending. Ha 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 ha. Quick. Contact the editors. Take Su Chen's drainpipe turn no. All his god-tier moves. Cut them into an explosive highlight reel. By trending topics. Release it across all platforms. Su Chen, he's not just a traffic magnet, he's a freaking money god. A living legend. Meanwhile, Su Chen, at the epicenter of the storm, leaned casually against the wall. The praise and gasp swirling around him stirred no emotion within him, he even felt like laughing. Medical miracle? Dude, this is called a system cheat. Got it? Sigh, netizens and doctors these days just don't know enough. The entire internet was worshipping his foresight and godlike driving skills, but only Su Chen himself knew the truth. He'd simply chosen option C and casually picked up a reward along the way. Just then, Master! A cry filled with boundless admiration and longing pierced the commotion at the hospital entrance. Everyone turned in shock. There stood Han Hai, the once arrogant rising star of the imperial capital racing scene, now riding a police motorcycle as he rushed forward in disarray. He slammed on the brakes, skidding to a halt. Without even steadying the bike, he stumbled towards Su Chen. Then, under the stunned gazes of everyone present, thud! The capital's legendary racer knelt heavily on both knees before Su Chen, prostrating himself in a five-pointed bow and frantically kowtowing. Master! Please take me as your disciple. I want to learn how to catch shrimp. Chapter 16, Master's Trial? I get it. The on-site reporters were collectively dumbfounded. The live stream audience went absolutely wild. Holy crap! Even a scriptwriter wouldn't dare write this. 1 second he's showing off, the next he's on his knees? This twist, my back almost snapped. Who said Su Chen was just grandstanding? Come out here. Look. A real pro driver just got knocked flat. Han Hai, sorry, I was a bit loud earlier. Amidst the storm, Su Chen calmly reached up to scratch his ear. He watched the guy bowing like a jackhammer before him, his brow slightly furrowed. Su Chen waved his hand lazily, his tone as dismissive as swatting a fly. No need for that. I'm just a ride-hailing driver trying my hand at other jobs part-time. What kind of apprentice am I supposed to take? Get up, the floor's cold. It's bad for your knees. The moment those words left his mouth, Han Hai's frantic head-butting motion froze abruptly. He froze in place, as if struck by lightning. It's over. Master despises me. Of course. How dare I have ever questioned the Master before? I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. A divine being like Master would never casually take on a disciple. But, could Master's words really be that simple? He completed the deadliest curve on Fusho Mountain in just 8 minutes. Han Hai chewed over Su Chen's words again and again. I'm just a DiDi driver. Wait a minute. Even someone as skilled as the Master is so low-key. Could it be? Is this a warning to me? That the true path lies hidden within the most ordinary, mundane streets? Yes. That must be it. The truly great hide in plain sight. I've been too flashy and restless before. If that's the case, then get up quickly. The ground is cold isn't as simple as it seems on the surface. My Master is enlightening me. The path of cultivation is lonely and cold. He's asking if I'm prepared to endure this solitude and chill. At this realization, Han Hai's eyes shone even brighter. Master. I understand. You think I'm slow-witted and insincere. Rest assured. From this day forward, I withdraw from the imperial capital racing world. I shall devote myself entirely to studying the way of DiDi. I, Han Hai, swear to recognize only you as my master for life. No matter how you test me, I shall never back down. Instead of rising, he bent his waist even lower, his forehead crashing down once more. Thud. 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 More forceful, more devout than before. Su Chen. Bro, what weird stuff did you just imagine? I just think you kneeling here is affecting the city's appearance. His complex expression like an old man glued to his phone on the subway had viewers in the livestream nearly bursting out laughing. Ha 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 ha. Su Chen, I didn't, stop making stuff up. Driver God, no, you totally are. Every word you say is a test. Su Chen, I'm just a DiDi driver. Car God, got it. That's called the truly great hide in plain sight. Masters are among the common folk. This is killing me. Su Chen is totally confused. He must be thinking, where did this little cutie come from? Please, Su Chen, stop pretending. Look what you've done to the kid. Just then, Lin Wanqing, who had been standing nearby, suddenly felt her phone vibrate. She answered the call, listened for a few moments, and her expression turned utterly priceless. It was a twisted expression of wanting to laugh but having to force herself to hold it in. After hanging up, she cleared her throat and addressed Su Chen's live stream camera, fighting back laughter as she adopted an official tone. Ahem, I just received an urgent notice from the Municipal Transportation Administration. The entire venue fell silent instantly. All cameras immediately focused on her. The Traffic Bureau? Calling at this hour? Could they be pursuing charges against Su Chen for reckless driving? The haters, paid to stir trouble, were making their last-ditch attack. Here it comes. The reckoning is here. Saving lives is one thing, breaking the law is another. Support the authorities in cracking down on this. Lin Wanqing took out her phone and read aloud, word for word. Regarding today's dangerous driving incident on Fusho Mountain Road, it has been verified that driver Mr. Su Chen took emergency evasive action to escort a pregnant woman in critical condition. His actions were justified and necessary. After deliberation, it has been decided that his series of violations including speeding, dangerous driving, and illegal lane changes will not be pursued. By this point, the crowd erupted in astonishment. The authorities actually decided not to pursue charges. That's some serious clout. However, Lin Wanqing paused briefly before delivering the final sentence in a more solemn tone. However, the Municipal Traffic Management Bureau hereby solemnly warns all citizens and drivers. Mr. Su Chen's actions are in no way replicable. Do not attempt high-risk maneuvers such as drainage channel turns lightly. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. The moment this announcement aired, the entire internet fell silent for a second. Then, earth-shattering laughter erupted. Ha 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 ha. Officially certified, do not attempt. Su Chen just pulled off the ultimate show-off move. Translation: you noobs won't get it, so don't go dying, it just makes our jobs harder. Dying laughing. This is the most outrageous official notice I've ever seen. History will remember this day. Traffic rules now have an unwritten exception. Su Chen is exempt. Traffic Bureau, we've never seen this kind of maneuver before, but it did save a life, so whatever. The screen flooded with hilarious comments as Su Chen's livestream viewership soared. Amidst this sea of joy, a breathless voice cut through the noise. Doctor! Doctor! Everyone turned to see a man in a plaid shirt, hair disheveled, rushing toward them, the husband of the pregnant woman. He reached Dr. Li Weiguo, his face deathly pale, voice trembling uncontrollably. Doctor! How are my wife and baby? Li Weiguo patted his shoulder, his face breaking into a reassuring smile. Don't worry. Both mother and child are safe. Your wife gave birth to a healthy, chubby boy weighing 7 pounds 6 ounces. He's as healthy as can be. His cries are louder than anyone else's. Hearing this, the man's tense body instantly went limp. Tears welled up in his eyes and spilled over, and he began to cry. They were tears of overwhelming joy. He bowed repeatedly to Li Weiguo and Su Chen beside him. Thank you. Thank you both. You are our family's greatest benefactors. Su Chen waved his hand, signaling that such formalities weren't necessary. Yet, after the initial surge of emotion, the man froze as if suddenly remembering something. He blinked, then cautiously asked again. Doctor, what did you just say? Li Weiguo smiled and repeated, a big, chubby baby boy. Congratulations on becoming a father. The smile froze on the man's face. The next second, the color drained from his face at a visible pace, his expression collapsing instantly. A wail of despair erupted from his throat. It's a son? It's over. Everything's ruined. The cost of housing in the capital. School district properties. Tutoring classes. Extracurricular activities. The dowry for marrying a wife. My life. My life is completely ruined. This sudden, dramatic wail shattered the previously touching and reverent atmosphere in an instant. Someone couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Soon, everyone was laughing uncontrollably. Reporters struggled to steady their cameras, Lin Wanqing shook with laughter, and even the esteemed director Li couldn't help but turn away, stifling his amusement. The live stream chat exploded with a wave of relatable hilarity. Ha 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 ha. Too real. Trigger warning. Congrats, bro. You just earned lifetime VIP status at China Construction Bank. 1 second, life's greatest joy. Next second, life's deepest sorrow. Brother's expression perfectly illustrates that a smile never disappears, it just moves elsewhere. Su Chen saved 2 lives, and incidentally ended one man's joyful existence. Amidst laughter and joy, this heart-stopping race against time drew to a close. At that very moment, Lin Wanqing quietly tugged at Su Chen's sleeve. To a corner. Chapter 17, $100,000 Reward, Public Safety Awareness Video. This scene was precisely captured by Su Chen's live stream camera. The viewers in the live stream room, who had just been sympathizing with the guy who got lucky with a CCB VIP account, instantly sensed the scent of gossip. Their curiosity exploded. A secluded corner. A man and a woman alone. What is Officer Lin up to? Could it be post-battle chemistry starting to bubble up? I'll bet 50 cents worth of spicy strips that Officer Lin is about to slip Su Chen a note asking him out to a movie tonight. The above commenter's thinking is too narrow. In my opinion, saving a life is even more commendable than catching a wanted criminal. Officer Lin is here to officially present Su Chen with a commendation banner and then offer herself to him. Everyone, stop with the wild theories. I bet it's just a private thank you. The comments rolled wildly, with endless speculations popping up. In the corner, Lin Wanqing glanced at the still-running live-stream camera, looking slightly embarrassed. She lowered her voice. Mr. Su, regarding your assistance in apprehending Class A fugitive Black Widow Li Shui, we've completed the internal procedures. Su Chen froze upon hearing this. Procedures? What procedures? Could this be a case of settling scores later? His heart skipped a beat, and he instantly grew wary. Although he had saved someone with his god-tier driving skills, and the authorities had issued a do not imitate advisory, effectively sparing him from liability. But dumping a fugitive in a graveyard and then calling the cops to report his own accidental death, that move looked suspiciously provocative. The system hadn't granted him a get-out-of-jail-free card. Seeing Su Chen instantly switch to defensive mode, his face plastered with a don't-come-near-me look of wariness. Lin Wanqing froze for a moment before realizing something, unable to suppress a giggle. That laugh melted like an iceberg, bringing warmth and blossoms. The live stream viewers were utterly stunned. Holy crap! I'm in love. Who knew the Ice Queen cop could smile so beautifully? Don't be nervous, it's a good thing. Lin Wanqing explained, suppressing her amusement. According to the public reward program regulations, due to your significant assistance, you've successfully helped us apprehend an A-level fugitive. After deliberation by higher authorities, the reward amount granted to you is. She paused deliberately, building suspense. The reward is 100,000 yuan. 100,000? Su Chen's eyes lit up instantly. His breathing instantly quickened. Though compared to his 30 million debt, 100,000 was but a drop in the bucket. But for someone as penniless as he was now, it felt like a windfall from heaven. In that moment, the look in his eyes as he gazed at Lin Wanqing changed completely. This wasn't some ice queen cop at all. She was clearly a money-bringing angel with wings and a halo. Officer Lin, do you think I could report a few more people? Su Chen's mind was already spinning with calculations. And this dramatic turn of events sent the livestream chat exploding. Me. Did I hear that right? 100 grand? In Dragon Country currency? Holy. Drive a ride-hailing service, pick up a wanted criminal, and pocket 100 grand? This is faster than robbing a bank. Regular driver, bro, could you give me a 5-star rating? Su Chen, officer, this is a 100,000 yuan wanted criminal. Please settle the fare. Su Chen, making money? Nothing to be ashamed of. Holy crap, I'm quitting my job tomorrow to drive for DiDi. Can someone assign me a wanted criminal ride? I don't need 100k, 50k will do. This outrageous fortune has finally come to our Su Chen. So satisfying. Lin Wanqing watched Su Chen's greedy, wide-eyed expression and suppressed a laugh as she added. However, the disbursement process is quite strict. You'll need to accompany me back to the bureau to fill out a detailed statement as procedural documentation. No problem. Su Chen nodded vigorously, his chest thumping as he pounded it. Forget the statement, I'd even reenact the whole arrest right here on the spot if you asked. He was terrified the 10 grand might slip through his fingers, so his attitude was nothing short of enthusiastic. And so, Su Chen drove his second-hand DZ. Following Lin Wanqing's police car, speeding toward the municipal bureau. Seeing the story had more to unfold, the live stream's audience didn't wane, their enthusiasm surged to terrifying heights. Municipal Police Headquarters, interrogation room. Surrounded by the solemn atmosphere, Su Chen pointed at his phone camera and whispered to Lin Wanqing, Officer Lin, is this okay to stream? Typically, filming inside police stations, especially in places like the interrogation room, was strictly prohibited. But Lin Wanqing considered the situation. It was after hours, the area was largely empty, the interview content contained no classified information, and most crucially, Su Chen had just performed a major service, a model example of police-civilian cooperation. Allowing him to stream could actually generate positive publicity. So she nodded. Alright, but only film our side. Don't capture anything else. With permission granted, Su Chen resumed his livestream. Meanwhile, at the Imperial City Public Security Bureau, the atmosphere in a spacious conference room felt tense. A group of gray-haired police experts with commanding presence sat gathered around. Each was a heavyweight in China's criminal investigation and criminal psychology circles, figures whose mere presence could send shockwaves through the field. Yet now, they sat collectively frowning, staring helplessly at the words National Public Safety Awareness video projected on the screen. They were searching for material for a public safety awareness video slated for nationwide distribution. No good. These cases are all too cliched. Professor Wang Dong, the renowned criminal psychologist leading the group. He pushed his reading glasses up his nose, his voice thick with disappointment. Everyone, speak up. The higher-ups are placing great importance on this National Public Safety Awareness video. The cases must be novel. They must be representative. They must have strong practical guidance value. No more empty slogans like run if bad guys come or call the police if trouble arises. We need to truly teach the public how to protect themselves when facing sudden danger. Sun Pei, another criminal investigation expert, chimed in. Exactly. We've combed through years of case files, but most examples are either too graphic for public broadcasters, so cliched the public has heard them a million times they fail to deliver any real warning effect. What we need is impactful, innovative material that truly captures the attention and sticks in the minds of all citizens, especially young people. The experts nodded in agreement, yet none could propose a truly eye-opening case. The entire meeting had reached an impasse. Just then, Officer Lu, the young police officer who had taken Su Chen's emergency call earlier, entered carrying a kettle. Overhearing the expert's frustration, she instinctively stopped in her tracks. A police report? Impactful? Innovative? Something young people would actually watch? The next second. In Xiaolu's mind, the absurd emergency call from earlier today, the one that shattered her worldview, unwittingly surfaced. And that man spouting nonsense with a straight face during the livestream. Yu syndrome emergency call. Does this count as a typical case? Probably not. It's too ridiculous. But what if? Forget it. Better not say anything. If I get criticized by these experts, this lowly cop couldn't handle it. Just as she was about to slip away quietly, Wang Dong, the head of the group, sighed helplessly. Comrades, if this keeps up, we'll end up submitting a blank report. The higher-ups are pressing us hard. This promotional video concerns the safety awareness of millions of ordinary people. But we've combed through every single case file and can't find a single case that's both novel and educational. Hearing this, Xiao Lu's inner turmoil reached its peak. Although Su Chen's method seemed highly unreliable, the result was undeniable: they had captured an A-level fugitive. Wasn't this exactly the unexpected breakthrough the experts were seeking? Should he speak up? Chapter 18, Does this internet celebrity even deserve to be a scammer? After much hesitation, Xiao Lu finally gathered his courage and timidly raised his hand. Experts, I might have a case here, but I'm not sure if it's suitable. Wang Dong's eyes lit up, as if he'd spotted a lifeline. Oh? Go ahead, Xiao Lu. Pooling our wisdom. Now is precisely when we need fresh perspectives. The other experts turned their expectant gazes toward him. Under the intense scrutiny of so many heavyweights, Xiao Lu's cheeks flushed slightly, but he mustered his courage and whispered. It's about that thing that went viral online today. That has been top star Su Chen, who was live streaming while driving for a ride-hailing service, called the police claiming he'd lost his mind and dumped a female passenger at Fushiyuan Cemetery, then reported it. At this point, she glanced at the expressions of the bigwigs and her voice grew even quieter. But it turned out to be a lucky break. They discovered that passenger was actually the A-level fugitive Black Widow Li Shui. Before she could finish, criminal investigation expert Sun Pei burst out laughing on the spot. Lu, stop joking around. He removed his glasses and began meticulously wiping them with a cloth, not even lifting his eyelids. We're discussing a serious cautionary educational film here, not watching some internet clown's sensationalist stunt. What practical guidance could such baseless, truth-twisting hyperclicks possibly offer? It's pure luck. Are we supposed to teach the entire nation to feign insanity and stage accidents at cemeteries whenever trouble arises? In his view, using this trash as a case study? Wasn't that just trashing the reputation of their expert panel? Another expert immediately nodded in agreement, his face twisted with contempt. Exactly. I saw that viral news clip, utter nonsense. Some actor desperate for a comeback would resort to any trashy script. Including that nonsense in an official promotional video is an insult to our professionalism and an insult to the intelligence of the entire national audience. Young people today, for the sake of becoming internet celebrities and chasing views, truly have no boundaries. This is a desecration of our work. Young comrade, never bring such online trash into serious settings again. It wastes everyone's time. Xiao Lu was scolded until her face turned bright red, so upset she nearly burst into tears. She wished the ground would swallow her whole. I shouldn't have said anything. If only I hadn't said anything. These experts really look down on all that messy stuff online. How naive of me. Just as Xiao Lu was about to apologize and leave, an elderly expert who'd remained silent in the corner suddenly spoke up. Hold on. Xian Liming pushed his glasses up and said slowly, Old Wang, old son, I think we might as well take a look. The conference room fell instantly silent. Xian Liming is an absolute authority in the field of traceology, and his words carry significant weight. We constantly complain that we don't understand today's youth, criticizing their wild imaginations and perceived lack of communication. But have we ever truly set aside our preconceptions to understand the world through their eyes? Xian Liming's voice was calm, yet every word carried weight. Since this case has sparked such significant public attention, it must hold valuable lessons worth studying. Even if it serves as a cautionary tale, it's better than us working in isolation here. Sun Pei retorted defiantly, Mr. Qian, are you suggesting we treat entertainment gossip as academic research? That Su Chen is just a washed-up celebrity who'll resort to anything to make a comeback. You don't seriously believe his Yu syndrome nonsense, do you? Xian Liming smiled faintly. Senior son, how do you know it's nonsense? In criminal investigation, we must avoid preconceived notions above all else. Facts speak louder than words. If we refuse to even look, how are we any different from those netizens who just parrot others' opinions? Xian Liming's words stunned Sun Pei and the others, who had been seething with indignation moments before. Wang Dong, the leader, pondered for a moment before waving his hand to call back Xiao Lu, who was about to slip away. Hey, old Qian has spoken. We can't let our biases cut off the flow of information. Old Wang looked at Xiao Lu and offered an encouraging smile. Xiao Lu, don't be afraid. Since you brought it up, you must have your reasons. Just give us a brief explanation. We're all ears. He didn't really hold out much hope, but he did it purely out of respect for old Qian and to encourage the young man. What depth could there possibly be in the hype surrounding an internet celebrity? Encouraged, Xiao Lu took a deep breath and began his detailed account. Here's what happened. This afternoon, I received a distress call from Su Chen. He was crying bitterly on the phone, saying he'd been PUA'd by a female passenger until he was depressed. He also said he felt dizzy and anxious, suspecting he'd been UU'd. At this point, several experts couldn't help but roll their eyes. What UU syndrome? It was clearly just a ploy to attract attention. Xiao Lu continued. When I asked him where the female passenger was, he innocently replied that he'd already taken her to Fushiyuan Cemetery on the outskirts of town to cool off and reflect. We all thought he was crazy. What kind of person abandons a passenger at a cemetery? But Xiao Lu paused, his tone growing agitated. But after Captain Lin reviewed the live stream footage, he discovered that female passenger looked exactly like Li Shui, the Black Widow on the A-level most wanted list. We immediately dispatched officers and indeed apprehended her at Fushiyuan. Not only that, but we followed the trail and rounded up her accomplices too. This was a major case that had stumped us for months. The experts, who had been wearing expressions of disdain moments before, now began to look distinctly uncomfortable. Later, based on the surveillance footage, the criminal investigation team deduced that Su Chen had deliberately used Jade syndrome to report the incident. His goal was to avoid alerting the criminals while still attracting police attention. Nonsense! Sun Pei's brow furrowed into a knot as he was the first to break the silence. When did that Lin girl start treating things so lightly? To actually speculate that a coincidence was Su Chen's deliberate act. That's not how criminal investigation works. Ever since she became captain, her thinking has become completely unscrupulous. Xian Limin didn't argue. He chuckled. Interesting. She reported her own Jade syndrome and ended up catching an A-level fugitive? This person is no ordinary criminal. Senior Qian. Please don't joke about this. Sun Pei stood up to protest. A 20-something actor, a washed-up star at that, how could he possibly possess such meticulous planning and unshakable composure under pressure? Facing a Class F fugitive, not only did he show no fear, but he also flawlessly performed a play under the live camera, deceiving everyone, and ultimately successfully guided us police to make the arrest? That defies criminal psychology. It defies logic. It must be a coincidence. It's all that Lin girl forcing her own interpretation. Sun Pei's words echoed the sentiments of most experts present. It's too far-fetched. Even the boldest screenwriter wouldn't dare write such a script. The conference room fell suddenly silent. At that very moment. Municipal Bureau, interrogation room. Su Chen sneezed. Ha? Who's thinking about me? Lin Wanqing glanced at Su Chen and turned up the AC temperature. Let's continue. Su Chen cooperated fully with Lin Wanqing's work. 100,000 yuan. Though it was still a far cry from the 30 million debt, this was the first fortune he'd earned since his transmigration. Feels great. This money came way too easily. I'll have to look into it later. Are there any other fugitives out there? Preferably ones with even higher bounties. This ride-hailing gig was definitely the right choice. Inside the conference room, facing Sun Pei's questioning, Wang Dong's square face wore an expression of unprecedented seriousness. He didn't argue back, just tapped the table heavily with his fingers. Whether it's coincidence or not, we'll find out soon enough. Lu. Project Su Chen's live footage onto the big screen, every second of it, from the moment he picked up that female passenger until the final arrest. I want to see for myself whether this young man is just a clown seeking attention, or... Chapter 19, Su Chen, the counter-surveillance master. Xiao Lu retrieved Su Chen's live stream footage and projected it onto the conference room's large screen. The footage began playing. On screen, inside Su Chen's second-hand DZ car, a fairy-like female passenger was bossing him around, making endless unreasonable demands. Meanwhile, Su Chen wore a look of quiet resignation, his eyes downcast throughout, meekly enduring her harassment. Poof. Sun Pei snorted derisively, making no effort to hide his contempt. What kind of case is this? A ride-hailing driver getting cursed out? Or some actor desperate for fame? He pointed at Su Chen's whipping boy face on the screen and addressed the crowd. Look at him playing the innocent victim, feigning patience while getting yelled at. He's just fishing for sympathy in his livestream to scam some tips. Young people today will do anything for views. Disgusting. A chorus of agreement filled the conference room, many experts wearing expressions of disappointment. This footage was indeed unfit for public consumption. But just then. Hold it. Chen Limin slammed his hand on the table. The sound wasn't loud, yet it instantly silenced the entire room. Everyone froze, bewildered as to why the trace evidence expert was so agitated. Chen Limin stared intently at the paused footage. It showed Su Chen observing Li Shui through the rearview mirror. That look, something was off. You all think he's putting on a show, right? Xian Limin spoke slowly, his voice low and forceful. Then let's shift our perspective and work backward from the outcome. He enunciated each word deliberately. Suppose he recognized this woman as Class A fugitive Li Shui from the very beginning. Then what do all his subsequent actions signify? The experts present froze in stunned silence. Sun Pei retorted defiantly, Senior Qian, aren't you overinterpreting this? How could a DiDi driver possibly recognize an A-level fugitive? Overinterpretation? Old Qian sneered coldly. Look. He pointed at the screen, his voice trembling with excitement. After accepting the order, he appeared to be restraining himself, but his gaze swept precisely across Li Shui's earlobe and neck at least 3 times through the rearview mirror. The wanted notice explicitly mentioned that Li Shui has a tiny red mole behind her ear. Qian Limin enlarged the video frame, now observe his micro-expression changes. At the 3-minute mark, his brow furrowed for 0.5 seconds. At the 7-minute mark, his pupils visibly contracted. These are the most classic reactions of feature comparison and identity confirmation. I can conclusively state that by the 7th minute at the latest, he had confirmed Li Shue's identity with absolute certainty. The air in the conference room seemed to freeze. Experts who had been whispering among themselves now crowded around the screen, repeatedly scrolling through the footage. It was true. Beneath those seemingly aggrieved expressions, Su Chen's gaze held an unusual intensity. Wang Dong murmured to himself, he wasn't just venting his frustration. He's conducting final identity verification. Sun Pei's face began to turn pale. If that's really the case. Wang Dong's expression shifted abruptly. He pushed his glasses up, and for the first time, the eyes behind the lenses shed their usual disdain, growing intensely serious. Keep playing. Quickly. The scene shifted to the park, where Li Shue began acting recklessly, throwing every possible obstacle in their path. Sun Pei clung to this like a lifeline, muttering defiantly under his breath, this can't be fake too, right? This is clearly being harassed. Superficial. This time, the rebuke came from Professor Wang Dong, the psychology expert. Wang Dong slammed his fist on the table, spittle flying. He's not enduring. He's conducting a stress test. A fugitive burdened by murder charges, constantly on the run, his psychological state must be anxious, suspicious, and intensely antisocial. By continuously fulfilling the other party's unreasonable demands, Su Chen appears to be passively enduring, but he is actually actively testing the other's psychological defenses. He's confirming that unique psychological trait of a fugitive criminal in this woman. Each time he met an unreasonable demand, it was a precise probe into her psychological limits. This is textbook-level psychological profiling in action, comrades. Whoa! A chorus of gasps echoed through the conference room. So, that's how it could be interpreted? Cut to the next scene. Under Li Shue's relentless provocation, Su Chen finally snapped. He slammed the gas pedal, and the second-hand DZ roared with reluctance as it sped toward the suburban road. The video showed the car speeding wildly, the camera shaking violently. This time, Wang Dong's face paled. He gasped, this driving skill. This isn't something an ordinary ride-hailing driver could pull off. He pointed at the screen again, his voice rising. Did you all see that? Why did he choose this road? Because this road is remote, narrow, and most crucially, has no junctions. He's stripping the criminal of every possible escape route. The extreme speed and weightlessness he creates through his driving impose unparalleled psychological pressure on the criminal within this confined space. He aims to completely shatter Li Shue's mental defenses. This isn't reckless driving. It's the mobile cage tactic. And look at his gaze. Qian Limin added. At every turn, he's checking the rearview mirror. He's not even watching the road. That's textbook anti-tracking driving technique. He's confirming whether Li Shue has accomplices tailing us. The experts watched in stunned silence, their mouths gaping wide enough to swallow an egg. The earlier voices of scorn and ridicule had vanished completely. Sun Pei's face had turned from pale to ashen. Staring at the screen, where the young man wore a look of cynical indifference, cold sweat trickled down his temples. This really isn't a coincidence? His own voice sounded uncertain even to his ears. At the end of the video, Su Chen slammed on the brakes, bringing the terrified Li Shue to a smooth halt at the entrance of Fujiwara Cemetery. Everyone! Look at the location! Wang Dong leapt to his feet as if he'd discovered a new continent. Why Fujiwara Cemetery? Why here of all places? The others looked at him in confusion. Pointing at the map, Wang Dong explained excitedly, this place is remote, with only one access road perfect for a blockade. It severely limits the criminals' escape routes. Plus, Fujiwara is a well-known landmark, making it easy for us to pinpoint the location. He's not just driving recklessly, this area has wide open visibility with almost nowhere to hide. Once the police close in, she won't be able to escape. He's not playing a prank. He's selecting the most ideal location for our police to make the arrest. These words sent shockwaves through the entire room. When the experts reviewed the footage again, their expressions had completely changed. This wasn't some live-streamed stunt. This was clearly a meticulously planned citizen-assisted arrest operation, a textbook example. Just then, the video reached its conclusion. On screen, Su Chen pulled out his phone and dialed 110 to report the crime. Then, in a voice so aggrieved it sounded like he was about to cry, he shouted into the receiver. Hello? Police officer? I need to report a crime. I've been messed with by a passenger. The experts who had previously found him comical collectively gasped in horror, their hair standing on end. The conference room fell deathly silent. Everyone held their breath, their minds consumed by a single thought. This was definitely not an ordinary emergency call. That seemingly nonsensical phrase, "Yuyulu," must contain some deeper meaning they couldn't comprehend. What could it be? Chapter 20, this is textbook psychological warfare. Put. Sun Pei, who had been silenced earlier, suppressed a chuckle and spoke in a sarcastic tone. Everyone, stop overanalyzing. I think we're just overthinking this. Everything that happened earlier was just coincidence. This is his true colors. He dragged out his words, dripping with sarcasm. I say he's nothing but a clown trying to grab attention. The moment these words left his mouth, the already awkward atmosphere in the conference room thickened instantly. However, just as Sun Pei prepared to press his advantage and completely discredit Su Chen. Crack. A sharp, resounding crack. Wang Dong slammed his hand on his thigh, leaping to his feet in sheer excitement. Far from feeling awkward, his eyes gleamed with excitement and a fervent flush spread across his face. Brilliant. This is pure genius. A stroke of genius that turns rotten wood into a masterpiece. Pointing at Su Chen's pouty face on the screen, Wang Dong's voice trembled slightly with excitement. Don't you get it? Do you really think this is a joke call? Wrong. Dead wrong. This is clearly the highest level security declaration sent to us police. A tactical smokescreen powerful enough to turn the tide. The room fell silent at his words. Security statement? Tactical smoke grenade? What the hell does this have to do with you? Sun Pei snorted derisively. He thought Wang Dong had completely lost his mind, spouting nonsense here just to save face. Old Wang, explain this to us. What exactly does this final Lu mean? The other experts also turned to look at Wang Dong. Indeed, what hidden mystery lay within that they couldn't comprehend? Facing the crowd's confused yet expectant gazes, Wang Dong took a deep breath and slowly extended one finger. First, why didn't he say anything else? Why did he specifically say he UU'd? Everyone, what comes to mind when you hear UUU? The experts present exchanged bewildered glances. What profound meaning could a viral internet slang possibly hold? Just then, Zhan Limin, the trace evidence expert who had remained silent, seemed struck by lightning. His entire body jerked violently. He remembered his precious granddaughter, who played with all sorts of homophones at home, like Xuan Q and Bobby Q. A bold thought surged through his mind. Could it be? Xian Liming's voice carried a hint of uncertainty. Wang Dong gave him an approving look, nodded emphatically, and declared with unwavering conviction. Exactly. You, as in prison. Think about it, everyone. Why would a grown man use such seemingly childish internet slang in such an urgent situation? On the surface, it tells the operator, I, Su Chen, an ordinary citizen, am currently in an extremely unstable mental state and may act recklessly at any moment. In reality, he was conveying a critically important message to us, the police. Wang Dong's voice grew increasingly agitated. I have contained the criminal within a specific area, but I myself may be in danger. Please send backup immediately. Boom. A collective gasp erupted in the conference room. Holy crap. Using a pun as a code word to alert the police. How does one even think like that? So clever. This move is pure genius. How twisted does one's thought process have to be? How meticulously planned. Even Sun Pei, who had despised him the most, was utterly dumbfounded. The scorn on his face froze solid, his mouth slightly agape, unable to utter a single word. Second. Wang Dong gave the others no chance to catch their breath, holding up a second finger. What is a tactical smokescreen? Think about it. If he just yelled, I have an A-level fugitive in my car over the phone, what would the consequences have been? The question struck each person like a heavy hammer, pounding relentlessly into their hearts. Yes, what would the consequences be? Given Li Shui's desperate, ruthless nature, he would inevitably snap violently on the spot, either killing to silence witnesses or taking Su Chen hostage for a final desperate gamble. Seeing the pallor wash over their faces, Wang Dong knew they had all grasped the truth. He continued. By reporting the incident with that seemingly absurd excuse of Yu, Su Chen perfectly concealed his true intentions. It made Li Shui believe, from start to finish, that Su Chen was nothing more than an emotionally unstable driver driven to the brink by anger. Xian Limin nodded, adding excitedly. Exactly. Young people today really do love conveying messages this way. And the term Yuli itself carries strong online connotations and youthful characteristics. It perfectly fits his disguise as a ride-hailing streamer. This is called a closed-loop persona. Seamless, absolutely seamless. Third, and most crucially, the aspect that truly blew my mind. Wang Dong's voice rose, his whole being seemed to glow. He transformed an extremely dangerous police report into a comical farce, yet through this, cleverly avoided alerting the target, allowing us police to intervene in the most unexpected way possible. Think about it, everyone. When our officers arrived at the scene, what would Li Shui have thought? She'd just assume some crazy driver called some crazy cop, never suspect her cover was blown. What is this? This is the ultimate psychological deception of a criminal. A dimensional strike. Psychological manipulation. This isn't mere cleverness anymore, comrades. This is textbook-level psychological tactics in action. After hearing Wang Dong's step-by-step analysis, the entire conference room erupted in excitement. Whoa, so that's how it is. Holy crap, I actually thought it was ridiculous earlier. I'm blind as a bat. Using the most outrageous rhetoric to execute top-tier tactics. What the hell kind of god-tier move is this? This isn't some internet celebrity streamer, this is clearly a top-tier counter-surveillance expert. Sunpei, who had been eager to see him fail, now felt his face flush crimson, wishing he could vanish into a crack in the ground. Staring at Su Chen's wronged expression on the screen, he felt utterly baffled, as if witnessing a deity. Damn it, was I blind just now? This was clearly playing dumb to catch the tiger. At the conference room door, Liu, the operator eavesdropping from the shadows, was so thrilled his face flushed crimson, eyes sparkling with admiration. Holy crap! I actually witnessed the crowning moment of Su Chen's legendary battle with my own ears. She clenched her little fists tightly, silently vowing to herself. From now on, whenever I receive any absurd emergency call, I must first conduct an in-depth analysis using Sugoddess's method. Never again would she let slip any opportunity earned by the people. Inside the conference room. By this point in the analysis, all doubts had vanished. Wang Dong surveyed the room, his eyes gleaming as he declared with conviction. Everyone, do we still need to find any promotional video footage? None at all. Mr. Su Chen's arrest from identifying the suspect, to psychological probing, route selection, extreme pressure tactics, and finally that miraculous method of alerting authorities. It was a living, breathing, perfect manual on citizen counter-surveillance and self-protection. I move that we immediately establish a task force to conduct a pixel-by-pixel analysis of Mr. Su Chen's case. We will produce a training film to disseminate and promote this case study throughout the national public security system and to the general public. Agreed. Seconded. No objections. Unanimous approval. Must pass. The value is immense. Sunpei's face flushed, but he raised his hand nonetheless. I concur. I was blind earlier. Mr. Su Chen's execution was nothing short of god tier. Inside the conference room, a group of old-school scholars and experts launched into an unprecedented academic frenzy over the phrase Su Chen pulled off a miracle. Each looked as though they'd discovered a new continent, their faces glowing with excitement. At that very moment, Su Studies was quietly born. Meanwhile, in the interrogation room just one wall away from the conference room, Su Chen had just signed his name on the final page of the transcript. He stretched lazily and let out a huge yawn. Phew. Finally done. 100 grand in the bag. I'm treating myself tonight. Little did he know that the big shots next door had already imagined him as an infallible, unfathomable modern-day dragon of the Hidden Valley. All he felt was that today had been another splendid day. He took down a weirdo and pocketed 100 grand for free. This live streaming, it's so satisfying. Chapter 21, The Experts' Collective Pilgrimage. Su Chen had just signed the statement, stretched lazily, and was happily planning how to spend the 100,000 yuan reward. Suddenly, a series of excited shouts erupted from the conference room next door. Brilliant! This is pure genius. No! This is textbook-level psychological tactics. I get it. I finally get it. That's what it meant all along. Su Chen raised an eyebrow and muttered under his breath. This intense? They can't be arguing over whether sweet or savory rice dumplings are better, can they? The live stream audience burst out laughing instantly. Ha ha ha, what the hell kind of sweet versus savory rice dumpling debate is this? Only you, God Su, could come up with something like this. The streamer's perspective is so broad. What if it's actually the sweet versus savory tofu pudding factions fighting? Am I the only one curious about what they're shouting? What textbook? Lin Wanqing, standing nearby, heard Su Chen's sarcastic remark and her tense, pretty face relaxed. She explained softly, they're all top-tier criminal investigators invited from across the country by the Bureau. They've been racking their brains for days over the case for the latest citizen safety awareness video. At this, Lin Wanqing herself exhaled in relief, a hint of satisfaction flickering across her face. Judging by the commotion, they must have finally found a suitable case study and solved their big problem. Lin Wanqing mused to herself. This time, the higher-ups had set exceptionally high standards. They demanded a completely new, impactful promotional case with real-world guidance value, nothing like the superficial, empty formulaic examples of the past. This had thoroughly stumped the team of top-tier experts. Now that it was finally resolved, she felt genuinely happy for them. But what kind of earth-shattering case could possibly excite these seasoned experts, who'd seen it all, to such a degree? A wave of intense curiosity washed over Lin Wanqing. In the livestream chat, the trolls who had just been silenced by righteous netizens resurfaced. LOL, still trying to piggyback here? Haven't you heard? The police luminaries are discussing serious matters. Exactly. Su Chen is just a sensationalist internet celebrity. Does he even deserve to be mentioned in the same breath? Stop trying to make yourself look important. They're discussing national affairs. What the hell are you, Su Chen? Just take your money and get lost. Disperse, disperse. The statement's done, the buzz has been milked. Time for the streamer to log off and head to the club with the young models. Just as the haters were ramping up the hate, Su Chen and Lin Wanqing opened the interrogation room door. Bang! The door to the adjacent conference room swung open. Led by Wang Dong and Xian Limin, a group of white-haired senior experts emerged, faces flushed and steps hurried. In the hallway, the two groups collided. Wang Dong and the others came to an abrupt halt. They saw Lin Wanqing and then they saw Su Chen beside her. In an instant, every expert's gaze locked onto Su Chen. Their gazes were like those of people who had just spotted a priceless treasure. Lin Wanqing recognized the visitors and instantly paled, snapping to attention. Professor Wang. Professor Qian. What brings you here? Weren't they supposed to be researching cases? Why were they all here together? Su Chen was startled by the commotion. His heart skipped a beat. What the hell? What's going on? What were these old men up to? Why were their eyes burning so fiercely? Could this be some new kind of scam gang? Seeing I just won 100,000 in prize money, they want to gang up and extort me? At this thought, Su Chen instinctively took half a step back, raising his hand slightly into a defensive stance. This scene, captured by the live stream camera, was broadcast clearly across the entire internet. The live stream chat exploded instantly. Holy crap! Holy crap! What's going on? Those old experts are giving Su Chen some seriously weird looks. Oh no, oh no! Su Chen's bluff got called by the real deal. This is gonna be a riot. I told you so. Making false reports never ends well. Look, payback's here. Several trolls, feeling victorious, immediately jumped in to pile on. Ha 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 ha. Gotcha. With real experts here, you attention-seeking influencer better get down on your knees and apologize. They're definitely here to hold him accountable for recklessly reporting an incident and disrupting public order. Love seeing this. So satisfying. But what happened next made everyone's jaws drop. Wang Dong lunged forward in a single stride, completely ignoring Lin Wanqing standing at attention beside him. He grabbed Su Chen's hand, both of his own hands trembling slightly. His face flushed an unnatural crimson, his voice trembling with emotion as if reunited with a long-lost relative. Mr. Su! I finally get to meet you in person. You're a god. Truly a god. Su Chen? Lin Wanqing? Online audience? Xian Limin followed closely behind and joined the crowd, adjusting his reading glasses. With eyes like he was examining a priceless treasure, he scrutinized Su Chen from head to toe and back again, murmuring in awe. The youth are formidable indeed, truly formidable. Yu sounds like Yu prison, a clever pun to signal the police. A masterstroke of deception, a brilliant diversion. Such ingenuity, such meticulous planning. In my 50 years studying forensic evidence, I've never heard of or seen anything like this. I'm truly impressed. Deeply impressed. Other experts gathered around, chattering excitedly. Mr. Su, your mobile prison cell tactic is textbook level. You've taken counter-surveillance and environmental psychology to the extreme. And that stress response test. How did you conceive of satisfying every unreasonable demand to probe the criminal's psychological limits? Brilliant. A textbook example of reverse psychological manipulation. Mr. Su, before you shouted Yu, that seemingly casual twitch of your lips, was that a micro-expression of contempt, or were you signaling to us that the target had lost all will to resist? Exactly. We debated that expression for half an hour just now. The entire hallway had transformed into a massive fan meet and greet. Meanwhile, the protagonist, Su Chen, was utterly bewildered. He stared blankly at the group of old men surrounding him, their faces glowing with fervor, his brain having completely shut down. Who can tell me what the hell just happened? Mobile cage? Stress test? Tactical smoke grenade? What the hell is this nonsense? Wasn't I just driving someone home? I only wanted to dump that weird little fairy in the graveyard to cool off. I called the cops because I was genuinely about to lose it. What the hell are you guys talking about? Su Chen blinked, asking tentatively. Teachers, did you get the wrong person? I'm just a DiDi driver. Modesty. That's the modesty of a true master. Wang Dong's hands trembled with excitement. Mr. Su, you're too humble. The truly great hide in plain sight, that's how masters operate. Xian Limin nodded vigorously in agreement. Exactly. The greater the master, the more low-key they are. Look, he's still pretending with us. That level of composure, that depth of calculation, this old man is utterly in awe. Su Chen? I'm not pretending. I'm really just an ordinary person. The live stream exploded. Holy crap! What the hell is going on? A whole team of experts on a pilgrimage? What the hell kind of fairy tale is this? Where'd all those haters go? Feeling embarrassed? The haters vanished en masse, probably too embarrassed to crawl back under their rocks. Su is amazing. Even the experts are won over. Those haters who were mocking him moments ago are now speechless. Their faces were slapped hard. Lin Wanqing stared at the scene before her, completely dumbfounded. These were top-tier experts in the country. The big shots who even the director had to make appointments to see. And now they were swarming around Su Chen like starstruck fans? What on earth was going on? Chapter 22, are these old guys really national treasure level experts? After a moment of stunned silence in the livestream, the experts' fervent pilgrimage sparked a flood of skeptical voices. Acting. Keep acting. Where did these old guys come from? Their acting is way too over the top. This is hilarious. How much did Su Chen shell out to hire these stooges to whitewash his image? Professors? Put. Disperse already. The script is way too obvious. They even got the police station to act? How powerful is Su Chen's backing? Exactly. What experts or professors? Looks like a bunch of old guys acting. The haters flooded the comments section. Some bystanders began to waver too. This spectacle was just too absurd. A group of venerable-looking senior experts actually fawning over a has-been celebrity with a mountain of scandals like starstruck fans? What else could this be but a staged performance? As the skepticism grew louder, a user named Criminal Investigation Graduate Student posted a comment. Holy crap! Do you even know who these people are? Wang Dong, Vice President of the Chinese Psychological Society. Xian Limin, the godfather of forensic trace evidence. Sun Pei, the authority on criminal psychology. They're all textbook-level legends. Immediately, more students began explaining. I study at the People's Public Security University. Professor Wang Dong's classes are always packed. Professor Qian is the founding father of our field. Put. You're all in cahoots. How much did you take? Sisters, don't believe the paid trolls Su Dog hired. Even if the fairy-like customer is a wanted criminal, so what? Exactly. Su Chen's actions are an outright insult to us. A woman abandoned in a graveyard. How terrifying is that? We strongly condemn Su Chen's violent treatment of women. The brainless little fairies in the livestream launched an unprovoked attack. Some tried to counter. Go search online. These people are top-tier experts. Stop spouting nonsense. Su Chen's violence against women is dangerous. Let's all report this stream together and get it shut down. Let's see how he keeps streaming then. In an instant, Su Chen's livestream received hundreds of reports. The system's monitoring mechanism quickly detected the issue. Douyin moderator Zhao Gongming took charge of the task. With just a glance, he grasped the situation. These little fairies are popping up again, and they're all reporting en masse. Fine, let's just give him a symbolic suspension. Otherwise, these unreasonable people will only keep reporting the platform. When faced with large-scale reporting by these little fairies, banning the livestream is the best solution. God knows how troublesome they can be. Just as Zhao Gongming shut down Su Chen's livestream, an official account with tens of millions of followers entered the stream. Wait, is this the Dragon Nation Police Academy? For a moment, Zhao Gongming's hand froze. He immediately called to report. Something seemed terribly wrong. Inside the livestream, the official account of Longhua Police Academy immediately pinned a comment at the top. A quick science lesson for everyone. The man at the forefront is Wang Dong, a leading authority in China's criminal psychology profiling field and especially appointed lifetime professor at the People's Public Security University. He has led the investigation and resolution of over 200 major cases. The man beside him is Old Master Qian Limin, one of China's top 3 trace evidence experts, whose contributions to solving national-level major cases are too numerous to count on both hands. As for the others, they're all top-tier experts in their respective fields. Each one could easily be featured in textbooks. Boom! This comment exploded like a nuclear bomb, instantly igniting the entire livestream. Holy! 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 The authorities have stepped in. Ha ha ha! So satisfying. The official account is going all out. If you think they're just extras, you should go back and retake your 9 years of compulsory education. Holy crap! Officially certified by the Dragon Nation Academy of Sciences. These are truly national treasure level experts. Ha 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 ha, where are the haters now? Come out and show your faces. Swollen beyond recognition? Holy crap! To get this caliber of experts mobilized en masse, just who the hell is Su Chen? The live stream exploded. Viewership skyrocketed. Countless netizens started sharing like crazy, and the hashtag SuGodShakesUp National Treasure experts instantly hit the trending charts. Meanwhile, the haters who were just moments ago stirring up trouble were now completely speechless. Their faces were slapped hard. Lin Wanqing stared at the overwhelming flood of comments on her phone screen, utterly dumbfounded. She watched these bigwigs, the kind she only ever saw at top-tier internal meetings, now swarming around Su Chen like elementary school kids. The scene was utterly shocking. She couldn't help but step forward and salute formally. Mr. Wang, Mr. Qian, weren't you two struggling with the promotional video case study? How? Wang Dong turned and shot her a glance. His gaze carried a look of disdain, as if saying, "You're such a cheeky girl." Miss Lin, you know exactly what I mean, don't you? Don't you have any idea why we're here? Lin Wanqing's mind went blank. Ha? Mr. Wang, I have no idea. I don't know anything. She was truly going mad. What the hell was going on here? I just brought him here to take a statement and collect a reward. How did I end up stirring up this entire group of national treasure level experts? Xian Limin walked over with a smile, patting Lin Wanqing's shoulder. His tone brimmed with admiration and reflection. Little Lin, we were genuinely stumped before. Couldn't find a perfect case study that was both impactful and practically instructive. Qian Lining pointed at Su Chen, his eyes sparkling. Until we studied Mr. Su's operation. Mr. Su's Yu style alert was nothing short of a stroke of genius. It's the perfect case study we've been desperately searching for. No, it surpasses perfection. Lin Wanqing? Ignoring Su Chen and Lin Wanqing's bewilderment, a group of experts surrounded Su Chen and ushered him directly into the conference room filled with academic atmosphere. Wang Dong personally pulled out the chair for the main seat, his deference suggesting Su Chen was the undisputed academic authority. The other experts took their seats one after another, their eyes fixed intently on Su Chen, brimming with intellectual curiosity. Seated at the head of the table, Su Chen felt 1,000 curses racing through his mind. Damn it! What the hell is going on? How did I end up in the center seat? Why are these old men staring at me so intensely? Am I really about to be dissected for research? Wang Dong cleared his throat and blurted out impatiently. Mr. Su, we have a question during our debriefing. When you observed Li Shui's mole behind her ear for the third and final time through the rearview mirror, had you already confirmed her identity as a wanted criminal with absolute certainty? Or were you conducting a final risk assessment to prepare for the upcoming mobile cage tactic? Su Chen? What the hell? I just had a stiff neck and glanced at the rearview mirror casually. He was about to say, I was just glancing casually, not thinking that deeply at all. At that very moment, a cold mechanical voice boomed in his ears. Host has encountered an academic-level conjecture from top experts. Please make your choice. Option A, tell the truth. Frankly explain it was all coincidence and sheer luck. Reward, a commendation banner reading, model citizen of Dragon Nation, but. Option B, be vague. Deflect with platitudes like it was an emergency pure instinct. Reward, title, master of intuition, no practical use. Option C, play it mysterious. Adopt a nonchalant, all-knowing demeanor, tacitly acknowledging all their wild theories. Reward, invincible kidneys permanently boosts kidney function by plus 500%, grants infinite stamina, banishes fatigue 7 times a night is no longer a dream. Holy! When Su Chen saw the reward for option C, his eyes widened instantly. Invincible kidneys. Is there even a choice? Do I even need to choose? Can a model citizen banner feed me? Will the title of master finally let me ditch my goji berry thermos? No. But the invincible big kidney can. I just wanted the reward, don't blame me for being forced to show off. Su Chen made his decision instantly, choosing C without hesitation. Beep. Invincible big kidney has been issued. The next second. Su Chen leaned back slightly, resting against the chair's backrest. His hands crossed on the table, his posture calm and composed. His gaze swept indifferently over all the experts present, a faint smile curling his lips. Then, he slowly uttered 4 words. What do you think? Chapter 23, Su Chen's Vision, The Birth of Su Studies. Every single expert present froze in place. The live stream audience was equally bewildered. That's it? I've got my pants down, and this is what you show me? What kind of move is this? A counter question? He doesn't know how to answer, so he's just throwing the question back at us. So guilty. Heh, what does he know about criminal psychology or forensic science? Just a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. The Police Academy's official account praised the certified expert as brilliant, but never claimed Su Chen was brilliant. Exactly. A washed-up actor? How could he know any of this? He just got lucky. The skepticism kept coming, trying to stir things up again. Oh no, oh no. His bluff's busted. I told you it was just blind luck. Now he's been exposed. But their gloating lasted less than 3 seconds. Inside the conference room, Wang Dong suddenly slapped his thigh, leaping up from his chair in excitement, his face flushed. I get it. I finally get it. Wang Dong's voice trembled slightly with excitement. He pointed at Su Chen, his eyes burning with fervor. Mr. Su isn't evading the question, he's testing us. He doesn't need to give us a standard answer, because the real answer requires us to think for ourselves, to reason, and to build a complete, flawless logical loop. Good heavens. This is such a brilliant teaching method. This is the true mark of a master. These words sent shockwaves through the entire audience. The other experts looked as if struck by lightning, then one by one wore expressions of sudden realization. Qian Lining adjusted his glasses and sighed with admiration. So that's it. Mr. Su wants us to understand not just the what, but the why. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Sun Pei hung his head in shame, murmuring to himself. My understanding was shallow. I'm still on the first level, while Mr. Su is already waiting for us on the 5th. Indeed. Mr. Su's depth of strategy and breadth of vision are beyond our reach. Hearing a single word from Mr. Su today surpasses 10 years of study. Put. Su Chen nearly choked on his own blood. What kind of test is this? I didn't know how to answer, so I passed the buck to you guys. What mobile cage? What stress test? I just wanted to fling that little ferry passenger far away to vent my frustration. You old farts are making this way more dramatic than I did. Su Chen raged inwardly. Yet his face remained as calm and composed as ever, maintaining the air of a master who had everything under control. What could he do? The system's reward was just too tempting. Invincible kidneys. This was the ultimate romantic gift for a man. For this, what's a little showboating? As Su Chen wrestled with inner turmoil, Lin Wanqing beside him was utterly dumbfounded. Earlier, she and the veteran officer had deduced that Su Chen had cleverly used the Jade syndrome code to alert the police, believing the case had finally opened up. But now she realized her perspective was too narrow. Far too narrow. It turned out that beneath that homophonic emergency call lay such profound criminal psychology, forensic trace analysis, counter-surveillance tactics, and tactical mind games. Psychological tactics of this caliber even professors at our police academy might not have thought of them. Meanwhile, the livestream went absolutely wild. Did I hear that right? A test? Guided teaching? Holy crap! So cool. This just hit the highest level of coolness. Su God reigns supreme. He doesn't even bother explaining himself in the realm of legends, mortals are meant to look up in awe. Of course, amidst the sea of Su God is amazing, there were always a few rational voices trying to stand out. Is there a possibility, just a possibility that this might be a bit of an overinterpretation? +1 to the above. This sounds like a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse, and then a bunch of people retroactively fitting that blind cat with GPS navigation and thermal imaging systems? Yet these faint murmurs of doubt were instantly drowned out. A user named PhD in Logic fired off a lengthy comment. Shut up, you two idiots upstairs. Once is coincidence, twice is luck. But tell me this, from the 3 precise feature comparisons via rearview mirror, to the unreasonable reverse pressure test, to the mobile cage tactic on a closed route, to the optimal choice of the perfect capture point, and finally the pun-based UU style alert. This is a complete, seamless closed loop chain of logic. You call this blind luck? Does your blind cat solve logic puzzles? This is textbook. This is Su Studies. Su Studies. The moment those 2 words were uttered, it felt like unlocking the door to a whole new world. Holy crap! Su Studies. That term is pure genius. I hereby declare, from this day forward, I am a devoted follower of Su Studies. The Su Studies Research Society is now recruiting. First law of Su Studies, what you think is real is only what Su Chen wants you to think is real. Trolls, shut up. Is it so hard to admit someone's excellence? Your IQ can't grasp the profundity of Su Studies. Watching the livestream devolve into something even more absurd than the experts' theories. It even spawned a school of thought. 1,000 curses raced through Su Chen's mind. I didn't. Stop making stuff up. I just wanted the damn reward. I never admitted to anything. Why are you forcing your own made-up stuff onto me, huh? After a heated round of academic discussion, the panel of experts finally reached a consensus. Wang Dong clasped Su Chen's hand tightly and solemnly declared, Mr. Su, your actions have provided us with a perfect model. We unanimously decide to incorporate it in its entirety into the first case study of the National Citizen Safety Awareness Campaign. It will be promoted nationwide as a textbook-level case study. Su Chen's heart surged with elation upon hearing this. Holy crap! Doesn't this mean the government is giving me free publicity, whitewashing my image, and boosting my national recognition? This is a tremendous opportunity. Outwardly, however, he merely nodded with calm composure. Well, it's my honor to contribute to the nation. This air of such a small matter, no need to mention it, once again earned him the expert's profound respect. Mr. Su truly possesses noble character. Professor Wang Dong exclaimed with admiration. To possess such ability yet remain so modest and humble, that is the true mark of a master. Xian Limi nodded in agreement. Young people today, as soon as they have a little talent, they want the whole world to know about it. People like Mr. Su are truly rare as hen's teeth. Su Chen inwardly raged, modest my ass. I'm just feeling guilty, okay? I'm afraid I'll give myself away if I say too much. The livestream chat exploded. Textbook level case. Holy crap. What level of honor is this? Holy crap. Officially certified. Su Chen is gonna be in a national promo video. Su Chen, I just wanted to drive for DiDi, how did I end up as the star of a national promo? Haha, the summary above is spot on. All members of the Su Studies Society, rise. Let us welcome Su Chen into the annals of history. Escorted by a group of experts, Su Chen walked out of the police station. He glanced at the livestream. The online audience had quietly surpassed the 100,000 mark. The screen was flooded with uniform messages, honorably escorting Su Chen, and all members of the Su Studies Society honorably escort our president. Many viewers even began flooding the screen with rockets and carnival gifts. This was the kind of treatment previously reserved only for top-tier streamers and celebrities. Su Chen paid them no mind. He gave a cool wave to the camera. Today's professional challenge ends here. Thanks for sticking with me, everyone. With that, he decisively ended the stream amidst countless viewers wailing, "Don't go, Su God." Joking aside, why keep streaming? He couldn't wait to tally up today's earnings. Chapter 24, the $1 million reward begins to take shape. Back in his shabby rented room, Su Chen tossed his keys onto the table, collapsed heavily into the soft sofa, and exhaled a long breath. An unprecedented wave of exhaustion washed over him like a tidal surge, nearly overwhelming him. By the end of the day, both his mind and body had been pushed to their absolute limits. Yet, just as his eyelids grew heavy and he was about to drift off into unconsciousness, a surge of warmth suddenly rose from his waist, instantly engulfing his entire body. The sensation felt like long-awaited rain after a drought, or like swapping out a nearly scrapped engine for a nuclear-powered one. All the fatigue, aches, and mental exhaustion vanished in that instant. In their place surged boundless energy. Su Chen shot upright on the sofa, his eyes blazing with intensity. This was the invincible kidney. Effect 1 permanently boosts kidney function by plus 500%, granting infinite stamina. Say goodbye to fatigue, you'll never know what exhaustion feels like again. Effect 2 passive unlocks vitality aura. Your surging energy will subtly influence those around you, dispelling their fatigue and enhancing their focus. Holy! This invincible kidney is the ultimate romantic gift for any man. From today onward, I'm a walking perpetual motion machine. In high spirits, Su Chen eagerly opened the Douyin Live backend. The moment he saw the data dashboard, he froze in shock. Peak online viewers, 123,000. New followers, 250,000 plus. And when his gaze shifted to the donation earnings column, he even wondered if he was seeing things. He rubbed his eyes hard, leaned closer to the screen, and counted the zeros one by one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 digits. 137,000? Boom! Su Chen's mind went blank with a buzzing sensation. One day. After just one day of streaming, the total tips exceeded 1 million? Even with the platform's 50-50 split, he'd still pocket nearly 700,000. Plus the 100,000 yuan just deposited for his act of bravery. One day. In just one day, he'd secured 800,000 yuan. Though facing that 30 million yuan debt, 800,000 yuan was still a drop in the bucket. But this was merely his first day of live streaming challenges. At this rate, clearing his debts and regaining his freedom was within reach. At this thought, Su Chen's tightly wound nerves finally began to relax. Buzz. The phone on the table suddenly vibrated. An anonymous text message from an unknown number popped up. Su Chen, don't get too cocky. The higher you fly, the harder you fall. Some debts demand double repayment. The message brimmed with venom and menace. If it were the original owner, they'd likely be trembling with fear by now. But Su Chen, upon reading the message, felt not a shred of anxiety. Instead, he chuckled. Oh my, he's getting worked up. He's really worked up. It felt as ridiculous as a top-tier player in a championship match suddenly receiving a "you'll pay for this" message from a bronze-tier player. Who could it be? That Mr. Sun who personally pushed me into the abyss? Or that popular young actor Kuan Kuan who snatched all my resources? Or Zhang Tao, who kicked me while I was down? Oh my, what a conundrum. I can't even begin to guess who it is. Su Chen sneered with disdain, utterly unconcerned about the source of the threat. He even pressed the redial button with a hint of amusement. Sure enough, the receiver emitted the cold, mechanical tone, "The number you have dialed is turned off." Tisk, cowardly trash. Su Chen curled his lip and casually blocked the number. Such a worthless coward, hiding in the shadows to spit out threats, wasn't even worthy of a second glance. Just then, the phone rang again. The screen flashed the words "Director Wang." The moment Su Chen answered, Director Wang Gang's excited voice burst through the line. "Su teacher. No. Su God. My God. You're nothing short of a god sent down from heaven. Our show has gone viral. It's absolutely exploding." Director Wang's voice cracked with sheer excitement. Even over the phone, Su Chen could picture him gesticulating wildly, his face flushed with enthusiasm. "Director Wang, calm down, calm down." Su Chen scratched his ear and replied with a nonchalant tone. This nonchalant reaction made Wang Gang choke on his words on the other end, but it only fueled his excitement further. Look at that. Look at his composure. Unfazed even if a mountain collapsed before him. Now that's the true aura of a big shot. Calm my ass. Su God. Wang Gang babbled excitedly, check the trending topics. You've taken over the entire list. Hashtag Shugadlavestream Scap Sharif Klasa Most Wanted Criminal Hashtag. Hashtag Su Chen rescues pregnant woman while catching shrimp thief Hashtag. Hashtag Su Chen mobilizes National Treasure Level Expert Team Hashtag. Hashtag Su Studies Research Society officially established. Hashtag Textbook Level Emergency Call, I'm in trouble. Director Wang rattled off 7 or 8 trending topics in one breath, each marked with a bright red explosive. Su Chen. These topics have completely dominated every major trending list. All number 1. Our show. Professional Challenge 365 is now the undisputed number 1 on the overall variety show popularity chart across the entire internet. A landslide victory. You have no idea, sponsors are blowing up my phone. Wang Gang's voice brimmed with disbelieving ecstasy. As a director who'd spent half his career in variety shows without ever hitting big, he never dreamed he'd get to helm a phenomenon-level smash hit. Is that so? Su Chen's tone carried a hint of amusement. Well, Director Wang must be working his fingers to the bone. Director Wang Gang, ever the shrewd operator, instantly caught the subtext in Su Chen's words and hastily pledged his loyalty. Not at all. Serving Su Chen is my honor. Rest assured, Su God. I know you don't want to sign with any entertainment company right now. I've turned them all away for you. Wang Gang paused, his voice tinged with schadenfreude, before adding casually. Su teacher, you should see the faces of those who once looked down on you. Every single one of them is kicking themselves now. Especially your former agent, what was his name? Zhang Tao. I heard he got chewed out by their boss, Mr. Sun, today. His face turned green. Ha 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 ha. That's so satisfying. Hearing this, Su Chen's smile widened. In his mind, however, the image of his former agent Zhang Tao's opportunistic face flashed before him. Back when he'd been shelved by the company and subjected to a full-scale online smear campaign. This guy, who used to bow and scrape before him, was the first to jump at the chance to kick him while he was down. He paid for smear articles, painting Su Chen as a diva with a messy private life. Now, the tables had turned. Though he hadn't personally delivered the slap in the face, this feeling of stripping someone of their dignity from 1,000 miles away had a peculiar satisfaction all its own. Alright, Su Chen, you've worked hard these past few days. Director Wang changed the subject. The production team is undergoing a major restructuring and upgrade. Take a couple days off to rest up. I'll let you know when it's time to return. Su Chen nodded. Alright, I'll take a break then. Alright. Take good care of yourself, Su. Call me anytime if you need anything. After hanging up, Su Chen lay back on his bed, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. This feels pretty good. That opportunist Zhang Tao must be wishing he were dead right about now, huh? The thought sparked an idea in Su Chen's mind. Since he was so popular now, should he go take a stroll outside his former company? See what expressions those who once looked down on him had now. That's not a bad idea. I'll take a stroll down to Tianyu Media tomorrow. And see how my good agent, Zhang Tao, is doing these days. Su Chen grew more excited the more he thought about it, itching to fly over right now and watch the spectacle. But it was too late now. Better to go tomorrow. Let the bullets fly for a while. Let them fret through another night. Su Chen turned off the light and drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, at that very moment, the offices of Tianyu Media were ablaze with lights. Some were losing sleep all night. Chapter 25, Tianyu rages, President Sun fumes to the point of spitting blood. Top floor of Tianyu Media, President's office. Sunny stared intently at his phone screen. The screen displayed the glaring deep red explosive label from Douyin's trending topics list. All were related to Su Chen. Especially when he tapped into the comments section, seeing screens filled with Su God is amazing, Su Shui is the ultimate legend, and that pinned official endorsement from Dragon Nation Police Academy, he felt his blood pressure skyrocketing like a rocket. Sunny clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging on his knuckles. Clack! He slammed his phone onto the rosewood desk. Across from him, Agent Zhang Tao was already trembling so hard his legs were shaking. His shirt was soaked through with cold sweat, clinging to his back in a pitiful mess. He dared not even breathe, keeping his head bowed, wishing he could vanish on the spot. It's over. Barbie QD. This is absolutely hopeless. Zhang Tao's mind screamed in agony, his gut-wrenching regret nearly killing him. How could he have been so blinded by greed, convinced Su Chen was finished? To curry favor with Sun and Cohen, he jumped at the chance more eagerly than anyone else, hiring trolls, buying positive coverage, and sneering Su Chen to the ground. Who could have seen this coming? Who the hell could have seen this coming? This pawn he'd personally kicked off a cliff hadn't just fallen to his death, he'd sprouted wings and soared into the sky. This retribution came way too fast. Zhan Tao. Sunny practically ground these words out between clenched teeth. Suddenly, he grabbed a thick stack of documents from the desk and hurled it at Zhang Tao with all his might. Crash! Snow-white A4 sheets scattered like flakes, scattering across the floor with a sharp, grating sound. Damn it! Zhang Tao flinched in fright, instinctively covering his head. Sunny pointed a finger at his nose, his voice trembling as he nearly roared. Didn't you swear to me that Su Chen, that good-for-nothing, had been crushed into the mud and would never rise again? Explain yourself right now. Who the hell is this Su God who's trending all over the internet, dominating the hot searches, and being hyped up by experts? Ha! Zhang Tao shuddered at the shout, nearly kneeling before Sunny on the spot. His voice trembled as he explained, his words laced with tears. Mr. Sun. I don't know either. I swear. I remember clearly that Su Chen used to be a terrible driver. Last time we filmed an outdoor show, he nearly drove a sponsor's van into a ditch. He probably bought his license. Who the hell could have imagined he'd be possessed today, doing shrimp catcher drifts on the mountain road? And he saved a pregnant woman. He even alerted those experts. You don't know? Sunny listened, rage boiling over, his face turning the color of liver. His eyes bloodshot, he grabbed the crystal ashtray on the table and raised it high. But in the end, he restrained himself. Smashing the thing down could have killed someone. Instead, he kicked Zhang Tao squarely in the stomach, sending him tumbling to the floor. How did you become a top agent? You're useless. Utterly useless. Sun Yi's chest heaved violently with rage as he pointed at Zhang Tao's nose and unleashed a torrent of curses. You don't even know the background of your own artists? Are you a pig? Zhang Tao didn't dare utter a peep, but inside he was raging. If I'd known he had this kind of power, would I have dared to cross him? I would have worshipped him like my own father. Now look at me, failed to win over a god, and ended up covered in trouble. In the office. Besides these two, another figure sat on the sofa. Koan, the rising star of Tianyu Media. He remained silent throughout, his face dark as he scrolled through his phone. Unlike Sun Yi's explosive rage or Zhang Tao's paralyzing fear. But the sense of crisis within him was stronger than anyone else's. Koan understood all too well just how terrifying Su Chen's sudden rise to fame truly was. This wasn't just a typical resurgence in popularity, it had completely overturned public perception and even gained official endorsement. This, to him, was the most lethal threat of all. Mr. Sunday. Koan finally spoke, his voice low and grave. Mr. Sun, getting angry now is useless. Su Chen's sudden rise to fame isn't just about good luck, it's like he stepped in dog and flew straight to the top. His tactics are too reckless, completely overturning our industry's traditional methods. If we don't find a way to take him down immediately, the consequences will be unimaginable. Sunny gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently. He forced himself to calm down, the fury in his eyes gradually replaced by a cold, ruthless glint. You're right. He sank back into his executive chair, his gaze as venomous as a rattlesnake. I've already had PR spin the narrative labeling him violent, attention-seeking, and a showman. But damn it, it's done nothing. The moment the police statement dropped, our people were made to look like fools. Just smearing him won't cut it, Sunny said, enunciating each word deliberately. We need a bold strategy. His gaze shifted to Koan, his tone becoming unquestionable. Koan, from now on, the company's resources will be directed toward you. Tomorrow. We'll officially announce you as the ambassador for the Dragon Nation Wildlife Conservation Foundation. Buy up all the trending topics across every platform. The press releases will focus on themes of compassion and positive energy. We must crush the buzz that madman Su Chen created as fast as possible. Calculation flashed in Sun Yi's eyes as he continued. I've already arranged for a group of influential reasonable netizens with millions of followers to step in. They'll superficially praise Su Chen for his courage and resourcefulness, but every word will subtly imply his extreme actions, recklessness, and setting a bad example for society. Then we'll contrast that with your gentle, compassionate, positive image as a guardian of small animals. The difference will be starkly obvious. We'll make every bystander understand that Su Chen's actions are nothing but reckless bravado, while you are the true, worthy idol deserving of adoration. Hearing this, a sigh of relief finally escaped Koan's sullen face. While he outwardly feigned concern for Su Chen, inwardly he wished Su Chen would drop dead on the spot. Kunkin confidently adjusted his overalls, a smirk curling his lips. Rest assured, Mr. Sunday. He's just a washed-up has-been. Even if he got lucky and made a couple of splashes, he'll never be more than a mudskipper that can't stir up waves. Crushing him is as easy as pie for me. Sunny nodded in satisfaction, then added. Also, don't stop the troll army. Keep amplifying his violent, unprofessional, and emotionally unstable flaws. Plant relentless doubts about his character. Even with official backing, we must plant seeds of doubt in the minds of bystanders, make them believe Su Chen is a madman who'll stop at nothing for fame. The office lights cast an eerie glow on the three twisted faces. Sunny gazed out at the bustling nightscape beyond the window and let out a cold, derisive snort. Su Chen, oh Su Chen. You think you can just jump around a bit and turn things around? How naive. The higher you fly, the harder you fall. In this circle, without capital or connections, you're nothing but a fart. Just wait till you crash and burn. Chapter 26, A Chance Encounter at Tianyu's Doorstep, Verbal Assault Overwhelms. The next morning, the sun was shining brightly. Su Chen hummed a tune as he strolled leisurely to the entrance of Tianyu Media. In his left hand, a steaming cup of soy milk, in his right, a freshly baked meat bun. He found a tree with thick, leafy branches, leaned against its trunk, and ate while watching the scene unfold before him, a vivid tableau of urban workers rushing to work. Su Chen took a bite of his meat bun, murmuring his admiration with his mouth full. Why didn't I realize before how satisfying it is to watch others commute to work? Back then, the original owner had been part of this army of corporate drones, suffocating daily under endless memos and social obligations. But now, he was free. This god's eye view of, while you're all scrambling to the death, I'm just goofing off and watching the show, was nothing short of bliss. Awesome. Absolutely exhilarating. Just then, a sleek black luxury SUV glided silently to the building's entrance. The door opened. Several bodyguards in black suits stepped out first, maintaining a cautious distance. Next, a figure with a center-parted hairstyle and suspenders stepped out. It was none other than Koen, the current rising star of Tianyu Media. A carefully practiced sunny smile graced his face as he prepared to enter the gate, but then his gaze fell upon the familiar figure beneath the tree. It was him? Su Chen? Koen's footsteps halted as a cunning thought struck him. Such a golden opportunity to start a conversation couldn't be wasted. Koen signaled his assistant and bodyguards to stand by, then walked straight toward Su Chen. He wanted to meet Su Chen face to face. Well, who might this be? Kunken approached Su Chen, wearing a fake smile of concern for his senior, though the mockery in his tone was unmistakable. Why, if it isn't our very own Su God, Su Senior. What are you doing out here alone in the cold wind? How pathetic is that? I remember when you used to travel with a whole entourage, even having your personal assistant buy your breakfast. Now, well, just hanging around the company entrance? That doesn't quite fit your former top-tier status, does it? He had the steamed bun and soy milk in Su Chen's hands, curling his lip in disgust. Senior Su, your taste is getting worse by the day. How could you possibly eat this stuff? No sooner had Kunken finished speaking than a figure came panting over from the other side like a lapdog. It was Su Chen's former agent, Zhang Tao. He clutched an exquisitely packaged breakfast. The logo instantly identified it as from that ridiculously expensive trendy light meal spot downtown. Brother Kunken. Your breakfast. Zhang Tao's face was plastered with flattery as he bowed nearly 90 degrees, eagerly presenting the breakfast. Specially prepared for you. This place just opened today, focusing on organic and healthy options perfect for your status as a top-tier idol. Only after straightening up did he notice Su Chen beside him. His smile instantly froze, replaced by a look of contempt and disdain. Su Chen leisurely finished the last sip of soy milk, then tossed the paper cup precisely into a nearby trash bin. He glanced at the pretentious Koen and the effeminate Zhang Tao beside him, letting out a dismissive laugh. The smile was faint, yet it felt like a poisoned blade. So it's Koen and Zhang Tao. He paused deliberately, then shot a meaningful glance at the obsequiously bowing Zhang Tao before drawling. Working as a doorman here? Nice. But I should warn you, guard the door well. You never know when you might get bitten by a dog and not even realize it. The moment those words left his mouth, Zhang Tao's fawning grin froze solid on his face. He wasn't some cute little puppy. He could tell Su Chen was using a metaphor to insult him, calling him an ungrateful dog. Koen's expression darkened instantly, his eyes turning grim. He understood Su Chen's hidden meaning perfectly. This good-for-nothing didn't just insult Zhang Tao, he insulted him too. Su Chen, a washed-up, has been abandoned by his company and reviled across the internet. Where did he get the nerve to act so brazenly? Senior Su. Koen suppressed the anger welling up inside him and tried to fight back. That's a bit petty of you. Grapes sour when you can't have them? What is it? Jealous of my success now, or thinking of coming back to beg Mr. Sun for a toilet scrubbing job? Envy? Su Chen chuckled softly. I didn't come here for anything special. It's just that I've been trending too much lately. Every time I open Douyin, it's flooded with hot searches about me. I refresh it once, then refresh it again, and it's still there. Can't help it. It's too chaotic, so I came out for a walk. At these words, Koen and Zhang Tao's expressions turned as sour as eating. Yesterday's livestream with Su Chen had seemed like a surefire disaster, but who would have guessed he'd lucked out and landed on multiple trending topics? Now the buzz was exploding. Not only had it not fizzled out, it had exploded into a massive hit. Seeing Koen and Zhang Tao's expressions, Su Chen felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. This is the feeling. Feels awesome. Seeing his goal achieved, Su Chen shot them a dismissive glance as if observing mere clowns, then turned to leave. This utter disregard and contempt seeping from his very bones only deepened Koen's humiliation. Koen felt like he'd punched a pillow, nearly losing his temper. A washed-up has been abandoned by his company, a worthless piece of trash drowning in tens of millions of debt. How dare he? How dare he still act so arrogant? Stop right there. Kunken was provoked. He took a step forward, his voice low and menacing. Oh, right, Su Chen. Weren't you pretty close with that girl Xianwan before? The company thinks she's got potential and a pure image. They want to pair her up with me as a CP to generate some buzz. He deliberately leaned closer to Su Chen, his voice hushed. Soon, you'll see all over the trending charts how your innocent little sidekick will be all smiles and sweetness by my side. What do you think? Won't all the fans online think we're a perfect match, a handsome man and a beautiful woman? Xianwan will be my official partner from now on. How does that make you feel? Su Chen's brow furrowed sharply. After crossing over, the original host's memories and emotions hadn't deeply affected him except for one girl named Xianwan. She was a pure-hearted, slightly airhead girl who either ate or laughed foolishly. When the original host was ostracized by the entire company, only this silly girl dared sneak him snacks and whisper, "Go, Su Chen." He knew the dirty tricks of the entertainment industry, and he knew even better how much that gluttonous girl, Xianwan, despised this kind of fake, publicity-driven pairing. That old dog Sunny. He was forcing an innocent girl into prostitution. Seeing Su Chen frown, Koan and Zhang Tao exchanged glances, both seeing smug satisfaction in each other's eyes. Gotcha. They'd hit his weak spot. Koan's grin widened, the corners of his mouth stretching almost to his ears. What? Feeling the sting? Too bad, Senior Su. A worthless piece of trash trampled into the mud has neither the right nor the ability to protect anyone. At that moment. Squeak. A white minivan pulled up slowly by the roadside. The door opened. A slender, fair calf as delicate as jade carved from the finest sheep's fat stepped out first, clad in a pair of white sneakers. Following closely, a fresh-faced figure in a simple white dress and a cute topknot stepped out of the car. Her face bore the resignation of being forced to rise early and the pout of having to deal with someone she disliked. Her innocent, charming little face was now slightly pouting, making her look especially adorable. It was Xian Nuan. Chapter 27. Xian Nuan isn't following the script at all. Spotting the familiar white minivan, Kunkin's face nearly overflowed with smug satisfaction. He deliberately straightened his designer overalls, his meticulously parted hair gleaming in the morning light. He turned his head and shot Su Chen a victorious, taunting glance. The meaning behind that look was unmistakable. See that? Loser. Your little sidekick, the dumb girl you couldn't even protect, is mine now. From today on, she's my official CP, Koan's. And you? You're only fit to watch us show off our love in the corner, filled with envy and resentment. Zhang Tao beside him was a real opportunist. He immediately leaned in, his voice just loud enough to be heard. Brother Koan, you're the man. You and Nuan are a match made in heaven. You're a top-tier star, she's a rising starlet, a powerhouse pairing. Soon, the entire entertainment industry will be yours. The moment Xian Nuan stepped out of the car, the atmosphere at the entrance of Tianyu Media changed completely. Passing employees stopped in their tracks, pulling out their phones to snap photos. Holy, it's Xian Nuan. Why is she here? Didn't they say she was going to promote a CP with Koan? Quick, snap some pics. Maybe we'll catch something explosive. Koan overheard the whispers, his smugness growing. Su Chen, however, frowned slightly, a genuine sense of displeasure rising within him. It wasn't jealousy, but rather the thought of Xian Nuan, that innocent girl, being forced by these disgusting people to do things she disliked. It made him feel sick to his stomach. Seeing Su Chen frown, Koan's sense of satisfaction peaked. It worked. This was exactly what he wanted, to strip away everything Su Chen once possessed, piece by piece, and then trample it mercilessly underfoot. Nuan, you must be exhausted from filming. Koan hurried over, plastering on what he considered his most radiant smile as he handed over the trendy light breakfast, packaged like a luxury item. You must be starving this early. I had my assistant wait in line for 2 hours just to get you this organic salad packed with vitamins, great for your skin. All the Tianyu Entertainment employees passing by witnessed this scene. Look at that. This is the grace of our top star at Tianyu. Thoughtful. Gentle. Wealthy. Now look at that washed-up loser Su Chen, all he's got is a greasy, crumpled bun. The difference is stark. Yet Xian Nuan merely raised her eyelids in a perfunctory nod. Forced by the company to wake up early and deal with this CP partner she couldn't stand, she pouted her lips, her entire face screaming unhappy and baby's got morning grouchiness. She merely glanced at Koan out of courtesy. She was about to dismiss him with a quick oh, and thanks. Suddenly, like a kitten that had sniffed top-grade catnip, she jerked her head up, her gaze shooting straight past Koan in front of her. Her eyes locked onto the figure leaning lazily against a tree nearby. Su Chen? Whoosh! Amidst Koan and Zhang Tao's stunned gazes, Xian Nuan's sleepy eyes instantly lit up like 2-kilowatt light bulbs. It was the gleam of someone who'd discovered a treasure. Here we go. Is the company-arranged CP script starting now? Koan froze at the sight, then felt wild excitement surge through him. Way to go, Nuan. You're such a natural. Are we about to witness the classic long-awaited reunion, running into each other's arms scene? That acting, that immersion. If you don't win Best Actress this year, I won't watch. He even shot a smug glance at Su Chen in the distance, preparing to elegantly spread his arms wide to welcome this sweetness about to come running toward him. Come on. Throw yourself into my arms. Let that good-for-nothing see who the real protagonist is. But, script? What bull script? Xian Nuan, that girl, wasn't following the script at all. Xian Nuan was like a joyful little cannonball that had broken free from its trajectory. With a whiff of perfume, she whizzed right past Koan. The gust of wind she created even messed up his carefully styled center-parted hair. Koan's arms, stretched out for an embrace, froze awkwardly mid-air. He was completely dumbfounded. His brain instantly crashed. Wait. This isn't how the script was supposed to go? How did she get through? The next second, at the company entrance, under the gaze of dozens of pairs of eyes, Xian Nuan with a thud tucked her arms firmly around Su Chen's waist. Resting her head on his shoulder like a koala who'd found her very own tree, she snuggled up contentedly. Su Chen! It's been days since I last saw you. You smell so good. Xian Nuan let out a satisfied sigh, her voice soft and sweet like cotton candy. Filming has been exhausting lately, my bones feel like they're falling apart. But the moment I hold you, all my fatigue vanishes instantly. Did you secretly practice some kind of divine skill? You're so amazing, brother Su Chen. Su Chen nearly stumbled from the girl's sudden collision. Feeling the softness against his arm and the faint, fresh scent emanating from her, he couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. He reached out affectionately and ruffled Xian Wan Nuan's little bun-topped head. You silly girl, still so scatterbrained. But, eliminate fatigue? A human power bank? Su Chen instantly understood. Holy crap. So all this time, the system reward invincible kidney wasn't just about strengthening the body and boosting endurance? It actually came with this bizarre effect akin to a group healing aura? Doesn't that mean when I'm exhausted from studying foreign languages, I can just hug it to restore my stamina? This system really knows how to reward players. Cohen's face darkened completely, veins bulging on his forehead. He forced himself to suppress his rage, desperately trying to calm himself down. It's fine, it's fine. She just hasn't seen Su Chen in so long, she couldn't control her emotions for a moment. Right. That must be it. I'm the company's officially announced CP. I'm the main character. Cohen took a deep breath and quickened his pace. Nuan, stop fooling around. Come here. He held out the exquisitely packaged breakfast once more towards Xian Nuan. Hungry? I specially bought this breakfast for you, organic, healthy light fare from that trendy spot. Perfect for a top-tier idol like you. Eat while it's hot. He deliberately emphasized the words top-tier idol, reminding Xian Nuan to mind her status and not get too close to disgraced artists like Su Chen. Zheng Tao chimed in from the side, exactly. Miss Nuan, brother Cohen made me run 3 whole blocks just to get you this breakfast. This place just opened today, it's super popular. Only then did Xian Nuan lift her head to glance at the salad in Cohen's hands. The vibrant green leaves were dotted with cherry tomatoes and nuts. Then she glanced at the steaming, fragrant bun in Su Chen's hand. The next second, without hesitation, she snatched the steamed bun from Su Chen's hand and took a big, hearty bite. Her cheeks bulged as she mumbled with her mouth full. No! That grass looks so gross. Su Chen's meat buns are the best. Boom! Xian Nuan's words struck Cohen's heart like a heavy hammer. What did she mean, that grass? That's an organic light breakfast worth $188. A limited edition viral breakfast. How could it become mere grass in this girl's mouth? And how come Su Chen's street stall buns were suddenly the most coveted thing? Su Chen watched the scene unfold, feeling secretly pleased. He spread his hands helplessly. What can you do? That's just personal charm. At that moment, Xian Nuan finished her bun, wiped her mouth. She stuck out her tongue playfully. Su Chen, big bro, I'll let you in on a secret soon, we'll be seeing each other all the time. Chapter 28, Su Chen's popularity forcibly erased. Xian Nuan's cryptic remark piqued Su Chen's curiosity. He reached out, stroking her small bun-shaped hair like petting a cat, his touch full of affection. What secret? Why all the mystery? Xian Nuan closed her eyes in blissful comfort, like a lazy little kitten. Then she playfully stuck out her tongue, opening only one eye as she giggled mischievously. Hee, it's a huge secret, and I can't tell you yet. Anyway, it's something super awesome. Just wait and see, brother Su Chen. After speaking, she snuggled closer to Su Chen, her big eyes crinkling into crescent moons. This girl was just like before, she couldn't keep a secret. Probably some little surprise, right? This scene, witnessed by Cohen not far away, felt like having menthol drops squirted into his eyes, utterly unbearable. His lungs felt like they were about to explode with rage. Where's the script? Where's the CP script the company wrote? What about the shy glances after a long separation? What about the thoughtful breakfast greetings? This dumb girl ruined it all. Enough! He lunged forward in a single stride, grabbing Xian Nuan's wrist and forcibly pulling her away from Su Chen. Nuan, have you finished your nonsense? Cohen's voice was strained with suppressed anger as he sneered coldly at Su Chen. The arrangements ahead are classic confidential information for our company. As an outsider, you'd be better off not prying. The implication was crystal clear. You've been discarded by the company, stop meddling in this. Nuan, we need to go. Don't let unrelated people delay the company's important matters. With that, he practically half-dragged, half-pulled Xian Nuan through the company gates. Hey! Brother Su Chen! Xian Nuan angrily shook off Cohen's hand but obediently followed along. After all, she couldn't defy the company's arrangements. But as Cohen pulled her away, Xian Nuan cast one last lingering glance back at Su Chen. Her lips moved silently, forming words without sound. Su Chen narrowed his eyes, carefully reading her lips. It seemed to be, wait for my good news? Before he could make it out clearly, Cohen blocked his view with his body, forcibly dragging Xian Nuan into the building. Just then, that lapdog Zheng Tao sidled up again. He stopped in his tracks, his eyes burning with venom as he glared at Su Chen. Su Chen, don't think you can turn your life around just because you got lucky and trended a few times. Let me tell you, in the face of capital, your pathetic traffic is nothing. Flashy topics like yours will be forgotten in a matter of hours. We'll see about that. Mr. Sun has spoken. A discarded piece of trash like you, abandoned by capital, will never, ever, get back on your feet. With that, he strode off without a backward glance, catching up to Koen and Xian Wan. Su Chen didn't even bother to glance at him. He merely flicked the wrapper from his half-eaten bun. The crumpled paper traced a perfect arc through the air, landing with a satisfying thud spot on in the trash can. No matter how loud you bark, you're still just a dog for the capitalists. Looks like the leash in this entertainment industry is pretty damn sweet after all. In high spirits, he sauntered over to his second-hand flute bike. He opened the door and slid inside. Glancing at the empty passenger seat, he ran his fingers over the steering wheel and mused to himself. Sigh, what's the point of being a celebrity? Nothing but backstabbing and scheming. Driving a Dizzy is way more fun free as a bird, and you get to meet all sorts of interesting souls. He started the engine and hummed a line he'd heard somewhere. If you have a taxi and can resist taking a fare, then you're truly something else. After that, he habitually opened his phone, ready to go online and accept orders. He casually opened Douyin. But the next second, the scene that greeted his eyes made his eyebrows twitch slightly. That was quick. The trending topics that had dominated the charts moments ago now only had 2 or 3 still holding heat. Moreover, their rankings were plummeting at a visible rate, like a cliff-like drop. It was as if an invisible hand was forcibly pushing them down. The tone in the comments section also began to shift strangely. See? I told you Su Chen was just a flash in the pan. Traffic-chasing dog. A clown pandering for attention. Compared to our Koen's positive energy, that violent maniac is nothing. Fake celebrities, get the hell out of showbiz. Stop hurting our eyes. Some even started flooding the screen with identical comments. Su Chen is doomed to fade. Su Chen, get lost. Su Chen read these comments and instead of getting angry, he found himself amused. Oh? So they're starting to mess with me? Interesting. Meanwhile, on the top floor of Tianyu Media, in the president's office, Sunny stared at the steep plunge in Su Chen's trending rankings on the computer screen, a smug smile spreading across his face. Poof. A self-made nobody with no connections dares to challenge me? He picked up the phone and issued his final instructions to the PR director on the other end, his voice cold as steel. Excellent results. Keep pushing harder. Immediately flood the internet with all press releases and videos featuring Koen as the Dragon Country Wildlife Conservation Foundation ambassador. Within half an hour, I want the entire internet to be free of the name Su Chen. I want everyone to know who the real positive energy top star is. Yes, sir. Boom. At the command, the juggernaut of capital began its crushing advance. Major news platforms, Weibo, Douyin, marketing influencers, as if on cue, flooded feeds with the bombshell announcement of Koen's appointment as ambassador. Hashtag topstar Koen appointed wildlife ambassador hashtag. Trending. This trending topic instantly ignited public discourse. It shot straight to the top of the trending list. In the accompanying video, Koen appeared in a well-tailored suit. At the press conference, he appealed to everyone to protect animals with a gentle voice. His sunny, compassionate image epitomizes the ideal national idol. Each of us bears the responsibility to protect these adorable creatures. Koen said earnestly before the cameras. Let us all contribute our strength for every life on Earth. The live chat exploded with comments. Koen is so heartwarming. This is what a positive idol should be. Look at him, then look at that violent maniac. The difference is obvious. I hereby declare, from today onward, Koen is my husband. So full of positive energy. This is the kind of idol we should be supporting. Just minutes later, Su Chen's last 2 trending topics vanished like ice under the scorching sun, evaporating without a trace. Look at Koen's character. This is what a true quality idol should be. Exactly. One fights for animal rights, while the other just drives around cursing and resorting to violence. The difference is stark. Su Chen? Who's that? Never heard of him. I only know Koen. FCK off. Scummy artists like Su Chen deserve to be permanently banned. Stop coming out to disgust people. Support Koen. Boycott Su Chen. Positive energy will prevail. At Tianyu Media's PR department, all staff were working overtime. They were working like mad, frantically manipulating all kinds of data. President's son, the results are outstanding. The PR director excitedly reported the situation. Koen's topic has completely overshadowed Su Chen. We estimate that within the next half hour, Su Chen will vanish entirely from the entire internet. Sunny nodded with satisfaction. Excellent. Keep it up. I'll make sure that arrogant little punk Su Chen learns his lesson. In this industry, without capital backing, you're nothing. Just then. Ding. A crisp notification sound rang out on Su Chen's phone. You have a new order. The passenger is waiting by the roadside. Please proceed promptly. Chapter 29, I get it now. This is the DiDi mindset. Su Chen opened Douyin Live again, the title as blunt as ever. Playing the dizzy flute. But today, the Tag 4 Professional Challenge 365 was missing. As soon as he went live, only a little over 1,000 people flooded in. The traffic was noticeably lower than yesterday's. Yet these 1,000 viewers were the die-hard fans who had stayed through last night's marathon battle. The bullet chat exploded instantly. Damn it! Su Chen! You finally went live. Damn it, this pisses me off. Su Chen, that Tai Tianyu company screwed you over. All your trending topics vanished. Not just gone, they were forcibly erased. Now the whole internet is flooded with that Cohen guy's wildlife ambassador press release. It's disgusting. I'm sick of it. Some greasy-haired, powdered-faced sissy pretending to be a positive energy ambassador? Does he even deserve it? The corporate hand is so dark. I just became a fan of Su Chen yesterday, and today he's been crushed like this. I was so angry I couldn't sleep all night. Fans were boiling with indignation, every word dripping with frustration. Of course, there were also plenty of gloating haters mixed in. Ha 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 ha. Yesterday he was dominating the charts, today he's down to 1,000 followers. That's the fate of a traffic dog. Compared to our Cohen, what are you even? I has been should know their place, just stick to playing your crappy flute. Facing fans' worries and haters' taunts in the livestream, Su Chen merely yawned lazily. He started the car. What's the rush? He said indifferently, his voice betraying no trace of discouragement. Let the bullets fly for a while. Roar. This nonchalant attitude instantly sent the livestream fans into a frenzy. Holy. That's why he's God Su. What a mindset. Unfazed even if a mountain collapses before him. That's the mindset of a true legend. I get it now. Su Chen doesn't give a damn about Tianyu entertainment. Haters must be speechless. Think you can rattle Su Chen? He's on the 5th level while you're still in the atmosphere. The haters were even more furious. Keep pretending. Keep pretending. You're probably crying like a dog inside. Su Chen ignored the noise, driving smoothly along the route assigned by the system. Su Chen felt no ripple of emotion and even found himself wanting to laugh. Big picture? No. He simply felt that getting worked up over these money-wasting fools was a complete waste of time. He drove leisurely to the entrance of an upscale residential complex, following the system-assigned order. The car had barely come to a stop. Whoosh! A dark figure burst out of the compound entrance at a 100-meter dash pace, as if a dog were chasing him. Before Su Chen could react, the passenger door slammed open. The dark figure plopped down, panting heavily, face flushed crimson. Su Chen stared, his brow instantly furrowing into a knot. This guy, why does he look so familiar? Damn it! Wasn't this Han Hai, the professional race car driver from yesterday? The cold professionalism of a professional racer was nowhere to be seen in Han Hai at that moment. He was as excited as a starstruck fan who'd finally met their idol, his eyes filled with fervor and adoration as he looked at Su Chen. Su God! His roar nearly shattered Su Chen's eardrums. I've been waiting all day. From 6 in the morning until now, I've honked my horn over 30 times and switched 3 phone numbers. The system finally matched me with you. Su Chen. He had Han Hai up and down, paused for a long moment, then blurted out 3 words from the bottom of his heart. Are you crazy? He couldn't think of any other way to start the conversation. No. I'm not crazy. Han Hai shook his head violently, his eyes gleaming with an almost religious fervor. Master Su. I've attained enlightenment. Complete enlightenment. When you refused to take me as your disciple yesterday, it wasn't because you looked down on me, it was enlightenment. It was testing my devotion to the way. Su Chen? Ha? Dao heart? Han Hai grew more and more animated as he spoke, leaning forward with spittle flying. The greatest sound is soundless, the greatest form is formless. True driving skill isn't found in all those flashy tricks on the track. It lies right here in the ordinary streets, amidst the bustling traffic and the hustle and bustle of everyday life. This is the DiDi heart method. Su Chen's mouth twitched violently. What the hell is the DiDi heart method? Your imagination rivals that of the experts at the police station. Meanwhile, the live stream chat had erupted into absolute hysteria. Bullet comments flooded the screen, nearly obscuring the entire display. Ha ha ha. Help. This one's a real heavyweight. Oh no, another one's gone mad. Su Chen is toxic. DiDi's inner teachings? Holy crap, this guy's a genius. I hereby declare the position of honorary vice president of the Su Studies Society is yours for the taking. Look at Su Chen's face, he's totally frozen. It screams, are you kidding me? I hereby declare the 2 great guardians of Su Studies, Professor Wang Dong on the left and the god of cars, Han Hai, on the right. Facing Han Hai's eyes brimming with thirst for knowledge, Su Chen took a deep breath and waved his hand helplessly. If it makes you happy. What else could he say? He couldn't exactly say, bro, are you out of your mind? I just don't want to take on apprentices. That would break the kid's heart. Great. Han Hai, having received tacit approval, was so thrilled he nearly kowtowed to Su Chen on the spot. He immediately sat up straight like a schoolboy in class, then pulled out a small notebook and a pen from his pocket. Rest assured, Su God, I won't disturb your driving. I'll just observe, take notes, and learn. I'll absorb every drop of your wisdom. Su Chen. Forget it. I'm tired. Destroy it. He pressed the accelerator, and the car glided smoothly forward. Han Hai kept his word. Utterly silent, he stared wide-eyed, fixated on every movement Su Chen made, his pen scribbling furiously across the pages of his notebook. Smooth takeoff, man and machine is one. This is formless divine movement. Smooth cornering, sharp angles, that's the serpent's maneuver. He's driving with one hand. The other is casually resting on the windowsill. My goodness. Such confidence. Such composure. Is this the legendary state of multitasking? Su Chen just felt a bit warm and rolled down the window a little. The live stream viewers were laughing themselves silly. Learned something new. Who knew driving a DiDi had so many intricacies? Bro, could you share Vice President Han's notes? I want to master the art of driving too. Ignoring Han Hai beside him and the live stream's uproar, Su Chen focused solely on driving according to the navigation. Soon, the car turned onto an extremely narrow one-way street. This was a typical narrow alleyway in the old city district, flanked by weathered walls and pitted pavement, barely wide enough for a single car to squeeze through. However, barely 20 meters in, Su Chen slammed on the brakes. Squeak! The tires screeched against the pavement, emitting a sharp squeal. The car came to a halt. Ahead, a black Mercedes-Benz was parked head-on in the middle of the road, completely blocking the entire alley. The live stream's chat exploded with reactions. Holy crap! Is this guy nuts? It's a one-way street. Dude! What the hell are you doing driving the wrong way and blocking the road? Trying to fly? Where's your manners? Did you feed them to the dogs? Now we're completely stuck. Only someone with a decade-old stroke would do something this stupid. Call the cops to tow it away. Su Chen, take him down. Don't let this jerk get away with it. Su Chen frowned too. This parking is downright despicable. Just as he assumed the Mercedes was merely parked illegally. Flash. The car across the street suddenly flashed its high beams. Someone was inside. Chapter 30, move over, or I'll pull out my license. Seeing someone inside the car. Viewers in the live stream couldn't sit still. What the hell is this? It's a one-way street, dude. Not only are you driving the wrong way, but you're blocking the middle of the road? Damn it. What's wrong with this Mercedes driver? Driving the wrong way on a one-way street and acting so cocky? I'll bet a pack of spicy noodles this driver is a total weirdo. Only someone with a decade-old stroke could pull this off. Utterly infuriating to see drivers with zero manners. Last time some electric scooter just forced its way into my lane. Overall, the quality of drivers is pretty high. 666, classic moment reborn. Some troublemakers always try to harm the emperor. But just as the die-hard fans were boiling with righteous indignation, a dark wave of comments flooded the screen like a tidal wave, instantly taking over the display. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying laughing, folks. Su finally hit a brick wall. Serves him right with drivers like this total jerk. Love it. This is exactly what I came for. Stuck between a rock and a hard place. Trapped in the alley like a dog, so satisfying. Aren't you the big shot streamer? Weren't you acting like a god yesterday? If you're so skilled, fly over there. Loser. Just as expected, birds of a feather flock together. Perfect match for each other, these two lowlifes. Our Cohen is doing charity work, while you're here trading insults with the car owner. The difference in class is obvious. Meanwhile, at the top floor of Tanyu Media, in the president's office, Sunny held a glass of red wine, watching the live stream feed of Su Chen on his phone. The bottle opened earlier to celebrate Cohen topping the trending charts remained half empty, and now he couldn't stop grinning. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Absolutely brilliant. He slapped his thigh so hard, red wine splashed out. Zhang Tao, standing nearby, immediately fawned over him like a lapdog, grinning obsequiously. Mr. Sun, you're spot on. Now we don't even need to lift a finger, the kid's walking right into our trap. Sunny took a sip of wine, a flash of cruelty in his eyes, and ordered the PR director. Have the troll army ramp up the attacks. Spread the narrative that Su Chen is low class, abusing his influencer status to publicly insult ordinary citizens. Drench him in this filth until he's ruined. By a few trending topics to use headlines like hashtag Su Chen throws temper tantrum in public and hashtag Su Chen in heated confrontation with pedestrian. Contrast him with our Cohen's wholesome ambassador image. I want to destroy him for good. Yes, Mr. Sun. Suddenly, Su Chen's livestream viewership surged instead of dropping. Tens of thousands of gawkers eager for drama flooded in, along with a deluge of paid trolls and haters. This is the kind of behavior you expect from an influencer? Get out of streaming. Look at brother Cohen fighting for wildlife conservation. And you? Getting into verbal fights in alleys. The difference is stark. You're streaming this street brawl? How utterly pathetic. Compared to our Cohen, he's nothing but a disgraced artist. Violent maniacs like Su Chen deserve permanent bans. Koan is the real deal. Su Chen, get the hell out of showbiz. Inside the car. Han Hai, sitting in the passenger seat, was so furious his face turned crimson. Su Chen. This person is bullying us. I'm going to confront her. She's driving the wrong way. Why should we back off? Han Hai started to unbuckle his seatbelt to get out. Su Chen, however, leaned lazily back in his seat, one hand casually resting on the steering wheel. With his other hand, he even had the leisure to tap the window before uttering two indifferent words. Hold on. Just then, the window of the Mercedes across from them finally rolled down slowly. A heavily made-up middle-aged woman's face appeared, wearing oversized sunglasses and lipstick so bright red it looked absurd. She extended a finger painted with bright red nail polish, pointing it straight at the front of Su Chen's car, and screamed. Are you blind? Can't you see my car parked here? What's so great about honking your damn horn? Get the hell out of my way. Think you can afford to pay for the trouble you're causing me? The shrew's rant echoed with a built-in surround sound effect. The live stream exploded. Holy crap. Holy crap. Driving the wrong way and still acting like you're in the right? You think the street is your damn home? Another little fairy. How can she spit that out with such confidence? Where'd she get the nerve? Hey upstairs, judging by her age, she's an old fairy now, haha. How does someone like this even think? As long as I'm unreasonable, no one can talk sense into me. The haters were even more excited, flooding the chat with comments. Well said. Well said. That's exactly how Sugo deserves to be cursed. So satisfying. Ha ha ha, dead end. Now let's see how he gets out of this? Give way and he's a coward, refuse and he keeps getting cursed. Either way he loses big time. The streamer must be about to cry, right? Why isn't he saying anything? Where's all that arrogance from earlier? Han Hai trembled with rage, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. He looked at Su Chen anxiously, lowering his voice, his face full of concern. Su God, this is terrible PR. How about I take over? My skills aren't bad. I'll get you out of this. We can't let these haters gloat. Su Chen shook his head. Back out? Encourage your bad habits? He rolled down the window and said calmly. The road's too narrow. Just pull over a bit and I'll be able to pass. The moment he said this, the viewers in the livestream were stunned. Move over? Then it hit everyone. Though the alley was narrow, there was a barely passable sidewalk alongside it. With truly exceptional driving skills, it might actually be possible to hug the wall and squeeze past the Mercedes at the last second. Holy crap! Su Chen's about to pull off a crazy maneuver. There really is a narrow sidewalk next to the one-way street. Extreme maneuvering might just get us through. I get it. Su Chen is going for a god-tier extreme reverse maneuver. I knew Su Chen never plays by the rules. He's about to pull off a textbook perfect close pass right in front of that shrew. Han Hai's eyes lit up as the image of executing the extreme maneuver flashed through his mind. In his view, this was the very essence of Su Chen's DiDi Heart Sutra. Retreating to advance, turning the impossible into reality. He quickly jotted down in his notebook. Stay calm in danger, forge a new path. This is the third realm of the DiDi Heart Sutra, where the willow darkens, the flowers brighten. Su Chen was enlightening him once again. He clutched his notebook tightly, ready to document this historic moment. Netizens instantly grew excited. Here it comes. Su Chen is about to pull off a god-tier extreme cornering maneuver. This is the true power of a driving god. Get your screenshots ready, this is going down in history. However, the female driver instantly flew off the handle upon hearing this. Bang! She violently flung open the door, stomping forward in her 4-inch heels, thump thump thump, until she reached Su Chen's car. She yanked open her door and leapt out with a clang. Her heels clattered loudly on the stone pavement. She frantically pounded on Su Chen's hood, spit flying as she shouted. No way! I won't let you. Who do you think you are? Listen to me. I'm parking this car right here today. You're backing out of this alley right now, or get the hell out. No one's leaving. Her rage escalated as she pushed her sunglasses up her forehead, storming to Su Chen's door and pounding on the window. Get out! Get out and apologize to me. Either you back out, or I'll call the cops. Chapter 31, Law Enforcement Credentials? Su Chen, you're in big trouble. Either back out of here, or I'll get my badge. The female driver stood with her hands on her hips, chin held high at a 45-degree angle. Show your badge? Han Hai inside the car laughed in disbelief. What badge? A driver's license? You drive the wrong way and still have the nerve to get a license? Viewers in the livestream chat immediately launched into a chorus of mockery. Holy crap, everyone, did I hear that right? She wants a license? A stroke diagnosis certificate? This shrew's tantrums have reached new heights. Full responsibility for driving the wrong way. Does she feel so wrong she needs to flash her ID to prove she's a legal citizen? Call the cops now. Don't waste your breath on her. This isn't about manners, it's highway bullying. That face, it's making my blood pressure skyrocket. Su Chen, don't hold back, call her out. Die-hard fans in the livestream were shaking with rage, wishing they could crawl through the internet cable to slap that woman. Yet, amidst the wave of online condemnation, the female driver flashed a cold smile. She turned, clicking her 10-centimeter heels as she stomped back to her Mercedes. She opened the passenger door, bent down, and rummaged through the glove compartment. The next second, she straightened up, holding a dark green notebook in her hand. She slammed the door shut and stormed back to Su Chen's car. Smack! A sharp crack. The dark green ID was slammed hard onto Su Chen's hood. Look at this. You are now suspected of obstructing the lawful duties of law enforcement officers. I order you to reverse immediately and clear the way. Then get over here and apologize. Han Hai in the passenger seat, along with the viewers in the livestream, all fixed their gaze intently on that badge. Its dark green cover radiated solemn dignity. Emblazoned across the cover in bold, gold embossed characters were 3 words. Law enforcement credential. Holy. A law enforcement badge? Is this for real? Holy. This is bad, really bad. Su Chen just bit off more than he can chew. Holy crap. No wonder he's so cocky, turns out he's the real deal. Su, move out of the way. Going up against law enforcement? They'll pin obstruction of justice on you in a heartbeat. You're headed straight to the station. Don't be impulsive, Su Chen. A true man knows when to bend and when to stand firm. Apologize quickly. Back down and the sky will open up. The die-hard fans who were just seething with righteous indignation were now all urging Su Chen to back down. An officer's ID badge, this isn't something to mess with. If you really do delay an enforcement operation, you could face serious consequences. Minor offenses could mean detention, while serious ones would leave a permanent record. Meanwhile, a wave of little angels flooded in. Bathed in a halo of righteousness, they ignored the entire backstory and refused to consider who was right or wrong. All they saw were the words law enforcement credentials, instantly siding with the female driver. Girls, what am I seeing? This lowlife actually dares to obstruct our sister's enforcement? Let's go get him. My heart aches for our sister. She was clearly performing her official duties, yet this scoundrel influencer blocked her path. So infuriating. I've always hated this streamer, he looks like trouble. Turns out he's clueless about the law. Doesn't even recognize an officer ID. He deserves to be shamed online. An artist with such a history of disrespecting law enforcement, resisting arrest violently, he should be banned for good. Wow, sis is so badass. That's exactly how you handle these lowlife jerks. Look at our Koen brother working tirelessly under the scorching sun to protect wildlife, then look at this Su Chen confronting officers in a narrow alley. What a piece of trash. A deluge of abuse instantly flooded the screen. In that moment, Su Chen became the nation's public enemy, branded forever as a violent resistor of law enforcement and a low-class internet celebrity. Tanyu Media, top floor CEO's office. Ha 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 ha. That fool is beyond stupid. How dare he confront law enforcement? Sunny stared at the screen, where Su Chen was drowned in a sea of comments, and that glaring law enforcement ID. He doubled over laughing, nearly tumbling off his executive chair. Zhang Tao's face split into a wide grin as he chimed in eagerly. Exactly. Exactly. Mr. Sun, Su Chen won't just fail to make a comeback if he doesn't get locked up for 10 days to a fortnight, it'll be a miracle. A complete ban across all platforms is now a done deal. Sunny wiped the tears of laughter from his eyes, his gaze flashing with vicious intent. We can't let such a golden opportunity go to waste. Amplify the media pressure. Spread the narrative that Su Chen threw a diva fit in public, maliciously obstructed official duties, and resisted law enforcement violently. Buy me 10 more trending topics. Hashtag Su Chen violently resists law enforcement. Hashtag internet celebrity openly defies authority. Make these hashtags trend like crazy. Push it across all platforms. I want him completely finished. Yes, Mr. Sun. A storm was brewing. Inside the car. Han Hai's face had turned deathly pale, his forehead covered in cold sweat. Staring at the female driver outside the window, her hands on her hips, his voice trembled. Su Chen, this is big trouble. How about I take the wheel? I've got nothing to lose. I promise to get you out safely. We can't go against the authorities. The female driver watched Su Chen's silent figure inside the car, her smug expression growing even more pronounced. She pulled out her phone, pretended to dial a number, and issued her final ultimatum. I'll count to 3. If you don't get out now, I'll call for backup immediately. And when they arrive, it won't just be my car. Don't blame me for being rude. She seemed to already envision Su Chen scrambling out of the car in a panic, crying and begging for forgiveness. The trolls in the livestream chat erupted into a frenzy, counting down the seconds. 3. 3. 3. Call for backup now. Take him away. Ha ha, the streamer's about to cry, huh? Where's all that arrogance now? What happened to your earlier bravado? Kneel down and apologize quick, maybe they'll go easy on you. Dead end. A total dead end. Not even a god could save him now. However, some viewers genuinely cared about Su Chen. Su, you're a genius. Step back and the sky's the limit. A wise man avoids immediate trouble, better to sidestep the sharp edge for now. Su Chen stared at the arrogant female driver. His mind raced with internal ranting. What kind of bizarre creature is this? Forcing her way against traffic with such arrogance, even demanding others yield to her? Does she really think I'm a doormat? Just as Su Chen was about to lift the hood and start the engine, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Target arrogant female driver detected. High concentration of hostility toward the host. Activation option available. Host, make your decision. Su Chen's gaze swept over the three options. Option A, a true gentleman knows when to yield. Reverse at maximum speed to clear the path, then kneel and apologize. Reward, breast hyperplasia. Increases host's verbal endurance while reducing lifespan by a certain amount. Breast hyperplasia? That. No way I'm doing that. Option B, stand your ground. Get out and confront the other driver, pointing out their illegal driving in the wrong lane. Reward, wimp experience pass 1. This is even less acceptable. Who can stand such humiliation? Option C, backing down only fuels anger. Holding your ground proves you're not the one at fault. I entered this alley by my own right, why should I yield? Refuse to budge and educate her with facts about what true traffic safety law entails. Reward, Eagle Eye 8K Ultra Micro Button Camera description, military grade black tech integrating 8K resolution, optical image stabilization, and directional audio capture. Extremely covert with ultra long standby time. Capable of basic neural linking with host retina neurons for mind control without external devices, truth-telling gum 1. As for this Eagle Eye 8K Ultra Micro Button Camera and truth-telling gum. Sounds intriguing. Need I say more? Su Chen chuckled inwardly, making his choice without hesitation. I choose C. Ding. Selection successful. Reward dispatched to system inventory. In an instant, Su Chen felt the top button of his shirt grow faintly warm, as if some strange transformation had occurred. Meanwhile, a neatly packaged piece of gum appeared out of nowhere in his pocket. At the same time, the female driver had counted to 3. 3. Very well, you brought this upon yourself. She raised her phone, ready to dial. But just then, click. A soft click. Su Chen unbuckled his seatbelt, pushed open the door, and stepped out with a long stride. Chapter 32, Tossing the Badge. Su Chen has gone completely mad. Seeing Su Chen exit the vehicle, the haters and fangirls were like they'd been injected with adrenaline. They were ecstatic. He's out. He's finally out. Look at that cowardly look on his face. He must be cracking under pressure and about to apologize. Ha 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 ha. Where's the recording crew? Hurry up. Capture this historic moment of Su Dog begging for mercy on his knees. LOL, wasn't he acting all tough just now? How come he turned into a wet noodle the moment the badge appeared? What a disgrace to us men. Ladies, see this? This is the true face of a weakling. He crumbles before a woman. Our sister is so much more badass. Even the more level-headed viewers in the live stream side. Can't be helped. When principles are at stake, it's no shame to back down. Exactly. A real man knows when to bend. No point butting heads with someone like that, especially when she's got a badge. In the alleyway, the female driver, seeing Su Chen get out of the car, wore a look of smug satisfaction that nearly overflowed. Hands on her hips, chin lifted even higher, she looked down her nose at Su Chen and let out a shrill, cold laugh. Good for you for knowing when to back down. Now, get over here and scrub my shoes clean. Then get down on your knees. Kowtow and apologize to me. Only then will I consider not pressing charges for obstructing an officer. The female driver's words instantly struck a nerve with the little fairies. Wow. Sis, you're so badass. I love it. Awesome. That's exactly how you deal with these arrogant jerks. Let him learn a lesson. Sisters, record this. Get a close-up. I'm posting this coward begging on his knees all over the internet so everyone sees how disgusting he is. Way to go. This is the fierce spirit our new generation of independent women should have. Never go easy on trashy men. A deluge of comments flooded the screen. Sis is awesome. Support sis. Su Chen had become a despicable criminal, while this female driver who blocked traffic against the flow was now the embodiment of justice. Her loyal fans in the livestream began voicing outrage. Damn it. That old hag is pushing it too far. She's the one driving the wrong way. No way around it. She's got an officer's badge. She's on duty with special privileges. Su Chen's hit a brick wall this time. She'll just have to play along. Haven't you seen Su Chen trending on hot searches? If she doesn't back down now, she'll be in trouble tomorrow. Yet Su Chen's reaction stunned everyone once more. His expression unchanged, he walked straight past the female driver. He walked over to the hood of the car. Huh? What's he doing? Could he be planning to personally return the law enforcement badge to show sincerity? That must be it. At least his attitude is decent. Hopefully that officer will show leniency. Under the breathless gaze of tens of thousands watching online, Su Chen picked up the dark green-covered law enforcement ID from the hood. Everyone assumed he would reverently hand it back to the female driver. But the next second, Su Chen simply held the badge in his hand, tossing it up and down as if weighing a worthless brick. Under the female driver and Han Hai's wide-eyed stares, he casually flicked his wrist. Thud. A soft thud. The law enforcement ID fell onto the dusty ground. The entire world fell silent. Han Hai inside the car gaped wide enough to swallow an egg. The arrogant female driver's smug grin froze instantly, morphing into stunned disbelief. The livestream's chat feed went silent for a full 3 seconds. 3 seconds later, the chat exploded. Holy. He threw his badge? Am I seeing things? Someone slap me. He threw his badge on the ground? You're insane. Su Chen, you've completely lost your mind? Before anyone could recover from this earth-shattering spectacle, Su Chen moved again. He walked straight to the driver's side of the Mercedes-Benz. The door was open, and the keys were still inside. Without even glancing inside, Su Chen reached in and pulled out the keys. Under the horrified stares of Han Hai and every viewer in the livestream, he slammed it onto the ground. Crack! The Mercedes-Benz smart key shattered instantly. Shattered plastic fragments and metal chips scattered across the floor with a clatter, smashed to pieces. The female driver and Han Hai were utterly dumbfounded. The entire livestream exploded. Bullet comments instantly flooded the screen. Holy. What the hell did I just see? He threw his badge. And smashed the car keys? He's lost his mind. Su Chen has completely lost his mind. I'm speechless. I'm genuinely stunned. This isn't just courting disaster, it's practically asking to be shot. Violent resistance to law enforcement. This is textbook violent resistance. It's over, Su Chen is really going to get himself killed this time. He's provoking trouble. Intentionally damaging property. Prison sentence. He must be sentenced. Everyone was stunned speechless by this move. And in the livestream chat, the little fairies, after a brief moment of stunned silence, erupted in a thunderous rage. How dare he? How dare he treat sister like this? This is outrageous. This man is a complete criminal. A violent thug. He should be executed immediately. Report him. Everyone, report him. Report him for resisting arrest and maliciously destroying property. Ban him. He must be banned across all platforms. Every second this scum exists in society is a threat to us women. Meanwhile, clips of the Su Chen smashing his law enforcement ID and snapping the Mercedes key were rapidly extracted and spread like wildfire across the internet. Hashtag Su Chen violently resists arrest. Hashtag influencer openly challenges law enforcement authority. Hashtag Su Chen get out of entertainment. One shocking hashtag after another surged to the top of trending lists across major platforms within minutes. Tanyu Media, top floor CEO's office. Cough. Sunny spit red wine straight onto the monitor, sliding off his executive chair, laughing so hard he rolled on the floor, clutching his stomach. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Idiot. I've never seen such a moron in my life. This isn't just courting death, it's ing running headfirst into a gun barrel. Violent resistance to law enforcement, destruction of property. Forget about turning things around now. If he doesn't get locked up for months, it'll be a miracle. Sunny was utterly stunned by Su Chen's maneuver. Digging a hole for yourself and then jumping right in. He laughed for quite a while. Only then did Sunny scramble to his feet. Wiping away the tears of laughter, he said. Such a golden opportunity to dominate, we can't let it go to waste. Buy up the trending topics like crazy. Hashtag Su Chen violently resists arrest. Hashtag Su Chen destroys citizen property in public. Hashtag influencer openly defies law enforcement. Push all related keywords down. I want this story to hit the top of the trending charts across the entire internet within half an hour. Immediately mobilize our affiliated influencers, have them repost the article. Use this headline: has been top star violently resists arrest in public, moral decay or utter disregard for the law? The Professional Challenge 365 production team. Director Wang Gang sat with his legs crossed, savoring a freshly brewed cup of Da Hong Pao tea. Clutching a newly signed, hefty sponsorship contract, his grin stretched from ear to ear. It blew up. It really blew up. Su Chen's move yesterday had the production team's phones ringing off the hook, with countless sponsors waving cash and practically breaking down the door. Wang Gang had never fought such a lucrative battle in his life. Mr. Su, you're my savior. Wang Gang's face glowed with excitement, convinced he was about to reach the pinnacle of his career and become the ace director of the variety show world. He happily pulled out his phone, ready to call Su Chen and report this earth-shattering news and maybe throw in some more sycophantic praise. But the moment he unlocked the screen, buzz buzz buzz. The phone shook violently like it had Parkinson's, as countless app notifications flooded the screen, instantly taking over the entire display. Wang Gang? Chapter 33, he actually dared to call 110? What the hell? Another celebrity scandal? Wang Gang rolled his eyes in annoyance. As someone in the industry, he was long accustomed to this barrage of information. These days, any piece of entertainment news could be spun into sensational headlines by clickbait artists. But those navigating the industry still needed to stay updated on the latest developments. Wang Gang swiped open his screen with practiced ease, ready to see which celebrity had fallen from grace this time. But the next second, when he saw the bold, red highlighted trending topics on the screen, the smile on Wang Gang's face froze instantly. Hashtag Su Chen violently resists law enforcement. Hashtag explosive. Hashtag influencer openly defies law enforcement. Hashtag trending. Hashtag Su Chen destroys citizens' property in public. Get out of entertainment industry. Hashtag trending. His head buzzed like thunderclaps, darkness swirled before his eyes, and he nearly toppled from his executive chair. Impossible. This can't be real. Wang Gang's hands began trembling uncontrollably as he nervously clicked on one of the trending topics. What met his eyes was a high-definition close-up of Su Chen tossing the dark green law enforcement badge onto the ground. Beneath the video, tens of thousands of furious comments and shares flooded the page. Violent resistance to law enforcement. Must be severely punished. How can scum like this be a streamer? My worldview is shattered. We firmly support banning Su Chen from all platforms. The blood drained from Wang Gang's face, leaving him as pale as paper. It's over. The massive sponsorship deal he just signed. The show that was finally taking off. His entire future. All gone. No. There's still a chance. There's still a chance to salvage this. Wang Gang clutched at this last straw, frantically digging out Su Chen's number and dialing it with a voice nearly choked with tears. The moment the call connected, he couldn't hold it together anymore. His voice cracked and he practically begged on his knees. Mr. Su. My savior. My dear father. Check the trending topics. It's a disaster. Public opinion is exploding. This must be Tianyu Entertainment pulling strings behind the scenes. You need to come out and explain this immediately. Back down, apologize. We can't go against the authorities. Otherwise, the entire show is finished. Wang Gang's voice was incoherent, filled with despair and utter collapse. Yet on the other end of the line, Su Chen's voice remained utterly calm, without a hint of emotion. Oh. Beep, beep, beep. The call was hung up. Wang Gang held the phone stiffly, frozen in that position for a full dozen seconds. He slowly lowered his head, his gaze falling on the contract still faintly fragrant with ink on the desk, then glanced at the blood red exploded on his phone screen. Oh. He murmured the word again. The next second, his eyes rolled back, and darkness engulfed his vision. It's over. Everything is over. With a thud, director Wang Gang fell backward, collapsing unconscious in the very office where his dreams had taken flight. Meanwhile, in the narrow alleyway. You bastard. How dare you throw my ID? Smash my keys. After a moment of stunned silence, the arrogant female driver descended into a frenzy. Like a raging lioness, she lunged at Su Chen, claws and fangs bared. But Su Chen merely shifted his stance slightly. The driver lunged into thin air. Her momentum carried her too far, and her high heels twisted awkwardly, throwing her off balance. Thud. She landed in an utterly pathetic heap, face planting onto the ground. Ouch. A wail escaped her as she lay sprawled on the scorching concrete. Her face was smeared with dust, leaving her looking utterly disheveled. But Su Chen didn't even spare her a second glance. He ignored the female driver's torrent of profanity and vicious curses, walking straight back to his own car. He opened the door and slid into the driver's seat. All under the stunned gaze of the female driver and tens of thousands watching the livestream. Click. The door locked with a crisp click. Immediately afterward, the car's air conditioning system activated, and a powerful blast of cool air instantly dispelled the summer heat. Melodious classical music flowed softly from the speakers. Outside, the female driver was nearly overcome by heat exhaustion in the narrow alleyway. Seeing Su Chen sitting comfortably inside with the AC on, she was furious. Get out! Get out! The female driver frantically pounded on the window, her face contorted, screaming at the top of her lungs. But Su Chen seemed oblivious to it all. Instead, he turned the AC down a notch. This scene, captured by the live stream camera, spread across the entire internet with crystal clarity. Outside the car, the scorching sun beat down as the shrieking woman cursed in the street, drenched in sweat. Inside the car, cool air blew gently as the handsome guy listened to music, completely at ease. The stark contrast sent the entire livestream chat into an absolute frenzy. Holy! He actually locked the doors? This is infuriating. He's insane. This guy is a complete lunatic. This isn't just courting trouble, he's asking for it. This is over. Resisting arrest violently and treating officers so arrogantly, Su Chen is definitely going to jail this time. Too impulsive. Su Chen. What were you thinking? Die-hard fans were heartbroken, feeling like the sky had fallen. And those little fairies instantly claimed the moral high ground. How dare he treat a female driver like that? This is blatant violent oppression. Did you see that, sisters? This lowlife has violence in his very bones. He's openly disrespecting us women. Exactly. He did it to Li Shui last time, and now he's doing it to our law enforcement sister. He's just a misogynistic piece of trash. Every second this scum exists in society is a threat to all women. Sisters, let's tear him apart. Propelled by Tianyu Media's financial clout. The hashtag Su Chen violently resists law enforcement skyrocketed like a rocket, instantly topping trending charts across all major platforms. Countless paid influencers and feminist bloggers jumped on the bandwagon, issuing righteous condemnations. Expired superstar loses his mind, openly defying the rule of law. From public insults to violent resistance, how much longer must we tolerate social scourges like Su Chen? Kunkin's fanbase mobilized en masse, tearing Su Chen to shreds. The avalanche of public condemnation threatened to bury him completely. In the livestream chat, the little fairies gloated triumphantly. Ha, we've already filed a group police report. Just wait, the cops are coming to take down this lawless thug. Sisters, you rock. This is exactly how we make scum like him face justice. Protecting our women's rights. I can already picture him pinned to the ground by the cops, crying and begging for mercy. So satisfying. Their voices brimmed with righteous superiority, as if they'd already witnessed Su Chen's complete downfall. In the alley, the female driver stood under the scorching sun, frantically pounding on Su Chen's car window, her face contorted as she screamed. Get out here. If you've got the guts, don't hide inside. You coward. You're finished. I'm telling you, you're completely finished. Inside the car, Han Hai was sweating profusely. Su Chen, this is seriously bad. Should we apologize right now? The entire internet is attacking you right now. If we don't salvage this, you're finished. Su Chen calmly finished reading the trending topics on his phone, a faint smile even playing on his lips. Tisk, they're really laying into me. He murmured under his breath before slowly exiting the Douyin app. Under the stunned gazes of everyone in the live stream room, Su Chen pulled up the dialer and slowly dialed 3 digits. 110. In that instant, the entire livestream fell dead silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what they were seeing. He dare to call the police right back at them? Chapter 34, I'm reporting them for disturbing the peace. The viewers in the livestream watched as Su Chen dialed 110 to report the incident. They were all stunned. What the hell? Am I seeing things? He called the police? Has he lost his mind? I declare, Su Chen isn't just crazy, he's completely insane. He violently resists arrest, then calls the cops to arrest himself? What kind of unprecedented suicide mission is this? I'm speechless. I'm genuinely speechless. In my 20+ years, I've never witnessed anything like this. Could this possibly be a solution devised by carbon-based life forms? Is he trying to turn himself in? Hoping for leniency? Ha! Does he think turning himself in now will help? With the entire internet broadcasting his violent resistance to arrest, the evidence is ironclad. Not even a god could save him. He's going straight to prison to work the sewing machine. Die-hard fans wailed in despair, convinced Su Chen was truly going down this time. Meanwhile, the haters, especially the little fairies, recovered from their brief shock and erupted in wild glee. Ha 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 ha. You saw that, sisters. He chickened out. He totally chickened out. Realized he'd caused an absolute disaster and can't escape? Trying to buy sympathy by turning himself in? Too late. Serves him right. That's karma for you. Just wait until the cops pin him to the ground, crying and begging our sister for forgiveness. So satisfying. I can't wait to see him in handcuffs looking like a total mess. Screen recorders. Get me a high residential close-up. The end of the arrogant male is here. So satisfying. This is what happens when you cross us beauties. Their comments overflowed with schadenfreude, as if they'd already sentenced Su Chen to death. Just then, the phone connected. Hello, 110 Emergency Center. How may I assist you? Hearing the voice, Su Chen's lips curved into a faint, amused smile as he spoke lazily. Xiaolu? Municipal Police Headquarters, 110 Emergency Dispatch Center. The young female officer answering the call, Xiaolu, jolted upright. That voice. It was Su Chen. Him again. Ever since that last case, Xiaolu had become a rising star at the bureau. Not only had she earned commendation, but her colleagues now dubbed her the lucky operator. Exceptionally skilled, never overlooking a single detail. Almost reflexively, she swiftly pressed the speakerphone button while frantically signaling to her colleagues nearby. Come quick. Come learn. Su's case. Live. Several nearby colleagues instantly understood, dropping their tasks to gather around in hushed anticipation, ears perked up for a live demonstration of the Su method of reporting incidents. Over the phone, Su Chen's voice sounded again, tinged with a hint of grievance and innocence. I was just driving normally down a small alley when some woman driving the wrong way cut me off. Not only did she refuse to move, but she also hurled vicious verbal attacks at me. Worst of all, she pulled out some kind of ID and demanded I move out of her way. She was incredibly arrogant. At this point, Su Chen paused, his voice still trembling with lingering fear. Officer, you know I'm a law-abiding citizen. Just yesterday I helped you apprehend an A-level fugitive. My nerves are still frayed from the shock. Then today she's standing right in my face verbally bullying me. Now she's outside my car, violently smashing my windows and physically attacking me, seriously threatening my personal safety. Please come and handle this. I'm so scared. Every word of this exchange was broadcast live, word for word. The viewers in the livestream were furious. Shameful. I've never seen such brazen audacity. Twisting the truth. The villain accuses first. How dare he? He was the one resisting arrest violently. How can he turn it around and make himself the victim? And emotionally fragile? Put. Where was your fragility when you threw that officer's ID on the ground? Where was it when you smashed his car keys? Using some petty arrest as a shield? Have you no shame? Yesterday you got lucky, but today your true colors show violent resistance to law enforcement. Sisters. Keep reporting him. Report his malicious false reporting and deliberate defamation. Let him face even harsher punishment. The comments flooded in, furious accusations flying that Su Chen was twisting the truth, using his achievements as a shield to evade legal consequences. Meanwhile, at the police dispatch center, Xiao Lu and her colleagues listened with eyes aglow. Here it comes. Here it comes. This is the one. This utterly bizarre reporting method spouting utter nonsense with such solemn conviction, yet leaving you unable to pinpoint a single flaw. Truly the master of absurdity. Xiao Lu forced down her excitement to learn, striving to keep her voice professional as she pressed on. Alright, Mr. Su, we've noted that. Could you specify exactly what kind of certificate you're referring to? Viewers in the livestream perked up, eager to hear how Su Chen would wriggle out of this. But Su Chen's answer exploded like a bombshell in everyone's mind. Oh, it was some kind of green-covered law enforcement ID. She was acting so arrogant, like a lunatic. It pissed me off, so I just tossed it on the ground. Oh, and her Mercedes keys? They looked annoying too. I snapped them off while I was at it. Officer, I strongly suspect this woman is mentally unstable. Not only is she obstructing my passage, but she's also making physical threats against me. Please come handle this immediately. It would be best if you brought a psychiatrist along. Boom. The entire dispatch center fell deathly silent. You could hear a pin drop. Xiao Lu and the circle of colleagues surrounding her, every single one of them froze solid as if struck by lightning. Every face bore the same expression, Omega Omega. Threw away the badge? Broke the Mercedes keys? Then turned around and called the police claiming the other person was mentally unstable? What kind of mind-bending move is this? Bro. Are you sure it's not your own mental state that's messed up? Xiao Lu's hand gripping the phone began shaking violently. She felt like she wasn't handling a police call, but a hot potato, no, a ticking time bomb. She took a deep breath, summoning every ounce of professional composure, and tremblingly conducted the final verification and legal briefing. Mr. Su, are you certain everything you just stated is factual? I must remind you that under Longwo law, any act of insulting or obstructing law enforcement officers in the lawful performance of their duties will be severely punished by law. The consequences could be extremely serious. Yet Su Chen seemed to have completely ignored her warning. He calmly provided the precise coordinates of his location. Alright, you have the address. Hurry up. I'm in a hurry. With that, beep. The call was abruptly hung up. The emergency call center fell into a deathly silence. Xiao Lu and her colleagues exchanged stunned glances, seeing only endless shock and bewilderment in each other's eyes. Quick! Report it! Xiao Lu was the first to snap out of it, her voice cracking. This is bad. Meanwhile, at the Municipal Bureau's Criminal Investigation Division office, Lin Wanqing sat with Wang Dong and a group of experts, reviewing yesterday's operation to apprehend the Class A fugitive. Just then, buzz buzz. Lin Wanqing's phone, resting on the conference table, suddenly began vibrating urgently. It was an urgent call from the director of the Emergency Response Center. Lin Wanqing's delicate brows furrowed slightly as she answered the call. The next second, her perpetually icy expression cracked. What? You're saying Su Chen threw away a woman's law enforcement ID, snapped her car keys, and then turned around and called 110 to report her for disturbing the peace? Chapter 35, Nationwide Review. Su Chen, do you know your crime? Lin Wanqing hung up the phone, her entire body struck as if by lightning. Wang Dong, Sun Pei, and the other experts reviewing the case were all startled by the sudden commotion. Lin, what's wrong? Did something happen? Wang Dong asked with concern. Lin Wanqing took a deep breath, her eyes filled with disappointment. Su Chen. He threw away a female officer's badge. He snapped her car keys. Then he turned around and called 110, claiming she was causing trouble. What? Wang Dong shot to his feet, eyes wide with disbelief. Then, fuming with rage, he shouted, foolish. Utterly foolish. Who does he think he is? Just because he helped us crack a case, does that give him free rein to act lawless? He's treating the law like a joke. This is a blatant challenge to the authority of the entire law enforcement system. Sunpei looked equally dismayed, shaking his head repeatedly with a sigh. Sigh. Just yesterday I thought this young man showed promise, but never imagined he'd get so carried away so quickly. He's literally destroying his own future. It's over. Completely over. Violent resistance to law enforcement, solid evidence, and it was live-streamed online. This scandal will shake the heavens. He'll never recover from this in his lifetime. Ah. Young people these days get carried away so easily. They achieve just a little success and their tails are already in the air. The experts exchanged sharp remarks, their voices brimming with frustration and dismay. Yesterday, they had marveled at Su Chen's brilliant foresight, even harboring a hint of admiration. But today, this promising talent in their eyes had committed an act of utter stupidity and boundless arrogance. This was nothing short of discrediting the entire expert panel's work. Lin Wanqing listened to the murmurs, her emotions growing more tangled. She clenched her fists, her eyes brimming with disappointment. Yesterday, she had begun to see Su Chen, the former internet celebrity, in a new light. Little did she expect this guy to pull off such a stunt today. The experts were kicking themselves in frustration. Lin, get moving. Per protocol, we must immediately address this egregious act of open defiance against law enforcement. Right. We can't let him keep causing trouble. This behavior is utterly despicable. It demands severe punishment. Lin Wanqing nodded. She made a swift decision, grabbed her walkie-talkie, and spoke with a crisp tone. Jolay. Grab your team and head to the scene with me. By any means necessary, we must bring this situation under control immediately. Yes, Captain Lin. Just as Lin Wanqing was about to lead her team out, Xian Liming, who had remained silent in the corner of the conference room, suddenly spoke up slowly. Hold on. His voice was soft, yet it silenced everyone in the room. Don't rush, kid. Xian Liming lifted his eyelids, a sharp gleam flashing in his cloudy eyes. It's too early to jump to conclusions. Regardless, we need to understand the specifics first. Retrieve Su Chen's livestream footage and watch it from start to finish. Wang Dong and Sun Pei froze in place. Mr. Qian, what's there to see? Isn't the truth already crystal clear? He threw away his law enforcement badge. That's ironclad evidence. Xian Liming didn't argue, merely waving his hand dismissively. Watch. Seeing old Xian insist, the others held their tongues and immediately projected Su Chen's livestream footage onto the conference room's large screen. The video began playing. On screen, Su Chen picked up the dark green law enforcement badge expressionlessly. He tossed it in his hand as if weighing a worthless brick before casually flinging it onto the dusty floor. Whoosh! A collective gasp filled the conference room. Lin Wanqing's fists clenched instantly, her face turning ashen. Then, as she watched Su Chen walk to the Mercedes, pull out the keys, and smash them to pieces on the floor in front of everyone, Lin Wanqing could no longer contain herself. This isn't just reckless. This is reckless. Arrogant. It's lawlessness. Lin Wanqing slammed her fist onto the conference table. Openly defying law enforcement. Maliciously destroying private property. Utter lawlessness. She felt her blood pressure skyrocketing. But just then, old Xian, who had been intently staring at the screen, suddenly shouted. Hold on. Freeze this frame. Zoom in. He extended his withered finger, pointing directly at the high-definition close-up of the unfolded dark green law enforcement ID on the screen. Zhao Lei immediately complied. Wang Dong and Sun Pei also leaned in curiously to examine it closely. Mr. Qian, this law enforcement ID looks perfectly fine to me. The serial number, the embossed seal, everything standard. What's wrong with it? Sun Pei asked in confusion. Old Qian's gaze was piercing as he fixed his eyes on an extremely minute gold foil pattern on the badge. His voice was low, yet carried an undeniable authority. I was involved in designing the anti-counterfeiting features for our system's law enforcement IDs back in the day. The anti-counterfeiting texture on this woman's badge covered the micro-engraved details seem irregular. However, this is only preliminary suspicion. We need to obtain the physical item on site for final confirmation. Everyone was collectively stunned. Wang Dong, Sun Pei, Lin Wanqing, every single one of them froze in place, their minds going completely blank. Damn it! Wang Dong slapped his thigh hard, his face flushing crimson with excitement, his beard quivering violently. Fake ID? Could it be that Su Chen wasn't just messing around? Throwing his badge, smashing his keys. Was all of that part of his plan? He knew that badge was fake all along? The thought spread like a virus, instantly infecting every expert present. Good heavens! If that's the case, it all makes perfect sense. That's why he dared to toss it so brazenly? He wasn't defying law enforcement, he was exposing a fraud? The other experts began murmuring among themselves. No way! How could he possibly spot the problem with the law enforcement ID at a glance? But we all know how skilled old Qian is. If the badge really was fake, wouldn't that mean Su Chen just pulled off another heroic act? Good heavens! Is this kid going viral again? The crowd's eyes began to sparkle with feverish speculation. Lin Wanqing listened to the experts' discussions, her heart filled with mixed emotions. If Su Chen had truly done this intentionally, then his observational skills and judgment would be nothing short of astonishing. Old Chen listened to everyone's wild imaginings, his lips twitching slightly, but he still gave a decisive order. Miss Lin, don't just stand there. Hurry up and go. On-site verification is the most crucial step. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, at the alley entrance, the area was already packed tight with reporters from major media outlets who'd rushed over at the first hint of news. Long lenses and short lenses, flashes blazing everywhere. Li Wei, the black hat reporter from Tianyu Media, held his phone up to the camera, his face flushed with excitement as he conducted a live broadcast. Hey everyone! Family! Breaking news! The entire criminal investigation brigade of the Municipal Bureau is on the scene. And leading the team is none other than the Ice Queen police officer, Captain Lin Wansheng. Looks like Su Chen won't be able to escape this time. Violent resistance to law enforcement, that's an aggravated offense. We'll soon witness the downfall of this social scourge with our own eyes. Folks, hit that like button and vote. Let's put him on trial across the entire internet. Reporters nearby scramble to set up their equipment. We absolutely can't miss out on breaking news like this. Live stream it. Must be broadcast across all platforms. Let everyone see what happens to the scum. Major news platforms launched live streams, each headline more sensational than the last. Shocking. Faded star violently resists arrest in public. Su Chen suspected of obstructing official duties. Police have arrived. Social scourge finally brought to justice. Righteousness prevails. Public outrage erupted across the internet. Su Chen, get out of the entertainment industry. Sisters, we've won. This despicable man will finally get what he deserves. Support the police. Bring this lawless criminal to justice. Su Chen, do you know your crimes? Squay. Just then, the screech of brakes pierced the air. Several police cars screeched to a halt outside the alley. Chapter 36, the expert squad arrives. As Su Chen finished? Journalists who had been waiting for ages saw the police cars stop and excitedly snapped away with their cameras. They're here. They're here. The police are here. Quick. Aim your cameras. Don't miss a single detail. The doors swung open. Leading the way was none other than Lin Wanqing, dressed in uniform, radiating heroic poise, yet her lovely face now bore a frosty expression. However, when they saw the figures following her out of the car, the entire livestream exploded. Isn't that Professor Wang Dong? The leading authority on criminal psychology in China. An expert Sun Pei. The big shot in criminal investigation. Holy crap, Professor Qian Limin is here too. The Grandmaster of Forensic Science. Holy crap. What kind of dream team is this? Didn't even the expert panel for that last level fugitive arrest have such a complete lineup? Su Chen must be pulling some serious strings this time. Resisting arrest violently, and it directly mobilized a team of national treasure level experts? The casual viewers in the livestream were left speechless, stunned into silence by this extravagant arrest lineup. Meanwhile, the haters and fangirls had already kicked off their online champagne party. This is how we roll. This is our sister's style. Not only did she call the cops, she brought in the expert team too. Ha 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 ha. Experts are here. What does that mean? It means Su Chen's case is extremely serious. It's already caught the attention of national authorities. Exactly. The experts couldn't stand it anymore and rushed here to personally condemn this lawless criminal. So satisfying. I can't wait to see Su Chen getting berated by the experts, then getting handcuffed and looking utterly pathetic. Su Chen is finished. Su Chen is finished. Su Chen is finished. Important things deserve repeating 3 times. The end of the self-righteous male is here. So satisfying. Tianyu Media President's Office. Sunny watched the live feed of those esteemed experts, slapping his thigh in excitement so hard his jowls jiggled. Ha 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 ha. Good. Excellent. I only wanted him to serve a few days inside, but he went and screwed himself over, making a huge scene. Having the expert panel personally arrest him. This impact is worth more than buying 100 trending topics. Let these esteemed experts personally label him. From now on, in Dragon Nation, Su Chen will have no place to hide. Under the gaze of the crowd, Lin Wanqing led the group of experts into the alley, their expressions solemn. The female driver who had driven against traffic immediately straightened her back the moment she spotted Lin Wanqing, quickening her pace to meet her. She saluted with textbook precision. Officer. You're finally here. Her face radiated righteous indignation as she pointed at Su Chen's car and began loudly lodging her complaint. I was on an urgent mission requiring me to drive against traffic here. But this man, Su Chen, not only did he maliciously obstruct me, he also verbally abused me. After I presented my law enforcement ID, not only did he refuse to cooperate, but he escalated his actions, openly throwing my ID on the ground and maliciously damaging my personal property. Her words were righteous and forceful, perfectly portraying the image of an officer who had suffered wrongs yet remained steadfast in her duty. The little fairies in the livestream instantly welled up with tears. Wah, sis is so badass. Enduring such injustice yet still upholding principles. My heart aches for you. That bastard Su Chen deserves to be torn to shreds. Just then. Squeak. A soft creak sounded as the door of Su Chen's car opened. He stepped out of the car at a leisurely pace. Not a trace of panic crossed his face. He even stretched lazily, looking as though he'd just woken up. Yo! You're getting out? Just a moment ago, you were chilling in the car with the AC on, listening to music, acting all tough. If you're so brave, don't get out. Ugh. Just looking at his face makes me sick. You'll be crying soon enough. Just wait until you're begging for mercy on your knees. That cocky look on his face just pisses me off. Just arrest him already. The little fairies stomped their feet in fury, wishing they could leap through the screen and slap Su Chen twice. Su Chen remained utterly unfazed, even feeling a bit sleepy. Whatever the outcome, he certainly hadn't gotten blocked milk ducts. Driving against traffic? Showing ID to clear the way? I won't tolerate your rotten habits. Lin Wanqing shot Su Chen a cold glance before bending down to pick up the dust-covered law enforcement badge from the ground. She opened it and examined it carefully. Embossed seal, serial number, photograph. Everything appeared flawless. Seeing Lin Wanqing's solemn expression, the female driver's lips curved upward. Clearing her throat, she adopted a businesslike tone. Officer, you've verified the documents. Is everything in order? Under the relevant laws of Longwa, citizens have an obligation to cooperate with law enforcement officers. He threw his ID, smashed the car keys, and maliciously obstructed law enforcement, all live-streamed online with extremely detrimental consequences. I demand he be immediately arrested for obstruction of justice and punished to the fullest extent of the law. Boom! At that moment, the entire online community erupted in excitement. Did you hear that? Obstruction of justice. That carries a prison sentence. So satisfying. Let's celebrate. Pop the champagne. Sis is awesome. That's exactly how you deal with these disgusting men. Let him see how formidable we women are. The sleazy reporter Li Wei shouted excitedly, film it. All of you, film it. This is the final fate of an expired top star resisting the law violently. This is our front page headline today. The atmosphere at the scene had reached a fever pitch. Everyone waited for Lin Wanqing's command to arrest Su Chen, this lawless criminal. But just then, a deep, steady voice suddenly sounded behind her. Young lady, what do you see? It was Qian Limin. Old Chen walked over slowly, his cloudy eyes betraying no emotion. Lin Wanqing shook her head, her tone heavy. Master Qian, the credentials themselves show no signs of forgery. Is that so? Old Master Qian extended his withered hand and took the law enforcement ID from Lin Wanqing. Instead of examining the most obvious features like the embossed seal and photograph, his gaze locked onto an extremely minute gold foil anti-counterfeiting pattern on the cover. His fingers traced the pattern lightly. Viewers in the livestream watched this scene with confusion. What is old man Qian doing? Stalling for time? Officer Lin has already reviewed its ironclad evidence. What else is he looking at? Is he trying to shield Su Chen? Wang Dong and Sun Pei also approached, their faces filled with confusion. Mr. Qian, is there something wrong with this ID? Just then. In the comment stream, sharp-eyed netizens began sensing the eerie atmosphere. Hold up. Guys. Doesn't this vibe feel kinda off? Holy. I suddenly have an extremely bold, yet utterly plausible theory. Could it be? No way. Just as the entire internet was about to erupt with speculation, old Master Qian, who had remained silent all along, suddenly let a meaningful smile curve his lips. He raised his withered finger and tapped lightly on the gold-embroidered pattern. Then he lifted his head, his gaze piercing like lightning, fixing it directly on the female driver. Young lady, this license of yours is remarkably convincing. His voice was not loud, yet it reached every ear with crystal clarity. The female driver's face instantly drained of color. Old Master Qian paused, making everyone's hearts leap to their throats, before slowly, deliberately, uttering each word. It's just a pity. The micro-engraved anti-counterfeiting texture on this one, compared to the genuine article I helped design back in the day. It still falls just a tad short. With that, he finished speaking. He casually tossed the document to Wang Dong beside him, his tone as matter-of-fact as if discussing something utterly insignificant. This is a fake ID. Chapter 37, which floor is Su Chen on? This is a fake ID. Boom. Xian Lao's calm voice boomed through the narrow alleyway. The air froze. The wind ceased its rustling. The frantic clicking of journalists' camera shutters abruptly ceased. Every expression in the room froze in that instant. Stunned. Shock. Incredible. Fake credentials? That arrogant woman who claimed to be on an urgent mission flung her law enforcement ID in Su Chen's face and incited a moral trial against him online. She was holding a fake badge? The facial muscles of the two eminent experts, Wang Dong and Sun Pei, twitched violently. Professor Qian, are you absolutely certain? Wang Dong's voice carried a hint of uncertainty. Sun Pei leaned in closer, his eyes nearly glued to the badge. This embossed seal, even the details in the photo, it's all too realistically done, isn't it? Old Master Chen blew gently on his beard, his serene expression practically saying, "Young man, you're still too green." He extended his withered finger and tapped the micro-embossed gold floral pattern. "Steel stamps can be forged, photos can be swapped, but this anti-counterfeiting pattern I personally helped design it back in the day. Look at this security feature, it resembles the original in form, but not in spirit. The genuine article uses third-generation laser etching technology for its micro-engraving. Even when magnified 300 times, the edges of the texture remain sharp and crisp, like they were carved with a chisel. But this one." He pointed at the counterfeit. "The texture edges show obvious burrs and a sticky feel, a classic flaw of second-generation high-pressure hot stamping. Just a cheap imitation." His words struck like thunder from a clear blue sky. Wang Dong and Sun Pei, holding the documents, were struck dumb. They exchanged glances, their faces frozen in utter disbelief. Lin Wanqing's slender frame trembled violently as her mind completely shut down. If the credentials were fake, then Su Chen's earlier actions, tossing the ID and smashing the car key. He wasn't resisting arrest violently, he was exposing a fraud? A terrifying thought surged from the depths of Lin Wanqing's heart, sending chills down her spine. He had known all along? And at this very moment, Su Chen, whom everyone regarded as an infallible lone hero, stood rooted to the spot. Outwardly as steady as an old dog, inwardly he was experiencing a magnitude 10 earthquake. Ha? Fake credentials? Su Chen was dumbfounded. He swore he'd genuinely started out just wanting to put her arrogant attitude in its place. He'd simply wanted to vent his frustration, teach her a lesson for her bad habits, and grab a system reward, all to avoid getting so worked up he'd develop rest nodules. I'd even prepared to contact a lawyer, just waiting to serve a few days inside before suing her for abuse of power. And now you tell me all my confrontations were for nothing? She's a fake? Should I play along and act shocked? Or keep up the act of being mysterious? Whatever. The system quest is done, the reward's mine. Take it or leave it." At the same time, in Su Chen's livestream. "Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap, 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 crap! I knew it! I knew it! This script is so familiar. It's exactly what I was thinking. Su God is amazing voice cracking. Hey, bro, cut the hype. Where were you earlier? I saw you cursing Su Chen the loudest. Forget that traitor. Guys. An incredibly bold yet utterly plausible theory has emerged again. Su Chen. Did he know all along? Whoa, hearing you say that gives me chills." His calm demeanor throughout, the disdain when tossing the ID, the decisiveness when snapping the key, it wasn't arrogance at all, he saw through everything from the start. If the ID was fake, then that woman driving the wrong way was a fraud. Su Chen tossing her ID and smashing her keys, if that's not resisting arrest, what is it? It's ridding the people of a menace. The comments exploded in an instant. Half erupted in thunderous shock and admiration. The other half? The little fairies were hysterically breaking down. Impossible. This absolutely cannot be true. How could the law enforcement sister be fake? She's so badass. So righteous. A conspiracy. This is a massive conspiracy. Who is that old man? He must be an actor hired by Su Chen to frame our sister. Exactly. That old man watched for so long just to fabricate some micro-engraved texture lie. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Why, our sister is suffering so much. Violently resisting law enforcement and now framed. This world is hopeless. Tianyu Media, President's Office. Clunk. The cigar in Sun Yi's hand fell to the floor. He stared fixedly at the words fake certificate on the screen, feeling the world spin. Fake, fake? Damn it, how could an enforcement credential be fake? He'd spent a fortune buying over a dozen trending topics, mobilized every troll army he had, and forced hashtag Su Chen resists law enforcement hashtag to the top of the trending charts. He was about to bury Su Chen in the mud for good. And now you tell me the source of it all, that law enforcement ID is fake? Didn't all his efforts go to waste? No. He's actually paying out of pocket to boost Su Chen's profile, helping him become a legend? What does that make me? The biggest clown on the entire internet? Put. Sunny felt a wave of nausea surge up his throat, nearly spitting out a mouthful of blood. He snatched his phone and dialed the shady reporter's number. Li Wei. Use whatever means necessary to stir up trouble. Say this is a frame-up. A setup. That the police are covering for Su Chen. In the alleyway. The reckless female driver could no longer contain herself. Pointing her finger at old man Xian, she erupted in a torrent of abuse. You old fool, what nonsense are you spouting? How could my license be fake? It was issued to me personally by the authorities. Who are you to call it fake? Her bloodshot eyes turned to Su Chen. I get it. I get it. You're in cahoots with him. Aren't you? I saw you two exchanging glances earlier. He's the actor you hired. You deliberately framed me. Lin Wanqing's face turned icy. She stepped forward and snapped. Show some respect. This is Qian Limin, the esteemed patriarch of forensic science in Longhua. His certification holds nationwide validity. Put. The female driver spat on the ground and sneered with utter contempt. What bull authority. In this day and age, what won't professors and experts do for money? Who knows if he took bribes from Su Chen to frame me on purpose? With that, she plopped down onto the ground with a thud, slapping her thighs and wailing loudly. This is outrageous. They're covering for each other, colluding to frame us frontline law enforcement officers. A conspiracy. A colossal conspiracy. Just then, Li Wei, the shady reporter who received Sun Yi's call, instantly caught on. He charged forward with his camera, screaming into the lens at the top of his lungs. Viewers! A dramatic scene is unfolding right here. Some are questioning the authenticity of this woman's law enforcement credentials. But we ask, why should we believe an old man's word? The evidence of Su Chen's violent resistance is ironclad. Yet now someone is trying to whitewash him. This is way too fishy. A cover-up. A massive cover-up. Li Wei's outburst instantly drew echoes from other reporters. Cover-up. Cover-up. Su Chen resisted arrest violently and colluded to frame law enforcement officers. We demand the truth. Clear the name of our law enforcement sister. In an instant, the scene erupted with fury, and public opinion was once again swayed. Across all live streaming platforms, viewers split into two camps, trading heated insults. I told you it was a cover-up. If Su Chen could hire cops, couldn't he have hired an old man as an actor? Stand with the officer. This old man must be thoroughly investigated. He might be a fraud too. VS. Did the person above get kicked in the head? That's Qian Limin, a national treasure-level expert who's been on state TV. Would he ruin his reputation for Su Chen? LOL, you idiots still don't get it? Your law enforcement sister is a fraud. As the situation threatened to spiral out of control again, Lin Wanqing felt her temples throbbing. Surveying the chaotic scene before her, her mind raced. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck her, a way to shut everyone up once and for all. Chapter 38, Irrefutable Evidence Leaves Female Driver in Tears. Every law enforcement ID must be registered and verified in the national system. In most cases, officers only need to present their credentials and verify basic anti-counterfeiting features. High-quality counterfeits like the one before them, requiring Mr. Qian's expert visual inspection, were extremely rare. Given the current situation, verification must be conducted on the spot through the system. With that thought in mind, Lin Wanqing hesitated no longer and spoke up directly. Enough! Her sharp command boomed like thunder, instantly drowning out all the clamor. Her eyes sharpened, radiating an overwhelming aura of authority. Zhao Lei. Take your men and secure the scene. Yes, ma'am. Zhao Lei immediately stepped forward with several officers, swiftly subduing the female driver who was still thrashing on the ground. The woman instantly panicked, screaming at the top of her lungs, "What right do you have to arrest me? I'm a law enforcement officer. This is police brutality. Corruption. This is a massive cover-up." Lin Wanqing ignored the commotion and announced sternly. Since the parties involved dispute the assessment results of Mr. Qian, and public opinion at the scene is highly concerned about this matter, I hereby order the immediate initiation of on-site verification procedures. Zhao Lei, seal the credentials as critical evidence. Connect to the Municipal Bureau database for real-time, public, cross-verification. The moment these words left her lips, the room fell into a half-second silence. Many began to grasp the implications. If someone questions Master Qian's appraisal, just compare it directly with the database. Genuine or fake, it would be clear at a glance. Officer Lin's presence is absolutely killer. Total queen vibes. Here it comes. The final showdown. Official face slapping machine activated. Buckle up, everyone. Just waiting to be proven wrong. My popcorn's ready. Two officers held the female driver down firmly as she made her final desperate struggle, screaming hysterically. This is abuse of power. A cover-up. Deliberate entrapment. Mark my words, I have powerful connections. You'll regret this. The black journalist Li Wei seized the moment to incite the crowd, waving his phone at the camera and shouting hoarsely. Look! Look! Police brutality. Is this what you call justice? To protect some washed-up celebrity, they've abandoned even basic procedures. However, Lin Wanqing paid no attention to the clamor. Handing the fake ID to Zhao Lei, she said sternly. Zhao Lei, initiate the physical evidence preservation procedure. With that, she nodded to Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei immediately donned gloves with care, placed the fake ID on the ground into a transparent evidence bag, then pulled out his police tablet to scan the ID's serial number and QR code. Simultaneously, Lin Wanqing picked up her walkie-talkie, her voice stern. Calling technical division. Calling technical division. This is Lin Wanqing from the Criminal Investigation Brigade. Urgent request for remote cross-verification. ID number XXXXXX. Photo of the holder has been uploaded via encrypted channel. Immediately cross-check against the national official database. The entire process was swift and decisive, without a moment's delay. Time ticked by, second by second. The tension at the scene grew thicker by the minute. The female driver's forehead began to sweat and her eyes darted nervously. Meanwhile, Su Chen, the instigator of it all, stood calmly by. He looked like he couldn't care less. Holy crap! Su Chen's mental fortitude is insane. Unfazed even if a mountain collapsed before him. No kidding. Everything's under control, why panic? Ladies, get ready for a slap in the face. The official face slapping machine is activated, buckle up. Su Chen truly felt no ripple of emotion. He was even contemplating who to use the system-rewarded truth-telling gum on. Just then. Beep. The tablet emitted a soft beep. Zhao Lei stared at the screen, his pupils suddenly contracting. Captain Lin, no such person found. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Lin Wanqing's walkie-talkie crackled. Lin, the database comparison results are in. The ID number and holder information do not match. Confirmed as a forged document. The entire scene fell deathly silent. You could hear a pin drop. The arrogant female driver's face drained of color in an instant, turning as white as paper. Her body began to shake violently, as if all her bones had been pulled out. The venom and arrogance in her eyes collapsed instantly, leaving only endless blankness and terror. Her lips trembled, yet not a single word escaped her. Li Wei, the black-clad reporter who had been jumping up and down moments before, dropped his phone with a clatter. It hit the ground, shattering into pieces. His mouth gaped wide enough to swallow an egg, his eyes filled with despair, terror, and utter disbelief. It's over. He was toast. This was a complete disaster. Lin Wanqing stared coldly at the female driver, whose face had turned ashen. Now, what else do you have to say? Wah! The female driver's mental defenses crumbled completely in that instant. Her legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground. Clutching Lin Wanqing's calf desperately, she began sobbing uncontrollably, her words a jumbled plea for mercy. I'm sorry, officer, I'm sorry. The ID. I found it on the road. I just got carried away by vanity, wanting to scare people with it. I truly didn't mean it. Please give me another chance. I beg you, let me go. I'll never do it again. I have elderly parents and young children to support. I can't go to prison. At that moment, the truth was revealed. After a brief, deathly silence, the scene in livestream erupted in a thunderous uproar. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap, 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 crap. Su Chen is amazing voice cracking. Serves you right. Folks. Epic face slapping moment. Your cheeks must be sore. Where's that little fairy who was bragging the loudest just now? Come out and walk a bit? Does your face hurt? Ha 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 ha. This is the badass sister you all raved about? The so-called righteous enforcer? LOL. Turns out she's just a fake who bought her credentials. Impossible. This absolutely can't be. Why, sister couldn't possibly be a fraud. My faith is shattered. The black haters and little fairies who were just moments ago screaming their heads off were now being slapped in the face by this ironclad truth. Their comment sections were instantly flooded with waves of mockery and ha 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 ha. Countless people broke down on the spot, questioning their entire worldview. But there were always those who stubbornly refused to back down. Even if it's fake, does that make it okay for Su Chen to throw someone's fake ID and smash car keys? Regardless of the facts, isn't Su Chen completely in the wrong for being so violent toward a woman? Yet the moment such comments surfaced, they were drowned out by a tidal wave of online backlash. Ha 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 ha. Quote of the year. Forget the facts? You're arguing about attitude with a blatant fraudster? Did a donkey kick you in the head or did you get your finger caught in a door? Hey, you're killing me. You're stealing all the bamboo shoots off the mountain. LOL. When the female driver was swindling people with a fake license, why didn't she claim to be vulnerable? A brain is a wonderful thing, but sadly you don't have one. She's a fraud. A criminal. You're empathizing with a criminal? Are you her accomplice? Is what Su Chen did called brutal? It's called exposing fraud. It's called ridding society of scum. It's called having the keen eyes to see through a scam at a glance. This is heroic behavior, okay? Countless haters and fangirls got slapped in the face by this ironclad reality. Of course, many others witnessed this earth-shattering reversal and instantly switched from haters to fans. I'm sorry, Su Chen. I was wrong. I didn't recognize a mountain when I saw one. I'm changing my ID to Su Chen's only fan right now. I take back what I said. Su Chen wasn't resisting arrest, he was ridding society of a menace. From today onward, I'm his die-hard fan. But the most stunned and shaken of all were the panel of experts. Old Qian, Wang Dong, Sun Pei. All three turned their heads in unison, fixing their gaze intently on Su Chen. Their eyes burned with uncontrollable fervor and awe. A storm of deductions began to form in their minds. Chapter 39, Earth-Shattering Scheme. Su Chen, you've earned it. The expert panel was no ordinary group. On the contrary, their minds rivaled the most sophisticated supercomputers. The moment the truth was revealed, all the seemingly illogical clues instantly connected, reorganized, and exploded in their minds. Damn it! Wang Dong, the usually composed authority in criminal psychology, blurted out a curse. His face flushed crimson with excitement, and the look in his eyes as he gazed at Su Chen was no longer admiration, it was fervent worship. Brilliant! Absolutely brilliant! Sunpei gripped his glasses tightly, his knuckles turning white from the pressure, his hands trembling uncontrollably. How did he spot the fake ID at a glance in such chaos? This defies science. It's pure mysticism. Lin Wanqing's mind buzzed with the shock of this earth-shattering twist. A chilling thought surfaced once more, sending shivers down her spine. Did he know all along? Wang Dong slapped his thigh hard. As if he'd discovered a new continent, he pointed at Su Chen, his voice hoarse with excitement as he shouted. Look! Look at Su Chen's expression. From start to finish. Did he show even the slightest hint of surprise? Not a single one. Completely unfazed. He even yawned. He knew from the very start. The moment that woman arrogantly pulled out her credentials, he knew they were fake. His discernment. Good heavens! His discernment is on par with old Master Qian, who's been immersed in this field for decades. Upon hearing this conclusion, Master Qian stroked his beard. His inscrutable face finally broke into a smile of genuine admiration, as if he'd met his match. Expert Sun Pei seemed to have unlocked a new level of insight. Behind his glasses, his eyes sparkled with brilliance as he rapidly analyzed. I get it. I finally understand. This kid is a prodigy. Throwing his credentials wasn't impulsive, it wasn't violent resistance to law enforcement at all. It was a test. A psychological tactic designed to exert immense pressure. He was gambling. Betting on her guilt. He deliberately provoked her, forcing her to slip up in her anger and panic. What's this called? It's the Su method of flicking the grass to startle the snake. Professor Wang Dong immediately added, his words flying as he spoke with passion. And more. When he smashed the car keys, did you think it was just venting frustration? Wrong. Dead wrong. Think about it, if Su Chen had just pointed out the fake ID, what would this woman's first reaction be? She'd jump in the car and floor it to escape. Then she'd be gone. Where would we find her? That's why Su Chen smashed the keys. He used the most brazen move to cut off her only escape route. What's that called? It's called removing the firewood from under the pot. A combination move. A perfect blend of flicking the grass to startle the snake and removing the fuel from under the pot. First psychological pressure, then physical control. Each step interlocked, flawless. The experts grew more and more excited as they analyzed, their admiration swelling with every mental replay. Their analysis spread crystal clear across every livestream on the entire network. In an instant, the entire internet exploded. Holy! So that's how it was. This is the ING truth. Su Chen. My apologies. I was a bit too loud earlier. I'm bowing to you. Bang bang bang. This IQ. This strategy. This psychological warfare. I'm speechless. Is this even humanly possible? It's like a dimensional strike. Where's that little angel from earlier? The one who said, let's ignore the facts? Come out here. Does your face hurt? This was all Su Chen's plan. Wah? Impossible. Sister couldn't be a fraud. I refuse to believe it. This must be scripted. Script? Could your script even afford to hire Wang Dong, Sunpei, and Qian Li Min, three real gods, as supporting actors? Did a donkey kick you in the head, or did you get it caught in a door? Stop making excuses. This isn't violent resistance to law enforcement, it's eliminating a public menace. To eradicate this social cancer, Su Chen sacrificed his own image and bore the entire internet's condemnation. He really did it. I'm crying my eyes out. So magnificent. The reporters at the alley entrance snapped out of their daze one by one, then erupted into wild excitement. Damn it! I thought today would only bring negative news, but this is like striking gold. Stop spacing out. Quick! Change the headline. Shocking twist. Has been superstar revealed as modern Sherlock Holmes, unmasking massive scam in one glance. That headline isn't explosive enough. Use this instead. 3 steps to godhood. Su Chen's textbook comeback leaves China's 3 great masters in awe. Quick, quick, quick. Push the new trending topics. Hashtag Su God's textbook comeback. Hashtag expert panel collectively boast to Su Chen. Hashtag turns out the clown was me. Get this trending to the top. In the blink of an eye, the winds shifted. The previous trending topics smearing Su Chen, like hashtag violent resistance to law, were replaced at lightning speed. The new positive trending topics swept through with overwhelming force, instantly claiming the top spot on every platform's trending charts. The entire internet exploded. At the same moment, Tianyu Media President's office. Sunny held a glass of 1982 Lafite, grinning maliciously at the trending topic hashtag Su Chen violently resists law enforcement hashtag on the screen. The trending topic he'd paid a fortune for, the reporters he'd hired, and the online trolls he'd mobilized had finally nailed Su Chen, the thorn in his side, firmly to the pillar of shame. You little bastard, you think you can take me on? You're not ready yet. He smugly sipped his wine, preparing to savor the sight of Su Chen being led away by the police. But the next second, the screen shifted. The expert's Dihua analysis and the overwhelming flood of comments across the entire internet appeared clearly before his eyes. He saw those bright red, explosive, trending topics. The protagonist remained Su Chen. But the content had transformed from universal condemnation to nationwide deification. Sun Yi's smile froze instantly. Clink. The stemmed glass in his hand slipped from his grasp, shattering into pieces on the polished floor. He had spent a fortune hiring online trolls and journalists across the entire internet, only to end up laying the groundwork for Su Chen's success? Spending money to promote him? A metallic taste rose in his throat. A metallic taste surged to his throat. Put. Su Chen. At that moment, Su Chen, now hailed as a god, was silently cursing under his breath. Smashing the key to prevent her from escaping? That makes sense, but I swear, I was just itching to smash something and hear the sound. In the alley. Lin Wanqing took a deep breath and walked up to Su Chen. Su Chen, thank you. Her voice carried an almost imperceptible tremor. If not for your setup, we police might have actually been fooled by this social parasite. Su Chen's inner monologue. I genuinely just can't stand her and want to give her a good beating. Plan? What the hell kind of setup? Forget it. Explanations are just cover-ups, and cover-ups become the truth. He merely met Lin Wanqing's searing gaze with an expressionless, faint nod, not bothering to utter a single word. That look, as if to say, everything is under control. You needn't say another word, only solidified the assumptions Lin Wanqing and the experts had already made. Lin Wanqing took another deep breath, forcing down the storm raging within her. She spun around abruptly, fixing her gaze on the female con artist being restrained by two officers, still wailing and thrashing about. Get her in the car. Lin Wanqing ordered coldly. But before we head back to the station, there's one more thing I must do right now. Chapter 40, 100,000 reward? I know all about that. Lin Wanqing's gaze fell upon the female con artist being held down by the officers. The woman wept uncontrollably, her face streaked with tears and snot, looking utterly wretched. Her own gaze, however, was as cold as frost. This couldn't possibly be as simple as she claimed, just something she found on the street. Old Master Qian had personally authenticated it. The forgery was so masterfully crafted it was nearly indistinguishable from the real thing. Had it not been for a national treasure like Old Master Qian personally examining it, any ordinary officer would have been fooled by this woman today. Behind this lay a professional counterfeiting ring with exceptional technical skills and clear division of labor. With that realization, Lin Wanqing stepped forward, towering over the woman collapsed on the floor. I'm giving you a chance to atone for your crimes. Voluntarily reveal everything you know about the counterfeiting ring behind you, and you may receive lenient treatment. Otherwise, forging and trading state-issued documents, impersonating officials, obstructing public duties, multiple offenses will be punished concurrently. You'll spend the rest of your life in prison, reflecting on your actions. Yet the female driver clung to this last straw like a drowning person, shaking her head frantically and wailing. I didn't. I really didn't, officer. Everything I said is true. I found this by the roadside. I just lost my mind for a moment, driven by vanity. I swear I don't know anything about any counterfeiting ring. This is a terrible injustice. Her wails were heart-wrenching, pitiful beyond words. The do-gooders in the livestream chat began stirring once more. Wah, poor girl, she's admitted her mistake. Shouldn't we forgive her? Exactly. She didn't cause any real harm, just blocked traffic going the wrong way. A warning should suffice. Sending her to jail would be too harsh. But as soon as these comments surfaced, they were torn to shreds. Get lost, you do-gooders. Did you find a fake ID so detailed that a national-level expert had to authenticate it? Do you think the cops are pushovers? LOL, still defending her? That mouth's tougher than a cooked duck. Call for a thorough investigation, maybe those sympathizing are accomplices. No harm done yet? Wait till someone uses that fake ID to scam your family, you won't even have time to cry. Seeing her stubborn refusal to repent, Lin Wanqing's brows furrowed deeply. She knew all too well that seasoned veterans like this, who'd been navigating the gray areas for years, had incredibly high psychological defenses. Without professional interrogation techniques, there was no way to pry anything out of her. But such a sophisticated counterfeiting ring would operate with extreme secrecy. Every minute delayed increased the likelihood they'd vanish. Time was of the essence. With that thought, she wasted no more time and turned toward Su Chen. Su Chen, today, thank you again. Lin Wanqing's tone was utterly sincere, her gaze fixed on Su Chen, brimming with complex emotions. There was gratitude, and there was admiration. According to municipal bureau regulations, assisting the police in apprehending suspects using forged documents qualifies for a reward. Once we catch the gang behind this, I'll apply for it and ensure it's issued to you. She was merely stating a fact. Yet, the moment her words fell, Su Chen, who had maintained an air of calm detachment as if everything was under his control, unflinching even if a mountain collapsed before him, suddenly changed. His previously still, well-like eyes flashed with sudden brilliance. Reward? Su Chen stepped forward, his voice tinged with urgency. How much? Lin Wanqing froze. The bigwigs on the expert panel froze too. After a second of silence, the entire livestream erupted in thunderous laughter. Ha 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 ha. I can't take it. I'm rolling on the floor laughing. Su Chen, your persona just crumbled. 1 second ago, strategizing from afar, treating money like dirt. Next second, prize money? How much? Hand it over. Dying laughing. Turns out Su Chen's aloofness was all an act. The moment he heard about money, his true colors showed. This adorable contrast. Love it. This is the real Su Chen. All that scheming all this time, just to make money? I declare, Su Chen is my one and only faith. Su Chen's inner monologue, don't talk to me about grand schemes or justice, that's just heartbreaking. All I want to know is, making money, bro? The live chat flooded with comments like a tidal wave, countless viewers laughing until they doubled over. Lin Wanqing watched Su Chen's money-hungry expression, and a faint smile involuntarily touched her lips. She wasn't surprised by Su Chen's performance. The city bureau set the reward precisely to encourage citizens to actively report information and assist police investigations. They were worried people wouldn't participate or be proactive. The current reward is only for capturing this imposter. It might only be a few thousand yuan. The light in Su Chen's eyes visibly dimmed. Lin Wanqing observed his expression, smiled faintly, and added, "But if we can use her as a lead to track down and dismantle the entire counterfeiting ring, that's a different story. This gang's counterfeiting skills are so sophisticated, and their social harm is immense. If we successfully dismantle them, the reward standards will likely be comparable to those for an A-level wanted criminal." She held up 2 fingers, crossed them. 100,000. Whoa. Su Chen's eyes once again flashed with brilliant light. 100,000. He whipped his head around to stare at the female driver still writhing on the ground, his gaze like a wolf spotting a lamb. No. It was like seeing walking stacks of pink bills. The female driver shuddered under his gaze, her sobs growing quieter. Su Chen grinned, revealing a row of white teeth, then turned to Lin Wanqing. "Officer Lin. Right now, you're dying to pry her mouth open and get the scoop on the gang behind this, aren't you?" Lin Wanqing nodded instinctively. "Exactly. But she's stubborn. I'm afraid." Before she could finish, Su Chen cut her off. "Well, I can help with that." Boom. The room erupted in shock. "Did I hear that right? Su Chen said he'd help with the interrogation? No way. Does Su Chen even know how to do this? What exactly is he? A jack of all trades? Give it a rest. Su Chen's just a celebrity, how could he possibly interrogate someone? That's specialized work. Putting him in charge is just nonsense." "Exactly. He's gotten too big for his britches. Caught one con artist and now he thinks he's God? Trying to meddle in police investigations? Who does he think he is?" The live chat erupted with skepticism. Even Lin Wanqing wore a look of unease. She acknowledged Su Chen's extraordinary observational skills and terrifying ability to orchestrate schemes. But interrogation, that's a blend of psychology, criminal investigation, micro-expression analysis, and other complex disciplines, a skill honed through years of rigorous training by elite police officers. Could Su Chen really handle it? Noticing Lin Wanqing's hesitation, Su Chen guessed her thoughts and calmly said, "Officer Lin, don't worry. I won't go anywhere else. I'll stay right here, in front of everyone. Just give it a try. It won't take more than 3 minutes. If it doesn't work, you can take her away. It won't affect anything." A few minutes? Just a few words? Now, not only the haters, but even some of Su Chen's fans began to waver. Su God, let's not overdo it. This is getting a bit too out there. Yeah, what can you accomplish in a few minutes? Not even enough time to make instant noodles. Chat with a stubborn liar for a bit, and she'll spill her entire family history? That's unrealistic. I think he's just bragging. Trying to stir up a fuss. He's bound to get called out soon. With things having gone this far, if Lin Wanqing refused now, it would make her seem petty. Besides, deep down, an uncontrollable curiosity was growing wildly within her. She wanted to see what kind of trick Su Chen would pull this time. Fine. Lin Wanqing took a deep breath and made her decision. "I agree. But you must promise me absolutely no violence." "Don't worry." Su Chen's lips curved into a mysterious smile. "I'm the kind of person who prefers to persuade with reason." With that, he strode directly toward the female con artist under the curious gazes of the expert panel and all the officers. Chapter 41, 3 seconds, and the criminal confessed everything. Su Chen approached the female driver without uttering a harsh word or making any threatening gestures. He even bent down to help the woman, who was still wailing on the ground, to her feet. Then, under everyone's puzzled gaze, Su Chen led the female driver to a dimly lit corner. Everyone held their breath. Su Chen reached out and gave her shoulder a firm pat, as if he truly understood what she was going through. "Sis, I know. You've had it rough too." Su Chen's voice wasn't loud, yet through the microphone, it carried clearly throughout the entire livestream. His tone brimmed with understanding and sympathy. The viewers in the livestream were all stunned. What's this all about? Is Su God actually having a heart-to-heart with her? Holy crap! Is this the legendary psychological warfare? Trying to soften a criminal with warmth? Su Chen, you're the real deal. Cut the crap. This woman's as stubborn as a mule. What good will a heart-to-heart do? I'll bet a pack of spicy noodles Su Chen fails within 3 minutes. Even Lin Wanqing and the expert panel were dumbfounded. They'd imagined countless possibilities. Threats? Bribes? Psychological pressure? But they never imagined Su Chen would play the sympathy card right off the bat. What kind of interrogation technique is this? Rookie Officer Zhao Lei scratched his head, utterly baffled. Professor Wang Dong pushed his glasses up, his gaze deepening as he said in a solemn voice, "Not a word. Watch on. This might be an exceptionally sophisticated psychological tactic we've never encountered before." He first shattered her psychological defenses with strategic positioning, now he's using empathy to break her will. Pressure and release, tension and relaxation. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Sun Pei and Old Xian nodded in agreement, their gaze toward Su Chen now akin to staring at a freak of nature. Su Chen's inner monologue. Psychological tactics, my ass. All I was thinking about was how to sneak this truth-telling gum into her mouth without her noticing. Just moments ago, the instant he patted the female driver's shoulder, he'd lightning-fast slipped the gum disguised as an ordinary mint into his own palm. Now, as he looked at her still sobbing face, his expression grew even more compassionate. "Sis, look at you, you've been crying so long your voice is hoarse." Su Chen's voice was so gentle it could melt ice. He slowly opened his palm, revealing a crystal-clear candy emitting a faint minty fragrance. "Here, have a piece of candy. It'll soothe your throat. This candy might make you feel a little better." The entire room fell into a deathly silence once more. Everyone was utterly dumbfounded by Su Chen's masterstroke. An interrogation with candy? I'm speechless. Seriously. I'm completely dumbfounded. Is this an interrogation or a date with your girlfriend? Su God. Did you grab the wrong script? You should have kicked her and yelled, "Talk or not." Not handing out candy. Oh no, oh no. I feel like God Su is about to blow it big time. His cool guy image is totally crumbling. I got my pants down, and this is what you show me? God Su, are you here to become sworn sisters with her? LOL, I thought he'd pull some thunderous move, but it's just a shoulder pat for warmth? What kind of confusing behavior award is this? Oh no, Su Chen's cool act just failed. Haters, get the champagne ready. On the scene. The female driver froze, staring at the candy in Su Chen's hand with a mix of wariness and bewilderment. What do you want? Don't be scared, Su Chen smiled like a friendly older brother. It's just regular mint candy. I felt sorry for you, so I'm giving you one. With an unwavering gentleness, he slipped the piece of truth-telling gum directly into her hand. Eat it. Once you do, tell us everything you know. It'll be better for everyone. The female driver froze. She'd been getting away with her fake license for so long, and this was the first time she'd ever encountered a situation like this. But just because you tell me to chew it, I should? That would be utterly humiliating. With that thought, the female driver gave Su Chen a cold, dismissive laugh. No way. You think I'm stupid? Just because you tell me to eat it, I'll eat it? Just then. Su Chen suddenly slapped the gum into the female driver's mouth. What the hell is this? The female driver frantically reached in to try and pull the gum out. But no matter how many times her fingers twisted around, there was no sign of the gum. Su Chen gave a cold chuckle. Oomph, a product of the system guaranteed to be top-notch. It melts the moment it touches your tongue long since digested. Spill it. Who's behind you? She was about to open her mouth to stubbornly repeat, I don't know anything. But then, the instant her lips parted, something bizarre happened. It's Phantom Workshop. Our counterfeiting gang is called Phantom Workshop. The words had barely left her mouth. The female driver was stunned herself. Her eyes widened in horror as she covered her mouth. What did I just say? How could I have blurted out the organization's name? No. It wasn't me. I didn't mean to say it. Su Chen's smile grew wider. Oh? Phantom Workshop? Sounds pretty cool. Who's your boss? Where's your hideout? The female driver shook her head violently, her throat emitting muffled sounds of struggle as her will fought back desperately. Her face contorted with terror and struggle, veins bulging. But her mouth, like a traitor with a mind of its own, refused to obey her brain. Our boss goes by the painter. He's Class A fugitive Zhangdi High. The hideout it's in the basement of Warehouse 3 at the abandoned printing factory in the western part of the city. We don't just forge IDs. We also fabricate all kinds of classified documents for extortion. The entire world seemed to hit mute. Time itself froze solid in that instant. The color drained from Lin Wanqing's face in an instant, replaced by utter horror. Wang Dong, Sun Pei, and Xian Lining, three pillars of the industry, dropped their thermoses with a clatter, their bodies stiffening like stone statues. Holy! What did I just hear? A Class A fugitive? Extortion? One fake certificate and it ing drags me into a major case? Hollywood wouldn't dare write this script. I declare. This isn't the Su interrogation method. This is a miracle. This is a dimensional strike. This is a god descending to Earth. And at that very moment, the three experts on the panel, having endured utter shock, saw their Su school reasoning engines fire up at warp speed. I get it. Professor Wang Dong trembled with excitement, pointing at Su Chen as he screamed hoarsely. That wasn't sugar. It was a token of psychological suggestion. Su Chen used his formidable psychic power to imprint the belief confession equals redemption into that candy. The moment that woman consumed the candy, her subconscious was utterly breached. Her body betrayed her will. This isn't an interrogation. It's hypnosis. Master-level psychological hypnosis. I, Wang Dong, have spent my entire life studying criminal psychology. Today, in front of Su Chen, I feel like a schoolchild. After Professor Wang Dong finished speaking, he actually bowed deeply in Su Chen's direction. This scene, broadcast live, spread across the entire internet. The entire internet was utterly bowled over. In the alleyway, Lin Wanqing snapped back to reality. The look in her eyes as she gazed at Su Chen defied description. It was a gaze that blended shock, admiration, fear, and intense curiosity. But she had no time to dwell on it. Class A fugitive. Falsified documents, extortion. Target acquired. Class A fugitive the painter Zhang Dihai. Location, basement of Warehouse 3, abandoned printing factory, West City. Deploy immediately. After issuing the command, Lin Wanqing cut the line. The entire alley had descended into chaos. Chapter 42, Su Chen doesn't hold a grudge overnight. In the alley, Lin Wanqing led her squad straight to the lair of the A-level wanted criminal, the painter. Meanwhile, Su Chen, the instigator of it all, stood rooted to the spot, his face radiating a simple, pure joy. His eyes sparkled, his mouth stretched wide in a grin, and his fingers fidgeted unconsciously, as if already counting the 100,000 yuan bounty about to be his. A level bounty, oh no, a level reward. This was far sweeter than the measly few thousand from catching some fake. This move was a total win. Just as Su Chen was wondering when the money would hit his account, his gaze inadvertently fell upon a shadowy figure lurking at the edge of the crowd. His eyes instantly turned cold. Others might not recognize him, but Su Chen certainly did. Li Wei. The most loyal lackey under Sun Yi, president of Tianyu Media. When the original owner was framed and sidelined, it was this very Li Wei who churned out countless smear pieces distorting the truth, trampling the original owner into the ground and earning himself great favor with Sun Yi. He chose the path to hell when paradise beckoned. Just now, it was this bastard stirring up trouble in the crowd, inciting public opinion, nearly costing him his 100,000 yuan bonus. Su Chen may not have many virtues, but holding a grudge is definitely one of them. He walked over to the young, hot-headed officer Zhao Lei without a word, giving him a light tap on the shoulder. Officer Zhao. Zhao Lei was still reeling from the shock of Su Chen's strategic maneuver, staring at him as if he were a god. At the sound of his name, he snapped to attention, standing ramrod straight. Su teacher. What are your orders? Su Chen instantly adopted a look of profound grievance, letting out a long sigh as he tilted his head back at a 45-degree angle to gaze at the sky, his voice tinged with sorrow. Officer Zhao, look at me, just an ordinary, well-meaning citizen. To help the police expose this scam, I've gone out of my way to tarnish my own image, smashing cars, throwing away credentials, and getting slammed online by everyone. My heart aches. His words were heartfelt and sincere, moving listeners to tears. At these words, Zhao Lei's face flushed crimson, overwhelmed by a tidal wave of guilt and profound respect. Yes. How much pressure and misunderstanding had teacher Su endured to uncover clues about this Class A fugitive? He was nothing short of a walking urban hero. Rest assured, teacher Su. Zhao Lei clenched his fists, his voice ringing out with conviction. We will never let any hero suffer injustice. Su Chen had been waiting for precisely this declaration. His tone shifted abruptly, his gaze sharpening as he pointed a finger like a sword at Li Wei, who had already blended into the crowd of reporters and was preparing to slip away. I've endured humiliation and borne the weight of slander, that much I can bear. But what's truly despicable is that there are always petty scoundrels who wish us ill. Officer Zhao, that's the man. When that female fraudster was desperately denying everything and throwing a tantrum earlier, it was him stirring up trouble in the crowd, twisting the truth. He maliciously defended the fraudster, slandered your police force for alleged excessive force, and even incited the crowd, trying to pin all the blame on me, a well-meaning citizen who acted in good faith. Su Chen paused, took a deep breath, and spoke in a grave tone, as if after rigorous reasoning. I have reasonable suspicion. His objective is to create chaos, obstruct the investigation, and buy escape time for that gang of Class A fugitives. He is an accomplice of that counterfeiting gang. Boom. Accomplice? Zhao Lei's mind buzzed like it had been struck by a sledgehammer. That frantic reporter was an accomplice of the Class A fugitive? On the other side, the reporters who had been preparing to slip away heard this and were so startled they nearly dropped their cameras. One by one, they looked at Li Wei in terror, instantly creating a 3-meter safety distance between themselves and him. As for Li Wei himself, he stumbled backward, nearly crashing face first into the ground. He whipped his head around, his face flushed crimson. Pointing at Su Chen, he trembled with rage. You're full of accomplice? I took 50 grand from Mr. Sun to stir up trouble and smear you. How the hell did that make me an accomplice to an A-level fugitive? If that label sticks, I'll be stuck sewing for the rest of my life. Zhao Lei was initially bewildered too. But when he saw Zhang Wei's panicked expression and recalled how this guy had been stirring the pot the whole time, a surge of anger flared up inside him. Right. What did Captain Lin say before he left? Every move Teacher Su makes carries deep meaning. His decision to pinpoint this individual now was definitely not without reason. Realizing this, Zhao Lei's eyes narrowed sharply as he signaled to the 2 officers beside him. The officers understood immediately, stepping in on either side to firmly restrain Zhao Lei. Li Wei was completely stunned. No! Officers! What are you doing? Why are you arresting me? I didn't do it. Stop making things up. Li Wei was terrified out of his wits, his face as white as a sheet. You still dare to argue? Zhao Lei roared. Li Wei started to speak. No need to waste words on him. Su Chen pulled his phone from his pocket, opened a replay of the recent livestream, and shoved it in Zhao Lei's face. Officer Zhao, look. High definition, unedited footage pictures don't lie. On the phone screen, Li Wei was seen raising his arms high, screaming at the top of his lungs amidst the crowd, cover up. Official collusion. Framing innocent citizens. Officer Zhao, judge for yourself, would a normal reporter act this hysterically to defend a fraudster with fake credentials? He's definitely up to something. When I called him an accomplice, it was just a reasonable inference based on his behavior. Whether it's true or not, that's for you police to interrogate him about. After hearing Su Chen's well-reasoned analysis, Zhao Lei's fists clenched. The evidence was irrefutable. Look at Teacher Su willing to sully his own reputation and bear the blame to expose the criminal. Now look at you piece of trash. Not only are you refusing to help, but you're also muddying the waters, obstructing the investigation, and buying time for the criminal to escape. If you're not an accomplice, then who is? Guards! Zhao Lei roared. Handcuff him and take him back to the station. And confiscate his press credentials. 2 officers flanked the terrified Zhang Wei and escorted him straight to the police van. Zhang Wei completely lost it, feeling a wave of warmth spread through his pants. No! I really just took the money to do the job. I'm not an accomplice. He completely broke down, his legs buckling until he nearly fell to his knees. It's over. Completely over. Given his inflammatory remarks during the live stream maliciously smearing a dedicated citizen about to be honored by the authorities, openly criticizing police procedures, his press credentials were definitely gone. His job was gone too. And who knows, maybe I'll even get thrown in a fancy 7-day solitary cell for disturbing public order. Damn it. I just came here to make an extra 50 grand. Viewers watching the livestream instantly burst into laughter at this scene. Serves you right. Scummy reporters like this deserve to be blacklisted. Want to expose something? How about exposing your arrest? Well done, Su Chen. I hereby declare Su Chen my sole mouthpiece. Can't stand this trash. They deserve to be crushed. Su Chen, sorry, I never let revenge sit overnight, I usually settle it right then and there. Watching as the unscrupulous reporter Li Wei was dragged away by 2 officers like a dead dog. A satisfied smile spread across Su Chen's face. My mind is clear now. You tried to stir up trouble, you tried to cut off my income. Revenge that doesn't wait until tomorrow is just that simple, unadorned, and utterly satisfying. Just then, the sound of hurried, agitated footsteps approached. Su Chen turned around and nearly stumbled backward in shock. There stood the expert panel, led by the 3 national treasures Wang Dong, Sun Pei, and Qian Liming, staring at him with eyes bordering on fanatical intensity. Chapter 43, another classic case. Professor Wang Dong was the first to rush forward, his lips trembling with excitement. He grabbed Su Chen's hand and exclaimed, "Divine! Absolutely divine skill!" Su Chen was dumbfounded. "Ha? Professor Wang, what are you talking about?" "I'm talking about your setup. I've spent my entire career studying criminal psychology, believing I've seen countless masters at the pinnacle of their craft. But only today have I truly grasped the meaning of hearing thunder in the silence." He turned to look at Sun Pei and Qian Liming behind him, his voice trembling. "Do you understand?" From the moment Professor Su stepped out of the car, a flawless psychological trap had already been set. His exit wasn't impulsive, it was an act of absolute dominance, delivering the first layer of psychological pressure. Ignoring the female con artist's shouts, he strode straight to the hood. That action signaled target lockdown, telling her every disguise was meaningless to him. His objective was the very tool she used to deceive. In the livestream chat, the flood of comments like, "Su God is amazing," suddenly stalled. "Getting out of a car has so many rules? I just check if there's a car when I get out." Su Chen starts strategizing the moment he steps out? Wait. Is this real? Professor Wang, you're not secretly a fanboy of Su Chen, are you? Xian Limin pushed his reading glasses up his nose, staring at Su Chen with an expression reserved for monsters, and added. Not just that. The real stroke of genius was tossing that ID card. That wasn't provocation, it was testing the waters. His seemingly casual toss actually drew everyone's attention, including the con artist, straight to that ID. At the same time, he was observing the con artist's most genuine reaction. If the ID were real, the other party's reaction wouldn't be like this at all. Sun Pei slapped his thigh in sudden realization. And smashing the car keys. That was cutting off his escape route. Once the keys were shattered, the scammer lost even the last hope of driving away. His psychological defenses crumbled instantly. Wang Dong eagerly chimed in, his voice trembling. The most brilliant part. The most brilliant part is the final step. Teacher Su returned to the car, locked the doors, and sat back leisurely, enjoying the air conditioning while listening to classical music. Do you understand what this signifies? Outside the car, the scorching sun beat down. The scammer was drenched in sweat, frantically pounding on the windows, making a complete fool of himself. Inside, Teacher Su remained calm and composed, cool and comfortable, sitting like a fish in water. This contrast of cold and heat, movement and stillness, agitation and calm had created an extreme psychological pressure gap. It was an invisible torture of the con artist's spirit through environment and demeanor. Step by step, her will was being dismantled. By the time Lin and the others arrived, her psychological defenses were already on the verge of collapse. Boom! The expert panel's analysis exploded like a bomb in the livestream chat. The previously clogged comments section suddenly cleared instantly. Holy! 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 I'm ing kneeling right here. I thought Su Chen was on the first level, the expert's on the fifth, turns out he's ing in the atmosphere. I take back what I said. I called Su Chen a violent maniac before, but I'm just a ing idiot. I'm bowing down to Su Chen. Thump thump thump. Is this even humanly conceivable? From stepping out of the car to turning on the AC, every move calculated? Could this brain even grow on carbon-based life forms? Public opinion went absolutely insane. Countless haters and trolls who had been cursing Su Chen moments ago instantly switched sides, going from haters to fans on the spot, and they were even more fanatical than the original supporters. Su Chen stared at the three elderly professors before him, combined age over 200, yet excited like children, and felt completely numb. I really didn't think that much. I got off the bus because she was too loud. Throwing the ID was just me not wanting to see her show off. Smashing the keys was just because I felt like hearing the sound. I went back inside to blast the AC. Because it was ing hot out there. Su Chen opened his mouth, looking at the three eminent scholars with sincere eyes. Professor Wang, Professor Qian, Professor Sun. Actually, I really didn't mean anything by it. The moment the words left his mouth, the three eminent scholars exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with admiration and appreciation. Look at that! Look at that! Wang Dong was deeply moved. Achieving greatness without seeking credit, concealing profound abilities. Having accomplished such extraordinary feats, yet remaining humble and low-key. What noble character this is! Senior Qian made an immediate decision. All footage of this case, starting from the moment Officer Su got out of the car, must be preserved exactly as it is. I want it included in our police academy textbooks as a teaching case study on unconventional psychological warfare. All new recruits must study, analyze, and memorize this classic case. Boom! The live stream exploded once more. Police case study. Textbook material. The last textbook-worthy counterattack hadn't even cooled off the trending list, and already a new Bible was being compiled? Su Chen. He gave up. He was exhausted. These days, why does telling the truth make people doubt you? Forget it. Think whatever you want. Go ahead and destroy yourselves. Hurry up. As the female con artist and the unscrupulous reporter Li Wei were escorted into the police car and sped away, the farce in the alley finally drew to a close. Su Chen glanced at the sky. He had no desire to drive for DiDi anymore. After exchanging farewells with Lin Wanqing and Zhao Lei, who were still reeling from the shock of Su's studies, he prepared to call it a day and head home. Just then, a thought struck him. Didn't the show's director call me earlier? He scratched his head. Didn't they cry on the phone? What did they say? Forget it, never mind. Doesn't matter. What Su Chen didn't know was that at that very moment, the entire internet had gone absolutely mad over him. Hashtag Sugata ascends to deity status. Expert panel pays collective homage. Hashtag officially certified. Su studies officially included in police training manuals. Hashtag from tossing IDs to blasting AC, deconstructing Su Chen's layered tactics. Hashtag Su Chen dominated 7 of the top 10 trending topics. Major short video platforms saw countless marketing accounts and military psychology bloggers swarm in, dissecting Su Chen's livestream footage frame by frame. Within half an hour, all kinds of short videos had gone viral. Shocking. Has been superstar Su Chen possesses such divine skills. Experts are baffled. Clickbait king, holy crap. You mean Su Chen, the washed-up top star, can crack criminal gangs just by driving around? While I'm stuck digging for food in the dirt? Internet joke master, wait, are you guys really this tight-lipped? Su Chen can crack cases just by driving, but I can only run red lights? Traffic magnet, you can feel the panels shock through the screen. What kind of god-tier skill is this, Su God? Bystander 001, how can people be so different? Every glance from Su Chen holds 1,000 tricks up his sleeve, while I can barely see my own eye boogers. The comments section turned into a massive worship session. Contrarian extraordinaire, when others drive, they're road hazards. When Su Chen drives, he's crime's nemesis. I get scared seeing flyers on the road, but Su Chen drives straight into a Class A fugitive's hideout. Why is the gap between us so huge? Keyboard warrior retired, dude, you're not alone. I'm in my 20s still playing in the dirt, while Su Chen's already running the entire police force. I'm cracking up. Fairy squad, wait, are all men this tight-lipped? Someone as incredible as Su Chen was kept completely under wraps? Amidst the online frenzy. Inside the office of the show Professional Challenge 365. Director Wang Gang, who had collapsed from a stroke of rage after witnessing Su Chen's #violent resistance, finally regained consciousness. Chapter 44, Director? If the dog won't do it, I will. Where am I? Wang Gang's voice was hoarse and dry, as if he'd just trekked back from the desert. The next second. Fragments of memory flooded back like a tidal wave. Su Chen resists arrest #. Trending number 1. Nationwide ban. The massive sponsorship contract he just signed, the ink barely dry. It's over. Wang Gang's eyes instantly lost their gleam. His entire body seemed to lose its backbone as he slumped onto the sofa. Everything's over. He muttered to himself, his gaze fixed blankly on the thick stack of contracts on his desk. Explosive popularity? The show's peak? Ha ha ha, bull. This didn't even last a night before it imploded. With this sky-piercing backlash, forget about securing investments if the show isn't shut down by an official notice from above, it'd be a miracle. Wang Gang, a variety show director who spent over a decade grinding in the industry just to make it big his career peak? That 1 hour he was trending alongside Su Chen. And then, nothing. His young assistant, watching Wang Gang's utterly dejected expression, was so anxious his lips were practically cracking. He stepped forward, desperate to explain. Director Wang. It's not like that. These contracts. Enough. Wang Gang waved his hand weakly, cutting him off. His eyes stared blankly at the ceiling, his voice tinged with a world-weary resignation. You don't need to say anything. I understand. The contracts, they're worthless scraps of paper now, right? We can't afford the penalty, right? The show's getting cancelled, right? With each word Wang Gang spoke, it felt like a knife stabbing his heart, making him wince in pain. His assistant nearly jumped up in panic, shaking his head frantically. No. Director Wang. These contracts may be worthless now, but don't try to comfort me. Wang Gang cut him off again, his voice sharp. He slowly rose to his feet, walked to the window, and gazed up at the sky at a sorrowful 45-degree angle. His desolate silhouette seemed to stretch to 6 feet tall. Me, Wang Gang. After all these years in this business, what storms haven't I weathered? This setback. I can handle it. By the end, his voice was slightly choked with emotion. I've made up my mind. I'm packing my things right now and heading back to my hometown to farm the land. Now that I think about it, what's so great about being a director? You rise before the roosters crow and sleep after the dogs have gone to bed. You worry like a drug dealer but earn peanuts. Even a dog wouldn't take that job. The assistant's eyes twitched as he listened, rushing to explain once more. Director. It's not what you think. Su Chen. The mere mention of Su Chen's name sent another wave of pain shooting through Wang Gang's heart. He closed his eyes in agony. Ah. Don't mention him. Wang Gang's voice brimmed with complex emotions, resentment, but more so regret. At the end of the day, he was just a kid in his early 20s. His comeback was finally gaining traction when... he was just too hot-headed. Compared to me, he's worse off. At most, my career is ruined. He'll probably end up sewing in there. Wang Gang sighed, looking instantly 10 years older. He turned, patted his assistant on the shoulder, and said earnestly, Zhang, you can't be too unkind in this world. When we have time, let's organize a visit to see him. After all, he did help our show go viral once. Assistant. He opened his mouth, feeling like Director Wang's line of thinking was driving him crazy. Visit him in prison? Visit him in prison? The guy's now a legend across the entire internet. He was worshipped on the spot by the expert panel. And you're here planning to deliver prison meals? Just as the assistant was about to lose it and scream the truth. Ring. Wang Gang's phone suddenly rang. The caller ID showed it was the show's biggest sponsor, Mr. Ma. Wang Gang's body stiffened violently, his face turning whiter than paper in an instant. The fateful call had finally arrived. He took a deep breath, exhaled slowly, and wore a tragic smile on his face, like a martyr about to face death with dignity. He waved to his assistant, signaling he was fine. Then he pressed the answer button. "Hello, Mr. Ma." Wang Gang's voice was eerily calm, as still as stagnant water. "Don't say anything. I understand everything. The contract spells it out in black and white. When something like this happens, we follow the procedures. I've been in this business long enough, Wang Gang. I know the rules." On the other end, Mr. Ma paused for 2 seconds before bursting into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha. Director Wang. That's exactly the kind of straightforwardness I admire. Alright. Since you put it that way, I won't beat around the bush. The previous contract is null and void. I've decided to double the investment amount from the original terms." Wang Gang nodded mechanically, his heart sinking, repeating the words unconsciously. "Well, if it's null and void, then so be it. After all." Wait. Wang Gang's mind felt as if struck by lightning, instantly freezing up. His eyes widened abruptly, pupils contracting violently. Just now, what did Mr. Ma say after that? Mr. Ma? Wang Gang's voice trembled, barely believing his ears. What did you just say? Double the investment? On the other end of the line, Mr. Ma paused, his tone thick with confusion. Exactly. Double the amount. Director Wang, hasn't your assistant told you yet? Su Chen wasn't resisting arrest violently. That was a setup to catch an A-level fugitive. The whole internet is exploding right now. Boom. Wang Gang felt like 10,000 tons of TNT had detonated inside his head. He was utterly, completely dumbfounded. What the hell? The violent resistance to law enforcement was fake? The arrest of an A-level fugitive? A setup? Nuclear explosion? Wang Gang's hand shook so violently his phone nearly flew out of his grasp. He frantically hung up the call and tapped the trending topics with trembling fingers. As the glittering, trending headlines flashed before his eyes. Hashtag Su God ascends to divinity. Expert panel pays collective homage, hashtag explosive. Hashtag officially certified. Su studies officially included in police textbooks, hashtag explosive. Hashtag from tossing IDs to blasting AC, deconstructing Su Chen's layered tactics, hashtag explosive. Wang Gang's eyes widened inch by inch. His mouth opened wider and wider, his brain completely shutting down, a blank void. A full minute passed in the office, deathly silent. Only then did Assistant Zhang find his voice. He looked at Wang Gang with a look of grievance and whispered. Director, what Mr. Ma just said is exactly what I wanted to say. Crack. A sharp crack echoed as his palm struck the assistant's forehead. Wang Gang snapped back to his senses, slapping the assistant hard across the forehead. His eyes blazing with fury, he roared. Something this important. Why the hell didn't you say it sooner? The assistant clutched his head, on the verge of tears. I did tell you. You just wouldn't let me speak. Director Wang, are you still directing this? If you're not, the assistant director. Before he could finish, Wang Gang grabbed the contract he'd dismissed as worthless paper from the desk. Under the assistant's horrified gaze, he tore it to shreds with a sharp riot. The assistant's heart sank. Director, what are you doing? This is... Wang Gang's eyes flashed with intensity as he spread his arms wide and let out a piercing howl to the heavens. Director? The director. If the dog won't do it, I will. After a full 30 seconds of exhilaration, Wang Gang was fully recharged. He fumbled frantically for his phone. No way. I gotta call Su Chen right now and share the good news. News like this has to be shared immediately. His hands were shaking with excitement. He dialed Su Chen's number. Chapter 45, heart racing, hands trembling. Meanwhile, Su Chen was just about to wrap up work and head home. Driving for DiDi, after all, is all about freedom. Han Han had witnessed Su Chen's mastery of the ride-hailing game and declared he'd go home to study it thoroughly. Su Chen got into his car. Just as he was about to start the engine, a sudden flash of insight struck him. He recalled the reward the system had given him earlier. Eagle Eye 8K Ultra Micro Button Camera. Description: military-grade black tech integrating 8K resolution, optical image stabilization, and directional audio capture. Exceptionally stealthy with ultra-long standby time. Capable of establishing a basic neural connection with the host's retinal neurons for mind-controlled operation without external devices. Su Chen's lips curved into a faint smile. With this thing, who needs a phone mount for live streaming? It's clumsy, exhausting, and prone to exposure. He thought to himself, deciding it was time to give his viewers a little tech shock. With that thought, he didn't hesitate. He waved at the live stream camera. Alright, that's all for today, everyone. See you later. No sooner had the words left his mouth. Pop. The live stream went black. Without any warning. No explanation. At the peak moment when the live stream audience surged past 200,000 and bullet comments cascaded like a waterfall, Su Chen went offline instantly. In that instant, the 200,000 viewers in the live stream were collectively stunned. Staring at the gray text reading streamer has ended broadcast, the comments section instantly exploded. Countless viewers bombarded the video comments section. Where'd he go? He went offline? Just like that? Right when I was hyped up, you pull this? Su God, you have no heart. No way, sir. You just built up the hype, and now the main character bails? How is this any different from pulling your pants down and then stopping? 200k brothers online, and you just end it? Su Chen, you're something else. Is there no one on the internet you care about? Meanwhile, some of the little fairies who had been crushed by Su Chen's earlier jabs finally found their chance to strike back. LOL, serves him right. His stream got banned for sure. We reported him successfully. Sisters. See this? This is what happens when you mess with us. Boycott this violent jerk. Kick him out of the entertainment industry. Haha, got big and cocky right after going viral? Think you're some big shot? Without us viewers, you're nothing. The comments section instantly descended into chaos. Trolls celebrated, fans fretted, and pranksters stoked the flames. But just when everyone thought Su Chen was in deep trouble. Buzz. Su Chen's livestream went live once more. The screen went dark for a moment, then a crystal clear image instantly filled everyone's screens. Every viewer typing froze with fingers suspended over their keyboards. Clear. ING crystal clear. And the image was unbelievably stable. No matter how Su Chen turned his head or moved, the image remained as smooth as silk, without the slightest tremor. The audio quality was terrifyingly good. The rustle of wind against the car window, the distant hum of tires rolling by, even Su Chen's own steady breathing all came through in crystal clear stereo to everyone's ears. This isn't just a live stream. This is ING Hollywood-level movie soundtrack quality. Am I blind? Why does my 2K screen suddenly feel like 8K? Ha ha ha. Where are all those little fairies who claimed they got banned? Feeling embarrassed? The legendary Su has just upgraded his gear. Swapped his birdshot for a cannon. Where did he get this gear? Hook me up with a set. Just as the live stream audience was going wild over this god-tier picture quality. Ring. Su Chen's phone rang. Caller ID, Wang Gang, that director. Su Chen casually answered and put it on speaker. From the other end came Wang Gang's wildly excited shouts. Su Chen. Dad. It blew up. It blew up. We totally blew up. Mr. Ma. Mr. Ma just called the investment doubled. Doubled, I tell you. And Mr. Li, Mr. Zhang, Mr. Zhao. My phone's ING blowing up right now. Everyone's scrambling to throw money at us. Su Chen. You're not my artist. You're my own damn father. Wang Gang's voice cracked from sheer excitement, brimming with the wild joy of someone who'd narrowly escaped disaster. The live stream audience erupted in laughter upon hearing this. Ha 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 ha. The director's gone mad. He just claimed his dad on the spot. Su Chen, I don't let revenge wait a day. Wang Gang, I don't let acknowledging my dad wait a day. About my artist becoming my father. Listening to Wang Gang's incoherent rant, Su Chen calmly drove on, his brow slightly furrowed. He spoke calmly into his phone. Stop. I don't have a son as big as you. Put. The moment those words left his mouth, over 300,000 viewers in the livestream burst out laughing. Disobedient son? Ha 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 ha. Bamboo shoots. Su Chen has snatched up all the bamboo shoots on the mountain. How big is Wang Dao's psychological shadow area right now? Just got a dad, and now he's a disobedient son. Su Chen, hold on, I don't have a son as big as you. Disgusted.jpg. Wang Gang on the other end of the line clearly froze for a moment before bursting into even more excited laughter. Right. You're my ancestor. Ancestor, okay? The funds are already in place. I'm heading out right now to upgrade the equipment and facilities. In 2 days max, our show Professional Challenge 365 will undergo an epic upgrade. Wang Gang announced excitedly, painting a huge pie in the sky for the live stream audience. Holy crap! The show's getting upgraded? Anticipation levels through the roof. I heard some buzz. Lots of celebrities and influencers are scrambling to join the show. Su Chen is amazing. He single-handedly revived this third-rate variety show. The live chat erupted with excitement as viewers eagerly anticipated the show's spectacular transformation. After a brief exchange, Su Chen hung up the phone. In the production office, Wang Gang rubbed his hands together excitedly as he clicked into Su Chen's livestream. Seeing the 100,000 plus online viewers, he grinned from ear to ear. Su Chen, it's Su Chen. Meanwhile, in his car, Su Chen drove leisurely after ending the call, his thoughts drifting to Tianyu Media. Tianyu Media must have spent a fortune trying to smear me this time, huh? They bought fake followers, pushed the trashy trending topic about Koen to the top, and in the end, it all became stepping stones for me. Wonder how Mr. Sun is doing now. A cold smile curled at the corner of Su Chen's mouth. Is his blood pressure holding up? I bet he's already booked that heart bypass surgery. He was reveling in schadenfreude. The car glided smoothly along the road home. But then, at the next intersection, suddenly, a dark figure burst out of the roadside greenbelt without warning. Too fast. Too close. Squay. The screech of brakes pierced the air. Over 200,000 viewers including Wang Gang, who had just entered the livestream and was still grinning, froze in shock at that very second. Chapter 46. I run red lights every day, so you better give way. Squay. Su Chen's second-hand Fiat's tires scraped the pavement, leaving 4 distinct black marks before coming to a steady halt just before the crosswalk. Less than half a meter ahead of the car's front bumper, a dark figure collapsed to the ground. In that instant, the bullet chat in Su Chen's livestream froze for a second. Exploded. Did he hit someone? Holy. Scared the hell out of me, my phone nearly flew out of my hand. What the hell was that black shadow just now? A ghost peeking out? Holy. Who could react to that? Oh no. Oh no. Su God's in deep trouble. Just ascended to godhood and now he's about to fall from grace? The haters smelled blood and swarmed in. LOL, calling himself a driving god with skills like that? The grass on Mount Akina's graves must be 3 meters tall by now. He hit someone on a road this wide? Did a dog teach him to drive? Call the cops. Revoke his license for life. Got famous and got cocky? Think you're some big shot now? Treating human life like a joke? Get the hell out of showbiz. Fans were instantly enraged and launched a counterattack. Are you blind? Didn't you see the pedestrian darted out? Exactly. Su Chen reacted fast enough. You think you could do better? Keyboard warriors. Inside the production office, Wang Gang, still basking in the euphoria of doubled investments, saw his smile freeze instantly. His eyes widened like copper bells as he stared fixedly at the frozen image on the screen. No, this can't be happening. Wang Gang's lips trembled as his face visibly drained of color. Just as he was taking off, the plane was crashing? Couldn't his life have just one bit of good fortune? When he saw through the live feed that the man lying face down in front of the car was just an old man clutching his leg without any bleeding, the heavy weight in his heart finally lifted a little. Thank goodness, no blood. Wang Gang patted his chest, forcing himself to calm down. No big deal. As long as the guy's okay, we'll just spend some money, handle the PR, offer reasonable compensation, it'll be sorted. Yet he had clearly underestimated the complexity of the situation. He also underestimated Su Chen. Inside the car, Su Chen watched the old man on the ground in front of the vehicle, clutching his calf, writhing around, and wailing incessantly. His brow furrowed. His heart remained utterly unmoved, and he even felt a slight urge to laugh. Hit him? He had fused with the god-tier driving skills, Takumi Fujiwara ProMax. Forget a person, even if a stray cat suddenly darted out, he could execute the most perfect evasive maneuver in a fraction of a second. Just now, the moment the old man's foot stepped off the grass verge, his brain hadn't even registered it yet his muscle memory had already slammed on the brakes. The car came to a smooth halt at least 5 centimeters away from the man. Not even brushing the hem of his pants. Yet this old man fell faster than anyone, with surprisingly professional form. Staged accident? A faint smile curved Su Chen's lips. He slowly unbuckled his seatbelt and stepped out of the car. Outside, an old man in a worn gray undershirt lay sprawled on the ground, clutching his right leg. His face contorted in agony as he let out a blood-curdling scream. Ouch! My leg! It's broken! My old leg is broken! Damn you! Can't you drive with your eyes open? You nearly ran this old man over. The old man continued wailing, stomping the ground with his uninjured foot as he pointed at Su Chen and cursed him out. His shouts instantly drew the attention of every passerby nearby. In an instant, a crowd gathered around them. In the livestream chat, certain viewers occupying the moral high ground unleashed a barrage of criticism. Good heavens! Look how badly the old man's hurt. That cold-blooded bastard Su Chen got out of the car looking completely indifferent. What good is driving skill? Does being a skilled driver mean you can disregard human life? Arrogant. Cold-blooded. Boycott him. Exactly. He hit an old man and didn't even say sorry. How can someone like this be an idol? Get him out of the entertainment industry. Level-headed netizens immediately countered. Hold up, didn't you watch the replay? Su Chen was driving normally with a green light. The old man ran the red light and charged out. Exactly. This is clearly a staged accident. Su Chen can pull off cliffside drifts. His driving skills are beyond question. The little fairies immediately sneered. Ha, so if you're a good driver, you won't hit anyone? What kind of twisted logic is that? Even if the old man ran the red light, doesn't the driver bear any responsibility? Exactly. Didn't he see the pedestrian and slow down? Serves him right. The internet was ablaze with heated arguments. In real life, the outrage was even more palpable. A few onlookers, elderly men and women, had already started pointing fingers at Su Chen. Young man, what's wrong with you? Why drive so fast? Look what you did to the old man. Exactly. Think you're so great just because you're driving? Don't you know to slow down for an old man? Su Chen ignored them completely, calmly pointing first at the still green traffic light ahead, then at the dashcam mounted on his car. First, I had the green light. You ran a red light, darting out suddenly from the median strip. Second, I didn't hit you. My dashcam recorded the entire incident. Su Chen paused briefly before continuing. So, old man, cut the act. The Oscars don't owe you a little gold statue. Hearing this, the old man didn't back down, he yelled even louder. So what if it was green? Does a green light give you the right to kill someone? You drivers don't care about us ordinary folks. You hit someone and try to dodge responsibility. Is there no justice left in this world? No law to uphold? His tearful, impassioned outburst instantly ignited sympathy among the surrounding elderly crowd. A woman carrying a vegetable basket immediately stepped forward, pointing an accusing finger at Su Chen. Exactly. How dare you speak like that, young man? So what if you had the green light? Couldn't you have let the old man cross? I run red lights every day picking up my grandson. Drivers see me coming from miles away and stop their cars obediently. An old man wearing a baseball cap chimed in. Exactly. I often dash across the street too. When drivers see me, don't they all obediently stop and let me go first? That's the rule. Got it? The rules? Hearing those two words, Su Chen chuckled. Well. So running red lights is their privilege now? What gives them that right? Is it because you're old, or because you're weak? So traffic rules are nothing but a piece of paper to you, while following them makes me the one lacking public morality? He raged inwardly. This logic would make even the king of hell rush to book them a VIP suite in the Book of Life and Death tonight. In the livestream chat, upright netizens were utterly incensed by this group's shameless remarks. Holy! What did I just hear? Running red lights is justified now? Those drivers just obediently let me go? Holy crap, who spoiled them into this rotten habit? Today I've seen it all. To them, traffic rules are just scrap paper. Are they afraid of living too long? This is infuriating. Last time I swerved to avoid an old lady running a red light, I slammed into the guardrail and nearly totaled my car. She just glanced back at me and walked away like nothing happened. Who do I even complain to? Yet the lovely ladies in the livestream always manage to find a uniquely twisted perspective. So what if the old man ran the red light? Was Su Chen blameless? Why didn't he slow down way ahead of time? If he'd slowed down earlier, this wouldn't have happened. It takes two to tango. No smoke without fire. If he was innocent, why did the old man specifically ram into him? See? That's men for you. Never reflect on their own mistakes. Just shift the blame. As the live stream erupted in chaos and the scene descended into pandemonium, a traffic cop rode his motorcycle through the crowd and pulled up at the scene. Chapter 47, Traffic Cop Playing Peacemaker? The officer scanned the chaotic scene, his gaze settling on Su Chen. He approached, flashing his badge. The name on the badge read clearly, Jia Zhang. Su Chen inwardly rolled his eyes. What a name, truly a masterpiece. Before the officer could speak, the old man lying on the ground burst into tears and snot, his acting skills rivaling an Oscar winner. Officer. You're finally here. You have to stand up for me. The old man pointed at Su Chen, his voice thick with the injustice of being wronged. This young man hit me and refuses to take responsibility. He even called me a scammer. Where is justice? I'm just an old man. I saw the green light and wanted him to go first. Who knew he'd step on the gas harder and crash right into me? This is reckless endangerment. The woman beside him, carrying a vegetable basket, chimed in. That's right. Officer, we all saw it. This kid's attitude is outrageous. Not a shred of compassion. He hits someone and acts like nothing happened. The old man in the baseball cap nodded his head vigorously. We all saw it. He did it on purpose. He saw someone coming but didn't slow down, he deliberately rammed into them. He's scum. A piece of trash. Officer, you must handle this strictly. We old folks are scared stiff just crossing the street. If you don't teach them a lesson, they'll think the roads belong to them. This chorus of voices sealed Su Chen's fate. The live stream chat exploded. Holy crap. How can they twist the truth like that? I've seen it all now. He ran the red light, he made the reckless turn, and now he's flipping the script. Today I learned what it means to be a disgraceful old fool. And those two cheerleaders are their eyes just for show? Just now they were defending the red light runner and now they're making up stories? This is infuriating enough to give me a heart attack. How shameless can you get? Yet, there are always certain individuals whose way of thinking defies the norm. So what? Even if the old man got it wrong, he's still the victim. How can you be so harsh on an injured elderly person? Where's your humanity? Exactly. If Su Chen had any conscience, he'd apologize first and take the old man to the hospital. Instead, he's confronting him here. Where's his sense of responsibility? What can we do? What choice do we have? The old man fell down, so Su Chen has to take responsibility. That's common sense. And you legal illiterates are still trying to whitewash him? Hilarious. Upright netizens' blood pressure shot through the roof, nearly sparking offline brawls with the fairies. Bull. He didn't hit him. The dashcam footage is right there. What's the point of arguing with these sanctimonious hypocrites? Their logic is completely warped. So what? You can rage till you die. Ha ha ha. These comments instantly ignited the rage of all sane netizens, turning the comments section into a full-blown warzone. The screen flooded with all manner of traditional Chinese curses. At the scene. After hearing statements from the victim and witnesses, Traffic Officer Jia Zhang didn't even glance at Su Chen's dashcam footage before turning directly to Su Chen. What's your name? Hand over your driver's license and vehicle registration. Su Chen calmly stated his name and handed over the documents. Jia Zhang merely glanced at them before stuffing them back into his pocket. The injured party is lying on the ground. As the driver responsible for the accident, you failed to provide immediate medical assistance and are now delaying traffic here. This is extremely serious. As he spoke, he pulled a booklet and pen from the holster on his waist. Based on the scene, I'm issuing an accident liability determination now. You're fully at fault. Boom. The livestream audience collectively froze in shock. What the hell? I was driving normally through a green light when some jerk who ran a red light tried to frame me and now I'm getting blamed? No way. No investigation, no evidence, just straight to full liability? Is this an investigation or a cover-up? The little fairy and her haters instantly went wild. Ha 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 ha. This is hilarious. See? Official confirmation. Su Chen is 100% at fault. How pathetic are some brainless fans? The traffic police already issued the liability determination and they're still trying to whitewash it? Doesn't your face hurt? Serves you right. Got you cocky. Got you flying high. Now you're stunned, huh? Wait for the payout and jail time. Fans in the livestream were fuming, yet helpless, forced to watch the haters celebrate. Meanwhile, at the scene, the elderly couple instantly flashed smug smiles upon hearing Jia Zhang's ruling. The woman with the vegetable basket even whispered to those around her, almost bragging. I told you so. Officer Jia is the best. He always looks out for us ordinary folks. Whenever he handles these situations, he almost always rules the driver fully at fault. Last time I ran a red light, a car couldn't brake in time and nearly scared me to death. Officer Jia handled it, and in the end, he ruled the driver had to pay me 500 yuan for emotional distress. These words, captured by Su Chen's miniature camera, were transmitted crystal clear to the livestream. Holy! So he's a repeat offender. This Jia Zhang is just a slick old cop who sweeps things under the rug. He specifically favors these rule-breaking underdogs to show off his enforcement for the people? Put. That's aiding and abetting the wicked. Oh no, Su Chen is really going to take the fall this time. The scam artist on the ground was now more arrogant than ever. He struggled to half sit up, pointing his finger right at Su Chen's nose, spittle flying everywhere. You hear me, kid? The officer said you're fully at fault. What are you waiting for? Pay up. He held up one hand, forming a 10 with his fingers, then flipped them over. This leg of mine is as good as useless. You won't be leaving here today without at least 10 or 80 grand. Medical bills, nutritional expenses, lost wages, emotional distress compensation. Not a single penny less. Jia Zhang spoke up impartially from the side. Young man, the liability is clear. I suggest you settle this privately. He looked at Su Chen, his eyes still conveying a sense of concern for him. If you don't settle this privately, we'll impound the car and pursue legal action. That'll be a hassle, and it'll go on your record, affecting your ability to drive for ride-hailing services in the future, even your personal credit. Think it through. Take my advice, I'll show you the way out. Give the old man a few $1,000, get him a full medical checkup, buy him some supplements to build his strength, and this will be over. It's best for you, and best for everyone. Hearing this, the righteous viewers in the livestream chat wanted to punch him through the screen. I'm sick. You call this a solution? This is gang robbery. So unfair. This is outrageous. Just because he's an old man, does Su have to swallow this injustice? No way around it. That's just how it is. The term vulnerable group is like a get-out-of-jail-free card. The driver is always the one at fault. Su Chen, just take it. Better safe than sorry, these folks aren't worth provoking. The surrounding elderly folks started chiming in too. Exactly, young man. Don't you know to respect elders and care for the young? You drive, so you must have insurance, right? Just file a claim and pay them off. Young man, don't be so stubborn. Consider this a lesson. Next time you drive, whether the light is red or green, you must stop early when you see us seniors. That's the rule. The rules? Hearing those two words, Su Chen laughed. Pampering you old giant babies? Just because you're old and frail, the whole world should make way for you? Putting up with your rotten habits? Dream on. Just then, that familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind once more. Ding. Host detected encountering malicious harassment. God tier choice system activated. Chapter 48, God-tier massage technique, turning fake disability into real. Option A, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle. Bow to the traffic cop and the old man, admit full responsibility, and pay to make the problem go away. Reward, title Grandpa Grandma's beloved grandson equipping increases bystanders' willingness to bully you by plus 50%. Option B, stand your ground. Pull out your phone to show the footage, argue with the traffic cop and the elderly couple, and try to reason with them. Reward, comprehensive guide to traffic laws. Option C, refuse internal conflict, lose your mind on the spot. Fight fire with fire. If they won't reason, respond with even less reason. Reward, God-tier skill divine massage technique. Su Chen stared at the three options on the light screen, his eye involuntarily twitching. What's there to choose? C? It has to be C. Anything else would be a disservice to these old fools' passionate performance. Ding! Congratulations, host, on making your choice. God-tier massage technique has been granted. Note, this skill has mastered all 365 major acupoints of the human body. It can invigorate blood circulation and dispel blood stasis, or seal acupoints and sever meridians. Host, please use with caution. The instant Su Chen made his choice mentally, a vast and intricate flood of information surged into his mind. The 360 acupoints of the human body, the 12 regular meridians, the 8 extraordinary meridians. Countless techniques and knowledge of massage, bone setting, and pressure point manipulation surged through him as if innate abilities instantly mastered. In that instant, Su Chen's entire demeanor transformed. He let out a long sigh, his shoulders slumping slightly, his face etched with exhaustion and resignation. Su God, what are you doing? Are you giving up? No. Su God. You can't give up. You can't swallow your pride like this. Oh no, oh no. Su Chen's been manipulated. Now he's really going to get ripped off for a huge sum. Meanwhile, the haters and fangirls instantly erupted into celebration mode. Ha 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 ha. He caved. He finally caved. LOL, those fans were still putting up a front just now, but now they've gone quiet? Your Su Chen has backed down. It takes two to tango. If he hadn't driven recklessly, would the old man have collapsed? He's definitely responsible. Fans trembled with rage, their fingers shaking as they typed, yet they couldn't muster a single rebuttal. Yeah, if Su Chen himself accepted his fate, what else could they say? So frustrating. Unprecedented frustration. Just when everyone thought Su Chen would obediently pay up, Su Chen furrowed his brow, glaring at the scam artist with disdain. 10,000? Are you trying to brush off a beggar? What? Everyone froze in shock. The scam artist froze too, his outstretched hands suspended mid-air, momentarily unable to react. What's this kid playing at? Think it's too little? No, shouldn't he be haggling? Su Chen gave him no time to think. He held up one finger, shook it dismissively, his tone dripping with contempt. I, Su Chen, won't stoop to that level. How could 100,000 be enough? It has to be at least this much. He slowly extended another finger. Then he formed two circles. 1 million. I'll compensate you 1 million. Boom. The entire livestream exploded like a nuclear bomb had been dropped. Holy. 1 million? Did I hear that right? He's lost his mind. Su Chen has completely lost his mind. Did he get scared out of his wits? I was just feeling sorry for him, but now I can't stop laughing. What kind of twisted logic is this? Someone extorts you for 100k, and you just bump it up to 1 million? The haters froze for a second before erupting into earth-shattering laughter. Ha 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 ha. I get it now. He's just throwing caution to the wind. Knowing he has to pay up anyway, he might as well name a huge number and enjoy the feeling of being a millionaire. The last bit of pride from a top-tier star? Hilarious, putting on airs. Meanwhile, the scam artist's eyes instantly turned red. His heart pounded wildly, blood rushing to his head, his entire body trembling with overwhelming excitement. Yes. Yes. Yes, he stammered excitedly, drool practically flying from his mouth. You're the one who gets it. 1 million. Just 1 million. The old man in the baseball cap and the woman with the vegetable basket beside him were both dumbfounded. They shot the old man on the ground a look of envy mixed with jealousy and resentment. Just as everyone thought Su Chen was about to transfer the money on the spot, he changed his tune. But you see, old man, money is the least of it. Before we head to the hospital, I need to check your injuries first. He crouched down and said warmly. To be honest, my family has been practicing traditional Chinese medicine for 3 generations. I know a thing or two about massage and manipulation. Why don't I give you a quick checkup first? Loosen up your muscles and joints? The scam artist's heart leapt with delight at the suggestion. This kid's not only dumb and loaded, but also so easy to fool. Check? Check my ass. My leg's perfectly fine. But he grumbled under his breath. Then be gentle, my leg feels numb already. Su Chen extended both hands and gently placed them on the scam artist's calf. Old man, bear with it. It might feel a bit tingly. After saying that, Su Chen's thumb pressed against an extremely hidden acupoint on the inner thigh of the old man at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. The Baiguan point. This acupoint, a crucial point on the stomach meridian of foot yangming, connects tendons and bones while regulating nerve impulses. As recorded in divine massage techniques, applying intense pressure to this point with a special technique can instantly block nerve transmission throughout the entire leg, causing it to become completely paralyzed and lose all sensation for a short period. The sensation is akin to amputation. Divine level massage technique, latent force erupts. Snap. Su Chen applied a deft force, forcibly displacing the old man's peroneal nerve from its normal position. Externally, this injury showed no visible signs whatsoever. Yet, with this single move, the old man, who had been smug moments before, froze in place. His eyes widened violently, bulging almost out of their sockets. An indescribable, terrifying sensation unlike anything he'd ever felt shot through his calf like an electric current, spreading instantly throughout his entire body. It wasn't pain. It was the realization that his leg had vanished. As if someone had severed them below the knees with an invisible blade, severing all sensation and connection. My legs. He clutched his legs, rolling frantically on the ground, his face contorted with utter terror. My legs. My legs are gone. What's happening? I can't feel my legs anymore. This sudden turn of events left everyone present frozen in shock. The reversal came too fast, too fierce. The old man in the baseball cap and the woman with the vegetable basket snapped out of their shock, pointing at Su Chen and screaming in terror. Murder! You murderer! What did you do to him? Quick! Call 911. Call the police. Don't let him get away. Director Wang Gang saw black spots before his eyes as the phone in his hand clattered to the floor. It's over. This time it's truly over. A murder committed on camera. This wasn't just about whether the show could air anymore. This was jail time. The newly secured additional investment. It hadn't even had time to warm up. Wang Gang's heart plummeted into an icy abyss, turning to ashes. Meanwhile, Su Chen slowly rose to his feet, brushing the dust off his hands. An expression of innocence more profound than Doi's injustice spread across his face as he spread his hands wide. Why are you all staring at me like that? I was just checking the old man's injuries. He pointed at the old man still writhing in agony on the ground, looking utterly perplexed. Didn't he keep saying his leg was broken? I figured, if a leg's already broken, no matter how I touch it, I couldn't possibly break it a second time, right? I'm doing a good deed here. What law did I break? With that, everyone fell silent once more. Shameful. Shameless. More and more people gathered around, surrounding Su Chen and blocking his escape. Meanwhile, inside the police van returning to headquarters, Lin Wanqing and the expert team wore grim expressions. The operation to apprehend Class A fugitive Zhang Dihai had taken an unexpected turn. Chapter 49, What? Su Chen publicly disabled the scam artist old man. The atmosphere inside the police van was so thick you could cut it with a knife. Lin Wanqing crossed her arms, her red lips pressed tightly together, her sharp jawline taut. The street scenes outside the window rushed by, yet her mood had sunk to rock bottom. Just half an hour earlier, acting on intelligence provided by that female con artist, she personally led a raid on the abandoned printing factory in the western part of the city. The result? A complete bust. The entire hideout was empty, not even a single forged document in sight. Either the female con artist hadn't told a single truth, or the class of fugitive artist Zhang Dihai had an uncannily sharp sense of danger and had moved locations days earlier. To avoid alerting the target, she left a team behind to maintain covert surveillance while she returned to headquarters first. On the way, she happened to encounter Professor Wang Dong and his group, who were also heading back, and they shared a ride. Lin, don't beat yourself up too much. Criminal psychologist Wang Dong broke the silence first, pushing his glasses up with a thoughtful expression. I've studied the file on Class A fugitive the painter Zhang Dihai. He's extremely cunning, arrogant, and paranoid. He'd never linger in one place for long. The operation failing was entirely within reason. Lin Wanqing nodded, yet the shadow of gloom between her brows remained undimmed. This time, we truly owe it all to Su Chen, she sighed sincerely, her voice tinged with lingering fear. Without him, we wouldn't even have known counterfeit documents could reach such levels of authenticity. If these near-perfect forgeries entered circulation, the consequences would be unimaginable. Forensic expert Qian Lining also wore a grave expression. Exactly. A gang capable of forging documents of that caliber poses a threat no less dangerous than a violent criminal organization. We must root them out completely. The car fell silent once more, weighed down by the gravity of the topic. Just then, Officer Xiaohan, the liaison in the front seat, suddenly jerked his hand holding the phone and let out a startled cry. Captain Lin. Professor Wang. Look. Su Chen, something's happened with Su Chen again. Lin Wanqing's heart skipped a beat as a sense of foreboding instantly washed over her. What happened? Xiaohan tremblingly handed over the phone. On the screen, a short video had just been pushed by a local app. The jarring headline made Lin Wanqing's pupils contract sharply. Where is justice? The atrocities of a madman. A young man not only refuses to admit fault after knocking down an elderly person, but actually assaults them on the spot. The video shook violently, clearly filmed by a passerby. In the center of the frame, an elderly man lay on the ground in front of Su Chen's DiDi car, clutching his leg and wailing in agony, his voice piercingly shrill. Su Chen stood beside the car, his expression cold and indifferent. Surrounding him was an angry crowd of onlookers, shouting accusations like "heartless bastard," "ing scumbag," and "call the cops." Boom! Lin Wanqing's mind buzzed. This Su Chen. What kind of disaster magnet is he? How long had it been since things settled down? Why was he entangled in this relentless mess again? But years of criminal investigation experience instantly brought her back to her senses. She instinctively concluded this was most likely another staged accident. But why does Su Chen always seem to attract so much trouble? The experts in the car gathered around as well. Upon seeing the video footage, they all frowned. Sigh, the world is going to the dogs, Professor Sun Pei sighed. There are always some elderly people who exploit society's sympathy, using vulnerability as a weapon to extort money, causing a terrible impact on social morals. Xian Limin was so furious his beard bristled and his eyes bulged. Su Chen just did us a huge favor. We absolutely cannot let him suffer this unjust accusation. Xiao Han, open Su Chen's livestream. I want to see how these people plan to twist the truth. Right. Open the livestream. Lin Wanqing nodded immediately and clicked into Su Chen's livestream. With over 200,000 viewers online, the chat was completely chaotic. Murder. Su Chen broke the old man's leg in front of 200,000 people. I heard that crack just now. So terrifying. Call the police. Trolls, stop stirring the pot, okay? The old man said his leg was broken himself. Su Chen was just checking. Check? You call that a check? That's intentional assault. He's done for now. Not even God himself could save him. Director Wang's passed out crying in the bathroom. The ink's barely dry on that just signed investment extension contract. Lin Wanqing and the experts watched the screen filled with bullet comments, their hearts sinking. They immediately turned their attention to the live feed. Then, they witnessed a scene they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Su Chen slowly rose to his feet, brushed the dust off his hands, and spread his arms wide with an expression of innocence that could rival Douyi's. Why are you all staring at me like that? I was just checking the old man's injuries. He pointed at the old man on the ground, screaming in agony and nearly fainting, looking utterly perplexed. Didn't he keep saying his leg was broken? I figured, if a leg is already broken, no matter how I touch it, I couldn't possibly break it a second time, right? I was doing a good deed. What law did I break? Boom! Dead silence filled the police car. Lin Wanqing's beautiful eyes widened in shock, her red lips parted slightly as she was utterly dumbfounded. Su Chen had actually retaliated on the spot. Using magic to defeat magic? This was way too impulsive. Even if the other guy was staging an accident, with all those onlookers around and that traffic cop present, how could he dare do something like this? Professor Wang Dong wore an expression of utter disbelief. He pressed his hands to his temples and closed his eyes in anguish. Foolish. Utterly foolish. Young man, so irrational. He was completely overcome by emotion. Even if it's later proven the other guy was staging an accident, his act of assaulting someone in public will absolutely not escape legal punishment. He threw away a winning hand. Professor Sun Pei shook his head repeatedly, his face filled with regret. It's over. There's no explaining this now. Public opinion will tear him apart. The atmosphere inside the car grew 100 times heavier than during the failed arrest. Everyone sighed in dismay at Su Chen's reckless act, which was nothing short of self-destruction. Just then, Professor Chen Limin, who had remained silent while repeatedly reviewing the live broadcast footage, suddenly froze. His eyes locked onto the phone screen, fixated on the close-up of Traffic Officer Jia Zheng presenting evidence. Seconds later, his pupils contracted dangerously into pinpricks. A chill shot up his spine from his tailbone to the crown of his head. No! Professor Chen Liming's voice rose sharply, trembling slightly. Lin! Look at this! He thrust his phone in front of Lin Wanqing, his fingers pressing so hard they nearly pierced the screen. This traffic cop. He's a fake. Chapter 50, Comrade Su Chen, we owe you a salute. The moment those words left his mouth, the entire car erupted in shock. Professor Wang Dong's eyes snapped open as he snatched the phone. Professor Chen, what did you say? Fake. This badge is fake. Xian Limin's voice cracked with emotion as he pointed to a security watermark on the ID. Look here. It's identical to the fake ID we confiscated from that female fraudster earlier. Ordinary people wouldn't notice, but it's impossible to escape my scrutiny. With the female driver's precedent fresh in their minds, Lin Wanqing and Wang Dong instantly realized. It was the Phantom Workshop. Class of fugitive artist Zheng DiDi. His counterfeit documents had surfaced again. So? Professor Sun Pei's voice was dry as dust. He swallowed hard. So Su Chen saw through this fake cop from the very beginning? And that old man who staged the accident? He was in cahoots with this fake cop all along. Exactly. Professor Wang Dong slapped his thigh, his face flushed with excitement. I get it. I understand everything now. Wang Dong slapped his thigh in excitement, his eyes sparkling brightly. Not a trace of the earlier regret and disappointment remained. Su Chen. He wasn't acting on impulse. He did it deliberately. The reason he deliberately provoked that scam artist old man, even resorting to physical confrontation in public to escalate things to an uncontrollable mess, wasn't about revenge at all. It was to buy time. Wang Dong's burning gaze swept across every person in the car. Think about it. A victim lying critically injured on the ground, a driver committing assault in public, and dozens of emotionally charged witnesses at the scene. Could this case possibly be minor? No way. This fake cop, as the only law enforcement officer present, could he possibly walk away? He couldn't. Su Chen pinned him to the spot with a near unbreakable, blatant scheme. This earth-shattering deduction left both Lin Wanqing and Professor Sun Pei's minds reeling. Deliberate? Was all of this part of Su Chen's plan? How could that be? Just then, Lin Wanqing's phone rang urgently. It was the officers stationed at the abandoned factory. Captain Lin. New discovery. We found some charred, mangled human skin masks in a waste incineration pit outside the factory perimeter. They must be the defective ones they disposed of. Human skin masks? Lin Wanqing's pupils suddenly contracted. Send photos. The next second, several high-resolution images appeared on her phone screen. They showed curled, warped fragments of silicone-like masks charred by flames, still bearing the texture of simulated skin in eerie sight. Lin Wanqing stared intently at the outline of one relatively intact mask. Her body jerked violently. That face looked so familiar. She snapped her head up, her eyes locked on traffic officer Jia Zhang, who was berating Su Chen in the livestream. The contours of that face, the distance between the eyebrows and eyes, the height of the nose bridge, bore at least a 70 to 80% resemblance to the mangled human skin mask in the trash heap. Xian Lining leaned in too. After just one glance, he sucked in a sharp breath, his voice trembling. Over 80% similarity. The model for this human skin mask is this so-called traffic cop, Jia Zhang. No. It should be said that this Jia Zhang is wearing this human skin mask. Boom. The truth exploded like thunder in everyone's mind. A fake traffic cop, a human skin mask linked to an A-level fugitive. The answer was staring them in the face. He is Zhang DiDi. Boom. The entire police van fell deathly silent. Everyone froze in place as if petrified, their minds blank. Su Chen. He wasn't facing some fake cop. Nor was he dealing with a scam gang. He was facing off against a ruthless Class A fugitive, head-on. He had walked into the trap. Using himself as bait, he had single-handedly held off Zhang DiDi. Brilliant. This transcends mere cleverness. What courage. What responsibility. Professor Wang Dong trembled with emotion. Watching Su Chen on the screen, the target of public condemnation, his eyes brimmed with awe and admiration. He alone bore everyone's misunderstanding and abuse, yet held back the most dangerous criminal for all of us. Professor Wang Dong's voice trembled as tears welled up in his eyes and spilled uncontrollably. Such a realm, such integrity. I, Wang Dong, am ashamed to compare myself to him. We've all misunderstood him. We've all misunderstood him. Professor Sun Pei pounded his chest, his face edged with regret and profound respect. What immense pressure he must have endured. Great. Truly great. At that moment, the expert's gaze toward Su Chen had shifted from admiration to outright awe. Lin Wanqing's eyes welled up with tears. She bit her lip tightly, her chest heaving violently. Just moments ago, she had actually thought Su Chen was reckless and impulsive. It turned out he was the one with the clearest vision and the heaviest burden. He was the true hero. With this realization, Lin Wanqing silently saluted that figure in her heart with the most precise salute. Attention all personnel. Target acquired. Class A fugitive Zhang DiDi. Proceed immediately at full speed to assist Comrade Su Chen. Ensure his personal safety at all costs. Repeat. Ensure his personal safety at all costs. Roger. Meanwhile, Tianyu Media President's office. Sunny, who had just been revived from unconsciousness, sat pale as paper on the sofa, gasping for breath. His agent Zhang Tao and rising star Kuan stood nearby, offering water and fanning him. Mr. Sun, please calm down. The ambulance will be here any minute. Yes, Mr. Sun. It's not worth ruining your health over trash like Su Chen. Sunny waved his hand weakly and asked, What's happening now? The trending topics, has he completely overturned the situation? At that mention, a smug grin instantly spread across Zhang Tao's face. Mr. Sun. It's fantastic news. He excitedly thrust his phone toward Sunny. He staged a fake accident on livestream. Right in front of hundreds of thousands of people, with traffic cops present, he actually broke an old man's leg. The entire internet is condemning him now. The trending topic exploded. Hashtag Su Chen violence on street. The trending topic we bought earlier paid off big time. Sunny snatched the phone and quickly scanned the news and videos. When he saw the footage of Su Chen committing the assault, then looking utterly innocent as he declared, "I was just doing a good deed." Put. Ha 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 ha. Sunny burst into uncontrollable laughter, tears streaming down his face. Su Chen, oh Su Chen. I thought you were some big shot. Turns out you're just a brainless brute. Idiot. Beating up an old man in broad daylight. And during a live stream. Not even the gods can save you now. I'll see how you bounce back. Ha 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 ha. In the office, Zhang Tao and Cohen joined in the laughter. They expected Su Chen to dominate the internet's attention once more, but instead he shot himself in the foot. Su Chen, you're finished. Meanwhile, at the center of the storm, Su Chen idly picked his ear. The spittle-flack tirades from the old folks around him and the vicious curses from the young ladies in the livestream chat were like summer flies to him. A constant buzz, somewhat annoying, but nothing more. Back when Tianyu Media stabbed him in the back, hundreds of millions across the internet were chasing him with insults. That uproar was far more intense than this. I've already called the police. And sent the livestream footage to them. Just waiting for the report. Su Chen, get ready to walk the plank. Yes. Let him rot in prison. Scum like him doesn't deserve to live. Su Chen watched the comments scroll by, his heart utterly unmoved. He even felt like laughing. TSK. These people's firepower pales in comparison to the professional troll armies back in the day. What's with all this Zwan literature champion and master of sarcasm nonsense? They just keep repeating the same few lines over and over. It's practically elementary school level. He silently mocked them in his mind. Just then, Jia Zhang, standing nearby, moved. Chapter 51, Assaulting an Officer? Su Chen unlocks a new charge. Zhang Dihai surveyed the growing crowd before him. His gaze fell upon the arrogant driver who had dared to strike him in front of his very eyes. An indescribable thrill seeped from the crevices of his spine, surging instantly to the crown of his head. This feeling. He hadn't pretended to be a traffic cop for the petty profits of staged accidents. It was for this feeling, the thrill of playing justice, of judging evil. This thrill was 10,000 times more exhilarating than robbery or fraud. As for his identity being exposed? A sneer curled his lips. Impossible. Over these past months, he had become the incorruptible Officer Jia in the neighborhood, the one who stood up for the elderly, as the old folks on the block would say. That ID he'd forged himself was a masterpiece, flawless. Even several genuine beat cops from the local station had taken to calling him brother, treating him as one of their own. And today, this driver named Su Chen had committed a violent crime right in the middle of the street. Wasn't this the stage he'd been longing for to execute justice? The moment was ripe. With that thought, Zhang Dihai suppressed his inner elation, cleared his throat, and instantly assumed an air of authority. He stepped forward, pointing at Su Chen with a stern voice. Stop. You dare commit violence and harm others in front of law enforcement? I order you to drop to the ground and put your hands on your head immediately. The thunderous roar, brimming with authority, instantly ignited the fervor of all the elderly onlookers. Good. Officer Jia, well said. That's the way to do it. Arrest him. People like this are a cancer on society. Officer Jia, you're a true hero. With you around, we citizens feel safe. The livestream was flooded with cheers. This traffic cop is so freaking awesome. Finally, someone can rein in that lunatic Su Chen. Serves him right. Let him get cocky. Let him be arrogant. Now he's met his match. Ladies, pop the champagne early. Su Chen's about to sing behind bars. Ha ha ha. So reckless. Su Chen really blew it this time. Attacking someone with a traffic cop present? He's completely finished. However, facing Jia Zhang's accusations and the crowd's schadenfreude, Su Chen merely let out a soft, dismissive snort. A guy who only knows how to smooth things over, does he even deserve to talk about law enforcement? His expression was as innocent as could be, hands spread wide in a gesture of harmless innocence. Officer, you've got the wrong idea. I didn't do anything. Su Chen blinked innocently, his tone sincere. I just felt bad seeing this old gentleman with his leg broken. I wanted to use our family's traditional massage technique to check his injury and promote blood circulation. Honestly, that's all. Just a gentle massage, you see? Before Jia Zhang could react, Su Chen's hand shot out like lightning, lightly pressing his calf with a touch as fleeting as a dragonfly skimming water. Yet a concentrated surge of hidden force pierced precisely into the Baiguan acupoint on Jia Zhang's leg. Divine massage technique. It could invigorate blood circulation and dispel stasis, or seal acupoints and sever meridians. All this happened in an instant. So fast that no one could discern his movements. That's all. Su Chen withdrew his hand and looked at Jia Zhang with genuine sincerity. Jia Zhang froze for a moment before erupting in fury. How dare you? He was about to berate Su Chen for daring to lay a hand on him. Before he could utter the words "let's get started," an eerie sensation suddenly exploded from his calf where it had been touched. It wasn't pain. Nor was it itchiness. But rather, a hollow numbness. As if his entire right leg nerves, bones, muscles, skin had been erased from his body in that instant. Ugh! Zhang Dihai let out a startled cry, stumbling backward and nearly falling flat on his ass. He was stunned. Completely stunned. Cold sweat instantly broke out beneath his fake face. What the hell? My legs. Why can't I feel my legs? In an instant, Zhang Dihai's eyes blazed with intense ferocity. His true nature as a ruthless bandit, hidden beneath his disguise, was fully unleashed. His hand instinctively reached for the dagger at his waist. But the next second, Zhang Dihai's peripheral vision swept the surroundings. People everywhere. A sea of people. And camera lenses. No. Calm down. Must stay calm. Ruining months of perfect disguise over some reckless driver? Not worth it. He sucked in a sharp breath, forcing the boiling murderous intent back down. But then again, good. He actually dared to lay a hand on me. That's assaulting an officer. That makes it even worse. A thought crystallized in his mind in an instant, and Zhang Dihai's expression shifted instantly. He forced himself to steady his stance, suppressing the storm raging within. His face instantly shifted into a look of furious indignation. Assaulting an officer. You dare assault an officer in public? How dare you? How dare you? Boom! This thunderous roar exploded like a bomb, detonating simultaneously at the scene and across the internet. The elderly folks present all went wild. Good heavens! He actually hit a cop. He's lost his mind. Su Chen has completely lost his mind. Arrest him. He must be arrested. He's way too arrogant. In the livestream chat, the volume of comments instantly reached an unprecedented peak. Holy! What the hell did I just see? He hit a traffic cop too? He's lost his mind. Absolutely insane. Attacking an elderly man wasn't enough, now he's assaulting an officer. He's gone off the deep end. It's over, it's over. Su Chen is truly beyond redemption this time. Why would he be so reckless as to attack the police? Ha 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 ha. Pop the champagne. Everyone pop champagne. Su Chen brought this on himself. So satisfying. So satisfying. I'm speechless. How dare he? In the Tianyu media office, Sun Yi, who had just regained his composure, leapt up from the sofa in sheer excitement upon seeing this scene. Ha 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 ha. Assaulting an officer. He actually dared to assault an officer. Idiot. Utterly idiotic. Zhang Tao and Koan crowded around the phone, grinning ear to ear. Mr. Sun, Su Chen is as good as dead now. Assaulting an officer in public carries far heavier charges than simple assault. Ha ha, he chose the path to hell over the road to heaven. Just wait and see him get handcuffed and taken away. Sunny could already picture Su Chen being hauled off in a police car, his reputation in tatters. Zhang Dihai watched the boiling chaos unfold before him, a cold smile playing on his lips. Kid, you want to mess with me? You're still too green. He forced himself to ignore the strange numbness spreading through his legs, pulled out his phone, and found the beat cop he knew at the nearby police station. Hello? Is this Officer Zhao? It's old Jia. I'm at the intersection of Jiefan Road and Zhongshan Road. Yes. I've got a violent resisting arrest situation here. He even attacked an officer in public. Extremely unstable, with severe violent tendencies. Requesting immediate backup. Yes. Right now. Immediately. This call instantly ignited the livestream chat. Here they come. Justice is being served. Su Chen is done for. Staging an accident is just a civil dispute, but this is intentional assault. Now he resists arrest? That's aggravated charges. Ah, serves you right for acting tough. You hit a brick wall now. Get ready for jail. Sisters, gather round. Celebrate Su Chen's downfall. Today's a great day. Bystanders swarmed around, rallying behind Officer Jia Zhang. Everyone, surround him. Don't let him escape. Right. This kind of guy must be used to acting like a bully. We can't let him keep harming society. Support Officer Jia. Surround him. Jia Zhang watched Su Chen, now completely surrounded by the crowd, a faint smile playing on his lips. Within 5 minutes, the beat officer would arrive. Then the scene would unfold, Officer Jia Zhang enforcing justice, arresting the criminal. That would be my moment to shine. Sure enough. 3 minutes later, a patrol car pulled up. Chapter 52, Su Chen, this is your day. The patrol car door swung open abruptly. Clatter. Several uniformed neighborhood police officers stepped out, looking fierce. The gathered crowd instantly parted to make way. This scene, captured frame by frame through Su Chen's 8K Ultra micro camera, was transmitted live to the streaming room. It instantly sent shockwaves through over 200,000 viewers. Holy crap! Real cops showed up. This isn't a drill anymore, it's the real deal. Oh no, he's toast. Su Chen is totally screwed now. Assaulting an officer in front of hundreds of thousands of people? This guy really didn't leave himself any way out. Anyone know the deal? How many years do you get for assaulting an officer? My friend's asking. Dude, don't ask. The answer is 3 years minimum, up to death penalty. Su Chen just went from tech streamer to legal expert, the kind who will be sewing his own clothes in prison. In the livestream chat, the gleeful viewers couldn't contain their excitement, bombarding the screen with comments. Let the celebration begin. Sisters, rejoice that this arrogant jerk Su Chen finally got what he deserved. So satisfying. Serves him right. I've hated him forever. Who does he think he is? Now the cops are teaching him a lesson. Ha, can't wait to see him singing prison ballads. We're already prepping his prison meals stale and rotten. Production team. Director Wang Gang stared intently at his phone screen. When he saw the police officers surrounding Su Chen, darkness flooded his vision. The world spun, and his heart felt like it was being crushed by an invisible giant hand. He nearly fainted on the spot. Assaulting an officer. Oh my God. My ancestors. My father. Do you even realize what you've done? Traffic cops are police too. You attack them live on camera. Are you trying to die faster? Even if you just did something great, exposing a fake document ring and earning major credit. But merits are merits, and faults are faults. Merits and faults can't cancel each other out, but you can pile more charges on top of your crimes. He slumped into his chair, feeling drained of all strength. He recalled the call from investor Ma Zong moments ago. Doubled investment, an epic upgrade, and internet-wide fame. At this moment, they all turned into the sharpest knives, stabbing his heart over and over. I quit. I won't do it for a dog. Wang Gang's trembling hands fumbled for his phone. With practiced ease, he opened the ticket booking app and selected a green skin train ticket back to his hometown with a sorrowful gaze. Farewell, bustling city. Hello, vast fields. Tianyu Media. Sunny, Zheng Tao, and Koan huddled around a phone, laughing until they doubled over. Ha 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 ha. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Sunny slapped his hand on the sofa, his whole face glowing as if he'd suddenly become 10 years younger. I told you so. This lunatic couldn't last long. He's played himself right into the ground. Zheng Tao fawned obsequiously beside him. Mr. Sun, you're brilliant. Now we don't even have to lift a finger. He's jumped into the abyss himself. Assaulting an officer in public? That's ironclad evidence. No one can save him now. Koan curled his fingers into a delicate gesture, covering his mouth with a soft chuckle. Mr. Sun, I've already arranged the online troll army. I've even thought of the headline from city hero to prisoner, Su Chen's path of madness and ruin. Sunny nodded with satisfaction, his eyes flashing with a cruel gleam. Su Chen, you think you're so capable? You think you can catch wanted criminals? Now, let's see who comes to save you. Scene. Beat officer Zhao Yanxia, accompanied by 2 colleagues, had already surrounded Su Chen completely. He had been patrolling nearby when he received Jia Zhang's call. Upon hearing that a driver had violently resisted arrest and even assaulted an officer in public, he instantly recognized this as a golden opportunity to earn merit. Although he and Jia Zhang from the traffic police department weren't part of the same system, they had shared meals a few times and were somewhat acquainted. Now that his colleague was in trouble, with so many concerned citizens around to testify, this case was going to be a breeze. All he needed to do was cuff this arrogant driver, interrogate him, and a group commendation was practically guaranteed. The thought sent a rush of excitement through Zhao Yanxia's veins. At that moment, Zhang Dihai, impersonating Jia Zhang, forced himself to ignore the strange numbness in his leg as he limped forward, pointing at Su Chen. Officer Zhao. You're just in time, he barked. This thug right here. Not only did he stage an accident and injure someone, but he openly assaulted law enforcement. My leg's out of commission, so hurry up and cuff him. This achievement belongs to your police station. Zhao Yanxia immediately understood old Jia was giving him face. He nodded firmly, stepped forward, pulled his police badge from his pocket, and barked at Su Chen. Su Chen, is that right? I'm Zhao Yanxia from West City Police Station. This is your first verbal warning. Cease resistance immediately and come with us for questioning. Otherwise, we will arrest you by force according to the law. His voice was stern and authoritative, radiating righteous indignation. The surrounding elderly crowd erupted in thunderous applause. Good. Well said, officer. That's the way to do it. Lock up the scum of society. However, at the center of the storm, Su Chen faced the encirclement of 3 officers and the pointing fingers of the crowd, yet his face showed not a trace of tension. He even found it somewhat amusing. Back in the day, when the original owner was framed by Tianyu Media, he'd dealt with the police more than once. The station had practically become his second home. Lately, he'd been meeting the Ice Queen policewoman Lin Wanqing daily, so he'd long since grown immune to the sight of that uniform. Besides, I was driving normally. These old farts picked a fight and staged an accident. And now they expect me to swallow my pride? Am I supposed to indulge your rotten habits? Su Chen raged inwardly, yet his expression remained perfectly cooperative. He shrugged lightly, even proactively extending both hands with his wrists together in a gesture of surrender. Sure thing, cooperating with the investigation. I'm the most law-abiding person around. Zhao Yanxia sneered inwardly at Su Chen's apparent compliance. Good for you, kid. He signaled to his colleague beside him with a glance. The young beat cop immediately understood, drawing a pair of gleaming silver handcuffs from his waist. Click! A crisp sound echoed as the handcuffs snapped open. In the livestream chat, every fan worried about Su Chen felt their hearts sink to their feet. No! Su God! Explain yourself. It's over. They've brought out the handcuffs. This time he's really going in. Wah, I just started following this streamer, and now he's about to get exposed. Meanwhile, haters and Sun Yi's crew had already launched into celebration mode, already picturing Su Chen's humiliating arrest. The silver metal reflected a blinding glare in the sunlight. Just as the handcuffs were about to touch Su Chen's wrist. Woo woo! A siren, sharper and more urgent than before, swept in from the distance. The young beat cop, poised to cuff Su Chen, flinched. Zhao Yanxia whipped his head around, a look of confusion on his face. What the hell? Which unit is this? Don't they know about first come, first served? Trying to steal my credit? Chapter 53, Who Dares Touch Him? At the end of the street, it wasn't a single car that appeared, but a convoy. 3 black SWAT anti-riot SUVs led the way in a triangular formation, followed closely by a large mobile command vehicle. The spectacle bore little resemblance to a routine police operation. It resembled the collective deployment of a SWAT team in an anti-terrorism blockbuster. Squay. Amid the shrill screech of tires, the vehicles executed a flawlessly coordinated tactical maneuver, instantly encircling Zhao Yanxia's small patrol car. Clang! The doors flew open in unison. Over a dozen SWAT officers helmeted, clad in heavy bulletproof vests, and armed with Type 95 assault rifles leapt from the vehicles like tigers descending a mountain. They swiftly formed an iron barrier, completely sealing off the entire scene. The palpable tension silenced every elderly man and woman nearby, leaving them frozen in place, holding their breath. In the livestream, over 200,000 viewers collectively froze in shock. Holy! What the hell is this? Is this a movie set? SWAT riot control vehicles? Assault rifles? Am I seeing this right? They're arresting Su Chen. What crime did he commit? Is this a counter-terrorism operation? I'm dumbfounded. Seriously dumbfounded. My brain's about to short-circuit. What the hell is going on here? Local beat cop Zhao Yanxia and his colleagues were utterly dumbfounded. The handcuffs meant for Su Chen hung frozen mid-air in their hands. They couldn't decide whether to put them on or not, frozen in place like statues. This is the City Bureau SWAT team? What the hell were they doing here? Just as everyone stood in stunned confusion, the door of the Central Command vehicle slowly opened. A pair of long, shapely legs clad in black combat boots stepped out first. Immediately after, a figure of striking poise and grace appeared before the crowd. It was none other than Lin Wanqing, captain of the Municipal Criminal Investigation Unit. Behind her, National Treasure-level experts like Wang Dong and Qian Limin also stepped out of the vehicle, each wearing expressions of urgency and gravity. Zhao Yanxia jolted awake, finally snapping back to reality. Though he didn't recognize Lin Wanqing, her attire and the imposing entourage behind her instinctively made him feel immense pressure. He hurried forward, attempting to explain and regain control of the situation, stammering out. This leader, I'm Zhao Yanxia from the West City Police Station. We're handling an assault on an officer case. The suspect is highly agitated and shows signs of violence. We were just about to. However, Lin Wanqing didn't even spare him a glance out of the corner of her eye. She walked straight past him, her powerful aura creating a gust of wind that made Zhao Yanxia stagger. She navigated through the crowd, past the stunned SWAT officers, and finally came to a halt before Su Chen. Amidst the deathly silence that gripped the entire venue, under the gaze of over 200,000 spectators, Lin Wanqing spoke, her voice carrying a hint of urgency and concern she hadn't even noticed herself. Are you okay? Boom! The entire livestream room, at that very moment, felt as though a nuclear bomb had been dropped. Holy, this is like an old man on the subway glued to his phone. Wasn't Captain Lin here to arrest Su Chen? And now she's actually showing concern for him? Defending her man. This is absolutely a scene of fiercely protecting her husband. I'm hooked. I'm dead on my feet. In the Tianyu office, Sun Yi's raised champagne glass crashed to the floor with a clatter, shattering into pieces. Backstage at the production office, Director Wang Gang's phone vibrated just as he confirmed the train ticket payment. Then, his trembling hand accidentally tapped to tip the streamer 10 carnival coins. Lin Wanqing ignored the commotion around her, scanning Su Chen up and down to ensure he was unharmed before slowly exhaling in relief. Then, she turned around, her icy gaze finally settling on the pale-faced beat cop, Zhao Yanxia. Assaulting an officer? Her voice was quiet, yet it pierced Zhao Yanxia's eardrums like a dagger. You say he assaulted an officer? May I ask, which officer did he assault? Lin Wanqing extended her slender fingers, not pointing at Su Chen. Instead, she pointed at the fake traffic cop standing nearby, Jia Zheng, whose eyes darted nervously. Her voice suddenly rose, each word thunderous. Did he assault this officer Jia? Or should we say, the one who attacked this Zhang Dihai, the fugitive wanted on the Ministry of Public Security's A-level wanted list, codenamed the Painter, the leader of a counterfeit document syndicate? A bombshell. A level fugitive? That incorruptible officer Jia who stood up for the elderly every day, and a level fugitive? Zhao Yensha's mind went blank with a buzzing sensation. He felt his entire worldview shatter into pieces at that moment. And that Jia Zhang Dihai, the moment he heard his real name and codename. He knew it was all over. Ah! He let out a howl, violently drawing a cold, gleaming dagger from his waist, intending to take Zhao Yensha, the closest person, hostage. But though he was fast, the SWAT team was faster. Bang! A dull gunshot rang out, not live ammunition, but it struck Zhang Dihai's knife-wielding wrist with pinpoint accuracy. The dagger flew from his grasp. Two SWAT officers pounced like cheetahs, executing a clean, decisive chokehold that pinned him to the ground. The entire sequence unfolded like flowing clouds in water, taking less than 2 seconds. On the other side, the scam artist old man witnessed the scene and was utterly terrified. Only one word echoed in his mind: run. He frantically tried to scramble to his feet and flee, but the moment he moved, he realized his legs had gone completely numb, limp as noodles. Losing his balance, he crashed back down with a thud, landing flat on his face. Before he could struggle to his feet, several SWAT officers swarmed around him, swiftly subduing him. Only when the cold handcuffs snapped shut around Zhang Dihai's wrists did everyone finally snap out of their stunned disbelief. Zhao Yensha swallowed hard, his face blank with confusion as he asked. Lin. Captain Lin. You must have the wrong person. Old Jia. Officer Jia couldn't possibly be a wanted criminal. The surrounding elderly folks finally snapped out of their daze and began chattering in unison. That's right. Officer, you must have the wrong person. Officer Jia is such a good man. He always helps us fight for justice. He couldn't possibly be a criminal. You must have arrested the wrong person. Arrested the wrong person? Lin Wanqing gave a cold laugh. She had seen everything these elderly folks were doing through the livestream. She strode over to Zhang Dihai, who was being held down, reached out, and yanked hard at the edge of his cheek. Crack! A lifelike human skin mask was abruptly ripped off his face. Beneath the mask, the face revealed was none other than Zhang Dihai, the class of fugitive Lin Wanqing had previously led the team to capture, only to come up empty-handed. Boom! Zhao Yensha and the surrounding elderly men and women witnessed this scene. They all froze in shock. An A-level fugitive. It really was an A-level fugitive. Lin Wanqing tossed the human skin mask onto the ground, her voice cold as ice. Zhang Dihai, relying on his masterful counterfeiting skills, impersonated a traffic cop and, along with these accomplices, has long been holed up here, staging accidents to extort money. It was Su Chen who tracked down Zhang Dihai's trail. Risking his own life, he managed to stall this Class A fugitive and his entire gang. And you, rewarded by the petty favors Zhang Dihai doled out daily, have treated a lone hero marching silently through the darkness this way. Tell me, is that right? Chapter 54. I'm not human. How dare I slander Su Chen? Boom! Lin Wanqing's words struck like a bolt of lightning, crashing down upon every soul present. The entire world fell silent. The color drained from Zhao Yensha, the local police officer, as if sucked out in an instant. He froze in place, his mouth slightly agape. His Adam's apple bobbed painfully, yet no sound emerged. The elderly men and women who had just been demanding justice for Officer Jia, pointing fingers at Su Chen and cursing him out. Their eyes widened in disbelief, their faces frozen in utter shock. In Su Chen's livestream, the minds of over 200,000 viewers froze in disbelief. WWW, what did I just hear? A class, most wanted criminal? My brain's fried. My CPU just blew up. So, Su Chen wasn't assaulting an officer. Damn it, he was going toe-to-toe with an A-level fugitive? I was wrong. I was so wrong. Su God, I'm sorry. I'm kneeling before you. Bang bang bang. I shouldn't have doubted you, I'm a complete and utter. I'm not human. I was just cursing Su Chen for being impulsive in the comments, demanding he get the hell out of showbiz. I deserve to die. Wah? I was wrong. Su Chen, I was wrong. You weren't being impulsive or violent. You were holding back the criminal in your own way. You're carrying the weight for us, and I was shooting you in the back. I deserve to die. Turned from hater to fan. No. From hater to diehard. How could I have misunderstood such a lone hero? I'm deleting every single one of my earlier comments right now. On the screen, countless bullet comments transformed from regret into self-reproach. The most vicious haters were now crying the hardest. Hashtag Su Chen bears the blamado capture class of fugitive hashtag. This hashtag shot to the top of the trending list at an unbelievable speed. The trending topic hashtag Koen appointed wildlife ambassador hashtag, which Koen had paid a fortune to secure, was now completely overshadowed. The entire internet's sentiment underwent a stunning reversal in that instant. From universal condemnation to universal adoration. This setup, this audacity. Holy crap. Look at that dagger at the criminal's waist. Su Chen was facing off against a vicious criminal. He knew everything but said nothing, shouldering it all alone. A lone hero. This is the true definition of a lone hero. I declare that from this day forward, I am Su Chen's die-hard fan. Anyone who dares to bash him will have me to deal with. Meanwhile, backstage at the production studio, director Wang Gang stared at his phone screen displaying the 12,307 ticket purchase confirmation page. It's over, completely over. His face drained of color as he muttered to himself, utterly dejected. Su Chen assaulting an officer caught red-handed. The show was completely ruined. His own dismissal was now inevitable. He felt his heart nearly stop. Just then, his assistant Xiao Zhang approached, trembling as he held out his phone with a look of utter shock. Director! Director! You have to see this. It's a twist. A huge twist. What's there to see? The sky's falling, what's left to look at? Wang Gang snapped irritably, yet still glanced up in despair. Just one glance. He sprang straight up from his chair. A Class A fugitive? An artist? Su Chen had thrown himself into the fray? Wang Gang's eyes widened, his breathing growing increasingly ragged. He snatched the phone, his fingers trembling as he tapped to replay the video of Lin Wanqing peeling off the human skin mask. When Zhang Dihai's unfamiliar face was exposed to the camera, Wang Gang felt as though an invisible giant hand had clenched his heart with brutal force, only to release it with a sudden, violent jerk. Thud! Thud! I-F. A thunderous curse echoed throughout the entire backstage office. Hero! Su Chen didn't assault an officer, he's a hero. Wang Gang sprang up from his chair, his bulky frame erupting with astonishing energy. Jail? Jail! This ING deserves a commendation banner. 3 banners. No! 10 banners. Refund! Refund! Ha 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 ha! I'm not going back to my hometown. I'm upgrading my show. Epic upgrade. After laughing, he decisively shut down the livestream. Wang Gang had made up his mind. No more watching. Never again. Watching Su Daddy's livestream is ING heart-wrenching. If I keep watching, my £100+ will be ruined right here. The only thing he needed to do now was prepare for an epic upgrade to his show. In stark contrast to Wang Gang's ecstasy, in the president's office of Tianyu Media, the atmosphere was so thick you could cut it with a knife. Sunny, Zheng Tao, and Koen stared blankly at the screen, watching Su Chen now deified by countless netizens, their expressions uglier than eating. Crash! The stemmed glass in Sun Yi's hand shattered at the sound. A class pass. His lips trembled, unable to form a complete sentence. How could this happen? How could this be possible? A perfect dead end, a surefire charge of assaulting an officer. How had he managed to overturn it again? Not only overturned, but he'd ING turned it into a lone hero narrative? Mr. Sun, our paid commenters, they're all apologizing online now, saying they were blind and even sent gifts to Su Chen. Zhang Tao's voice cracked with emotion. Koen's face was deathly pale. Scrolling through his phone, he watched the trending topic he'd paid a fortune for now hanging like a joke at the bottom of the charts. Meanwhile, discussions about Su Chen had completely taken over the board. The entire internet was moved to tears by Su Chen's greatness. Su Chen. Sunny ground out the 2 words through clenched teeth, his eyes bloodshot and red. He felt like his lungs were about to burst from rage. This isn't over between us. The scene. Su Chen stared blankly at the chaotic scene unfolding before him. Fake cop? Class A fugitive? Lone hero? What the hell is this? I just couldn't stand that old man, and I thought the traffic cop was taking sides. I just wanted to fight fire with fire. What the hell is wrong with all of you people? He could feel it the way Lin Wanqing, Professor Wang Dong, and even the surrounding SWAT officers looked at him had changed. Those gazes were a mix of admiration, guilt, and the kind of disbelief you reserve for staring at a freak show. Su Chen opened his mouth, but ultimately swallowed the words "I don't know anything" that were on the tip of his tongue. Forget it. It's impossible to explain. He'd tried before, no one believed him. Just then, patrol cars from the Capital Traffic Police headquarters arrived on the scene to handle the aftermath. They promptly issued hefty fines to the elderly couple who had been shouting that running red lights is the rule, along with a thorough lecture on traffic safety. Seeing the elderly couple slink away in disgrace, netizens felt a wave of satisfaction wash over them. Lin Wanqing observed Zhang Dihai being firmly restrained by the SWAT officers and the elderly man feigning death on the ground. She was about to order the team to wrap up operations. A young officer hurried over, his expression oddly unsettled. Captain Lin. That class of fugitive, Zhang Dihai, he says, he has something he needs to discuss with Su Chen in person. Chapter 55, The Threat from an A-list Fugitive? The moment those words were spoken, the tension that had just begun to ease on the scene instantly snapped back into place. Lin Wanqing reacted almost instinctively, shifting her body to shield Su Chen. Her gaze sharpened as her voice dropped to a low hiss. What does he want? Professor Wang Dong beside her pushed his glasses up, his expression grave. A desperate criminal whose psychological defenses have collapsed. He's extremely unstable. He's likely projecting all his pent-up resentment onto Su Chen. Classic revenge psychology. demanding to see Su Chen by name? This was definitely not a friendly signal. The SWAT officers around them tightened their grips on their batons. In the livestream chat, the hearts of viewers who had been celebrating moments ago suddenly leapt into their throats. Damn it! What the hell does this wanted criminal want? Taking someone down with him before he dies? He's definitely trying to threaten our Su God. He disguised himself so well, but Su God saw right through him. He must hate Su God to death. Officer, protect our Su Chen. Don't let him get close. This desperate criminal will stop at nothing. Damn it, this infuriates me. Su Chen risked his life to catch criminals for us, and now he's being threatened by one? Where's the justice in this world? Lin Wanqing glanced at Su Chen, noticing his face remained as calm and composed as ever. He raised an eyebrow at her and shrugged. Let's go see him. Might as well grant his wish. This calmed her slightly, but her professional vigilance kept her on high alert. I'm coming with you. She signaled to the team members beside her. Two fully armed SWAT officers immediately understood, flanking him left and right, discreetly shielding Su Chen between them. Su Chen, hands in his pockets, strolled leisurely toward Zhang Dihai, escorted by Lin Wanqing and the two SWAT officers. Zhang Dihai was pinned down by the two officers, his face pressed against the scorching asphalt, looking utterly miserable. He lifted his head, his cloudy eyes fixed intently on Su Chen as he approached. Here it comes. He's about to lose it. Everyone's hearts leapt into their throats. Lin Wanqing's hand darted to her waist, ready to respond to any sudden threat. Just then, Zhang Dihai, staring at Su Chen, suddenly convulsed violently. Watch out! Lin Wanqing shouted sharply. The SWAT officer beside her instantly tensed his muscles, raising his baton like lightning, poised to strike. Thud! A dull thud echoed. The A-level fugitive Zhang Dihai, whose eyes had been filled with savage intent just moments before, had mustered every ounce of strength to force half his body free from the SWAT officer's grip. In an utterly contorted posture, he lunged toward Su Chen. Knelt down. Yes. He knelt. The sound of his knees slamming onto the rough pavement rang out clearly. Immediately afterward, a heart-wrenching wail erupted. Wah! Brother! Big brother! I was wrong. I admit defeat. You caught me fair and square. I'm convinced. Zhang Dihai was sniveling and weeping, completely devoid of any dignity befitting a Class A fugitive. I broke the law, I accept my punishment. But this leg of mine is innocent. He pointed tearfully at his unresponsive leg, his voice filled with despair. Please. Have mercy. Give me back my leg. I can't live without it. This feels worse than death. Like millions of ants crawling through my bones. Numb, itchy, and numb. Wah! I'm stuck sewing in prison for the rest of my life. How am I supposed to pedal without legs? Please. Lin Wanqing, Professor Wang Dong and the expert team. Surrounding SWAT officers and neighborhood police officer Zhao Yanxia, Sigma. All onlookers at the scene, oh? What just happened? What about the ruthless criminals? What about the desperate fugitives? What about the threats and retaliation? How come he just knelt down? And crying so pitifully? The live chat froze for 3 seconds. Is this the legendary aura of a ruler? Su Chen didn't even lift a finger, yet the criminal bowed his head in submission and wept uncontrollably? Give him back his legs? What kind of wild claim is that? What exactly did Su Chen do to him? Could it be the legendary pressure point technique? Wait, the real question is, what's wrong with his legs? What did Su Chen do to him? Why is a wanted criminal begging on his knees? Lin Wanqing's mind was in complete turmoil. Leg? She remembered now Su Chen had indeed touched Zhang Dihai's leg earlier. But wasn't that an injury? Could it really heal? She immediately waved down the accompanying police medic, Shaoli, come here. Check his leg. Shaoli swiftly approached, crouched down, and gently pressed the area before tapping his knee with a reflex hammer. Seconds later, she stood up and shook her head at Lin Wanqing, her expression grave. Captain Lin, suspect Zhang Dihai's right leg has indeed completely lost motor function and sensation. But strangely, the external examination shows no signs of fractures or contusions, and the muscle tissue appears intact. As for the cause, it remains unclear. Boom! The forensic doctor's words sent shockwaves through the crowd once more. Hearing that even the doctor was at a loss, Zhang Dihai completely broke down. Forgetting all dignity as a Class A fugitive, he scrambled toward Su Chen on hands and knees, sobbing even harder. Big brother. Divine being. You're a living god. I'll never dare again. Divine being. Master. I know it's you. Only you can save me. Please. I'll be your servant forever to repay you. Lin Wanqing felt her worldview being ground into the dirt. She took a deep breath, walked over to Su Chen, and cleared her throat twice in a tone that was more like a plea than a request. Su Chen. You see, this Zhang Dihai, before trial, we still need to follow procedure and conduct a full physical examination. His leg. Lin Wanqing trailed off. A criminal investigation captain was now asking a civilian hero to treat a fugitive? Who would believe this story if it got out? Su Chen glanced at Zhang Dihai, who was crying his eyes out, then looked at Lin Wanqing's troubled expression. Inside, he was mentally ranting. Holy crap, is my god-tier massage technique really that powerful? I just wanted to shut him up and teach him a lesson. Who knew it'd be this brutal? But, seeing an A-level fugitive kneeling on the ground begging me, this feeling, hey, it's actually pretty damn satisfying. His thoughts churned, yet his expression remained utterly composed, as if everything was under his control. He slowly walked up to Zhang Dihai, towering over him as he looked down and spoke in a calm tone. You want me to give your leg back? Fine. Su Chen paused, a faint smile curling his lips. Then turn in every last one of your accomplices. Every single one. Chapter 56, he's giving in already? Where's your guts? The air seemed to grow thinner the moment Su Chen spoke. Lin Wanqing froze for a moment. Make Zhang Dihai reveal his accomplices? The first thought that flashed through her mind was, naive. How incredibly naive. As captain of the city's criminal investigation brigade, the tough nuts she'd interrogated could line up from one end of the street to the other. Especially gang leaders like Zhang Dihai, their mouths were harder than alloy, and the web of interests they controlled was tangled and complex. That's why interrogating criminals of this caliber required a team of interrogation specialists working in shifts. Only after days and nights of relentless back and forth could any cracks begin to appear. And Su Chen thinks one sentence will make him spill everything? That was pure fantasy. One could only say his intentions as a citizen were good, but he ultimately didn't understand the stubborn psychological defenses criminals built up. Professor Wang Dong beside him subconsciously pushed his glasses up, his brow furrowed, clearly sharing Lin Wanqing's thoughts. This time, Su is likely to hit a wall. Wang Dong sighed. For desperate criminals like this, so-called brotherhood loyalty is their last psychological crutch. Threats won't work, and bribes are even harder, they'll only fuel his defiance. Forensic expert Sun Pei nodded in agreement. Exactly. Psychological warfare is key, but it requires patience and a complete chain of evidence to pressure him. Expecting him to switch sides with a single sentence? Impossible. In the livestream chat, viewers who had just been stunned by Su Chen's commanding presence instantly cooled down. Isn't that expectation a bit too simplistic? Yeah, guys like this are fiercely loyal. How could he betray his brother? Su Chen is just too kind-hearted. +1. I bet Zhang Dihai would rather break his leg than talk. That's their code. Exactly. Su Chen might have miscalculated this time. For these underworld types, credibility matters more than life itself. On the scene, all eyes were fixed on the figure kneeling on the ground. Zhang Dihai stiffened, lifted his head, and remained silent. He fell silent. A full 3 seconds. To everyone present, those 3 seconds spoke volumes of silent refusal. Lin Wanqing sighed inwardly, preparing to step in and smooth things over. She intended to spare Su Chen further embarrassment, suggesting the subsequent interrogation be handled by the police. However, Su Chen seemed to have lost all patience. He idly picked at his ear, then turned to leave. Don't want to talk? Fine, then I'll head home and get some sleep. No need to hold up the police officer's investigation. Su Chen genuinely didn't care. He'd only mentioned it casually because Lin Wanqing and the others looked so serious, as if they desperately wanted a lead. Getting a bigger reward would be nice, but not getting it was no big deal. He'd already gotten his venting out. But his nonchalant attitude as he prepared to leave instantly sent Zhang Dihai into a panic. Don't leave. Don't leave. Seeing Su Chen actually about to leave, Zhang Dihai was terrified out of his wits. Whether that leg could be saved depended entirely on this man before him. What the hell kind of morality? What the hell kind of rules? Compared to his leg, they meant nothing. Spending the rest of his life in prison sewing on a machine, if he became a cripple, he'd never top the performance charts. Earn a pardon through good deeds, fight for a reduced sentence, saving his leg was the only way. With that thought, all hesitation vanished. He scrambled forward on hands and knees, clutching Su Chen's pant leg with deathly grip and bellowed with every ounce of strength. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Big brother. God. Don't leave. I wasn't hesitating just now, I was recalling where all my accomplices are hiding. There are too many of them, and I was afraid I'd forget someone and upset you. Lin Wanqing's words of mediation caught in her throat. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes widened in shock, her rosy lips parted slightly, unable to close for a long moment. He just spilled everything? Just like that? Professor Wang Dong and the panel of experts behind him stared wide-eyed behind their glasses, their mouths gaping wide enough to fit an egg. Confessed? He really confessed? Viewers in the livestream were equally stunned. You're a Class A fugitive, dude. At least put on a show for a second, it hasn't even been 3 seconds. Did you just betray us? Where's your sense of honor? Where's the honor? Did I hear that wrong? Did I see that wrong? What did he just say? He said he's going to confess. He's really going to confess. Holy cow. What kind of divine plot twist is this? Zhang Dihai couldn't care less what others thought. Only one thought occupied his mind now. I want my leg back. That bone-deep, ant-bite-like tingling in weakness was 10,000 times more torturous than having it broken outright. Boss, our team has 5 members. They're located at. Just as Zhang Dihai opened his mouth to reveal his accomplices' locations. But Su Chen cut him off. Captain Lin, send someone to record this elsewhere. There are too many people here. Lin Wanqing snapped out of her daze, immediately waving for 2 officers to escort Zhang Dihai aside. They swiftly recorded his statement and Su Chen instantly issued a citywide manhunt order over the radio. Minutes later, after Zhang Dihai had confessed everything, he was escorted back, his eyes pleadingly fixed on Su Chen. God. Big brother. I've told you everything. Look at my leg. Amidst the stunned silence that filled the room, Su Chen impatiently stepped forward and crouched down. He casually patted Zhang Dihai's paralyzed leg twice. That's enough. The moment the words left his mouth, Zhang Dihai felt a warm current surge instantly from his thigh down his entire calf. That damn numb tingling vanished, replaced by long-lost sensation. He tentatively wiggled his toes. They moved. He tried bending his knee. He could bend it. He sprang up from the ground and hopped twice in place. It's working. It really is. Thank you, sir. Thank you, divine being. For your immense kindness, I'll repay you in my next life, even if it means becoming an ox or a horse. Zhang Dihai was so overcome with emotion he could barely form coherent words, about to kneel once more. This scene left everyone's jaws dropping once more. Just then, the elderly man who had been lying nearby pretending to be dead, seeing his accomplices all caught red-handed, could no longer hold it together. He scrambled over to Su Chen's feet, clutching his pant leg and wailing even more pitifully than Zhang Dihai. Master. Divine healer. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. I shouldn't have deceived you. Please heal my legs too. They're numb. I can't move. Su Chen glanced down at him with utter disgust. Another slap landed on his thigh. The scam artist instantly felt his legs regain their strength. He sprang up from the ground like a carp leaping out of water, only to be swiftly handcuffed by 2 special police officers. Lin Wanqing watched the unfolding scene, utterly incredulous. This counterfeit document ring they just uncovered. Was it solved? And the entire operation was taken down. From uncovering the clues to making the arrests, it hadn't even taken half a day. Lin Wanqing took a deep breath and walked up to Su Chen. Standing tall, she raised her hand and rendered a crisp, formal salute to Su Chen. Mr. Su Chen, on behalf of the Municipal Bureau and all citizens, I thank you. You have earned the highest commendation for dismantling this city's largest document forgery ring. She paused, her tone turning utterly serious. Follow-up arrests will commence immediately. Thanks to you, this monumental case has been solved ahead of schedule. Chapter 57, Viral Sensation, Production Team Upgrades. The livestream chat exploded like a raging sea. Salute. Captain Lin personally saluted Su Chen. First-class merit. I heard it. First-class merit. That's the prestige. That's Su Chen's prestige. Wah, I'm crying. How about you guys? From being trolled online to becoming the city's hero Su Chen, seriously, I'm crying my eyes out. Hey, stop crying. I just want to know how much is the top-tier merit bonus? How much will Su Chen get? Exactly. He deserves a huge reward. A massive one. Or I'll be the first to protest. Su Chen stared at the heroic female officer before him, yet his mind was far from thoughts of heroism or glory. Only one thought occupied his mind. First-class merit? How much is that bonus worth? Last time, a single wanted fairy-like criminal netted 100,000. This time, they took down an entire gang in a level operation led by a ringleader. With that thought, he cleared his throat. Meeting Lin Wanqing's eyes, filled with admiration, he asked directly. Captain Lin, no need for thanks. Serving the people is our duty. I just want to ask how much would the bonus for this top-tier merit be? Put. Lin Wanqing nearly choked on her breath, the reverence she'd been building up instantly stalling. Wang Dong and the other experts all twitched their lips, their expressions turning peculiar. They'd expected Su Chen to offer some polite platitudes like it's my duty, but instead, his first words were about money. The abrupt shift in tone caught everyone completely off guard. The live stream audience, however, instantly erupted. Ha 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 ha. That's so you, Su God. Always so real. Dying laughing 1 second alone hero, the next a money-grubbing fool. Love it. Love it. Su Chen, don't talk to me about ideals, my ideal is to make money. Now that's authenticity. 1,000,000 times better than those phony celebrities. For this alone, I'm switching sides and becoming a fan. Lin Wanqing's face flushed slightly as she explained with a mix of amusement and exasperation. According to regulations, rewards for providing major leads that assist police in capturing Class F fugitives and their gangs have no upper limit. Since you were the primary contributor this time, my personal estimate is at least 200,000 yuan to start. 200,000. Su Chen's eyes lit up instantly. Not bad, another huge sum coming his way. One step closer to paying off that 10 million yuan debt. His heart was bursting with joy, but his expression remained calm. Alright, I'll be waiting for your good news. Let me know when the money is transferred. Lin Wanqing nodded. Zhang Dihai's accomplices are still being apprehended, so the reward distribution requires some processing. But we'll expedite it. Meanwhile, Jia Yanxia, the beat cop from the police station, approached Lin Wanqing and Su Chen with a look of shame. He snapped to attention, saluted, and bowed so deeply his head nearly touched his chest. Captain Lin, Mr. Su Chen. I'm so sorry. I was blind and nearly framed an innocent man. Su Chen waved it off, wearing an expression that said he'd long since let it go. It's fine. After all, you didn't know he was a fake. But inside, he was screaming at the top of his lungs. Mainly because you just don't look like the type who could earn a commendation. Jia Yanxia, moved to tears by Su Chen's words, gazed at him with eyes brimming with admiration. The surrounding officers couldn't help but burst into laughter at Jia Yanxia's reaction. The commotion was thus quelled. Tianyu Media, President's Office. Thud. Sunny slammed his palm hard onto the mahogany desk, causing the expensive purple clay teacup to jump. His face was ashen, his chest heaving violently, bloodshot eyes fixed on the screen flooded with news articles praising Su Chen. Useless. A bunch of useless trash. He pointed at Zhang Tao, who was trembling before him, and unleashed a torrent of curses. I told you to set the narrative. To smear him. And what did you do? You put him on a pedestal. Now the entire internet is hailing him as a lone hero, while our Tianyu Media has become the laughingstock of the entire web. Zhang Tao stammered nervously, Mr. Sun, we never expected he'd actually capture an A-level fugitive. Who could have foreseen that? I don't care. Sunny roared. All I know is, the more popular he gets, the more like a joke we look. We were the ones who shelved him. Now he's become a legend, and what do outsiders think of us? They say we're blind as bats. In the office, Cohen's face was equally grim. Especially Cohen today's top trending topic was supposed to be his. And what happened? 8 out of the top 10 trending topics were about Su Chen. His fans tried to control the comments, only to be overwhelmed by Su Chen's army of organic supporters. In the end, quite a few fans defected on the spot and went to follow Su Chen instead. Mr. Sun. Zhang Tao, pale as a ghost beside him, dared not breathe. Trembling, he handed over a fresh cup of tea and cautiously said, Mr. Sun, please calm down. Su Chen, he just got incredibly lucky. Yes, it's pure luck. He glanced at Cohen and hastily added, in terms of skill, he's not even worthy of tying Cohen's shoelaces. They're not even in the same league. Sunny whipped his head around, his eyes dark and menacing, as if he could devour someone. Zhang Tao shuddered in fright and hastily clarified. Mr. Sun, what I mean is, since we can't discredit him online, then we should take him head-on. Head-on confrontation? Sun Yi's tone dripped with skepticism. Exactly. A cold gleam flashed in Zhang Tao's eyes. I heard that show, Professional Challenge 365, is getting unprecedented buzz because of Su Chen's situation. The production team is planning an epic upgrade. We seize this chance and get Cohen as a special guest. On the same stage, we'll use sheer talent to crush him underfoot in front of the entire nation. Let him know that luck means nothing against true top-tier talent. Sun Yi's eyes narrowed. This idea seemed viable. All of Su Chen's current popularity stemmed from accidents and coincidences. But if we drag him back into the entertainment industry's rules and pit him against a true top star in a head-to-head showdown, will his Thai luck still hold up? No problem. Cohen abruptly stood up. As a rising star, he excelled at singing, dancing, and rapping, backed by a massive fanbase. Could he really lose to some washed-up artist who only relied on underhanded tricks? All right. Sunny slammed his hand on the table, a cruel smile spreading across his face. It's settled. Contact the production team immediately. I'll make Su Chen understand the consequences of crossing Tianyu Entertainment. The next day, a video released by the official account of the Imperial Capital Police Department once again set the internet ablaze. The video's title read, Textbook Counterattack. How a ride-hailing driver outwitted an A-list fugitive. It documented the case where Su Chen apprehended his passenger Li Shui, nicknamed Little Fairy. Narrated by Professor Wang Dong and other experts, it dissected every move from the pressure test to the mobile cage to the homophone alert into a seemingly supernatural tactical masterpiece. The video concludes with a freeze frame on Su Chen's innocent-looking face, overlaid with bold gold lettering. Citizen hero, Su Chen. The moment it aired, he became a legend. Su's studies went viral. The official video garnered millions of likes within a single day. The entire internet exploded with excitement. Su Chen's Douyin account saw its follower count skyrocket like a rocket. Overnight, it surged by 3 million. And this number continues to climb at a terrifying pace. Yet, as the protagonist at the center of this storm, Su Chen remains completely unaware. He was cruising along in his beat-up second-hand car, humming a tune, leisurely making his way to the newly upgraded recording studio of Professional Challenge 365. Chapter 58, Su Chen arrives, but his debts arrive first? The newly upgraded recording studio of Professional Challenge 365 was bustling with activity. Director Wang Gang stood at the center of the meticulously constructed stage, microphone in hand, his greasy face radiating excitement. Dear viewers, welcome to the live broadcast of the newly upgraded Professional Challenge 365. Thanks to DiDi for their tremendous support. Starting today, we've got top-tier live streaming gear and the most stable signal channels, guaranteeing you a 360-degree, no blind spot, immersive experience of every thrilling second. Wang Gang swept his arm dramatically toward the massive LED screen behind him, where the Professional Challenge 365 logo shone brightly. But more importantly, we've assembled an all-new lineup of guests. Together with our legendary challenger Su Chen, they'll embark on a brand new professional adventure. The moment he spoke, the livestream exploded with excitement. Viewer numbers skyrocketed from 300,000 and kept climbing. Holy crap! The production team must be rolling in it. Just look at this stage 100 times better than that makeshift setup before. Douyin's official team got involved? Impressive! Su Chen really is the face of the show. Ha, Fat Wang can't stop grinning. Last time he was almost buying a ticket home, but now he's gone from a shotgun to a cannon. Cut the crap. Who's the new guest? Bring them on already. Where's Su Chen? My Su Chen. I've been looking for him since I got here. Amidst the crowd's eager anticipation, Wang Gang raised his voice. Now, let's give a warm welcome to our newest guest. Music began to play as a van slowly pulled up. First to step out were two male guests, Xinyu, a muscular newcomer with a rugged charm, and Lu Xian, a smooth-faced idol from a talent show. Following them were three female guests. Ah! It's Xian Nuan Nuan. My goddess Nuan Nuan. Nuan Nuan's bun hairstyle is so adorable. The live stream chat exploded with fan comments. However, when the third female guest stepped out of the car, the entire chat went silent. She wore a simple white gown, her aura as cool and serene as the moon, her beauty breathtaking, none other than the woman hailed as the national goddess. Debuting at the peak of her career, with multiple Best Actress awards under her belt, Lu Muhan. Holy crap! Am I seeing this right? Lu Muhan? She never does variety shows. The production team actually got her on board? The production team is amazing voice cracking. This lineup is going to be insane. Wang Gang stared at the exploding popularity, his heart pounding, hands trembling. Lu Muhan was invited by him? Ha! No way. A true deity of this caliber would hang up the phone the moment you call. Wang Gang was puzzled too. It was Lu Muhan who had reached out to the production team, specifically requesting to participate. He was flattered and overwhelmed, half expecting it to be a scam. But regardless, with the endorsement of this national goddess, the buzz around Professional Challenge 365 was bound to skyrocket. Still, some viewers tuned into the livestream specifically for Su Chen. Where is he? Where's my Su God? Yeah. All the guests are almost here, but where's Su Chen? Did the production team forget him? Bull. This show is carried by Su Chen. How dare director Wang forget him? I'll be the first to rip his wig off. Wang Gang stared at the flood of comments, cold sweat breaking out on his brow. He had no idea where Su Chen had gone. This mystery guest wasn't even his choice. The investors above him had forced him to bring them on. He cleared his throat and smiled mysteriously. Everyone, hold on. Today, we have one more mystery guest. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a black limousine pulled smoothly to a stop at the end of the red carpet. The door opened, revealing a tall, slender figure silhouetted against the light. The figure removed their sunglasses, revealing an exquisitely refined yet slightly androgynous face. It was none other than Koen, the reigning top star of Tianyu Media. A smile curved his lips as he casually took a basketball from his assistant. To the beat of pulsing music, he launched into a classic rap performance in suspenders. Boom! The live stream exploded instantly. Aha! It's Koen, our idol. Bro is so handsome. His basketball skills are amazing. Center-parted hair with suspenders, IKUN forever. Koen's here? Holy! This is what a true top star looks like. So prestigious. Absolutely prestigious. LOL, that useless traitor Su Chen with his tie lock? He deserves to share the stage with our brother? What does he even think he is? Koen basked in the fans' screams, smugly adjusting his center-parted hair. He strode forward, gracefully bypassing the other male guests, and extended his hand towards Xian Nuan Nuan. Nuan, it's been a while. You're still as beautiful as ever. Per the company's plan, he was supposed to play up the CP chemistry with Xian Nuan Nuan to boost his popularity. Xian Nuan Nuan offered a polite smile but subtly avoided his hand. Unfazed, Koen's gaze shifted and was instantly captivated by the ethereal presence of Lu Muhan beside her. What an ice queen! His heart fluttered. With his proven charm in the dating scene, if he could win over this national goddess too, then he would truly be deified in the entertainment industry. Kunken's fans went wild in the livestream chat, shipping the pairing. Koen and Xian Nuan Nuan are such a perfect match. Handsome guy and gorgeous girl. A match made in heaven. No. Koan and Lu Mushuat are the perfect match. A handsome man and a beautiful woman. A perfect pairing. Peak visuals. Enough with the arguments. My Kunkin could be with anyone. He's simply the chosen one. Yet the two female leads at the center of this storm barely acknowledged him beyond basic courtesy. Xian Nuan stood on tiptoes, scanning the crowd with eyes brimming with anticipation, searching for that familiar figure. And the usually aloof national goddess, Lu Muhan, was now frowning slightly, her beautiful brows furrowed as she too scanned the crowd. She never participated in variety shows, but this time, she had no choice but to come. That bastard Su Chen. She kindly lent him 5 million to pay off his debts, only for him to now ignore her calls, not reply to her messages, and vanish into thin air? To track down this deadbeat, Lu Muhan decided to appear on the show herself. Get her money back. Seeing the female guest like this, Koan's smile instantly froze, feeling like a complete clown. He watched his rapidly rising popularity in the livestream and the mocking comments about Su Chen, a cold smile forming in his heart. Su Chen? Just a worthless loser drowning in millions of debt who only got back in the spotlight by sheer luck. See my popularity? See this lineup? Scared out of his wits, huh? Director Wang, teacher Su Chen sure is putting on airs. Could it be he got cold feet seeing me here and bailed at the last minute? Wang Gang broke out in a cold sweat and quickly pulled out his phone to call Su Chen. Hello? Su Chen. My goodness. Where are you? The whole venue is waiting for you. On the other end, Su Chen's voice sounded lazy and half asleep. What's the rush? I picked up a ride-share request on the way. I'm almost there, right? Koan listened to Wang Gang's urgent pleas on the phone, his smug expression growing even broader. He deliberately raised his voice and addressed the live stream camera in a sarcastic tone. Oh, Director Wang, don't push it. Maybe teacher Su Chen saw me coming and felt too much pressure to show up? After all, the gap in skill is pretty obvious. His words sent the Ikuan fans into another frenzy. Ha ha ha. Brother's right. Su Chen's just a coward. He knows better than to show up and humiliate himself, so he's playing the turtle. But the moment his words faded away, beep beep, a series of honks echoed through the air. Everyone turned to look. A car with peeling paint, a XX ride-hailing QR code stamped on its door, and a worn-out second-hand horn sticker reading "New driver, keep your distance" plastered on its rear bumper slowly pulled up beside the black minivan. With a creak, the door swung open. Chapter 59, oh no, they're here to collect. A tall, slender figure stepped out of the driver's seat. It was Su Chen. He wore a simple white t-shirt and jeans, his hair slightly tousled, sleep still lingering in his eyes. He didn't glance at the red carpet or the cameras. Instead, he turned back and shouted into the car. Bro, we're here. Give us a 5-star review, please. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a bespectacled programmer in a plaid shirt emerged from the back seat, looking utterly bewildered. The red carpet, cameras, flashbulbs, and a crowd of celebrities he'd only ever seen on screen. The young man's brain froze. Who am I? Where am I? Didn't I just take a ride share to work? Thank you, driver. I'll leave a great review. Under the gaze of the entire online audience, the young man practically scrambled to pull out his phone and scan the XX ride QR code on the car door. Jifubao payment received, 15 yuan 50 jiao. After a crisp electronic beep, he vanished into the crowd at lightning speed. This scene, captured by high-definition live cameras, spread across the entire internet. What the hell did I just witness? Su Chen drove by in his dizzy and picked up a random passenger? 15 yuan 50. For 15 yuan 50. Su Chen, my god of comedic timing. Ha 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 ha. You upstairs are laughing way too loud. This is embarrassing. Embarrassing. Our brother drives $1 million luxury SUV and he drives a beat-up second-hand flute? Picking up passengers for $15.50? That's laughable. Ikuan fans, stop being so bitter, okay? This is called being down to earth. This is called experiencing life. It's 100 times better than your brother who only knows how to look cool. Embarrassing. Get off the stage already. Don't dirty our brother's eyes. At the scene, Koan watched the unfolding drama, the carefully maintained smile on his lips nearly slipping away. But he was a top-tier celebrity after all, emotional control was second nature. A flash of contempt flickered across his face. Su Chen, oh Su Chen, you truly are a hopeless fool. What is a variety show? It's a stage. A battlefield for personas. Did you really think snagging a wanted criminal by sheer luck would let you strut around like you own the place? How naive. The entertainment industry is all about capital, packaging, and traffic. He had it all planned out. Today he'd casually interact with Xian Nuan first, then showcase his gentlemanly manners to Lu Muhan. Perfect. As for Su Chen? He's merely a stepping stone for his triumphant return, a pawn to be crushed along the way. But before Koan could deliver his carefully crafted lines, a petite figure shot forward like a tiny cannonball. Tap tap tap. Xian Nuan completely ignored him, rushing like a whirlwind to Su Chen's side. Brother Su Chen. You're finally here. I've been waiting for you forever. Xianhuan sported adorable buns, her big eyes crinkling into crescent moons as pure, unadulterated joy radiated from her face. She stood on tiptoe and instinctively smoothed out the slightly rumpled collar of Su Chen's shirt. Cohen's hand, suspended mid-air, froze instantly. The smile on his face froze solid. Damn it! Why couldn't I stop it this time? Xianhuan, do you even know the company assigned CP partner is in Su Chen? The tone of the live stream's comments shifted instantly. Wow! Nuan and Su Chen get along so well. Now that's true friendship. Ship confirmed. Adorable airhead foodie ex-cunning, sharp-tongued demon king. This pairing is locked in. Cohen looks so awkward, haha, smiling on the outside but cursing inside. Cohen's face darkened, but as a top-tier star, his expression management was impeccable. He immediately shifted his focus to Lu Muhan on the other side. This was the real big shot. Just a few words with her would guarantee today's buzz. He quickly composed his expression and was about to step forward when he noticed Lu Muhan was also looking at Su Chen. No, that wasn't looking. It was staring. In the livestream chat, sharp-eyed viewers picked up on the tension. Holy! Look at Lu Muhan's eyes. She looks like she's about to devour Su God. That look. My ex-girlfriend gave me the exact same look when she caught me gaming instead of replying to her messages. Pure murderous intent. What's going on? Did the national goddess and Su Chen have a falling out? This drama is too big for me to handle. Could it be love turned to hate? Did Su Chen reject the goddess's advances? Mental movie of 100,000 words of heart-wrenching romance. Under the gaze of three distinctly different pairs of eyes, Su Chen finally snapped out of his daze. He spotted Xianhuan first and smiled as he ruffled her hair. Yeah, I'm here. Then he sensed Cohen's hostile glare, but merely gave it a dismissive glance before ignoring it entirely. Finally, he met Lu Muhan's deathly stare, one that felt like it could slice him to pieces. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. That look. Why does it feel so familiar? His mind raced as fragments of memory began to piece together. That breathtakingly beautiful face, that name. The creditor? An 8.0 magnitude earthquake erupted within Su Chen's mind. How could he have forgotten this goddess? When the original host was being trolled relentlessly online and had nowhere to turn, it was this entertainment industry big shot who, without a second thought, transferred 5 million yuan to bail him out. After he crossed over, he'd been so preoccupied with confronting weirdos, catching fugitives, and raking in system rewards that he'd completely forgotten about this. No wonder she joined this variety show. 5 million yuan? Where could I possibly find that kind of money to repay her now? Even though I've earned some bounty money lately, it's nowhere near 5 million. Maybe I should find a chance to slip away later? Just as Su Chen was lost in his thoughts, Xianhuan spoke up. Su Chen, it's been so long. How have you been lately? Back at Tianyu Media, she had always admired Su Chen's talent. But at the time, he was sidelined, and she felt helpless to help him. Now, seeing him turn things around against all odds, she genuinely felt happy for him. Not bad. Still alive. Su Chen smiled, his expression relaxed. What about you, Nuan? How did things go at Tianyu? At the mention of Tianyu, Xianhuan's expression grew complex. Same as always, but the company's focus has been entirely on Cohen lately. We artists are basically just supporting cast. She lowered her voice and whispered. Su Chen, did you know? They say the company specifically arranged Cohen to join this show just to beat you on it. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. Defeat me? With him? But I guess it makes sense. I've stolen a lot of his trending topics, so it's only natural he's annoyed. Their conversation was hushed, but the live stream's audio pickup was crystal clear. Viewers caught every word. The live stream chat exploded. So Kunkin came here specifically to take down Su Chen? Kunkin's fans were bragging about his high EQ, but it turns out he came with ulterior motives. This is gonna be good. A head-to-head showdown. Bull. Our brother competes fair and square. What gives Su Chen the right to warrant our brother targeting him specifically? Does he even deserve it? At that moment, Cohen's expression darkened upon hearing Xianhuan's words. This Xianhuan, how dare she side with outsiders? The company poured so many resources into promoting her, yet she's siding with outsiders? But he quickly composed himself, maintaining his flawless persona. Nuan, that's not quite right. I came on this show simply to exchange ideas and learn from teacher Su Chen. It's not about defeating anyone. We're all in the same industry, we should be supporting each other. His words sounded noble on the surface, but in his heart, he had already blacklisted Xianhuan. Once this recording wrapped up, he'd make sure the company taught her a lesson. Just as the tension began to mount, Lu Muhan suddenly spoke up. Su Chen. I need to talk to you. Chapter 60, The 5 Million Bet, A New Challenge. Lu Muhan's voice was soft, yet everyone present could sense the chill within it. Su Chen stared at that face of unparalleled beauty, already mentally mapping out his escape route. Sister Muhan, there are so many people here. Why don't we talk privately later? We'll talk right here. Lu Muhan cut him off, her voice still calm, but her gaze seemed to want to cut him into 1,000 pieces. The livestream audience instantly sensed the scent of gossip. Holy crap! This vibe is off. My ex-girlfriend gave me this exact look when she caught me deleting our chat history. Exactly the same. Quick, quick, quick. Screen record it. This kind of live-action drama is rare. Feels like a major scandal's about to drop. Got my popcorn ready. Director Wang Gang watched the livestream's surging popularity, his eyes practically glowing green. This unexpected clash was far more thrilling than any script he'd meticulously crafted. Maybe we should start today's challenge? Wang Gang tried to smooth things over. No rush. Lu Muhan kept his gaze fixed on Su Chen. Su Chen, why didn't you answer your phone? Why didn't Green Bubble reply? Su Chen gave a nervous chuckle, a bead of cold sweat forming on his temple. Business has been pretty hectic lately. My phone often runs out of battery. Busy driving rideshare to earn those $15.50? Lu Muhan's tone grew even colder. The room fell deathly silent. Xian Nuan keenly sensed something was off and whispered, "Brother Su Chen, is there some misunderstanding between you two?" Cohen, who was watching the spectacle unfold, added fuel to the fire with a sarcastic tone. "Oh my, teacher Su Chen, you wouldn't happen to owe Sister Muhan money and refuse to pay it back, would you? TSK, that's just not right." The moment those words left his mouth, the livestream exploded. Is Cohen implying Su Chen is a deadbeat debtor? No way, no way. Could Su Chen really be a deadbeat? That look on Lu Muhan's face feels like she's here to collect. Holy crap. If it's true, Su Chen's entire persona is ruined. Su Chen shot Cohen a glare. This guy always had to bring up the most sensitive topics. Sis Muhan, let me explain. 5 million. Lu Muhan stated the figure directly. When will you pay it back? Boom. The moment that figure was uttered, everyone in the room sucked in a sharp breath. 5 million. The livestream chat exploded with comments. 5 million? Did I hear that right? Holy crap. Did Su Chen owe the national goddess 5 million? That much money, no wonder the goddess came to collect personally. Su Chen has really gotten too big for his britches. Owes money and dodges repayment? Wait. Didn't Su Chen just make a comeback? Where'd he get 5 million to pay off debts? Upon hearing the figure, a smug look flashed across Cohen's eyes. 5 million. Su Chen was finished. Defaulting on a debt, especially to the nation's goddess? His entire persona would collapse. He feigned concern. "Oh dear, teacher Su Chen, 5 million isn't a small sum. Sister Muhan has been so kind to you, you can't betray her trust." Xian Nuan grew anxious at his words. "Su Chen, you." Su Chen met the gazes of those around him and knew he couldn't get out of this today. He took a deep breath and looked at Lu Muhan. "Sis Muhan, I admit it. I do owe you 5 million. The room fell even quieter at his words. "But," Su Chen shifted his tone, "I truly can't repay it right now." The livestream exploded instantly. Holy. Su Chen admitted it. He really owes 5 million. Can't pay? Then why are you still acting so cocky? It's over. God Su's persona is shattered. The nation's goddess got scammed out of 5 million? So tragic. Lu Muhan's expression grew even colder. "So you plan to keep stalling?" "No," Su Chen shook his head. "Sister Muhan, you know my situation now. I'll find a way to repay you as soon as possible." "How soon is soon?" Lu Muhan pressed relentlessly. Su Chen was rendered speechless. Cohen chimed in, adding fuel to the fire. "Teacher Su Chen, a person should keep their word. Sister Muhan trusts you so much, yet you..." "Shut up." Su Chen finally snapped. "What does this have to do with you?" Cohen feigned hurt. "I'm only looking out for Sister Muhan." "Enough." Lu Muhan suddenly spoke up, cutting off their argument. She walked up to Su Chen, her stunning face expressionless. "Su Chen, I'm giving you a chance." "What kind of chance?" "In today's professional challenge, if you can defeat Cohen, I'll give you 3 more months. If you lose..." Lu Muhan's voice grew colder. "You must repay the money immediately, not a single cent less." The proposal left everyone in the venue stunned. The livestream's chat froze for a few seconds before erupting into even more intense discussion. Holy. This is going to be a head-to-head showdown? A 5 million yuan bet. This is insane. Su Chen is under serious pressure now. If he loses, he has to pay back the debt immediately. Cohen's got this. How could he possibly lose to Su Chen in a head-to-head? Cohen heard the proposal and felt ecstatic inside. Perfect. This is like heaven sent. A professional challenge? He started as a trainee, what stage hasn't he seen? Plus, the company assigned him a professional team. What does Su Chen have to compete with? Alright. Cohen agreed instantly. I accept the challenge. But this stake alone is too small. Senior Su Chen, whoever loses must publicly apologize and admit they're a failure. He looked at Su Chen, his eyes brimming with defiance. Teacher Su Chen, do you dare? All eyes focused on Su Chen. Xianhuan Nuan nervously clenched her fists, worried for Su Chen. Director Wang Gang was so excited he nearly jumped out of his skin. The intensity of this live showdown was off the charts. Su Chen met the eager gazes of the crowd, then glanced at Lu Muhan's icy expression. All right. He nodded. I accept. The live stream exploded. Here it comes. The head-to-head showdown. A 5 million yuan wager. The most expensive professional challenge in history. Su Chen's been backed into a corner. Koenkoen's got this in the bag. Su Chen's doomed. Director Wang Gang seized the moment. Alright. Since both of you agree, let's kick off today's professional challenge right away. He cleared his throat and announced loudly, today's challenge profession is delivery driver. Hearing delivery driver, Koen felt even more confident. Food delivery? Though he never did such physical labor, with his physical prowess and massive fanbase, wouldn't he crush it effortlessly? Plus, the company would surely assign helpers. Su Chen was just waiting for a social death. However, Wang Gang shifted gears. Today's challenge has special rules. The two challengers cannot reveal their true identities and must work like ordinary delivery drivers. And Wang Gang gave a mysterious smile. Today's delivery zone is the busiest commercial district in the city center. The customers there are notoriously difficult to please. Hearing this, Koen's smile stiffened slightly. Can't reveal his identity? That meant his fan advantage was gone. And customers in the city center were notoriously difficult? Su Chen, however, didn't mind. After all, he'd risen from the bottom himself. What kind of weirdos hadn't he encountered? One final rule, Wang Gang continued. During the challenge, if you encounter any unexpected situations, you must resolve them on your own. No outside help allowed. This rule made the atmosphere even more tense. Lu Muhan looked at Su Chen. Are you sure you want to accept this challenge? Su Chen shrugged. We've come this far, what choice do we have? All right. Lu Muhan nodded. Then I'll be watching to see how you handle it. Director Wang Gang rubbed his hands excitedly. Great. Let's get going right away. Chapter 61, Delivering takeout shouldn't mean running into weirdos. On the road. Wang Gang cleared his throat and announced loudly to the camera and everyone present. Per Miss Lu Muhan's suggestion, today's professional challenge will be a special showdown between Su Chen and Koen. The judging criteria are simple: live stream popularity. At the end of the challenge, we'll open a limited time voting channel. The stream with the higher viewership wins. He emphasized with deliberate intensity, to ensure absolute fairness and impartiality, this vote will employ the highest level anti-vote stuffing mechanism. Every account must undergo real name verification and behavioral screening to guarantee every vote comes from a genuine viewer. Additionally, completed orders will count as contestant strength. Each completed order equals 1,000 popularity votes. Going this big? Real name voting? Director Wang really knows how to create drama. With no way to rig votes now, it's all about real skill. Koen's got a massive fanbase. Su Chen's in deep trouble now. Bull. Our Su army can vote as one and still lift Su Chen to the championship throne. Brothers, let's take him down. Koen's expression flickered slightly, but he quickly regained his confidence. So what if we can't flood the votes? His Icon army alone could drown Su Chen's livestream with their sheer volume. Lu Muhan stood nearby, her beautiful eyes beneath dark sunglasses glancing indifferently between Su Chen and Koen. She admitted this bet had been a spur-of-the-moment idea. A mere 5 million yuan was but a drop in the bucket to her. She'd come today purely because Su Chen's vanishing act had infuriated her. But now, she found the situation turning interesting. The thrill of publicly demanding repayment felt incredibly satisfying. She was determined to see what real talent this man who had become an overnight sensation by catching a wanted criminal possessed that made him dare to default on his debt to her, Lu Muhan. Soon, the group arrived at the food delivery hub in the city center. The station manager was a middle-aged man in his 40s, sporting a full beard and looking quite energetic. Welcome, celebrity teachers, to experience the life of a delivery rider, the station manager said enthusiastically. Let me walk you through the process first. He pointed to the equipment on the table. These are the delivery boxes, helmets, and electric bike keys. All orders are received through the mobile app, and the system automatically assigns them. Shen Yu picked up a helmet to check the fit, nodding. The gear is pretty complete. Lu Xian quickly grasped the process. The app operation looks straightforward. Shouldn't be a problem. Both men were just here to ride the hype wave, with no desire to get involved in the conflict between Su Chen and Koen. After all, a 5 million yuan wager was far too intense. They had no desire to get caught in the crossfire. Then let's get started. Xianhuan Nuan took Lu Muhan's hand. Sis Muhan, let's team up. Lu Muhan nodded. Sure. The moment they launched their personal live streams, viewers flooded in. Ah. My two queens are on screen together. Double the beauty overload. Goddess Muhan looks so fierce today. Even this delivery outfit can't hide her queenly aura. Nuan is so adorable, like a little sidekick following her big sister around. Ha! Guys, don't just watch, act. I've already ordered from every bubble tea shop within 5 kilometers. Gotta get the goddess to deliver to me. The guy above me is going all out. I just had our company admin order every afternoon tea option. Meanwhile, Cohen slipped on his mask and hopped onto his shiny new electric scooter. The moment he went live, his stream's viewership instantly surged past hundreds of thousands, with comments flooding in so thickly the video feed became nearly unreadable. Ding! You have a new delivery order. Cohen expertly accepted his first order coffee from a high-end office building. Racing through the streets, he still found time to show off for the camera. Hey, everyone! See that? Speed in passion. Today, I'll show you what a true all-around idol looks like. At the destination, a young female office worker was waiting eagerly at the door. Seeing Kunken, she froze for a moment before pulling off his mask and letting out a piercing scream. Ah! It's Kunken! My Gigi! Cohen flashed his signature charming smile and graciously posed for photos with his excited fan. This scene instantly blew up his livestream. Holy cow! Kunken is way too fan-friendly. His popularity is off the charts. Even ordering takeout gets him genuine fans. What's the point of comparing? How could Su Chen even hold a candle to Cohen? I'm heading over to Su Chen's stream right now, bet it's already dead quiet? Icons unleash their full fandom power, not only partying in their own livestream but also storming into Su Chen's channel in droves. At this moment, Su Chen's stream feels rather deserted. His popularity was already lower than Cohen's, and with this lackluster start, his online viewers numbered only a third of Cohen's. He'd just completed his first giveaway. No screens from fans, no onlookers gathering. He simply placed the takeout order into the neighborhood self-service locker, snapped a photo, clicked delivered, then rode his beat-up second-hand electric scooter to the curb to wait for the next order. The entire process unfolded as calmly as stagnant water. That's it? That's it? This is your legendary Su? Not even a ripple. This is hilarious. While Cohen is trending for interacting with fans, this guy is still figuring out how to put food in a delivery locker. Where are Su Chen's fans? Where did they all go? Come out and defend your idol. Stop awkwardly bashing him. Our Su Chen prides himself on authenticity. Authentic? More like genuinely irrelevant. Just pay back the money and quit the industry already. Stop embarrassing yourself. Su Chen's fans watched in agonizing frustration, yet found themselves powerless to counter the criticism. Compared to Cohen's livestream, Su Chen's was practically retirement-level content. Su Chen himself couldn't care less, he even seemed to enjoy it. Not bad. This job's pretty sweet, no dealing with people, just peace and quiet. He muttered to himself, leisurely cruising down the street on his beat-up second-hand electric scooter, ready to take his next order. Just then. Ding! You have a new food delivery order. This order is system assigned. Please proceed immediately to the merchant to pick up the meal. Mandatory assignment? Su Chen raised an eyebrow and tapped to view the order details. Pickup location, XX Trendy Dessert Shop. Delivery address, Unit 1801, Tower A, Cloudtop Palace Apartment Building, downtown. Everything looked perfectly normal. Until he saw the customer note below. That lengthy message made Su Chen's mouth twitch involuntarily. And instantly plunged the entire livestream into dead silence. Customer note. This goddess ordered tiramisu. It must be delivered at exactly 5 degrees Celsius, not a single degree off. The delivery person is forbidden from speeding. If my little cake gets jostled and ruined, selling you won't even cover the damages. Must use the staff entrance and freight elevator. Don't pollute the air in our residence elevator. After delivering to the door, wait motionless for 3 minutes while I verify via surveillance that you carry no viruses. Then, present the order with both hands, step back 3 paces, bow at a 90-degree angle, and softly say, "Esteemed fairy, your exclusive afternoon tea has arrived." No unnecessary expressions or movements. Skip 1 step, and you'll get a bad review plus full-blown complaint. Got it, you stinking delivery guy? Chapter 62, that order? Take care of yourself. That lengthy customer note exploded like a bomb in Su Chen's livestream. After a brief dead silence, the chat exploded. Holy! Is this even humanly possible to write? Fairy? More like a giant baby reincarnated. 5 degrees? Why didn't she ask me to deliver a sterile chamber? A 90-degree bow? I don't even bow that deeply when visiting my dad's grave. Is this woman out of her mind? Stinking delivery guy? Holy, my blood's boiling. Don't you know all professions are equal? Su Chen, drop this order. Cancel it. We ain't taking this crap. Exactly. Let whoever wants this order take it. Is a few bucks delivery fee worth degrading yourself like this? Su Chen's fanbase, the Su family army, instantly erupted. One by one, they were filled with righteous indignation, wishing they could reach through the internet to drag that so-called little fairy out and beat her senseless. Even the haters and bystanders who rushed over to gawk at the drama found themselves, for once, united in their outrage. Even though I dislike Su Chen, I'll give credit where it's due. This customer is truly over the top. A complete weirdo. This isn't just demanding too much, it's outright personal insult. Wait. Is this even real? Our Koan has delivered so many orders and only encountered sweethearts. How did Su Chen end up with this weirdo? Guess birds of a feather flock together. Stop being sarcastic upstairs. If you're so sure, have your own delivery guy take a similar order. See if he can keep his dignity intact. In the main production room, director Wang Gang's expression grew grave. Facing the camera, he delivered a solemn analysis. Viewers, things are looking very grim for Su Chen. According to the food delivery platform's rules, writers cannot proactively cancel orders assigned by the system. If he forcibly refuses to deliver, he'll face hefty fines and account suspension. And if he does deliver, the customer is clearly a nitpicking weirdo. A negative review and complaint are inevitable. This will severely impact his final score for today's challenge. Wang Gang's voice grew heavy. More importantly, this would be a huge waste of his time. Look at Kunkin over there. The hearts of the live stream viewers instantly sank. Damn! There's such an unfair clause? The platform has no conscience. This is basically pushing writers into a fire pit. Oh no, oh no. Su Chen's in a world of trouble now. He's been backed into a corner. The show's live stream camera switched angles. Koan had already effortlessly completed his third delivery and was now chatting warmly with a female staff member at a dessert shop. The shop assistant, an excited fan, is flushed with excitement and insists on giving him a free bubble tea. Koan's livestream viewership skyrocketed, with comments flooding in, "Gigi is so handsome." Koan spoils his fans so much. He glanced at the tablet handed over by the assistant director, which displayed the live feed from Su Chen's stream. Seeing that bizarre comment, Koan's lips curled into a cold, schadenfreude-filled smirk. Heaven is on my side. Facing the camera, he shook his head with feigned sympathy. What can you do? In this line of work, you encounter all kinds of people. Hope my buddy Su Chen can adjust his mindset, never get into conflicts with customers. Deep down, he was already laughing his ass off. Su Chen, you piece of trash. You caught a wanted criminal and got lucky, and now you think you're some kind of god? Looks like this bet is mine for the taking. Later, in front of Lu Muhan and Xian Wan, he'd crush this loser underfoot and show them who truly held the power. Meanwhile, Lu Muhan and Xian Wan's goddess delivery team had just finished another order. They'd taken a delivery request to help an elderly woman with mobility issues purchase blood pressure medication from the pharmacy. The task was simple yet profoundly meaningful, filling their livestream with heartwarming positivity. Woo, my two wives are beautiful and kind-hearted, love them so much. This is what a positive idol should be. So much better than those who just show off and put on a show. Suddenly, a comment flashed across the screen. Goddess Nuan. Hurry to Su Chen's livestream. He's about to get bullied to death. Xian Nuan's phone screen began to flood with messages from fans. Ha! Xian Nuan froze, then curiously clicked into Su Chen's livestream. The next second, her little face puffed up in anger. Sis Muhan, you gotta see this. Lu Muhan leaned in curiously. When both saw the deeply insulting customer note on the screen, their expressions changed simultaneously. This is way too much. Xian Nuan's face flushed crimson with anger. This is just deliberately making things difficult for someone. Su Chen is going to get into big trouble this time. Behind her sunglasses, Lu Muhan's phoenix-like eyes narrowed slightly. She had set up this bet merely to dampen Su Chen's spirit and vent her own fury over being vanished from the face of the earth. But she hadn't anticipated someone resorting to such despicable tactics to humiliate a laborer. Staring at the screen, where Su Chen appeared frail atop his battered electric scooter, an inexplicable irritation welled up within her. Yet Su Chen, standing at the eye of the storm, remained utterly composed. He didn't even twitch an eyebrow. Weirdo? Like I haven't encountered enough weirdos? Wasn't that guy who made me park in the cemetery last time a weirdo too? He muttered inwardly, yet his fingers tapped the screen with surprising calm. A beep sounded. Order accepted. The 4 words appeared clearly on the screen. He actually accepted it. The entire livestream audience froze in shock. No way, Su Chen. You're actually putting up with this? Where's your fighting spirit? Your swagger from catching Class A fugitives? It's over. Su Chen bowed to 5 million. My hero worship is shattered. Ha, I knew it. What lone hero? He'll endure anything for money. Coward. Oh no. He's completely at their mercy now. Just wait for the humiliation. But Su Chen acted like nothing happened. He turned his bike around and rode his beat-up second-hand scooter leisurely toward the trendy dessert shop. The staff's faces paled the moment they saw the order number. They looked at Su Chen sympathetically. Handsome, is this the 1801 order for the Cloud Peak Palace? You, take care of yourself. Su Chen? What was going on? Had this customer's notorious reputation spread throughout the entire shop? Viewers in Su Chen's livestream felt uneasy upon hearing the staff's reaction. Holy crap! How far has this woman gone? Even the staff know about her. People like this should be collectively blacklisted by all delivery drivers. Su Chen carefully secured the delivery box on the back seat before heading toward the destination marked on the map: Yunding Heavenly Palace. Cloudtop Palace. A luxury apartment building. Su Chen parked his beat-up electric scooter outside the gilded gates. He picked up the delivery order, but before he could take a step, buzz buzz. His phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated violently. Caller ID: "This fairy doesn't eat cilantro." Su Chen pressed the answer button and flipped the speakerphone on. The next second, a shrill female voice exploded from the receiver. Chapter 63, The Deadly Call Barrage. "Hello? You dead delivery guy. Where the hell have you been? I'm dying of hunger." The voice was filled with hysterical rage, firing off like a machine gun. "Look at the time. 5 minutes. I'm giving you 5 more minutes. If you don't deliver to my doorstep, I'm filing a complaint against you right now. And I won't just complain about you. I'll report you to your platform and get you fired. You hear me?" Su Chen held the phone a little further away, his expression utterly unruffled. He'd expected her to be difficult, but hadn't anticipated that even basic communication would be impossible. She started with pure emotional venting. Su Chen glanced at the time on his phone. From the moment the restaurant dispatched the order to now, the entire process had been smooth sailing, less than 10 minutes total. "Hello, ma'am," Su Chen said calmly, his voice even carrying the expected politeness. "I'm the delivery rider for your order. From the restaurant to my hands, then to your building entrance, it took less than 10 minutes total. This speed surpasses 99% of riders on the platform." Su Chen's statement was factual. Most delivery riders pick up multiple orders along their route to make ends meet. As for one-to-one deliveries, those are dedicated runs where the delivery fee isn't just a few bucks. But the young lady on the other end clearly wasn't buying it. "I don't care." She cut Su Chen off abruptly, her tone growing more impatient. "All I know is I'm hungry right now. Immediately. Right this instant. Get it to my door. Didn't you say you were already here? Why haven't you shown up yet? Listen, you have to hand it to me in person. Otherwise, bad review. I'll report you." Click. The call was abruptly hung up on the other end. In the livestream chat, countless viewers clenched their fists. Is this woman crazy? Can't she speak politely on the phone? Just start spewing crap right off the bat? 5 minutes? Does she think Su Chen is a rocket? Flying from the dessert shop to her doorstep? If we don't give her some special sauce, it'd be a waste of the rage I'm feeling today. Su Chen, take her down. Bro, chill out, spicing things up is illegal. But I'm all for taking her down mentally. Sigh, in our line of work, we've long gotten used to it. There's always that type of person who thinks spending a few bucks means they've bought your integrity. A comment bearing the delivery driver verification badge floated by, brimming with resignation. The icons who rushed over upon hearing the news found their stage for revelry. Oomph, that's just how the service industry is. If you can't handle it, don't do it. What's the big deal? Is it really worth getting worked up over? Exactly. Our Koan only encounters kind-hearted, beautiful ladies when delivering food. How come Su Chen always attracts these weirdos? Birds of a feather flock together, right? LOL, seriously? Does anyone actually think Su Chen would dare confront a customer? Does he have 5 million? Koan's livestream was buzzing with activity. He faced the camera, performing a friendly interaction with a convenience store clerk, his signature smile plastered across his face. Watching the chaos unfolding in Su Chen's livestream, Koan's smile stretched almost to his ears. Useless. Just useless. Can't even handle a customer. And he dares to challenge me? He cleared his throat and addressed his own camera with feigned solemnity. As public figures, we should be more understanding and tolerant. The customer is always right, after all. Sometimes they're in a bad mood, we just need to be a little more patient, and things will blow over. His emotionally intelligent remarks immediately drew praise from the icons. Gigi is spot on. That's vision. True vision. If Su Chen had half the emotional intelligence of our Koan, he wouldn't have ended up in this mess. Ha, can't wait for the show. Watch Su Chen get torn apart by that little fairy. In the main broadcast room, director Wang Gang's expression turned grave. This is extremely unfavorable for Su Chen. Forced assignments like this can't be cancelled, and the customer is clearly a nitpicking weirdo. Wang Gang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. How could such an unreasonable customer be assigned to Su Chen? If things go south, the production team will be in hot water again. Su Chen tucked away his phone and took a deep breath. How did people like this even grow up? Purer than Graveyard Sister. I'd love to see what kind of person could develop such a mind-bogglingly twisted way of thinking. He picked up the takeout box and headed toward the entrance of the Cloudtop Palace. As for the little fairy's demand that he not take the owner's elevator? Poof. Su Chen wasn't about to indulge that ridiculous whim. The elevator ascended slowly. The doors chimed open on the 10th floor. Su Chen found his way to suite 1001 with practiced ease. He pulled out his phone and dialed "This fairy doesn't eat cilantro" again. Hello, your takeout has arrived at the door. Please open it to collect your order. There was a 2-second silence on the other end. Instead of the sound of the door opening, an even more unreasonable question came through. What? You're already at the door? Her tone was thick with disbelief. Who told you to come so fast? Su Chen? Live stream viewers? Everyone was utterly dumbfounded by this mind-bending logic. You're the one who rushed me, yet now you complain it's too fast? What kind of flip-flopping is this? No way. Didn't she just begging Su Chen to hurry up and deliver? Is this woman crazy? Complaining about it being too slow and too fast? This generation of weirdos is getting more and more abstract. Su Chen's mouth twitched. Man, this weirdo's level is almost on par with Tu Li Shui's. Who knows what goes on in her head? Still, Su Chen gave his standard response. Per platform policy, I need to deliver the order to the customer as soon as possible. I was just about to call you to buy me a bucket of water when you showed up. Did you do this on purpose? The fairy girl's tone instantly turned righteous. Go downstairs and bring me a bucket of water right now. Su Chen's eyelid twitched. He patiently explained, Ma'am, fetching water isn't part of my service scope. I don't care. This is your fault. You came too fast and wasted my time buying water. Listen to me. You're just a stinking delivery guy. A lowly worker. You're supposed to serve the gods. If you don't like it, I'll complain. Not just about you, but the whole restaurant too. I'll make sure you lose your job. Got it, you stinking delivery guy. The live stream exploded. I've already called the cops. This isn't harassment, it's humiliation. Personal humiliation. Who does this woman think she is? Who gave her the right to act like this? Su Chen. Don't take it anymore. Go for it. The mask is already off. If this was my order, I'd shove the food in her face, believe it or not. Meanwhile, Cohen's fans were gloating over his misfortune. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying laughing. She got called a stinking delivery guy. Is this your Su Chen? Can't even handle a spoiled brat, yet she's chasing down fugitives? Still bragging about how awesome she is? Got nothing to say now? Where are Su Chen's fans? Why aren't they shouting? Their idol's getting called names right to his face. Dare he talk back? No way. He still owes 5 million. He'll just have to kneel and finish this delivery. Hilarious. In the main live streaming studio, director Wang Gang's face had turned deathly pale, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. He knew Su Chen wasn't someone to mess with. But now, he was stuck between a rock and a hard place. What else could Su Chen do but endure? Was he really going to let this weirdo completely destroy the reputation he'd worked so hard to rebuild? Quick! Contact Su Chen immediately. Calm him down. Don't let him act impulsively. On the other end of the line, the woman's voice dripped with smug satisfaction. Why aren't you answering? Scared? If you're scared, then get off your ass and go buy me some water. Beep. The call was abruptly disconnected again. A surge of anger finally erupted from the depths of Su Chen's heart. Chapter 64. Did Su Chen back down? He actually went to buy water. What's wrong with being a delivery guy? Earning a living with their own hands and labor means they deserve to be barked at like dogs by people like you? Does that make them deserve having their dignity trampled underfoot? If he didn't teach the spoiled brat a lesson, he'd be so pissed off he wouldn't sleep for a week. Just then, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in Su Chen's mind. Ding! God tier choice system activated. Option A, knock politely, bow at a 90-degree angle, present the delivery with both hands, and announce loudly, Your Highness, your exclusive afternoon tea has arrived. Reward, 100 yuan cash. Option B, call her out over the phone, firmly reject her unreasonable demands. Upon completion, receive a negative review plus complaint plus platform penalty of 200 yuan. Option C, skip the internal struggle and go berserk. Go buy her water, then deliver a lifelong, unforgettable lesson in the most unexpected way. Reward, God tier combat skills. Su Chen's gaze locked instantly on option C. Options A and B? What the hell are those? Not even a dog would choose them. Su Chen selected C without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations, host, for making your choice. The reward God tier combat technique has been dispatched. In an instant, a vast and intricate stream of information surged into Su Chen's mind like a flood breaking through a dam. World-class combat techniques instantly fused into one, forming a perfect fighting system uniquely his own. Su Chen flexed his wrists, sensing the explosive power latent within his body. He felt he could now kill a bull with a single punch. Then, under the gaze of the entire network, he said nothing, turned, and walked toward the elevator. Su Chen really went to buy water. The live stream exploded in an instant. Did Su God actually back down? He actually went to buy water? No way. He can tolerate this? Su Chen, you've changed. This isn't like you. Aren't you the one who never takes orders? The chat was instantly flooded with disappointed and chicken out. Many casual viewers who had previously become fans of Su Chen began to waver. Sigh, God Su has no choice. With jobs like this, if you don't take them, they dock your pay. If you do, they make things difficult. For the sake of winning the competition? After all, 5 million isn't a small sum. What choice does he have? Delivery riders are the underdogs, they just have to endure the abuse. Meanwhile, the icons who rushed over upon hearing the news launched into a frenzy of mockery. Ha 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 ha. This is hilarious. Who was just bragging about taking her on? This is it? This is all he's got? Chickened out. Total wimp. All talk in front of us icons, but when faced with a real weirdo, instantly turns into a ninja turtle. This is your god, Su? A lowly delivery guy bossed around by some weirdo woman? So pathetic. So satisfying. Absolutely satisfying. This is exactly what Su Chen needs, someone to teach him a lesson. Let him know society isn't his personal playground. Program production team livestream room. One gang breathed a sigh of relief. Just endure it. Just endure it. But thinking of the immense injustice Su Chen had endured, Wang Gang sighed. What choice did he have? With a 5 million yuan bet hanging over his head, who wouldn't bow their head? If it were me, I'd have to go by the water too. 5 minutes later. Su Chen returned. He carried a heavy 5L jug of mineral water in one hand, while the other still held the takeout box for that viral cake. He stood once more before the heavy security door of room 1001. Viewers in the livestream watched this scene unfold, their emotions running wildly mixed. Sigh, Su Chen really went to buy it. Why does seeing his back carrying that water bucket make me want to cry? Life's tough, and Su Chen sighs. Hey upstairs, cut the melodrama. Serves him right. Who told him to act so cocky before? Now he's getting his comeuppance. Get lost, icon. We Su family army cares about our brother. What business is it of yours? The chat exploded in chaos once more. Su Chen ignored the commotion outside. He raised his hand and knocked on the door, neither too hard nor too soft. Knock knock knock. Inside, dead silence. No response. Su Chen raised an eyebrow, pulled out his phone, and dialed the number 4. This fairy doesn't eat cilantro once more. Sorry, the number you dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later. Su Chen hung up and tried again. Still no answer. This time, the entire live stream audience was stunned. What's going on? Where is she? Holy crap. What's wrong with this woman? Just now she was screaming about starving to death and dying of thirst. Now she's been delivered and she won't even answer the phone? I'm speechless. Seriously speechless. I've lived over 20 years and never encountered such an abstract creature. Did she feed her brain circuits to zombies or something? This behavior feels strangely familiar. Just as everyone was scratching their heads in confusion, a comment from a user named I love delivering food drifted across the screen. Guys, stop guessing. Su Chen just ran into the legendary hardcore freeloader. The moment this comment appeared, it instantly grabbed everyone's attention. Freeloading? Can you even freeload on delivery? Bro, spill the beans. What's the deal? The seasoned delivery driver quickly followed up with another comment. These people have deep tricks up their sleeves. They just disappear, no answering calls, no opening the door. Su Chen, check your order now. How much time is left before it times out? At that reminder, everyone's eyes instantly focused on the corner of Su Chen's phone screen. Su Chen promptly tapped open the order details page. The bright red countdown displayed starkly 4:59. Less than 5 minutes left before this order times out. The delivery driver's comment stream floated in again, tinged with sympathy and resignation. See? Her goal is to stall until it times out. Once it does, she can immediately file a complaint with the platform, claiming the rider failed to deliver within the specified time. That way, not only does she get a free meal, but the platform might even compensate her with coupons to appease her. And you, Su God, not only waste your trip but also face deductions, fines, and negative reviews. The moment those words hit the air, the live stream exploded. Holy! People actually do this? Is this even human behavior? Mind-blowing. Is scheming to harm others really worth it for $12 worth of takeout? This isn't just weird, it's pure evil. The viewer's anger ignited completely in that moment. Su Chen froze for 2 seconds. He stared at the cold countdown on his phone, a playful smile curling his lips. Interesting. Su Chen sneered inwardly. No matter what, he had to vent his anger today. And he would do it in the most ruthless way possible. And so, under the gaze of the entire internet, Su Chen leaned against the wall and actually began waiting right there. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. During this time, he made a call every 30 seconds, but there was no answer on the other end. The viewers in the livestream chat were on the edge of their seats. Is Su Chen about to admit defeat? What else can you do when dealing with such a scoundrel? Just wait for the timeout penalty. Watching this unfold in Kunken's livestream, he grinned even wider. See? This is reality. Sometimes it's not that you don't want to do well, it's that people make it impossible. But it's okay. Live and learn. He lectured his fans with feigned profundity. Time ticked away, second by second. 0:03. 002. 001. Midnight. The moment the countdown hit 0 and the order status changed to delivery timeout. Buzz. Su Chen's phone vibrated precisely. The caller ID displayed that familiar number. This fairy doesn't eat cilantro. Chapter 65. You're fat and ugly, why don't you just die? This ing call timed itself to the exact second? I'm speechless, truly speechless. Why call right after the deadline? Su Chen stared at the name flashing on the screen, his expression eerily calm. He tapped the answer button and pressed speakerphone again. The next second, that shrill, affected female voice came through the receiver. Hello? I was putting on a face mask earlier, had my phone on silent, and just saw over a dozen missed calls. The live stream chat exploded instantly. Face mask? You're pulling our leg? Over a dozen missed calls, and you just happened to finish your mask at the exact second it timed out to hear the ring? What the hell kind of twisted logic is that? Gods can't save you. Is there really someone this shameless? My blood pressure shot through the roof. This move maxed out my rage meter. Su Chen felt no emotion whatsoever and even found himself wanting to laugh. Alright, this scam is pretty slick. Truly a veteran freeloader. The fairy on the other end of the line seemed utterly oblivious to how pathetic her lies were, continuing in a condescending tone. Fine. You've been waiting so long, it's kind of pitiful. Here's the deal, I'll show mercy. You don't have to bow 90 degrees at the door or shout your afternoon tea is here, lovely lady. I'll open the door now. Just hand me the stuff. She paused, then added with self-satisfaction. Sigh, I'm just too kind-hearted. Su Chen nearly laughed out loud at her words. Kind? This bizarre train of thought must be directly connected to a septic tank. Just then, the door clicked open. A woman stepped out. Around 30, with a voluptuous figure. Her round face bore eyes as small as mung beans, her lips painted a blood red. Her arms crossed over her chest, chin held high, she scrutinized Su Chen from head to toe with a critical gaze. When her gaze landed on the bottled water in Su Chen's hand, she nodded approvingly. Not too bad. Put the water and take out over there. She gestured with her chin toward the filthy doormat by the entrance. Then she turned and hauled a bulging black trash bag from behind the door, slamming it down at Su Chen's feet with a loud thud. A foul stench, a mix of food scraps and various rancid odors, instantly filled the air. The woman pinched her nose, glaring at Su Chen with utter disgust. Seeing how hard you're working, I'll give you a golden opportunity. A stinking delivery guy like you probably never gets to take out the trash for a real, sophisticated girl, huh? This is a nice, fragrant trash bag. I'm being kind enough to let you touch it, you should feel honored. Here, take this bag of trash down for me. She pulled out her phone and, right in front of Su Chen, her slender fingers tapped lightly on the screen. The next second. Ding! A notification popped up on Su Chen's app. Dear writer, user this fairy doesn't eat cilantro has initiated a refund request for this order, citing, writer delivered late. This whole scheme was shameless to a whole new level. Me. She actually requested a refund. She really freeloaded. Made me buy water, made me take out the trash, and now she's refunding the money? Is this even human behavior? Where's her shame? Is this woman's face made of brick? Thicker than Cohen's damn face. Fragrant trash bag? Put. More like pig slop bucket. Wasn't she always preaching about being an independent woman? Now she needs help even throwing out trash? Independent, but not fully independent? So damn frustrating. Watching Su Chen get bullied like this, I feel like I'm about to have a heart attack. The audience was boiling with indignation, wishing they could crawl through the internet cables to slap that woman twice. Kumkin watched the live stream feed of Su Chen's room, unable to suppress the grin spreading across his lips. Su Chen, oh Su Chen, you think you're so tough? You think you're so cocky? Now, in front of the entire internet, being bossed around like a dog by a woman, let's see how you keep up the act. This time, I'll crush you beneath my heel for good. Meanwhile, Xian Wanwan stared at her phone screen, her face flushed crimson with anger, her chest heaving. This is outrageous. How dare she bully someone like this? A cold flash of anger flickered in Lu Muhan's phoenix-like eyes. Though she had come to collect a debt, what she despised most in life were those who abused their power and showed no respect for others' labor. She began to worry about Su Chen. Faced with such a scoundrel, what else could he do but endure? The plump woman, seeing Su Chen standing motionless, instantly furrowed her brow, her tone turning impatient. What? Just standing there like an idiot? You're just a worker, is it too much trouble for you to throw out my trash? Let me tell you, men are lining up to throw trash for this goddess. You're getting lucky, and you're not even grateful? She jabbed her bright red polished finger at Su Chen's nose, her voice growing shrill. Let me tell you. The customer is king, but you? You're nothing but a dog I keep. Now, I command you. Take this trash out this instant. You hear me? Insult. This was a blatant personal attack. The live stream's comments were about to blow up the screen. So damn unfair. This is outrageous. Su Chen, don't take it anymore. Take her down. Worst case, quit. But what good would it do? Reporting this won't help, just moral condemnation. He'd get banned and have to pay damages. Yeah, acting on impulse would just get him banned and cost him money. Not worth it. Su Chen's fans sighed one after another. Meanwhile, the icons were celebrating wildly. Ha 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 ha. Dog. She actually called Su Chen a dog. That is hilarious. Coward. That big wimp Su Chen. He obediently went to buy water earlier, and now he'll surely go throw out the trash like a dog. Su God? More like Su Dog. Get down on your knees. Go take out the trash for your master. Just when everyone assumed Su Chen would swallow his pride to avoid the platform's punishment over a 5 million yuan bet, the obese woman, seeing Su Chen still silent, seemed to feel her authority challenged. She lifted her chin haughtily and delivered the final straw with the most venomous tone. Can't you understand human speech? You piece of trash, why don't you just die? Dead silence. The air seemed to freeze solid in that instant. Su Chen slowly raised his head and smiled. You look like a pig with your fat head and ears, why don't you just die? Chapter 66, Satisfaction. A bucket of water teaches you a lesson. You look like a pig with your fat head and ears. Why don't you just die? The arrogance and disdain vanished instantly from the woman's face, replaced by utter bewilderment. She seemed unable to believe her ears. That stinking delivery boy, the dog she could freely insult and boss around, dared to talk back? He said it. He actually said it. I jumped right out of my chair. Su Chen. My God. I've been holding this in for so long. Fat-headed pig. Ha 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 ha. Spot on. Nailed it. Awesome. 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 Important things deserve repeating 3 times. I could skip dinner today, just watching this has filled me up. Su Chen's fans instantly went wild, the sheer volume of comments nearly freezing the phone screen. The plump woman's face froze in a mask of arrogance and disdain, which was swiftly replaced by a raging inferno of fury. Her beady eyes widened to the point of popping out, her blood-red lips trembled violently with rage, and the fleshy rolls on her face quivered. You, what did you say? She shrieked, her voice shrill as nails scraping glass. You filthy delivery boy. How dare you insult me? Ah. Who do you call fat and pig-like? Who do you call a pig? Her defenses shattered completely. Her shrewish rage erupted in full force as she lunged at Su Chen, clawing wildly with her bright red-polished nails aimed straight for his face. I'll rip your mouth off today. Yet, to Su Chen, now master of god-tier combat arts, her movements looked comically slow, like a movie in slow motion. Flawed beyond belief. Watching the woman lunge at him, Su Chen inwardly mocked her relentlessly. Her lunging posture resembled a wild boar starved for 3 days charging at a feeding trough. With a mere sidestep, Su Chen gracefully evaded the woman's mad pig charge in the most elegant manner. The woman lunged and missed, nearly falling flat on her face due to momentum. Meanwhile, Su Chen, standing behind her, calmly lifted the 5L plastic water jug with one hand. Granting your wish. He murmured softly, lifting his arm to twist off the cap. Just as the woman regained her balance and prepared to lunge again, Su Chen flickered his wrist. Splash! Crystal clear, ice-cold mineral water poured over her from the top of her head, drenching her to the bone. Gulp, gulp. A full 5 liters of water, not a single drop wasted, was bestowed upon this I don't eat cilantro fairy. The torrent washed over her face, thickly coated in foundation. The cheap white sheet mask instantly soaked through, hanging precariously from her nose as it swayed with the flow. White foundation mixed with black eyeliner and red lipstick washed down her plump face, carving out colorful gullies. 1 second she was a haughty little fairy, the next a drenched, makeup-ruined, cheap cosmetics scented wet pig. Boom! The livestream went absolutely wild. Holy crap! Physical exorcism. She actually went for it. Ha! Serves you right for showing off. Serves you right for pretending to be fancy. A bucket of water brought you back to your true form. What am I seeing? The masterpiece of the century Piggy's waterfall cave adventure. So refreshing, my heart soars. 10,000 points for Su Chen's move, 1 more and he'd get cocky. You made Su Chen go downstairs to buy water, demanded a refund, and asked him to take out the trash? Well, now he bought the water and gave you a hair wash. How's that for service? How much pent-up frustration I had before, how much relief I feel now. That bitter resentment stuck in my chest, it's all been flushed away by this bucket of water. Meanwhile, the hypocrites and haters found their opening and swarmed out in full force. Are you out of your mind? Is Su Chen some kind of violent maniac? How could he lay a hand on a woman? Exactly. She's a customer. So what if she asked for a little extra? You treat customers like this? He needs to be blacklisted. Never hire him again. A public figure committing violence in public. This is a seriously subpar artist. Get out of the entertainment industry. In Cohen's livestream. Seeing this scene, he froze for a moment before feeling such wild joy he nearly laughed out loud. He fought back the laughter, facing the camera with a look of deep sorrow. Sigh, Senior Su Chen acted too impulsively. As public figures, we should win people over with virtue and set a good example for fans. Violence solves nothing. His fans flooded the chat with Koen has high EQ, while simultaneously storming into Su Chen's livestream to stir up trouble, demanding the platform immediately ban Su Chen. Director Wang Gang of the production team witnessed this scene of chaos unfolding. Holy crap! Wang Gang's vision went black, nearly toppling him from his director's chair. Clutching his chest, he felt a heart attack coming on. My ancestors! My dear ancestors! You're having fun, but what about my show? Meanwhile, Lu Muhan and Xian Wan watched the latest developments in Su Chen's livestream. Xian Wan watched the pitiful sight of the woman in Su Chen's livestream, her little mouth slightly agape before she burst out laughing. Wow! Brother Su Chen is so cool! She covered her mouth, her eyes sparkling brightly, not sensing anything amiss with Su Chen's behavior. That auntie was way too much. She called brother Su Chen a dog and told him to die. She deserved a lesson. A barely perceptible flicker of satisfaction crossed Lu Muhan's phoenix-like eyes. Though she didn't laugh, the corners of her tightly drawn mouth lifted slightly, clearly finding Su Chen's actions deeply satisfying. Fighting fire with fire, though not something I'd advocate. Lu Muhan's voice was cool, yet her tone carried tacit approval. But against scoundrels like that, it really is sometimes the only way. Outside room 1001. Su Chen tossed aside the empty bucket, gazing at the woman before him whose appearance resembled a car crash. Every pore in his body seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Bliss. From the soles of his feet to the top of his head, every pore seemed to be singing with delight. Dealing with scum like this truly was one of life's great pleasures. The plump woman stood completely dumbfounded, frozen in place. She felt the icy water trickling down her neck and soaking into her clothes, the sticky mixture of cosmetics smearing across her face. A shrill scream echoed through the entire hallway. Her eyes turned bloodshot as she descended into utter madness. You son of a! How dare you splash me? I'll kill you! Screaming, she yelled into the room. Long! Chang! Biao! Someone's bullying me! Get out here and kill him! Click! No sooner had the words left her mouth than the door to room 1001 burst open from the inside. 3 men, clad only in loose shorts, bare-chested, and covered in cheap tattoos, burst out of the room. Chapter 67. Get on your knees and lick up every drop of water on the floor. The leader, with slanted eyes and a bulbous nose, was none other than the dragon brother from the woman's screams. Behind him were 2 henchmen, one skinny as a bamboo pole with sunken eyes, the other bulky as a bear with a face full of fleshy rolls. All 3 had unfocused eyes and unsteady steps, yet their sheer menacing presence instantly made the hallway feel several degrees colder. Holy! 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 Did I see that right? 1 woman and 3 men? Shirtless? This is like playing Tetris inside? Jenga, right? Help! I never saw this plot twist coming. Just when I thought it was a weird customer, now it's escalated to full-on gangsters? Oh no! Su Chen just bit off more than he can chew. Those 3 are huge, how is he supposed to take them on alone? All members of Team Su assemble. Protect our Su Chen. Call the police immediately. Address, Unit 1001, 10th floor, Tower A, Cloud Peak Palace. Hurry! Su Chen's fans were frantic, like ants on a hot pan, frantically copying and pasting the address, terrified Su Chen would be beaten to a pulp any second. Meanwhile, the fairy who'd just been drenched like a drowned rat found her backbone. Her arrogance flared to its peak. Pointing her finger right at Su Chen's nose, she shrieked in a shrill voice. Dragon brother! It's him! That stinking delivery guy! Not only did he curse at me, he splashed water on me. Look at me! Look at my face! My makeup's ruined! You have to kill him for me! Brother Long's triangular eyes narrowed to slits as he scrutinized Su Chen from head to toe. Poof! A cold laugh squeezed from his throat. He tilted his head and spat a thick glob of phlegm onto the polished floor. Kid, you tired of living? Messing with my girl too? His 2 henchmen stepped forward, their joints popping with a dull crack, their faces twisted into malicious grins. A terrifying sense of oppression nearly spilled through the screen. Yet Su Chen's face remained eerily calm. He even had the leisure to mentally scoff. What a joke! Now, with divine-level massage techniques in my left hand and divine-level combat skills in my right, power surges ceaselessly within me. Moreover, the god-tier combat arts bestowed upon him not only strength, but also a completely new level of insight. The skinny stick on the left breathed short, ragged gasps. His eyes were cloudy white, and his legs trembled slightly even while standing still, a classic case of being hollowed out by booze and women. The burly bear on the right was all dead muscle, moving with stiff joints and an unstable center of gravity, nothing but a bluff. As for the leader in the middle, Brother Long. Su Chen's gaze lingered for half a second on his darkened eyebags and purple lips. The guy looked hyper-excited, yet his eyes couldn't focus, and he was yawning constantly. This state felt strangely familiar. To Su Chen, these 3 so-called human weapons were riddled with flaws from head to toe. But to the viewers in the livestream chat, Su Chen's composure was interpreted in a different light. He's scared stiff. This kid's legs must be shaking so hard he forgot to run. Oh no, oh no. Su God is frozen in terror. Move. Run. Run? Where to? The elevator entrance is blocked. He's trapped like a turtle in a jar. The trolls and the holier-than-thou types finally got the moment they'd been waiting for, and the tone of the comments changed abruptly. Ha 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 ha. Su Dog, keep acting tough. Didn't you enjoy splashing water earlier? Why aren't you screaming now? LOL, serves you right for showing off. That's what happens to violent thugs. You asked for it. With Su Chen's scrawny frame, he's no match for a single punch. I bet he'll be begging for mercy on his knees within 3 seconds. What are you waiting for? Get down on your knees and apologize. Maybe he's magnanimous enough to spare you a broken leg. The gloating comments flooded the screen, nearly drowning out everything else. In Koen's live stream room, seeing Su Chen surrounded by 3 burly men, the smile on his face couldn't stay contained any longer. His lips curled into a maniacal grin, stretching almost to his ears. Oh dear, Senior Su Chen's in real trouble now, he sighed faintly, feigning heartfelt sorrow for the camera. Violence never solves anything. Inside, he screamed wildly, fight. Fight hard. Beat his face to a pulp. Let him be utterly disgraced before the entire internet. Meanwhile, Lu Muhan and Xian Nuan's hearts were in their throats. Oh no. Su Chen is in danger. Xian Nuan exclaimed anxiously. Sis Muhan, we have to go check on him. A resolute glint flashed in Lu Muhan's icy phoenix eyes. She nodded, and the two rushed over immediately. In the corridor, the tense atmosphere had thickened to a standstill. Dragon Brother advanced step by step toward Su Chen. His 2 henchmen flanked him, subtly forming a circle that cut off all escape routes. He stood before Su Chen, towering over him, and jabbed a finger harshly into Su Chen's chest. Kid, you look clean cut and seem like decent talent. Dragon Brother's in a good mood today, I'll give you a chance. He extended his foot, using his $1,000 limited edition sneakers to point at a puddle on the ground, a mix of water and women's cosmetics. Kneel. Lick every last drop of that filth off the floor. Then crawl under my girlfriend's crotch and bark like a dog 3 times. Do it, and I'll let this slide today. He grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Otherwise, I'll break every single finger on your hands, one by one. Make sure you can't even hold chopsticks for the rest of your life. Boom. Those words exploded like a bomb throughout the entire livestream. This is outrageous. He's trampling on human dignity to the death. Kneel and lick the floor? Crawl between his legs? Better to die than be disgraced. It's over. Su Chen is utterly trapped now. Lick, and he'll be disgraced forever, never able to hold his head high again. Refuse, and he'll be beaten in front of the entire nation. Su God. Don't agree to it. A real man kneels only to heaven, earth, and his parents. Never kneel before scum like these. But what if he doesn't kneel? Will they really break his hands? Why, I can't watch. This is a dead end. A dead end where no matter what choice he makes, he's doomed beyond redemption. If Su Chen actually did it, his life would be utterly ruined. He'd become the laughingstock of the entire internet. But if he refuses, those 3 burly thugs will beat him half to death. Yet, just as tensions reached a breaking point and everyone expected Su Chen to yield, he smiled. He even glanced at the filthy puddle on the ground with apparent interest before lifting his head to stare at Brother Long. With an intensely serious tone, he asked, "Are you sure you want me to lick it clean?" At the same time, in another corner of the Yunding Tiangong residential complex, several black sedans pulled up silently beside the waste disposal station. The doors opened, and Lin Wanqing, dressed in sharp civilian attire, stepped out with several plainclothes officers. Her expression stern, she issued orders through her earpiece. All units, attention. Based on intelligence, we've discovered homemade drug paraphernalia at the community waste station. The suspect is highly likely hiding within this building. Immediately commence separate searches of suspicious residences. Remember, the subject may be armed with offensive weapons. Prioritize safety at all times. Lin Wanqing's voice was cool and decisive. Roger that, Captain Lin. Just then, Rookie Officer Zhao Lei suddenly rushed over, holding his phone aloft with a panicked expression. Captain Lin! Captain Lin! Trouble! Lin Wanqing frowned. What's all the fuss about? Zhao Lei shoved the phone screen right in front of her face. What came through the phone was precisely Brother Long's sinister threat. His voice trembled. Captain Lin, watch the livestream. Su Chen. Su Chen has gotten himself into big trouble again. And his location, it seems to be right above us in this building. Chapter 68, 3 knife-wielding mad dogs, Su Chen stacks them like a pyramid in 3 seconds. Upstairs immediately. Lin Wanqing barked the order, and several plainclothes officers immediately followed her into the lobby. At the elevator, Zhao Lei frantically hammered the up button while rapidly recounting the incident. Captain Lin, that's exactly what happened. That woman was inhuman, making all sorts of degrading demands, then vanishing without paying. Su Chen lost his temper and splashed water on her. A young officer standing nearby listened, his anger boiling over. Damn it! How can there be such a disgusting woman in this world? This is pure extortion. Exactly. Go sue God. That's exactly how you deal with scum like that. Zhao Lei, however, sighed with a frown. Bro, that's how it sounds, but legally it's different. No matter how bizarre that woman was, her actions were at most morally reprehensible, exploiting loopholes in the platform's rules, not illegal. But once Su Chen doused her with that bucket of water, it changed the nature of the incident. Now they have numbers on their side. If it escalates to physical violence, Su Chen will go from being in the right to being involved in a brawl, and that carries criminal liability. A moment of silence fell over the group. Yeah, that's how the law works in reality. Before any physical confrontation, regardless of who holds the moral high ground, whoever strikes first loses half the battle. Lin Wanqing felt a surge of irritation. This Su Chen. He just helped the police bust Zhang Dihai's counterfeit operation, and barely 2 days had passed before he got himself into this huge mess. She could only hope that if she rushed over now, she might still prevent the situation from escalating further. Otherwise, once Su Chen started fighting, detention would be the least of his worries. Ding! The elevator finally arrived. Just as everyone was about to squeeze in, Zhao Lei's phone froze due to network issues. It froze on a frame showing Brother Long and his 2 henchmen looking arrogant. Captain Lin, look! Zhao Lei suddenly exclaimed. Lin Wanqing focused her gaze. Through the brief freeze on the phone screen, she finally noticed the details she had overlooked before. Long Gu and his 2 henchmen behind him looked abnormally hyped up, their eyes unfocused and dazed, yet radiating a frenzied, aggressive aura. Most crucially, she clearly saw dense clusters of purplish-blue needle marks covering the crooks of the 2 henchmen's bare arms. Lin Wanqing's pupils suddenly contracted. A chill shot straight up from the soles of my feet to the top of my head. What the hell? What? The other officers crowded around, and when they saw the details on the screen, they were all stunned. Holy! These guys are junkies? No wonder they looked off. Turns out they were high as kites. So that means, those homemade drug paraphernalia we found at the dumpster site, they belong to these guys? Damn it! It all fits now. Zhao Lei's face drained of color. Captain Lin, after overdosing, junkies hallucinate, become extremely aggressive, and show no fear of death. Su Chen, he's not facing 3 thugs right now, he's facing 3 madmen who've lost their minds. This realization sent a chill through everyone in the elevator. If before they'd worried about Su Chen breaking the law by fighting back, now they feared only one thing: Su Chen's life. In the hallway. Upon hearing Su Chen's retort, Brother Long reacted as if he'd heard the most ridiculous joke imaginable, his anger flaring instantly. You little bastard, you're ing asking for it. The muscles in his face twitched violently, his eyes blazing with savage fury. Kill him. At his command, he and his 2 henchmen behind him simultaneously drew gleaming switchblades from their backs. The blades sprang out with sharp clicks. 3 men, blades in hand, eyes wild with madness, drool dripping from their mouths, charged straight at Su Chen. I'll kill you. Die for me. The entire livestream audience froze in shock. Holy murder. Someone's gonna die. Run, Su God. Those 3 are lunatics. It's over. Totally over. Su Chen's done for. 3 knives. I can't watch this. Someone save him. Call the cops. Call the cops. Ha 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 ha. Karma's a, Su Dog. Serves you right for showing off. You deserve to get stabbed to death. Inside the elevator, Lin Wanqing's heart nearly leapt out of her throat. She was right. These 3 were indeed drug addicts. And they were in the most dangerous, violent phase after using drugs. Addicts in this state had no rationality left, were extremely aggressive, and feared death not at all. Su Chen wasn't facing 3 thugs, he was facing 3 rabid beasts. His life was in grave danger. Hurry! Hurry up! Faster! Lin Wanqing screamed at the elevator doors, practically trying to tear them open with her bare hands. Zhao Lei and the others were also deathly pale, their hands already gripping the grips of the guns at their waists. At the same time, at the door of room 1001, facing 3 crazed assailants charging at him with knives, Su Chen's expression remained as calm as ever. In his eyes, their movements were far too slow. Just as the knife in the front man, Brother Long, was about to pierce his face, Su Chen moved. Instead of retreating, he stepped half a pace to his left front. With an astonishing sidestep, Brother Long's blade sliced past his sleeve, stabbing into thin air. In the blink of an eye, Su Chen's right hand shot out like lightning, delivering a precise karate chop to the wrist holding the knife. Snap! A crisp cracking sound of bone. Ah! Long Gu let out a piercing scream as the switchblade in his hand clattered to the ground. Before he could react, Su Chen's left hand seized the back of his neck, yanking it downward with force, while his right knee shot upward like lightning. Thud! A dull thud. Long Ji's face made intimate contact with Su Chen's knee, sending a gush of blood mixed with teeth flying from his nose. His entire body went limp like a pile of mud, collapsing to his knees. It all happened in the blink of an eye. The other 2 henchmen hadn't even registered what was happening. The skinny stick's blade lunged toward Su Chen's back. Without turning his head, Su Chen executed a supremely graceful spin and delivered a back kick. Thud! The skinny stick's jaw took a solid kick. His eyes rolled back and his body flew backward like a. Only the last burly brute remained. Watching his two brothers get taken out in an instant, his brain completely shut down. He stood frozen in place, knife raised. After dispatching the skinny stick, Su Chen turned and beckoned him over with a flick of his finger. The burly brute, enraged by this ultimate insult, let out a feral growl and charged forward, wildly swinging his blade. Su Chen didn't dodge. As the blade neared his shoulder, he suddenly crouched low, closing the distance in an instant. He buried himself into the burly bear's chest and delivered a brutal, unstoppable elbow strike, driving it hard into his solar plexus. Ugh! The burly bear's massive frame jerked violently. It felt as though the blow had stopped its heart from beating. Its eyes bulged, and the knife in its hand fell limply to the ground. Seizing his arm, Su Chen pivoted his hips and executed a crisp, decisive shoulder throw. Thud! The burly bear's 200-plus-pound frame slammed onto the ground, landing squarely on top of Brother Long, who had just been knocked down. But it wasn't over. Su Chen walked over, picked up the unconscious skinny stick like a chicken, and tossed him onto the pile. The three knife-wielding thugs now lay neatly stacked on top of each other. From the moment they drew their blades to the end of the fight, the entire sequence lasted less than 10 seconds. Everyone stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, at the man on the screen who brushed the dust off his hands. Their minds went blank. At that very moment. Ding! A crisp sound rang out. Not far away, the elevator doors slowly opened. Lin Wanqing led the charge, accompanied by several officers, bursting out as if facing a major threat, her voice urgent. Freeze! Police! Su Chen! Get out of the way! Danger! Then, the group that had just burst out of the elevator froze in place, staring at the scene before them. Chapter 69, live-streamed arrest of the Coriander Reverse Fairy. Lin Wanqing and the officers behind her froze in place. Their expressions froze into an indescribable look of utter bewilderment. What was unfolding before them? The gruesome scene they had anticipated, Su Chen being brutally beaten by three knife-wielding thugs, blood splattered everywhere, had not materialized at all. Instead, three heavily tattooed burly men lay heaped together like a pile of discarded sacks, unconscious and sprawled in a heap. And the instigator of it all, Su Chen, was now sitting cross-legged atop the Arhat pagoda, looking utterly relaxed, even with one leg casually crossed over the other. He even pulled out his phone from his pocket, flashing a victory sign at himself and the spoils beneath his feet. Not only was he unharmed, but his hair hadn't even been messed up. Zhao Lei's jaw nearly dropped so far it dislocated, and the phone in his hand nearly fell to the ground. Captain Lin. Is that Apple Bob? As his voice cracked and trembled. Just now, during those few seconds without signal in the elevator, what exactly happened? Lin Wanqing's pretty face was tense, her expression one of utter bewilderment. You're asking me? How should I know? The other officers looked just as stunned. They were here to rescue people, right? With this brutal track record, does this bastard even need their protection? Are we here to collect his body, or to cheer him on? What the hell just happened? That same question was spinning wildly in the minds of viewers watching the livestream. Holy! Am I blind? What just happened? Streamer, replay it. Holy! What did I just witness? 3 seconds. From the moment those three bastards drew their blades to ending up in this messed up state, I swear it was under 3 seconds. Is this even human? This is a Terminator. Even Ip Man would have to offer him a cigarette and say, Master Su, do me a favor. Wait. We're missing the point. The police. It's Officer Lin Wanqing. What the hell is she doing here? The entire online audience went wild. They'd imagined countless possibilities, but never this one. And that this fairy doesn't eat cilantro girl, soaked to the bone, froze when she saw the police bursting in. Then her face lit up with wild joy. She thought some kind neighbor had heard her screams and called the police. Heaven is on my side. The woman scrambled to her feet and rushed toward Lin Wanqing, pointing at the calm and composed Su Chen with all her might, shouting. Officer! You're just in time. Look at this. It's this delivery guy. Not only did he verbally provoke me, he threw water at me. Now he's resorted to physical violence. Look what he did to my brother and the others. This is intentional assault. He's a gangster. Arrest him now. Her shrill, piercing voice echoed down the hallway, convincing anyone unaware of the truth that she had suffered a terrible injustice. The moment she spoke, the livestream audience still immersed in Su Chen's godlike combat prowess was abruptly jolted back to cold reality. Yeah. It felt so satisfying. But this was a live broadcast across the entire internet, beating someone into a pile of half-dead bodies. I forgot. That woman was trash, but Su Chen threw the first punch. This is trouble. In a fight, whoever strikes first is at fault. With witnesses and evidence now, Su God is in deep trouble. Why, Officer Lin, please see the truth. Su Chen was forced into it. He's a good guy. Don't be naive, man. The law is the law. Princes and commoners are equal before it. Look at the damage Su Chen did. Once the medical report comes in, he might end up behind bars. It's over. Completely over. Su Chen's professional challenge career ends here. Fans who had been ecstatic moments ago felt their hearts plummet to the depths. The haters, however, were celebrating wildly. Ha 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 ha. This is hilarious. Serves you right for putting on airs. Enjoyed beating someone up? Now go enjoy your time in the shower. Live streamed evidence across the entire internet. Let's see which lawyer can save you this time. Su Dog, your career is over. Everyone realized that regardless of the circumstances, Su Chen hitting someone was an undeniable fact. Before the law, this fact was undeniable. In Koen's live stream room, watching the police surround Su Chen on his screen, his mouth stretched into a wide grin, his heart bursting with joy. Eyewitness testimony. Physical evidence. Everything is in place. Su Chen, you washed up piece of trash, let's see how you'll bounce back this time. Yet he forced an expression of profound sorrow and regret onto his face, sighing dramatically into the camera. Senior Su Chen was just too impulsive. I've always said that in the service industry, the customer is king. You have to learn tolerance and understanding. How could he resort to violence? Violence never solves anything. I hope Senior Su Chen will reflect deeply after he's locked up. This is a painful lesson, everyone. His hypocritical facade sent the viewers in the livestream into a frenzy. Kunken's spot on. Su Dog is a violent thug. Serves him right to get arrested. Waiting for the police report. Su Chen assaulted someone, 15 days detention minimum, right? Ha ha ha. Main livestream 4 Professional Challenge 365. Director Wang Gang's greasy face was now paler than a sheet of paper. He slumped in his chair, muttering incessantly. It's over. It's all over. Fighting. And it happened during a nationwide live broadcast. This was a massive scandal. The show would be cancelled and he, the director, would be fired on the spot. His only hope now was that Su Chen could get the other party's forgiveness and settle this privately. But looking at the sorry state of those three on the floor, how likely was that? In the hallway. Watching the woman play the victim first, Su Chen's anger flared. He rose slowly from the human cushion, brushing the dust off his buttocks. Then he walked over to the woman still wailing, crouching down before her. A harmless, sunny smile spread across his face. Hey, lady, you shouldn't just cry all the time. He gestured toward the unopened takeout cake he'd brought. Look, you ordered afternoon tea. Crying like that must be exhausting. Here, refuel a bit. You need energy to keep complaining. Open wide, Saying this, he scooped a piece of cream with his fork and genuinely held it up to the woman's lips. Put. The entire online audience, fans and haters alike, collectively melted at that moment. Bro. What the hell is wrong with you? The cops are practically on your doorstep and you're still freaking out over that stupid cake? What kind of brainwave is that? The woman was also stunned by Su Chen's unexpected move. Her crying paused for a moment before erupting into even sharper screams. You lunatic. Get away from me. Lin Wanqing watched it all unfold with a cold gaze. As a seasoned detective, her gaze was as sharp as a blade, swiftly scanning the scene. The dense clusters of needle marks on the arms of Brother Long and his two men. The lingering haze and madness in their eyes. These were all classic signs of drug users. Moreover, just moments ago at the trash station downstairs, they had discovered a large quantity of homemade drug paraphernalia. Now it seemed highly likely that these tools belonged to the three men standing before them. Lin Wanqing took a deep breath, her chest heaving violently. She moved. Under the watchful eyes of the live stream audience. She strode forward with long strides, heading straight toward Su Chen. Everyone's hearts leapt into their throats. Oh no, Officer Lin is about to make an arrest. Yet Lin Wanqing walked right past Su Chen, as if he were nothing but air. She stopped before the little fairy who was still chattering away, waiting for justice to be served. The smile on this fairy doesn't eat cilantro as face grew even broader. She thought Lin Wanqing had come to comfort her, the victim. Officer. Quick. Handcuff him. But Lin Wanqing spoke first, her voice cold as ice. You are suspected of providing premises for drug users. We need to conduct an investigation. Click. Silver handcuffs snapped shut around this fairy doesn't eat cilantro's wrists. Chapter 70, your afternoon tea only delivered when smeared across your face. Officer, you've got the wrong person? This fairy doesn't eat cilantro stared at the cold handcuffs on her wrists, completely dumbfounded. Suddenly, something dawned on her and the color drained from her face. But the next second, she snapped her head up, her gaze locking onto Lin Wanqing's face. Are you blind? He's the one who hit me. Him. This goddess doesn't eat cilantro. She mustered every ounce of strength, pointing the other finger at Su Chen, who stood calm and composed nearby. I'm the victim here. Instead of arresting this thug who attacked me, you're arresting me, a defenseless woman. Is there no justice left in this world? Is there no law anymore? The live stream audience was completely baffled. What's going on? This script is all wrong. Holy crap. What is Officer Lin doing? I don't get it, but I'm totally blown away. Could there be some earth-shattering secret we don't know about? I didn't catch what Officer Lin just said. Su Chen's voice drowned it out. Dude, stop being naive. Obviously Su Chen pulled strings. He bribed the cops. The haters instantly latched onto the secret and started hyping up the narrative. Corruption. This is blatant corruption. They don't arrest the assailant but go after an unarmed, defenseless woman? I'm sick of this. What kind of connections does this Su Chen have? Even the cops are siding with him? Sisters. Did you see that? She just wanted to have afternoon tea. What did she do wrong? Now she gets beaten and arrested. We must speak up for her. Call the police. We're reporting this collectively. Accuse this Officer Lin Wanqing of abuse of power. In the hallway. This goddess doesn't eat cilantro, she screamed hysterically. Her expression was pure innocence, like Doi wrongfully accused. Yet Lin Wanqing's gaze grew even colder. As a seasoned detective, she'd seen countless suspects of every kind. A normal person wrongfully arrested would instinctively defend themselves. But this woman's first words weren't to defend herself. Instead, she turned around and accused the police of arresting the wrong person, pointing the finger at Su Chen. This logic, I'm the victim here, how dare you arrest me? Only exposed her guilt. Lin Wanqing's gaze sharpened as her mind formed a conclusion. This woman, along with the three burly men piled on top of each other on the ground, was undoubtedly involved in drugs. She wasted no more time issuing orders to Zhao Lei and the others behind her. Secure these three immediately. Check their pupil reactions and arms. Zhao Lei, go downstairs immediately and bring the police dogs up for a search. Yes, Team Leader Lin. Several plainclothes officers immediately moved forward, handcuffing the three men. Long Gu and his crew still piled up on the floor. This sent the livestream into complete chaos. Bring in the police dogs? Search? Aren't the police here to handle a brawl? Why is the operation escalating to this extent, even deploying police dogs? This was clearly beyond a civil dispute. Just then, an eagle-eyed viewer spotted something suspicious as the live feed zoomed in. Hold on. Look at the replay. Pause. Zoom in. See those dense dots all over Brother Lon's arm? What the hell are those? Needle marks. Covered in needle marks. This can't be what I think it is? Drug users? These three are junkies? So Su Chen wasn't picking a fight at all, he was confronting three knife-wielding drug addicts? Holy. I'm speechless. Hero. This is the real deal, a true lone hero. The tide turned dramatically in that instant. And that woman, the moment she heard the words police dog, all color drained from her face in an instant. When she saw the two officers preparing to enter room 1001 for a search, she completely lost it. You can't go in. This is my home. You don't have a search warrant, this is illegal entry. Struggling with every ounce of strength, she threw herself onto the floor when she couldn't break free, rolling around and throwing a tantrum. Oh my god. This is outrageous. The police are colluding with thugs to bully a helpless woman like me. This is illegal entry. I'm going to sue you. I'm going to expose you. I'm an innocent girl. What right do you have to search my home? This is slander. This is a setup. This tactic actually fooled some overly compassionate onlookers. Our sister is so pitiful. How could she possibly be involved with drugs? Hey, upstairs, are you blind? They could very well be drug users. Exactly. It's definitely Su Chen framing her. He's a grown man who splashed water on a girl and now he's teaming up with the police to bully her? Shame on him. Even if they are drug users, they can't just search a girl's home like that. What if she had no idea? Just as these sisters were boiling with righteous indignation. Ding! The elevator doors opened. An officer emerged, leading a formidable German Shepherd police dog. The moment the dog stepped out, its jet black nose sniffed the air intensely. The next second, it charged straight toward the trash bag left at the door by this fairy doesn't eat cilantro, demanding Su Chen take it downstairs. Woof! Woof woof woof! The police dog barked urgently and fiercely at the trash bag. In that instant, the entire world fell silent. This fairy doesn't eat cilantro stiffened on the ground, her face turning as white as paper, drained of all color. Almost instinctively, she tried to crawl over and snatch that trash bag. My trash! Seeing this, what else could Su Chen possibly misunderstand? He'd only intended to teach this eccentric a lesson, vent his frustration, and grab a system reward while he was at it. But did he just run into a criminal again? And a poisoner, no less? Su Chen's eyes instantly turned cold. There were two things he hated most in life. Gambling and poison. Family ruin, death, wives and children torn apart. Touch either of these, and your life is ruined. As the woman reached for the trash bag, Su Chen moved. He lunged forward in a single stride. Under her horrified gaze, he picked up the afternoon tea cake she'd been so eager for from the floor. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he smacked the entire cake squarely into her face. Splat! A crisp sound echoed. Cream, fruit, and cake crumbs plastered her face and hair. My apologies. Su Chen clapped his hands and flashed a dazzling smile. Your afternoon tea has finally arrived. Put. The livestream went wild with laughter. Ha 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 ha. Holy, it's finally here. Su God, you're my God. Physical feeding. Deadly effective. Your wish granted. Propose it for UNESCO heritage. This move is called cream mouth seal. The moment the woman was smeared with cake and completely dumbfounded, Su Chen wasted no time, using the takeout packaging to knock over the trash bag. Why not use his hands? What if there's a needle that pricks you? That'd be the end of it. Clatter. Leftovers, fruit peels, tissues, all sorts of household trash spilled out. Woof 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 woof. The police dog's barking grew more frantic as it fixed its gaze on the items. Chapter 71, Su Chen is the true lone warrior. Lin Wanqing and several plainclothes officers' expressions turned grim in an instant. Zhao Lei. Go check it out. Yes. Zhao Lei fought back nausea as he hurried forward, using his tools to dig through the trash heap. The next second, his movements froze, his pupils suddenly contracting. Captain Lin. Here, there's something here. His voice trembled as he carefully picked up an object. It was a used syringe, its needle glinting coldly in the corridor light. One. Then a second one. The third. As Zhao Lei moved, 3 syringes stained with an unknown liquid, along with small drug use paraphernalia, suddenly appeared before everyone. Boom. What the hell is that? Those are ing drug needles? Am I seeing things? So the dense needle marks all over Brother Long and the other's arms are real? They really are junkies? So, Su Chen knew all along? He wasn't just throwing a tantrum, he was confronting 3 knife-wielding junkies? Holy. What did I just say? I called Su Chen a violent maniac? I'm the ing idiot. Su God, I'm kneeling to apologize. Sorry. Su God. I was wrong. I shouldn't have played the saint. I kowtow to you for my previous ignorant remarks. Bang bang bang. Hero. This is ing what a lone hero looks like. One man facing 3 coked-up, knife-wielding junkies, and he even dragged out the woman who was harboring them. What kind of god-tier move is that? Looking back now, Su Chen was terrifyingly calm from start to finish. Did he know all along? Whoa, chills down my spine. This setup, too deep. He didn't utter a word, yet laid every clue right before the cops. Now that's a true master. In the hallway. This fairy doesn't eat cilantro stared at the 3 syringes as if all her strength had been drained. She collapsed to the floor, the cream smeared across her face blending with her deathly pale complexion. It's over. Everything was over. Her eyes, once filled with venom and madness, now held only a deathly, lifeless gray. Control her. Lin Wanqing's voice was as cold as frost, devoid of any emotion. Conduct an immediate forced search of room 1001. Yes, ma'am. 2 officers immediately stormed into room 1001. Soon, gasps echoed from within. Captain Lin. We found it. There's ice here. And a large quantity of drug paraphernalia. Irrefutable evidence. Caught red-handed. This was no ordinary brawl, it was a heinous case of group drug use. The production team of Professional Challenge 365. Director Wang Gang clutched his chest, shoveling handfuls of emergency heart medicine into his mouth. Pale-faced, he drafted a PR statement, strategizing how to minimize the show's damage. But when he saw the syringe appear on the live feed, he froze completely. The medicine bottle clattered to the floor. He stared fixedly at the screen, his eyes widening and his mouth gaping open as if it could swallow an egg whole. Seconds later. Fuck! A thunderous roar echoed throughout the control room. Wang Gang sprang up from his chair so violently he nearly overturned the desk. Gone was any trace of his earlier despair, he now radiated pure energy, his face practically overflowing with ecstatic joy. It's flipped. It's flipped again, damn it. I knew it. I knew Su Chen wouldn't let me down. Hitting someone? Hitting someone? That's nothing. Compared to that group drug use, Su Chen's bucket of water was nothing short of holy water of justice. He pumped his fists excitedly, shouting incoherently at the assistant director beside him. Quick! Quick! Get this trending. The headline? Hashtag Su Chen single-handedly fights 3 knife-wielding drug dealers. No! Hashtag Su Chen spots drug den at a glance, godlike move stuns police. My God! You're my savior! Watching Su Chen's composed demeanor on the screen, he was so overcome with emotion his eyes welled up. Next time something like this happens, please give me a heads up beforehand. My heart just can't take it. Wang Gang finally understood, Su Chen wasn't courting death, he was pulling off a god-tier move. Meanwhile, in Cohen's livestream, Cohen's smile had completely frozen on his face. Watching Su Chen become an internet legend on screen, he felt like his lungs were about to explode with rage. Why the hell? Why the hell? How could a washed-up nobody, shelved by his company and drowning in millions of debt, get this lucky? He turned a brawl into an act of bravery. And he's ing arresting drug dealers? Where the hell can I go to get justice? It must be a coincidence. Yeah. Pure luck. Cohen raged inwardly. He knew Su Chen too well. Back at the company, he was nothing but a pretty face, a useless ornament. How could he possibly have such insight? But the live chat comments were relentlessly rubbing his nose in it. Cohen, your friend Su Chen is seriously impressive. How did he spot that? Yeah. He's practically a modern-day Sherlock Holmes. Cohen, aren't you proud of Su Chen too? Proud? Proud my ass. Cohen's heart was bleeding, but he forced a smile that looked worse than crying. Yeah, Su Chen has always been a man of strong justice. I'm happy for him. He truly is a role model for all of US artists. Before he could finish, goosebumps broke out all over his own skin. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. The scene. Lin Wanqing personally picked up this fairy doesn't eat cilantro from the floor and escorted her, along with the 3 men including Brother Long who were already scared stiff, toward the elevator. As she passed by Su Chen, she paused. How on earth did this man manage it? Countless clues frantically connected and rearranged themselves in Lin Wanqing's mind. From being unreasonably asked to buy water, to his unhesitating decision to confront the situation head-on, to precisely dousing that woman with water, escalating the conflict and forcing the 3 men inside out. Could all this really be coincidence? No. A bold thought began to take root in Lin Wanqing's mind. He must have deduced something was off about this group during his delivery run, picking up on subtle details invisible to ordinary people. Therefore, all his subsequent mad actions were an act. Performed for these criminals, and even more so for the entire online audience. What cunning! What audacity! What a flawless plan! As Su Chen met Lin Wanqing's burning, probing gaze, his heart skipped a beat. Oh, great! Judging by that look, this Ice Queen cop must be imagining all sorts of things about me. Heaven knows, I just wanted to take down a weirdo and get a reward. Who knew the system was like a criminal radar, hitting the mark every single time? Only now did a chill run down his spine. If the system hadn't promptly rewarded me with god-tier combat skills, I'd have been done for today. With just divine-tier massage technique, I could have pinned these drunken degenerates to the ground and rubbed them into the dirt. But facing a crazed, knife-wielding mad dog? That's a whole different story. No way. Looks like I need to carry some self-defense gear from now on, a brick, pepper spray, whatever. How come a professional challenge has a higher danger level than going to war? This is insane. As the police withdrew, the corridor finally fell silent. Su Chen followed the crowd downstairs. Just as he stepped out the building entrance. Su Chen! Brother Su Chen! 2 urgent, slightly panicked female voices rang out simultaneously. There stood Xian Wan and Lu Muhan, panting as they ran toward him, their pretty faces etched with worry. Chapter 72, Don't panic, your teammate already stole the enemy's nexus. Su Chen! Are you okay? Xian Wan reached him without pausing to catch her breath. Her large, watery eyes scanned Su Chen's body, as if inspecting him for missing limbs. I'm fine. Look at me, I'm perfectly fine, aren't I? Su Chen spread his hands and laughed lightly. Yet his casual words seemed to open the floodgates of Xian Wan's emotions. Wah! The next second, Xian Wan threw herself into Su Chen's arms and burst into tears. Wah! You scared me to death. I saw those 3 men with knives surrounding you. I was so terrified. I thought I'd never see you again. With her soft, fragrant body pressed against him, Su Chen froze completely. What was this? Holy. Xian Wan just threw herself at him? What kind of divine plot twist is this? Mine Wan. Let go of that man, let me handle this. A love triangle. This is definitely a love triangle. Look at the look on Lu Tianho's face over there. I'm hooked. A sweet girl throwing herself at him, while an ice queen stands by seething with jealousy. Su Chen, did you save the galaxy in a past life? Su Chen's livestream exploded at that moment. The bullet chat refreshed faster than when Su Chen stacked 3 people in 3 seconds earlier. Meanwhile, Lu Muhan, seeing Su Chen was indeed unharmed, finally felt the weight lift from her chest. She exhaled heavily, her chest rising and falling with each breath, tracing astonishing curves. At that moment, Lu Muhan's gaze fell upon Lin Wanqing and Zhao Lei, who were still lingering nearby. In her view, even though Su Chen was fine, with so many police officers present, the matter was far from over. After all, in the livestream, he was the one who initiated the confrontation. With that thought, Lu Muhan strode purposefully toward Lin Wanqing, her powerful diva aura instantly radiating. Officer, hello. I'm a friend of Su Chen's. I'd like to explain what happened today. While Su Chen did initiate physical contact with that customer, it was merely a physical altercation within the context of a civil dispute. As for the subsequent knife fight, that was entirely the other party provoking trouble. Su Chen acted in self-defense, arguably even excessive defense. But regardless, it absolutely wasn't primarily his fault. Lu Muhan's words were clear and logical, her reasoning airtight, showcasing the poise of a true diva. The live stream audience was stunned into silence. I'm speechless. The Queen Lu herself stepping in to defend Su Chen? Who else in the entertainment industry gets this kind of treatment? Wouldn't Kuan Kuan die of jealousy if he saw this? I always thought Empress Lu and Su Chen were just ordinary friends. Now it seems their relationship is far from ordinary. Both my goddesses are revolving around Su Chen. I'm heartbroken, but why is the corner of my mouth twitching upward? However, after hearing Lu Muhan's defense, Lin Wanqing and Zhao Lei's expressions turned extremely peculiar. Lin Wanqing looked at the nationally renowned diva before her, then glanced at Xian Wan still sniffling behind her, and finally at Su Chen with a completely bewildered expression. Instantly, she understood. So these two big stars had just rushed over and had no clue about the shocking twist that happened at the end? She looked at Lu Muhan and spoke slowly. Miss Lu, you've misunderstood. Not only will we not hold Mr. Su Chen responsible, but we are grateful to him. Lu Muhan's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Thank him? Thank him for acting in self-defense? No. Lin Wanqing shook her head, launching into her reasoning. What we're grateful for is Mr. Su Chen's textbook-level planning and courage. From the moment he returned to the community gate to purchase bottled water for that customer water she hadn't even ordered, he demonstrated the kindness and responsibility of an ordinary citizen. However, police investigation suggests Mr. Su Chen detected something amiss from the very start, specifically the garbage bag that woman demanded he discard. That's why he deliberately escalated the conflict, luring all suspects out of the apartment. Thanks to Mr. Su Chen's bravery and ingenuity, we were able to dismantle this drug den hidden within the residential complex in one fell swoop. Lu Muhan nodded. Yes, as long as he's okay. As for the arrests. Wait a minute? The expression on Lu Muhan's perpetually icy face froze instantly. What had she just heard? Drug den? She whipped her head around, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Su Chen, as if she could read his face like a book. Drug use? What drug use? Didn't you just deal with some weird customer and then get beaten up by 3 burly guys? How does that involve drugs? Seeing Lu Muhan and Xian Wan's expressions of utter shock and bewilderment, the viewers in the livestream chat finally couldn't hold back. Ha 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 ha. Here it comes. Goddess double dumb moment. I could laugh at this face for a year. Empress Lu, I'm passionately defending my teammate, only to discover he's not bronze, he's a champion who stole the enemy's crystal. Dying laughing. Quick. Officer Zhao Lei, give these two beauties a lesson. Let them see just how amazing Su Chen really is. Hothead Zhao Lei loved nothing more than this sort of thing. He cleared his throat and vividly recounted the entire sequence of events, from the syringe in the trash bag, to how Su Chen kicked over the garbage, all the way to the police discovering the drugs. After hearing Zhao Lei's retelling, Xian Wan instantly forgot to cry, her mouth forming a wide O. As for Lu Muhan, the look in her eyes towards Su Chen had shifted from initial concern to utter, complete shock. This man. Was he really the same Su Chen she knew, the one who was good for nothing but his looks, who had been sidelined by the company and never recovered? He had identified the drug dealer during his delivery run? Then, using a seemingly insane scheme, he rounded up every single criminal? This was more absurd than any movie script. Su Chen felt a chill run down his spine under her gaze, his mind racing with internal complaints. Oh, another victim of overactive imagination. Heaven knows, I just wanted to teach the jerk a lesson who knew there'd be a surprise inside. He scratched his nose, watching Lu Muhan's stunned expression, and his playful side kicked in. Empress Lu, he teased, you rushed over here in such a hurry earlier. Could it be you were worried about me? A rare blush flushed across Lu Muhan's cheeks. But the next second, she regained her aloof demeanor, snorting coldly, I was just worried my 5 million went down the drain with no one to pay it back. Oh, I see. Su Chen nodded. Just then, Lin Wanqing's phone rang. After taking the call, she turned to Su Chen and said, Mr. Su Chen, the reward for your assistance in apprehending Zhang Dihai's gang has been approved, 20,000 yuan in total. I've instructed the finance department to transfer it to your account immediately. No sooner had she finished speaking than Su Chen's phone buzzed with a deposit notification. Your savings account ending in XXXX receives 200,000 renminbi on XXXX at XXXX. Current balance, 200,000 renminbi and 50 cents. Without a second glance, Su Chen opened his mobile banking app and, right in front of Lu Muhan, transferred the entire 200,000 yuan to her account. The transaction flowed seamlessly, without a single moment of hesitation. Lu Muhan stared at the payment notification popping up on her phone, completely stunned. She lifted her head to look at the man before her. Under the light, his profile was sharply defined, his gaze calm and profound, the former weariness and confusion completely gone. In that moment, Lu Muhan felt an inexplicable stir in her heart. This man seemed genuinely different from before. Meanwhile, the internet had already erupted. Chapter 73, a 200,000 vote gap? The advantage is mine. Just then, Su Chen's phone in his pocket suddenly began buzzing like mad. The vibration was so intense it nearly leapt out of his pocket. Holy crap! Su Chen's phone is exploding? Is this a call out? This is hilarious, it's definitely the internet's call-in moment. Su Chen, pick up the phone. Xian Wan jumped at the commotion. Her tears drying instantly as curiosity drew her head toward the sound. Su Chen pulled out his phone. The moment the screen lit up, it was instantly flooded with countless push notifications. The top headlines were each more shocking than the last. Hashtag Su Chen single-handedly fights 3 knife-wielding drug dealers. Hashtag breaking. Hashtag Su Chen instantly identifies drug den. Hashtag explosive. Hashtag Su God stacks human pyramid in 3 seconds. Hashtag trending. Hashtag Zhu Gunglia's waterfall cave adventure. Hashtag new. Each entry was followed by a deep red tag. This. Even Su Chen was momentarily stunned by the spectacle. He opened his livestream backend. The online viewer count had surged past the 300,000 mark without him noticing, and it was still climbing at a visible, frenzied pace. Countless viewers with IDs like Kuan Kuan Fan Club flooded in like a tidal wave, their bullet comments densely packed with the same phrase. Here to witness God. Sorry Kunkan, I think I've fallen for a more powerful man. I hereby declare, effective immediately, I am officially renouncing my allegiance and switching my fandom to Su Chen. The spectacle was as grand as a mass defection ceremony. Ding ling ling. Just then, a distinctive ringtone abruptly sounded. It was the show's director, Wang Gang. Su Chen swiped to answer, but before he could speak, a blood-curdling wail erupted from the other end. My ancestors. My dear father. Wang Gang's voice was choked with tears, punctuated by the thunderous thuds of his fists pounding the desk. Next time you uncover a case this earth-shattering, could you give me a heads up beforehand? I've run out of my emergency heart medicine. I'm genuinely scared I'll drop dead at the director's desk one of these days. Listening to Director Wang's heartfelt wail, Su Chen scratched his nose, his expression as innocent as could be. He spoke into the phone with the utmost sincerity. Director Wang, you're really doing me wrong here. Heaven knows I'm innocent. I just saw that woman acting so arrogant and wanted to give her a taste of reality. Who knew she was actually a vicious? Su Chen was telling the truth. Yet, when these words reached Wang Gang and the tens of millions of viewers in the livestream, their meaning completely shifted. Here he goes again. He's at it once more. Pure psychological warfare. Su Chen's backhanded compliment is pure game-ending magic. Who's he taking a dig at? Dog head emoji. Translation, I didn't mean to make such a big deal out of it. I just gave it a little push, but you criminals couldn't take it. You shattered at the slightest touch. Director Wang, yeah, right. You're a sneaky old fox. Is this what a master looks like? Leaving without a trace, concealing his achievements and fame. He won't even admit his deep strategy. He really is. I'm crying. Su Chen was speechless inside. I'm telling the truth. What's wrong with you guys and your wild imaginations? Wang Gang took a deep breath on the other end, his tone turning solemn. Su Chen. I get it. I understand everything. Rest assured, the production team will always be your strongest support. Oh, and your match with Kuan Kuan, it ends in 2 hours. Better hurry up. After hanging up, Su Chen glanced at Lin Wanqing beside him. Lin Wanqing knew Su Chen was participating in a live variety show. The entire incident had been clearly documented in the live replay, so she didn't insist he return to the police station for further questioning. Catching the drug-laced dogs was a major operation. The urgent priority now was to return immediately for interrogation, uncover their suppliers, and strive to reel in the big fish along the entire supply chain. Mr. Su Chen, thank you once again for your assistance. We'll expedite the application for your Civic Merit Award. Su Chen smiled cheerfully. Captain Lin, could you handle filling out the application form for me? The account details remain the same. Lin Wanqing nodded, then led the officers away, escorting the 4 suspects swiftly out of the station. The area finally quieted down. But Su Chen's phone rang again at the most inconvenient moment. This time, it was an unknown number. Su Chen glanced at it and casually pressed to answer. A familiar voice came through the line, oily and tinged with a touch of bitterness. His former agent, Zhang Tao. Well, Su Chen, congratulations. You're trending. The whole internet is hailing you as a hero. Zhang Tao's tone dripped with insincere congratulations, yet every word carried an unmistakable undertone of schadenfreude. What's up? Su Chen asked flatly. Nothing major. Mr. Sun asked me to give you a call, to show some concern for you, the great hero. Zhang Tao chuckled lightly, shedding his facade entirely. Topping the trending list, pretty glamorous, huh? Too bad it's all just empty hype. You don't seriously think this will turn your fortunes around, do you? I just glanced at your match stats against Kuan Kuan. TSK, truly pitiful. The match ends in less than 2 hours. What do you have to compete against our Kuan Kuan? When the time comes, per our bet, you'll have to apologize to Kuan Kuan live on a global broadcast and admit you're a complete failure. Zhang Tao's voice dripped with the smug satisfaction of a petty victor. Just imagine you, the newly crowned lone hero, personally admitting you're a piece of trash. Wouldn't that be the next trending sensation? Ha 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 ha. Su Chen remained silent, listening quietly. He could practically picture Zhang Tao's smug expression on the other end of the line. Why the silence, big hero? Zhang Tao, hearing no response, grew even more smug. No big deal. I just called to congratulate you early and remind you to start practicing your apology pose, don't make it too embarrassing. With that, Zhang Tao hung up abruptly, leaving Su Chen no chance to retort. Lu Muhan, who had been staring intently at her phone screen, lifted her head. Her cool, composed face betrayed no emotion. She strode over to Su Chen and held her phone screen up for him to see. The screen displayed the official livestream page for Professional Challenge 365. The voting channel hadn't opened yet, displaying only the completed odd-numbered popularity votes. On the left was Koen's profile picture, with 250,000 popularity votes below it. On the right was Su Chen's avatar, with 50,000 popularity votes beneath it. One was in the heavens, the other in the dust. The gap was staggering. Though the final vote hadn't concluded yet, the completed single-vote popularity tally held significant weight in the final results. Xian Nuan leaned in to see the enormous gap in votes. Her face instantly paled, and the tears she just managed to hold back nearly spilled over again. Fans in the livestream room saw the numbers too, and the chat exploded instantly. Holy crap! That gap is insane? 200,000 votes? Oh no, oh no! Su Chen was so busy catching bad guys he forgot about the competition. Just became a fan and now I have to watch my idol apologize live? I can't accept this. In an instant, the newly ignited enthusiasm in the livestream room felt like it had been doused with a bucket of cold water. Everyone was plunged into despair. Yet Su Chen, standing at the eye of the storm, merely glanced at the staggering gap. He withdrew his gaze, meeting Lu Muhan's probing eyes and Xian Nuan's worried expression. A soft smile touched his lips. What's the panic about? It's only 200,000 votes. The competition has only just begun. And... He paused, then spoke clearly, enunciating each word. The advantage is mine. Chapter 74, Electric Motorcycles are Vehicles too. The advantage is mine. Su Chen's voice was quiet, even carrying a casual tone as if he'd just finished a fight. Yet those four words struck Xian Nuan and Lu Muhan like a thunderclap. Xian Nuan's sobs abruptly ceased. She lifted her tear-streaked little face, her wide, watery eyes filled with utter bewilderment. Brother Su Chen, did you hit your head during the fight just now? Her voice trembled as she pointed at the jarring number displayed on Lu Muhan's phone screen. 200,000 votes. That's a gap of 20 whole orders. And Koen's side is still taking orders like crazy. This gap will only keep growing. Where's the advantage here? Lu Muhan remained silent. She simply stood there, her posture rigidly upright, those clear, piercing eyes now fixed intently on Su Chen. Reason told her this was a dead end. The gap in popularity votes was now so vast it seemed nearly impossible to bridge. After a brief silence, the live stream's chat exploded. Advantage on my side? Did I hear that right? Has Su God gotten too carried away hunting poison dogs? Guys, I've got news, I'm a total idiot. I actually thought God Su could win just now. Snap out of it, Su Chen. They're about to destroy your nexus, and you're telling me you have the advantage? What the hell are you building? 6 pairs of boots? Hey, upstairs, is there any chance God Su's item is actually the art of war? Cut it out. This is real-life delivery, not armchair strategizing. 200k votes in 2 hours, not even a god could catch up. Su Chen glanced at the concern on the two goddesses' faces, then glanced at the chat stream, shrugging casually. It's simple. He waved his phone, displaying the food delivery app's order interface. All I need to do is surpass his completed order count, right? At those words, Xian Nuan and Lu Muhan froze completely. In the livestream chat, the audience that had been wildly ranting moments ago collectively fell silent. Holy! I get it now. Su Chen isn't just knocked out of his mind, he's genuinely lost it. Guys, hold your fire. I suspect Su Chen is still buzzing from taking down 3 drug dealers in 3 seconds and hasn't switched back to reality yet. Surpass his order count? Do you even realize what that means? Koen has 25 orders now, while Su Chen has only 5, a 20 order gap. With just 2 hours left, Su Chen would need to deliver 10 orders per hour just to catch up. And that's not counting any new orders Koen might take. Just then, a viewer with the ID 10-year delivery veteran posted a bolded explanatory bullet comment. 10-year delivery veteran, guys, cut it out. Let me tell you from a decade of delivery experience, this is impossible. A newbie managing 5 or 6 orders per hour is already a genius. For us veterans, with perfect route planning, 10 orders per hour is the absolute limit, and that's only if luck is on your side and all orders are on the same route. 15 orders in an hour? Ha! That's suicide, not delivery. Think restaurants don't take time to prepare food? Elevators don't take time? Traffic lights always turn green for you? This veteran writer's professional analysis poured a bucket of ice water over the most unrealistic fantasies in the livestream. Yeah, dreams are lush, reality is lean. When it comes to catching crooks, Su Chen is a god. But delivering food? That's pure physical labor and technical skill, no room for any nonsense. LOL, he catches a drug dealer and suddenly thinks he's God? Advantage is on my side? That's the funniest joke of the year. Our Koen takes steady steps, delivering food with integrity unlike certain folks who only know how to cut corners and resort to shady tricks. Sitting here waiting for Su Dog to livestream his apology to Koen on his knees. A loser should act like a loser. Lu Muhan scanned the comments, her usually cool and composed face turning slightly pale. She knew the netizens were right. The popularity votes were far too manipulable. Tanyu Media could simply throw some money at it and make Koen's numbers skyrocket. Su Chen's only chance to turn things around was completing the odd number challenge. But now it seemed that even this last chance had been blocked. She stepped forward, placing herself between Su Chen and the electric scooter. Su Chen, listen to me. Even if you lose, it's okay. I won't take that 5 million for now. You absolutely mustn't do anything dangerous just to win. She feared Su Chen might speed or run red lights in his pursuit of the bet. Losing the race would be embarrassing at worst. But if he lost his life, he'd lose everything. Seeing the genuine concern in her eyes, Su Chen felt an inexplicable warmth in his heart. He nodded, offering no further explanation. What does delivering food rely on? Route planning and riding speed. Though the original body was useless, living in the heart of the capital for years meant he knew the local terrain like the back of his hand, his only advantage. As for cycling speed, Su Chen's lips twitched upward in a silent smile. An electric motorcycle is still a vehicle, he mentally retorted to the system. The next second, under everyone's stunned gaze, Su Chen pulled out his phone and swiftly scanned the order map on the screen. His brain functioned like a supercomputer, instantly reorganizing countless chaotic points and lines into an optimized golden route. Then, his finger flew across the screen, tapping frantically. Ding! Order successfully accepted. Ding! You have successfully accepted the order. Ding! A barrage of system notifications erupted in the livestream like machine gun fire. On the screen, Su Chen's pending order count skyrocketed from 0. 5 orders. 10 orders. 15 orders. He had taken on 15 orders in one go. The entire livestream fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was stunned by this seemingly suicidal move. He's lost his mind. Completely lost it. This guy is literally risking his life. 15 orders. Holy crap. I've been delivering food for 3 years and never dared take more than 7 at once. Is he trying to fly? It's over, it's over. He's toast. There's no saving him now. 15 orders. If just one is late, the platform will flag it as a chain delay, and all his hard work will be wasted. This move isn't just a reset, it's going into the negative. After a moment of stunned silence, the stalker fans in Koen's livestream flooded into Su Chen's channel, erupting into a frenzy. Ha 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 ha. This is hilarious. What kind of genius comes up with this? Playing himself into oblivion? Idiot. What a complete moron. Thought he was so awesome catching that poisonous dog, but turns out he's got 0 brainpower. 15 orders. Who does he think he is? Neza with 3 heads and 6 arms? Guys, no need to snipe him anymore, he's already shot himself in the foot. Just sit back and enjoy the show. Facing the internet's mockery and skepticism, Su Chen seemed oblivious. He clipped his phone onto the mount and straddled the unremarkable electric motorcycle. Helmet on, ignition switched. Buzz. The hum of electricity filled the air. He turned his head, peering through the visor of his helmet, and flashed an OK sign to Lu Muhan and Xianwan Nuan off camera. The next second. God-tier driving skills activated. Chapter 75, Challenging the King of Solo? No, the King of Solo meets a god. Buzz. A faint hum of electricity. The next second. Whoosh. A yellow afterimage erupted from its original position in an instant. Its acceleration was so swift that the camera lens captured a momentary blur. What the hell? Xianwan Nuan's mouth formed a perfect O, while Lu Muhan's perpetually icy cold face was etched with utter disbelief. This is the speed an electric bike can reach? Live stream chat. What the hell just flew by? A yellow lightning bolt? Holy crap. That acceleration, did Su Chen turbocharge his little e-bike? You upstairs know nothing. That's called a launch. I declare, Su Chen isn't just a martial arts master, he's a hidden riding legend. Insane. This guy's got no fear of death. Speeding like this in the city, does he think he's immortal? The haters snapped out of their shock and immediately launched into another round of vicious attacks. Ha! Just showing off. What's the point of driving so fast? There's an intersection up ahead with a sharp turn coming up, let's see how he crashes. Oh no, he's doomed before he even starts. Su Chen has gone completely mad trying to win. I've already called the cops, reported someone streak racing downtown. You're welcome. Just as the haters predicted, a nearly 90-degree intersection lay ahead. At this speed, unless he slows down to a crawl well in advance, the only outcome is flying off the road with car and driver. Yet, under the live stream's gaze, that yellow figure showed no sign of slowing. Su Chen's electric scooter charged straight toward the deadly 90-degree corner without slowing down at all. He's turning. He's turning. At this speed without slowing down? Is he out of his mind? Holy. Slow down. If he doesn't crash at this speed, I'll eat my keyboard. Just as everyone thought tragedy was imminent, Su Chen's body suddenly leaned sharply to the left, his elbow nearly scraping the ground. The tires screeched against the asphalt. A near-perfect drift through the corner. The front end precisely swept through the apex, the body instantly straightening out. The entire sequence flowed like water, without a single moment of hesitation. Whoosh! The yellow lightning vanished at the end of the street. The live stream fell deathly silent. What did I just witness? The autumn-named Mountain Drift King delivering takeout? Was that just now, drifting through a corner? On a few thousand yuan electric bike? My worldview just shattered. Where are the haters? The ones who said Su Chen would crash? Come out and show your faces. Does your ego hurt? Meanwhile, in Cohen's livestream, he had just completed an order with satisfaction, bringing his total count to 31. Ring ring. The phone rang. It was Sun Yi, the CEO of Tianyu Media. Kunken, good work. Sun Yi's voice carried praise. I saw what Su Chen did. Desperate dogs will jump over walls. He actually took 15 orders. It's nothing short of humiliating himself. Don't worry about him. Keep your footing steady and make sure you crush him in the data. No worries, Mr. Sunday. Cohen's face broke into a dazzling smile, radiating superiority. He's just a shelved failure who knows nothing about the tricks and hardships of delivery. I've been out nearly a full day and only have 30-something orders. He thinks he can catch up in 2 hours? That's pure fantasy. Hanging up the phone, Cohen felt elated. Humming a tune, he accepted another new order. He couldn't be bothered to check Su Chen's live stream again. In his eyes, Su Chen was already a dead man. Meanwhile, Su Chen, whom he declared doomed to fail, had already neatly stacked 15 steaming takeout orders into the insulated box on his back seat. The restaurant staff stared in disbelief. They'd barely finished preparing the meals when they looked up. The delivery rider was already standing at the door. Let's go! Su Chen twisted the throttle once more, launching into his true death-defying delivery run. Just then, not far ahead, another rider clad in a yellow delivery uniform accelerated through the traffic with an incredibly flashy, swaying gait. Emblazoned across his back were 2 bold characters, Delivery King. This guy was none other than Lu Chang, the undisputed delivery king of the area. With his intimate knowledge of the terrain and his fearless drive, he consistently delivered 10 orders per hour without a single delay, a feat that all rookie riders looked up to. Right now, Lu Chang watched the rookies he'd left in his rearview mirror, his heart brimming with smug satisfaction. Oomph, bunch of trash. Keep trailing behind me, eating my dust. He was secretly thrilled, about to accelerate again to savor the thrill of being unrivaled. But then came a red light. Lu Chang had no choice but to slow down early, coming to a stop at the crosswalk. With nothing else to do, he idly scanned his surroundings. The next second, his gaze froze. Beside him, another identical electric scooter pulled up. The delivery box strapped to the back was bulging, and 2 more orders hung from the handlebars. Lu Chang raised an eyebrow, a smirk curling his lips like he was looking at a cute little thing. Another greenhorn who didn't know his own strength. Always trying to get rich quick, with no clue how deep the waters run in this business. He'd seen plenty like this. Without exception, they all ended up late, getting fined by the platform until they were crying for mercy. Youngster, Lu Chang shook his head, adopting a lecturing tone. Greedy and impatient. Taking on so many orders at once, think you've grown 3 heads and 6 arms? Don't end up failing to deliver a single one and get fined by the platform until you're crying your eyes out. He tapped his finger rhythmically on Su Chen's delivery box, his voice dripping with contempt. Then, he flashed Su Chen a thumbs-down gesture. The live stream exploded instantly. Holy crap! It's Order King Lu Chang. He always delivers my food super fast. Su God just got dissed by the king of deliveries. This is gonna be good. A true clash of titans. Don't be ridiculous. Every delivery king earned their title through sweat and tire wear. How could a rookie like Su Chen possibly compete? Exactly. He should just stick close to the king and learn. Who does he think he is, trying to overtake him? Lu Chang reveled in the thrill of teaching a rookie a lesson, secretly gloating inside. Oomph, rookie. Let me show you what real speed and passion look like. The green light flashed. Lu Chang twisted the throttle hard, shooting forward like an arrow released from its bowstring, instantly leaving the other vehicles in his wake. He turned back smugly, ready to savor the rookie's stunned expression. Suddenly, whoosh! A yellow blur, accompanied by a gust of wind, shot past him. The speed was so blindingly fast that Lu Chang felt the wind lashing his face painfully. He froze, his pupils suddenly contracting. Just now, did someone overtake my car? Me? The top rider in this area. The undisputed fastest delivery rider around. And now, some nobody has overtaken me? This was the ultimate insult to his reign as king. Damn it! Lu Chang instantly lost his temper, a fierce determination to prove himself surging through him. He locked his gaze on the yellow figure ahead, twisted the throttle to the max, and chased after it like a madman. Su Chen hadn't even noticed the tail following him. His eyes were fixed solely on the next delivery location pinning on his phone's map. The first curve lay just 100 meters ahead. The finish line lay just beyond the curve. Lu Chang, trailing behind, watched as Su Chen approached the curve without slowing down. His eyes instantly turned red. "You little bastard. Playing with death, huh? I'll play along with you today. Let's see who's the real king of the curves." Lu Chang didn't slow down either. Gritting his teeth, he charged into that deadly curve. Chapter 76, The Single King's Lesson to Su Chen? Man and machine separated. Up ahead, the 90-degree death curve rapidly loomed larger in his field of vision. Su Chen's electric scooter showed not a hint of slowing down. The live chat exploded with frantic comments. "No! Su God! Slow down! Holy! Taking that corner at this speed? He's gonna crash for sure. Is Su Chen out of his mind? He's insane. Totally insane. This is an e-bike, not Takumi Fujiwara's AE86. Trying to take the turn through the drainage ditch? He must be out of his mind. At this speed, the only drainage ditch he'll hit is the hospital sewer. Don't be so harsh. What if Su Chen can fly? Dog head emoji. Stop joking, man. Taking that corner at this speed? How about a driver and bike separated combo? That delivery box behind him holds over a dozen meals. With that high center of gravity, even a god would flip. Waiting for the crash. Risking his life just to win? Serves him right. This guy doesn't deserve to be an idol. The haters have already popped the champagne, ready to celebrate Su Chen's spectacular downfall. Hot on his tail, delivery king Lu Chang's eyes bulged red with bloodshot veins. "You little punk. You're just a wet behind the ears rookie, and you dare to risk your life? Me, the king of this territory, you think I'd be scared of you?" Gritting his teeth and steeled with resolve, he matched Su Chen's speed, plunging headlong into the curve. He would make this arrogant upstart understand who the true legend of these corners was. However, the next second, a scene that shattered everyone's worldview unfolded. Just as the front of the car was about to touch the apex of the curve, Su Chen's body suddenly pressed down to the left. The angle was nearly parallel to the ground. His elbow hovered mere inches above the rough asphalt. Squeal! The tires screeched against the asphalt, yet the car remained astonishingly stable. Divine driving skill, man and machine as one. The front end precisely swung through the apex, the body instantly straightening, the entire maneuver executed without a hint of hesitation. Whoosh! A flash of yellow streaked past, leaving only an utterly graceful silhouette in its wake. Live stream chat. Wait, is something wrong with my eyes? What was that just now? CGI animation? Drifting? He made a shared e-bike feel like MotoGP? Holy crap, my worldview just got crushed into the ground. Where's the hater? The one who just swore Su Chen would crash and eat his keyboard? Come out. I'll shower you with rockets. Stream yourself eating that keyboard. I hereby declare Newton's coffin lid has been welded shut by Su Chen himself. Su Chen's performance ended. But the nightmare for the solo king Lu Chang, who followed right behind him, had only just begun. He watched helplessly as Su Chen executed a godlike maneuver through the corner, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. What the hell, is this human or supernatural? He'd spent his entire life dealing with electric bikes, boasting about being the god of bikes in this area. But he swore that even if they brought Zhang Qi here, he couldn't pull off such an outrageous move. A surge of adrenaline shot straight to his temples. He couldn't lose. He was the king of solo rides. Lu Chang roared in fury, mimicking Su Chen's movements as he slammed his body down. But he lacked the divine driving technique. The moment the car tilted, an irresistible centrifugal force instantly surged through him. No! Lu Chang's heart sank in terror. He tried to straighten the car, but it was too late. The car lost its balance and began violently swaying from side to side. Death swing! Lu Chang let out a terrified scream, desperately trying to grip the handlebars. But it was all too late. The world spun wildly before his eyes. Thud! A thunderous crash. Lu Chang's electric bike crashed heavily to the ground, sliding several meters away. As for him, he rolled across the ground like a discarded sack of potatoes before finally coming to a stop. The lid of the delivery box behind him flew off instantly. The braised beef noodles, spicy hot pot, and braised chicken inside instantly spilled all over the road. Su Chen, hearing the commotion behind him, glanced in the rearview mirror. There lay Shan Wang, the same guy who'd just given him the thumbs down, sprawled flat on his back in the middle of the road, looking utterly defeated. Tisk, young people these days, always rushing for quick success. Su Chen shook his head, silently repeating Lu Chang's earlier lecture to him in his mind, word for word, with the tone of someone who'd been there before. Sigh, I'm just a grudge holder. He muttered to himself, twisted the throttle, and sped off toward the first delivery point without looking back. The livestream exploded again. Holy crap! The delivery king, bike and rider separated. True skill vs reckless imitation. Is this the difference between a pro and an amateur? So brutal. I know him. That's definitely Lu Chang, the delivery king of our area. He even won our city's delivery rider motorcycle obstacle race last year. His skills are off the charts. Confirmed. It's Liu Chang. He actually crashed in front of a rookie? Su Chen had no time for these minor distractions. Empowered by his god-tier writing skills and the golden route etched in his mind, he transformed into a yellow phantom darting through the city. First order delivered. Second order delivered. 15th order delivered. When Su Chen handed the final delivery to the customer and clicked complete, a mere hour had passed. 1 hour, 15 orders. This feat would make any delivery rider bow down in awe. Half an hour later. Koen's livestream. Guys, another order done. Koen wiped the sweat from his forehead and flashed a smile. So far, I've completed 32 orders. With just 1 hour left, today's MVP title is definitely mine. In high spirits, he hummed his own tune as he leisurely prepared for the next order. To savor the thrill of crushing the competition, he idly opened the official voting interface of the show's production team, eager to see how far he'd left that loser Su Chen in the dust. A 200,000 vote gap, it should be 250,000 by now, right? He thought smugly. But when he saw the numbers on the page, his smile froze instantly. Contestant, Koen. Popularity votes, 320,000. Real-time single votes, 32. Contestant, Su Chen. Popularity votes, 280,000. Real-time single count, 28 singles. Koen's pupils suddenly contracted to the size of pinpricks. He rubbed his eyes hard, then leaned closer to the phone screen, scrutinizing each digit one by one. No mistake. Su Chen's total order count was a staggering 28 orders. Put. Koen felt a wave of nausea surge up his throat, nearly spitting blood onto his phone screen. Just over an hour ago, damn it, wasn't it only 5 orders? What the hell did he do? Snatch 23 orders? What the hell is this, some kind of joke? Cheating, it must be cheating. With that thought, Kunkin immediately called the show's production team to report it. Chapter 77, Koen wins a rice bowl with snail noodles. Without hesitation, Koen dialed the number for the show's director, Wang Gang. The call was answered almost instantly. Hello, teacher Koen. Congratulations. The date is very stable, keep it up. Wang Gang's voice sounded cheerful. Stable my ass. Suppressing his rage, Koen shrieked sharply, Director Wang. I'm reporting him. Su Chen cheated. I demand you disqualify him immediately. His actions are an insult to all competitors who take the game seriously. They trample on the rules. Wang Gang on the other end of the line fell silent for 2 seconds, his tone tinged with helplessness and an awkward chuckle. Teacher Koen, please calm down. Our backend has real-time data monitoring. Every order assigned to Su Chen was genuinely dispatched by the platform. Both pickup and delivery locations are GPS tracked, fully compliant with the rules. Impossible. Kunkin's voice rose, bordering on hysteria. Do you take me for a child? Over 23 orders in just over an hour. How do you expect him to deliver that fast? Did he fly? Ugh. Wang Gang gave a bitter laugh and sighed. Teacher Koen, if you don't believe me, you can go online and watch Su Chen's livestream replay. After hanging up, Koen felt a surge of blood rush to his head, his mind buzzing. That sly fox Wang Gang must have been bribed by Su Chen. They're teaming up to screw me over. He trembled with rage, while in his livestream chat, the comments exploded. Kunkin, stop with the deliveries. Go watch the next door stream. It's a god-tier showdown. You guys are still watching Kunkin slowly deliver takeout? Su Chen's livestream next door has been deja vu for an hour. It's insane. Just came over from Su Chen's stream. All I can say is I'm speechless. Newton's coffin lid's been welded shut. What's deja vu? What does that mean? Don't ask. Just know the autumn-named mountain car god is delivering food. Hurry up and watch. It'll end soon. Koen, Su Chen's livestream is insane, can you keep up? Exactly. They're both top tier, but why such a huge gap? Brother Koen, you gotta step up. Seeing the screen flooded with mentions of the rival streamer, Koen felt like he'd missed the entire world during that hour he'd spent diligently delivering food. His heart skipped a beat. Driven by intense unease and curiosity, he clicked on Su Chen's livestream clip. On screen, Su Chen straddled his unremarkable little electric scooter and flashed an OK sign at the camera. The next second. V-Room. Accompanied by an electrifying BGM that made your scalp tingle, the scooter shot forward like an arrow released from its bowstring. Shrimp catcher. What kind of speed is this? You're speeding through the city like this? The scene then shifted to the intersection known as the Deadly Corner. Koen watched as Su Chen not only failed to slow down but charged through at full throttle, as if pumped full of adrenaline. You're insane. Koen blurted out the curse instinctively, already envisioning the horrific scene of man and machine separated in the next instant. But then, in the footage, Su Chen's body suddenly ducked low, his elbows nearly scraping the ground. A near-perfect drift through the curve. Squeal. The scooter carved a graceful yet deadly arc, gliding effortlessly through the curve before vanishing instantly at the street's end. Koen's mouth slowly gaped open, wide enough to fit an egg. His mind went blank. This has to be CGI, right? Is this even possible for a human to pull off? He finally understood what Wang Gang meant by "watch the livestream." Turns out the clown was me all along. A wave of overwhelming humiliation and resentment instantly shattered his rationality. He was the top star being heavily promoted by Tanyu Media. How could he lose to some shelf nobody? I refuse to accept this. I refuse to concede. A surge of dark fury erupted from deep within Koen's heart. If you can do it, why can't I? Guys. Kunkin forced a smile into the live stream camera. Su Chen's panicking. He started speeding recklessly. But we can't follow his lead. We need to play it safe. Still, for victory, I'm going all out too. If he can take 15 orders, why can't I? Koen's eyes turned bloodshot as he tapped open the order interface. Mimicking Su Chen's earlier moves, his fingers frantically clicked away. Ding. You have successfully accepted order X1. Ding. You have successfully accepted order X2. Ding. You have successfully accepted order X7. In one breath, he snagged 7 new orders. Whoa. Koen's finally fired up. Go for it, Koen. 7 orders. Not as many as Su Chen's 15, but he's giving it his all. We're rooting for you. The fans instantly went wild. Meanwhile, on the other side. Ding. Another 15 orders delivered ahead of schedule. Not bad. Su Chen had just completed the final order of his second sprint. His total order count had quietly reached a staggering 43 orders. He glanced at the time on his phone. Only 10 minutes remained until the competition ended. His total order count had quietly reached a staggering 43. Su Chen leisurely pulled over to the side of the road, popped open a bottle of ice-cold Coke and took a big gulp, burping contentedly. Heard Koen started going crazy with orders too? Su Chen scrolled through his phone and saw a comment from a netizen, unable to suppress a chuckle. This guy's really narrowing his path, huh? He muttered to himself, but since he had nothing better to do, he casually clicked into Koen's livestream. The moment he entered, he witnessed a grand human tragedy unfolding. Koen was frantically waiting for his order at a bubble tea shop, his phone vibrating non-stop as order reminder calls flooded in one after another. Hello? Why isn't my order here yet? The app shows you've been driving around in circles. Sir, please don't worry, I'll be there soon. Kunkin was at his wit's end. He hung up just as another call came in. A customer's roar blared through the speakerphone, echoing throughout the entire livestream. What the hell are you doing? My spicy hot pot is completely cold. I'm complaining. I'm definitely complaining about you. Immediately after, the app's notification tone sounded. Ding. Order timed out. Performance points deducted. Ding. You've received a negative review. Koen panicked, utterly panicked. He'd taken on 7 orders at once, but his pace couldn't keep up. By the time he was delivering the 5th order, the ones behind it had already timed out. Forcing himself to steady his nerves, Kunkin tried to head out for the next delivery. But his mind was in such turmoil that he slipped. Thud. A thunderous crash. Under the gaze of hundreds of thousands of viewers, Kunkin and his bike crashed heavily to the ground. The last 3 delivery boxes in the carrier behind him traced 3 graceful arcs through the air. 1 order of braised chicken rice landed precisely on his head. A bowl of snail noodles splattered evenly across his entire body. The last one, a large iced Americano poured over his head, gave him a bone-chilling drench. The livestream fell into an eerie silence before erupting into thunderous laughter. The year's most epic fail moment is born. Braised chicken as a hood, snail noodle bath, iced coffee as the perfect finishing touch. I'm laughing so hard I can't breathe. Public execution. Is this the power of a top-tier star? Love it, dog head emoji. Su Chen, I told you to imitate, not surpass. And at that very moment. Ding. The official final announcement from the production team popped up. Chapter 78, Final Showdown, Popularity Voting begins. On the set of Professional Challenge 365, camera flashes filled the air. Inside the studio, all contestants had changed into dazzling formal wear and gathered together. Su Chen wore a simple black casual suit, accentuating his tall, straight posture and distinguished aura. Beside him, Xian chattered away like a happy little bird. On the other side, Lu Muhan wore an ice blue gown, radiating the cold elegance of a high mountain flower. Yet, her beautiful eyes kept drifting towards Su Chen, whether intentionally or not. Meanwhile, on the other side, Koen, the top-tier star heavily promoted by Tanyu Media, looked utterly miserable. He had changed outfits 3 times and used up half a bottle of the most premium men's cologne. Yet he couldn't shake the faint, lingering scent of snail rice noodles that seemed to cling to his very bones. When he caught Shinyu beside him instinctively wrinkling his nose and shifting his hips, a surge of anger flared within him. Even though Koen changed clothes, I can smell it through the screen. No physical damage, but the insult is off the charts. Snail noodle rice bowl. This is gonna be the year's most cringeworthy scene. Poor Shinyu next to Koen, enduring a full-on biochemical assault. Koen, I showered 8 times, why is this smell still here? Is it etched into my DNA? Ahem. Center stage, director Wang Gang clutched his cue cards, desperately suppressing the urge to grin wildly. His gaze swept over Su Chen, his eyes brimming with unmistakable ecstasy and admiration. Good heavens! Who could have imagined that a simple delivery challenge would be turned into a full-blown cop and criminal thriller by this legend? Clearing his throat, he knew the entire online audience was waiting for the final result, so he cut straight to the chase. Ladies and gentlemen, contestants, after an intense competition, the final delivery count for the food delivery special of Professional Challenge 365 is now officially revealed. He deliberately drew out the announcement as the giant screen behind him flashed rapidly between Koen and Su Chen's faces. The atmosphere instantly reached a fever pitch. Finally, the screen froze, zooming in on Kunken's image right in the center. The data panel beside it began scrolling wildly. First, our contestant Koen. Wang Gang's voice carried a professional fervor. During this challenge, due to multiple order timeouts and negative reviews in the final stage, the platform deducted points according to the rules. Final valid order count. The number on the screen abruptly stopped. 28 orders. The number landed like a boulder in water, sending a wave of stifled gasps through the studio. Su Chen clearly saw Kunken, sitting diagonally across from him, stiffen abruptly, as if someone had poured ice water over him from behind. The carefully maintained idle smile on his face shattered instantly, the color draining from his cheeks, leaving only a deathly pallor. 28 orders. He had started with a commanding lead of over 20 orders. He should have been the undisputed winner of this match. Now, he had become a laughingstock. Yet this was only the beginning. Wang Gang took a deep breath and announced the next name in a tone bordering on reverence. Next up is the man who created the greatest miracle in the history of this show. Next up, our contestant Su Chen. On the giant screen, Su Chen's composed face replaced Koen's. Beside it, the numbers began to surge wildly amid a heart-pounding sound effect. 10, 20, 30, 40. Finally, with a crisp ding, the numbers froze. In this competition, he completed a total of 43 singles. 43. The entire studio fell into an eerie, deathly silence. All the contestants, including the staff, turned their heads in disbelief, staring at the man. Wow! Xian was the first to break the silence. Covering her mouth with her hand, her beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. Brother Su Chen. 43 to 28. You've overtaken him by 15 singles. You're just too amazing. Lu Muhan finally exhaled in relief. A smile she hadn't even noticed herself flitted across her usually cool, elegant face. She gazed at Su Chen's profile. Under the lights, his features were sharply defined, his gaze as calm as a deep pool. This man truly wasn't the same as before. The live stream exploded with excitement. Holy! 43 versus 28? What kind of crushing blowout is this? Su God. Forever the God. Being 20 orders behind? Put. He just wiped the floor with them. Koen's face is green with envy, haha. I almost choked on my food laughing. Advantage on my side? Sorry, Su Chen is the real advantage. Koen felt like he was being roasted over a raging fire, every gaze piercing him like a red-hot steel needle, leaving him utterly scorched. Worse still was the bet. The loser had to bow 90 degrees in front of the entire internet and admit with their own mouth. I'm a piece of trash. The mere thought of that scene made Koen feel dizzy and lightheaded, nearly fainting on the spot. Just as despair overwhelmed him, his phone vibrated softly in his pocket. He quietly pulled it out. It was a green bubble message from Zhang Tao. Kunken, hold on. It's just manual labor. Sons given the word we're calling in reinforcements. After reading the message, Koen instantly felt like he'd come back to life. Right. Why was I freaking out? What's the big deal about odd numbers? He's just some delivery guy. I'm a top-tier star. Behind me stands Tanyu Media and tens of millions of fans. When it comes to fan base size, what does Su Chen even amount to? His popularity votes are just a flash in the pan from busting a few drug dealers. How could that compare to the loyal empire of fans I built over years? Koen's heart instantly settled and his posture straightened once more. He even turned his head defiantly to glare at Su Chen. Senior Su Chen, don't get too excited just yet. The competition isn't over. I suggest you start thinking now about whether a 90-degree bow or a full kneel would show more sincerity when you apologize later. His voice wasn't loud, but amplified through the microphone, it echoed clearly throughout the studio and livestream. Everyone froze. This guy, how could he still be so confident after losing so badly? Xian and Lu Muhan both frowned, about to retort. But Su Chen didn't even turn his head. He merely tilted his face slightly, sniffed the air, then looked utterly perplexed. Director Wang. Is the ventilation system in this studio broken? Why does it keep smelling like a public restroom exploded? Put. Lu Muhan nearly lost it, her shoulders shaking violently. Xian was shaking with laughter. Ha 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 ha. Brother Su Chen, your nose is too sensitive. Koen's smirk froze solid on his face. Fury made him tremble all over, and he wanted nothing more than to storm over and tear Su Chen's mouth to shreds. But his professional integrity told him, laugh now, but you won't be laughing when the votes come in. The livestream was once again drowned in waves of ha. Killing with words. Not just killing, but killing with words. I suspect Su Chen is taking a dig at Koen, and I have solid proof. Is Koen blind? How dare he challenge Su Chen? With a 150,000 vote gap in popularity, what does he think he's chasing? Koen's fans instantly snapped, flooding the chat with furious counterattacks. What are you gloating about? It's only 150,000 votes. Exactly. All 300 of our core Koen fan groups are ready. One vote per person could bury him. We've got a massive supergroup with millions of fans. Our super topic hosts are already rallying the troops. 15,000 votes? That's nothing, we'll crush it in minutes. Just wait. We'll show you what real top-tier influence looks like. Amidst this tense standoff, Director Wang Gang's voice echoed throughout the venue once more. And now, the moment that will decide the final outcome has arrived. The final popularity vote for the Professional Challenge 365 Food Delivery Special. He swung his arm dramatically. Begins now. Chapter 79, A Million-Strong Army of Fans? Su Chen begins rallying support. With Director Wang Gang's command. On the giant screen behind the studio, 2 data bars representing popularity votes began wildly fluctuating beneath the avatars of Su Chen and Koen. The voting channel was officially open. Time limit, just 1 hour. Brothers. Vote for brother Koen. Take down that hype-driven loser. All icon, heed the call. Purify the square. Mobilize every group. We won't rest until Su Chen's face is swollen today. He's just a washed-up artist. What gives him the right to compete with our brother in popularity? Let him see what a true top-tier star looks like. Almost the instant voting began, Koen's fan club launched an all-out assault like a well-trained army. On the big screen, Koen's red data bar surged upward, skyrocketing at a visible speed. 100,000. 200,000. 500,000. 800,000. In just 5 minutes. Koen's vote count had shattered the 1 million mark. Meanwhile, the blue data bar beneath Su Chen's avatar, representing his popularity, was rising too, but at a snail's pace. It lagged far behind the red bar, looking utterly insignificant. Su Chen's once commanding lead of 150,000 votes was now nothing more than a tiny ripple in the face of Koen's terrifying fan surge swallowed whole in an instant, without so much as a bubble. What the hell is going on? Vote buying. It's definitely vote buying. 1 million votes in 5 minutes? Do you think this is some Pinduoduo flash sale? Those who don't understand, don't spout nonsense. This is the organizational power of fandom. With a single command, a measly million votes is nothing. Exactly. How dare those useless casual fans compare to our organized army? Su Chen's fans are scattered sand. What do they have to win? Go, brother. Show that loser what a real top-tier star looks like. In the livestream chat, Koen's fans, the icons, instantly took over the high ground. Their comments flooded the screen with control and mockery. Su Chen's fans and casual viewers were completely stunned. Guys, snap out of it. Vote now. The gap is widening. I voted, my whole family voted, but it's not enough. They're flooding us like a tidal wave. Damn it, this is unfair. Su Chen is clearly so talented, why should he lose to this trash? Inside the broadcast studio, every contestant and staff member was utterly dumbfounded. Is this the power of Koen's fanbase? Terrifying. Xian Nuan's face flushed crimson with anxiety. Clenching her tiny fists, she frantically voted for Su Chen on her phone while chanting, "Go Su Chen! Come on!" A frosty chill settled over Lu Muhan's usually cool, beautiful face. Su Chen's fanbase was essentially a loose collection of casual fans drawn together by various incidents, a disorganized, undisciplined group. Facing Koen's tightly knit fandom, cultivated over years of meticulous management, they were utterly powerless. The livestream's comments section had now completely surrendered to a sea of icon fans celebrating. Ha 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 ha. See that? That's the power of our Koen. Unrivaled at the top. Where are Su Chen's fans? Where did they go? Weren't they acting all cocky just now? Why aren't they shouting anymore? LOL, daring to challenge our brother with a mere 150k lead? Now overtaken by 1 million votes, doesn't that sting? Su Chen's fans are all haters and trolls. When it comes to voting, they're the first to run away. A useless idol deserves useless fans. Perfect match. Su Chen's fans were seething with rage, desperately rallying in the comments. Guys, don't give up. Vote now. Everyone go vote. We can't let Su Chen lose to scum like this. But their cries were quickly drowned out by the mocking waves of icons. Su Chen's vote count still climbed slowly, the massive gap leaving everyone feeling utterly hopeless. Koen stared at the glaring vote comparison on the big screen. All his pent-up frustration vanished, replaced by unparalleled satisfaction and triumph. He rose slowly, adjusting his expensive suit, and looked down at Su Chen, who remained as steady as a mountain. A victorious smile curved his lips. "Senior Su Chen," he drawled deliberately. "See? This is what true foundation looks like. You rely on underhanded tactics, maliciously inflating your traffic to attract nothing but a crowd of gawking haters and opportunists. But I have thousands standing behind me, family willing to sacrifice everything for me." He shook his head, letting out a soft laugh. "So what if you have more followers? So what if you deliver food faster? At the end of the day, you're just a washed-up artist with no real foundation." These words made Xianwan Nuan's face flush crimson with anger. Just as she was about to retort. But Lu Muhan grabbed her arm. Koan waved his hand dismissively, adopting the air of a victor as he magnanimously declared. "But since we're competing on the same stage, I'll give you a chance. The competition isn't over yet. If you concede now and apologize to me on camera, I might consider sparing you from publicly admitting you're a waste of space in front of the entire internet. How about it? Pretty generous offer, huh?" With that, he lifted his chin smugly, feeling utterly cool. This way, he could both trample Su Chen underfoot and showcase his generous seniority, a win-win. He was winning big time. The viewers in the livestream went wild. Koan is so handsome. So magnanimous. Wah, bro is so kind. Even after all this, he still gives Su Chen a way out. Su Chen, you hear that? Hurry up and thank our Kunkin for his magnanimity. Su Chen, get down on your knees and apologize. Don't bite the hand that feeds you. All eyes were fixed on Su Chen. In their eyes, Su Chen had already lost completely. The only suspense left was how he would choose to end this farce. Yet, faced with Koan's final ultimatum, Su Chen smiled. Far from anger, he studied Kunkin with keen interest, his gaze treating the man like a mere clown. He slowly pulled out his phone, unlocking it as he spoke in a light, detached tone. "Well, I thought after all this time in the shadows, Tanyu Media might have made some progress? Turns out, this is it?" He shook his head, his tone dripping with disappointment. "All that organizing, all that swaying of people, and this is the vote count? Not impressive at all." Dead silence fell over the entire venue. Everyone thought their ears were playing tricks on them. "Dude, you're a million votes behind. Do you even know what a million votes means? Did you lose your mind? Are you talking nonsense now?" Koan was so furious he nearly burst out laughing. He pointed at Su Chen and addressed the entire online audience. "Did you all see that? That's what happens when you can't handle losing. He's already talking nonsense. A worthless nobody with zero fan base, what do you think you're winning with? Your mouth that only stirs up trouble?" Su Chen seemed oblivious to his roar, his focus entirely on his phone. He opened Green Bubble, found the familiar Ice Queen avatar, swiftly typed a line, and hit send. "Lin, it's time to call in reinforcements." Only after sending the message did he slowly lift his head to meet Koan's face, twisted with rage. A playful curve touched his lips. "Who told you? I don't have a fan base anymore?" The words had barely left his mouth. In the livestream chat, an inconspicuous comment drifted by. "Guys, you gotta check out the official Douyin account for Dragon Nation Police Security. It looks like they posted something. Chapter 80, Official Intervention. Holy crap. It's not just Dragon Nation Police Security. Jiangqing Police Online, Peaceful Magic City, over a dozen blue verified official accounts posted the exact same video at the exact same time. What video? What's going on? I'm running low on data, someone text live for me? Forget live updates. Just watch it. Damn, I'm shaking with excitement. Su Chen, he. Inside the broadcast studio, everyone was stunned by this sudden turn of events. The smug grin on Koan's face froze mid-bloom. Official accounts? More than a dozen at once? What kind of international joke is this? Su Chen watched the chat explode with comments in the livestream, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He glanced at his phone screen, where Lin Wanqing's reply had just appeared, a cool panda head OK gesture emoji. No wonder their Dragon Nation police, their efficiency is top-notch. Su Chen silently praised inwardly, then projected his phone screen directly onto the giant display behind the studio. He opened the video released by Dragon Nation Police Security. At the beginning, a line of gold embossed characters appeared in the center of the screen. Lone hero, forging extraordinary from the ordinary, honoring our civilian hero, Su Chen. The scene shifted to a thrilling montage of Su Chen outwitting Class A fugitive Li Shui. From the psychological standoff in the graveyard to the final, clever capture of Li Shui. The video narration, delivered in a magnetic baritone with perfect diction and resonant authority, declared. Disguised as a ride-hailing driver, he single-handedly used wit and courage to bring a fugitive Class A criminal to justice. A flashback shows the stark contrast, Li Shui's fury as he's pinned to the ground versus Su Chen's calm demeanor as he walks away. Holy! This is the Li Shui arrest? The official edit? This BGM. This camera work. It's getting intense. The scene shifts again. In a narrow alley, Su Chen apprehends the leader of a counterfeit document ring, Zhang Dihai. Immediately following, a rapid montage of Su Chen spotting drug users and coordinating with police for surveillance. The final shot offered no close-up of Su Chen's face. Only one figure after another, their slightly desolate silhouettes left behind after completing all this. At that very moment, the background music abruptly stops. An ethereal female voice begins to hum, the melody sullen yet resolute. I love you walking alone through dark alleys, I love your refusal to kneel, I love how you face despair head-on, refusing to shed a single tear. Amidst the song, the video's final frame slowly freezes. The silhouette of Su Chen's profile appears, beneath which a line of bold text slowly emerges. Who says only those standing in the light are heroes? Boom! As the video concluded, the entire studio and livestream fell into a deafening silence that stretched for 10 seconds. Then, like a volcanic eruption, it exploded into complete chaos. This is insane. Holy! I've got goosebumps all over. This is what a true idol looks like. This is what a top-tier star is all about. Official endorsement. Seal of approval. Su Chen is officially recognized as a hero. Wah! My defenses are shattered. Su Chen has been quietly doing so much for us all this time. And we were accusing him of putting on a show. I deserve to die. Fairy here to report. Brother Su Chen is forever the legend. Where are Su Chen's fans? Starting today, I'm his die-hard supporter. Anyone who bashes him will have me on their case. The videos like skyrocketed at a speed too fast for the naked eye to track. 100,000. 500,000. 1 million. Within mere minutes, it skyrocketed to the top of Douyin's trending list. Hashtag official verified, who says only those in the spotlight are heroes, hashtag. Cohen stared blankly at the big screen, his mind a complete blank. His once proud million-strong fan army now seemed as insignificant as ants before the ID Longwo police security. What the hell do we do now? We worked our asses off organizing fans to vote, and you pulled an official endorsement out of thin air? This is a dimension-lowering strike. Sunny, president of Tianyu Media, witnessed this scene in his office and was so furious he snapped the cigar in his hand. He had dismissed Su Chen as just a clever pawn, never imagining he could stir up such high-level official media attention. But just when everyone thought the game was over, several comments from Icon superfans flooded the screen. So what if they're hyping him up? Is there a poll link under the video? LOL, you actually believe official praise? Does emotional appeal translate to votes? Everyone, stay calm. Don't get swept up in the hype. Keep voting. This is just a flash in the pan. These comments struck Cohen like an electric shock. He snapped out of his daze and frantically, repeatedly dragged down the comments section below the video. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Right. For an official video like this, to avoid any appearance of impropriety, they absolutely couldn't openly post a voting link for a variety show. Realizing this, Kunkin instantly shot from hell back to heaven. Ha 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 ha. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. Xianwan Nuan was cheering for Su Chen. Su Chen, you're amazing. Even the official account is speaking up for you. The livestream audience was also buzzing with excitement over Su Chen's comeback. But Cohen's abrupt, cold laugh poured a bucket of cold water over everyone's heads. He adjusted his tie, his eyes sweeping over Su Chen with a look of superiority that seemed to see through everything. His voice dripped with mocking contempt. Senior Su Chen, what a grand spectacle. Even the authorities have been roped in to promote you. Truly impressive, truly impressive. He bowed his hands in a sarcastic gesture, then shifted his tone to sneer. Too bad, all this hype. What good is it? I scrolled through 3 times. Where's the voting link under the video? Oh. He feigned sudden realization, clapping his hands. I get it now. The authorities are just praising you. As for the enthusiastic netizens of Dragon Nation, they're merely clicking their fingers to give you a thumbs up offering you spiritual support. But voting? That requires fans to manually cast each vote one by one. Your so-called casual fans? They'll scatter like birds after watching the spectacle. Who'd actually waste their time voting for you? He abruptly pointed at the large screen behind him, where the stark contrast between the 2 data bars remained jarring. See this, Senior Su Chen? My votes have already surpassed 1,300,000. And you? Everyone whipped their heads around to look. The blue bar representing Su Chen had seen a small surge after the video release, but it lacked staying power, ultimately stalling just over 500,000 votes. 1,300,000 versus 500,000. A staggering 800,000 vote gap. Like an insurmountable chasm. The livestream chat went dead silent. Damn. It seems. Cohen might have been right. We're screwed. All hype, no sales. Lots of likes, but few votes. How are we supposed to catch up? The icons are laughing their asses off while we're screwed. Guys, stop just watching, go vote now. It's useless, the gap is too huge. Su Chen is really going to lose this time. Xianwan Nuan's face instantly drained of color, her earlier excitement and joy completely vanished. Kunkin looked at Su Chen, his smile no longer concealed, radiating the confidence of a victor. Senior Su Chen, take my advice. Admit defeat now, bow and apologize to me voluntarily, and you can still preserve a shred of dignity. Otherwise, when the timer hits 0, you'll have to admit you're a useless piece of trash in front of the entire internet. Faced with this petty gloating, Su Chen didn't even lift an eyelid. He merely smiled faintly, a smile carrying the calm composure of one who sees through everything. Yes, the official account can't intervene to rally votes. Meeting Kunken's stunned expression, he spoke deliberately, enunciating each word. But individuals can. Before the words had fully left his mouth, he pulled out his phone again in front of everyone and dialed a number. Hello? Is this Mr. Wang? Yes, it's me, Su Chen. I'd like to ask you and the experts on the panel to do me a favor. Chapter 81, 3 million votes seal the deal. The call connected. Wang Dong's hearty, booming laughter nearly burst through the phone receiver. Su. Ha ha ha. We just watched the video. Great filming. Even better editing. You're a hidden gem, kid. Immediately, the voices of experts like Qian Limin and Sun Pei joined in, chattering all at once. Yeah, Xiao Su, that shot of him walking away, wow, the camera work was incredible. Our PR team said it was more powerful than anything professional actors could pull off. To them, Su Chen was no longer just a citizen who happened to lend a hand. He was a crime-fighting hero walking among the people, witnessed firsthand. Su Chen smiled calmly. Mr. Wang, everyone, you're too kind. It was really just a small thing. I'm participating in a live streaming program right now, and the final segment requires a popularity vote. Su Chen paused. So, I'd like to ask all of you teachers to help me rally some support and cast votes for me. The line fell silent on the other end. Wan Lao and the others exchanged glances, their expressions quickly shifting to one that said, "You're still being polite with us? Campaigning? Is this even a thing?" They had just been swept up in Su Chen's heroic deeds, marveling at how perfectly the official video captured it all. They were itching to channel that fervor somewhere. Damn! I thought it was something big. Old man Wang slapped his thigh, his voice suddenly rising. Campaigning, huh? No problem. We'll make sure it's handled perfectly. Don't worry, little Su, leave it to us. We old-timers may not have much, but we still have a few students. After hanging up, Wang Dong immediately typed a line on his verified personal account with trembling yet determined hands. The greatest pride of my life is witnessing such an outstanding young person. He is not only my student but a role model for us all. No words are needed, action speaks louder than support. Criminal psychology expert, Wang Dong. Below, he attached the official voting link for Professional Challenge 365. Immediately after. Forensic Traces expert Qian Limin, supporting Su Chen. Voting link. Criminal investigation expert Sun Pei, I knew this kid was special. I'm proud of him, voting link. In an instant, over a dozen accounts belonging to national treasure-level experts, renowned figures in law enforcement, jurisprudence, and across the nation simultaneously and uniformly reposted the same voting link. Inside the studio, Kunken stood tall, gazing at the starkly contrasting vote counts on the large screen, feeling every pore in his body bristle with exhilaration. 1,300,000 votes versus 500,000. An 800,000 vote chasm. Only 30 minutes left in the voting period. How could he lose? He'd have to be an idiot to lose. Senior Su Chen, done voting? Cohen's sarcastic tone drew the entire crowd's attention. So, did you get lucky with the role, or did you strike out? Don't tell me you called those pitiful random fans of yours and had them rally all their aunts and uncles to vote? Ha, that's just too touching. In the livestream chat, Kunken's fan icon was already laughing hysterically. Ha ha ha, this is killing me. He actually called people to vote? Who does he think he is? Brother's right. Likes cost nothing, but voting requires manual effort. Only lazy passers-by would bother. Game over. Get ready to bow, Su. 90 degrees. Not a single degree less. Xianwan Nuan's face flushed crimson with anger as she clenched her tiny fists. Lu Muhan's delicate brows furrowed, her eyes filled with concern. They both saw it. Su Chen's votes did surge after the official video release, but quickly lost momentum, crushed by Cohen's fanbase Iron Army. This wasn't even a contest between equals. At that very moment, the blue data bar representing Su Chen on the big screen jumped up sharply. From just over 500,000, it instantly jumped to 550,000. A sudden surge of 50,000 votes? Everyone in the studio rubbed their eyes, thinking they'd seen wrong. Cohen's smile froze on his face. What's going on? Before he could react. Whoosh! 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 That blue data bar, like a wild horse finally breaking free from its restraints, shot upward like a rocket. 60,000. 700,000. 850,000. 1 million. In less than 10 minutes, Su Chen's vote count doubled. From 500,000 to 1 million in a blaze of glory. The gap with Cohen instantly narrowed from 800,000 to just 300,000. The entire studio fell dead silent. Live chat. Holy. 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 What the hell am I seeing? Is this rocket-propelled growth? These votes must be fake? 500,000 votes in 5 minutes? This is even crazier than Koen's initial vote surge. Cheating. Definitely cheating. Koen leapt from his seat, face flushed, pointing at the big screen and roaring at director Wang. The screen's broken. This data is definitely corrupted. Pause it immediately. Check it now. Wang was also startled by this absurd scene and immediately ordered the technicians to check the back end. Seconds later, a trembling voice came through the headset. Director, the data is correct. Every single vote is real and valid. Impossible. Koen looked like he was losing his mind. He glared at Su Chen with bloodshot eyes, screaming hysterically. It's you! Su Chen! You hired hackers. You hacked into the production team's backend and tampered with the data. You cheated. Faced with this baseless accusation, Su Chen didn't even lift an eyelid, merely giving him a dismissive glance. Suck at it? Practice more. Can't handle losing? Then don't play. Put. Xian Nuan couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. What a ing gem, practice more if you suck. Su God is killing us with his words. He's losing it. He's losing it. Look at Koen's breakdown. I'm laughing so hard I'm rolling on the floor. But, what's up with these vote counts? Seriously, they're not rigged, right? This is insane. Just as everyone was scratching their heads in confusion, a bold bullet comment floated across the screen. Guys. Stop guessing. Go check Wang Dong, Shen Limin, Sun Pei, all those national treasure level experts and big shots have reposted Su Chen's voting link on their verified accounts. Everyone scrambled to open Weibo. When they saw those golden V verification badges, followed by titles like Chief Criminal Psychologist of Dragon Nation and Chief Forensic Expert of Dragon Nation, all retweeting the same voting link at the exact same moment, everyone went wild. Holy! Is this real? National treasure level experts personally campaigning for votes? What kind of divine treatment is this? Hold on. You think that's all? Another explanatory comment drifted by. Let me break it down. These heavyweights aren't just titans in their fields, they're honorary chancellors and visiting professors at major police academies and law universities nationwide. Their students span the entire country. Put simply, at least 3 million police academy students across China are their disciples or descendants. Now, their teacher, their idol, has spoken. Guess what happens next? Seeing this comment, the color drained from Koen's face in an instant. His once proud, well-organized fanbase were nothing but a bunch of kindergartners. College students voting? Is that even a thing? He stared blankly up at the big screen. The blue data bar representing Su Chen had completely overtaken his own red bar. And it was still racing upward at an even more terrifying speed. 2 million. 2,500,000. 3 million. The voting countdown hit 0. The final tally was forever etched onto everyone's retinas. Koen, 2.1 million votes. Su Chen, 3 million votes. A crushing victory. A complete and utter blowout. Su Chen slowly rose from his seat, walking step by step toward Koen, whose body was rigid and face ashen. Leaning down slightly with a faint smile, he whispered in a voice only the two could hear. Now. Have you figured out how you're going to admit you're a worthless piece of trash? Chapter 82, trying to back out? Let me make you hear your own bark. Boom. Koen felt his mind go completely blank as blood rushed to his head. His body stiffened, lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. Admit? How could he possibly admit he was a failure in front of the entire nation? He couldn't have this kind of dark past. Absolutely not. A wild thought surged through his mind. Right. Played dirty. The bet was verbal, not written down. As long as he refused to admit it, what could Su Chen, a powerless, washed-up celebrity, possibly do to him? With that thought, Koen took a step back, creating distance, and forced that phony idol smile back onto his face. Oh come on, Senior Su Chen, you're being so unreasonable. It was just for the show. We were all trying to make it entertaining, just a joke. Why are you taking it so seriously? A grown man being so petty? That's pretty small-minded, don't you think? His words sent ripples of astonishment through the crowd. Xian Nuan gasped, her small mouth slightly agape, while Lu Muhan's handsome brows furrowed deeply. How could someone be this shameless? In the live stream chat, viewers who had been basking in Su Chen's victory instantly erupted. Kunken's fans, however, seized upon this like a lifeline, immediately launching into a frenzied defense, twisting the truth. Exactly. Our brother was just joking to liven things up. Can't Su Chen take a joke? Su Chen is just a washed-up nobody. If it weren't for our brother giving him attention, he'd be nothing. Now he's turning on us? How pathetic. Let bygones be bygones. Su Chen insists on being so aggressive, showing how petty he is. Some little angels, our brother even gave him a way out. What more does he want? Men should be more magnanimous. Under the manipulation of the fanbase's official army, public opinion began to shift. Even many bystanders were swept up in the tide. That does make a point. It was a live show after all, no need to make things so tense, right? Yeah, Su Chen won already. Demanding an apology feels like he's taking advantage of his position. Watching the tide shift in the comments, Cohen's smile grew wider, his eyes brimming with smug satisfaction. He looked at Su Chen with an expression that said, "I've given you a way out, be smart and take it." He was certain of victory. Su Chen, a washed-up celebrity with no power or influence, would he really dare to burn bridges with him, with Tanyu Media? Yet, faced with Kunken's shamelessness and his fans' clamor, Su Chen's expression remained utterly unchanged. He merely watched Cohen quietly, as if observing a clown jumping around. Game? Su Chen scratched his ear and slowly pulled his phone from his pocket. Taking it seriously? He tapped the screen lightly a few times. Fine. Since your memory's so bad, let me jog your memory about who started this game in the first place. With that, he pressed play. The next second, an incredibly infuriating voice boomed through the studio's top-tier sound system, filling every corner and reaching the audience's ears. Senior Su Chen, I suggest you decide beforehand, will your apology involve a 90-degree bow? Or, would kneeling show more sincerity? After all, in front of my empire of tens of millions of loyal fans, your petty arrogance is utterly powerless. Every word rang crystal clear. This was the scathing mockery Cohen had hurled at Su Chen just before the vote began, when he thought victory was assured. The studio fell into a deathly silence once more. Every pair of eyes fixed on Cohen's face, which had instantly drained of all color, as if staring at a ghost. This isn't me. Kunken's lips trembled as he tried to deny it, but the voice was undeniably his own. After 3 seconds of frozen silence, the live chat exploded like a volcanic eruption, unleashing an unprecedented torrent of comments. Holy! Recording! Su Chen actually recorded it, goddammit! Ha 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 ha! That's ruthless! Absolutely ruthless! I'd call this the year's best slap in the face moment. This guy's legit. He doesn't let grudges sit overnight and he keeps proof. Ha 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 ha! Where's Icon from earlier? Come out and face the music. Your brother just wanted to liven things up? This atmosphere is lively enough to be straight from the underworld. I'm rolling on the floor laughing. Who was just calling Su Chen petty? Does your face hurt now? This is called anticipating your shamelessness. Turned from fan to hater. Cohen's character is just awful. If you can't handle losing, don't play. Cheating after losing and then flipping the script? Disgusting. Public opinion completely flipped. The Icon defenders who were whitewashing Cohen moments ago instantly fell silent, drowned in mockery across the internet, unable to even lift their heads. Countless casual netizens were enraged by Cohen's shameless tactics, immediately recording diss videos. Hashtags like hashtag Cohen can't he take losing so cheats hashtag and hashtag Su Chen recording exposes him hashtag shot to the top of trending searches at lightning speed. Countless netizens spontaneously created videos comparing Cohen's before and after facades, relentlessly tagging at Tanyu Media's official account. At Tanyu Media, come see your top star, what exemplary parenting. The situation was spiraling out of control. Cohen's phone in his pocket started vibrating wildly. It was a green bubble message from Zhang Tao. What the hell are you doing? Who gave you permission to back out like this? The entire internet is tearing you apart. The company's PR hotline is getting flooded with calls. President's son has spoken. Apologize. Immediately. Right now. Or the company will indefinitely suspend you. Cohen's body jerked violently. He knew this was the final ultimatum. The company had abandoned him. Or rather, to preserve the company's reputation, this sacrificial pawn must be discarded. He glared at Su Chen with eyes that seemed ready to devour him alive. But in the end, all that venom dissolved into profound helplessness and despair. He was finished. Under the gaze of the entire internet and beneath Su Chen's mocking stare, Cohen slowly bent his once supremely proud waist. 90 degrees. Textbook perfect. Tears of humiliation welled in his eyes. Summoning every ounce of strength, he ground out the words he never wanted to utter in his life. I lost. I'm not as good as you. Finally, he closed his eyes and roared out, as if accepting his fate. I am a piece of trash. ING awesome. So ING awesome. You asked for it, now eat your words. Serves you right. Su Chen is amazing. He takes down all the haters. Cohen could bear it no longer. His body went limp and he nearly collapsed to the ground. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, director Wang Gang rushed onto the stage, sweat pouring down his face, to smooth things over. Cohen has acknowledged his mistake, so let's move on. Congratulations to Su Chen for winning this week's delivery challenge. Next up, let's jump straight into the next segment. Randomly selecting the challenge profession for the next episode. Fearing further trouble, Wang Gang rapped through his words at breakneck speed. With a sweeping gesture, the large screen behind him lit up instantly. DiDi driver, restaurant server, construction laborer, plumber, veterinarian. Countless job titles flashed across the screen like a revolving lantern. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. After witnessing the absurd incident where a delivery driver exposed poisoned dogs, everyone was on the edge of their seats, wondering what Su Chen's next occupation would be. What earth-shattering event would he stir up this time? The scrolling speed on the screen gradually slowed. Finally, under the gaze of the crowd, the cursor settled steadily and slowly upon 3 characters. Community Security Guard. Chapter 83, God-Tier Danger Perception. The next day, early morning. The new episode of Professional Challenge 365 officially aired under the spotlight. The challenge location this time was Lanting Preface Mansion Community. European-style architecture, lush green lawns, every detail exuded the scent of wealth. The contestants donned identical blue security uniforms, yet each wore a distinct expression. Xianwan Nuan and Lu Muhan remained the focal points of the entire scene. Even clad in security uniforms, their peerless elegance was impossible to conceal. Kunken, however, shed yesterday's dejection. His chin lifted slightly, his eyes brimming with arrogance. A security captain with a beer belly and a face full of fleshy features waddled over. He first bowed and scraped, flashing a smile at Kunken's camera before clearing his throat to begin assigning tasks. Ahem, welcome, everyone. It's a pleasure to have such big stars come experience life in our community. The security chief grinned with a greasy smile. Today's task is simple, but we need clear roles. Safety first, right? He picked up the list in his hand and pretended to glance at it. By unanimous decision of our property management, Teacher Kunken possesses outstanding professional skills and exceptional leadership abilities. Therefore, Teacher Kunken will serve as our acting security captain today, overseeing the entire operation from the monitoring room and directing all personnel. The moment he said this, the live stream exploded. Did I hear that right? Koen as captain? Is he even qualified? Leadership skills? The same skills that got him crushed by Su Chen yesterday? This is definitely rigged. That fat captain was practically drooling over Koen. Kunken's fans immediately launched a counterattack, shielding him with a barrage of comments. Our brother is already a top star, what's wrong with being a little captain? Some rely on brute force, but our guy uses his brains, got it? He truly deserves it. Support Captain Koen. The security captain completely ignored the stares and continued reading. Miss Xianwan Nuan and Miss Lu Muhan, your ladies, after all. Heavy labor isn't suitable for you. You two will handle reception duties in the lobby. Sit in the air-conditioned room, give residents directions, easy peasy. As for Lu Xian and Chenyu, you two will handle vehicle registration at the south gate. Simple enough. Su Chen will handle patrol duties. The moment he finished speaking, Koen could no longer suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. He stepped forward, deliberately drawing out his tone. Senior Su Chen. Our Lantingsu community is vast. Patrol duties are the most demanding and critical. This honorable yet arduous task falls to you. From Zone A to Zone C, the entire area is your responsibility. No problem, right, senior? Boom. The moment those words left his mouth, everyone could smell the thick tension in the air. It was midsummer, with outdoor temperatures nearing 40 degrees Celsius. Walking from Zone A to Zone C and back in the Lanting Villa district took at least an hour. This wasn't task assignment, it was pure revenge, a deliberate attempt to work someone to death. Holy. Why the hell? The toughest, most grueling job gets dumped on Su Chen? Is this even humanly possible? Corruption. This is definitely corruption. That fat bastard captain is clearly siding with Koen. Patrol? It's 40 degrees outside. They're trying to kill us. Production team, come out. At Professional Challenge 365, is this how you practice professional discrimination? However, Kunken's fans and haters immediately launched a counterattack. LOL, what else is a security guard supposed to do? Sit in the office blowing AC? Exactly. Can Su Chen's fans stop being so thin-skinned? If you can't handle it, don't play. Some princesses are at it again. Our guy being captain is all about his skills, but Su Chen patrolling is suddenly suppression? Hypocrites. Su Chen chose the security role himself, now he complains it's too tiring? Hypocritical and infuriating. The livestream chat erupted in chaos. Meanwhile, Su Chen himself, the subject of the controversy, froze slightly. He knew full well this cheap trick had to be the work of that old dog Sunny pulling strings behind the scenes. Just then. Ding. Workplace bullying detected. Ahead lies newbie village difficulty. Please make your choice, host. Option 1, diligent duty. Patrol diligently under the scorching sun, obeying every order from the acting captain. Reward, stamina plus 1 on a soul, commemorative medal, no practical use. Option 2, openly slack off. Immediately head to the large banyan tree it coordinates in Zone B to slack off, and verbally taunt the acting captain at least once. Reward, God-Tier Danger Perception, title, King of Slacking. When slacking off, your status recovery doubles. Su Chen didn't even pause for a moment. This kind of choice, even a second's hesitation, would be an insult to the system. No problem. Su Chen uttered the 3 words indifferently before turning and striding toward the patrol zone. That crisp, decisive retreat left everyone stunned. God, you're really going? You're not going to fight back against workplace bullying like this? Wah, my idle filter just shattered. Well, what can you do? Su Chen is just a worker. Every worker has their share of heartache. Viewers in the livestream watched as Su Chen obediently headed off on patrol, their hearts sinking. Good for you for knowing your place. Koan snorted coldly before turning and striding into the luxurious monitoring room, where the AC was cranked down to 64F. The challenge officially began. Everyone else seemed in good spirits. Xian Nuan and Lu Muhan sat in the lobby. Though bored, at least they weren't suffering. Koan, however, sat sprawled before the surveillance screens. Reclining in his leather executive chair, crossing one leg over the other. He grabbed a bottle of ice-cold Coke, his gaze fixed intently on the split-screen monitor dedicated to Su Chen. He intended to witness Su Chen suffering like a dog, dehydrated and heat-struck under the scorching sun. However, the scene he imagined never materialized. In the footage, Su Chen walked leisurely with his baton, more like taking an after-dinner stroll than patrolling. He deliberately avoided the sun-baked main roads, choosing instead to walk along shaded paths. Finally, he stopped beneath a massive banyan tree beside the artificial lake in Zone B. Koan's brow instantly furrowed. He grabbed his walkie-talkie, pressed the talk button, and commanded. Patrol post. Patrol post, Su Chen. Come in. Who authorized your stop? There was a moment of silence over the walkie-talkie before Su Chen's lazy voice came through. Captain, I'm observing the enemy situation. Observing what? I ordered you to head to the artificial lake in Sector C immediately. Stop dawdling under the trees. Are you trying to slack off? Koan's voice carried a hint of anger. The next second, Su Chen's voice came through the radio, filled with panic and crackling static. Headquarters. Headquarters. This is Patrol Post 007. I'm experiencing interference from an unknown signal source. Suspect alien lifeform intrusion into the residential complex. Requesting air support. Out. With that, Su Chen flung the walkie-talkie into the nearby grass. Put. In the monitoring room, the production crew could no longer contain themselves and burst out laughing. Koan trembled with rage, about to storm out to confront Su Chen, but was held back by a staff member. Mr. Koan, calm down. This is live broadcast. Meanwhile, Su Chen had already leaned against the thick trunk of a banyan tree, settled into a comfortable position, and closed his eyes contentedly. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully slacking off and completing option 2. Reward issued, God tier skill, God tier danger perception, special title, King of Slacking Off. An indescribable, wondrous sensation instantly coursed through Su Chen's entire body. This time, it wasn't merely physical enhancement. His world seemed to be filtered through an entirely new lens. The entire world became unprecedentedly vivid and sharp through his senses. Was this the power of divine tier danger perception? No, it felt more like a complete sensory evolution. The title, King of Slacking, activated automatically. A cool, warm current circulated through his body, instantly evaporating the light sweat from his walk and sweeping away all traces of fatigue. Blissful. Su Chen exhaled a long breath of relief. At that very moment. V-room. The roar of a car engine echoed through the air. His god-tier danger perception went into full alert mode. Su Chen's body, which had been lazily leaning against the tree trunk, suddenly stiffened. Chapter 84, Mistaking the Gas for the Brake? A textbook case. Su Chen reacted purely on instinct, without a moment's hesitation, lunging like a tiger pouncing on its prey toward the grassy area on his right. Squay. Just 0.1 seconds after his body left the ground. A bright red sports car plowed 2 deep furrows into the grass with its tires, sending mud and grass clippings flying skyward. Crash. A dull thud echoed as the sports car's front end plunged deep into the grass, finally coming to a halt. Everyone was stunned. Their minds went blank. What just happened? Holy. What the hell was that? Scared the hell out of me. I thought Su Chen was gonna get killed for sure. Holy. If Su Chen had reacted half a second slower, he'd be flying 10 meters away right now. That's ING murder. That speed, that angle. Is this even driving in a residential area? This is ING Formula 1. Su Chen's roll just now, so cool. Wait, that's not the point. The point is, how did he anticipate that? In the monitoring room, Director Wang Gang's thermos clattered to the floor with a crash, spilling goji berries everywhere. His eyes widened as he stared fixedly at the screen, his heart nearly leaping out of his throat. So close. Just a hair's breadth away. If Su Chen had gotten hurt on his show, he'd never work in this industry again. On the lawn, Su Chen rolled awkwardly twice before coming to a stop. He lifted his head, his gaze cold as ice fixed on the sports car. Terrified. Extreme dread. For that split second, he truly believed he was about to cross over again. Thankfully, the system's god-tier danger perception wasn't a dud. Squeak. The car door swung open. A long leg clad in black stockings stepped out first, followed by a woman dressed in flashy, over-the-top attire, her face puffed up with hyaluronic acid fillers. Clutching a massive pit bull, she stormed down the steps, fury boiling over. She didn't even glance at the damaged front end of the car. Instead, she immediately launched into a tirade at Su Chen. "What the hell is wrong with you, security? Are you out of your mind? What are you doing standing here? Don't you know this is a traffic lane?" Her shrill voice pierced the eardrums. "Do you realize you suddenly appeared out of nowhere, scaring me so badly I hit the gas instead of the brake?" At that moment, Su Chen was completely dumbfounded. "What the hell? Did I hear that correctly? You were driving with one hand while wearing high heels, holding a big dog in your arms, racing through the neighborhood like you were in Fast Furious, nearly running someone over. And now you're blaming someone else for hiding under a tree and scaring you? And you almost hit the gas instead of the brake? That stomp you just gave? You clearly floored it. Am I hallucinating? What the hell is this woman talking about? Dog in arms, high heels, mistaking gas for brake. Holy, she's the ultimate road rage Frankenstein monster. She actually has the nerve to argue? She has the nerve to argue? And she blames Su Chen for standing in the way? That tree is in the way too, why don't you blame the tree for growing there? This woman is giving me a stroke. This isn't just weird, it's pure FING madness. Su Chen stared at the woman standing before him, her righteous indignation practically radiating from her. But his face remained expressionless. He simply brushed the grass clippings off his clothes, pulled out a security guard's duty logbook and pen from his pocket, and spoke coldly. "Look closely. You drove into the tree, not the other way around. Also, the speed limit in this residential area is 20 kilometers per hour. Judging by the engine noise and tire screeching as your vehicle approached, your instantaneous speed was no less than 80 kilometers per hour. Most importantly, you were driving while wearing high heels and holding a pet, both obstructing safe driving and constituting illegal acts." Su Chen's voice wasn't loud, but his logic was clear and well organized. Yet the woman exploded upon hearing this. Her voice rose sharply as she shrieked. "You're just a watchdog. What gives you the right to tell me what to do? I'm a homeowner in this complex. I pay all those property fees to keep you dogs guarding the gates. And you dare question me? You think I won't make one phone call and have you packing your bags and getting the hell out? You still want to keep your job? Woof. Woof woof." The pit bull in her arms seemed to sense her owner's rage, joining in with frenzied growls. Its face contorted into a vicious snarl, saliva dripping from its mouth as if ready to lunge at any moment. Instead of calming it down, the woman grew even more triumphant. She patted the dog's head and continued berating Su Chen. "See that? My Audi doesn't like the smell of poverty. Keep talking back, and if he bites your leg off, it's not my problem." As Su Chen looked at the vicious dog named Audi, his eyes narrowed slightly. A pit bull? He remembered clearly that this breed had long been banned due to its extreme aggressiveness. And to walk such a large dog in public without a leash? The live stream viewers caught on too. Holy crap! That's a pit bull, right? That thing's a banned breed. And it's just wandering around the neighborhood like that? And not even on a leash. Good grief. What if it bites someone? Especially kids. Is this woman out of her mind? Keeping a banned dog, driving recklessly, and acting so arrogant? Does her family own a mine? Su Chen, call the cops. People like this need police intervention. Just then, the woman's phone rang. She impatiently picked up the phone and put it on speaker. "Hey, Lisa, where are you? We're all at the usual spot, just waiting for you." The woman rolled her eyes and grumbled into the phone, "Don't even get me started. I ran into some unlucky, ugly security guard who blocked my way and nearly scared my dog to death. I'll be there soon." After speaking, she shot Su Chen a withering glare, as if he were a piece of trash. Then, clutching her dog, she sauntered back to the driver's seat in her high heels, floored the gas pedal, and sped off. Not a single apology from start to finish. I'm fuming. My blood pressure is through the roof. How can someone be this disgusting? Call for a thorough investigation. This woman is definitely trouble. Driving a luxury car, owning a banned breed, and acting like she owns the place. At Beijing Public Security at China Police, are the authorities going to do anything? This is practically gangster behavior. Su Chen, don't take it anymore. Take her down. How can you let her get away with this? Just as the entire internet was boiling with rage, Su Chen's walkie-talkie crackled to life. It was Cohen's sarcastic voice. "Oh dear, Senior Su Chen, are you alright? I saw everything. You really got the short end of the stick, huh? But hey, don't take it to heart. After all, she's the property owner and we're just security. We gotta have that service mindset, right? Sometimes, holding back for a moment keeps the waters calm, and stepping back opens up a whole new world. For the sake of a job, it's not worth clashing with the owner, don't you agree?" That insincere consolation sounded even more jarring than the woman's insults. But Su Chen couldn't even be bothered to respond. He simply shut off the walkie-talkie. After all that commotion, he couldn't be bothered to slack off anymore. He lifted his head, glancing in the direction the woman had vanished, then recalled the old spot she'd mentioned on the phone. Su Chen smoothed out his security uniform and strolled leisurely toward the central leisure plaza of the residential complex. Chapter 85, How could such an adorable dog bite anyone? Lanting Villa Complex, Central Recreation Plaza. Su Chen strolled leisurely along the tree-lined path. Before he arrived, a shrill, girlish laugh mixed with dog barks pierced his ears. He looked up. Good grief, they'd turned the community lawn into their own backyard, hosting a socialite afternoon tea party. In the plaza's center, several rich ladies dressed in flamboyant outfits sat chatting and laughing. At their feet lay and stood several large dogs that clearly weren't to be messed with. Lisa, the woman who had nearly knocked him flying earlier, was among them. The pit bull named Adi in her arms was panting, its muscular body radiating explosive power. Beside it stood a Doberman with a fierce glare, a canary dog resembling a demon, and even a massive Caucasian shepherd. Without exception, every single one was a top-tier dangerous breed banned in the city. Worse still, none of these dogs were on leashes. They roamed freely across the lawn, chasing and playing, occasionally letting out threatening growls at passers-by, who would then take detours to avoid them. Instead of intervening, the group of wealthy women burst into waves of smug, girlish laughter. "Oh my, our Caesar is so majestic. Look how he scared that person," giggled a woman in a Chanel suit. "Exactly. That's how a man should be. Unlike mine, such a wimp." Lisa stroked her pit bull Adi with pride. "My Adi is a purebred fighting dog with pedigree papers. The beef he eats costs more than those people's monthly salaries. Who in this neighborhood dares mess with him?" Su Chen had no prejudice against dogs. But this wasn't about dogs anymore. These things were living weapons. Once out of control, forget about a child, even 3 or 5 burly men might not be able to restrain them. Pit bulls, Dogo Argentinos, canary dogs. They've assembled the 4 most vicious breeds. Not a single one on a leash. Have these rich ladies lost their minds? This is a public area. Doesn't the property management care? Where are the security guards? Are they all dead? Try enforcing rules on the privileged class? Their monthly fees alone exceed your yearly salary. Would security dare intervene? Su Chen watched the scene unfold, his brow furrowing slightly. His newly acquired divine tier danger perception was now faintly stirring with unease, as if warning him of something. With that thought, Su Chen frowned but still stepped forward. He wasn't some saint, but wearing this security uniform meant he couldn't ignore certain things. "Excuse me, ladies." Su Chen's sudden appearance interrupted the wealthy women's chatter. The moment Lisa recognized Su Chen, her face fell instantly. She shot him a sharp, cutting remark. "Ugh, bad luck. Why is it always you, you watchdog? Stalking us, huh? Did you see my car wrecked and now you're here to extort money? Let me tell you something, take a good look at yourself. Now get lost. Don't stand here spoiling our Adi's appetite." Su Chen ignored her taunts entirely, merely pointing at the dogs and stating matter-of-factly. "Ma'am, according to the dog management regulations, breeds like pit bulls and Dogo Argentinos are prohibited. Additionally, dogs must be leashed in public areas. Please comply with the rules." Lisa laughed sarcastically. "Hey, girls, see that guy? That's him. The one who cut me off on the road earlier and nearly made me crash into a tree, that unlucky bastard." Another woman with big curls eyed Su Chen up and down, covering her mouth to stifle her laughter. "Oh, Lisa, why bother with a guard dog? What does he know about Rottweilers? He probably can't even afford to feed one of our dogs." "Exactly. Our baby's so well behaved, how could he bite anyone? That security guard's got nothing better to do than meddle." In the livestream chat, some overly compassionate dog lovers immediately chimed in. Is Su Chen out of his mind? Rich people's dogs have better manners than some poor folks. Who does he think he is? Exactly. The dogs just want to play freely. Why chain them up? It's cruel. Only someone with a dark heart would see danger everywhere. Look how adorable these dogs are. Rules aside, treating a little life so harshly, you have no heart. Seeing these comments, the sane viewers in the livestream were absolutely furious. Can the saint upstairs just die already? This is a banned breed. A vicious dog. Not some Pomeranian downstairs. Forget regulations? Then why the hell don't you forget the law and rob a bank? Just then, the beer-bellied security chief, Captain Wang, came jogging over, sweat pouring down his face. The moment Lisa spotted him, she immediately pointed at Su Chen and started complaining. "Captain Wang, you're just in time. Look at this. Your new subordinate actually dares to boss us homeowners around. He even told me to put a leash on Adi. My dog's been walking here for years. Has anyone ever dared to say anything? You need to give me an explanation today." Captain Wang's knees buckled at the sight of this scene. These ladies were the kind of influential figures in the neighborhood you didn't want to cross. Their husbands were either wealthy or powerful. He immediately put on a fawning smile, bowing and scraping before Lisa and the others. "Sister Lisa, please calm down. This new guy doesn't know the ropes. I'll set him straight right away." Then he spun around abruptly, lowered his voice, and pleaded with Su Chen. "Teacher Su Chen. My goodness. You're a big star here to experience life. Could you please stop giving us workers such a hard time? These ladies' dogs are all well trained and won't harm anyone. This attempt to smooth things over not only failed to move Su Chen but only stoked the flames of anger in the livestream chat even higher. This security chief is a purebred bootlicker. What do you mean well trained? When a dog goes berserk, does it care about being trained or not? Disgusting. This property management prioritizes money over basic safety. In the surveillance room, Kun watched Su Chen's humiliated expression on the screen, his mouth stretching into a wide grin. He addressed his live stream fans, steering the conversation. I believe we should respect every life. Dogs are man's best friend. If we treat them with love, how could they ever harm us? His words moved his icon fans to tears, flooding the chat with comments like "Brother, you're so kind," and "Su Chen should get out of the entertainment industry." Facing pressure from all sides, Su Chen's face remained as still as a well. He merely gave the security chief a faint glance before sweeping his eyes over the smug-faced rich women. Fine. He uttered a single word. My duty to warn has been fulfilled. Whatever happens next is none of my concern. His can't be bothered with you attitude only made the rich women feel like they'd punched cotton, leaving them even more annoyed. Pfft, what's with the act? You're just a watchdog. Lisa spat contemptuously. Su Chen had barely taken a few steps when a timid voice came from beside him. Security guard. He turned to see a young mother holding the hand of a little girl, about 5 or 6 years old, with pigtails. The little girl held a paper bag in her hands, her big eyes blinking at him shyly as she offered the bag forward. Uncle, this is homework from school. Mom and I baked these bear cookies together. Please have one. Looking into the girl's clear, innocent eyes, Su Chen felt a warmth in his heart, and the cold lines on his face softened. He crouched down, took the still warm cookie, and popped it into his mouth. Crispy and fragrant. The little girl beamed with delight at the compliment, revealing 2 adorable little fangs. Su Chen stood up, nodded to the young mother, and prepared to leave. However, he had barely taken a few steps. Behind him, a sudden, ferocious bark erupted, filled with a savage, menacing growl. Woof 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 woof. Chapter 86, the dog-loving saint loses her cool all because of the little girl. Su Chen spun around abruptly, his pupils contracting sharply. On the lawn, several scattered cookie crumbs had been discovered by the vicious dogs at some point. The pit bull named Adi was greedily licking the crumbs off the ground, its blood-red tongue flickering. Those vicious eyes suddenly locked onto the paper bag in the little girl's hands. Mommy! The little girl trembled violently at the sudden barking, instinctively burrowing into her mother's embrace. The young mother's face instantly drained of color. She shielded her daughter fiercely, her voice trembling. It's okay, sweetie. Mommy's here. Growl woof woof woof. All 4 vicious dogs roared in unison, their eyes flashing with a bloodthirsty red light. They slowly encircled them, their muscular bodies taut as bows, poised to pounce at any moment. It's over. It's over. Attacking dogs. Damn it. That little girl is in danger. These are the well-behaved dogs those rich women were talking about? Put. Call the cops. Call the cops. The livestream exploded with comments flooding the screen like a torrential downpour. Adi! Adi, come back! Lisa panicked at the sight and jumped to her feet, calling out. The other rich ladies panicked too, each calling out to their own precious pets. Caesar! Stop it! Come back! Black Panther! Be good! But once a vicious dog's ferocity was unleashed, how could it heed its master's commands? Su Chen's god-tier danger perception went into a frenzy of warning alerts. These were no docile lapdogs. Pit bulls were known as hellhounds, capable of snapping human bones with a single bite. Dogo Argentinos were professional hunting dogs, with attack power rivaling wild beasts. If this pack were to attack simultaneously, forget a 5 or 6-year-old girl, even a grown man would be torn to shreds. Little girl. Drop the cookies. Drop them now. Su Chen shouted loudly as he sprinted toward the little girl. Terrified beyond words, the child had no memory of what she held in her hands, only clinging tightly to her mother. The sweet, milky scent grew stronger and stronger, and the vicious dog's eyes turned increasingly red. Captain Wang! Do something! The surrounding residents, terrified, scrambled backward, some calling out in trembling voices. Security Captain Wang had long since frozen in terror, his legs trembling. I can't fight them. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the Dogo Argentino suddenly turned, baring its teeth at him. Ah! Captain Wang collapsed backward onto the ground in terror, which only provoked the Dogo Argentino closest to him. Woof! The Dogo bit down on his calf. Ah, help me! Captain Wang's agonized screams echoed across the square as blood instantly stained his pant leg crimson. But the other 3 vicious dogs remained completely unfazed, their eyes fixed menacingly on the little girl. They began closing in. The little girl's mother was terrified out of her wits, yet she still shielded her daughter with her body. The pit bull named Adi suddenly arched its back, muscles tensing to the extreme. It was about to pounce. At the critical moment. Get out of the way! Su Chen roared, launching himself forward like an arrow released from a bow. His foot slammed into the pit bull's side. Arg! The pit bull was sent flying sideways by the kick, tumbling several times in midair before crashing heavily onto the grass 3 meters away. The other vicious dogs, startled by this sudden turn of events, all took a few steps back. Su Chen seized the moment to shield the little girl and her mother behind him, his cold gaze sweeping over the remaining vicious dogs still glaring menacingly. The live stream exploded with reactions. Holy! What kind of leg technique is that? One kick, kicked a pit bull flying? Is Su Chen a martial artist? So damn cool. This is what a real man looks like. The little girl is saved. Su God is amazing. Screaming. But just then, some dog lovers chimed in again. Didn't Su Chen go a bit too hard? Poor doggy. Exactly. He could have stopped it without resorting to such violent means. What if the dog got hurt? It's a living being too. Seeing these comments, normal netizens instantly blew their tops. Can the saintly ES upstairs just die already? Where the hell were you when that little girl almost got bitten to death? Now you're all concerned about the dog? Is your household registration book only 1 page long, with a photo of you and the dog printed on it? Suggestion: these do-gooders should go bury themselves with the dog. Meanwhile, at the scene, Lisa and the other rich ladies had finally snapped out of it. Seeing their precious pets lying on the ground whimpering, they instantly lost it. They saw their precious Dogo Argentino collapsed on the ground, whimpering in pain, and instantly lost it. Are you out of your mind? Lisa screamed, pointing her finger at Su Chen's nose. Do you have any idea how much my Audi is worth? Hundreds of thousands. He's a purebred champion's offspring. Can you even afford to pay for this? Exactly. If Caesar gets hurt, you'll never be able to pay it off in this lifetime. The other wealthy woman joined in the accusation. A stinking guard dog. A lowlife. Always hitting dogs. Not only did they fail to thank Su Chen for saving someone, they turned on him, accusing him first. Even more vicious was Lisa. She turned and pointed at the still trembling little girl, unleashing a torrent of abuse. It's all your fault, you little brat. Why did you have to bring those stinking biscuits? You corrupted my Audi. What kind of mother raised you? Learning to seduce dogs at such a young age. What will you be like when you grow up? The young mother trembled with rage upon hearing this. What did you say? She's just a child. What's wrong with the child? Does that mean he can just harm dogs? Lisa grew increasingly unreasonable. Listen to me, this isn't over. You have to apologize to my Audi. Get down on your knees and apologize. The little girl was crying so hard from the scolding that she clung tightly to her mother, too scared to speak. Hearing this, Su Chen smiled. Apologize? Su Chen chuckled softly, his voice eerily calm. Who do you think you are, that I should apologize to you? The words exploded like thunder across the scene. Lisa's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Su Chen. You, what did you say? Su Chen slowly approached her, each step carrying an oppressive weight. I said, trash like you isn't worthy of my apology. What? Can't you understand human speech? Or do you only comprehend dog barks? Su Chen's mouth is so sharp. Awesome. That's exactly how you handle trash like this. Su Chen, do I indulge your rotten habits? Just then, a familiar system notification sounded in Su Chen's mind. Ding. Host detected encountering an extreme weirdo. God tier choice system activated. Option 1, swallow your pride and apologize to the owner of the vicious dog. Reward, 1 consolation bun, coward title. Option 2, stand your ground and reason with them. Reward, eloquence +1, reasoner badge. Option 3, beat the mad dog senseless and contact the animal shelter to report illegal breeding of banned dogs. Reward, God tier dog beating staff technique. Seeing the third option, a gleam of excitement flashed in Su Chen's eyes. Interesting. Without hesitation, he selected option 3. The next moment, a peculiar warmth surged through his entire body as countless techniques and experiences related to dog beating instantly flooded his mind. Simultaneously, Su Chen pulled out his phone and dialed a number in front of everyone. Hello, is this the animal shelter? Lan Ting Su Community, Central Plaza. There are several aggressive stray dogs here. Please come handle the situation. Meanwhile, the vicious dogs that had been kicked away had already scrambled back to their feet, their eyes blazing with even more fury. Especially the pit bull named Audi, who had gone completely berserk after being kicked by Su Chen. Growling low, it lunged toward him once more. Watch out, the young mother cried out. But Su Chen's expression remained eerily calm. He watched the charging pit bull, a faint smile curling his lips. Since your owner won't teach you, then today, I'll teach you how to be a good dog. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Su Chen picked up the baton Captain Wang had dropped from the ground. Chapter 87, 1 baton, 1 kill. You call this dog beating technique? Audi. Kill him. Lisa let out a shrill growl. Caesar. Black Panther. Attack. Whoever bites off his leg gets a whole Australian Wagyu steak as a reward. The other wealthy women snapped out of their shock. Far from feeling the slightest fear, their rage boiled over at seeing their pets kicked. They shrieked in fury, urging their vicious dogs to attack. Roar. Woof woof. At their master's command, the last vestiges of hesitation vanished from the remaining 3 fierce dogs. Their bloodthirsty nature was fully ignited. A Dogo Argentino, a Canary dog, and a Caucasian Shepherd, 3 massive, muscular beasts simultaneously closed in on Su Chen from 3 different directions. Their gleaming fangs glinted coldly in the sunlight, and foul-smelling saliva dripped from the corners of their mouths. Run for your lives! The surrounding residents were terrified out of their wits, scrambling and crawling to retreat further away. A young mother clutched her daughter tightly, her face drained of color, too terrified to even scream. It's over. This man was about to be torn to shreds. In the surveillance room, Koen watched the scene unfold, his lips curling into an uncontrollable, maniacal grin. Die, Su Chen. Take that arrogance. Take that defiance. Get mauled to death by a dog, see how you'll ever bounce back. He'd already envisioned the headline for the press release later. #has been artist Su Chen provokes vicious dog, tragically killed #. Meanwhile, the live chat exploded with fury. Holy! This is murder. Are these 4 ES out of their minds? Openly inciting vicious dogs to attack someone? That's intentional assault. Su Chen, run. Don't fight back. Those are 4 rabid dogs. It's over, it's really over. No matter how skilled he is, he can't take on 4 top-tier attack dogs. Yet, standing at the eye of the storm, Su Chen showed not a trace of fear on his face. What perfect timing, right? Just got the divine dog beating staff technique and was worried about where to practice it. You guys just happened to send the dogs right to me as sparring partners? And you send 4 at once? You guys are such kind souls. As 3 gaping maws lunged at him from different directions, Su Chen didn't retreat, he charged forward. The baton in his hand didn't swing wildly, it moved at a mysteriously precise moment. The Dogo Argentino lunged first, its gaping jaws aimed squarely at Su Chen's throat. Su Chen shifted his body slightly. His baton struck at an impossible angle, rising from below to deliver a pinpoint blow to the joint connecting the Dogo Argentino's jawbone. Snap! A dull thud echoed. The ferocious Dogo Argentino let out a whimper mid-air. Its massive body instantly went limp, crashing to the ground like a broken puppet. Its limbs twitched twice before it fell unconscious. 1 strike. Just 1 strike. Before the live stream viewers could react, the other 2 vicious dogs were already closing in. A Canary dog on the left, a Caucasian Shepherd on the right. Flanking him left and right, they sealed off every possible escape route for Su Chen. Good. Instead of panic, Su Chen felt a surge of excitement. Rather than retreating, he charged forward, spinning like a top on the spot. The baton in his hand traced a perfect arc. Thud. Thud. 2 more dull thuds echoed. One blow struck the Canary dog squarely on the bridge of its nose, while the other landed precisely on the Caucasian's spinal joint. A woof. Woo. 2 piercing howls rang out simultaneously. The 2 ferocious dogs, which had been snarling menacingly moments before, now lay on the ground. One clutched its nose, rolling frantically while tears and snot streamed down its face. The other's hind legs gave way, collapsing onto the ground. It couldn't get back up no matter how hard it tried. 3 seconds. Not even 3 seconds. 3 top-tier guard dogs, hyped to the skies by their wealthy owners, just went down? Did I just see that wrong? What just happened? 1 stick, 1 kid down? You call this security? This is Wu Song, right? The guy who couldn't get past 3 bowls of wine. Is this ING the dog beating staff technique? This is clearly a dimensional strike. Awesome. Blown away. Su God. Forever the legend. The entire scene fell deathly silent. Only Adi, the pit bull that had charged first, remained. Having just recovered from the excruciating pain of being kicked flying, it prepared to attack again. But upon lifting its head, it saw the gruesome sight of its 3 companions lying motionless on the ground. This hellhound, renowned for its ferocity and fearlessness, froze. Its underdeveloped brain clearly couldn't process the surreal scene unfolding before it. After dispatching the 3, Su Chen turned leisurely, twirling his baton in his hand and beckoning to Adi with a flick of his finger. Your turn. Adi? Lisa was dumbfounded too. Staring at the offspring of her champion dog, her voice trembled. Gore! Adi growled threateningly at Su Chen, yet his feet involuntarily began to retreat. It was afraid. Animal instinct screamed at him, this biped before him was extremely dangerous. What? Scared to come closer? Su Chen chuckled, advancing step by step toward it. You seemed pretty bold just a moment ago. Come on, I'll grant your wish. I'll let you bite. With every step Su Chen took, Adi retreated 1 step, whimpering pitifully and instinctively tucking its tail between its legs. This is hilarious. Dog, don't come any closer. Just now it was a hellhound, now it's a scaredy cat dog, ha ha ha. Su Chen's pressure is off the charts. Seeing her last hope cower, Lisa completely broke down. Useless. You useless thing. Bite him. She screamed, lunging forward herself, clawing wildly as she tried to grab Suan's face. But before her hand could touch Su Chen, a powerful grip seized her wrist. Su Chen didn't even glance at her, his gaze fixed on the retreating pitbull as he spoke calmly. Ignoring your master's command? Looks like it's time for a proper lesson. With that, he flicked his wrist, flinging the screaming Lisa aside before lunging toward Adi in a single stride. In the pitbull's terrified eyes, the baton in his hand became a blur. Smack! 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 A rapid succession of blows echoed through the air. Each blow landed precisely on the pitbull's most vulnerable spots where it hurt the most but wouldn't cause fatal injury. Rear end, hind legs, spine. Wah-ah-ah! The pitbull let out a blood-curdling scream, rolling wildly on the ground in a futile attempt to evade the baton. Yet the police baton followed it like a shadow, as if possessed by eyes of its own, leaving the dog nowhere to hide. Finally, Su Chen pinned its neck under his foot and lightly tapped the baton against its forehead. Surrender? Woof, woof, woof. The pit bull trembled violently. A sudden heat washed over its hindquarters as a foul-smelling liquid instantly soaked the grass. It had been beaten to the point of urinating itself. At that moment, the livestream exploded with excitement. Holy! Made it piss itself. Never seen that before. ING awesome. So ING awesome. Serves you right for being so cocky. Meanwhile, the saints and haters collectively reached their climax. How dare he? How dare he treat a dog like this? Crying. Poor Adi, he just wanted to play with people. Why treat him like this? Su Chen, get the hell out of showbiz. You animal abusing scum. Hashtag Su Chen abuses dog trending now. He must pay the price. My Adi. My baby. Lisa and her girlfriends finally snapped out of it, charging toward Su Chen like mad women. You bastard. I'll fight you to the death. Woo woo. A piercing siren grew louder from afar. Several police cars and a white van emblazoned with Municipal Animal Health Supervision Office executed a sharp spin and came to a smooth halt at the edge of the square. The doors swung open. A sharp figure stepped out first. It was none other than Lin Wanqing, captain of the city's Criminal Investigation Brigade. She surveyed the chaotic scene before her, Su Chen, baton in hand, wearing an expression of calm detachment, for hysterical wealthy women, 4 vicious dogs whimpering on the ground, and a pool of suspicious liquid. Su Chen? Her voice carried a hint of resigned resignation. Why is it always you? Chapter 88, Dog Disposal? Rich woman kneels. The moment she spotted Lin Wanqing, Lisa clung to her like a lifeline, scrambling over herself to reach her. Tears and snot streaming down her face, she pointed at Su Chen and wailed. It's him! That stinking security guard! He's abusing animals. Look what he did to my dog. And he tried to hit us too. Look at them. My Adi, my Caesar. They're nearly beaten to death. You must arrest this thug. Make him rot in jail. We have video. We recorded everything. Another wealthy woman rushed over, shoving her phone screen in the police officer's face. Look. Proof of his assault. He must be arrested. Let him rot in jail. Lin Wanqing's delicate brows furrowed slightly. She signaled to Zhao Lei behind her, go gather statements from the surrounding witnesses. Record everyone's account. Yes, Captain Lin. Lin Wanqing's gaze settled on Su Chen. Did you do this? Her voice was cold and devoid of emotion. Su Chen shrugged, returning the baton to the stunned Captain Wang beside him, his expression innocent. Captain Lin, you'll have to vouch for me. This was self-defense at most, or an act of bravery. Those dogs were about to tear that little girl to pieces just now. He gestured toward the mother and daughter nearby, who were still visibly shaken. Lin Wanqing followed his gaze. The young mother nodded urgently, confirming Su Chen's account. He saved us. Officer, if it weren't for him, my daughter would have been. The young mother's voice trembled with lingering fear. Lin Wanqing understood immediately. Just as she was about to say something, staff from the Animal Health Supervision Office approached. Leading the group was a dark-skinned middle-aged man with piercing eyes, clearly a seasoned veteran. His expression hardened instantly as he scanned the 4 large dogs whimpering on the ground. Ladies, these 4 dogs belong to you, correct? Yes. There are babies. Lisa nodded urgently. Please present the dog ownership registration certificates and rabies vaccination certificates for these 4 dogs, the staff member stated in a businesslike tone. Certificates? What certificates? Our Caesar is purebred, airshipped from abroad, more precious than any of you. What certificates do we need? The wealthy women looked utterly self-righteous, their arrogance so deeply ingrained it made those around them frown. The officer's expression turned cold. According to the dog ownership regulations, pit bulls, Dogo Argentinos, Canary dogs, and Caucasian shepherds are all listed as prohibited breeds in the city's key management zones. In a public space, you failed to leash your dog and allowed it to attack citizens, posing a serious threat to public safety. He paused before delivering the verdict. We will now legally impound these 4 unregistered prohibited breeds. Given their demonstrated extreme aggression, we will schedule humanely euthanized. Those 5 words struck like 5 bolts of thunder, crashing down on Lisa and the others like a thunderclap. The air froze instantly. No. No. Lisa's lips trembled, the color draining completely from her face. What did you say? What does harmless disposal mean? It means humane destruction, the staff member added coldly. No. Lisa let out a shrill scream that cracked in her voice. The wealthy woman who had been so arrogant just a moment ago, vowing to make Su Chen rot in prison, suddenly collapsed with a thud, kneeling stiffly on the floor. She clutched the staff member's leg and wailed uncontrollably. No. Please. Don't take my Adi. He's my whole life. I'll give you money. Please spare my baby. Several other wealthy women completely broke down, kneeling on the ground and wailing baby and my darling, a scene that momentarily seemed more heart-wrenching than the death of their own parents. This scene, captured by the live stream camera, spread clearly across the entire internet. The live stream instantly split into two extremes. This is hilarious. Just moments ago they were demanding Su Chen go to jail, and now they're the ones on their knees? Talk about instant karma. This is it. Well done. Irresponsible dog owners like them deserve to taste the pain of loss. On the other side, upon learning the dog was slated for humane destruction, countless dog lovers and Su Chen's haters erupted in fury. How dare you? They're living beings too. How can you be so cruel? It's all Su Chen's fault. If he hadn't blown this out of proportion, the dogs wouldn't have been taken away. Hashtag strongly condemn animal cruelty @Lantinkso community hashtag trending now. We must save these poor dogs. May Su Chen rot in hell. That trash will do anything for fame. The firestorm of public outrage burned hotter than the scorching sun outside. In the surveillance room, Koen watched as the hashtag Su Chen dog abuse trended, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Excellent. Even if you don't get bitten to death by dogs, you'll drown in the flood of online outrage. Meanwhile, Su Chen, the eye of the storm, remained utterly unfazed. He even had the leisure to walk over to Lin Wanqing and ask in a hushed voice, "Captain Lin, does this count as major meritorious service? What's the maximum reward for acts of bravery at our police station?" Lin Wanqing. She desperately wanted to punch that smug, handsome face. What kind of twisted logic does this guy have? The entire internet is condemning him, and he's still concerned about the reward? Just as the animal control officers pulled out the iron cage, preparing to take away the 4 terrified attack dogs. At that very moment, a wealthy woman actually broke through the barriers and charged like a madwoman toward the cage holding the dogs. Lin Wanqing's eyes turned icy cold, and she hesitated no longer. Obstruction of justice. Restrain them all. At the command, several officers immediately moved in, flanking her from both sides. With precise restraint techniques, they pinned the struggling, thrashing wealthy woman firmly to the ground. The crisp, satisfying click of handcuffs locking into place echoed through the air. The once arrogant women now lay face down in the grass, utterly disgraced, able only to emit muffled, resentful whimpers. The world finally fell silent. The live stream's chat exploded with excitement at that moment. Aha! Officer's sister is so freaking awesome. Today's best moment. Recommend watching this clip 100 times. If they can't handle these shrews, who can they handle? Just as the animal shelter staff prepared to carry away the last limp pit bull, Audie, a young staff member, while slipping a leash around its neck, ran his fingers over the luxurious collar. Ha! He let out a soft gasp of surprise. The sound was faint, yet it was caught by Su Chen, who had been scanning the entire scene with his god-tier danger perception. Su Chen's gaze instantly sharpened. What's wrong? The middle-aged captain in charge also noticed his subordinate's unusual reaction. Captain, look at this collar. The young staff member pointed to the collar around the pit bull's neck, a lavishly adorned piece studded with rhinestones. This collar seems a bit too thick, and this clasp doesn't look like a standard design. He reached into his tool belt, pulled out a multi-tool, and carefully pried at an extremely hidden seam on the collar. Click. A barely audible click. The seemingly seamless collar suddenly sprang open, revealing a small hidden compartment. Inside the compartment lay black shock-absorbing foam. Nestled in the foam's recesses lay a small packet sealed in a transparent plastic bag. Inside the packet was a generous amount of white powder. Chapter 89, Drugs Hidden in a Collar? Su Chen solves another case. Captain, come quick. This dog's collar seems to have something hidden inside. The young staff member's voice trembled. Hidden something? The startled exclamation instantly drew everyone's attention. Lin Wanqing strode forward, her expression grim and unsettling. The animal processing station chief also sensed something was amiss, crouching down to feel around the unconscious Dogo Argentino's neck. The collar appeared to be from a top luxury brand, soft leather studded with sparkling rhinestones. But on the inner side of the collar, at an inconspicuous seam, there appeared to be an extremely tiny hidden compartment. The station chief gently pried it open with a pair of small tweezers he carried. Click! A transparent plastic bag smaller than a fingernail fell out, containing white powder. The room instantly fell deathly silent. What the hell is that? White powder, transparent bag. It can't be what I'm thinking, can it? Is this drugs? Holy! Hiding drugs in a dog collar? What the hell kind of shady move is that? Lisa and the other rich ladies' faces turned as white as paper in an instant. Lin Wanqing's eyes suddenly sharpened like lightning. She said nothing, merely shooting a glance at Zhao Lei beside her. Zhao Lei understood immediately, slipping on gloves and carefully picking up the evidence bag before sealing it. Call the narcotics squad and the forensic team immediately. Secure the scene. Detain all these individuals. At Lin Wanqing's command, officers pounced on the stunned wealthy women. No, it wasn't me. I don't know. Lisa finally snapped out of it, screaming like a madwoman as she struggled desperately. I don't know anything. This isn't mine. Officer, we're innocent. We're law-abiding citizens. Yet the cold handcuffs clicked shut around their wrists. The evidence was irrefutable, rendering any excuses futile. Staff from the animal processing station sprang into action, inspecting the collars of the other 3 dogs. Sure enough, inside the collar compartments of the pit bull named Adi and another canary dog, they discovered identical white powder. 3 packets. 3 whole packets. Drugs. They're drugs. So, these dogs weren't pets at all? They were tools for smuggling drugs? I'm speechless. I was just cursing Su Chen. I'm sorry, Su God. I was wrong. I didn't recognize a mountain when I saw it. Where are all the hypocritical saints who were bashing Su Chen upstairs? Come out and show yourselves. Keep feeling sorry for your drug dogs. Where's your dignity? Thrown away? I declare this the year's best face slap moment. 1 second they're wailing my baby, next second they're drug mules. Hilarious. Su Chen, I just wanted to beat a dog, how the hell did I end up busting a drug ring? Public opinion underwent an earth-shattering reversal in a mere second. Hashtags like hashtag Su Chen beats drug dog hashtag rich lady uses vicious dog to smuggle drugs hashtag, and hashtag Lanting Sissy's drug ring unfold hashtag exploded across trending searches at rocket speed. Countless netizens flooded the livestream, with comments so dense they caused the feed to lag. Kumpkin's fans and those haters who had been wildly ranting moments before were now all struck dumb, wishing they could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. In the monitoring room, Cohen himself sat frozen in place, staring at the screen. His mind went blank, his mouth gaping wide enough to swallow an egg. Impossible. This absolutely couldn't be. He'd only intended to make Su Chen suffer a bit by patrolling under the scorching sun to humiliate him. How did this turn into a full-blown drug bust operation? Director Wang Gang was stunned too, oblivious to the cigarette slipping from his fingers and falling to the ground as he muttered to himself. It's happening again, that feeling is back. As the entire internet erupted, everyone stunned by this earth-shattering twist. At the epicenter of the storm, Lin Wanqing felt no joy at cracking a major case. She slowly turned around, her stormy eyes locked onto one man. They locked onto the man who had remained utterly unfazed throughout Su Chen. Su Chen. Lin Wanqing's voice was dry as she stepped before Su Chen, demanding each word with deliberate precision. Was all of this part of your plan? From the moment that sports car nearly hit you, you'd already set your sights on them, didn't you? You deliberately provoked them, deliberately clashed with them, just to create a legitimate reason to search these dogs. You knew all along they were using dogs to smuggle drugs. As Lin Wanqing spoke, her thoughts grew clearer, and her eyes grew brighter. Yes. It had to be. Su Chen's driving skills were so exceptional, how could he possibly be intimidated by a mere sports car? Every seemingly irrational, unprofessional move he made when pieced together formed a flawless, meticulously planned scheme. Hearing Lin Wanqing's imagined deductions, Su Chen was dumbfounded. He blinked, looking at her with an innocent expression. Ha? Captain Lin, what are you talking about? I'm just a dedicated neighborhood security guard. When I saw someone illegally keeping a dog that nearly injured a child, I stepped in to stop it. Su Chen spread his hands, his expression as sincere as could be. I just wanted a reward. No, I just wanted to maintain peace and order in the community. How did this get mixed up with drug dealers? The more he explained, the more convinced Lin Wanqing seemed to be. Look at him. Look at him, acting all nonchalant. He was still pretending. He'd accomplished such an earth-shattering feat, yet refused to reveal a single detail. He attributed everything to mere coincidence. What profound state of mind. What immense inner strength. This isn't merely concealing merit and fame, it's actively pushing credit away. Ding. Target subject Lin Wanqing exhibits extreme admiration and excessive fantasizing toward the host. Police expert team en route. Ding. Host has completed the achievement tackling the bizarre, solving the case unexpectedly. Online reputation skyrockets. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a special reward 200,000 yuan in cash. Listening to the succession of system notifications echoing in his mind, Su Chen's lips curled into an involuntary smile. 200,000 yuan in cash? This is great. However, this genuine smile of his took on a different meaning in the eyes of Lin Wanqing and the countless viewers in the livestream. It was the smile of a king who had calculated everything. Su Chen, he's smiling. He definitely knew all along. That smile is the answer to everything. Holy crap. How did he know? Does he have X-ray vision or something? Don't ask, just say Su studies. The Su School of Criminal Psychology is about to add another case to its archives. Just as the entire internet erupted, the police expert team arrived hurriedly, running late. Chapter 90, Shocking Revelation: Is Su Chen the Joker? The car doors swung open as several figures strode out. Leading the group was a white-haired elder, sharp and alert, none other than Wang Dong, the leading authority in China's criminal psychology field. Professor Su Chen. Where is Professor Su Chen? Even before Wang Dong arrived, the urgency in his voice cut through the crowd. His gaze immediately locked onto Su Chen, who stood in a blue security uniform, looking utterly bewildered. Wang Dong rushed forward in 2 strides, gripping Su Chen's hands tightly, his voice trembling with excitement. Professor Su. It's you again. Wang Dong's voice quivered, his eyes blazing brighter than a spotlight. Our expert team was just reviewing your predictive case solving in the conference room, and now this. You're working as a security guard and pulled off another major case for us? Su Chen's lips twitched slightly as he calmly withdrew his hand. He was puzzled. Why was this old man acting like a fanatic? Expert Wang, you flatter me, Su Chen waved dismissively, his expression calm. I'm just an ordinary neighborhood security guard. Saw a few weirdos letting their dogs off leash and trying to set them on people, so I stepped in. Purely a case of seeing injustice and acting. The moment those words left his mouth, the live stream audience burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Su God, I just wanted to teach those weirdos a lesson, who knew they were drug dealers. Wang expert, yeah, right. You old geezer. Ugh, you're a sly fox with those bushy eyebrows. Ordinary neighborhood security guard, just took care of them. Su Chen is a master of subtle, self-deprecating humor. Urgent notice from the Su Studies Society: Su Chen's latest quotes have been updated. All members are urged to promptly study and grasp the core spirit of the ordinary detective method. Wang Dong's face flushed crimson upon hearing Su Chen's explanation. Look at this level of mastery. Dismissing an earth-shattering scheme as a mere coincidence. This isn't merely concealing achievements, it's treating one's record of accomplishments like toilet paper, used and discarded. Professor Su, you're far too humble. Wang Dong grew even more respectful. You must have seen the problem from the very beginning, right? Every move you made, though seemingly impulsive, was actually laying the groundwork for the final showdown. Su Chen. No, I didn't. Stop making things up. He genuinely just wanted the reward for the divine dog-beating staff technique. Meanwhile, forensic expert Qian Limin had already donned gloves and was conducting rapid on-site tests on the white powder packets with his assistant. Meanwhile, Lin Wanqing personally interrogated the wealthy women, who were now completely broken. Speak. Whose are these things? Lin Wanqing's voice was as cold as ice. It's not mine. Officer, it really isn't mine. Lisa sobbed, tears and snot streaming down her face, her makeup completely ruined. I don't know anything. This collar, my husband bought it for our dog, Audie. It was him. He did it all. To save her own skin, Lisa didn't hesitate to betray her husband. The other wealthy women screamed in unison. Yes. It's all Lisa's husband Li Jun's doing. He gave us our dog collars too. He claimed his trained dogs were exceptionally fierce, perfect for guarding homes and providing security. He even promised it could solve, well, that's why we let him train them. He also said the dogs needed regular intensive training, taking them away for several days each month. Officer, we were truly deceived. Lin Wanqing's brows furrowed as she immediately ordered Zhao Lei beside her, investigate. Immediately gather all information on this Li Jun. Hearing the wealthy women's tearful pleas, Su Chen glanced at the still unconscious attack dogs and suddenly blurted out a random complaint. Trained dogs turn out unusually vicious? He chuckled softly, sounding like he was talking to himself, or perhaps joking to the live stream camera. Honestly, why make it so complicated? Just feed the dog some white powder, get it hooked. When it runs out, it'll go berserk biting anyone in sight. This pure nonsense instantly set the entire live stream ablaze. After a brief silence, a tidal wave of laughter followed. Put. I was drinking water and just sprayed it all over my screen. Su Chen, you're a ing genius. Feeding dogs drugs? Ha 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 ha. Su Chen, did solving cases get to your head? That's just absurd. Don't troll, man. That's not imagination, it's brain damage. Where's your common sense? Dogs don't do drugs. User ID Pet Dr. Li Jiet comments, as a professional, I must correct this. The streamer's remarks are utterly irresponsible. Canine physiology makes dependency on such substances impossible. This is pure sensationalist nonsense. In the monitoring room, Cohen nearly leapt out of his chair at the sight. He pointed at Su Chen on the screen and burst into uncontrollable laughter. Ha 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 ha. See that? That fool. He finally slipped up. He knows jack about criminal investigation, he's just a lucky idiot. His henchman beside him grinned maliciously. Brother Cohen is right. I've already had the PR team screenshot it. We're about to flood the internet with the trending hashtag Su Chen spouts nonsense for attention. This time, we'll crush him for good. Cohen leaned back in his chair triumphantly, already envisioning Su Chen being vilified across the internet and forced out of the entertainment industry. Get the fan clubs involved too. Cohen ordered. Flood the comments with Su Chen is brain dead and Su Chen, get lost. Let him know what happens when you cross Koen. In an instant, the live stream's chat exploded. Hordes of trolls and Icon supporters flooded in, relentlessly pushing the narrative. Su Chen's talent has dried up, he's just spouting nonsense now. If you don't understand, stop pretending you do. This is making me cringe. Turned from fan to hater. So disappointed. Sacrificing basic common sense for views? Even expert Wang Dong wore an awkward smile at the scene, thinking Su Chen had taken his joke too far. Lin Wanqing shot Su Chen a fierce glare, signaling him to stop disrupting such a serious occasion. Yet amidst this wave of online ridicule and palpable awkwardness throughout the venue, old Xian, who was crouched beside the fierce dog preparing to collect evidence, suddenly froze. He had been wearing his reading glasses, meticulously examining the Dogo Argentino's condition. At first, he hadn't paid much attention to Su Chen's words, dismissing them as youthful nonsense. But then, out of the corner of his eye, he saw the Dogo Argentino, which should have been asleep under sedation, suddenly begin to convulse violently, its limbs twitching uncontrollably. Its eyelids fluttered frantically, white foam tinged with blood spilled from the corners of its mouth, and a strange, guttural growl erupted from its throat. This was not a normal reaction to anesthesia. This was a classic withdrawal reaction. Su Chen's line, the one everyone had dismissed as a joke, echoed over and over in his ears. Just feed the dog some white powder. When you're hooked, how could you not go hard? Old Xian's breathing instantly became ragged. He jerked his head up, bloodshot eyes fixed on Su Chen like he was staring at a monster. His hands trembling, old Xian ripped off his reading glasses and bellowed at his assistant beside him with every ounce of strength left in him. Quick! Forget the collars. Get me the urine collection kit and blood testing tools. Now! Immediately! Run full drug panels on all 4 dogs. Chapter 91, Hard Evidence. For drug detecting dogs shock the entire internet. Everyone was stunned. Drug tests on dogs? What the hell kind of nonsense is this? In the surveillance room, Koen's maniacal grin froze mid-bloom on his face. He whipped his head toward his henchman, his eyes brimming with question marks. Has this old man lost his mind? The young henchman was equally baffled, but he quickly plastered on a fawning smile and reassured him, "Don't worry, Boss Koen. It's just grandstanding. Dogs don't do drugs. I've already arranged for the PR department to release a smear piece titled The Clown Su Chen, When Will His Ignorant Rants End? Guaranteed to ruin him for life." Well done. Koen leaned back triumphantly in his chair, already envisioning Su Chen's miserable downfall as he was vilified across the internet. Get the icons involved to flood the comments with Su Chen is brain dead, get him out of showbiz. This time, I'll make sure he's finished for good. In an instant, the live chat's tone shifted dramatically. LOL. This expert must be a plant hired by the show. Trying to save Su Chen's ass, they've thrown all dignity to the wind. This script is way too obvious. I'm so embarrassed I could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with my toes. Guys, stop defending him. Your idol's got some serious connections, they even hired an expert to act. Yet, faced with the internet's collective skepticism, old Xian remained utterly unfazed. His gaze fixed intently on his assistant, radiating an authority that brooked no argument. The young aide dared not delay, dashing to the inspection vehicle to retrieve the full set of testing equipment. Blood draw, urine sample, reagent drop. All eyes were fixed on those small test strips. The second red line signifying a positive drug test result slowly but unmistakably appeared. All 4 strips, without exception, showed positive results. Xian. Old Xian. The assistant's voice wasn't just trembling, it was shaking violently. Holding the test report, his lips quivered like a motor, barely able to form coherent words. The results are all positive. And, based on preliminary metabolite concentration readings, this indicates long-term, high-dose usage. Boom! If the earlier discovery had been like dropping a bomb, then the assistant's words now were no less than detonating a small nuclear device. Every police officer, every expert present including the battle-hardened Lin Wanqing suffered a collective mental freeze at that instant. The next second, the livestream went absolutely wild. The relentless mocking comments were instantly replaced by a deluge of Holy! What the hell did I just see? It's actually positive? The dog really took drugs? Sorry. Su God. I was wrong. I shouldn't have doubted you. I'll kneel and kowtow to you. Thump thump thump. Holy. What did I just call Su Chen? I want to go back in time and slap myself silly. Where's that pet doctor, sisterly? Get out here. Come on out. Aren't you a professional? Didn't you say canine physiology makes it impossible? Come out and explain yourself. Emergency broadcast from the Su Studies Research Society. Facts prove that in Su Chen's universe, there is no common sense, only miracles. All acts of doubting Su Chen will be defined as anti-Su studies. In the monitoring room. Clink. Koen's coffee cup slipped silently from his hand, shattering into pieces on the polished floor. His entire body went limp as if his spine had been ripped out, slumping completely in his chair. His eyes stared blankly at the composed man on the screen as he muttered unconsciously. Impossible. This absolutely cannot be. Is he a demon? Just as the entire internet descended into frenzy and the villain's psyche completely collapsed, a group of veteran experts led by Wang Dong, energized as if injected with adrenaline, once again swarmed around Su Chen with a collective whoosh. Their eyes burned with fervor more intense than when viewing a priceless national treasure. Professor Su. Wang Dong's voice cracked with excitement. How did you figure it out? Was it the abnormal contraction frequency of canine pupils under specific lighting? Or the minute spasms in their muscles at rest? Another forensic expert pushed his glasses up and blurted out, "No. I bet teacher Su smelled it. He detected a specific chemical residue hidden deep within the dog's fur, masked by its body odor. That kind of acute sense of smell is practically police dog level." Surrounded by a group of old men, breathing in the thick excitement radiating from them, Su Chen looked utterly miserable. "I was just saying. I just wanted to see your shocked faces. Who knew these guys would take it so seriously and actually poison the dog?" He spread his hands helplessly. "I was just guessing." Yet to the experts, this blunt admission struck like a thunderclap. Just a wild guess? How could that be possible? This must be another test from Professor Su for us mere mortals. The more casually he spoke, the more earth-shattering the logical chain behind his words must be. Wang Dong took a deep breath, his eyes brimming with reverence for such wisdom. "I get it. Teacher Su was enlightening us through this profound simplicity, urging us not to be bound by conventional investigative logic. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Su Chen. Fine, whatever floats your boat." Just as the experts launched into an impromptu seminar on Su's teachings, Lin Wanqing finally snapped out of her profound shock. As the head of the criminal investigation team, she instantly grasped the case's terrifying implications. But a new question surfaced in her mind. "Something's off," she frowned, glancing at the dogs. "Using live animals to transport drugs is extremely risky and inefficient. Why would traffickers choose such a foolish method?" Hearing this, Su Chen shot her a look as if she were an idiot and waved his hand impatiently. "Hey, Captain Lin, are all cops wired with straight-line thinking? Who said this was drug trafficking?" He extended a finger, pointing distantly at the Dogo Argentino still twitching on the ground, and spoke slowly in a tone meant to lecture elementary school students. "Think about it, how do you convince your buyer that the goods in your hands are truly one-of-a-kind top-tier merchandise?" Su Chen chuckled softly, his laughter dripping with utter scorn. "Simple. Take a drugged dog for a walk. When it hits withdrawal, that frenzied, bloodthirsty behavior, any connoisseur can spot the quality at a glance. It's both a secret signal and an on-the-spot inspection. Two birds with one stone, how convenient?" Su Chen's words instantly cut through all the fog in Lin Wanqing's mind. Right. It all clicked into place instantly. These rich women weren't drug mules at all. They were merely being exploited by their husband, Li Jun, a bunch of foolish, walking advertisements and quality inspectors. Li Jun exploited their vanity and foolishness, making them parade through the neighborhood with their drug-sniffing dogs. In reality, he was showcasing the quality of his merchandise and signaling available for trade. This seemingly peaceful, upscale neighborhood was nothing but a massive, covert drug trafficking hub. Seal it off. Lin Wanqing sucked in a sharp breath and immediately grabbed her walkie-talkie, issuing orders in a voice that brooked no argument. "Seal off all exits and entrances to Lantingsu. Conduct a thorough search of the entire complex. Arrest the suspect, Li Jun, immediately." After issuing the orders, Lin Wanqing wasted no time. She led her team straight to Lisa's villa. According to Su Chen, Lisa's villa likely contained a massive stash of drugs. Chapter 92, Su Chen, hold on, let me hit the bathroom first. Seal it off. Team A, search the basement. Team B, check all rooms for hidden compartments and ventilation ducts. Move it. Within Lisa's opulent villa, Lin Wanqing's voice rang out cold and urgent as her commands echoed through the entire compound via walkie-talkie. A thorough search operation targeting a new drug network had been underway for half an hour. In the villa's living room, tension hung thick as steel wire. Officers bustled about, the beeping of forensic equipment a constant hum. Amidst this grim atmosphere, one discordant figure slumped on the sofa, utterly out of place. Su Chen. As the key investigator and primary eyewitness in this case, he had been forcibly brought to the scene by Lin Wanqing. Under the pretext of assisting the investigation, he was actually being watched by rookie cop Zhao Lei, who wouldn't leave his side. Suji, Zhao Lei looked at Su Chen, who was leisurely scrolling through his phone on the sofa, his face a mix of admiration and awkwardness. Captain Lin said, "You should stay here and not wander off." Su Chen didn't even lift an eyelid, but inside he was delighted. Staying put was perfect. He relished watching them scramble while he sat back and enjoyed the show. Meanwhile, his livestream had already exploded with activity. Hundreds of thousands of viewers were witnessing this unprecedented mass arrest through the first-person perspective of the miniature camera on his chest. Holy crap! This is insane. It's like filming a cop criminal blockbuster. Su God strikes again. That villa must be worth a few small fortunes, right? Drug dealers are loaded. Hats off to the officers. Hope they round up every last one of these scumbags. In the monitoring room, director Wang Gang was so excited his chubby cheeks were trembling, his blood pressure nearly hitting 200. Traffic. Massive traffic. Yet beside him, Koen's face was dark enough to drip water. He glared at the leisurely Su Chen on the screen, his eyes brimming with envy and venom. A washed-up has-been? What gives him the right? He snarled through gritted teeth at his assistant. Contact the PR team. Hire trolls. I refuse to believe he has no skeletons in his closet. Just then, Su Chen on the sofa suddenly yelped, clutching his stomach tightly. His brows knitted together in agony, his expression twisted with pain. I can't take it anymore, he grimaced at Zhao Lei. Stomach cramps. Need to hit the bathroom. Quick, which one is it? Zhao Lei froze. The live stream's chat froze for a second. The next second, the mood shifted dramatically. No way, dude. At a time like this when every second counts, you say you gotta take a dump? I'm cracking up. The cops are out there risking their lives conducting a thorough search, and you're not only goofing off but also hogging public resources? LOL, what's a deadweight teammate? This is it. Choking at the critical moment. Su Chen, you're a pro at this. Lin Wanxing had just come downstairs from the second floor when she heard this. She stumbled, nearly losing her balance. She strode over to Su Chen, her beautiful brows knitting into a frown as she lowered her voice. Su Chen, can you please show some consideration for the situation? Everyone here is swamped right now. Nature calls, Captain Lin. Su Chen wore an innocent expression, his pained look growing even more convincing. Besides, I'm security, not the police. I can't help here anyway. You can't expect me to hold it in, right? What if? That would be so embarrassing. You. Lin Wanxing's chest heaved with anger. This guy always managed to say the most outrageous things at the most serious moments. Suddenly, Koen's eyes lit up. Seizing this lifeline, he bellowed at his assistant. Did you hear that? Hit him where it hurts. Quick. Get this trending. Hashtag Su Chen deserted his post, top slacker at the police station. Hashtag heartbreak for frontline officers, why is this artist slacking off? Hashtag get all the icons out there to attack him. Bash him relentlessly. Within mere seconds, fueled by a professional team, the live stream's discourse erupted into a firestorm. Su Chen, get out of the entertainment industry. You're trash who doesn't deserve your position. So pathetic. Cops are busting drug dealers while you're searching for toilets? Turned from fan to hater. Thought he had some talent before, but now he's just a clown seeking attention. Exactly. What if the drug dealer left crucial evidence in the toilet and he flushed it down with his? Can he even handle that responsibility? Amidst the torrent of online fury, Su Chen felt not a ripple of emotion. He even felt like laughing. Go ahead and rant. The fiercer your insults, the harder your faces will hurt later. Lin Wanxing finally relented, waving impatiently at Zhao Lei. Take him. Keep a close eye on him. Don't let him touch anything. Yes, team leader Lin. Zhao Lei led Su Chen into the master bedroom's luxurious en-suite bathroom. However, the moment the door opened, an indescribable stench assaulted their senses, nearly knocking them both off their feet. The expensive smart toilet now lay in a most pitiful state, having gone on strike. Viewers in the livestream felt suffocated through their screens. Gah! This is a biochemical weapon. I'm eating right now. Damn it! A plant. Don't drug dealers use the toilet? Would buying a toilet plunger kill them? Zhao Lei's face turned green as he instinctively took a step back. Su Chen, however, remained rooted to the spot, raising an eyebrow slightly. This clog felt a bit too deliberate. It was as if someone had deliberately stuffed it full of hard-to-flush items before fleeing, aiming to block it completely. Just then, that familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected high concentration of malice and suicidal behavior from host target. Divine choice system activated. Option A, hold your nose, go outside, and truthfully report the toilet clog to the police. Reward, diligence fortune, X1 collect all 5 fortunes to redeem the thank you for your patronage title. Option B, find it disgusting, leave immediately, and use another bathroom. Reward, none. Option C, scoff coldly. A mere clog? Could it possibly stump the almighty Su God? A qualified security guard solves every resident's problem, even unclogging toilets. Reward, divine tier plumbing engineering. Special item, miniature sonar detector 1. A devilish smile slowly curled at the corners of Su Chen's lips. What's there to choose? He turned to face Zhao Lei, who was looking disgusted, and the live stream camera. With a calm, matter-of-fact tone, he said, "Don't worry." As he spoke, he slowly rolled up his sleeves with a sense of ritual, revealing his muscular forearms. Leave it to me. A security guard's self-cultivation is about solving every problem for the residents. Today, I'll show you what true professionalism looks like. With that, he ignored Zhao Lei's horrified expression and the live chat flooded with. He strode resolutely toward the clogged toilet. Chapter 93, Su Chen, don't come over here. Leave it to me. Su Chen's 2 words, delivered with the calmness of a cloudless sky, struck like a bolt from the blue, leaving Zhao Lei and everyone in the livestream utterly dumbfounded. Leave it to you? What exactly are you taking care of? Bro, this is a clogged toilet. It's a biological weapon level situation. Zhao Lei's face turned green. He instinctively took 2 steps back, pinching his nose as his voice cracked. Su good, don't get carried away. This thing, we should call the property management's professionals, right? You're our big hero. Doing this, it's not right, really not right. He was nearly in tears. If Su Chen actually had to unclog this toilet and Captain Lin found out, wouldn't he skin him alive? The live stream exploded. The comments flooded the screen like a burst dam. Holy crap. Did I hear that right? Su Chen said he'd handle it? What's he gonna do? What the hell is he planning? The craziest live stream of the year just happened. 1 second he's helping cops bust drug dealers, next he's about to unclog a toilet on camera. What kind of insane plot twist is this? Ugh, Su Chen, snap out of it. You're a celebrity. Even if you're past your prime, you can't just throw yourself away like this. Shut up, upstairs. I think, this is kinda thrilling? I wanna watch. Count me in +1. Already curious what position Su God will use dog head emoji. In the monitoring room, Koen stared at the screen showing Su Chen rolling up his sleeves. He froze for a moment, then erupted into maniacal laughter. Ha 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 ha. This is hilarious. Has he lost his mind? He's completely gone mad. He slapped his thigh in excitement and yelled at his assistant beside him. Film it. Get a high residential recording. All cameras on him. I'll make sure footage of him unclogging that toilet becomes dirt he can never wash off. Hurry. Where's the PR team? Where are the trolls? Get this trending. Hashtag Su Chen slacking at police station. Hashtag live streaming toilet unclogging. I'll make sure the entire internet sees what a disgusting clown this so-called city hero really is behind the scenes. He could already envision Su Chen's downfall, his reputation in tatters, vilified across the internet, utterly expelled from the entertainment industry. Yet inside the bathroom, Su Chen remained oblivious to the outside world. A torrent of knowledge from divine-level plumbing engineering surged through his mind while the system-awarded miniature sonar detector activated silently. In the corner of his vision, a crude sonar image visible only to him rapidly took shape. The ceramic structure of the toilet bowl, the curvature of the S-shaped trap, the trajectory of the PVC pipes below, everything was rendered in crystal-clear 3D data. The sonar's signal pierced the murky water, reaching the core of the blockage. A dense, perfectly cylindrical image abruptly appeared on the display. It was firmly lodged in the narrowest part of the trap. This blockage, something's not right. A normal organic blockage could never be this hard and regular in shape. It felt as though someone had forcefully wedged a metal pipe into the deepest bend of the pipe. Su Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Ignoring the trembling Zhao Lei beside him and the chat filled with "no, please don't" messages, he walked straight to the toilet. He didn't reach for the flimsy plunger. Instead, he slowly raised his right fist. At that moment, the entire livestream fell deathly silent. Every viewer, including Koen, instinctively held their breath, eyes wide as saucers. WH, what is he doing? No way? It can't be what I'm thinking, right? No. Brave. Real man. I salute your guts. Though I can feel the suffocation through the screen. Stop. Su Chen. There's in there, Aya. Zhao Lei was utterly terrified, lunging forward to grab Su Chen. Bro Su. You can't do that. Just as the entire internet erupted in horrified screams, Su Chen moved. He flashed his signature smirk at the live stream camera, a mix of cocky and deadpan. Sorry, I just love to play by my own rules. As the words fell, his fist didn't plunge into the murky abyss as everyone expected. Instead, it struck with a piercing whistle at an impossibly sharp angle, smashing into the side of the toilet, specifically an inconspicuous sewage pipe joint. Bang! A deafening, thunderous crash. The expensive, supposedly indestructible premium ceramic pipe shattered instantly. Contrary to the chaotic scene of shards flying everywhere imagined by onlookers, it was a perfectly precise, fist-sized hole. Filthy liquid gushed out instantly. Zhao Lei let out a shriek and leaped backward with his eyes shut. But the expected scene of being doused in biological weapon didn't materialize. Clang! The sharp clang of metal hitting the ground rang out, jarringly distinct amidst the foul stench. Zhao Lei cautiously opened one eye. From the ruptured pipe opening, a waterproof metal cylinder about 30 centimeters long, tightly wrapped in thick oilcloth, had fallen out and now lay quietly on the smooth floor tiles. The scene. Dead silence. In the livestream chat, the rapidly scrolling comments suddenly froze, as if paused, leaving an eerie 3-second void. 3 seconds later. The volcano erupted. What the hell did I just see? Did my eyes just go blind? Unclogging a toilet and ing pulling out a safe? What the hell is this thing? A torpedo? Drug dealers hiding torpedoes in toilets? I'm ing stunned. Completely stunned. What kind of plot twist is this? Someone tell me this isn't scripted? Not even a top Hollywood screenwriter could pull this off. I declare. Su Men shall live forever. The god of Su shall reign for all eternity, unifying the underworld. Outside the villa, Lin Wanqing, Wang Dong, and other experts anxiously awaited the search results when a sudden, thunderous crash echoed from inside the villa. Something's wrong. Lin Wanqing's heart skipped a beat. Her first thought was that Su Chen was up to something again. She stormed inside with 2 SWAT officers in tow. Su Chen! What the hell are you doing? Her furious shout was abruptly cut off in her throat the moment she saw the scene before her. She stared blankly at the metal cylinder on the floor. Then she glanced at the toilet beside it, punched clean through. Finally, her gaze settled on Su Chen, who stood calmly flicking his wrist as if he'd just casually swatted away a fly. Her brain had frozen. Chapter 94, The Drug Hiding Pipe. Lin Wanqing was utterly dumbfounded. Su Chen had actually pulled something out of the toilet? Something was terribly wrong in a $1 million kind of way. She snapped back to her senses and barked sharply. Zhao Lei! The evidence! Yes! Zhao Lei snapped out of his daze, suppressing the churning in his stomach. He slipped on white gloves and began carefully lifting the metal cylinder, placing it into an evidence bag. A forensic technician swiftly approached and pried open the cylinder with specialized tools. The moment the neatly compressed, transparent plastic-wrapped white powder was exposed to the air, the entire villa seemed to freeze. High-purity heroin. And a massive quantity, at least 1 kilogram. Whoa! A collective gasp filled the room. Everyone stared at Su Chen as if he were a god. We searched everywhere outside for nearly half an hour and couldn't find any drugs. Then you go to the bathroom, smash the toilet with 1 punch, and flush out drugs the police couldn't find after searching for ages? What kind of insane move is this? In the surveillance room. Crash. Cohen's coffee cup slipped from his hand, shattering into pieces on the floor. He slumped in his chair, eyes vacant, muttering to himself. Impossible. This can't be real. It's scripted. This has to be scripted. Is he the devil? He's the devil. Director Wang Gang, trembling with excitement, grabbed Kunkin by the collar and roared ecstatically, "Script? If this is ing scripted, I'll eat the camera right here. This is a miracle. This is the god of ratings." The livestream had long since transcended mere apologies. The tone had shifted from sorry, Su God to a massive, fervent, and utterly bizarre scene of worship. I hereby declare. From this day forward, Su Studies is officially established. I am the very first member of the Su Studies Research Society. Who among us gets it, family? I thought he was on the first floor to take it, then I thought he was on the second floor to unclog the toilet, but damn it, he was ing in the atmosphere solving a physics mystery. Hey, you guys. Think bigger. What do you mean, solving a physics mystery? This is a causality weapon. Su Chen said there should be drugs here, so drugs sprouted right out of the toilet. I was wrong, I was so wrong. I even joined Icon in mocking him. I'm not human. Master Su, please accept my kneel. At that moment, Professor Wang Dong, the leading authority on criminal psychology among the expert panel, suddenly trembled as if struck by lightning. He adjusted his slipping reading glasses, trembling as he took step after step toward Su Chen, his eyes blazing with an almost frenzied light. I understand. He murmured to himself, his voice growing louder until it became an excited roar. I understand everything. Lin Wanqing was startled. Professor Wang, what do you understand? Wang Dong ignored her. His eyes were fixed only on Su Chen, that innocent young man whose expression screamed, Who am I? Where am I? What are you all doing? Teacher Su. The sound of Professor Su sent a shiver through every police officer present. Professor Wang Dong pointed at the shattered toilet fragments on the floor, then gestured toward the window, his voice trembling with emotion. Poisoned dogs. Poisoned dogs are merely the surface. They're mobile, unstable billboards. I should have realized it sooner. Drug trafficking on this scale couldn't possibly rely solely on a few dogs. The real transport channels must be more covert, more stable, and impossible to trace. He slammed his hand on his thigh, his eyes blazing with insight. Water. The water system. The water supply and sewage system covering the entire Lantingsa community. That's the drug dealer's expressway. Like the capillaries in a human body, they deliver the toxins to every organ, meaning every end-user buyer. They wrap the drugs in special waterproof containers and dump them into the main sewage pipe. Then, by controlling valves on different branches, they can precisely deliver the cargo to the toilet pipes of designated villas. The recipient just needs to break open the pipe at the agreed time to retrieve the goods without anyone noticing. Wang Dong's words struck like a thunderclap, leaving everyone present utterly stunned. An underground drug trafficking network spanning the entire high-end residential district, built upon the sewage system. It was a criminally ingenious concept. Lin Wanqing's fair face instantly drained of color. If this were true, the complexity and scope of this case would far exceed her wildest imagination. Professor Wang Dong grew increasingly animated as he spoke, his eyes brimming with admiration as he looked at Su Chen. So, from the very beginning, Su teacher wasn't targeting those dogs. He was observing the entire ecosystem of this residential complex. He deliberately said he needed to use the restroom not because nature calls. He was verifying the final piece of his hypothesis about drug trafficking through the sewage system. That punch wasn't reckless. It wasn't a coincidence. It was a meticulously calculated, fatal blow to the entire chain of criminal logic. Whoa! A collective gasp echoed through the room once more. So, that's how it was? From the very beginning, Su Chen had seen through everything? He provoked the wealthy woman, brutally beat the vicious dog, and even forced the police to seal off the residential complex, all for this final punch? What a profoundly calculated scheme. What a terrifyingly intricate plot. Lin Wanqing stared blankly at Su Chen, her heart pounding wildly. Her pride in her logic and deductive skills felt utterly laughable in this man's presence, like a child's scribbles. Under the gaze of countless holy stares, Su Chen felt his scalp tingle. I didn't. Stop making stuff up. He spread his hands helplessly, flashing a standard, harmless smile. Mr. Wang, you're really overthinking this. I was just guessing. This honest statement, however, was instantly interpreted by the crowd as carrying a hidden meaning. Look at that nonchalant expression. Look at that detached composure, like one who, having accomplished their task, quietly departs, concealing both merit and fame. This is the true bearing of a master. Wild guesses? This was Master Su's enlightenment and test for the mere mortals. Professor Wang Dong was so moved his face flushed crimson as he nodded repeatedly, right. The greatest truths are the simplest. I overcomplicated it. Master Su's realm has returned to its purest essence. Lin Wanqing took a deep breath, forcing down the storm raging within her. She strode swiftly to Su Chen's side, her piercing gaze fixed on him. Fine, let's say you guessed correctly. But according to Professor Wang's theory, there's more than one such hidden conduit. Can you name another one? She was goading him, yet also testing him. The entire room, along with millions of viewers watching the livestream, instantly refocused their attention on Su Chen. Chapter 95, Su Chen, the pipeline expert. Here it comes. The Ice Queen Cop and the Big Mouth Demon King's ultimate showdown. I bet a pack of spicy noodles that Su Chen just got lucky. Smashing a toilet with one punch was pure luck. Finding another one? Who does he think he is? A human walking cheat code? Shut up, you guys. The Su Studies Society will never surrender. Sitting here waiting for Su God to shatter our worldview again. Haha, the icons are here to control the comments again, claiming it's all scripted by the production team. That's hilarious. What script would dare write something like this? The writer would get dragged off by the authorities for a drug test on the spot. In the monitoring room, Koen, who just slumped in a daze, sprang back to life upon seeing Lin Wanqing openly challenge Su Chen. He sat bolt upright, his eyes flashing with venom as he barked at his assistant. Quick! Contact every media outlet. Tell them Su Chen got caught red-handed by the police. Flood the trending topics with hashtag Su Chen has run out of ideas. I want him completely humiliated this time. Yet facing Lin Wanqing's intense glare, Su Chen showed no intention of responding. He merely yawned lazily and shrugged his shoulders. Captain Lin, no need to get worked up. I'm not one of your cops. Whether I guessed right or wrong makes no difference to me. I'm just a dedicated neighborhood security guard, and my job is done. With that, he actually pulled out his phone and started scrolling through short videos as if no one else existed around him. His relaxed demeanor seemed to ignore the tense atmosphere entirely. You! Lin Wanqing's chest heaved with fury. She'd never encountered such an utterly incorrigible man. Just then, Zhao Lei burst in from outside, his expression frantic. He shouted his report. Captain Lin! Trouble! We checked Lisa's home surveillance and discovered her husband, Li Jun, drove out of the underground garage through the villa's back door half an hour ago. The car has already left the compound. What? Lin Wanqing's face paled. The wealthy woman Lisa, handcuffed nearby, heard her husband's name and instantly broke down, shrieking. No! Impossible! Younga couldn't have run away. He didn't know anything. Those dogs, those collars, he brought them back. He said they were the latest dog training equipment from abroad. I didn't know anything. Officer, I'm innocent. Her words only solidified Li Jun as the mastermind. Lin Wanqing immediately gave the order. Pursue him. Issue an immediate citywide manhunt for Li Jun. Additionally, the technical team must immediately retrieve the underground pipeline network diagrams for the entire Lanting preface area. Since old Wang speculated that the sewage system was used to transport drugs, we must swiftly locate other drug hiding spots and evidence. The command triggered the police's efficiency machine to kick into high gear. Soon, a hair-raising 3D structural diagram appeared on the massive projection wall in the villa's living room. It depicted the entire underground pipe network of the Lantingsu community. The densely packed pipes resembled a spider web, 100 times more intricate than a spider web. Water supply pipes, sewage pipes, storm drains, gas lines, cable conduits, multicolored lines crisscrossed and intertwined, forming a vast underground labyrinth. Trace evidence expert Qian Liming pointed at the thousands of flashing red dots on the map, his voice strained. Captain Lin, these represent every pipeline junction and valve chamber. Li Jun could use any single node for delivery or interception. Without knowing the precise delivery address and timing, pinpointing the drug stash among thousands of nodes is like searching for a needle in a haystack. Professor Wang Dong's brow furrowed deeply. His pride in criminal psychology proved utterly useless against such a purely engineering conundrum. A deathly silence fell over the scene. Everyone felt an unprecedented sense of difficulty and pressure. With the mastermind at large and leads exhausted, these elite officers faced the despair of helplessness for the first time against an underground drug network built by a criminal genius. Viewers in the live stream room could sense the heavy atmosphere. Holy crap! How ingenious is this crime method? What kind of genius could have thought this up? This is bad. Looks like the cops have met their match. Where's Su Chen? Where's Su Chen? Come save us. Just as everyone was at a complete loss, a lazy voice echoed softly, breaking the silence. Let me ask something first. Everyone turned to see Su Chen put down his phone, his expression serious as he looked at Lin Wanqing. According to the reward measures for public reporting of drug-related crimes, for a case of this magnitude, if I provide the decisive lead that helps you take down the entire drug network, how much would the reward be, roughly? Could it break 200,000? He paused, then added, after taxes? Put. Zhao Lei choked on his breath, nearly passing out on the spot. Lin Wanqing's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Su Chen as if he were an alien. Good heavens! We're here pulling our hair out over this case, and you're worried about the bonus? And asking if it's after taxes? What kind of wiring do you have in your brain? The livestream chat exploded with question marks. Holy! I'm cracking up, guys. I thought he was a God-sent detective, but he's just a money-grubbing fool? This sudden shift in tone made my jaw drop. Everyone else is saving the world, but Su Chen is calculating his personal income tax. Trolls rejoice. Hashtag Su Chen is crazy for money. Hashtag push it up. Let's see how his brainless fans spin this now. In the monitoring room, Koen froze for a second before erupting into earth-shattering laughter. Ha 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 ha. This is hilarious. What a character. He's a true gem. Quick. Cut this clip out and push it across all platforms. I want everyone to see that this Su God they've hyped up is nothing but a money-grubbing clown. Facing the room's uneasy stares, Su Chen remained utterly unfazed. Joking aside, the system's 200,000 reward had already landed in his account. Add the police bounty, and that would wipe out a huge chunk of his debt. This was a huge win. Face? What's that worth? Lin Wanqing took a deep breath and ground out the words through clenched teeth. If you can find him, the reward will be substantial, no question about it. Your wish is my command. Su Chen snapped his fingers, revealing a devilish grin. Under everyone's stunned gaze, he didn't glance at the intricate 3D pipeline diagram. Instead, he walked straight up to Zhao Lei and held out his hand. Give me a floor plan of the residential complex. And a pen. Zhao Lei handed it over, still dazed. Su Chen took the blueprint, spread it on the coffee table, and then performed an operation that baffled the entire internet. Pencil in hand, he began drawing lines on the map starting from Lisa's villa, connecting to another villa, then veering off to yet another location. He wasn't drawing straight lines, but rather chaotic curves and circles, all the while muttering to himself. His appearance bore an uncanny resemblance to a fortune teller, or rather, a charlatan, hawking his services under a bridge. Lin Wanqing. Professor Wang Dong. Live chat. Did the physics saint just switch careers to become a feng shui master? I swear I heard him muttering something about seeking dragons, dividing gold, and observing winding mountains. Oh no, Su Chen's under too much pressure, he's truly lost it. Help! Someone drag this shaman away. This is so awkward. I've dug a 3-bedroom apartment into my toes. Su Chen silently recited a phrase in his mind. System, activate, miniature sonar detector. Ding! Miniature sonar detector activated. The next second, a crude radar scan interface appeared in the lower right corner of Su Chen's vision. He turned around, his gaze sweeping over the massive Lanting preface-style floor plan of the residential complex on the wall. To his eyes, the map was no longer flat. Countless dense blue lines crisscrossed beneath the surface sewage pipes. The sonar detector scanned the entire underground structure of the residential complex with remarkable efficiency, relaying back every anomaly in density and configuration. Time ticked by second. Both on site and in the livestream, everyone watched Su Chen as if he were a cute little thing. He stared at the map, occasionally frowning, occasionally nodding, muttering to himself under his breath. What's he doing? Performing some kind of ritual? LOL, he can't seriously think he'll find drugs just by glaring at them? Is he having a midlife crisis? Forget it. Su Chen has lost his mind. Just as the online mockery reached its peak, Su Chen's gaze suddenly froze. His fingers slowly lifted, pointing at a spot on the map. It was a green area labeled Central Garden. Chapter 96, Su Chen's finger makes the entire internet kneel. Central Garden? All eyes shifted from the intricate 3D pipeline diagram to Su Chen, their gazes filled with an indescribable strangeness. Zhao Lei opened his mouth, as if to speak, but forced himself to swallow his words. Professor Wang Dong adjusted his reading glasses, trying to decipher some earth-shattering strategy from Su Chen's micro-expressions. Instead, he saw nothing but a face that screamed, "Just get this over with so I can go home." Lin Wanqing felt like her brain was about to short-circuit. After smashing the toilet with a single punch, she could still convince herself it was just blind luck. But now, faced with an underground pipe network 100 times more complex than a spider web, he was just pointing at it and claiming it as his own? ING laughed like a pig. What the hell is this? Some kind of live-action ritual? Pointing and hitting? Hey, you up front. That's called seeking the dragon and pointing at the acupoint. Don't call it names if you don't know what you're talking about. Su God is practicing the long-lost pipeline feng shui. Ha 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 ha. The Su Studies Society announces the official launch of Su Style Field Survey Feng Shui Edition. Interested parties, please DM us to enroll. Oh no, oh no. Su Chen's under too much pressure, he's truly lost it. My toes have been working overtime overnight digging up an entire Disneyland. All you icons, gather round. Gotcha now, right? Pure scripted nonsense. Just for clicks. Su Chen, get the hell out of showbiz. Inside the monitoring room, Cohen, who'd been slumped lifelessly in his chair moments ago, suddenly sprang to life at this spectacle, erupting into earth-shattering laughter. Ha 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 ha. This is hilarious. What a character. He's truly one of a kind. Pointing at the screen where Su Chen looked like a charlatan, he laughed until tears streamed down his face. Quick! Record this. All cameras, high-definition screen capture. PR team, get ready, I've already thought of the headline, hashtag from city hero to clown, Su Chen's downfall and superstition hashtag. I'm going to make him socially die to outer space this time. Inside the villa, facing the eerie stares of everyone present and the tidal wave of mockery flooding the livestream, Lin Wanqing felt her career was facing an unprecedented challenge. Reason told her this was absurd. But deep down, a voice screamed wildly. Trust him. Hasn't he created miracles before? Finally, she clenched her teeth, as if making an incredibly difficult decision, and barked orders into the walkie-talkie. Team 1, head to the central garden. Focus on inspecting all water features, especially the circulation and filtration system of the koi pond. Roger that. Lin Wanqing herself stared intently at Su Chen, as if trying to see right through him. Time ticked by second. The atmosphere on site grew oppressively tense. Just then, a voice burst through Lin Wanqing's walkie-talkie, a cry of utter shock, strained to the breaking point and trembling with disbelief. Reporting to team leader Lin. In the circulation pump at the bottom of the koi pond in the central garden, we found a metal cylinder identical to the one in the toilet. Whoa! This report exploded like a depth charge in the living room, in the livestream studio, and in the hearts of everyone watching the broadcast. In the living room, every police officer present, including Professor Wang Dong, collectively sucked in a sharp breath. The look in their eyes as they turned to Su Chen had completely changed. In the livestream chat, the torrent of mocking comments abruptly ceased. Instead, the screen was flooded with a dense, sky-darkening sea of end. Holy crap! He actually called me out? I'm bowled over. I'm genuinely bowled over. My mind is blown. My apologies. Master Su. I shouldn't have doubted you. From this day forward, I shall be the most devoted follower of Su Studies. Hey, you up front, don't push. The Su School Research Society is expanding overnight. The Feng Shui division is now established and I'm the headmaster. Where are all the haters? The ones who were shouting the loudest just now? Come on out. Does your face hurt? In the monitoring room, Cohen's ecstatic grin froze on his lips. The champagne glass he'd raised moments ago clattered to the floor, shattering into pieces. His eyes went blank as he slumped in his chair, muttering over and over. Impossible. This can't be. Is he a demon? He must be a demon. His assistant trembled as he handed over the phone, flooded with urgent alerts from the PR team. The trending topic they just pushed to the top had completely collapsed in the comments section, turning into a human tragedy of icons apologizing en masse, defecting, and betraying him on the spot. Why? Why did this happen? Cohen let out a desperate howl. Inside the speeding Mercedes, Li Jun's phone vibrated frantically as news alerts popped up one after another. Miracle strikes again. Su Chen solves koi pond drug case with a single finger. Su's forensic science, a top-tier science blending the mystical. Li Jun's pupils dilated violently. He snatched the driver's phone and opened the live stream replay. When he saw the police pull that all too familiar metal cylinder from the koi pond, a bone-chilling coldness shot from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. His two most secretive supply routes had been uprooted within a single hour by an actor he'd never taken seriously, using methods he couldn't begin to comprehend. Fear. An unprecedented terror seized his heart. This man must die. Li Jun's face darkened to the point of dripping water. He dialed an encrypted phone line, his voice hoarse and ruthless. Target, Su Chen. Located in the Lanting Villa district. At any cost, make sure this man shuts up forever. Inside the villa, Su Chen was surrounded by a group of energized senior experts and police officers, leaving no room to move. Professor Su. How did you figure it out? Was it the koi's unusual swimming patterns, or the abnormal frequency of bubbles breaking on the surface? Professor Wang Dong's face was flushed with excitement. Su God! Where's the next location? Please enlighten us again. Zhao Lei had completely transformed into a devoted fanboy. Su Chen was getting a headache from their clamor. He just wanted to clock out early and go home to sleep. Waving his hand impatiently without looking up, he snapped. The sources almost uncovered, why bother with tributaries? Use your brain, will you? With that, he returned to scrolling through short videos, as if his earlier remark had been nothing more than a casual complaint. Yet to Wang Dong and Lin Wanqing, those words struck like thunder. The source. Struck as if by lightning, they locked eyes, each seeing utter shock reflected in the other's gaze. A double entendre. Source referred not only to the main source of the water supply sewage system, but also to the source of this vast criminal network. Li Jun. Lin Wanqing instantly snapped to attention and barked, "Technical team. Investigate." Every single company involved in the design, construction, and maintenance of the piping and water feature systems at Lantingsu residential complex. Now. Yes, sir. Within 30 seconds, the results appeared on the large screen. A high-end landscape water feature engineering company named Bisui Qingyuan stood out prominently on the list. Not only was this company the contractor for the entire water system at Lantingsu, but its legal representative bore a name that made everyone's eyebrows shoot up. Li Jun. All the clues had come full circle. That Li Jun. That clear spring water. Lin Wanqing gritted her teeth and immediately ordered, "Everyone, prepare to move out. Target, Clear Spring Water Headquarters." Just as the entire task force moved with lightning speed to close in on their target, Su Chen, bored out of his mind and about to tell Director Wang they were done for the day, suddenly saw the system panel in his mind flash with a frantic crimson warning. Warning. High concentration lethal hostility detected. Warning. Host has been marked by multiple high-risk targets. A sudden chill shot up Su Chen's spine, starting from his tailbone and racing to the back of his neck. He snapped his head up, his piercing gaze cutting through the floor-to-ceiling windows to the path encircling the villa. Several burly men dressed in delivery and courier uniforms were casually encircling the villa. His god-tier danger perception went into full alert mode. Su Chen's breath caught in his throat. For real? Chapter 97, Even Assassins Dare Provoke Me. Ding. The cold system interface refreshed before Su Chen's eyes. This time, the interface was an unprecedented crimson. Warning. Host detected under imminent lethal threat. Activating highest priority security protocol. Option A, immediately shout for help and seek police protection. Reward, shocked debuff 1 hour duration, letting you experience the heart-pounding sensation of surviving a close call. Option B, immediately hide behind rookie cop Zhao Lei. Reward, Zhao Lei's affection plus 10, he'll feel trusted by you. Option C, as an exemplary security guard, it is your duty to nip all danger in the bud. Reward, God-tier Bagwazang Grandmaster level plus physical enhancement potion X1. A devilish curve slowly spread across Su Chen's lips. Need I even choose? C. He silently chose. In an instant, a torrent of fist intent as vast as mountains and seas surged into his mind. Leaning against the mountain. Elbow to the crown. Fierce tiger climbing the mountain. From power generation techniques to real combat application, Frumto countless supreme secrets of Chinese martial arts seemed to be engraved into his soul and muscle memory as innate instincts. Simultaneously, a fiery warmth surged from his heart, instantly coursing through every limb and bone. Crack. Crack crack. He could distinctly hear his bone density increasing, muscle fibers restructuring, and nerve reaction speeds surging at superhuman rates. Su Chen slowly rose to his feet, casually clenching his fist. A crisp crackling sound, like popping beans, echoed distinctly in the quiet living room. Su Chen? Lin Wanqing, who was preparing to lead the team out, glanced back at him in confusion. At that very moment, the villa's front door slammed open with a violent crash. 3 burly men dressed in delivery uniforms streamed in one after another, their eyes fierce and murderous as they charged straight toward Su Chen in the center of the living room. Who let you in? Zhao Lei and the 2 officers reacted instantly, guns drawn and aimed at the intruders as they barked the warning. In the live stream chat, viewers assumed it was some new stunt arranged by the production team. Holy crap! Delivery guys chasing stars now? Talk about a show. This guy looks way too intimidating to be a delivery guy, more like a debt collector. Scripted. Definitely scripted. Director Wang's pulling another stunt. However, Su Chen's next move stunned everyone. He stepped forward, deliberately positioning himself between the police and the 3 uninvited guests. Facing their unmasked, icy murderous intent, Su Chen wore an utterly harmless smile. He shrugged his shoulders toward both the live stream camera and the killers. Gentlemen, the production crew's boxed meals are over there. You've got the wrong set. The assassins were taken aback. What kind of reaction was that? But they were mercenaries paid to get the job done. After a second of shock, the ferocity in their eyes only intensified. The leader shed all pretense, violently snatching a gleaming dagger from the delivery box and thrusting it with all his might, aiming straight for Su Chen's heart. Real blades. Not an actor. It's real. Su Chen, get out of the way. The live stream exploded instantly. Screams and gasps flooded the chat, nearly crashing the server. In the monitoring room, Koen leapt from his chair in sheer excitement, his eyes burning with maniacal delight. His eyes locked on the screen, already fantasizing about the scene of Su Chen bleeding out on the spot. But then, the next second. In Su Chen's field of vision, the deadly blade's trajectory became crystal clear and painfully slow. His body shifted only slightly. The angle was impossibly sharp. The blade, tempered with a chill, sliced past the hem of his robe, grazing it without leaving a scratch. His left hand shot out like lightning, arriving first despite the delay, gripping the assassin's knife-wielding wrist with an iron hold. His right hand transformed from a palm to a fist. A seemingly light yet devastating strike of Bajiquan inch power landed squarely on the assassin's chest. Thud. A dull thud echoed. The murderer's vicious expression froze instantly, replaced by utter terror. He felt his chest collapse violently as a torrential force instantly shattered his internal organs. His entire body was sent flying backward, feet leaving the ground, slamming hard into the wall behind him before slumping limply to the floor, unconscious on the spot. The entire sequence unfolded in less than a second. The other two assassins' pupils dilated in shock. What kind of monster was this? Before fear could take hold, their survival instincts kicked in, driving them to launch an even fiercer attack. One whipped out a baton, the air whistling as he brought it down hard on Su Chen's skull. The other, dagger in hand, lunged treacherously from the side, aiming for his ribs. Instead of retreating, Su Chen advanced. He stomped forward with a single step, his entire aura instantly transforming into unparalleled ferocity. He unleashed the Bajiquan leaning against the mountain technique. Crash! The baton-wielding assassin, along with his weapon, was sent flying into the air by an irresistible force. He coughed up a mouthful of blood mid-air, flying 3 meters before landing motionless. Simultaneously, Su Chen spun with the momentum. A swift and fierce Bajiquan top hard elbow struck the final assassin squarely in the chest. Snap! The crisp snap of shattered ribs rang out clearly. The assassin followed his comrade's fate, collapsing like a broken sack. 3 highly trained professional assassins. In less than 5 seconds. All 3 were dealt with by Su Chen alone, in the most primitive, violent, and efficient manner possible. The scene fell deathly silent. Lin Wanqing, Zhao Lei, and the others who had been poised to rush in for backup froze solid in place, their movements stiff as if struck by a petrification spell. Zhao Lei's jaw dropped wide enough to fit an egg, his grip on the gun nearly slipping from his trembling hands. The livestream went absolutely wild. The bullet comments could no longer convey the viewer's emotions with words only screens filled with, and remained. Hashtag Su Chen knocks out one with each punch. Hashtag. Hashtag is this guy even security? He's a military ace. Hashtag. Hashtag what happened to being weak as a kitten? You liar. Hashtag. Hashtag I hereby declare the establishment of the Su School of Combat Division. Hashtag. Countless hashtags exploded across the internet at warp speed, dominating every trending topic. Inside the villa's living room, Su Chen seemed to have done nothing more than a trivial task, brushing imaginary dust off his hands. He turned to glance at the stunned Lin Wanqing and the assembled police officers, shrugging helplessly. Sorry, as a security guard with professional ethics. Cleaning up the trash in the neighborhood isn't too much to ask, right? Lin Wanqing stared at him, at his face that seemed to say this was perfectly normal, feeling her worldview shatter piece by piece. Was she facing a human being, or a bottomless vortex of fog? Someone. Restrain him immediately and interrogate him. Lin Wanqing, being the squad leader, instantly grasped the situation. Stabbing Su Chen's vital spot through the door, this was an attempt on his life. Which meant these men were drug traffickers' assassins. Chapter 98, that punched 3 or 4 seconds later. Meanwhile, in the production team's monitoring room. Clink. A sharp crack echoed as Kunken's coffee cup slipped from his hand, shattering on the floor. Warm coffee splashed onto his pant leg, yet he remained oblivious. Koen's body jerked backward, slamming hard against the chair's backrest. His neck lolled limply to one side as his unfocused eyes stared blankly at the screen. On the screen, Su Chen casually brushed imaginary dust from his hands. At his feet lay 3 professional assassins, twisted into a heap, their fate unknown. In the corner of the screen, the freshly edited headline flashed like a cold joke. Hashtag Su Chen showboating backfires, stabbed by armed thugs during livestream, public rejoices. Hashtag. In the document beside it, the PR team had already prepared dozens of trending hashtag topics. Hashtag death of Su Chen. Hashtag what goes around comes around, Su Chen got what he deserved. Hashtag. But now. Koen's gaze darted back and forth between the 3 useless assassins and the unscathed Su Chen. A chill crept up his spine to the top of his head, freezing the blood in his limbs. Devil. A bestial growl forced its way from his throat, his voice shaking uncontrollably. He's a devil. Koen, are you okay? His assistant turned deathly pale with fear and rushed to support him. Koen shoved him away, his trembling finger pointing at the screen. His eyes, bloodshot with a mix of madness and collapse, screamed hysterically. Tell me. How the hell is this possible? That was a professional hitman Lee Jun paid a fortune for. Not an extra. Why? Why couldn't they kill him? Villa living room. Su Chen had no idea he'd just driven another old acquaintance to the brink of madness. He stretched his limbs, feeling the surging power from the physical enhancement potion and the masterful, effortless control of the god-tier Bagwazang. Only one word remained in his mind. Awesome. This reward was totally worth it. He turned to face the stunned expressions of Lin Wanqing, Zhao Lei, and the others, plastering on his signature harmless smile and shrugging helplessly. Captain Lin, does this count as obstructing official duties? The words broke the frozen silence. Zhao Lei jolted, his gun-gripping hand trembling. Obstructing official duties? Bro! This is called going solo against terrorism. In the livestream chat. What the hell did I just see? Am I losing my mind, or has the world gone mad? One punch, one shoulder charge, one elbow strike, 3 kills. Is this guy even security? Tell me he's AT-800 and I'll believe it. Hey, don't insult Gundam. Gundam needs charging. Su Chen's got a nuclear reactor built right in. What happened to the powerless top-tier idol? Su Chen, you big liar. You tricked us all. Where are the haters? The ones screaming for Su Chen to get stabbed to death? Come out and show your faces. At Koen Global Fan Club, come out and take your beating. Your idol hired some pretty useless assassins, got taken down by Su Chen in 3 seconds flat? Want your money back? I hereby declare. Effective immediately. The Su School Martial Arts Division is officially established. I hereby crown Su Chen as the modern Ip Man. No. He's way more badass than Ip Man. Countless hashtags flooded the trending charts at an unstoppable pace. Hashtag Sichenk knocks out professional assassin Sinepunchatat time hashtag. Hashtag is this even security? This is a human-formed Gundam hashtag. Hashtag Su Studies Society Combat Division established hashtag. No. This is not obstructing official duties. A passionate shout cut through the chaotic scene. The crowd turned to see Professor Wang Dong, the criminal psychology expert, shoving aside the officers blocking his path and stumbling toward Su Chen. He steadied his slipping glasses, his eyes behind the lenses blazing with the fervor of a believer witnessing a miracle. Professor Su! It's incredible! This is incredible! Professor Wang Dong's voice trembled with excitement as he pointed at the unconscious assassin on the ground, his words rapid as machine gun fire. What you used on the first man, that was the technique from Bagwazang, wasn't it? Seemingly effortless, yet its force pierced straight to the core. For the second one, it was the unparalleled power of the mountain lean. Look at the distance and posture he flew. The impact was perfectly absorbed, not a single ounce wasted. And that final strike, a swift, devious top hard elbow. Power generation, footwork, timing, not a single superfluous movement. This level of mastery is impossible without 30 or 40 years of relentless training. The words hung heavy in the air, plunging the entire venue into silence once more. Lin Wanqing's gaze toward Su Chen had shifted from shock to awe. 3 or 4 decades of cultivation? How old is he? Could it be he started practicing martial arts while still in his mother's womb? Su Chen felt goosebumps rise all over his body under Wang Dong's intense stare, his mind racing with internal complaints. 30 or 40 years? More like 30 or 40 seconds? He tugged at the corner of his mouth and trotted out his go-to excuse again. Professor Wang, you flatter me. I just practiced randomly. Just messing around? Professor Wang Dong not only didn't believe him, but sucked in a sharp breath, his face lighting up with an expression that said, I get it now. Back to basics. Great skill appears effortless. This is precisely the supreme realm of the master's sword, no sharp edge. Great skill appears effortless. Teacher Su, you're too modest. Su Chen. I really wasn't trying to show off, I just wanted a reward. Just then, one of the assassins, doused with cold water by Zhao Lei, opened his eyes. Seeing the police officer handcuffing him, he showed no reaction at first. But when his gaze shifted and he saw Su Chen standing nearby, wearing an utterly innocent expression, the man trembled violently as if he'd seen a ghost. Don't let him come over. Don't let him come over, he screamed in terror, tears streaming down his face as a foul stench wafted from his crotch. He had literally pissed himself in terror. Zhao Lei barked, calm down. Who sent you here? The assassin trembled, staring toward Su Chen as if he were a demon risen from hell. He practically blurted out his confession. It was Boss Lee Jun. Boss Lee Jun sent us. He said to shut the Su guy up, forever, no matter the cost. The words shut him up forever hit Lin Wanqing like a bucket of ice water dumped over her head. A chill shot up her spine, spreading instantly throughout her body. So, they really had come to kill Su Chen. Right under her very nose. If Su Chen really was just an ordinary person, then the consequences. She dared not think further. She looked again at Su Chen's face, which bore no trace of anything unusual, at his clear, innocent eyes. For the first time, she felt her worldview being shattered, piece by piece, blow by blow. What kind of person was he, really? Just as the tension in the villa reached its peak, the walkie-talkie at Lin Wanqing's waist suddenly crackled with urgent static. Static reporting to Team Leader Lin. Reporting to Team Leader Lin. Command Center update. Intelligence from all transportation hubs. Target suspect Li Jun was spotted at Donggang Pier 5 minutes ago. He's accompanied by several henchmen and appears to be preparing to flee by sea via speedboat. Requesting instructions. What? Lin Wanqing's face paled instantly. Li Jun is trying to escape. He absolutely cannot be allowed to escape. Just as she was about to give the order, her peripheral vision caught sight of Su Chen beside her. A thought surged uncontrollably from the depths of her mind. Should she take him along? Chapter 99, What does green mean? Su Chen. Lin Wanqing's voice cut through the chaos with unwavering certainty. As a key figure and victim in this case, you must accompany us to Donggang Port. Her words were formal and proper, but the unmistakable dependence in her eyes was plain for everyone present to see. Zhao Lei's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Captain Lin, this isn't proper procedure. The scene is too dangerous. What about him? Lin Wanqing shot Zhao Lei a glare. If it weren't for him just now, we'd still be dealing with these three killers. Su Chen scratched his head, feeling somewhat helpless. He'd planned to grab his reward and leave, but now he was dragged into fresh trouble. But the thought that the system might trigger another reward for this operation flashed a glimmer of anticipation in Su Chen's eyes. He pursed his lips and spread his hands. Captain Lin, overtime is fine, but let me be clear up front. Going on patrol with you guys is high-risk work. One wrong move and I could be dead. You'll have to pay me hazard pay, right? He held up two fingers and waved them in front of Lin Wanqing. Not much, just rounded up to a nice even 20 grand. The live stream exploded instantly. Ha ha ha. Su Chen is always Su Chen. Still thinking about money at a time like this. I suspect Su Chen is a money-grubbing miser. But I love it. 20,000? Su Chen, are you trying to extort the police? F you, upstairs. He just saved a cop's life, okay? Just then, Su Chen's phone started vibrating like crazy. Hello? Director Wang? Mr. Su. Wang Gang's voice crackled with excitement over the line. Overtime pay. Triple. No, quintuple. Just keep streaming. Su Chen's eyes lit up, deal. With the money secured, everything else was negotiable. 10 minutes later. Sirens wailed as a convoy of police cars sped toward Donggang Port like arrows. Inside the patrol car, Lin Wanqing maintained contact with the command center via her walkie-talkie. Captain Lin, the target suspect Li Jun has been spotted at Donggang Port. However, the port's complex terrain and numerous berths require more precise coordinates. Lin Wanqing frowned as she studied the port layout in her hands. Donggang Port covered a vast area, densely packed with ships, containers, and cranes. Finding a single person here was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Just as she was at a loss, Professor Wang Dong's tentative voice came over the radio. Lin, maybe we should ask Professor Su? Professor Su? Lin Wanqing instinctively glanced at Su Chen, then dismissed the thought as absurd even to herself. Su Chen wasn't a psychic, how could he possibly know where Li Jun was? But, recalling all those incredible coincidences before, Lin Wanqing couldn't help but ask, Su Chen, are you familiar with the docks? Su Chen was idly gazing at the night scenery outside the car window. Hearing the question, he casually replied, not really. I've only been there a few times. Then where do you think Li Jun would choose to escape from if you were him? Su Chen glanced at the map in Lin Wanqing's hand, then looked out the window. The distant port was brightly lit, the silhouettes of various cranes faintly visible against the night sky. Hey, what's up with that crane? Su Chen suddenly pointed into the distance. Why is there one painted green? It looks awful compared to all the yellow ones around it. It's giving me OCD. Lin Wanqing followed Su Chen's finger and indeed spotted a conspicuously green tower crane amidst the sea of yellow ones. Maybe they repainted it during maintenance? Lin Wanqing ventured uncertainly. Su Chen shook his head. They wouldn't just randomly change the color on heavy machinery like that. It must have a special purpose. Special purpose? Just then, Professor Wang Dong's voice came trembling with excitement over the walkie-talkie. I get it. I get it. Green. Green. In International Criminal Code, it means clear path. And Professor Su was right that Crane's position is precisely a blind spot for surveillance. Professor Su wasn't talking about aesthetics, he was pointing out Li Jun's escape route. The car fell instantly silent. Lin Wanqing stared wide-eyed at Su Chen, as if gazing upon a deity descended from the heavens. Su Chen looked utterly bewildered. When did I? Professor Su. Professor Wang Dong's voice grew increasingly excited. You're too modest. This meticulous observation, this precise grasp of criminal psychology. It's genius. No, it's divine. The live stream exploded. Holy crap. Holy crap. Su God is at it again. pinpointed the fugitive's location with one sentence. Is this even human? Time to establish the criminal science division of the Su Studies Society. To those who called Su got OCD earlier, you owe him an apology. His OCD saved Li Jun's life. Wait, no, it cost Li Jun his life. Lin Wanqing stared at the walkie-talkie in her hand, then glanced at Su Chen's innocent expression, her lips twitching. Reason told her this was absurd. But, given Su Chen's previous track record, she chose to believe him. Attention all personnel. Lin Wanqing gripped the walkie-talkie, her voice trembling slightly a quiver. She didn't even notice herself secure the green tower crane at berth 3. The suspect most likely entered the water from there. Roger that. Understood. Responses echoed through the walkie-talkie from each team. Su Chen stood nearby, utterly confused. What did green mean for a safe passage? What's this criminal code talk? He just thought that green crane was ugly, okay? But seeing the knowing looks on Lin Wanqing and Professor Wang Dong's faces, Su Chen couldn't be bothered to explain. They wouldn't believe him anyway. Might as well sit back and watch the show unfold. 3 minutes later. Zzzzzzzzzzz. A burst of static crackled through the walkie-talkie, followed by the muffled shout of a frontline officer, his voice strained with suppressed excitement. Reporting to Captain Lin. Reporting to Captain Lin. Suspect Li Jun spotted behind the container under the green crane. He's about to board a speedboat. We've established a perimeter. Dead silence fell inside the vehicle. Lin Wanqing's hands trembled. Zhao Lei's jaw nearly hit the floor. The live stream's chat exploded with chaos. Holy crap! Hit again! Hit again! What kind of god-tier move is this, Su Chen? Pinpointing the fugitive's location with just one sentence? I declare. From this day forward, Su Chen is my faith. Hey, chill out upstairs. Su Chen is pure science. The highest level of science. Kunken, are you here? Come out and take your beating. Are your paid trolls still going to bash Su Chen? Su Chen watched the crowd, now so excited they could barely form coherent sentences, and felt utterly speechless. He really just said it offhand. Who knew it would turn out like this? But, seeing the gifts and donations flying wildly in the livestream chat, Su Chen's mood inexplicably lifted. The money was coming and nothing else mattered. Captain Lin, Su Chen suddenly spoke up, shouldn't we hurry over? We can't let that Li Jun get away. Lin Wanqing snapped out of her daze and immediately shouted at the driver, speed up. Full throttle ahead. The police car screeched toward the dock, the atmosphere inside tense yet exhilarated. Everyone wanted to witness this legendary figure's next move with their own eyes. Only Su Chen remained bored, scrolling through his phone. For him, catching a fugitive was just another day at the office. After all, he was a man with a system. Chapter 100, Who's the Forklift Master? Donggang Port. Dozens of SWAT officers had formed a crescent-shaped perimeter, their guns locked onto the target ahead. At the center of the encirclement, drug lord Li Jun appeared frenzied, a sharp dagger pressed against the trembling throat of a port worker. Nobody move. Get back. Clear a path. His face contorted in fury, bloodshot eyes blazing, he dragged the hostage step by step toward a black speedboat at the edge of the berth. Beads of sweat formed on Lin Wanqing's forehead as she gripped the walkie-talkie, her voice hushed, snipers. What's the situation? Reporting to team leader Lin, the target is completely overlapping with the hostage. Wind speeds are too high, no firing window. Repeat, no firing window. Damn it. Lin Wanqing clenched her teeth. Meanwhile, in the live stream of Professional Challenge 365, the online viewership had surged past a staggering 8 million. Bullet comments flooded the screen so densely that the footage was barely visible. Holy crap. They're doing this for real. We're in deep trouble now. Where's Su Chen? Su Chen, think of something. Aren't you the mastermind? Bull. He just got lucky. When it comes down to a real showdown, doesn't he still rely on the cops? Shut up, haters. Can't you see how dangerous it is out there? If you think you can do better, go ahead. On site, Su Chen stood beside Zhao Lei, feeling irritated by the sea breeze. He wasn't worried, he just found this group's inefficiency infuriating, delaying his commute home. Just then, a virtual panel visible only to him lit up before his eyes. Detected high-level hostility from target Li Jun, God tier option activated. A. Remain silent. Trust the professionals. Reward, Model Citizen Certificate X1 frameable. B. Loudly reprimand Li Jun to draw fire and create an opportunity for the hostage. Reward, Li Jun's hatred plus 100, fearless death tag basic. C. Accidentally operate the nearby forklift, accidentally smashing a box of fish onto the speedboat. Reward, golden eyes. You will possess golden pupils. Su Chen's eyebrow twitched. His gaze settled on option C, and he grinned. Again? How do I always get stuck with these lucky breaks? Su Chen chuckled inwardly, silently declaring without hesitation, I choose C. The next second, he looked toward the yellow electric forklift not far away. Time to put on a show. Su Chen suddenly staggered, his face turning deathly pale as he grabbed Zhao Lei's arm beside him. Oh my, Officer Zhao. His voice trembled slightly. This is too much. My legs are giving out. Could you steady me? Zhao Lei froze, instinctively supporting him as concern welled up. Are you okay, Teacher Su? Should we head back to the car? No need. I can hold on a bit longer, Su Chen waved weakly. This scene was captured clearly by the drone camera and transmitted live to the broadcast room. Instantly, the haters went wild. Ha 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 ha. This is hilarious. Legs giving out? But you were kicking ass and taking names just a moment ago. Karma's A. Turns out he's just a wimp when it counts. Is this it? Su God? Put. Get out of showbiz already. Poor hostage stuck with a so-called hero who just watches the show. Su Chen steadied Zhao Lei, stumbling again underfoot. Whoa! His entire body careened uncontrollably toward the unmanned electric forklift parked nearby. In the chaos, his right hand, which was supporting his body, landed with uncanny precision on the forklift's start lever and pushed it upward. Brum! The electric forklift roared to life, surging forward instantly. Its long forks shot upward. Perched on the forks was a net bag filled with freshly unloaded sea fish from the boat, weighing at least 300 or 400 pounds. Under everyone's stunned gaze, the net filled with fish, ice, and seawater traced a perfect parabolic arc, blending raw power and elegant motion as it hurtled toward Li Jun's black speedboat. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. Just as Li Jun dragged the hostage to the edge of the speedboat, preparing to jump aboard, a terrifying whistling sound tore through the air above him. He instinctively looked up. A massive shadow, shimmering with countless silver scales, rapidly expanded in his pupils. Boom crash. A deafening explosion. The $1 million speedboat's expensive engine hood was completely crushed inward, billowing thick black smoke. The immense impact sent the entire hull reeling violently. Li Jun lost his footing and crashed flat onto the deck. The dockworker he'd been holding hostage seized the moment, scrambling and rolling toward the police. Worse still, the net tore open, sending dozens of large grouper and sea base weighing over 10 pounds each crashing down like rain. One particularly plump grouper landed squarely on Li Jun's forehead. Thud. Li Jun felt darkness engulf his vision. Stunned and disoriented, he collapsed face first onto the deck and passed out. The entire dock fell deathly silent. Every officer, including Lin Wanqing, froze in place, their mouths gaping wide enough to swallow an egg. What did I just see? A torpedo falling from the sky? Physics' holy sword, forklift form. I can't hold Newton's coffin lid down anymore. Su Chen, you explain this. Is this a ing slip of the hand? That forklift thrust, the angle, force, trajectory, it's perfect. He anticipated Li Jun's anticipation. Where's that troll from earlier? Come out and face us. Does your face hurt? Su Chen, steadied by Zhao Lei, looked utterly innocent as he watched Li Jun being swarmed and pinned down by police officers, alongside the wrecked speedboat reeking of fish. He turned his head, shrugged his shoulders at the camera and the stunned Lin Wanqing, flashing his signature, harmless smile. My apologies, Team Leader Lin. Things got a bit tense just now, my hand slipped. He paused, then added earnestly. I don't have to pay for it, right? Put. Zhao Lei nearly choked on his own blood. Lin Wanqing's mouth twitched violently. She stared at Su Chen's face, which screamed, I have no idea what's going on, then glanced at the drugged-up kingpin knocked out by a fish. It felt like her entire worldview had been repeatedly crushed tonight. Stand down. She took a deep breath and mustered every ounce of strength to shout those two words into the walkie-talkie. Deep within the shadows of the dockside containers, a man in a baseball cap silently watched as Li Jun was escorted into the police van. He withdrew his gaze, pulled out an encrypted phone, and dialed a number. The call connected, and a processed, cold, emotionless electronic voice answered. Speak. Boss, Li Jun's been arrested, the man in the cap whispered. It was done by some washed-up star named Su Chen. The method was pretty twisted. A moment of silence hung on the line. The icy electronic voice now seemed tinged with a hint of playful interest. A washed-up star? Yes. He also sabotaged our collaboration with Black Widow Li Shui. Boss, should I take care of him? No. The electronic voice remained utterly unruffled. Too many cops on the scene. Not convenient to make a move. That good-for-nothing Li Jun is just a sacrificial pawn. Losing him is no big deal. This Su Chen fellow, he's interesting. The call ended. The man in the baseball cap looked up. His gaze pierced through the swarm of police lights in the crowd, locking onto Su Chen's retreating figure with pinpoint accuracy. A few seconds passed. He pressed down the brim of his cap and turned, disappearing into the deeper darkness. Chapter 101, Golden Pupils. Municipal Bureau, Task Force Debriefing Room. The air here felt even hotter than at the arrest scene moments ago. All eyes in the debriefing meeting were fixed on one person, criminal psychology expert Professor Wang Dong. Professor Wang Dong pushed his glasses up, hands braced on the table, clutching his notebook filled with scribbles as if it were a priceless treasure. His expression was intensely excited, his eyes gleaming with an almost frightening intensity. Taking a deep breath, he pointed at the freeze-frame image of Su Chen's hand slip projected on the screen and declared in a fervent voice. Everyone, look here. This was absolutely no accident, nor was it a simple slip of the hand. I hereby formally name this series of maneuvers on Comrade Su Chen's application of criminal prediction and asymmetric strike tactics. As his words fell, the room fell deathly silent. Lin Wanqing was dumbfounded. Wasn't that title a bit too long? Point 1. The perfect exploitation of visual blind spots and psychological inertia. Wang Dong pointed at the footage. At that moment, everyone including the sniper had their attention intensely focused on drug lord Li Jun and the hostage, creating a massive psychological focal point. Who would pay attention to an ordinary, even somewhat cumbersome forklift? Comrade Su Chen exploited precisely this. His seemingly stumbling, weakened movements were textbook tactical deception, not only lulling the enemy into complacency, but even fooling all of us. Zhao Lei sat below, his eyelids twitching as he muttered under his breath, "But Teacher Su, he really did seem to have weak knees back then." Second point, the ultimate artistry of ballistic chaos and environmental adaptation. Wang Dong's voice suddenly rose. Has anyone considered why he chose fish? Why not something else? Because fish are irregular objects. Mixed with ice and seawater, their flight paths tumble through the air completely randomly chaotic and utterly unpredictable. This left Li Jun with no way to dodge. The most crucial third point. Why target the engine instead of the man himself? Because Comrade Su Chen had already figured it all out the instant he acted. He calculated that a desperate man like Li Jun was highly likely strapped with high explosives. A direct attack on the target could easily trigger a devastating mutual destruction. Therefore, he chose to destroy his means of escape. Cut off his retreat and strike at his weak point. This is the military strategy of encircling the stronghold to intercept reinforcements, a god-tier application in split-second apprehension. After this astonishing analysis concluded, the conference room fell deathly silent. Every young officer's gaze fixed on Su Chen's photo in the file had shifted from admiration to outright, fervent worship. Su Chen, terrifyingly brilliant. Lin Wanqing froze in her chair, her fingers unconsciously twirling a pen. In her mind, one side echoed Professor Wang Dong's logically flawless zoology theories. On the other, Su Chen's innocent face that seemed to say, "I just slipped, you believe me?" The two images clashed violently, shattering her worldview piece by piece. Could it be, he truly stood on the unimaginable fifth level, while I hadn't even touched the door to the first? No, that's impossible. How could such a freak exist in this world? But what if? What if it's true? For the first time, Lin Wanqing felt her steadfast belief in science and logic begin to waver. Meanwhile, inside the nanny car returning to the city center, Su Chen had no idea he'd been deified by Lydian. He was happily staring at the virtual panel before him. Ding! Congratulations, host. You've completed option C, accidentally operating the nearby forklift, accidentally smashing a box of fish onto the speedboat. Reward granted, golden eyes. The next instant, a peculiar chill mixed with a faint stinging sensation flooded his pupils. Su Chen closed his eyes. He opened them again. The world instantly pixelated before his eyes, then re-rendered with precision surpassing 8K. Dust particles suspended in the air. The microscopic scratches on the car window glass invisible to the naked eye. The fragile yet intricate veins on a moth's wing within a distant street lamp's shade. Everything became crystal clear. His vision had been enhanced to superhuman levels. This thing was way more useful than an 8x scope. A satisfied smile spread across Su Chen's lips. In the production team's monitoring room, the atmosphere was as cold as an ice cellar. Put. When he saw hashtags like hashtag Su Chen becomes a god with one fork and hashtag physics holy sword, the Su family forklift storming the trending charts with overwhelming force, Koen couldn't hold it in any longer. He stared fixedly at the figure being worshipped across the entire internet on the screen, then looked down at the smear piece his team had just finished drafting, the clown Su Chen, his true colors show in the crucial moment. The stark contrast and overwhelming humiliation shot straight to his scalp. A mouthful of blood erupted, splattering violently onto the monitor before him. Su Chen's face on the screen was stained crimson. Koen's eyes rolled back, and he slumped straight back in his chair, collapsing unconscious on the spot. At the same moment, in the top-floor office of Tianyu Media, President Sunny was leisurely sipping a cup of premium De Hong Pao tea, when his secretary frantically handed him the tablet, revealing the shocking scene at the dock. Clatter! The antique teacup in his hand slipped suddenly, shattering into pieces on the expensive carpet. Tea splashed onto his trouser leg, yet he remained oblivious. For the first time, a look of sheer terror flashed across Sun Yi's face. How had a pawn he personally trampled into the mud managed to pull this off? He couldn't fathom it, nor did he dare to think about it. Just then, Su Chen's phone rang. It was director Wang Gang. Su God. My brother. You're a living legend. The moment the call connected, Wang Gang's voice, strained with excitement, bellowed out. Since Professional Challenge 365 premiered, we've hit an all-time high of 8.3 million concurrent viewers. The servers crashed 3 times. Advertisers are flooding our front desk with calls, specifically demanding your time slot at 10 times the usual price. Brother Su. You're my second father. Wang Gang rambled on, showering him with flattery. Su Chen scratched his ear and said casually, "Get to the point." The point. The point is, Brother Su, what do you want to challenge next? Heaven or earth, just name it, and your little brother will make it happen. Su Chen pondered. Having just taken down a major drug lord, he felt exhausted and wanted something easier. Just get me a bricklaying job. Send me to a construction site. Wang Gang on the other end of the line visibly froze for a moment before suddenly realizing. Brilliant. What a contrast. Just moments ago, he thwarted an international drug lord under the spotlight, and now he was heading to a dusty construction site to become just another ordinary worker. This ultimate return to simplicity is bound to set the internet ablaze once more. No problem, Brother Su. I'll get it done right away. The largest, most cutting-edge construction site in Future City. Guaranteed to give you the purest, most authentic labor experience. Chapter 102, Jumping Right into Team Fights? 9 a.m., Future City Construction Site. Luxury limousines rolled in one after another, drawing crowds of onlookers. The new episode of Professional Challenge 365 officially begins. Welcome to Career Challenge 365, viewers. Director Wang Gang's voice trembled with excitement. Since the dock incident last episode, the show's popularity had exploded. Before today's premiere, online viewers had already surpassed 1 million. Advertisers were practically knocking down his door with offers. The van pulled up, and 5 celebrity guests stepped out one by one. First out was muscle-bound tough guy Chinyu, his bulging muscles gleaming in the sunlight. He immediately began stretching his limbs. Ha! This is the kind of place a real man should be. Next came the pretty boy Lucien, who started coughing violently as soon as he stepped out, choked by the dust. Cough cough. This is way too dirty. He covered his nose, his face twisted in disgust. Then came national goddess Lu Muhan. Even in simple workwear, her peerless beauty shone through, her aura so powerful that nearby workers couldn't meet her gaze. Next, Tanyu Media's second-tier actress Xian Nuan hopped out of the car. Wow! This building is so tall. Her wide, innocent eyes sparkled with curiosity at everything. Finally, Koen made his dazzling entrance. Dressed in a 100,000 yuan limited edition work uniform, sporting top-tier safety boots, and wearing tactical gloves, he looked every inch the construction site prince. He flexed his muscles for the camera, flashing a perfect smile. Guys, today I'll show you what a real man looks like. The livestream chat exploded with fan comments. Koen is so handsome. That physique is unreal. My husband is one of a kind, he even makes workwear look stylish. Can't wait to see Koen's performance. Just then, the last van finally rolled up. The door opened, and Su Chen stepped out lazily. He was dressed in the most ordinary work clothes imaginable, even a bit wrinkled. Su Chen has arrived. Are you guys ready? What miracle will we witness today? This construction site is about to be turned upside down by God Su. Koen's expression darkened instantly. Why? How could this washed-up internet celebrity be more popular than him, the top star? Just then, a burly foreman in his 50s approached. His surname was Huang, and he was the contractor in charge of this site. Huang's gaze swept over the group, finally settling on Koen with a sparkle in his eyes. Well, isn't this our big star Koen? He hurried over to Kunken, his face plastered with a fawning smile. Koen, my daughter is a huge fan of yours. Could you sign an autograph? Koen relished the flattery, of course, uncle. Foreman Huang took the autograph and tucked it away with delight. Then he turned to Chen Yu and nodded approvingly. This guy looks strong, he'd be a great worker. When his eyes fell on Lu Muhan, he visibly froze for a moment before breaking into a lecherous grin. And you, beautiful lady, this construction site is filthy. You're so pretty, you'd never want to wear yourself out here. When it was Xian Nuan's turn, Foreman Huang still wore his kind smile. You're a pretty young thing, kid. But construction sites can be dangerous, be careful out there. When it came to Lucien, Foreman Huang ignored him completely. Finally, his gaze fell upon Su Chen. His expression changed instantly. You're that Su Chen? Foreman Huang scrutinized Su Chen from head to toe, his eyes brimming with contempt. Oh, you're that internet celebrity who hyped himself up online and got lucky going viral? Su Chen raised an eyebrow, not even bothering to meet his gaze. If you don't mess with me, I won't mess with you. But if you come looking for trouble, that's a different story. Seeing Su Chen ignore him, Foreman Huang felt his pride wounded. Internet celebrities are just that, no manners whatsoever. He muttered loudly, deliberately making sure everyone heard. Young people these days, all they know is how to stir up trouble online. Give them real work to do, and they're all cowards. The trolls in the livestream instantly erupted. Ha ha ha. The foreman's got it figured out. Spot on. Isn't Su Chen just some poser influencer? Now he's met his match. Digging? LOL. Can he even lift a shovel? Foreman Huang grew more animated as he spoke, jabbing his stubby fingers almost into Su Chen's face. Look at Koen over there. So humble, so polite. Now look at you standing like a slob, clothes wrinkled like a rag. Not a shred of professionalism. What the hell were you producers thinking? Bringing a show-off influencer like this onto our construction site? This is a place for hard work, not your stage for posturing. Xian Nuan couldn't stand it anymore and quietly defended Su Chen. Uncle Huang, brother Su Chen is a really nice guy. Shut your mouth. Foreman Huang cut her off harshly. What does a little girl like you know? You can't judge a book by its cover. Cohen felt a surge of satisfaction inside, but outwardly he immediately adopted the role of peacemaker, stepping forward to grab Foreman Huang's arm. Uncle Huang, calm down. We're all here to experience life. Peace brings prosperity, you know. Look at that. See how composed Cohen is. Foreman Huang grew even more pleased with Cohen, then proceeded to assign tasks, his double standards laid bare. Cohen, you and Chen Yu are our honored guests. Your job is simply to oversee the construction quality and review the blueprints. Just make sure you don't get sunburned. Miss Lu and Xia, you ladies should stay in the shade nearby to observe and learn. Just cheer us on. At this point, he shot another malicious glance at Su Chen. As for certain internet celebrities, he pointed toward a pile of stinking construction debris in the corner of the site and the foundation waiting to be excavated beside it. That trash needs clearing, and the earthwork for that foundation must be dug out today. He smiled without any warmth. Aren't internet celebrities all about putting on a show to grab attention? Come on, give him all the camera time. Film it well. Let the whole nation see how hard you're working. The live stream exploded instantly. This is way too obvious. This is clearly targeting Su Chen. But fair enough, influencers should do the dirty, hard work. Making Su Chen suffer like this? Foreman, you're gonna get your ass kicked. Su Chen finally lifted his head. He glanced at Foreman Huang. His gaze was calm, so calm it was almost frightening. Finished? Su Chen's voice was soft. Foreman Huang froze, then grew even more arrogant. What? Got a problem with that? If you're not satisfied, we can settle this with a contest. This construction site doesn't welcome pretty boys like you. A contest? Su Chen smiled. He hadn't done a thing, yet this Foreman Huang was already looking for a fight. And he dared to challenge me? What a joke. With my god-tier combat skills and bagwazang at my disposal, why would I fear him? Just as Su Chen stepped forward to teach Foreman Huang a lesson, a voice echoed in his mind. Detected high levels of hostility and self-destructive behavior from target Foreman Huang. God-tier option activated. A. Swallow your pride and work diligently. Reward, endurance title no attributes. B. Confront the foreman and demand fair treatment. Reward, eloquence +10. C. Ignore the foreman, carry the shovel to the most remote, deserted corner of the site, and declare the feng shui here is better, digging won't be tiring. Reward, God-tier feng shui divination. Su Chen's movements froze. His gaze fixed on option C as the curve of his lips grew wider. Holy crap. All I wanted was to teach some clueless fool a simple lesson, and you're handing me a fortune out of nowhere? Su Chen pulled back the foot he'd been about to step forward. Alright then, digging earth, huh? He walked over to the pile of tools and casually picked up a shovel. But, shouldering the shovel, Su Chen strode straight toward the most remote corner of the construction site under everyone's stunned gaze. Chapter 103, You're digging, yet claim this spot holds dragon chi? Su Chen shouldered the shovel and, under the stunned gazes of everyone present, walked straight to the most remote, overgrown corner of the construction site. That spot was so neglected, not even dogs bothered to relieve themselves there. Brother Su Chen, what are you doing? Xian Nuan jogged after him, her big eyes filled with confusion. Foreman Huang folded his arms, his fleshy face contorting into an undisguised sneer. What's the matter? Is the internet celebrity grandpa too good for the work I assigned you? Looking for a quiet spot to slack off and take a nap? The live stream chat exploded with comments. What's Su Chen doing? Is he really angry and planning to strike? That corner isn't even part of the construction site. What's he digging for over there? Wild vegetables? LOL, throwing caution to the wind, huh? Su Chen stopped in his tracks and glanced back at the crowd. He tapped the ground beneath his feet twice with his shovel, producing a dull thud. Then, in an intensely serious tone, he addressed the camera and everyone present. Based on my observations, the soil here is loose and rich with dragon energy. Digging from this spot will not only make our work twice as effective with half the effort, but it will also bless the entire project with smooth sailing. You don't understand, this is scientific construction. The moment these words left his mouth, the entire crowd fell silent. Foreman Huang froze. Having lived over 50 years and toiled on construction sites for 3 decades, this was the first time he'd ever heard such a claim. Dragon energy gathering? Scientific construction? You call feng shui mysticism scientific construction? Nonsense. Absolute nonsense. Once Foreman Huang snapped out of it, he was so furious he nearly exploded on the spot, spittle flying everywhere. What do you think this is? Your backyard? Dragon energy convergence? Get over there. Now. Immediately. Dig some dirt. The pretty boy Lu Xian covered his mouth, whispering gleefully to Chen Yu beside him. See? I told you he was a show-off lunatic. Now he's completely blown it. Muscle-bound tough guy Chen Yu frowned, saying nothing, but his eyes were filled with confusion. On the other side, Koen's mouth stretched into a wide grin. Heaven is on my side. He had been scheming for an opportunity to sabotage Su Chen, but now Su Chen had practically handed himself over. He immediately gave his team assistant a knowing look. The assistant understood instantly and began manipulating the phone. Less than a minute. Hashtag Su Chen's construction site engages in feudal superstition. Hashtag Su Chen's image crumbles as he promotes pseudoscience in livestream. Hashtag. 2 blacklisted hashtags sprouted like mushrooms after rain, propelled by paid commenters, their popularity surging relentlessly. Koen sneered coldly, feigning concern as he addressed Foreman Huang. Uncle Huang, forget it. Young people have their quirks. Let's not dwell on it. Back to work. He had already planned it out in his mind. While Su Chen dug away alone in the corner like a little cutie, he would toil on the other side, sweating and showcasing his masculine charm. The contrast would be stark. But just then, "Brother Su Chen, let me help you." A clear voice rang out. Xianhuan Nuan, clutching a small shovel, trotted over to Su Chen's side. Pouting slightly, she declared, "They don't believe in you, but I do." Immediately after, even the national goddess Lu Muhan strode over, arms crossed, her long legs carrying her slowly toward them. She carried no tools, merely standing aloofly by the side as she spoke indifferently, "I'm a bit curious." One sentence, and her stance was clear. Koen's smile froze on his face. Had these two women lost their minds? One was known for her innocence, while the other was famously aloof and rational. Why would they join Su Chen in this nonsense? Seeing this, Koen's team immediately launched a second wave of attacks, dragging Lu Muhan and Xianhuan Nuan into the conversation, claiming they'd been brainwashed by Su Chen and had fallen into depravity alongside him. In an instant, the online backlash grew even more intense. Yet Su Chen, at the epicenter of the storm, remained utterly oblivious to the outside world. The moment he made his choice, a colossal and profound stream of information surged into his mind. Divine-level feng shui geomancy. Observing dragons, examining sands, surveying waters, pinpointing acupoints, establishing orientations. Countless principles of geomancy seamlessly merged with modern geological data, structural mechanics, and fluid dynamics. The corner he had chosen was, in feng shui terms, the perfect treasure spot on the entire construction site for harboring wind and gathering energy. A meaningful curve lifted at the corner of Su Chen's mouth. Glancing at the indignant Xianhuan Nuan and the curious Lu Muhan beside him, he chuckled, "Step back a bit. Don't get muddy." With that, he bent his knees slightly, braced his core, and tensed his arm muscles in an instant. The shovel in his hand sliced through the air with a sharp whistling sound as he brought it down with force. Plop! The shovel sank effortlessly into the soft earth. In the livestream chat, mocking comments flooded in faster than ever. "Ah, cool pose, dug pretty deep, so what? Where's the dragon energy? Sitting here waiting for Su Chen to dig up an earthworm and declare it the embodiment of the dragon vein. I'll bet 50 cents he'll be complaining about being tired within 5 minutes. Foreman Huang folded his arms across his chest, his expression saying, "Let's see how long you can keep this up." Su Chen ignored him, pulled out his shovel, and swung it down hard once more. 1 shovel. 2 shovelfuls. 3 shovelfuls. Just as he brought down the 4th shovel. Crack. A sharp crack, like shattering glass, rang out clearly beneath his feet. Then, boom! A deafening, thunderous roar shook the entire ground. Under the horrified stares of everyone present, the section of ground beneath Su Chen's feet which he had dug open suddenly collapsed downward without warning. A gaping hole nearly 2 meters in diameter appeared out of nowhere. Ah! Xianhuan Nuan let out a shriek. In the split second before the collapse, Su Chen reacted with lightning speed. He leapt backward, executed a graceful backflip, and landed safely 3 meters away, barely dusting off his clothes. The scene fell into an instant, deathly silence. Every movement froze. Holy! What the hell did I just see? Did he actually dig something out? This is unscientific. This is absolutely unscientific. This is mysticism. Feng shui. Could it be real? My worldview is shattered. Enough talk. I hereby announce that starting today, Su Studies officially establishes a new division, Architectural Feng Shui and Geological Exploration. Any brothers want to sign up? Count me in, man. Su God, forever the God. The trolls collectively fell silent. The most vocal IDs vanished without a trace. Yet, just as everyone was reeling in shock, Foreman Huang suddenly let out a derisive snort. Is that it? He waved his hand dismissively. Internet celebrities will be internet celebrities. They make a big deal out of digging up a cavity. Let me tell you, this is commonplace on construction sites. Hollow spaces underground are perfectly normal. We always conduct surveys before construction. Foreman Huang grew more animated as he spoke, as if he'd regained his footing. You greenhorns think this is some kind of miracle? It's laughable. Koen's eyes lit up with renewed hope at these words. Exactly. It's just an ordinary cavity. A mere coincidence. Uncle Huang is absolutely right. Kunkin chimed in immediately. Some guy gets lucky digging a hole and thinks he's a feng shui master? I've worked on construction sites for 30 years, seen this kind of thing a million times. Foreman Huang pounded his chest emphatically. What dragon energy? What feng shui? It's all a bunch of snake oil. With a mocking grin, he bent down to peer into the hole. Right now, I'll show you what could possibly be in this hole. His words trailed off abruptly. Chapter 104, One Shovel Down, Ancient Tomb Revealed. Foreman Huang's laughter froze. Bent over, he stared intently into the pitch-black opening. The darkness was impenetrable, but years of experience allowed him to sense the distinctive emptiness and echoes that followed a soil collapse. But this feeling, something was wrong. Something was terribly wrong. This wasn't a cavity formed by ordinary groundwater erosion. That faint, peculiar scent mingling earth and decay, the dryness and texture of the soil along the cave walls. Foreman Huang's heart lurched violently. It's an ancient tomb. These are unmistakable signs of an ancient tomb. Back in his youth, he'd worked with another crew that unearthed a similar one. Though smaller in scale, the feeling was something he'd never forget for the rest of his life. In an instant, cold sweat beaded on his temples. What did uncovering an ancient tomb mean? It meant immediate halt to construction. Intervention by the Cultural Relics Bureau. Deployment of an archaeological team. Surveys, excavations, preservation. Once that whole process kicked in, forget 3 months, it might take 3 years before they could even restart construction. And this future city project? Its deadline was more urgent than death itself. If his section caused delays affecting the entire project, the penalty fees would bankrupt him. He'd spend the rest of his life scavenging trash bins and still couldn't pay it off. No way. Absolutely not. This secret must stay buried inside me. This hole must be filled immediately. Countless thoughts flashed through Foreman Huang's eyes in a single second. He straightened abruptly, the terror on his face instantly replaced by a seasoned, stern expression. What's all the fuss about? Shut up. He bellowed at the people around him in a coarse voice, as if he hadn't been the one frozen in place moments ago. It's just an underground cavity. The geological survey before construction didn't detect it, which means it's a small sinkhole, perfectly normal. Pointing at the opening, he declared in an authoritative, expert tone. Places like this are the most dangerous. Secondary collapses could happen at any moment. Everyone, stay back. Xianhuan Nuan and Lu Muhan paled at his words. Brother Su Chen, then come over here quickly. It's too dangerous. Xianhuan Nuan was nearly in tears with panic, waving frantically. A glimmer of hope reignited in Kuan's eyes. Seizing this lifeline, he stepped forward with feigned concern, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Su Chen, did you hear that? Uncle Huang is the expert. He told you to get away immediately. Don't risk your life just to grab attention. Exactly. Do you really think you're some feng shui master who can just dig up treasure anywhere? Seems like you've read too many mystical novels and lost your mind. Ridiculous. The live chat's sentiment shifted instantly. It was just an ordinary hollow after all. What a scare. I knew it. How could something that mystical actually exist? Su Chen's in an awkward spot now, failed to show off and nearly caused a safety incident. Turned from fan to hater. Risking construction site safety for hype? This influencer is disgusting. Foreman Huang, seeing he'd successfully taken control of the situation, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Pointing at Su Chen, he barked authoritatively, Influencer. You hear me? Stop standing there like a statue. Get back to where you belong. I'll have someone handle this. But Su Chen didn't budge. He stood silently at the edge of the cave entrance, his gaze eerily calm. Just moments ago, the divine geomancy technique in his mind had clearly revealed that the dragon energy here hadn't dissipated. Instead, the opening had caused a purer essence to seep out. This could not possibly be an ordinary cave. More crucially, he instinctively activated the newly acquired golden eyes. In an instant, his vision underwent a wondrous transformation. Where others saw only pitch-black darkness at the cave entrance, he could discern faint golden streams of energy. Like living entities, they swirled upward from the depths of the cavern. Beneath those currents, the cave's structural outline became faintly discernible. It wasn't the chaotic formation of a natural cave, but carried a certain, artificial, orderly feel. Combined with Foreman Huang's momentary panic and his current overreaction, Su Chen smiled. He finally lifted his head, meeting Foreman Huang's gaze directly as he spoke slowly. Foreman Huang, I'm a bit confused. If this place is so dangerous, with the risk of secondary collapses at any moment, why didn't you immediately evacuate the crowd and set up a cordon? Instead, you rushed to get rid of me and said you'd send someone to handle it yourself? What are you hiding? Foreman Huang's expression suddenly changed, bristling like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. You're talking nonsense. I'm doing this for everyone's safety. You're just some clueless internet celebrity. How dare you question my 30 years of experience? I've seen plenty of trash like you, selfish, only caring about your own publicity stunts, completely disregarding the team's safety and project progress. Koan immediately chimed in, exactly. Su Chen, don't push it too far. Uncle Huang meant well, and here you are making baseless accusations. Viewers in the livestream chat were also disappointed by Su Chen's behavior. Su Chen really messed up this time. Yeah, why not just quit while you're ahead? Insisting on butting heads with the foreman shows he doesn't know when to back down. Facing the collective condemnation, Su Chen merely smiled faintly. He couldn't be bothered to glance at those two clowns again. What secrets are there? Dig deeper, and you'll find out. Before he could finish speaking, under the stunned gazes of everyone present, Su Chen, shovel in hand, took a step back and leaped. His entire body plunged directly into the pitch-black hole, 2 meters in diameter. Ah! Xianwan Nuan's shrill scream pierced the air. Su Chen! Lu Muhan cried out, losing his composure for the first time. Damn it! He's crazy! He's absolutely crazy! The live stream exploded. Every viewer's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Foreman Huang was utterly terrified. He dreaded nothing more than escalating the situation, yet Su Chen had just played his ultimate trump card. Quick! Pull him up! This lunatic, he bellowed at the top of his lungs. Yet, after landing steadily, Su Chen paid no heed to the pandemonium above. He brushed the dust off his clothes and raised his shovel once more. Clang! This time, it wasn't the dull thud of digging into soil. Instead, it was a sharp, metallic clang, the sound of metal striking a hard object. Su Chen's eyes narrowed. He crouched down and used the shovel to scrape away the loose soil beneath his feet. Gradually, a smooth, bluish-gray stone surface came into view. But that wasn't all. Su Chen followed the stone surface, continuing to dig alongside it. 1 minute later, he halted his movements, straightened up, and thrust the shovel into the ground beside him. Above in the cave, everyone held their breath, staring intently at the ground beneath his feet. There, on the cleared ground, stood a single step carved from a single block of green stone. Its surface was smooth, its edges sharply defined, descending into the deeper darkness below. This wasn't a damn cave at all. This was clearly a staircase leading underground. Whoa! Live stream chat. Stone steps. What the hell am I seeing? It's stone steps. Holy! Su really dug something up, damn it. Feng Shui. Dragon energy. It's all real. My worldview is on fire. I'm sorry. Su God. I was wrong. I shouldn't have doubted you. From today onward, I am the most loyal disciple of Suism. Foreman Huang. Koan. Where's your dignity? Where's your dignity? Ha 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 ha, are your faces swollen yet? Meanwhile, inside the production crew's monitoring van, Director Wang Gang leapt from his chair, his thermos clattering to the floor. Scorching tea spilled everywhere, but he didn't even notice. He stared fixedly at the section of blue stone steps on the screen, his obese body shaking like a sieve. Wang Gang tremblingly grabbed the walkie-talkie, his voice shaking. Quickly call the police. And immediately. Right now. Notify the Municipal Cultural Relics Bureau. Su Chen seems to have actually unearthed an ancient tomb for us. Chapter 105, Dragon Vein Divination. The Archaeology Patriarch kneels. The internet erupted into a frenzy of chaos and hysteria. All the troll accounts and paid commenters were completely overwhelmed. Care to step outside? Where's your face? Swollen yet? Want me to mail you an ice pack? I hereby declare, anyone who ever doubted Su Chen is automatically stripped of citizenship. At all Su Chen followers, execute. Where's that big V who called Su Chen a superstitious cult leader? Crawl out and kowtow to Su Chen. That's not superstition, it's science 1,000 years ahead of you. Municipal Bureau, Criminal Investigation Division Office. Lin Wanqing held her coffee, her delicate face bearing a trace of exhaustion after narrowly escaping danger. Her mind was filled with Su Chen's utterly innocent face and the absurd scene of him using a bag of fish to physically exorcise the drug lord. Ring ring. The red phone on the desk suddenly rang. Lin Wanqing took a deep breath and answered the call. Captain Lin. The future city construction site is reporting an emergency. A major incident has occurred. Lin Wanqing's heart skipped a beat as a sense of foreboding washed over her. What happened? Did the site collapse? Zhao Lei's voice on the other end sounded both excited and strange. Neither. It's Su Chen. He unearthed something. Lin Wanqing. She fell silent for a full 3 seconds. What is it this time? She was already giving up on herself. Zhao Lei's voice trembled with emotion. Captain Lin. With one shovel, he unearthed an ancient tomb. Boom. Lin Wanqing felt her brain buzzing. She recalled her offhand remark from yesterday in the car. Are you planning to dig up an ancient tomb at a construction site next time? Bad luck. She had become her own jinx. I'll head over now. Lin Wanqing massaged her throbbing temples, feeling less like she was heading to a crime scene and more like she was facing a trial by fire. This guy named Su Chen was her ultimate trial. Meanwhile, the future city construction site had been completely sealed off. Several exploration vehicles emblazoned with cultural heritage protection screeched to a halt. Doors swung open as a group of experts and scholars in blue work uniforms, exuding an air of seriousness, stepped out briskly. Leading them was a white-haired elder wearing reading glasses, yet radiating sharp vitality. Qin Xinghua, the undisputed authority in China's archaeological community, a national treasure of an expert. Professor Qin, please slow down. Qin Xinghua brushed aside his assistant's support, rushing in leaps and bounds to the collapsed opening. A single glance sent shivers of excitement coursing through his body. Magnificent. Absolutely magnificent. He adjusted his glasses, his gaze fixed intently on the opening less than 2 meters in diameter, with edges so perfectly aligned it seemed calculated with precision. This is textbook perfect tomb raiding. No. More precise than any raid hole ever. Plumbed straight down to the tomb passage entrance without damaging a single stone of the main structure. Who dug this? Where is this master craftsman now? Old Qin scanned the area frantically, his eyes burning with intensity, as if searching for a long-lost relative. The site supervisor swallowed hard, his trembling finger pointing toward Su Chen, who stood nearby, surrounded by Xianwan Nuan and Lu Muhan, wearing an utterly innocent expression. Mr. Qin, it was him. In an instant, every archaeologist's gaze converged on Su Chen. The entire team was stunned. A young researcher following behind old Master Qin, named Sun Hao, his most promising student, immediately furrowed his brow. Manager Wang, you're not joking, are you? Sun Hao pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, his tone tinged with scholarly arrogance and skepticism. Ancient tomb excavation is an extremely rigorous and complex scientific endeavor requiring sophisticated equipment like ground-penetrating radar and electromagnetic wave detection. How could a celebrity possibly make such a discovery? Exactly. We conducted a comprehensive GPR scan of this entire area before, and the report showed everything was normal, another team member chimed in. These internet celebrities will say anything to grab attention these days. The skepticism echoed in waves. They couldn't believe it. They, trained professionals wielding top-tier instruments, had found nothing. How could a celebrity who relied on looks alone casually dig up an ancient tomb? It was an insult to their professionalism. Qin Xinghua was stunned too. He walked up to Su Chen, adjusted his reading glasses, and asked in a tone thick with disbelief. Young man, how did you know there was a tomb here? Our ground-penetrating radar is the most advanced model in the world today. It can detect structural anomalies up to 50 meters underground, but it showed absolutely no reaction here. This question was also what over 8 million viewers in the livestream were dying to know. Everyone held their breath. Under the spotlight, Su Chen spread his hands, his face wearing a perfectly measured look of confusion and innocence. He gave an answer that would make any scientist spit blood on the spot. I guessed. Just felt like the feng shui was good here, and digging felt natural. The moment those words left his mouth, the young archaeology team members nearly burst out laughing. Feng shui? It's the 21st century, and you're telling me about feng shui? However, the scene they had imagined old Master Qin flying into a rage did not materialize. Quite the opposite. Upon hearing the words feng shui, Qin Xinghua didn't grow angry at all. Instead, he seemed struck by a bolt of lightning from the heavens. His body shook violently as he sucked in a sharp breath. His cloudy old eyes suddenly blazed with an unprecedented intensity. The look he gave Su Chen instantly shifted from scrutiny to awe, and finally crystallized into fervent adoration. Feng shui? Qin Xinghua's lips trembled, his voice shaking. Observing celestial stars, examining earth veins, seeking dragon veins to pinpoint auspicious sites, determining the gates of life and death. Isn't this the legendary art of geomancy and dragon vein seeking, lost for over 1,000 years? Young friend, are you the disciple of some reclusive master? Boom! Dead silence fell over the entire crowd. The mocking smiles on every archaeologist's face froze instantly. The live stream audience went absolutely wild. Holy crap! Holy crap! Same old formula, same old vibe. Here it comes. Here it comes. Su Shuadia's moment is finally here. My apologies, I kneel in reverence. I thought Su Chen only knew a bit about combat, psychology, and physics, but damn it, he even knows geomancy? On Comrade Su Chen's interdisciplinary combat capabilities. All members of the Su Studies Research Department, rise. I'm numb. Everyone sit down, routine procedure. I hereby announce, effective today, the Su Studies Department officially establishes a new division for archaeology and geomancy applications. Professor Qin is honored to serve as its inaugural division head. At that very moment, inside an inconspicuous black sedan near the construction site, a bald, burly man slammed his fist onto the steering wheel, his bulging muscles twitching. Boss! The fat sheep we've been watching for half a year got dug up by some celebrity with a shovel. The pale-faced young henchman beside him stammered. A flash of savagery flickered in the bald man's eyes. Damn it! Some actor dares to ruin my plans. Get the gear ready. Officials think they can steal our thunder? Not a chance. We can't let them beat us to it. Ancient tomb site. Xinjiang had already grabbed Su Chen and was excitedly discussing feng shui dragon veins, his posture as humble as a schoolboy's. To ensure safety, he first dispatched 2 of his most agile young team members, equipped with gear, to conduct preliminary exploration below. Master Qin, airflow is normal down below, and the structure is stable. Main burial passage discovered. No obvious signs of looting. The walkie-talkie crackled with the encouraging news. But at that very moment, a sudden change occurred. Boom! A deep, thunderous roar erupted from beneath the cave entrance. The entire ground shook violently. The entrance, just cleared moments ago, collapsed again without warning. A massive avalanche of earth and rock poured down in an instant. Chapter 106, Opening the Stone Door in 3 minutes. Xiao Li. Xiao Wang. The blood drained from Professor Xinjiang's wrinkled face as he lunged toward the cave entrance like a madman, his voice shrill. The scene descended into dead silence and chaos. Xian Nuan's face turned deathly pale in an instant. Her body swayed, and she nearly stumbled. Lu Muhan, who had maintained an icy composure throughout, showed her first crack, her beautiful eyes filled with horror. The live stream exploded in an instant, viewers' hearts leaping into their throats. It collapsed. It really collapsed. Where are they? What about the 2 archaeologists who went down just now? Oh no! Oh no! Someone's going to die. SSSSHHH. After the shrill crackling of electricity, a broken, panicked cry for help came through the walkie-talkie. Qin. Old Qin. Help me. It was the voice of the young team member, Xiao Li. My leg is pinned under a rock. Cough cough. Can't breathe. It's so stuffy. Breathing. I can't breathe. The voice abruptly cut off. Xinjiang's vision went black and he nearly collapsed on the spot. Fortunately, his assistant beside him caught him firmly. Quick! Quickly call the rescue team. Fire department. Hurry, he shouted hoarsely. Soon, the fire rescue team, already on standby nearby, rushed to the scene. However, after surveying the scene, the fire chief's expression turned grim. Professor Qin, the situation is dire. He said gravely, pointing at the chaotic pile of collapsed debris. Impossible. The entrance is too narrow, and the collapsed structure is extremely unstable. Heavy machinery simply can't get close. Any excessive vibration could trigger a complete collapse of the entire tomb passageway, burying everyone alive. Sun Hao, the young scholar and star pupil behind Professor Qin, was sweating profusely with anxiety as he blurted out. Professor Qin, this is a classic wedge-shaped stone-piled burial mound structure. Touch one part and the whole thing moves. We have to dig by hand. The fire chief immediately added. We can only clear it by hand, but judging by the volume of earth and rock, at best, it'll take 2 hours to clear a lifeline. 2 hours. Xinjiang's heart instantly sank to the bottom. The tomb's interior was sealed off, and the collapse had stirred up massive amounts of dust, rapidly depleting oxygen. Forget 2 hours, even half an hour might cost those 2 young men their lives. A thick despair enveloped the hearts of everyone present. Director Wang Gang, sitting in the monitoring vehicle, felt a chill run through his body. Cold sweat had soaked through his back. A live broadcast with fatalities. This program, no, his entire career would come to an abrupt end today. Amidst this suffocating atmosphere, the cold, familiar mechanical voice echoed once more in Su Chen's mind. Critical emergency detected. God tier choices activated. A. Stand aside, cheer on the rescue workers, and showcase the positive energy of a celebrity. Reward, a caring citizen commendation banner. B. Leverage celebrity status to appeal for calm via live broadcast, urging everyone not to hinder rescue efforts. Reward, plus 100 reputation points. C. Push through the crowd, declare you're too slow, I'll handle this, and personally descend to the collapse site for rescue. Reward, God tier Tomb Raider notes. Su Chen's eyelids fluttered. Commendation banners? Reputation points? These empty trappings? Nothing beats solid, practical skills. Divine tier Tomb Raider notes. It contained records of all tomb raiding schools throughout history, trap mechanisms, feng shui countermeasures, and every imaginable survival trick for desperate situations. Su Chen licked his lips, thinking to himself, not a bad reward. I'll take it. Su Chen thought to himself, without a moment's hesitation. He moved. Pushing through the crowd gathered at the cave entrance, he stepped forward, inch by inch, until he stood before the deadly pile of collapsed debris. His abrupt action instantly drew everyone's attention. Su Chen? Xinjiang froze for a moment. Su Chen didn't look at him. Instead, he turned, his gaze calmly sweeping over the solemn fire chief and the surrounding rescue personnel. At that moment, he activated the golden eyes. In an instant, the entire world transformed before his eyes. The chaotic pile of collapsed debris instantly became translucent. The layering of countless rocks and soil, the pathways of force transmission, and the spiderweb-like stress lines all became crystal clear within his vision. Techniques from the divine-level Tomb Raider chronicles about the unloading ridge sect's bizarre methods for disarming traps surged into his mind. Then, he uttered a single sentence that froze the entire scene. Your plan is too slow. People will die. He paused, his gaze settling on an inconspicuous dark green stone at the lower left of the collapse. In a calm tone, he stated, "This tomb does indeed use a wedge-shaped stone stacking load-bearing structure internally. But these aren't ordinary stones, they're a lost variant of the mother and child lock technique, interlocking like a chain, stone locking stone. It's called the piercing heart lock. The core stress point is that wedge stone. Your reckless digging from the outside will only concentrate all the lateral pressure onto that single stone. Once it exceeds the critical point, the entire tomb passage will be crushed into stone dust in an instant. As for the people inside, not a single intact bone will be found." His voice was quiet, yet every word rang clear in each ear. "Let me handle this. 3 minutes. I'll clear a passage for you." What did I just hear? Su Chen said they were moving too slow? Let him handle it? Has he lost his mind? This is a matter of life and death. What's a celebrity like him doing here causing trouble? Got too big for his boots? Digging up an ancient tomb was just luck, and now he really thinks he's some kind of god? Sun Hao was the first to jump out, pointing at Su Chen. Behind his glasses, his eyes burned with contempt and fury. "Su Chen! Enough! This is a matter of life and death, not your stage for grandstanding and grabbing attention." Sun Hao turned to the fire chief, speaking rapidly to demonstrate his expertise. "Captain! He doesn't understand. The core of wedge-shaped rock accumulation lies in utilizing the friction and lateral pressure between irregular stones to form a stable structure. That mother and child clasp nonsense he's spouting is pure Pulp Fiction nonsense. The worst thing for this structure is a single point of failure. It could trigger a chain reaction. The only scientifically sound approach now is to start from the top, peeling away layer by layer like an onion to distribute the pressure. Though slow, it's the only way to prevent secondary collapses and save the lives of our comrades below." He turned back to Su Chen, his tone dripping with scholarly arrogance. "Where did you pick up these fancy terms from? Some street stall novel to show off here? Your nonsense could kill people." Sun Hao's words ignited a powder keg, instantly resonating with every professional present. "See that? Now that's an expert. Clear reasoning, backed by facts. Su Chen has really gone too far this time. Playing with people's lives? Ban him immediately." Professor Sun Hao is spot on. Too many cheap novels? Mother and child locks? Why not claim you can locate treasure with acupuncture points next? Xianhuan Nuan was so distraught tears streamed down her face. She rushed over, grabbed Su Chen's arm, and pleaded. "Brother Su Chen, please stop talking. Listen to the expert, I beg you. This could really kill someone. What if something happens? You won't be able to handle the fallout." Even the usually aloof Lu Muhan took a deep breath and spoke with unprecedented gravity. "Su Chen, this isn't child's play. Professional matters must be handled by professionals." At that moment, in everyone's eyes, Su Chen was nothing more than a delusional clown, blinded by vanity and recklessly disregarding human life. Yet, in the face of it all, Su Chen merely gently pulled away from Xianhuan Nuan's grasp. He couldn't be bothered to explain a single word to them. Under the stunned gazes of everyone present, he took a step back, leaped into the air, and plunged directly into the nearly 2-meter-deep collapse site. He landed steadily atop the pile of loose, jumbled rocks. Chapter 107, What are you waiting for? Ah! Xianhuan Nuan screamed. "Madman! He's a complete lunatic!" Sun Hao trembled with rage. "Quick! Pull him up!" The fire chief was getting impatient. The viewers in the livestream felt their hearts nearly stop. He jumped. "It's over. Totally over. Now we're not saving 2 people, we're saving 3. I take back what I said earlier. Su Chen isn't showing off, he's courting death." Yet Su Chen, plunging into the collapse site, paid no heed to the pandemonium above. A torrent of information from the colossal Divine Tomb Raider's manual surged into his mind. Structural diagrams of countless tombs, trap mechanisms, and decoding techniques instantly coalesced into a unified understanding. He crouched down, carefully examining the distribution of the collapsed rocks. Sure enough, it's an upgraded version of the wedge-shaped heart-piercing lock. Su Chen stood up and shouted to those above. "Professor Qin, please send 2 people down to assist. Follow my instructions, and we'll clear a rescue passage within 5 minutes." Xinjing's mind went blank, but seeing Su Chen's confident demeanor below, he almost instinctively turned and ordered, "Zheng, Zhao, you 2 go down. Follow Mr. Su Chen's commands for all actions." Though filled with doubts, the 2 young team members swiftly rappelled down to Su Chen's side. Su Chen's gaze settled on an inconspicuous green stone nestled between 3 massive boulders on the left side of the pile. It appeared utterly insignificant. He gave a slight nod. "Pull that one out first." "What? This one?" Young team member Xiao Zhang froze, his face saying, "You've got to be kidding me. Teacher Su, this stone doesn't look special at all. And it's in such an out-of-the-way spot. What's the point of pulling it? Yeah, wouldn't it make more sense to clear the debris on top first to reduce the pressure?" Xiao Zhao chimed in. The live stream viewers were equally baffled. What is he doing? Just randomly pointing at a rock and calling it crucial? Oh no, Su Chen's really blown his cover this time. Blindly giving orders? Just wait for disaster to strike. But Su Chen's tone brooked no argument. Do as I say. The two exchanged glances. They couldn't read any emotion in Su Chen's eyes, so they gritted their teeth, grabbed the green stone together, and yanked it outward with all their might. Snap. A faint sound echoed. The pile of stones actually shifted slightly. The two young team members' hands remained clutched on the stone as their entire bodies froze. Qin Xinghua, standing above the cave entrance, felt his pupils suddenly contract. Continue. Su Chen's gaze shifted to another brown stone buried deep within the rubble. Pull that one. This time, the two members didn't hesitate and immediately obeyed. Snap. Another faint sound echoed. The entire internal structure of the rock pile seemed to reset, the sense of looseness becoming even more pronounced. The live stream's chat began to shift. Holy crap, it actually worked? What's the principle behind this? Mysticism. This is definitely mysticism. Could Su really know what he's doing? No, he's a god. But skepticism remained stubbornly persistent. Luck. Pure luck. A blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Just wait for him to crash and burn. Su Chen's commands continued, delivered at a steady pace with clear enunciation. Third section, the upper right corner. Fourth piece, bottom left. As seemingly unrelated wedge stones were precisely extracted one by one, the pile of deadly boulders began to undergo a strange, rhythmically structured transformation. Qin Xinghua watched, his body growing cold, his lips trembling. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could he possibly pinpoint every single mechanical fulcrum of these wedge-shaped heart-piercing locks? That requires godlike understanding of the lost Han Dynasty tomb architecture. Sun Hao, who had been standing beside old Qin all along, was now deathly pale. This is truly the reverse deconstruction method. He muttered to himself, his eyes beneath his glasses filled with terror and utter disbelief. But how could a celebrity possibly know about this kind of mechanism, one that only exists in rare ancient texts? Just then, Su Chen pointed to the final stone. The most crucial one, it's this one. Remove it, and the lock will unlock itself, revealing the passageway. The two teammates stared at the stone, gasping in unison. All the pressure seemed to converge here. If they pulled the wrong one, the consequences would be unimaginable. Su teacher. Are you sure this one will work? If we pull the wrong one, we'll all be buried alive here. The live stream audience was also on the edge of their seats. Last one. Make or break. Su God. Don't screw this up. I'm about to have a heart attack. Su Chen's voice remained calm, carrying a soothing strength. Trust me. Both teammates steeled themselves, gritted their teeth, and gripped the small rock with all their might, pulling outward with every ounce of strength. In that instant. Boom, rumble, rumble. Not the crash of collapse, but a deep, ancient rumble like the grinding start of a colossal mechanical gear. Under the horrified stares of everyone present. A miracle unfolded. The hundreds of massive stones blocking the tomb passage did not collapse downward. Instead, like building blocks manipulated by an invisible giant hand, they began to slide, shift, and reassemble in perfect order. The stones interlocked and supported each other, ultimately forming an incredibly stable, triangular archway at the center of the collapsed mass, shimmering with a deep, mysterious glow. A passageway, about a meter wide enough for rescue personnel to pass through, suddenly appeared before everyone. The entire process, from the moment Su Chen leaped down to the passage's formation, took less than 3 minutes. Dead silence fell over the crowd. Every mouth hung open, eyes wide as saucers. What kind of godlike maneuver was this? Su Chen brushed the dust off his hands and addressed the stunned crowd. All right, we can go in and rescue them now. Professor Qin trembled violently, clutching his reading glasses as he stared at the masterfully crafted archway. His lips quivered, unable to form a single word. As for Sun Hao, who had been ranting all along, the color drained from his face in an instant. His complexion shifted from flushed red to deathly pale. His legs gave way, and he collapsed with a thud onto the ground, muttering in a daze. Impossible. This defies structural mechanics. It's a miracle, a divine miracle. In the livestream, after a deafening 10-second silence, the chat exploded. The sheer volume of comments caused the server to lag. What did I just witness? Did God show up at the construction site? Holy. 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 I can't even say anything else but holy. I'm speechless. This isn't science. This is ing magic. Su God. Take my kneel. Forgive me. I apologize for my previous ignorance. The entire Su Studies research department rises. Salute to Su God. Amidst the whirlwind of attention, like the eye of a storm, Su Chen leapt lightly from the rock back to the ground, barely dusting himself off. He clapped his hands, as if it were nothing more than a trivial matter. Then, he turned his head, gazing at the group of experts and firefighters frozen in place behind him, his brow furrowing slightly. What are you all standing around for? Alright, we can go in and rescue them now. Chapter 108, Tomb Raiding? This is archaeology. The fire chief was the first to snap out of it. He stared fixedly at the triangular archway and swallowed hard. Team 1. Go in and rescue them. Stay safe. Follow this passageway. Without a moment's hesitation, the rescue team and 2 young archaeologists immediately carried their equipment and filed in one after another. Within a minute, Li's voice crackled over the walkie-talkie. We found him. We found him. Captain. We're all okay. Xiao Wang just has his leg pinned under a stone slab, no life-threatening injuries. It was teacher Su Chen. He saved us. Hearing this, Professor Qin Jinghua, standing above the cave entrance, could no longer hold himself up. Tears streamed down his aged face as he collapsed, only to be firmly supported by the students beside him. Saved. Truly saved. Wail, wail. The shrill wail of sirens grew louder as it approached. Lin Wanxing led a large contingent of officers, establishing a tighter cordon as they hurried to the scene. What's the situation? The trapped person. But when the officers saw Su Chen had already rescued Xiao Wang, they all froze in shock. Meanwhile, inside a luxury SUV parked outside the construction site. Thud. The latest model fruit-branded phone was violently smashed onto the car floor, its screen shattering instantly into pieces. Cohen's eyes blazed crimson as he fixed his gaze on Su Chen, surrounded by a crowd in the live stream feed. His chest heaved violently, like a dying beast. Delete it! Delete it now, damn it! He screamed hysterically at his assistant. Clown Su Chen, playing with lives will bring his own downfall. That press release. Now! Wipe it clean from every single platform. The assistant was scared out of his wits, fumbling frantically with the laptop. He stared at the screen filled with pre-written, venomous smear pieces. Put! Cohen felt a sweetness in his throat. He couldn't catch his breath, and the rage made his vision go black. He collapsed, passing out instantly. Meanwhile, the internet had already erupted into complete chaos. Hashtag Master Qin becomes Su Chen's disciple hashtag. Hashtag Su's Mechanics Masterclass hashtag. Hashtag 3 minutes, Su Chen teaches you to build an archway hashtag. These 3 hashtags shot up like rockets, dominating the charts at an unprecedented, terrifying speed. I thought Su Studies was psychology, then I thought it was martial arts and physics. Now I get it, Su Studies is ing theology. LOL, haters still stubbornly claim it's coincidence. Go ahead, make me a coincidence like this archway. I'll eat my keyboard. I hereby announce, effective immediately, the Su Studies Research Society will establish a new division, Ancient Architecture and Mechanical Engineering. Signing up first. Mom asked why I was kneeling while watching the livestream. I told her I was paying homage to the god of the new world. Just as the entire internet erupted in celebration, a jaw-dropping scene unfolded at the scene. Xiao Li and Xiao Wang, rescued from the wreckage, disregarding their leg injuries, were helped to their feet. Limping, they rushed toward Su Chen and knelt down with a thud. Teacher Su. Thank you. You are our savior. Su Chen was momentarily stunned by the spectacle and instinctively tried to dodge. But before he could speak, an even more explosive bombshell rocked the entire venue. Professor Qin Jinghua, the venerable patriarch of archaeology in his 70s, adjusted his collar before all cameras and countless experts. His expression solemn, he bowed deeply and respectfully toward Su Chen. 90 degrees. The room fell deathly silent. Mr. Su. Qin Jinghua raised his head. In his aged eyes shone a light bordering on fervor and unyielding pursuit of knowledge. This humble old man, Qin Jinghua, dares to request that you take me as your disciple. Please impart to us this long-lost art of geomancy and mechanical devices. It is a vital treasure for our nation. We implore you not to withhold your knowledge. Boom! If the archway had been a visual marvel, then Master Qin's bow was a spiritual nuclear blast to the entire academic world and every viewer watching on screen. A national-level authority, live on national television, begging to become the disciple of a star barely out of his 20s? Has the world gone mad? All eyes instantly fixated on Su Chen. Facing the elderly professor trembling with emotion, Su Chen waved his hands innocently, his expression bordering on bewilderment. Professor Qin, you're too kind. I truly know nothing about mechanical arts. I just took a look down there and felt like this is how it should be done. Feeling? It should be pulled like this? Upon hearing this, Qin Jinghua not only showed no disappointment, but his body trembled violently, and the fervor in his eyes burned even brighter. Back to basics. This was the true essence of simplicity. True masters have long integrated myriad techniques into instinct, where every movement embodies the natural way. What mechanical structures? What intricate mechanisms? Before the power of intuition, they all seemed so shallow. Sir, your genius is beyond compare. Your realm is something we can only dream of reaching. Old Qin grew even more reverent. Meanwhile, in the secret conference room of the Municipal Bureau, the experts of the Confucian Studies Association were in an uproar. Criminal psychologist Wang Dong slammed his hand on the table and leapt to his feet. I get it. I completely understand. The sensation Comrade Su Chen described just now isn't something ordinary people can comprehend. It's his subconscious mind, after activating the golden eyes and superhearing, instantly completing an ultra-high-precision mechanical modeling in his brain through comprehensive analysis of countless on-site micro-expressions, geological sound waves, airflow, and other information. We shall name this subconscious mechanical deconstruction based on micro-expression and geophonic feedback. His talent has transcended what language can describe. The crowd nodded in sudden understanding, jotting down this groundbreaking new Su school concept. Just as the atmosphere reached its peak, Lin Wanqing forced down the turbulent waves churning within her heart. She strode forward with long strides and approached Su Chen. She produced her notebook and stated in a cold, businesslike tone. Mr. Su Chen, I am the on-site safety officer for this event. I now need to conduct a routine interview with you. Please cooperate. She attempted to deconstruct this utterly incomprehensible monster before her using the professional logic she knew best. However, Qin Xinghua stepped forward abruptly, blocking Su Chen from view. Captain Lin, there's no rush with the questioning. The top priority now is to conduct a preliminary survey of the ancient tomb to prevent any secondary accidents. He turned and looked at Su Chen with an almost pleading expression. Mr. Su, I humbly implore you, please lead us down to investigate. With you present, it's 100 times safer than any modern exploration equipment. The assembled experts all chimed in agreement. Yes. With Professor Su leading the team, we feel completely at ease. We implore Teacher Su's guidance. Su Chen raised an eyebrow, glancing at the alert that had just popped up on the virtual panel. Ding! Special scenario detected, unexplored millennia-old tomb. Subsequent choice mission triggered. Accept? He had only intended to wrap things up quickly, but the moment he saw the words mission and reward, his spirits soared. He waved his hand impatiently at the group of National Treasure-level experts waiting expectantly and spoke slowly. All right, cut the nonsense. Let's get this over with quickly. I still have to go back to my day job. Chapter 109, Su Chen's Leisure. Old Qin and the others exchanged bewildered glances. Bricklaying? A prodigy like Mr. Su actually still thinks about moving bricks? Was this the legendary Great Concealment in the Marketplace, a return to simplicity? Ultimately, an advance team led by Su Chen was formally assembled. The tomb passage stretched deep into the darkness, the beams of flashlights slicing through the gloom, leaving trails of light in their wake. The air was thick with the musty scent of long-buried earth and decay. Everyone held their breath, nerves taut. Only Su Chen, hands in his pockets, strode ahead at the front. His casual demeanor made it seem less like tomb exploration and more like strolling through his own backyard. Hold on. After walking less than 10 meters, Su Chen abruptly halted and pointed ahead. Don't step on that flagstone, it's hollow underneath. Sun Hao instinctively frowned, a hint of defiance flashing in his eyes. He immediately raised the latest model of his geological radar detector and scanned the stone slab Su Chen had indicated thoroughly. Beep beep. The device emitted a steady sequence of green signals. Mr. Su. Sun Hao adjusted his glasses, his tone tinged with unmistakable superiority. My detector indicates a solid rock layer over 3 meters thick beneath this slab. The structure is extremely stable, it's impossible. Before he could finish, old Qin cut him off. Son. Qin Xinghua glared at him sternly. Bring the tools. Qin Lao now held Su Chen's words as absolute truth. Sun Hao's face stiffened. Though inwardly reluctant, he dared not defy his mentor and could only signal for a team member to hand him a metal crowbar. He was determined to see what could possibly lie beneath. As the crowbar slid into the crack between the stone slabs and gave a gentle pry. Snap. A faint, insignificant sound. Then, to everyone's horrified stares, the heavy blue stone slab, weighing hundreds of pounds, flipped downward silently. A square hole, black as pitch and bottomless, appeared before them like the gaping maw of a demon. Whoosh. Sun Hao sucked in a sharp breath, the detector clattering to the ground. He stumbled backward 3 steps, his back instantly drenched in cold sweat. 1 step closer. Had he defied superstition and stepped onto it just now, he would likely be minced meat by now. The live stream exploded with reactions. Holy. It's happening again. Su Chen's death prediction. Sun, the expert's face went white. $1 million device can't hold a candle to God Su's words. This is a trap. It flips with 1 step. Is it full of spikes underneath? Too sneaky. I hereby announce the establishment of a new division within the Su Studies Society: Geological Exploration and Counter-Surveillance. Lin Wanqing's knuckles turned white as she gripped the gun. Watching Su Chen's confident back, her heart pounded wildly. How did this man possibly know? Su Chen, however, seemed completely unfazed. He casually stepped around the pitfall and continued walking forward, muttering under his breath. Who needs this much complexity? Seriously. Everyone. The rest of the journey turned into a one-man show by Su Chen. Don't touch the 3rd brick on the left wall, I feel like there's something inside. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a teammate accidentally swept his flashlight across the wall. With a whizzing sound, a poison-tipped crossbow bolt shot out, grazing the man's scalp before embedding itself in the opposite stone wall with a hissing sound. Everyone, stay silent. I sense movement ahead. Everyone immediately held their breath. Sure enough, the faint rustle of shifting sand reached their ears. A deadly quicksand trap had been perfectly avoided. See that rope? Yeah, the one that looks like a spider web. Touch it, and you're dead. The group squinted and finally spotted the snare, a rope nearly indistinguishable from the darkness, tethered to a massive stone slab on the ceiling. Finally, the group reached the end of the main tomb passage, having narrowly avoided disaster. A massive stone wall blocked their path, its surface engraved with an ancient star chart of unimaginable complexity and exquisite detail. Good heavens! It's the ancient constellation chart recorded in the Gonsher Star Treatise. Xinjingwa trembled with excitement, snatching up a magnifying glass and diving in. This doesn't match. The positions of the constellations differ from historical records. What could this mean? Could it be the tomb owner's birth chart? Sun Hao steeled himself and focused on his expertise. Professor, could this be some kind of encrypted message? Using the relative positions of the stars to record a secret? The two archaeologists studied the mural for hours, citing ancient texts and debating fiercely, yet they remained unable to unravel its mysteries. Just then, a lazy voice cut through the air. Hey, could you guys hurry up? Su Chen yawned widely, casting an impatient glance at the intricate celestial mural. Isn't this just a combination lock? The room fell deathly silent. Xinjingwa and Sun Hao whipped around, staring at him as if he were a monster. A combination lock? Calling the legendary star chart a combination lock? Look, Su Chen extended a finger and tapped the air. Connect the Big Dipper's stars. See that brightest one, Kaiyan? Use it as the pivot. Turn clockwise 3 full rotations. Then find the inconspicuous auxiliary star beside it. That corresponds to the 7th brick from the left in the 3rd row below. Press it, and the door will open. Su Chen spoke as casually as if stating 1 + 1 = 2. But to Sun Hao and Xinjingwa, it sounded like thunder from the heavens. This couldn't be possible? This defied all historical records of mechanical devices by 1,000-fold. Sun Hao's lips trembled. How did you know? Su Chen rolled his eyes. Guessed? Try guessing one yourself, you bastard. The livestream went absolutely wild. Holy! Even astronomers need to join the Su Studies Society. I'm telling you. I feel like Su Chen isn't here to do archaeology, he's just visiting home and complaining about how outdated the decor is. Expert Sun, I've studied archaeological trap mechanisms for 30 years. Su God, oh, I just guess. Mind. This is pure mind-airy. Sun Hao's mind went blank. He stared at Su Chen, then at the wall. Finally, under old Qin's encouraging gaze, he tremblingly reached out and followed Su Chen's instructions to the letter. He located the brick, took a deep breath, and slammed his fist down. Rumble. A deep, thunderous roar echoed as the entire side wall slowly swung inward, revealing a passageway plunging deeper into darkness. The door had truly opened. Xinjingwa and Sun Hao were utterly stunned. Their legs buckled, and they nearly knelt before Su Chen on the spot. This was beyond science, beyond mechanical ingenuity. This was the realm of the divine. Yet, just as everyone was utterly overwhelmed by this miraculous spectacle, from behind the newly opened, pitch-black hidden door, click! A faint, almost inaudible sound echoed. Immediately after, an indescribable chill like a solidified cold current surged forth from behind the door, slamming into their faces. Chapter 110, The Living Statue Array. Did Su Chen just get stunned on the spot? Beyond the door lay a circular burial chamber of unimaginable vastness. Dozens of life-size terracotta warriors stood around the chamber's perimeter. These were no ordinary earthenware figures displayed in museums. Instead, they were entirely pitch black, their surfaces gleaming with an eerie metallic sheen. Their armor was distinct, each wielding halberds, spears, swords, or halberds in varied stances. Every face bore a vividly lifelike expression. Heavens! A light unlike any seen before flared in Professor Xinjingwa's cloudy old eyes. His body trembled not from fear, but from sheer excitement. Living terracotta warriors. This is the living terracotta formation mentioned in only a handful of historical records. Look at their joints, they're fitted with metal bearings. This is a masterpiece of mechanical engineering that transcends its era. Like a lovesick teenager seeing his first crush, he grabbed his magnifying glass and lunged forward, eager to examine them up close. Don't want to end up like a hedgehog? Then stand still. Su Chen's lazy voice wasn't loud, yet it reached every ear with crystal clarity. He grabbed Xinjingwa's arm. The grip wasn't forceful, yet it held the old man firmly in place. At that very moment, Sun Hao's pupils suddenly contracted. Pointing ahead, his voice cracked with terror. Its eyes, they moved. No prompting was needed, everyone saw it. As they intruded, the eyes of the once motionless terracotta warriors seemed to shift in angle. A malevolence 10 times more intense than before pierced everyone's very bones. Ding! High concentration death-seeking environment detected. Host has provoked a millennia-old oddity mechanism. God tier choice system activated. Before Su Chen's eyes, the familiar virtual interface popped up. Immediately warn everyone that this is the MO School Living Terracotta Array. It uses sound and living breath as triggers. Holding your breath and remaining motionless is the best course of action. Reward, reputation plus 100. B. Utilize knowledge from divine tomb raiders to locate the erase core at the northwest corner's celestial axis position and destroy it. Reward, advanced lockpicking skill. C. Approach the central general figurine, slap it hard, and shout, "What era is this?" Still clinging to feudal rubbish. Reward, god tier acting. Su Chen's gaze skipped over options A and B entirely. Too mundane. The rewards were trash. His gaze settled on option C, and the corners of his mouth curled upward involuntarily. This one's good. This is thrilling. God tier acting? This reward sounds intriguing. Leave it to me. Su Chen released Xinjingwa, clapped his hands, and addressed the pale-faced crowd behind him. I possess unique array breaking techniques. Unique array breaking techniques? Old Qin and Sun Hao froze. Could it be that Mr. Su not only mastered geomancy and dragon vein divination but also possessed profound knowledge of the long-lost Moist School's mechanical array formations? Lin Wanqing frowned. She couldn't shake the feeling that the smirk on Su Chen's lips carried a hint of mischief. The livestream chat was instantly flooded with comments from Su-style experts. Here we go. Master Su is about to put on another show. According to Su Studies theory, this must be an unconventional approach beyond our comprehension. Just sit back and watch. My guess is Su God will use some peculiar sound waves or footwork to bypass the trap's lock. Yet, the very next second. To everyone's horrified stares, Su Chen walked straight to the very center of the tomb chamber, hands in his pockets, strutting casually as if strolling through a marketplace. There stood a general figurine towering half a head taller than the others. Clad in heavy armor, hand resting on a long sword, it radiated imposing might. Mr. Su! You mustn't! Old Qin cried out in alarm. That's the main figurine. It's the core of the entire formation. Touching it will trigger the trap. Sun Hao was utterly terrified. You're mad. Completely mad. Come back. Do you want to die? Lin Wanqing's heart leapt into her throat. She was already prepared to fire her gun the moment the trap activated, even if it was futile. But it was too late. Su Chen had already positioned himself directly before the general figurine. He raised his right hand, swinging his arm back. Smack! A sharp, resounding slap echoed through the air. What era is this, still clinging to this feudal rubbish? Everyone was stunned. Xinjingwa saw stars and nearly fainted on the spot from rage. Sun Hao's mouth hung open, unable to utter a sound. It's over. He did it. He actually did it. This is a crime. Su Chen? What a load of crap. He's nothing but a complete lunatic. Get him kicked out of archaeology. Call the police. We must arrest him. This is deliberate destruction of a national treasure. Kunken's fans were like crazed animals, flooding the screen with celebratory posts over what they saw as the complete collapse of Su God's persona. Yet amidst this chaos and despair. Snap. Click click click. A bone-chilling sound of stone grinding against stone echoed from all directions. The crowd looked on in horror. Dozens of terracotta warriors, once lifeless, now twisted at unnatural angles, necks, arms, hips, every joint contorted. But the most terrifying sight was their eyes. Those obsidian eyes, which had merely reflected a faint glow before, now glowed with 2 points of crimson light from within. It's over. Old Qin let out a pained groan, his face ashen. The living terracotta array has been fully activated. Run! Run for your lives! Sun Hao was the first to break down, shrieking as he turned to flee back the way they came. Roar! The nearest spear-wielding terracotta warrior abruptly whipped its head around, opened its mouth, and let out a terrifying roar. The bronze spear in its hand transformed into a black lightning bolt, striking viciously toward Sun Hao's back. Killing intent surged. The shadow of death instantly engulfed everyone. The curses in the livestream fell silent. Everyone held their breath, frozen by the terrifying spectacle, a chill running from the soles of their feet straight to the crown of their heads. Su Chen, he had truly brought down a colossal disaster upon himself. Yet, at this critical moment, the general figurine that had been slapped by Su Chen also flashed a blood-red light in its eyes. But it did not attack. It merely raised its right hand, the one gripping the long sword, slowly, very slowly, performing a gesture incomprehensible to everyone present. It gave Su Chen a thumbs up. Immediately afterward, the spear thrust toward Sun Hao's back halted abruptly, stopping just 0.01 centimeters from his skin. The spear-wielding warrior figurine stiffly turned its head, gazing at the general figurine, then at Su Chen. Then, under the stunned gazes of everyone present. Clang! It released the spear from its grasp. Immediately, its massive frame took a step back, knees buckling. Thud! It knelt down heavily. It was like a signal. Clang! 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 The sound of metal clattering to the ground echoed repeatedly throughout the entire tomb chamber. Those dozens of living terracotta warriors, their eyes glowing red and radiating murderous intent, seemed to have received some irresistible command. They all simultaneously discarded their weapons, then. In perfect unison, they knelt on one knee toward Su Chen. They bowed their proud, cold heads, performing the highest honor reserved for the supreme commander in ancient military formations. The entire world fell silent. Sun Hao, who had been screaming moments before, collapsed to the ground, his legs giving way beneath him. A wet patch quickly spread across his crotch. Professor Qin Jingguo's mouth hung open, his entire body shaking like a sieve. Staring at this miraculous scene before him, his mind had completely shut down. Lin Wanqing's hand trembled as she gripped her gun. Staring at the man standing at the center of the adoring crowd, his expression serene and unruffled, her worldview shattered once more. What on earth was going on? One slap. A single strike. And instantly turned against us? Su Chen slowly turned around, facing the stunned gazes behind him as if they'd seen a ghost. He shrugged his shoulders, his expression utterly matter-of-fact. I told you, I have unique techniques for breaking formations. When dealing with the unruly, one must assert some elder authority. One slap, and it'll behave. Chapter 111, The Secret of the General Figurine, Mastering God-Tier Acting. A cold system notification chimed precisely in Su Chen's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing option C, approach the central general figurine, deliver a sharp slap, and loudly rebuke, what era is this? Still clinging to such feudal rubbish. Mission rating, perfect. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the reward, God-Tier Acting. Boom! An indescribably profound stream of information instantly washed over Su Chen's soul. The pinnacle of mastery pursued by countless acting legends throughout their lives now flowed through his very bones as naturally as breathing. Su Chen sensed that, if he wished, he could instantly become anyone. Interesting. This reward was tailor-made for someone like him, a man who thrived on entertainment. Inside the ancient tomb, the silence was so thick you could hear your own heart pounding. Whether it was the on-site elders like Qin Lao and Sun Hao, or the tens of millions of viewers watching on screens, everyone remained utterly transfixed by the miraculous scene that had just unfolded. 10,000 terracotta warriors bowing in homage. A killing formation, struck down by a single slap and instantly turned against its own master. What the hell kind of absurdly over-the-top development was this? Mr. Su. Mr. Su. Professor Qin Jingguo's voice trembled like autumn leaves in the wind. He steadied himself by gripping Sun Hao's shoulder. What on earth was that? Every pair of eyes in the room turned to Su Chen. Feeling the weight of their horrified stares, Su Chen felt a surge of excitement. Perfect. Time to test my freshly minted, God-tier acting, on you lot. In the next instant, the carefree, lazy aura that had enveloped Su Chen vanished completely. His gaze grew profoundly deep. Standing utterly still, he seemed to merge with the ancient tomb itself, becoming a presence more ancient and mysterious than the terracotta warriors. Lin Wanqing's pupils suddenly contracted. In just an instant, the Su Chen before her seemed like a completely different person. That familiar face now radiated an unfamiliar aura of authority and solitude. In a voice ethereal and tinged with a faint sigh, Su Chen spoke slowly. That slap of mine wasn't aimed at the clay figurine. It was aimed at the obsession that has lingered within this tomb for 1,000 years. Obsession? So that's it. Qin Jingguo's entire body trembled violently, his aged eyes blazing with an unprecedented intensity. Destroy to rebuild. Prove the way through force. This old man understands. This is the lost heart method of feng shui. Unbound by form, it strikes directly at the core essence of the mechanism. Mr. Su, you've taught this old man a lesson. Sun Hao, standing nearby, turned ashen-faced. The look in his eyes towards Su Chen had completely shifted from shock to fervent admiration. At that moment, the live stream exploded with excitement. Professor Wang Dong, the criminal psychology expert, nearly leapt from his chair in excitement, shouting into the camera. I get it. I finally understand. This is the cross-disciplinary application of scenario pressure therapy in mechanical engineering. The logical core of that general figurine has been trapped in an endless loop during its millennia of silence. This isn't feudal superstition. It's the perfect fusion of psychology, behavioral science, logic, and ancient mechanical arts. On the comment stream, the trolls who had been ranting about Su Chen destroying cultural relics had vanished without a trace. Instead, the screen was flooded with "And Su God, I was wrong. I thought he was on the 5th level, but he's actually on the 10,000th level. Applause. Professor Wang, take my kneel. My apologies. I shouldn't have tried to fathom a god with my mortal intellect. God Su, you weren't hitting the terracotta warriors, you were hitting my face." Lin Wanqing's brows were tightly furrowed, her chest rising and falling unevenly. She couldn't understand a single word. Obsession? Pressure therapy? In the face of the science and logic she held sacred, this was pure fairy tale nonsense. Just as the entire crowd was reeling from Su Chen's divine pronouncement, another unexpected turn unfolded. The stone statue of the general, awakened by Su Chen, slowly raised its swordless hand under the gaze of all present. It pointed toward the depths of the tomb chamber, toward a stone wall that appeared utterly ordinary, indistinguishable from the surrounding walls. This gesture sent everyone's hearts leaping into their throats once more. Old Qin. Sun Hao instinctively raised his multifunctional detector, aiming it at the stone wall. On the screen, infrared scan and ground-penetrating radar data flashed rapidly. Seconds later, Sun Hao reported with a grave expression. Master Qin, the scan shows it's a solid slab of granite. Estimated thickness over 3 meters, with a dense structure. Behind it, there's nothing. It's completely solid. At this revelation, the group's minds went blank once more. Solid? Then why was the general statue pointing at it? The live stream chat exploded with confusion once more. What's going on? Can a general statue glitch? 3 meters thick granite? That means the mountain itself is right behind it. There can't be a path. Could it be that Su Chen got it wrong this time? Facing Sun Hao's conclusion, Su Chen didn't even lift an eyelid. His eyes, empowered by the golden eyes, had long pierced through the surface. Behind that so-called solid stone wall, a distinctly different air current flowed slowly according to a mysterious pattern, its energy fluctuations far purer than those in the outer tomb chamber. That wasn't a solid wall at all. It was a far more sophisticated illusion. Su Chen stepped forward, strolling leisurely toward the cold stone wall under the gaze of everyone, some puzzled, some worried. He extended his hand, gently pressing his warm palm against the surface. God tier acting activated. In that instant, the world weariness in his eyes crystallized into palpable sorrow, as if mourning a long-buried chapter of history. In a voice that was almost a whisper, tinged with boundless release, he murmured softly. Dust to dust, earth to earth. Rest in peace. The words had barely left his lips. A miracle occurred. Boom! A thunderous, yet perfectly synchronized, boom erupted. Dozens of terracotta warriors, kneeling on one knee, simultaneously raised their arms and slammed their stone fists against their own breastplates. This action was like an invisible switch. A switch that rendered physics utterly obsolete. Under the horrified stares of everyone present, under the gaze of tens of millions of spectators whose eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, the massive stone wall certified by high-tech instruments as 3 meters thick solid granite began to disintegrate from within. The solid rock did not shatter or explode. Instead, as if all its structural integrity had been instantly drained, it transformed into the finest, most delicate quicksand. Whoosh! Within a mere second, the 3-meter-thick stone wall silently dissolved into a cascading golden sandfall, pouring down. When the dust settled, a brand new tomb chamber entrance more magnificent and profound than all the previous passages combined stared back at them. Chapter 112, one sentence terrifies the experts. Su Chen's prophecy comes true. Su Chen lazily scanned the stunned crowd around him, inwardly delighted. The effect of his god-tier acting was even more explosive than he'd imagined. The way these people looked at him now was as if they were gazing upon a deity. However, when he activated golden eyes and focused on the bronze main coffin at the center of the tomb chamber, Su Chen's pupils contracted slightly. In a realm invisible to ordinary eyes, a thick, indelible crimson-black aura of malevolence swirled above the ancient bronze coffin. The aura churned and condensed, as if something within was stirring restlessly. An ominous foreboding instantly surged through Su Chen. Frowning, Su Chen spoke calmly, "Don't touch that coffin. Feels like there's a big problem inside. Whoever opens it will be unlucky." The words hung heavy in the air, plunging the tomb chamber back into deathly silence. A big zombie? Qin Xinghua froze for a moment before shaking his head with a bitter smile. Mr. Su, surely you're joking? This is a legitimate archaeological excavation site, not some tomb raiding novel. Sun Hao adjusted his glasses, a hint of displeasure flashing across his face. Earlier, he'd been stunned by Su Chen's miraculous feat, leaving him with a profound sense of defeat. Now, hearing Su Chen utter such unscientific nonsense only fueled his rebellious streak. "Professor, I believe this must be a psychological deterrent set by the ancient tomb's owner to ward off grave robbers." Sun Hao's voice carried a hint of urgency. "We are scientific researchers. We can't let feudal superstitions cloud our judgment. We must open the coffin to confirm the tomb owner's identity. This holds significant importance for researching the historical culture of that era." Sun Hao's words resonated with everyone present. The live stream chat exploded with comments. Is Su Chen getting into mysticism now? What the heck is a big rice dumpling? Could there really be a zombie? Expert Sun is right, it's all psychological suggestion. Su Chen might be overthinking this time. I'm all for opening the coffin. I want to see what's inside. Lin Wanqing frowned deeply. Her rational mind told her she should support Sun Hao. But strangely, her instincts were screaming warnings, causing her to instinctively command her team, "Everyone back up. Form a perimeter around the coffin." The words left her own mouth before she could stop them. She had just dismissed Su Chen's instincts, yet her actions betrayed her completely. Seeing this, Su Chen shrugged, took a few steps back, and gestured with an go-ahead motion. "Have it your way. After all, it's not my misfortune." Meanwhile, inside a black van parked outside the construction site, Bald Dragon stared intently at the live stream on his phone screen. The moment he heard Su Chen utter the words Big Zongzi, his face instantly turned ashen. Damn it! Longa slammed his fist onto the seat. He knows about the dangers of the dragon-slaying soul-sealing coffin? This kid absolutely can't be left alive. A scrawny man in the passenger seat turned and asked, "Boss Long, what do we do now?" "Third brother, prepare to execute Plan B immediately." A ruthless glint flashed in Brother Long's eyes. "If soft tactics won't work, then we'll use force. Strike while they're opening the coffin. The chaos will mask our presence." Inside the tomb chamber, Sun Hao was already consumed by academic fervor. He signaled several archaeology team members to begin prying open the coffin lid with specialized equipment. "Mr. Su, you stay right there and watch," Sun Hao said without turning his head. "I'm going to use scientific methods to prove your intuition wrong this time." Qin Xinghua felt some unease, but the immense academic allure silenced his concerns. After all, such a well-preserved ancient tomb was exceedingly rare. Creak! The heavy bronze coffin lid slowly lifted under the combined effort of the group. Everyone held their breath, eyes fixed on the interior of the coffin. Yet the next moment, everyone was stunned. The coffin was completely empty. No remains, no gold or jewels, not even a single burial artifact. Only at the center of the coffin's base lay a scroll of bamboo slips wrapped in preserved silk, alongside a bronze compass of simple, ancient design. How is this possible? Sun Hao's eyes widened in utter bewilderment at the scene before him. An empty coffin? Could it be a symbolic grave? Qin Xinghua frowned as well, but a symbolic grave wouldn't have such intricate mechanisms. The live stream viewers were equally baffled. What's going on here? Where's the big mummy we were promised? What does an empty coffin mean? Was it robbed? Did Su Chen's prediction fail this time? Just as Sun Hao breathed a sigh of relief and reached out to grab the bamboo scroll. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted. The entire tomb chamber shook violently. The secret passage they'd entered through and the main entrance were simultaneously sealed shut by massive boulders. All lighting instantly failed, and the live broadcast signal was completely cut off. The tomb chamber plunged into pitch-black darkness. What the hell? What's happening? Shouts of alarm echoed through the darkness. Sun Hao was so terrified he collapsed onto the floor, his voice trembling. "Teacher! Teacher, where are you?" Just as panic gripped the group, several infrared sight dots suddenly lit up in the darkness. Immediately after, over a dozen shadowy figures wearing night vision goggles and wielding automatic weapons emerged in single file from hidden tunnels around the tomb chamber. Their movements were disciplined and coordinated, clearly a well-rehearsed operation. Within mere seconds, they had everyone completely surrounded. Clap, clap, clap. Applause echoed through the darkness. A bald, burly man stepped out of the shadows, a smug, savage grin on his face. "Well done, experts. From here on out, this place is ours." Lin Wanqing instantly snapped to attention, drawing her pistol and barking, "We're police. Drop your weapons immediately." Her teammates drew their weapons simultaneously, only to quickly realize the enemy's firepower far exceeded their expectations. Over a dozen automatic rifle barrels were trained on them, creating overwhelming firepower. "Police?" Longo sneered coldly. "Who's going to recognize you as cops in this ancient tomb dozens of meters underground? Just cooperate quietly, and it'll be easier for everyone." Sun Hao trembled in fear. What do you want? This is a nationally protected cultural relic." "Cultural relics?" Longo sneered with disdain. "That's exactly what I want, the cultural relics." His gaze swept past everyone, locking onto Su Chen, who remained calm and composed in the darkness. Even in such perilous circumstances, Su Chen stood perfectly upright, his face betraying not a trace of panic. That unflappable composure seemed almost blinding in the darkness. "Especially you, Mr. Su." Dragon Brother chuckled greedily. "Our boss is quite interested in your dragon-seeking and acupoint locating skills. Come with us." Chapter 113, The Mechanism Activates. Boom! A thunderclap echoed in the minds of everyone present. There were actually tomb raiders here, and they meant business. Lin Wanqing discreetly observed Brother Long's men. Opposite them, the group was equipped professionally and moved in perfect unison, clearly not amateurs. And Lin Wanqing took a deep breath. Her marksmanship had been top of her class at the police academy, but this dimly lit tomb chamber was crammed with people. If anything went wrong, it could cost the lives of over a dozen people. Longo grinned and addressed Su Chen. "Let's go, Mr. Su." The words barely left his lips when a wave of malevolence 10 times more intense than before locked onto Su Chen like a spotlight. At that very instant, the familiar mechanical voice echoed in Su Chen's mind, tinged with a hint of excitement. Ding! High concentration bizarre hostility environment detected. Host has successfully provoked a professional tomb raiding gang. God tier choice system activated for you. A virtual panel abruptly appeared before Su Chen's eyes. A. Play along with the grave robbers, feign cooperation, seek an opportunity, and await police counterattack. Reward, acting experience plus 500. B. Strike boldly. Use the might of God tier Bagwazang to assist the police in a forced breakthrough. Reward, a banner for bravery, 1000 yuan bonus. C. Walk to the empty coffin, lie down inside, and tell the tomb raiders, "Want to arrest me?" Ask the tomb's owner if they approve. Reward, divine tier mechanics MO school inheritance. Su Chen's gaze skipped over options A and B entirely. Acting? His newly acquired god-tier acting skills were still fresh. Did he really need this measly bit of experience? Fight? 1,000 yuan? Who are they trying to kid? His gaze locked firmly on option C. Lie down in the coffin? And try to provoke them while facing a dozen guns? Su Chen's lips curled upward in an uncontrollable smile. This is good. This was intense. And the reward was nothing short of monumental divine mechanics, MO school legacy? This was a genuine system far surpassing the knowledge points from the Lost Tomb Chronicles. Let's do this. Su Chen. Don't be impulsive. Lin Wanqing instantly noticed that familiar curve at Su Chen's lips, an ominous foreboding shooting straight to the top of her head. She knew that look all too well. Every single time Su Chen wore that grin that seemed to relish chaos, it meant he was about to shatter humanity's very understanding of what outrageous could mean. Yet Su Chen paid no heed. Under the stunned, bewildered, and utterly baffled gazes of everyone present. With Brother Long and his men's dozen or so black muzzles locked onto him, Su Chen kept his hands in his pockets and began to walk. He wasn't retreating, nor was he resisting. Instead, he strode forward with deliberate ease, as if taking a leisurely stroll, heading straight for the empty bronze sarcophagus at the center of the tomb chamber. What is he doing? Sun Hao's voice cracked. Qin Jingguo's eyes widened in shock, his mind completely frozen. Surrender? What kind of arrogant surrender was this? Brother Long froze for a moment, then his eyes blazed with fury as he roared, "Halt! What the hell do you think you're doing? Trying to destroy the bamboo slips and the compass? Looking for death?" He thought Su Chen was going down fighting. Two henchmen immediately stepped forward, pressing their gun barrels firmly against Su Chen's back. If he dared make any sudden move, he'd be turned into a bloody pulp instantly. Lin Wanqing felt as if an invisible hand had clenched her heart. She gritted her teeth, every muscle taut, ready to pounce at any moment. Yet Su Chen's next move sent a sharp, needle-like pain through the cerebral cortexes of everyone present. Su Chen walked over to the coffin, not even bothering to lift an eyelid, completely ignoring the two menacing grave robbers behind him. He extended one leg and flipped over with effortless ease. His entire body, with remarkable ease, flipped into the coffin. He even went through the motions of adjusting his posture, settling into a comfortable position with his hands naturally crossed over his chest. The posture was so perfectly poised it seemed as though the coffin lid would be placed over him at any moment, ready for burial. Only after completing this sequence did he open his clear eyes, gazing faintly at the group of tomb raiders outside who had now completely turned to stone. Then, in a tone so calm it sent chills down the spine, he spoke slowly. "You want to capture me? First ask the tomb's owner if he agrees." Silence. The tomb chamber was so deathly quiet you could hear dust settling. Whether it was Lin Wanqing and her team, Qin Jingguo and Sun Hao, or Brother Long and his bloodthirsty crew, every expression froze on their faces. Their thoughts had completely frozen. What the hell was that? A deathbed performance art? Or, is this guy seriously mentally ill? Put. One of Brother Long's men couldn't hold it in any longer. He nearly choked on his laughter, gasping for breath. But when he saw Brother Long's face turning from green to purple, then black, he forced the laughter back down, his own face swelling to the color of liver. Long finally snapped out of his utter stupor, only to be consumed by a rage that utterly incinerated his sanity. He felt his professionalism and dignity had suffered the most humiliating blow of his entire career, a demoralizing defeat. "I'm holding a gun, risking my life with you. You're acting like you're already in your coffin? Drag him out here, you bastard." Veins bulged wildly on Brother Long's temples as he pointed at Su Chen inside the coffin, bellowing hoarsely. "Damn it! I'll rip every bone out of his body today. Let him learn what a ing surprise really means." "Yes, Brother Long." The two closest henchmen snapped out of their daze, their faces twisted into vicious grins after being played for fools. They lunged towards Su Chen in the coffin. But then, just as their fingers were about to touch the coffin's edge, click! A crisp, metallic click echoed from beneath Su Chen. The solid bronze coffin base split open without warning, revealing a bottomless, pitch-black abyss. Su Chen, along with the bamboo scroll and bronze compass beneath him, was swallowed whole by the darkness. Vanished without a trace. What? The two grave robbers who had reached out to grab him grasped at thin air, frozen in place. The fury on Brother Long's face froze instantly. A trap? This ing thing was a trap? Before anyone could process it. Boom! 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 The entire tomb chamber began to shake violently, wildly. The ancient tomb, dormant for 1,000 years, awoke. The ancient runes on the surrounding walls, once dull and lifeless, now simultaneously ignited with an eerie, blood-red glow. Click! Click 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 click! The sounds of countless mechanisms turning, gears meshing, and bowstrings tightening erupted from every direction, from overhead, from beneath their feet, in a deafening cacophony. The sound was like Death himself tuning his reaping machine. A killing intent 100 times more terrifying than when the tomb raiders appeared, surged madly from every corner of the ancient tomb. The true ancient tomb killing array. It had been activated. Chapter 114, let the show begin. Ah! My leg! Help! Save me. Boss. The traps. They've all been triggered. In mere seconds, the dozen elite men brought by Brother Long were torn to shreds. Hiding behind a stone pillar, Brother Long watched his men wiped out in an instant. His ferocious face contorted to the extreme with fear and rage. He couldn't comprehend it. Why? It was just an empty coffin. Why did it trigger such a terrifying chain-killing trap? And that kid, where was the kid who'd been lying in the coffin? Had he too been caught in the trap? Just as everyone plunged into the depths of despair, a lazy voice echoed through the entire tomb chamber via some kind of amplification device. Hello? Hello? Testing, testing. This ancient amplification array works surprisingly well. Boom! That voice, like a thunderclap splitting the darkness, exploded deep within everyone's soul. It was Su Chen. He's still alive? Su Chen? Lin Wanqing snapped her head up, her beautiful eyes blazing with disbelief. She frantically scanned the area where the voice had come from, yet saw nothing. Shock and joy. Shocked by this utterly unbelievable scene, yet overjoyed that this man had defied death once more when everyone believed him lost. How did he manage this? Could it be that when he lay down in the coffin earlier, he wasn't seeking death, but going to activate something? An absurd notion, so ridiculous it made her laugh at herself, took root and grew wildly within her heart. He couldn't have truly become the master of this ancient tomb, could he? Who's playing tricks? Brother Long shuddered at the sudden shout, gripping his last remaining rifle as he barked into the empty tomb chamber, his voice fierce but trembling inside. Get your ass out here. He finally realized he'd been wrong from the very beginning. This young man named Su Chen wasn't some lamb led to slaughter. He was an existence Long Gu couldn't comprehend, couldn't even begin to fathom. The voice sounded again, tinged with irritation at being awakened. Me? Just an ordinary professional challenger. After a pause, the voice added. Oh, and I also happen to be the property manager here. Property? Dragon Brother's brain completely shut down. He felt like his entire worldview was being repeatedly crushed by a dump truck. I don't give a damn what the hell you are. Have the guts to show your face. Show quiet. Su Chen's voice carried a hint of amusement. Game time. It's on. The words had barely left his mouth. Snap. Beside Brother Long, the last surviving henchman cowering in the corner, trembling with fear, suddenly found the stone slab beneath his feet spring upward without warning. The minion let out a blood-curdling scream as his entire body was launched into the air with pinpoint accuracy, tracing a perfect arc. With a thud, he landed squarely right in front of Lin Wanqing. Before Lin Wanqing could react, another stone slab shot up beside him, snapping shut around the minion's waist. Trapped and immobilized, he thrashed wildly like a fish on a cutting board. The entire sequence unfolded with fluid precision, exuding an absurdly artistic flair. Lin Wanqing, Zhao Lei and the other officers. Tie him up? Does this even need tying up? This was practically a ready-made delivery. After finishing all this, Su Chen's voice rang out again. Mr. Qin, expert son, don't just sit there watching. Make yourselves comfortable. As he spoke, the ground beneath Qin Jingguo and Sun Hao slowly rose, eventually forming an ancient stone table and 2 stone stools. Now, in the empty tomb chamber, only bald dragon brother remained, standing there all alone. He became the sole clown on the stage. It's starting. Su Chen's voice sounded like a deadly incantation. Boom! A large section of the ground beneath Brother Long vanished instantly. He let out a startled cry, then, relying on his exceptional reflexes, lunged forward and barely landed on a new stone slab. But before he could steady himself, that slab began tilting sharply. Long Gu scrambled like a monkey, scrambling frantically across the floor with hands and feet. The entire tomb chamber floor now resembled a giant Tetris game board. And Su Chen? He was the brat holding the controller, laughing so hard he was doubled over. Long Gu, a ruthless bandit leader who had terrorized the underworld without batting an eye, was now being toyed with, scrambling and tumbling in utter disarray. Humiliation. Unprecedented humiliation. After narrowly dodging yet another pitfall, Brother Long finally snapped. He stopped in his tracks, eyes bloodshot, and bellowed with every ounce of strength. Come out and fight me one-on-one if you've got the guts. What kind of hero hides in the shadows? He was exceptionally skilled and had absolute confidence in his fighting abilities. If he could just get close, he was certain he could smash that punk's skull with a single punch. Silence hung in the tomb for 2 seconds. Then, Su Chen's voice rang out, tinged with amusement. One-on-one? Fine. Your wish is granted. As the words fell, not far before Brother Long, a massive square stone slab rose slowly from below with a thunderous rumble. Amidst the swirling dust, a tall, slender figure stood silently on the slab, hands tucked into his pockets. Who else could it be but Su Chen? His face still bore that same carefree, lazy grin, as if everything that had just happened was merely a farce he had casually orchestrated. Seeing this, Brother Long's eyes flashed with wild excitement. The moment had arrived. He really came out. This fool. Did he think controlling the mechanism made him invincible? Come and die, you bastard. Dragon Brother let out a beastly roar. His leg muscles bulged instantly as his entire body launched forward like a cannonball, charging straight at Su Chen. He intended to tear this brat before him to shreds. Facing this thunderous assault, Su Chen didn't even bat an eyelid. He simply remained calm and collected. Slowly, assumed the opening stance of Bagwazang. His stance was steady, his aura as deep as an abyss. The very essence of a grandmaster. Seeing this, Brother Long sneered inwardly. Still putting on airs? One punch from me would shatter you and your posturing alike. Just as Brother Long's fist, as big as a clay pot, was about to smash into Su Chen's face. Just as everyone thought an earth-shattering battle was about to erupt. Click. A faint, almost inaudible click sounded beneath Brother Long's feet. Then, the floorboard beneath Brother Long's foot abruptly flipped downward at a perfect vertical angle. Ah! The fury frozen on Brother Long's face remained unchanged. His body, propelled by momentum from his furious charge, traced a brief arc through the air. Then, he plunged headfirst. A shrill, tearful scream, filled with the fury of UING betrayed the martial code, echoed from the bottomless, pitch-black abyss before rapidly fading into the distance until it vanished. The entire tomb chamber plunged once more into deathly silence. Su Chen slowly lowered his Bagwazang stance, even going so far as to brush imaginary dust off his hands with a practiced flourish. He glanced at the empty hole, shrugged, and flashed his signature grin, the kind that reveled in mischief. Sorry, I'm just not one to play by the rules. Besides. He scanned the room, his gaze finally settling on Lin Wanqing's utterly dumbfounded face. A wide grin spread across his lips. Who says a one-on-one fight can't use a little home field advantage? Chapter 115, Officer Lin, your suspect is all packed up. Boom! Each word of that sentence felt like a heavy hammer, smashing down on the crown of every person's head in the tomb chamber. Home field advantage? You call that home field advantage? You basically hacked the game server and abused your GM privileges to bully noobs. From the bottomless abyss, Dragon Brothers' furious, resentful curses echoed faintly. UING betrayed martial ethics. If you've got the guts, let me. Snap. A crisp click of a mechanism snapping shut abruptly silenced Brother Long's roar, as if an invisible hand had seized his throat. The world finally fell silent. Lin Wanqing and the officers beside her froze with their guns raised, their faces blank with bewilderment unlike anything they'd ever seen in their careers. In their minds, the utterly absurd scene replayed over and over. 1 second ago, the ruthless gang leader had unleashed a beastly fury, charging toward his target with thunderous force. The next, a hole opened beneath the target's feet. And then, nothing happened. The entire sequence unfolded too swiftly for anyone to process, its sheer absurdity leaving them questioning reality itself. What the hell was that? Instant kill? No, it wasn't even instant death. It was more like a mischievous child casually squashing an ant that had charged at them. Lin Wanqing's pupils contracted sharply as she stared at the stone platform slowly rising from below. Yes. He was Su Chen, after all. A man who could dismantle deadly traps by instinct and awaken terracotta warriors with a single slap. Now, he was merely manipulating ancient tomb mechanisms, toying with a ruthless bandit as if he were a puppet in the palm of his hand. It seemed perfectly normal? The instant that thought crossed her mind, Lin Wanqing shuddered. It's over. Her entire worldview seemed to have been crushed under this man's foot, shattered beyond repair. Meanwhile, the two archaeologists, Qin Jinghua and Sun Hao, were frozen in a different kind of stupor. They clung to the stone table that had risen out of thin air, mouths agape like two fish gasping for air. This. Sun Hao's glasses slid to the tip of his nose, yet he remained oblivious, merely murmuring to himself. This transcends mere mechanical ingenuity. This is a domain. Legend says the Grand Master of the MO School could command a realm with his thoughts alone, a domain of Mo's fortress. So the ancient texts were true after all. Qin Jinghua's aged face flushed crimson, trembling with excitement. The gaze he now fixed upon Su Chen was no longer that of a junior disciple, nor even of a master. It was as if he were beholding a living deity. While everyone's minds raced with conflicting thoughts, their mental CPUs collectively overheating, Su Chen seemed to find the situation rather tedious. With a lazy flick of his wrist, he snapped his fingers in midair. The gesture made no sound. Yet the entire tomb chamber responded with the most violent reaction imaginable. Rumble. Accompanied by the heavy grinding of stone wheels, dozens of massive bronze bars erupted from the ground before Lin Wanqing and the others. They swiftly interlocked and converged, forming a colossal, impenetrable bronze cage in the blink of an eye. Before the group could marvel at this marvel of craftsmanship. Whoosh! 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 From every corner of the tomb chamber, the tomb raiders previously bound like Zongzi by the traps along with Brother Long, who had just fallen into the pit, were launched with pinpoint accuracy from the stone slabs like ejection seats. They traced perfect parabolic arcs through the air before landing with a series of plop sounds inside the bronze cage. Every single one of them, neatly arranged, resembled a cage of poultry just purchased from the countryside, ready to be hauled to market for sale. The ultimate humiliating packaging. Only after completing this did Su Chen take his time, strolling leisurely down from the platform. He approached the cage, glancing down at Brother Long, who was cursing and thrashing wildly inside. Then he turned his head to face Lin Wanqing, who had become completely numb. He spread his hands, wearing a kindly smile, his tone reminiscent of a property manager negotiating with a difficult tenant. "Officer Lin, take a look. These tenants illegally trespassed and vandalized public property. Their actions are particularly egregious. Should we follow procedure and have your police take them away, file reports, and give them a stern talking to?" Su Chen paused, his smile growing even more affable. "Or should I just make things easier and process their permanent eviction?" Lin Wanqing's composure instantly evaporated at the words permanent eviction. She knew that coming from Su Chen's mouth, those 4 words were no joke. This man was truly capable of such a thing. Gritting her teeth, she forced every word out with all her strength, trying to make her voice sound authoritative. "Su Chen. They are a violent criminal gang. They must be handed over to Chinese law for trial. Hand them over to us immediately." Yet the moment the words left her lips, she felt a profound sense of helplessness. "Fine. I'll grant your wish." Su Chen shrugged indifferently. He waved his hand casually once more. Clang. The massive bronze cage, driven by its mechanism, glided smoothly to a stop right before Lin Wanqing and the others, coming to a perfect halt. Even more astonishingly, a stone slab slowly descended from directly above the cage. Etched deeply in ancient, weighty pre-Qin seal script were 2 characters. "Prisoner." As if to say, "Here you go. The prisoner you requested. Remember to sign for it. Lin Wanqing." She felt as though her very soul had been seared by those 2 words. Meanwhile, Qin Jinghua and Sun Hao had completely ignored the nationally protected waste inside the cage. Like 2 most devout apprentices, they rushed to Su Chen's side, holding their breath in awe. "Mr. Su! Mr. Su!" Qin Jinghua's lips trembled with excitement. What is the operational principle behind this MO family mechanism city? How can it move at will? This is nothing short of a miracle." Sun Hao pushed his glasses up, gazing at Su Chen with an almost reverent expression. "Mr. Su, when you lay down in the coffin earlier, did that activate the central core of this entire mechanical city? Could it contain moist school principles beyond our comprehension? Please enlighten us, Mr. Su." Facing the fervent gazes of these 2 giants of archaeology, Su Chen merely lazily produced the bamboo slip he'd casually retrieved from the coffin earlier. He tossed it between his fingers, as if it were a cob of corn. "The principle? It's like playing with Lego, really. A protrusion here, a recess there, just snap it together correctly." He pointed the bamboo slip at himself. "As for me, I suppose I'm the one-of-a-kind assembly manual." At this remark, Qin Jinghua and Sun Hao were struck dumb, plunging once more into a whirlwind of wild speculation. "Lego? Instructions? Simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. This is the ultimate simplicity." Mr. Su was telling us that this complex, marvelous mechanical city was nothing more than a child's toy in his eyes. And he himself was the instruction manual that defined the rules. This wasn't a master, this was a creator. Su Chen paid no heed to these 2 experts who had already begun their spiritual cultivation. His objective was clear. He walked up to the bronze cage and gently tapped the bars with the scroll that old Qin regarded as a sacred artifact. A hollow clang echoed. Inside the cage, Brother Long, who had been cursing furiously just a moment before, fell instantly silent. Like a chicken with its throat clamped shut, he stared at Su Chen in terror. Su Chen looked down at him, his smile fading. His gaze was calm, yet carried an undeniable, oppressive weight. "Hey, Baldy. Now, you can talk. Which boss has taken such an interest in me?" Chapter 116, The Su Method of Interrogation. The entire tomb chamber fell deathly silent. All eyes were fixed on the bald-headed banded dragon brother who had been flung back from the deep pit by the trap mechanism. His limbs were skillfully pinned by stone slabs, fixed to the ground in a spread eagle position, unable to move. Only his eyes still betrayed a savage ferocity. "Go ahead, kill me." Brother Long growled hoarsely from his throat, his voice raspy yet his eyes blazing with the ruthless fury of a desperate criminal. "If you even flinch, I'm not a real gangster." He was still putting up a fight. Lin Wanqing's dark brows knitted tightly, a heavy weight settling in her heart. This kind of tough nut was the most troublesome. His psychological defenses were extremely high, making conventional interrogation methods largely ineffective. Prying the mastermind out of him would likely require considerable effort. Yet Su Chen merely gave him a lazy glance. He didn't even bother to walk over. Instead, he turned and casually pressed a button on the bronze control panel covered in ancient inscriptions. "Is that so?" A playful curve lifted at the corner of Su Chen's mouth. "Your wish is granted." The words fell. Put. An eerie sound erupted from the floorboards beneath Brother Long. Immediately afterward, a thick, viscous yellow-green gas, visible to the naked eye, erupted like a fountain, instantly engulfing Brother Long entirely. The stench. Indescribable. As if 3,000 rotten eggs had been mixed with putrid corpse water, then fermented for 49 days in a filthy latrine. The stench was overpowering, brutal, and relentless, a dual assault of physical and magical assault that pierced everyone's olfactory nerves, shooting straight to the top of their skulls. Ugh! Sun Hao, standing closest, was the first to lose his composure. He bent over immediately, vomiting up his entire dinner. Xinjing's weathered face flushed crimson as he stumbled backward. Lin Wanqing and her team members felt their stomachs churning violently, their faces turning deathly pale. Had they not undergone rigorous training, they likely would have followed Sun Hao's lead. What the hell is this? The group stared in horror at the culprit. Su Chen, however, seemed completely unfazed, even waving his hand dismissively in disgust. Su's gentle interrogation method, fair to all, young and old. Those who use it know its power. As for Brother Long, precisely enveloped by the yellow gas, the ferocity and savagery on his face lasted less than 3 seconds. 3 seconds later, his features began to contort. His eyes bulged like those of a dead fish, and his entire face turned from bronze to a deep purple. Ugh! Ugh! I'll talk. He let out a heart-wrenching wail, tears and snot instantly smearing his face. His mental defenses, weaker than paper, collapsed instantly. It's Nine-Fingered Hawk. Our boss is Nine-Fingered Hawk. Please. Stop. I'll tell you everything. I'll spill the beans on his entire family tree. This iron-blooded bandit, who moments ago had boasted that a true hero wouldn't even flinch, now wept like a 300-pound child. Dignity? Guts? In the face of absolute biochemical assault, they were utterly worthless. Lin Wanqing was utterly dumbfounded. She pulled out her notebook and scribbled down Nine-Fingered Hawk's name, but her mind was a blank. Was that the end of the interrogation? 100 times more efficient than the Bureau's top interrogation experts, using every psychological tactic in the book. What kind of devilish interrogation technique is this? Just how many hidden cards did this man have up his sleeve? Meanwhile, outside the tomb, chaos had erupted. The live feed had abruptly cut off, all communication devices were offline, and the fate of those inside remained unknown. Director Wang, what do we do? An assistant director was on the verge of tears. The sponsors' calls are flooding the company. Headquarters is already demanding answers, calling this a major safety incident. Director Wang Gang's greasy face was now as white as paper. His lips trembled as he paced restlessly in the makeshift command center. How the hell should I know what to do? Frantic as an ant on a hot skillet, he collapsed into a chair, his eyes vacant. It's over. Totally over. If Su Chen died in there, not only would he lose his job as director, but he might even end up behind bars. Online, the storm had already erupted. Tianyu Media, President's Office. Ha 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 ha. Sunny stared at the trending hashtag Su Chen trapped in ancient tomb, life or death unknown hashtag on his phone, letting out a hearty laugh. He raised his champagne glass and clinked it against Kunkun's across the table. Koan, I told you he won't last long. This time, we don't even need to lift a finger. Heaven itself can't stand it anymore and is about to take him down. Koan's face was equally contorted with uncontrollable elation and venomous hatred. Mr. Sun, you're brilliant. I've already had the team prepare the press release. As soon as the official announcement drops, we'll throw him the most glorious online funeral. They had even drafted Su Chen's obituary in advance, every word dripping with regret and grief, poised to seize the moral high ground at the first opportunity and savor the last bite of human blood-soaked buns. They could already envision the scene, Su Chen, that newly kindled spark, being utterly extinguished. What they didn't know, however, was this. In another online conference room filled with China's top experts, the atmosphere was solemn, yet no one panicked. Criminal psychologist Wang Dong pushed his glasses up his nose, the lenses reflecting a gleam of wisdom. He declared emphatically to Qian Limin, Sun Pei, and the other bigwigs on the screen. Everyone, stay calm. Trust Comrade Su Chen. According to the first law of breaking deadlocks, which our Su Studies Society has distilled as self-sabotage equals breakthrough, every move Comrade Su Chen makes that seems to trap him in a dead end is actually the key to breaking the stalemate. Why did he interrupt the live stream? Why go off the grid? Wang Dong's voice rang out with conviction, brimming with logical certainty. I deduce this is absolutely part of his plan. He deliberately created the illusion of being trapped and cut off to lure the real mastermind into lowering their guard or even revealing themselves. What we must do now is not worry, but wait. Wait for Su Chen to reveal the final mystery for us. At these words, the experts in the conference room nodded in unison, their eyes regaining their resolve. Dua beyond salvation. Inside the tomb. Su Chen had no idea he'd been imagined once more as a chess master orchestrating grand strategies. After asking his questions, he stretched lazily. Alright, questions done. Time to get out of here. He glanced around and remarked casually, the signal's been spotty in here for too long, it's messing with my short video streaming. Everyone. What the hell kind of signal is this? Is this really a signal problem? Everyone was still dazed from narrowly escaping death and filled with awe toward Su Chen, unable to react. Su Chen, however, had already walked to the control console. He firmly embedded the bronze compass he'd retrieved from the empty coffin into the central recess. He turned back and grinned at the bewildered crowd. Hold on tight, the veteran driver is about to take off. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he gripped the compass and spun it violently. Boom, rumble, rumble, rumble. A deafening roar erupted from every corner of the mechanical city. The earth shook violently, as if a colossal beast slumbering for millennia had awakened in that very instant. What's happening? Sun Hao turned deathly pale, clutching the stone pillar beside him. It's the mechanism. Is the final killing move coming? Qin Jingguo's eyes widened in horror. Lin Wanxing and the team members instantly tensed to the extreme, instinctively shielding old Qin in the center. Yet, in the next instant, what they felt was neither a plunge nor an attack, but a scent. Under the stunned gazes of everyone present, the vast main burial chamber beneath their feet, spanning the size of a football field, began to rise upward slowly. The surrounding rock walls and earth, driven by some immense force, parted like a receding tide, revealing a deep, straight vertical passageway leading upward. This colossal elevator, formed by the entire main burial chamber, now carried them skyward toward the surface. Chapter 117, The King Returns, The Shock of That Bamboo Scroll. Outside, the archaeological site had descended into utter chaos. During the hours the live feed was cut off, panic and despair spread like a plague. It's over. There must have been a collapse. Dozens of meters underground in a complex ancient tomb. How can we rescue them? Team leader Lin is still inside. And Elder Qin. They're national treasure level experts. The rescue team leader sweated profusely as he pored over the design blueprints, searching in vain for a viable rescue route. At the production cruise camp, the atmosphere was equally grim. Director Wang Gang slumped in his chair, staring blankly at the pitch-black monitor screen. The goji berry-infused thermos in his hand had long since gone cold. It's over. Completely over. After such a major safety incident, not only would the show be cancelled, but his career as a director would be over. Not far away, inside the support van, the scene was entirely different. Kunken's agent held his phone, his face flushed with excitement. This is perfect. That jinx Su Chen is finished for good. Think he'll ever make a comeback? Not in this lifetime. Cohen, who had just regained his composure, wore a sickly, maniacal grin. Serves him right. For crossing me. That's karma. Top floor executive office at Tanyu Media. Sunny methodically brewed tea using a set of top-tier purple clay teaware, a smug, triumphant smile playing at the corners of his mouth. A useless has-been, actually thinking he could stir up trouble and turn the tables? In the end, he would be buried in the dust of history. At that very moment. Boom! A thunderous roar, so deep it made hearts resonate, erupted from the earth's depths. The entire archaeological site, along with the ground for hundreds of meters around it, began to shake violently. Earthquake? Run for your lives! The crowd let out terrified screams and scattered in all directions. The rescue team leader's face turned ashen. It's over. A secondary collapse. Director Wang Gang's thermos clattered to the ground. He closed his eyes, awaiting the end of his career. Yet the anticipated ground collapse never materialized. Instead, what unfolded was something beyond anyone's wildest imagination, a miracle that defied the laws of physics and overturned the materialist worldview. Under the gaze of countless horrified eyes, the core area cordoned off by caution tape, where the excavator had just been working that thick layer of earth actually began to rise as a single, unified mass. As if beneath the earth, an invisible hydraulic lift platform was supporting a massive stage, slowly raising it above the ground. Soil and turf cascaded down the edges like waterfalls, revealing a vast platform beneath, gleaming with the metallic sheen of metal and rock. That platform was none other than the upper half of the ancient tomb. Like a steel fortress emerging from myth, it came to a steady halt upon the earth. Silence. The entire world seemed to have been silenced. All the rescue workers, journalists, and staff stood frozen in disbelief, as if witnessing a mirage. Director Wang Gang stared dumbly at the unbelievable scene on the monitor, his lips trembling as he muttered to himself. I'm not filming a professional challenge, but the prequel to Wandering Mother Star? Inside the production van, Cohen and his agent's faces froze in ecstatic shock. The next second, Cohen's eyes rolled back, he gasped for air, and once again passed out spectacularly, this time accompanied by violent foaming at the mouth. In Sun Yi's office, the business tycoon accidentally swept the entire $1 million purple clay teapot set off the table. Clang! The crisp shattering sound echoed like the cracking of his own heart. In the dead silence that enveloped the world, on the side of the fortress-like ancient tomb elevator, a massive bronze door creaked open solemnly with a deep, resonant groan. A long-forgotten beam of sunlight pierced the darkness, streaming inside. Then, a tall figure emerged first, hands in pockets, basking in the light. It was Su Chen. His clothes were spotless, his expression as lazy as ever, as if he hadn't just emerged from a tomb where death lurked at every turn, but had simply woken from an afternoon nap to take a stroll. Behind him followed Lin Wanxing, Qin Jinggua, Sun Hao, and the others, all unharmed. Finally, pushed out from the darkness was a massive, monstrous bronze prison cart. Inside, the Tomb Raiders led by Brother Long were bound tightly, each one bruised and battered, their eyes vacant and utterly devoid of spirit. The scene resembled a deity parading his spoils through the mortal realm. Boom! After hours of black screens and anxiety, global viewers watching this scene went absolutely wild. Servers across major global streaming platforms crashed simultaneously. Holy crap! What the hell did I just see? Is this some kind of hallucination? He didn't just dig up an ancient tomb, he literally built one from scratch. Is this even a professional challenge? It's like a god descended to experience life. We demand a thorough investigation into Su Chen. He doesn't seem like a time traveler, he looks like he just woke up after sleeping for thousands of years. The Su Studies Society hereby dissolves immediately. Effective today, we rename ourselves the Su God Cult. I'll be the first guardian. Inside the studio, the panel of experts led by Professor Wang Dong had completely lost their minds. Professor Wang Dong, tears streaming down his aged face, shoved aside his assistant and rushed to the camera. Waving his arms wildly, his voice trembling, he exclaimed, "I knew it! I knew Comrade Su Chen was playing a grand chess game. Trapped? Crisis? All just surface appearances. He wasn't trapped, he went to claim his inheritance. This ancient tomb, no, this moist mechanism city was prepared for him from the very beginning." Countless reporters swarmed forward but were instantly blocked by SWAT officers who had reacted swiftly. Lin Wanqing hurried to Su Chen's side. Her usually cold, piercingly beautiful eyes were now filled with an indescribable complexity of emotions. Shock, confusion, relief at surviving the ordeal, and a hint of something even she hadn't noticed, admiration. Her voice was low, yet her tone brooked no argument. "Thank you. And, you must come back to the station with me. Write a full report detailing everything you know, word for word." However, Su Chen merely glanced at her sideways, offering no response. Before all the cameras, he slowly raised the ancient bamboo scroll in his hand. Instantly, the entire room's focus shifted once more. Professor Qin Jinghua lunged forward like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his beard trembling with excitement. "The bamboo scroll. It's that scroll," he shouted into the surrounding cameras, explaining with every ounce of his strength. This could be the key to unlocking all the secrets of this moist mechanism city. It might contain the essence of moist mechanics lost for millennia. A treasure among treasures. Priceless. Boom! The scene and the internet erupted once more. If unearthing the ancient tomb was a miracle, then this bamboo scroll was the instruction manual for that miracle. Under the gaze of millions, watched by billions across hundreds of countries worldwide, Su Chen's fingers deftly untwisted the millennia-old silk cord binding the bamboo slips. He slowly unfolded the scroll. Everyone held their breath, waiting to witness the obscure and profound ancient miracle. Professor Wang Dong had already drafted a 10,000-word paper in his mind, ready to prove the intrinsic connection between this bamboo scroll and Su Chen's new era infrastructure theory. However, the moment the bamboo slips fully unfolded, everyone froze once more. Time, space, and thought all froze solid in that instant. Upon the bamboo slips lay neither dense, obscure ancient text nor masterfully crafted mechanical diagrams. Only 4 characters, written in a wild, unrestrained cursive script that seemed to burst through the paper with raw power. Guide to bricklaying. Amidst the world's frozen expressions, Su Chen held the bamboo slip up to the nearest camera lens with utmost seriousness, his tone as matter-of-fact as stating a simple truth. "I told you I was here to lay bricks. See? The tomb owner personally left me these construction instructions." Chapter 118, Settled. New professional challenge. Silence. Dead silence. Across all major live streaming platforms, the torrent of text that had cascaded like a waterfall suddenly froze, a 3-second void of eerie silence. Then erupted like a volcanic explosion, roaring laughter. "Ha ha 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 ha! Bricklaying guide? Seriously? I thought it was some legendary secret manual, but it's a construction manual? The tomb owner is way too down to earth. I hereby declare, Su Chen doesn't go by Su. His real surname is Sure, given name Zai. Brother Sure Zai." Dying laughing. "Can I get a refund for the introduction to Su Studies I just ordered? Feels like my IQ just took a hit, or maybe not. Dude, you're thinking too small. This is pure authenticity. You guys don't get it." Countless netizens rolled on the floor laughing, hailing this as Su Chen's second historic performance art moment after slapping the terracotta warrior. Yet inside the studio, the atmosphere was starkly different. The assistants beside Professor Wang Dong exchanged glances, their faces etched with the question, "How do we clean this up?" Only Professor Wang Dong remained fixed on the 4 characters on the screen, his body trembling slightly with excitement. He slapped his thigh hard, adjusted his glasses, and a flash of enlightenment lit up his eyes. "I get it. I completely understand." He rushed to the camera, his voice sharp with excitement. "You think this is just simple bricklaying? Superficial. Utterly superficial. Moving means shifting mountains and filling seas, rearranging stars and constellations. Bricks are the very foundation of the world. The cornerstone of its laws. The tomb's owner left behind not a manual, but a philosophy. A grand vision for constructing the world." He was telling comrade Su Chen that what you've inherited isn't just petty mechanical arts, but the supreme authority to create and build a new world. This is the true essence behind the Maoist doctrine of universal love and non-aggression, the profound meaning of creating to save the world. This impassioned interpretation instantly shifted the live stream's momentum once more. Hearing your words is better than reading 10 years of books. Professor Wang, you are truly the foremost authority on Su Chen. I see. While I was laughing at his absurdity on the first level, Professor Wang was already contemplating philosophy in the atmosphere. Bricklaying, constructing the world. I get it now. I'm heading to the construction site right this instant, don't try to stop me. I'm off to build my own world. Dihua had reached an entirely new level of absurdity so ridiculous it was laughable. Meanwhile, on-site archaeologist Qin Jinghua clearly didn't buy into this philosophical theory. As a meticulous archaeologist, he firmly believed in seeing is believing. His hands trembling, he took the bamboo scroll No, the Guide to Bricklaying from Su Chen, his eyes filled with awe and a hint of doubt. He couldn't believe that the core secret to such an ingeniously crafted mechanical city could be encapsulated in just 4 words. Young Su, no, Mr. Su, may I study this? Su Chen shrugged indifferently. Old Qin, as if he'd found a treasure, immediately had his assistant fetch a special developing solution, which he carefully applied to the blank areas of the bamboo slips. A miracle unfolded. Under the solution's effect, the seemingly blank surface of the bamboo slip instantly revealed densely packed tiny characters and incredibly intricate 3-dimensional patterns. Good heavens! Old Master Qin gasped, his hands trembling violently as he nearly dropped the bamboo slip. This is indeed the lost master plan of the Mozi Classic. The supreme essence of moist mechanics. Boom! The third explosion erupted on the scene. Su Chen paid no heed to the commotion. He walked up to Lin Wanqing and casually handed her the core controller of the mechanical city, which resembled a compass. Here, take this. The villains inside are already packed up, consider them a bonus gift. He gestured toward the bronze prison cart, where Longu and the others lay utterly soulless, as lifeless as dried fish. From now on, security for this city falls under your jurisdiction. Lin Wanqing took the heavy compass. The complex metallic texture pressed against her palm, and her emotions became incredibly complicated. She looked at Su Chen's lazy face, those eyes that seemed indifferent to everything, and bit her lip. Thank you. But, you must come back to the bureau with me. I need a detailed report, at least 800 pages covering every single detail of everything that happened from the moment you arrived until now. At those words, Su Chen shuddered dramatically, his face still pale with shock. No. He refused flatly. I'm a law-abiding citizen who was held at gunpoint by armed criminals and survived a tomb collapse. I've suffered severe physical and psychological trauma and urgently need counseling and emotional support. Officer Lin, you wouldn't be so inhumane as to abuse a victim, would you? You! Lin Wanqing was rendered speechless by his shameless rhetoric, her chest heaving with emotion, yet powerless to counter him. After all, legally speaking, Su Chen's current status was undeniably that of a victim. Under countless cameras and the gaze of the crowd, Su Chen waved casually and turned to leave, leaving behind a silhouette that set countless minds racing with wild speculation. Not far away, in the guest area, Xian Nuan and Lu Muhan witnessed the entire scene. Nuan. Did we underestimate him before? The face of national goddess Lu Muhan, usually cool and composed, was now etched with unprecedented shock. She prided herself on having witnessed countless grand spectacles, yet today's events had utterly overturned her worldview. That man had effortlessly turned myth into reality with a casual stroll. Yes. It feels like he's from a different world than us, Xian Nuan murmured, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Meanwhile, Lu Muhan's gaze followed Su Chen's departing figure. Within her heart, that icy mountain was quietly cracking open a fissure. For the first time, she felt such intense curiosity and a burning desire to understand a man. Even when online skeptics began questioning whether Su Chen was merely seeking attention, she found herself inexplicably posting a public update from her verified account. If you don't understand, just shut up. Su Chen's latest legendary feat sent the entire internet into a frenzy, yet plunged certain individuals into an endless hell. Top floor executive office at Tianyu Media. Crash. Sun Yi's face contorted in rage as he swept the $1 million purple clay teapot set before him to the floor with a single palm strike. The crisp shattering sound echoed the cracking of his own heart. On the TV screen, Su Chen's calm and composed face felt like a series of slaps, stinging his cheek with each blow. The company's stock price had surged when the live feed cut out, only to plummet like a free-falling object the moment Su Chen emerged with an ancient tomb, triggering a circuit breaker within minutes. He regretted it. He regretted it so much his guts turned green. He pulled every string to get major platforms to ban Su Chen, only to receive the same shocking response. Mr. Sun, we're sorry, but Mr. Su is currently under official scrutiny. We can't take action. Meanwhile, Program Director Wang Gang's phone was about to explode from incoming calls. Director Wang. Well done. The higher-ups personally commended you. The voice on the other end, belonging to the sponsor, was so excited it was almost breaking. Effective immediately, the budget for Professional Challenge 365 is unlimited. Money? We'll give it. People? We'll provide them. We have only one request. Wang Gang gripped the phone tightly, his palms sweaty. What's the requirement? You must keep Su Chen on our show. No matter what. After hanging up, Wang Gang felt as if he were in a dream. He dialed the number that now felt like a divine connection at lightning speed. Su God. Su Daddy. It's Wang Gang. The moment the call connected, Wang Gang's voice dripped with flattery. Next stop. What challenge do you want to take on next? Heaven or earth, even if you say you want to build a rocket with your bare hands, I'll tie down an expert for you if I have to. On the other end, Su Chen's yawn echoed through the line. Too thrilling? That's boring. I'm tired of that. Let's find something more stable. Saving lives, being a doctor or something that sounds pretty good to me. Beep. The call ended. Wang Gang stood frozen, holding the phone. A doctor? Chapter 119, A New Patient. People's Hospital, Emergency Department. The air was thick with the distinctive mingled scent of disinfectant and illness, filled with the sounds of footsteps, the ticking of medical equipment, patients' moans, and the anxious urging of family members. Su Chen stood right in the center of this chaos. His pristine white coat, spotless and immaculate, stood out starkly against the surrounding chaos. The live stream chat was already flooded with comments. Dr. Su looks so handsome in his white coat. Totally radiates that ascetic vibe. Why does it feel like Su Chen isn't here to compete, but to inspect? Look at that expression, he's like a lion surveying his territory. Hey, stop the awkward praise. This is a hospital, a place where lives are at stake, not a stage for him to show off. Hope he behaves himself this time. Su Chen, is it? A cold, stern voice interrupted Su Chen's observations. The speaker was a woman in her 50s, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a meticulously pressed white coat. Her name tag read, Emergency Department Director, Lu Hong. She was the Iron Lady of the First Municipal Hospital's Emergency Department, a ruthless enforcer who treated science and protocol as gospel. Lu Hong's gaze sliced through Su Chen like a scalpel. This emergency department isn't a stage for reality TV. Every decision here is a matter of life and death. I don't care what you've uncovered before. Here, you'd better put away your sensationalist tricks. Otherwise, I'll have security escort you out at any moment. Her tone carried undisguised contempt and warning. Su Chen raised an eyebrow, but before he could speak, a sudden commotion erupted at the entrance of the emergency hall. There he was, top-tier heartthrob Koen entering in grand procession, surrounded by assistants and bodyguards, accompanied by several influencers carrying cameras. A perfect, professional smile graced his face as he carried several fruit baskets. Hello everyone, we're here for a charity visit to bring some warmth to the patients. Kunken's agent announced loudly, and the cameras immediately focused on Kunken's kind and caring face. Kunken's fans in the livestream went wild. Wah, our brother is so warm-hearted. While Su Chen is slacking off, our brother is doing charity work. This is how an idol should be. Unlike certain people who only know how to put on a show. Kunken's gaze casually swept over Su Chen, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. His purpose today was simple, to stage a grand spectacle of goodness versus evil in Su Chen's livestream, utterly trampling Su Chen into the mud. Just then, a shrill scream pierced the emergency room's chaos. Move out of my way. Can't you see my son is injured? Where are the doctors? Where the hell are they? A wealthy woman dripping in jewels and clutching a limited edition platinum handbag dragged a 7 or 8-year-old boy forward, rudely shoving aside patients waiting in line as she stormed straight to the triage desk. The petite nurse she shoved nearly stumbled, protesting meekly, "Ma'am, please wait in line. All patients must go through triage." "Triage my ass," the rich woman shrieked, pointing at a minor scratch on her son's hand as if it were a life-threatening wound. "My son is precious. If he gets even the slightest scar, I'll tear this damn hospital apart. Now. Immediately. Get the best specialist to treat my son." The thick, concentrated hostility radiating from her instantly made the air in the entire emergency department feel thick and sticky. Director Lu Hong's expression darkened instantly, about to step forward to reprimand her. In Su Chen's mind, that familiar mechanical voice sounded. Ding. High concentration of eccentricity detected. God-tier choice system activated. Option A, approach the wealthy woman to calm her down, patiently explain the hospital's triage system, and demonstrate compassionate care. Reward, medical ethics +10. Option B, completely ignore her, continue your work, and leave the trouble for the director to handle. Reward, endurance +10. Option C, approach her and, in the most professional tone, inform the wealthy woman that her son is terminally ill, recommending immediate palliative care. Reward, God-tier diagnostic technique observation, auscultation, inquiry, palpation. A satisfied curve slowly formed at the corners of Su Chen's mouth. He found himself wondering why people kept rushing to fulfill his desires. Amidst the stunned stares of the entire room, just as Director Lu Hong was about to explode, Su Chen moved. He strolled leisurely toward the mother and son. Every pair of eyes in the room, including the cameras of Koen's team, focused entirely on him. Viewers in the livestream held their breath. What is Su Chen up to? He's not going to pull another stunt, is he? Please don't. He's just a kid. Messing with him could cause serious trouble. Su Chen ignored everyone. He lowered his head and studied the little boy intently for several seconds with an extremely solemn gaze. Then he lifted his head to face the wealthy woman, his expression bearing the same profound sorrow and compassion as if delivering a terminal cancer diagnosis. He spoke slowly, his voice quiet yet carrying clearly through the deathly silent hall. Madam, please compose yourself. What the hell? The wealthy woman froze. Everyone froze. Ignoring the expressions on everyone's faces, Su Chen continued in his solemn, compassionate tone. Your son's forehead is dark, his breath faint as a thread, and deathly energy surrounds his entire body. This is beyond what medicine can resolve. This is metaphysics. My personal recommendation is that we sit down now and have a proper discussion about palliative care and preferences for cemetery locations. Dead silence. 3 seconds of absolute silence. Then came the wealthy woman's ear-piercing scream. Ah! You bastard! How dare you curse my son? I'll tear you apart. Like a rabid lioness, the wealthy woman lunged at Su Chen's face, claws extended. The entire livestream exploded in chaos at that moment. He's lost his mind. Su Chen has completely lost his mind. How dare he say such things to a child? Is this even human? Sacrificing all decency just for clicks? Boycott Su Chen. Kick him off the show. Scum like this has no place in the public eye. Hashtag Su Chen curses sick child hashtag shot to the top of the trending charts at rocket speed, trailing a scarlet explosive tag. Koen's agent's face flushed with excitement as he immediately directed his team to amplify the narrative, hire paid commenters, and push Su Chen's atrocities across all platforms. This is outrageous. Director Lu Hong trembled with rage, pointing at Su Chen and barking, "Security! Security! Get this lunatic disrupting medical order out of here." She couldn't believe she'd ever allowed such a person onto her premises. But just as the wealthy woman's bright red-nailed hand was about to grab Su Chen's face, the reward for the god-tier diagnostic technique had already arrived in Su Chen's mind. A torrent of pure medical knowledge and diagnostic expertise flooded his mind like a data deluge. Observe, listen, question, palpate the 4 sacred principles became his instinct. He casually shifted his body to the side, effortlessly dodging the wealthy woman's slap. Simultaneously, his golden eyes had already activated, instantly detecting a pinprick-sized cherry red dot on the boy's neck artery barely discernible to the naked eye. His nostrils twitched slightly, precisely separating a faint, eerie scent of bitter almonds from the thick perfume in the air. You! The wealthy woman, her strike missed, lunged forward again. Su Chen didn't even glance at her, his gaze sharp as a blade, piercing straight into the terrified little boy. Did you sneak some strange candy? His voice was quiet, yet carried an undeniable authority. The boy's heart skipped a beat under that intense gaze, and he nodded instinctively. The instant he nodded, a sudden change occurred. The boy's eyes rolled back, foam formed at his mouth, and his body jerked backward. He fell stiffly to the ground, limbs convulsing violently. Chapter 120, Sudden Incident. Everyone was stunned into silence by this sudden turn of events. Su Chen's prophecy, had it come true? Amidst the deathly silence, Su Chen's voice rang out once more. This time, however, it was no longer filled with sorrowful compassion. Instead, it was cold, professional, and carried an authority that brooked no argument. Acute cyanide poisoning. Patient exhibits dilated pupils and breath with the characteristic bitter almond odor. Prepare sodium nitrite and sodium thiosulfate immediately. Establish in 4-line now. Get the gastric lavage machine and blood purification equipment ready. His crisp, unbroken chain of commands thundered like a bolt of lightning in every medical staff member's ears. Lu Hong was stunned. The other doctors and nurses present were all stunned. These technical terms, this precise diagnosis, this young man. How could he? But the boy's vital signs were rapidly fading. There was no time for them to think. What are you all standing around for? Su Chen's voice suddenly rose. The patient is already showing respiratory depression. Another 30 seconds, and even a god couldn't save him. That thunderous shout struck like a shot of adrenaline, instantly piercing through everyone's hesitation. The chaotic emergency room seemed to gain a backbone. Quick! Do as he says. Director Lu Hong was the first to snap into action, her voice trembling with urgency, yet her command was crystal clear. A heart-stopping race against death commenced. Without a second thought, the entire medical team moved in perfect unison, following Su Chen's commands to the letter, rolling out the stretcher, attaching monitors, administering medication, preparing for intubation. Everything proceeded with meticulous precision and efficiency. Su Chen stood beside the resuscitation bed, his gaze eerily calm. He didn't look like an intern on his first day, but rather a battle-hardened king of the ER. 5 minutes later, the electrocardiogram monitor, whose line had been teetering on the brink of flatline, miraculously resumed a normal rhythm. The boy's convulsions ceased and his breathing gradually steadied. He had been forcibly pulled back from the brink of death. He made it. A young nurse covered her mouth, her voice trembling with disbelief and relief. Director Lu Hong stared intently at the lifeline curve on the ECG, then turned to look at Su Chen, who wore an expression that seemed to say, "I was just passing by and lent a hand." She felt her worldview undergo a seismic shift, akin to the shock experienced by old Chen from the archaeological team. Mysticism? No. This is ing theology. Meanwhile, Lin Wanqing, who had received the emergency call, rushed to the hospital with Zhao Lei and others. The moment she spotted that familiar figure, her temples began throbbing violently. Why him again? When the terrified wealthy woman revealed the child had been poisoned by eating love beans containing deadly cyanide given by a new gardener at the hospital, alarm bells instantly rang in her mind. Wealthy heir, poisoning, gardener. These keywords instantly connected to the plot she was investigating, the nine-fingered hawk transnational smuggling ring attempting to kidnap the wealthy son. Could it be that Su Chen had once again accidentally disrupted Nine-Fingered Vulture's operation? The Su Studies Research Society livestream erupted in chaos. Professor Wang Dong slammed his fist on the table in excitement, rushing to the camera with eyes aglow. I get it. I finally understand. Did you think Comrade Su Chen was talking about mysticism? Superficial. You're also superficial. Darkening of the forehead is an advanced, macro-level observation of facial capillary changes caused by early tissue hypoxia. A breath as faint as a spider's thread is the precise olfactory detection of minute traces of cyanide gas escaping from the patient's breath. This isn't mysticism. It's a super-diagnostic science that transcends our era, integrating macro and micro perspectives. The entire internet exploded once more. The most vicious haters were now frantically flooding the livestream chat with Dr. Su, "We're sorry." The trending hashtag Godsu's diagnosis decides life or death surged to the top, effortlessly replacing the previous negative trends. In the hospital corridor, the once arrogant and domineering wealthy woman now clutched her son, whom she had lost and found again, and knelt before Su Chen with a thud, weeping uncontrollably. "Miracle doctor. You're a miracle doctor. Thank you for saving my son's life. I'll give you a car. I'll give you a house. Please accept them." Meanwhile, in a corner, Cohen, who had been staging a photo op feeding porridge to an elderly man, witnessed this dramatic reversal. His hand trembled. Clatter. A bowl of scalding white porridge landed squarely and completely on his 100,000 yuan limited edition Balenciaga pants. Arg! Kunkin let out a blood-curdling scream, clenching his teeth in agony as he hopped around in sheer embarrassment before the nationwide live broadcast cameras. His carefully cultivated image as a warm-hearted and kind idol shattered into dust at that very moment, leaving him utterly humiliated as the nation's biggest laughingstock. Lin Wanqing quickly pulled Su Chen into an empty corner, lowering her voice with a sharp gaze. "That gardener, did you see anything?" Su Chen just wanted to clock out early and was growing impatient with her questioning. Hoping she'd go catch the culprit and leave him alone, he casually replied. "Oh, I think I saw him. A pretty burly guy. I was far away, but I caught a glimpse of a tattoo on his wrist, like a hand with 9 fingers? Lin Wanqing's pupils suddenly contracted. A hand with 9 fingers. This perfectly matched the physical description of Nine Finger, the core member of the Nine-Fingered Bandit gang, that she had on file. She shot Su Chen a deeply complex look before immediately turning away and barking orders into her walkie-talkie. "All units, attention. Seal off every exit of the hospital. Target Nine Finger is inside the premises. Repeat, target Nine Finger is inside the premises." A tense manhunt unfolded in an instant. Inside the emergency department office, Director Lu Hong's gaze toward Su Chen had shifted from scrutiny to fervor. She strode forward and slammed a medical file stamped "critical emergency" onto the desk before Su Chen. "From this moment on, you needn't concern yourself with triage." Her voice carried an unquestionable command and a plea. "Come to the operating room with me. Be my primary assistant." Su Chen was about to decline this tedious overtime request. The system alert sounded precisely then. Ding! Hidden quest triggered. Choose to become the first midwife to unlock subsequent god tier choices. Su Chen froze. Midwife? Isn't this abyss of extinction supposed to be a cardiac surgeon? What does that have to do with midwifery? Before he could process it, Director Lu Hong had already grabbed his arm and was dragging him toward the operating room without a word. At that very moment, the hospital's urgent emergency broadcast echoed throughout the entire campus. Obstetrics emergency. Obstetrics emergency. Massive highway pileup. A 36-week pregnant woman is hemorrhaging and experiencing acute cardiac tamponade. Life-threatening condition. Request immediate cardiac surgery consultation. Chapter 121, I'm an obstetrician, not a women's sorrow alliance. Various monitoring devices blared alarms. Blood pressure continues to drop. 70-40. Heart rate 160. Ventricular fibrillation. Fetal heart rate unstable. Rapidly dropping. Zhang Haiping, the obstetrics chief, a middle-aged man with a receding hairline, now had sweat soaking through the back of his surgical gown. His face bore an expression of utter despair and helplessness. The pregnant woman on the operating table, her vital signs teetering on the brink after the violent impact of the high-speed collision. Just then, the operating room door burst open. Lu Hong from the emergency department strode in, followed by Su Chen. Zhang Haiping saw Lu Hong and clung to her like a drowning man grasping a last lifeline, his voice cracking. Director Lu. Hurry! The patient has acute cardiac tamponade. We in obstetrics can't touch her. Lu Hong's gaze swept over the terrifying readings on the monitor, her expression instantly turning grim. The situation was 100 times worse than she had anticipated. Open heart surgery was required immediately to repair the heart. But the patient was 36 weeks pregnant. The immense trauma of open heart surgery was something the fetus simply couldn't endure. It was an inescapable deadlock. Lu Hong's gaze fell upon the young man beside her, who had remained unnaturally calm throughout the entire ordeal. Without thinking, she asked, "Do you know how to perform open heart surgery?" He nodded, his tone matter of fact. "It's roughly the same as demolishing a load-bearing wall?" Lu Hong. Zhang Haiping? Every medical staff member in the operating room stared at Su Chen as if he were insane. Demolishing a load-bearing wall? Bro! That's a person. A living, breathing human being. After a brief pause, the livestream chat exploded with comments. Holy! Did I hear that right? He compared open heart surgery to tearing down a wall? Su God is at it again. That damn show-off personality of his. Please, no more showboating this time. This involves 2 human lives, for God's sake. Yet louder than the clamor inside the operating room was the shouting outside. I'm telling you! We must save the baby. We absolutely must save my grandson. My son is the sole heir in 3 generations. A sharp, biting female voice pierced through the heavy lead door, carrying clearly into the room. It was the patient's mother-in-law. You can always remarry if the wife is gone. But if my grandson dies, I'll fight you to the death. Immediately following was a man's timid, barely audible agreement. Listen to my mother. These inhuman words, like the most vicious curse, echoed through the intercom in the deathly silent operating room. A thick, indelible malice instantly filled the air. Lu Hong and Zhang Haiping's faces turned ashen in an instant. They had witnessed countless human joys and sorrows, yet never such naked ugliness. At that very moment, the cold mechanical voice echoed once more within Su Chen's mind. Ding! High concentration of absurdity detected. God-tier choice system activated. Option A, ignore the noise outside the window, focus on the surgery, and demonstrate the dignity of a physician. Reward, surgery proficiency plus 100. Option B, rebuke the family over the intercom, demanding silence. Reward, personal reputation plus 200. Option C, pick up the intercom beside the operating table, tell them I'll grant your wish, and instruct the nurse to prepare a medical waste bag. Reward, God-tier obstetrics and gynecology surgery, divine hands to send. A cold smile slowly curled at the corner of Su Chen's lips. Grant your wish. He loved doing this sort of thing. Under the horrified stares of everyone present, Su Chen moved. He walked to the intercom and pressed the talk button. The live stream camera locked onto him, and the hearts of hundreds of millions of viewers were in their throats. Su God. Don't act rashly. Please don't. What is he doing? He's not actually going to confront the family, is he? Su Chen spoke. His voice was quiet, yet it felt like ice from the depths of hell, devoid of even a shred of warmth. Family members, listen. We'll grant your wish. We'll prioritize saving the baby now. After the C-section is complete, we won't perform any further life-saving procedures on the older child. After pausing briefly, he turned to a young nurse standing beside him, her expression frozen in shock, and commanded in the same icy tone. Nurse, go prepare a yellow medical waste bag. Wait. It's for the baby. Boom. Lu Hong, Zhang Haiping, every doctor and nurse present froze in place, their minds going blank. They couldn't believe their ears. Medical waste bag? Is this something a human being would say? After 5 seconds of dead silence, the livestream went absolutely wild. Murderer. He's killing someone. He's gone mad. What the hell did I just hear? Trash bags? He's going to dispose of the baby like medical waste? Utterly inhumane. This isn't just a stunt, it's antisocial. Get him out of healthcare. Call the cops. Arrest him now. Hashtag Su Chen abandons mother to save baby. Hashtag Su Chen calls infant medical waste. Hashtag. 2 trending topics marked with blood-red explosive tags surged to the top of the charts at an unprecedented, devastating speed. The entire internet erupted in fury. The entire internet rallied in condemnation. Su Chen's public image collapsed completely in that moment, plunging into an abyss. Outside the operating room, the sharp-tongued mother-in-law froze for a moment, then a satisfied smile spread across her face. So this doctor knows his place. But her son beside her, that spineless, cowardly husband, was struck as if by a bolt of lightning from the heavens the moment he heard the words medical waste bag. Trash bags. Yellow. Just put it in, the small one. These words seared into his soul like a red-hot branding iron. Ah! The man let out a piercing scream that sounded inhuman. He violently shoved his mother aside and threw himself at the operating room door like a madman. I was wrong. Doctor. I was wrong. Please. Save my wife. I only want my wife. Please save her. I'm not human. I'm a ING monster. Please save her. His wails tore at the heart, filled with endless regret and terror. His desperate wails echoed throughout the entire hallway. Inside the operating room, Su Chen slowly lowered the intercom. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing your choice. Reward acquired, God-tier obstetrics and gynecology surgery, divine hands descend. In an instant, a vast ocean of knowledge flooded his mind. From the most fundamental obstetric care to the most cutting-edge fetal intrauterine surgery, the experience, techniques, and contingency plans from countless high-risk procedures became ingrained in his very bones like instinct. He had become a god in the field of obstetrics and gynecology. Su Chen picked up the scalpel, its blade flashing a chilling gleam under the operating light. He glanced at Lu Hong and Zhang Haiping, who stood utterly speechless, their worldviews shattered. His voice was calm as he spoke. All right, the family has quieted down. We can begin the procedure. His voice was calm, yet carried an absolute authority that brooked no argument. I'll be the primary surgeon. You to assist. Zhang Haiping instinctively protested, You? You're not even a licensed physician. This is... Su Chen cut him off immediately, his gaze as sharp as the scalpel itself. The patient has pericardial tamponade combined with gestational hypertension. A conventional thoracotomy would be fatal. We must perform a subxiphoid pericardial drainage during the cesarean section to relieve pericardial pressure and buy time for subsequent cardiac repair. The entire procedure must be completed within 3 minutes. You, Su Chen's gaze swept over Zhang Haiping and Lu Hong, who can do it? The two were rendered speechless. Su Chen's proposal was bold, precise, and utterly unconventional, yet it struck directly at the heart of the problem. Could this truly be the words of an intern? Watching the electrocardiogram on the monitor flatten into a straight line, Lu Hong gritted her teeth and made the boldest decision of her life. Follow his lead. Su Chen wasted no words, standing poised with his knife like a god. Trust me. I'm the best at creating miracles. Chapter 122, Nationwide Apology. Su Chen saves 2 lives. The moment Su Chen took the thin scalpel, the atmosphere in the entire operating room seemed to shift. Gone was the joker who spouted nonsense and whose eyes screamed, not my problem. In this moment, he was a god. Lu Hong's heart lurched violently. Zhang Haiping's breath caught in his throat. What did they see? It was an aura. An aura only a seasoned, battle-hardened surgeon who had presided over countless matters of life and death could possess. Yet he was merely an intern on his very first day. You're insane. Director Lu, you've truly lost your mind. The voice of Zhang Haiping, the head of obstetrics, trembled. He couldn't comprehend how he had agreed to this absurd farce. The live chat had already erupted into a torrent of curses. Murderer! He really picked up the scalpel. This is murder. What is Lu Hong doing? She's an accomplice. I'm reporting this hospital. It's over. 1 body, 2 lives lost. Su Chen is going to rot in prison. Yet Su Chen paid no heed to the outside world. He moved. Without a shred of hesitation, the scalpel in his fingers traced a cold, precise silver line. Cut. Quick. Steady. Accurate. Skin, fat, fascia, layer by layer, the tissues parted under his blade with the precision of Moses parting the sea. Each incision perfectly avoided vital blood vessels and nerves. No unnecessary movements, not a hint of hesitation. Lu Hong's pupils contracted sharply. As the leading cardiac surgeon at the city hospital, she had always considered her technique to be unparalleled. Yet before Su Chen, her once proud surgical skill seemed so crude, so clumsy. Gauze, Su Chen's voice rang out, cold and calm. Lu Hong instinctively handed it over. Vascular clamp. Lu Hong mechanically handed it over again. Suction device. A rapid-fire succession of commands poured from Su Chen's mouth, coming so fast it was almost suffocating. Lu Hong felt less like a chief physician and more like a flustered intern nurse stepping onto the stage for the first time. Her mind went blank, and she could only instinctively follow Su Chen's rhythm, completely dominated by his unfathomable skill. I'm the primary surgeon. You assist. Those words now felt like the loudest slap, stinging Lu Hong's soul. No, she wasn't even worthy of being called an assistant. She was merely a tool passer. Her pride in her profession had been crushed into dust before this young man. In the live stream chat, the professional medical bloggers and practicing doctors all fell silent. Their eyes widened as they stared fixedly at the hands dancing across the screen, forgetting even to breathe. Is this even humanly possible? Are his hands equipped with gyroscopes and supercomputers? Every incision's depth and angle is precise to the micrometer. Subxiphoid pericardial drainage. My God, he actually did it. Without opening the chest, he precisely located the fluid accumulation point and perfectly avoided the heart itself. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. As the drainage tube was inserted, the dark red fluid was swiftly drawn out. Beep beep beep. On the monitor, the heart rate curve, which had nearly flattened into a straight line, began to miraculously rebound. Blood pressure slowly began to rise as well. The most lethal cardiac tamponade crisis for the pregnant woman was averted. It took only 1 minute and 47 seconds. Director Zhang Haiping's jaw dropped wide open, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. He stood frozen like a wooden statue struck by lightning. What the hell, was this a miracle? Yet Su Chen's movements showed no pause. The instant he completed the cardiac decompression, the blade in his hand shifted with seamless precision, turning directly toward the expectant mother's prominently swollen abdomen. Caesarean section. The worldview of every medical staff member present, including Lu Hong, had completely collapsed, shattered, and been reshaped. 3 minutes later. Wah! A loud, clear, and vibrant cry of life echoed throughout the operating room. A healthy baby boy was cradled securely in Su Chen's hands. Success! The baby was out. Quickly attend to him. Zhang Haiping snapped out of his daze, his voice cracking with excitement as he urgently directed the nurses to take over. Su Chen, however, calmly handed the infant to the nurse and immediately began the follow-up suturing for the mother. His speed remained astonishingly swift, layer upon layer of sutures precise and aesthetically pleasing. 15 minutes later. As the final stitch was placed, Su Chen set down his needle holder and straightened up. The red surgery in progress indicator light above the operating room ceiling finally went dark. Beep, beep, beep. On the monitor, both the mother's and baby's vital signs had stabilized, all returning to the safe green range. We did it. We succeeded. Obstetrics director Zhang Haiping stared at the monitor, overcome with emotion, his eyes instantly reddening. He abruptly turned to Su Chen, his eyes brimming with fervent admiration and awe. A miracle. This is a miracle for our city hospital, no. For the entire medical history of China. Mother and child are safe. Our hospital has never witnessed such a high-risk, successful cross-departmental emergency rescue. In that instant, the torrent of online abuse from viewers abruptly ceased. The entire internet fell into absolute silence for 10 long seconds. Then came a tidal wave of "I'm sorry. Mother and child are safe? Is this real? Am I dreaming? I was wrong. Su Chen. I'm on my knees. I called you scum earlier, I'm the scum. I apologize. I finally get it." When he said those things before, he wasn't giving up. He was using the most extreme method to curse that husband awake. Using the most vicious words to accomplish the most sacred act. That's what a real man looks like. The entire internet sentiment underwent a 180-degree reversal in that instant. The fiercer the previous condemnation, the more frenzied the current praise and repentance. In the Su Studies Research Group livestream, Professor Wang Dong slammed his fist on the table in excitement, nearly jumping up. Classic shock therapy. I told you all along, you just don't grasp Comrade Su Chen's deeper meaning. Pointing at the screen, his eyes gleaming and spittle flying, he continued. Faced with that numb, selfish, cowardly husband, any persuasion was futile. Comrade Su Chen took the opposite approach, pushing his protect the baby wish to its most absurd extreme, wrap it in a medical waste bag. It was this heart-piercing statement, like a thunderclap, that instantly shattered his numb psychological defenses. It forced him to confront the bloody, brutal truth behind his own desire, awakening his last shred of conscience and humanity. This isn't mere psychology. It's textbook-level crisis intervention. A scalpel for human nature. The entire online audience listened spellbound, suddenly enlightened. Their admiration for Su Chen instantly soared to an entirely new level. The operating room door slowly swung open. Su Chen removed his mask and emerged, looking slightly weary. His handsome face still bore traces of post-operative pallor. Thud. The husband, who had been roused by the scolding, saw Su Chen and instantly collapsed to his knees, crashing heavily to the floor. Unable to utter a word, he bowed his head frantically, again and again, toward Su Chen. His forehead collided with the cold floor tiles, producing a dull thud. Thank you, you're our family's savior." He babbled incoherently, tears and snot smearing his face. Yet Su Chen walked straight past him without so much as a glance. He walked to the wall, leaned against it, and spoke in a voice not loud, yet clear enough to echo down the entire corridor. "Go thank your wife. She's the one risking her life." After a pause, Su Chen added another sentence. "Oh, and remember to pay the medical bills you owe." With that, Su Chen dragged his weary body straight toward the break room. Chapter 123, he kneeled in public, betraying medicine. It's nothing but luck, just some internet celebrity who stumbled into fortune. In the general surgery department's break room, Deputy Chief Physician Zhang Bo, a young, self-important prodigy in his early 30s, tilted his head with disdain as he addressed his entourage. "Exactly. Brother Zhang, you're a legitimate PhD who earned your position through thousands of surgeries. What does that intern know about operating? He's just a clown seeking attention." "Exactly. People like him are an insult to our entire medical profession. Treating serious medicine like his personal stage for showmanship." Zhang Bo listened to the flattery, his eyes glued to his phone. Just then, a commotion erupted in the hospital lobby. A distinguished elderly man dressed in a custom-made tang suit, with snow-white hair and a youthful complexion, strode in with the grace of a dragon and the vigor of a tiger, surrounded by a crowd of people. Several hospital administrators, their faces plastered with smiles, carefully accompanied him. Master Chen, your visit to our hospital for exchange and guidance truly graces us with your presence. The man addressed as Master Chen was none other than Qian Zhongjing, the preeminent authority in China's traditional medicine community and a descendant of imperial physicians who received special government subsidies. Master Qian gave a slight nod, his gaze sweeping across the hall with an air of command that commanded respect without a word. His visit was ostensibly for exchange, but in truth, it was a challenge. Recently, a Western medicine practitioner named Su Chen had gained immense online fame, severely disrupting Master Qian's plans to promote traditional Chinese medicine. Today, he had come to give this young upstart a stern warning. I hear your hospital has produced a miracle doctor? Master Qian's voice boomed. Young men with unstable foundations often resort to sensationalistic tricks and gimmicks to attract attention. Ultimately, they fall short. The moment these words left his mouth, the entire room fell silent. The live stream camera immediately zoomed in on this corner, and countless viewers held their breath. Is this about to kick off? Master Qian seemed to relish the spotlight, casually pointing at a middle-aged man in the waiting area who wore a deeply troubled expression. Your complexion is dull, your steps unsteady, clear signs of kidney deficiency. Do you often suffer from aching knees and lower back, feeling drained of energy? The man froze, then began nodding frantically like a chicken pecking at grain. Yes. Master, you're amazing. My back hurts terribly. The crowd erupted in applause. Master Qian then turned to another patient. After a thorough examination, observing, listening, questioning, and palpating, he delivered another spot-on diagnosis, drawing thunderous applause once more. After his demonstration, Master Qian's gaze pierced through the crowd like two tangible searchlights, landing precisely on Su Chen, who had just stepped out of the restroom. That gaze held the scrutiny of an elder toward a junior, the contempt of authority toward a challenger, and a professional hostility so thick it seemed impossible to dissolve. At that very moment, the cold mechanical voice echoed in Su Chen's mind, arriving as expected. Ding! High concentration of eccentricity detected. God-tier choice system activated. Option A, humbly seek guidance, acknowledging the profound depth of traditional Chinese medicine. Reward, medical ethics plus 20. Option B, refute the opponent using modern medical theory. Reward, debate skill plus 100. Option C, publicly declare Western medicine is garbage, announce conversion to Chinese medicine, and pledge allegiance to Master Qian. Reward, God-tier acupuncture technique Ghost Valley Divine Needle. Su Chen's pupils contracted slightly. Ghost Valley Divine Needle? The name alone sounded utterly ridiculous. A smirk slowly spread across his lips, one that sent shivers down the spines of countless haters. Sorry, but I'm the kind of guy who loves to play by his own rules. Under everyone's stunned gaze, Su Chen moved. Parting the crowd, he strode swiftly before Master Qian, his face suddenly lighting up with an ecstatic expression of epiphany and sudden enlightenment. Master! His voice trembled with excitement. Your words just now struck me like thunder, awakening this lost lamb. I've understood. I've truly understood. Western medicine is utter nonsense. Scalpels and stethoscopes are nothing but the dregs of barbaric Westerners. Only our profound and extensive Chinese medicine is the ultimate truth of the universe. Before he could finish speaking, his knees buckled. With a thud, he was about to kneel before Master Qian. Master! Please accept this disciple's bow. Boom! The entire world seemed to hit mute. Director Lu Hong sputtered the mouthful of water she'd just taken, nearly choking to death on the spot. Zhang Bo and his henchmen in the distance froze for a moment, then their faces erupted with wild joy. He blew himself up. That bastard actually blew himself up on live national television. He's finished. Master Qian himself was utterly dumbfounded. He had anticipated Su Chen might argue back, make excuses, or fly into a rage, but he never dreamed the other would be so shameless. He'd only intended to establish his authority and humiliate Su Chen, not recruit a disciple. The live stream went completely dead after 5 seconds of absolute silence. Traitor! Disgrace to the medical profession. What is he doing? He's lost his mind. Su Chen has gone mad. He's betrayed the very field he dedicated his life to. He's betrayed modern medicine. Get out of healthcare. You don't deserve to be a doctor. I was blind to admire you before. Hashtag Su Chen defects from Western medicine. Hashtag shame of the medical community. Su Chen hashtag Su Chen bows to master. Hashtag 3 trending topics, each marked with a blood-red explosive tag, swept through the charts with unprecedented speed, dominating every hot search list. Countless medical students and practicing physicians felt their faith trampled underfoot. They had been stabbed in the back by the very person they trusted most. A torrent of rage erupted into vicious curses, drowning Su Chen in a sea of condemnation. At the scene, Master Qian was roasted by countless cameras and furious stares, his aged face turning the color of liver. He could only awkwardly bend down, catching Su Chen before his knees hit the floor. He forced a laugh. This young man shows promise indeed. Please rise, there's no need for such formalities. Su Chen rose with emotion, his face still wearing that expression of utmost devotion. He respectfully called out, Master! Master Qian's eye twitched violently. Su Chen seemed oblivious. Shifting his focus, he pointed at the middle-aged man who'd just been diagnosed with kidney deficiency and asked with feigned curiosity. Master, you just diagnosed that gentleman with kidney deficiency through visual examination. But your disciple is slow-witted. To me, he looks deathly pale, drenched in cold sweat like acute appendicitis with a perforation. The moment these words left his lips, Master Qian's smile froze solid on his face. The entire room fell silent once more. Every pair of eyes turned toward the man Su Chen had pointed at. Just then. Ah! Before everyone's eyes, the man's face turned as white as paper. Clutching his lower right abdomen, he let out a piercing scream and collapsed backward with a thud. A shocking reversal. While everyone's minds were still frozen in shock, Su Chen sprang into action. He lunged forward in a single stride, kneeling halfway to the ground as his fingers rapidly pressed into the man's abdomen. Classic McBurney's point tenderness and rebound tenderness. Abdominal muscles tense, bored like abdomen. Classic signs of acute peritonitis. Without lifting his head, Su Chen fired off a barrage of cold, commanding orders. Prepare the skin immediately. Establish in 4-line. Get him to the OR immediately. The patient is showing early signs of septic shock. 10 more minutes and even a god couldn't save him. Zhang Bo, who had been gloating moments before, now gaped with eyes bulging from their sockets. His expression shifted from maniacal delight to stunned disbelief, then horror, finally settling into a deathly pallor. Master Qian stood frozen as if struck by lightning, his ethereal, scholar-like face drained of all color. Su Chen's words acute appendicitis perforation landed like the sharpest slap, stinging fiercely across his soul. The entire room, every medical staff member, every spectator was rendered speechless by this utterly unfathomable scene, their minds going completely blank. Who exactly was he? Chapter 124, A Needle That Defies Heaven. Qian Zhongjing. This venerable patriarch of traditional Chinese medicine, who moments ago had radiated an otherworldly aura while commanding the room, now had all color drained from his pampered face, leaving only a waxy pallor. Master, A young disciple trembled, trying to step forward to speak. Get out! Shen Zhongjing ground out the word through clenched teeth, his body swaying violently as if he had aged 20 years in an instant. In the live stream chat, viewers who had been cheering for Master Chen moments ago had now turned against him. LOL. What a ing kidney deficiency. Almost killed the guy. This is a national master of traditional Chinese medicine? More like a master of reckless endangerment. Dr. Su is amazing. He saw right through it. Now that's a real master healer. In the observation room, Zhang Bo, the deputy chief of general surgery, watched the scene unfold. His face alternated between pale and flushed as jealousy and hatred toward Su Chen nearly boiled over. Bull luck. Pure ing bull luck. He glared at the monitor, grinding his teeth and growling, appendicitis perforation surgery isn't just talking the talk. No one knows what's really going on inside. Just wait, if anything goes wrong, Su Chen will be the first one held responsible. Inside the operating room. The atmosphere was as thick and oppressive as solidified cement. Blood pressure keeps dropping. 60-30. Heart rate 180. Patient showing early signs of shock. Oxygen saturation continues to drop. As the lead surgeon, Lu Hong's forehead was already covered in a fine sheen of cold sweat. The moment she opened the abdominal cavity, she sucked in a sharp breath. The situation was 100 times worse than anticipated. The appendix wasn't merely perforated, it had turned a terrifying dark purple, completely necrotic. Pus and fecal matter mixed together, contaminating the entire abdominal cavity. Classic diffuse peritonitis, complicated by septic shock. Vasopressors. Increase the dose. Lu Hong's voice, strained by tension, grew sharp as she shouted to the anesthesiologist. Director Lu, we're already at the maximum dose. Any more and the heart won't handle it. The anesthesiologist's voice was filled with despair. The medication seemed to vanish into thin air. The blood pressure curve on the monitor continued its irreversible descent, like a wild horse hurtling toward a cliff. The scent of death hung heavy in the operating room. Lu Hong's heart sank. She knew there was no hope left. Amidst this despairing silence, a voice calm to the point of coldness suddenly cut through the air. Standard medications are ineffective now. Su Chen, who had remained merely an assistant throughout, calmly pulling hooks and passing instruments, finally spoke. His gaze swept over the life curve, which was about to flatten into a straight line, his tone utterly unruffled. Bring me a set of silver needles. Boom! Those 5 words exploded like a depth charge in Lu Hong and Master Mothan's minds. What? Silver needles? They doubted their own ears. On a modern Western surgical table. During life-saving emergency treatment for a critically ill patient. Using acupuncture? Is this medicine, or some kind of shamanistic ritual? Zhang Bo in the observation room froze for a moment, then let out a derisive snort, his face brimming with contempt and schadenfreude. He's lost his mind. He's completely lost his mind. Using silver needles in a sterile operating room? How dare he even think of it? This is reckless endangerment. I'm going to report him. He couldn't wait to see Su Chen's reputation ruined and him dragged into court. Lu Hong stared intently at Su Chen, her voice trembling. Su Chen, do you know what you're saying? This isn't a joke. Su Chen lifted his eyes. What kind of eyes were those? No fear, no panic, not even a shred of pity. Only an abyss of unshakable composure and an absolute sense of mastery that regarded all things as worthless. He offered no explanation, merely presenting a final choice in a tone that brooked no argument. Trust me, and you may yet have a sliver of hope. Don't trust me, and in 3 minutes, prepare to announce the time of death. Insane. Too insane. Yet it was precisely this audacity, this utter disregard for death, that struck Lu Hong's soul like a thunderclap. She recalled that inescapable death trap where both mother and child perished, and how this man had defied all hope to create a miracle. To gamble or not? Risk her career, risk the hospital's reputation, for a mere sliver of hope? The monitor emitted a final, ominous wail. Blood pressure, 20. Heartbeat, about to stop. Lu Hong's teeth nearly shattered as the metallic taste of blood filled her mouth. Her eyes blazing crimson, she summoned every ounce of strength to scream 2 words. Give it to him. The nurse swiftly fetched a set of sterile silver needles. Su Chen took them. In that instant, his aura transformed. If wielding the scalpel had made him a god, then holding these silver needles now made him a being who commanded the forces of life and death, a god. He moved. Without the slightest hesitation, without a moment's delay. His hands moved so swiftly they left after images, each slender silver needle transforming into streaks of silver light between his fingers. Whoosh! The first needle pierced the Baihui acupoint atop the patient's head. Whoosh! The second needle sank into the Yongquan point on the sole of the foot. Runzhong, Niaiguan, Zhu Sanli. A series of seemingly unrelated acupoints were precisely inserted by him at an astonishing speed in sequence. Twist, turn, lift, thrust. His movements flowed like water, imbued with a mysterious, ancient rhythm as if he were not treating illness, but performing a sacred ritual. In the operating room, everyone held their breath, eyes wide, watching this scene straight out of a fantasy film. In the observation room, Zhang Bo's cold smile froze on his face. In the livestream, the hearts of hundreds of millions of viewers were in their throats. And then, at that very moment, a miracle occurred. Beep 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 beep. On the monitor, the blood pressure curve, which had been flattening into a near straight line, signaling death, suddenly shot upward. 20, 30, 50, 70. Like a dragon awakening, it surged upward with overwhelming force, defying all medical logic. Finally, it settled steadily at the perfect green zone reading of 110/70. The shrill, piercing alarm transformed into a steady, vibrant beep beep beep. Alive! He had been forcibly pulled back from the brink of death. The entire operating room fell deathly silent. Lu Hong's mouth gaped open, her eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. She stood frozen like a wooden statue struck by divine thunder. The anesthesiologist's syringe clattered to the floor, unnoticed. In the observation room, Zhang Bo's expression shifted from contempt to bewilderment, then from bewilderment to horror, finally settling into a deathly pallor. His legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the floor, lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. Meanwhile, at the corridor monitor, Shen Zhongjing stared at the resuscitation curve on the screen, at the young man holding silver needles like a god. His body swayed, unable to support himself any longer. His knees buckled, and he collapsed heavily to the floor. Thud! This towering figure of traditional Chinese medicine, this master who had stood so high above others moments before, now lay like a dog whose backbone had been shattered. His clouded eyes fixed on the screen as he murmured in a dazed voice. That's not acupuncture. That's not Ghost Valley Divine Needle. That's divine intervention. At that moment, after a deafening 10-second silence, the entire live streaming platform erupted. A tidal wave of holy, and I'm sorry, flooded the entire internet. Holy! What did I just witness? Immortal cultivation? This is immortal cultivation, right? One needle decides the fate of the world. One thought controls life and death. I declare, Su Shui has officially entered the realm of fantasy. I'm sorry. Su God. I was wrong. I called you a traitor before I'm the blind fool. I kneel before you. Take my kneecap. Using Western medicine's scalpel, performing Eastern medicine's acupuncture, blending ancient and modern, dominating an era. This is the true god of medicine. The surgery concluded successfully. As Su Chen removed his mask and stepped out of the operating room, all the clamor seemed to freeze. Without a glance, he tossed the silver needles that had performed miracles into the medical waste bin with a soft clink. As if discarding nothing more than a trivial toy. He strode directly to Qian Zhongjing, who lay collapsed on the floor, looking down at him from above. A familiar, devilish curve lifted the corners of Su Chen's mouth. He spoke slowly, his voice not loud but clear enough to echo down the entire corridor and fill the live streaming room. Master. See? Traditional Chinese medicine still has its uses. He paused, his smile growing brighter and crueler. But you can't teach me. I've mastered the craft. Chapter 125, Physical Exorcism with Ice Buckets and Electroshock? Zhang Bo, the deputy chief of general surgery who had previously been the most vocal, reportedly submitted a transfer request that very day and fled overnight, terrified that Su Chen might one day be in a bad mood and give him a needle too. As for Master Qian Zhongjing, he was rushed to the psychiatric ward that very night, repeating only one phrase over and over, "He's a god. Don't provoke him." Su Chen relished his newfound leisure. He clocked in daily at the hospital's exclusive lounge, sipping tea and scrolling through his phone while awaiting the system's next bizarre assignment. Life couldn't get any more pleasant. That day, just as he'd brewed a cup of goji berry and chrysanthemum tea, the lounge door rattled with a knock. Lin Wanqing's coldly exquisite face appeared at the opening, her eyes carrying an unusual gravity. Behind her stood a man. The man was around 50, tall and upright, with a stern expression and piercing eyes that seemed to see straight through people. He wore an ordinary jacket, but the iron discipline and authority radiating from his very bones made the air in the room feel heavier. Su Chen, allow me to introduce you to Director Li from the Municipal State Security Bureau, Lin Wanqing stated in a formal tone. State Security Bureau? Su Chen raised an eyebrow, sipped his tea, and thought to himself, I've been following the law every single day, never even running a red light. How did they find me? Without a word of preamble, Director Li fixed Su Chen with a piercing stare and cut straight to the point. Comrade Su Chen, we are aware of your background. We have come today to request your assistance with an extremely delicate matter of vital importance to the city's security. His tone grew somber as he continued. We've apprehended a high-ranking member of the Nine-Fingered Falcon organization. Nine-Fingered Falcon. Those three words made Su Chen's eyes narrow slightly. This was one of the most notorious terrorist organizations internationally, known for its brutal methods and mysterious members. He's an elite operative, codenamed Ghost, whose willpower has been forged through hellish training. Director Li's voice carried a profound sense of helplessness. We've employed every interrogation method, but he refuses to utter a single word. What's worse, the moment he was captured, he used a special technique to forcibly shut down his cerebral cortex, plunging himself into a deep vegetative state. Lin Wanqing added from the side, her face pale. The hospital's neurosurgeons have consulted his brainwaves are nearly flatlining. He could slip into complete brain death at any moment. All leads have gone cold. Director Li's fist clenched involuntarily, knuckles turning white. According to the fragmented intelligence we intercepted, Nine-Fingered Falcon is planning a major terrorist attack targeting our city possibly within the next few days. And Ghost is the only one who knows the full plan. So, he fixed his gaze on Su Chen, enunciating each word deliberately, we need you. Use your extraordinary methods to awaken him. Even if he's only conscious for a few minutes, that's enough. The atmosphere instantly became oppressively heavy. Led by Director Li, Su Chen entered the heavily guarded special care ICU. On the hospital bed, the agent codenamed Ghost lay motionless, his body covered in tubes. The life monitor emitted a monotonous beep, sustaining his most basic vital signs. And at that very moment, the cold, mechanical voice echoed in Su Chen's mind, arriving as expected. Ding! Detected, extremely high concentration of stubbornly peculiar entity. God-tier choice system activated. The target resists the world through self-destruction, meeting the definition of an anomaly. Host, please make a selection. Option A, declare helplessness, acknowledging this as an unsolvable problem for modern medicine. Reward, none. Option B, attempt to stimulate brain acupoints with the Ghost Valley Divine Needle for awakening. Reward, slight boost to psychic power. Option C, request a large wooden barrel half filled with ice water and an AED automated external defibrillator. Tell the National Security Director, want him to wake up? Simple. Just perform a physical exorcism. Reward, God-tier hypnosis deep sleep induction. Su Chen's pupils instantly contracted. God-tier hypnosis. Deep sleep. This reward, quite intriguing. A slow, sinister curve lifted at the corners of his mouth enough to make both Lin Wanqing and Director Li's scalps crawl. Sorry, but I'm the kind of person who loves to play by my own rules. I have a way. Su Chen turned around, his expression as relaxed as if he were heading to a party. A gleam of hope instantly lit up Director Li and Lin Wanqing's eyes. However, Su Chen's next words poured over them like a bucket of liquid nitrogen at -100 degrees Celsius, instantly dousing all their hopes and shattering their worldviews into fragments. Want him to wake up? Su Chen snapped his fingers, his tone flippant. Simple. Just perform a physical exorcism. Physical exorcism? The expressions on Director Li and Lin Wanqing's faces froze instantly, as if they'd misheard. Su Chen continued unabashedly, his tone as casual as ordering takeout. Go get me a large wooden tub big enough to hold him. Fill it halfway with ice water, the colder, the better. Oh, and bring over your hospital's AED set, the defibrillator. Boom! The air in the entire ICU seemed to be sucked into a vacuum. Lin Wanqing's beautiful eyes widened in shock. She grabbed Su Chen's arm, her voice trembling. Su Chen! Are you out of your mind? Do you even know what you're saying? Ice water? Defibrillation? Is this saving a life or killing someone? Director Li's face darkened so intensely it seemed water could be wrung from it. His iron-willed authority erupted like thunder, crushing the room with its weight. Comrade Su Chen! His voice was icy, carrying a warning that brooked no argument. This is no joke. I repeat, this is no joke. His bodily functions are already on the brink of collapse. Any intense physical stimulus will cause his heart to stop immediately, leading to his complete death. You're committing murder. Inside the encrypted live broadcast channel, program director Wang Gang and several high-ranking officials stared nervously at the screen. When they heard Su Chen's treatment plan, Wang Gang's thermos clattered to the floor. The blood drained from his plump face. It's over. It's over. We've blown it this time. This is national security. Yet, faced with Director Li's thunderous warning, Su Chen merely shrugged indifferently. He didn't even bother explaining, merely gazing at them with an expression that seemed to say, look at the little cuties. Desperate times call for desperate measures, got it? Your methods have already proven useless. But my approach, Su Chen's lips curled into a playful smile, might just give him a last burst of energy? That flippant attitude, that arrogance treating human life as worthless chaff, made Director Li's chest heave violently with rage, nearly making him draw his gun on the spot. But as he stared into Su Chen's eyes calm as still water and saw that unshakable composure, as if everything were already under his control, the raging fury in his heart was inexplicably replaced by a thread of absurd doubt. He recalled Su Chen's file. He recalled how, amidst a storm of online condemnation, Su Chen had performed a medical miracle, ensuring both mother and child survived. He recalled how Su Chen had instantly exposed the fraud of the national master of traditional Chinese medicine, using an inexplicable acupuncture technique to pull a patient who was 1 foot in the grave back to life. This man defied all conventional judgment. Time ticked away, second by second. The dark cloud of a terrorist attack hung over the city. Conventional methods had reached their limits. To gamble or not to gamble? Risk the life of an ace agent, stake the reputation of the National Security Bureau, all for a madman's vague promise of a last-minute reprieve? Veins bulged on Director Li's forehead as beads of sweat rolled down his face. Finally, as if summoning every ounce of strength, he ground out the words through clenched teeth. Fine. I'll trust you this once. His eyes blazing crimson, he fixed them on Su Chen, his voice hoarse and resolute. We'll bear the consequences. The moment the words fell, a torrent of knowledge about the mind, subconscious, dream construction, and psychological anchors surged into Su Chen's mind like a bursting galaxy. Divine-level hypnosis deep dream entry acquired. The smile on Su Chen's lips grew even broader. He looked at Director Li and Lin Wanqing, their faces ashen and tense as if facing mortal danger, and spoke slowly. No need to be so tense. I'm talking about physical exorcism, not physical rebirth. Let's begin, my treatment. Chapter 126, Dream Pursuit, a battle in the depths of consciousness. ICU Intensive Care Ward. Lin Wanqing stood nearby, her pale face drained of color. She bit her lower lip hard, her heart pounding so fiercely it felt like it might leap from her throat. Stimulating a near-death vegetative patient with ice water and electric shocks? This sounded crazier than medieval torture. Yet, under the watchful eyes of everyone present, Su Chen made a move that left all minds reeling. He simply strolled over to the bedside, pulled up a chair, sat down, and then pulled his phone from his pocket. He swiped open the screen and launched a music app. Question mark. A giant question mark appeared above both Director Li and Lin Wanqing's heads. What on earth was he doing? The tension was palpable, and now he pulls out his phone? What's the meaning of this? Could it be to take a commemorative photo, documenting the entire process of murdering a state security fugitive? In the live broadcast room, Director Wang Gang's chubby face was pressed tightly against the screen, so tense he'd forgotten to breathe. What is he doing? What the hell is he doing? The next second, a soothing, monotonous, even childish melody drifted out from the phone speaker. Sweet baby, go to sleep, the stars are twinkling outside the window. A children's lullaby. Boom. Everyone's expressions froze on their faces. Director Li's eye twitched violently. He felt his blood pressure skyrocketing at a dangerous rate. He practically ground the words out between clenched teeth. Su Chen. Comrade. What the hell are you doing? Lin Wanqing was utterly dumbfounded. She rushed forward, her voice hushed yet urgent. Su Chen. Stop this nonsense. This is a matter of life and death. A terrorist attack. Using a cheesy children's song to awaken an ace agent whose mind was sealed shut by iron will? Are you insulting the profession of espionage or insulting our intelligence? Yet, faced with their thunderous fury, Su Chen remained utterly indifferent. He even crossed his legs, placed the phone on the hospital bedside table, and slowly closed his eyes. Arrogant. Disregard. This was contempt that ran deep to the bone. Director Li trembled with rage, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. The murderous aura forged in seas of blood and mountains of corpses spread uncontrollably. He truly had murder in his heart. But just as he was about to erupt, a faint, imperceptible golden light suddenly flared beneath the closed eyelids of Su Chen's eyes. Divine grade hypnosis deep dream entry. Golden eyes. Activate. That monotonous children's lullaby in this moment seemed to transform into an invisible bridge, connecting reality and illusion. Su Chen's consciousness flowed along the notes like an invisible electric wave, instantly plunging into the long-dead sea of consciousness belonging to the agent codenamed Ghost. Boom! Su Chen's vision suddenly cleared. There was no ICU here, no hospital beds. The sky was a dark crimson, the earth drenched in blood. This was the spirit world of the Ghost. Deep within the labyrinth, a warrior covered in blood and wielding a sharp blade scanned his surroundings warily. His eyes held no trace of emotion, only cold, murderous intent. That was the core of the Ghost's consciousness. Any consciousness attempting to force its way in would be mercilessly torn apart. A bit tricky, but not too much. Su Chen's consciousness floated mid-air, calmly appraising this mental barrier. A brute force assault? That was for fools. Within his mind, the knowledge of divine tier mechanics surged forth like a tidal wave. This seemingly chaotic labyrinth of memories instantly decomposed in Su Chen's eyes into countless structural modules and logical nodes. Su Chen's gaze swept across the entire labyrinth, a cold smile curling his lips. Found it. He had discovered the sole backdoor to this hellish fortress. It was a segment of memory wrapped in layer upon layer of bloody recollections, hidden in the deepest recesses yet protected most fiercely by the owner's subconscious. A segment of warm childhood memories. Su Chen's consciousness shifted instantly. No longer the invader surveying everything from above, he became a 7 or 8-year-old boy in overalls, holding a lollipop. Humming a tune he couldn't quite hit, he skipped and hopped, dodging all the traps made of explosions and death, and easily stepped into that one fragment of memory bathed in sunlight. It was a summer afternoon. Cicadas chirped in the trees as a little boy squatted on the ground, carefully building a sandcastle. Su Chen walked over and offered him the lollipop in his hand. Hey, wanna play? That little boy was the childhood consciousness of the Ghost. He looked up, saw Su Chen, and flashed an innocent smile. In the realm of consciousness, Su Chen was the dearest playmate etched in his memories. Let's sing, Su Chen's consciousness smiled and in the purest voice, began a seemingly casual nursery rhyme. Little ball, banana pear, 21 flowers bloom. Tell me your secret. 2, 5, 6, 2, 5, 7, 2, 8, 2, 9, 31. Speak it, and it'll be forgotten. The real world. Inside the ICU. Only 5 minutes had passed. Director Li's patience had run dry. His face dark as a pot bottom, he was about to order the charlatan to be dragged out. Lin Wanqing was utterly despairing. She even began to doubt whether trusting Su Chen had been a colossal mistake. Director Wang Gang in the live stream booth had covered his eyes, unable to bear watching any longer. It was over. This time, they'd truly blown it. But then, at that very moment, ugh! A faint, almost dreamlike moan drifted from the hospital bed. Though faint, it reverberated like a thunderclap from the heavens, shattering the deathly silence of the ward. Everyone's bodies jerked, their heads whipping around toward the bed. There, the agent known as Ghost, who had lain like a living corpse, his eyes tightly shut for days, slowly opened. His gaze was hollow and unfocused, devoid of any focal point, like a puppet whose soul had been ripped out. Then, his lips began to move involuntarily, uttering indistinct syllables. Director Li reacted fastest, dashing forward in a single stride. He thrust the voice recorder to the man's lips, his eyes bloodshot with excitement. Speak! Speak now! Under the suffocating gaze of everyone present, amidst the monotonous, looping lullaby, the Ghost uttered a series of information in a dreamlike, broken voice. East longitude. 121.4 degrees. North latitude. 31.2 degrees. Tomorrow night, 9 o'clock. Operation Codename. Purification. Each word struck like a sledgehammer, hammering relentlessly into the hearts of Director Li and Lin Wanqing. Coordinates. It was the time. It was the operation code. Good heavens. He actually got it out of him. Using a children's lullaby, he had literally sung top-secret intelligence vital to the city's security out of the impenetrable mind of an ace agent. What kind of technique is this? No. This is a miracle. And just as the final syllable faded away. Beep. The bedside ECG monitor emitted a sharp, prolonged alarm. On the screen, the heartbeat curve representing life flattened into a cold, straight line. After revealing his final secret, Ghost drained his last ounce of vitality. He was truly brain dead. The entire ICU fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Director Li and Lin Wanqing stood frozen in place, their hands clenched tightly around the voice recorder that held the life-saving intelligence. Their minds went blank, as if their souls had left their bodies. At that very moment, Su Chen stretched lazily, yawned, and slowly tucked his phone away. He rubbed his slightly throbbing temples and rose to his feet, looking utterly exhausted. Under the gaze of the two women, who looked at him as if he were a god, Su Chen walked straight up to Director Li and spoke in a matter-of-fact tone. I'm done questioning him. He's gone. Director Li, remember to reimburse me for my phone bill. Chapter 127, Su Chen's new profession revealed, leaving the entire internet speechless. Su Chen, the instigator of it all, leaned back on the sofa in the hospital's private lounge. He stared at the gleaming, God-tier hypnosis icon on his system panel and nodded with satisfaction. Not a bad deal this time. Another ace up my sleeve. His heart remained utterly calm, even tinged with amusement. What subconscious extraction technique? It was just entering someone's dreams and singing a nursery rhyme with a kid. Just then, a cup of warm water was placed before him. Su Chen lifted his gaze and met the icy, stunningly beautiful face of Lin Wanqing. But now, the icy policewoman's gaze held none of its usual scrutiny or suspicion. Instead, it carried a complex emotion she herself hadn't yet recognized. She had witnessed Su Chen's pallor and the sweat beading on his forehead after the treatment, the exhaustion that came from the extreme depletion of mental energy. This was the first time she had ever seen a hint of human vulnerability in this man who seemed capable of anything. "Are you okay?" Lin Wanqing's voice was soft, tinged with cautious inquiry. Su Chen took the glass, downed it in one gulp, then waved his hand dismissively, speaking in his usual lazy tone. "I'm fine. Just a bit mentally taxing." Of course he was fine. It was just that using this deep sleep skill for the first time had taken a significant toll on his energy. But to Lin Wanqing, that casual remark about straining his brain made her heart clench tighter than any grand declaration ever could. So he wasn't a god after all. He could get tired. He was just shouldering everything in his own way. In that moment, the Ice Queen cop's worldview, having completely collapsed, began to reshape itself anew. And at the core of this reconstruction lay a single name: Su Chen. Meanwhile, a war without visible smoke was quietly unfolding in every corner of the city. State security and the police joined forces. Guided by that life-saving intelligence, a meticulously woven net targeting the purification conspiracy was swiftly deployed. The city's surface remained calm, yet turbulent currents churned beneath. Countless elite forces gathered in the darkness, poised for a thunderous strike. Yet beyond the storm, certain clowns remained utterly oblivious. Tianyu Media. Inside Cohen's private dressing room, his agent and PR team huddled around a computer, faces flushed with excitement. "This is perfect. It's like heaven sent." The agent slapped his thigh, his face radiating uncontrollable elation. "Our mole at the hospital just reported that Su Chen participated in a secret medical procedure for a key suspect wanted by the State Security Bureau. And crucially, that suspect is dead." At those words, a vicious grin instantly spread across Cohen's exquisitely made-up face. "Killed during treatment? A top suspect from State Security? Now! Immediately! Mobilize every troll you have." He leapt to his feet, pacing the room with a shrill voice. Used this headline: former top influencer practiced medicine without a license, treated lives as straw, leading to the death of a national security criminal. I'll make sure he never gets back on his feet. I'll nail him to the pillar of shame. The entire team was pumped up, eager to get started. Countless smear articles were churned out within minutes, waiting for the signal to drown Su Chen in a cesspool of public opinion. However, just as the agent was about to hit the publish button, his phone, along with every phone in the room, simultaneously emitted a series of urgent alerts. It was a notice issued jointly by multiple departments: Cyberspace Administration, State Security, Public Security, its wording suffocatingly stern. Urgent notice, effective immediately. All media outlets, self-media platforms, and individuals are strictly prohibited from discussing today's special case incident at Municipal Hospital No. 1 in any form. This constitutes a top-level gag order. Violators will bear full consequences. Buzz. Cohen's agent's mind went blank in an instant. His face drained of color as he stared at the notice, then glanced at the prepared blackout draft on the screen. How could this happen? Cohen also saw the notice. The smile on his face froze instantly, replaced by immense shock and unwillingness. A gag order? The highest level? They'd been brewing a cauldron of malice, preparing their most vicious attack only to have their home stolen right before they could strike. No! They'd been completely shut down by the authorities with an impenetrable wall. That feeling of punching cotton with all your might, only to be knocked back by the steel plate inside it, causing internal bleeding, it drove every member of Cohen's team nearly mad. Put! Cohen's agent gasped for air, nearly suffering a heart attack on the spot from sheer frustration. The hospital's professional challenge was about to conclude. Director Wang Gang, his chubby face beaming, once again approached Su Chen like a lapdog, holding a neatly printed list in his hand. Su God, you've worked so hard." Director Wang's face crinkled with laughter as he handed over the list. "Look, these are the next phase of career challenges our production team has carefully selected for you, all top-tier, high-end professions. Royal Airlines ace pilot, top-tier domestic law firm star attorney, Wall Street returned financial trader. Pick whichever you want to experience." Viewers in the livestream held their breath, buzzing with excitement and speculation. After playing a divine doctor, is Su Chen about to take to the skies? Flying a plane? Just thinking about it is thrilling. I think lawyer is way cooler. Dropping killer one-liners in court, leaving opponents speechless. Financial trader. Trillions vanishing in the blink of an eye. That's how a true tycoon rolls. Yet Su Chen couldn't be bothered to glance at the list. He merely raised a lazy finger, pointing outside the window. Not far away, a pet shop with elegant decor caught his eye. A groomer was trimming the fur of an adorable poodle. Su Chen yawned and said slowly, "That one looks good. Looks pretty laid back. Washing cats and dogs, petting their fur, it's so relaxing." Director Wang Gang's smile froze instantly. He followed the direction of Su Chen's finger and froze in shock when he saw the pet grooming shop. Pet groomer? From a national treasure of a doctor who saves lives and reverses death, to a pet groomer who bathes cats and trims dogs? What the hell kind of career leap is this? After 5 seconds of dead silence, the live stream's chat exploded. Did I hear that right? Pet groomer? Su Chen, you just saved the world from a TCM grandmaster and a national security fugitive, and now you're going to trim a Siberian husky's nails? I'm losing my mind. I'm seriously losing my mind. I can't keep up with this train of thought. Ha 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 ha. That's so you, Su Chen. Always defying expectations. This is exactly why I adore you. Director Wang Gang's brain froze for a full 10 seconds. 10 seconds later, his frozen expression suddenly transformed into wild ecstasy. An unparalleled ecstasy, like discovering a priceless treasure. He slapped his thigh, his entire body trembling with excitement. This is gonna blow up. This is going to blow up. From the pinnacle of divinity to the mundane world in one leap. This extreme contrast, this absurd crossover, it was a born viral sensation. No problem. Su God. Wang Gang's voice cracked with overwhelming excitement. I'll connect you immediately. The most exclusive pet club. Top-tier facilities. Experience the life of a royal-level pet care master. Chapter 128, The Unsung Hero, History's Most Down-to-Earth God. Deep within a dense jungle military base. A man with a grim expression and only 4 fingers on his left hand stared silently at the mission failure report on the screen. He was the leader of the 9-fingered falcon. One codename was repeatedly mentioned throughout the report. The Magician. It was this magician who, using methods they could not fathom, had pried open the mouth of his most trusted operative, the Ghost. The Magician. Su Chen. For the first time, the 9-fingered falcon uttered this name. There was no anger in his eyes, only a venomous coldness and apprehension. Mark him as priority 1. He issued the terse command to the shadows behind him. Eliminate him at all costs. At the eye of the storm, Su Chen, the man deified across the internet and marked for elimination by international terrorist organizations, what was he doing at that very moment? He was wearing a pink apron emblazoned with a cute cat paw logo, appearing at the city's most exclusive pet club, Pampered Pets. The live stream of Professional Challenge 365 faithfully captured this scene. Just a second ago, the chat was buzzing with discussions about the Operation Sword and the unnamed hero's legendary exploits. The next moment, the scene abruptly shifted. There he was, the unflappable, decisive lone hero they knew, wielding a blow dryer, busily drying the fur of a freshly bathed, dripping wet golden retriever. The massive golden dog purred contentedly, occasionally sticking out its tongue to lick Su Chen's hand. The entire scene was heartwarming and utterly absurd. The live stream audience collectively froze for 3 seconds. 3 seconds later, the chat exploded. Holy crap! Am I seeing this right? Su Chen is blow drying a dog? Last job, saving the world. Next job, bathing a dog. Su Chen's life is just that plain, simple, and boring. Ha 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 ha. I'm laughing so hard my face hurts. This contrast is insane. 1 second he's the god of covert operations, the next he's blow drying a dog's but fur. Signed up as a fan. I'm sticking with him for life. This is what a true legend looks like. He accomplishes his mission and quietly slips away, hiding his achievements and fame. Then, he finds a class to attend. The extreme contrast sent the livestream's viewership skyrocketing at an unprecedented rate. Director Wang Gang stared at the back-end data curve, which was practically skyrocketing through the roof. His entire body trembled with excitement, his chubby frame shaking as he muttered over and over, "It's blowing up. It's blowing up again. I knew it. I knew it." Just then, a woman with meticulous makeup, towering on 10-centimeter heels, and radiating an "I'm expensive" aura swayed her hips as she approached. She was the club's manager, Lisa. She gave Su Chen a once-over, her eyes brimming with undisguised contempt. "You're Su Chen, the connection Director Wang shoved in here?" Lisa's voice was sharp and cutting, dripping with superiority. "I don't care what your relationship with Director Wang is. But this is Pampered Pets, the city's most exclusive pet club. I'm warning you, work fast and don't cause any trouble." She pointed a finger painted with bright red nail polish toward the mop and bucket in the corner. "Your job is cleaning the lobby. Remember, you're not allowed to touch any customer's precious except for cleaning purposes. Every single pet here is worth more than you. Especially those belonging to celebrity clients. Can you even afford to pay for damages if you hurt one?" This pointed humiliation instantly sent the livestream audience into an uproar. Holy! Who is this? How dare she talk to Su Chen like that? Is she some kind of connection? Does she even know who she's talking to? Su Chen, shut her down. Don't let her get away with this. Yet Su Chen merely gave her a cold glance, not even bothering to respond. He set down the blow dryer and strode straight to the corner, picking up a mop. That indifferent attitude, as if to say, "Who do you think you are, worthy of my words," was far more devastating than any vicious remark. Lisa felt like she'd punched a pillow, her face instantly turning ugly. Just as she prepared to launch another attack, the wind chime by the door tinkled. The bitterness vanished from Lisa's face, replaced by an excessively fawning smile as she swayed her hips toward the entrance. "Oh my! Miss Angel! You're finally here!" A young woman wearing sunglasses and dressed in flashy attire entered, cradling a pure white bichon frise in her arms, surrounded by a group of assistants. It was none other than Angel, the hottest rising starlet of the moment. Angel didn't even glance at Lisa, merely uttering a haughty before striding straight inside. Su Chen had just finished mopping the floor, leaving wet streaks across the tiles. Angel's expensive custom-made high heels stepped right onto it without hesitation, leaving a trail of clear, dirty footprints. Far from apologizing, she stopped abruptly, wrinkled her nose in disgust, and shrieked at Lisa. "Lisa! What's the deal with the hygiene here? The floor's soaking wet and filthy." She lifted the bichon frise in her arms, dressed up like a princess. "Don't get my snowball dirty. His paws are delicate." Her arrogant, rude attitude and bossy tone instantly ignited the live chat. Ugh! Who is this actress? So rude. She stepped in it herself and blames others? What twisted logic? Poor Su Chen just saved the world and now has to deal with this nonsense. Su Chen paused the mop in his hand, staring expressionlessly at the woman and the long trail of dirty footprints she'd left behind. Before he could speak, Angel's bichon frise, named Snowball, suddenly bared its teeth at Su Chen. Its seemingly adorable face twisted into a vicious expression that belied its appearance. Ha, ha! A low, menacing growl, thick with malice, erupted from deep within its throat. Two unmasked surges of high-concentration malevolence, like two currents, instantly flooded into Su Chen's mind. Ding! Detected dual high-concentration hostility from primate and canine species. God-tier choice system activated. Option 1, endure in silence, reclean the floor, and offer a sincere apology. Reward, Ninja Turtle title equipment, endurance plus 500%. Option 2, stand your ground, point out that they dirted the floor, and demand an apology. Reward, 1 copy of the skill book, Postpartum Care for Sows. Option 3, smile warmly, gaze at the bichon frise with utmost sincerity, then tell its owner, "Miss, your dog seems to have rabies." Reward, God-tier animal communication whisper of all things. Chapter 129, A Dog's Malice, Su Chen unlocks a new language. Su Chen had barely set down the mop when a sharp, biting voice stabbed at him from behind. "Hey! You new guy! What are you dawdling around for?" Lisa, the manager of the pet club, stood with her arms crossed, heels clicking on the floor, her chin raised so high it nearly touched the ceiling. "Didn't you see Miss Angel arrive? If the water on the floor disturbs Miss Angel's snowball, can you take responsibility for that?" No sooner had she finished speaking than the wind chimes by the door tinkled again. A woman wearing oversized sunglasses and head-to-toe designer labels entered, surrounded by several assistants. She cradled a flashily dressed bichon frise in her arms. It was none other than Angel, the hottest young starlet. Lisa's sharp expression instantly melted into a fawning smile as she swayed her hips to greet her. "Oh my! Miss Angel! You're finally here! Snowball looks even more adorable today." Angel ignored Lisa's flattery entirely, merely snorting haughtily through her nose before striding straight inside. Her expensive custom-made high heels trampled without mercy over the floor Su Chen had just mopped clean, leaving behind a trail of clear, unsightly dirty footprints. Su Chen's brow furrowed imperceptibly. Angel took a few steps before stopping abruptly. She shot a disgusted glance at the floor, then at the water stains clinging to her shoe soles, and shrieked at Lisa. "Lisa! What kind of cleaning is this? The floor is soaking wet and filthy. Are you deliberately trying to annoy me?" She lifted the bichon frise named Snowball in her arms, her tone exaggerated. "Don't get my snowy dirty. Her paws are delicate. They need special paw cream every day." This twisted accusation instantly set the live stream audience ablaze. Holy crap! Who is this woman? She stepped in it herself and now she's flipping the script? What kind of twisted logic is this? Did she get her head stuck in a door? Poor Su Chen just saved the world and now has to deal with this nonsense. Isn't this that Angel girl who always has the same expression? She's even more annoying in person than on TV. Lisa immediately bowed and scraped an apology. Yes. Miss Angel is absolutely right. It's our fault. I'll have him mop it again right away. As she spoke, she shot Su Chen a fierce glare and barked, "What are you standing around for? Didn't you hear? Hurry up." Angel finally nodded in satisfaction, hugging the dog as she began issuing a barrage of demanding instructions to Lisa. "When you bathe Snowball later, the water must be the finest in your store French imported Evian mineral water. Got it? For the massage, use only the finest rose essential oil, no artificial fragrances allowed. Also, the treats must be fresh Australian Wagyu beef, airshipped from Australia, M9 plus grade, lightly seared to medium rare. This barrage of demands left the surrounding staff speechless. Bathing a dog with Evian mineral water? Feeding it M9 plus Wagyu beef? This isn't just a dog, it's a family heirloom. Angel gazed at the stunned expressions on everyone's faces, a look of smug satisfaction spreading across her own, as if she were observing a bunch of unsophisticated bumpkins. Su Chen watched it all with a blank expression, utterly unmoved. He merely found it a bit noisy. He picked up the mop, intending to wipe away the unsightly trail of footprints. He couldn't be bothered to argue with such people. But the instant he approached, the snowball-like creature in Angel's arms suddenly bared its teeth at Su Chen without warning. Her carefully groomed, seemingly adorable face now revealed a ferocity completely at odds with her appearance. Ha, ha! A low, menacing growl filled with malice erupted from deep within its throat. Its eyes locked onto Su Chen, brimming with provocation. A wave of unadulterated, high-concentration malice surged like an electric current into Su Chen's mind. Immediately after, another wave of contempt and scorn emanated from that bipedal primate. Ding! Detected dual high-concentration hostility from primate and canine species. God tier choice system activated. Option 1, endure in silence, reclean the floor, and offer a sincere apology. Reward, Ninja Turtle title equipped to gain plus 500% endurance. Option 2, argue your case, pointing out that they dirted the floor and demand an apology. Reward, 1 copy of the skill book, postpartum care for sows. Option 3, smile warmly, gaze at the bichon frise with utmost sincerity, then tell its owner, Miss, your dog seems to have rabies. Reward, God tier animal communication whisper of all things. Su Chen's gaze slowly shifted from Angel's haughty face to the snarling snowball in her arms. His expression remained unchanged. Yet within those deep, piercing eyes, a dangerous glint suddenly flashed, a look that seemed to relish the spectacle and revel in the chaos. He lifted his head slowly, a carefree curve forming at the corners of his mouth. Turning to Angel, he spoke in a deliberately drawn-out tone. Grant your wish. Angel and Lisa both froze. What wish? Is this guy out of his mind? Yet the next second, Su Chen did something that left the entire crowd speechless. He dropped the mop in his hand, ignored the stunned stares of everyone around him, and walked straight up to Angel. But his gaze wasn't fixed on Angel. He crouched down, lowering himself to eye level with the bichon frise in Angel's arms. In the livestream chat, everyone was dumbfounded. What is he doing? What is he doing? Is Su Chen about to face off against a dog? He's lost it. Totally lost it. I don't get it, but I'm seriously impressed. Under everyone's gaze, Su Chen stared at Snowball, who was still growling at him, a strange smile spreading across his lips. Then, a series of low, strange sounds emerged from his throat. Woof, 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 woof. The sounds were faint, yet carried an undeniable air of authority. Simultaneously, his hands executed several rapid, precise movements, as if mimicking something. To human ears, it sounded like nothing more than a meaningless imitation of a dog's bark, even somewhat comical. The trolls in the livestream chat pounced on the opportunity. This is hilarious. He's panicking. Now he's mimicking dog barks. What a clown trying to grab attention. What kind of confusing behavior is this? Willing to lose face just to grab attention? Animal abuse. He must be using that sound to scare the puppy. Disgusting. Hashtag Su Chen abuses pet dog trending now. But then, a shocking scene unfolded. The bichon frise, which had been snarling and baring its teeth like a ferocious beast just moments before, suddenly bristled all over upon hearing Su Chen's bizarre woof-woof sounds and seeing his gestures. The ferocity vanished from its face, replaced by utter, soul-deep terror. The arrogance in its eyes instantly transformed into terror. Its entire body trembled, emitting pitiful whimpers. Its tail was tightly tucked between its legs, its head buried desperately in Angel's embrace, not daring to glance at Su Chen again. Even worse, it couldn't control itself from sticking out its tongue, making fawning, submissive licking motions at the air. Chapter 130, Snowball's Testimony. The entire pet club fell into a deathly silence. Angel froze. Lisa was dumbfounded. Every staff member and customer around them froze solid. The expressions on their faces, which had been frozen in mocking anticipation, suddenly shattered, leaving only utter disbelief. What was that? What just happened? What on earth did he do to Snowball? After a 5-second freeze, the live stream's chat exploded like a geyser. Holy! 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 What just happened? The vicious dog turned into a scaredy cat. In 1 second. He barked twice. Is this some kind of animal training? No. This is witchcraft. Where are all the haters who just dissed Su Chen? Where's your face? Does it hurt? Just as the entire audience froze and the internet erupted, a system notification chimed in Su Chen's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the reward, God-tier beast taming technique mastery of all beast languages. A massive flood of information instantly surged into his brain. In an instant, the world sounded different to his ears. The whimpering of that bichon frise transformed in his ears into a crystal clear, tearful plea for mercy. Big shot! Big shot, I'm sorry. I'll never do it again. Please don't shave me into a QR code. Why? It's you, boss, who doesn't recognize a mountain when you see one. This two-legged beast is at fault. She taught me all this. She always tells me to be mean to delivery guys and cleaners. She even pinches me behind my back. She's no good, boss. Listening to Snowball's tearful accusations, a playful smile curved at the corners of Su Chen's mouth. So that's how it was. He slowly stood up, clapped his hands, and fixed his gaze on Angel, who was still frozen in shock. Startled by his gaze, Angel instinctively took a half step back, her voice stuttering. What did you do to my Snowball? Su Chen didn't answer her question. Instead, he looked at the trembling Bichon Frise in her arms with a tone of pity and said calmly. Your dog says it feels deep regret and self-reproach for its earlier behavior. It wants a new look. A style that best reflects its repentant mood. Angel was utterly bewildered, completely unable to make sense of Su Chen's nonsensical ramblings. Before she could process it, Su Chen reached out and, with effortless ease, took the utterly docile Snowball from her arms. The dog even rubbed against him willingly. Holding the dog, he turned toward the grooming station. As he passed the petrified manager, Lisa, his steps faltered momentarily. In a tone brooking no argument, he declared, Manager, I'll handle this guest. His gaze swept over Angel, the curve of his lips deepening. Rest assured, both she and her dog will be satisfied. Su Chen carried Snowball toward the empty grooming station at the far end. His movements were deliberate, even leisurely. Yet not a single soul in the entire pet salon dared utter a sound. Every pair of eyes was glued to Su Chen and the Bichon Frise, their pupils dilated wide as they held their breath unconsciously. Unnerving. Bizarre. Just a second ago, Snowball had been fierce as a little wolfdog, practically ready to pounce and bite. Now, it was as docile as a stuffed toy. Held effortlessly in Su Chen's single arm, its head rested submissively against his crook. Its tail whirled like an electric motor, accompanied by soft, purring sounds of affection. It even extended its tongue, licking Su Chen's wrist in an overtly flattering manner. That fawning, submissive demeanor was a stark contrast to its earlier snarling ferocity, like two completely different dogs. After a brief lag, the live stream's chat exploded into chaos. What the heck is going on? Can someone explain this? What just happened? 1 second. From vicious dog to lapdog. What spell did Su Chen cast on it? I'm speechless. This isn't just animal training anymore, is it? Is this the legendary aura of a king? Even dogs can't resist it? Where are the haters? The ones who just accused Su Chen of animal abuse? Come out here. Is this how your abused dog reacts? Su Chen gently placed Snowball on the metal grooming table. Sit. He uttered the 2 words calmly. Snowball immediately seemed to understand human speech. She bent her hind legs and sat obediently, straightening her tiny body. Her 2 black bean-like eyes stared unblinkingly at Su Chen, filled with reverence and flattery. Woof master, what are your orders? Snowball cautiously gave a single bark. To outsiders, it sounded like an ordinary, even somewhat adorable, dog bark. But to Su Chen, who possessed the divine animal communication skill, it was a crystal-clear greeting. Su Chen reached out, gently stroking Snowball's fluffy white fur. The sensation felt like the softest, most luxurious cloud. As he stroked, he murmured in human speech, seemingly to himself, Don't be nervous. I'm not going to eat you. Woof woof. Yes, sir. You're truly extraordinary, clearly not someone like us ordinary dogs can compare to. Snowball's tail wagged even more enthusiastically. Why did you bark at me just now? Su Chen continued his monologue. Woof woof. Woof. It wasn't my fault, boss. That 2-legged creature taught me. She said the more ragged someone's clothes, the fiercer we should be. That's how we show our nobility. She even pinched me. Forbade me from playing with other dogs. She's a bad woman. Snowball protested passionately, his doggy eyes glistening with tears of grievance. To the others watching, the scene unfolded like a surreal tableau. Su Chen stood before the grooming station, one hand gently stroking the puppy as he murmured to himself. The Bichon Frise, which had been ferocious moments before, now sat like a diligent elementary student, nodding occasionally, wagging its tail, and responding with a woof. The man and the dog were actually having a lively conversation. Manager Lisa's mouth gaped wide enough to swallow an egg, her expression utterly beyond anything in her emotional vocabulary. She'd been in this business for nearly a decade. What kind of dog hadn't she seen? Even the gentlest pooches inevitably get nervous and restless when they hit the grooming table, facing the blow dryer and clippers. But this had to be fake, right? Angel snapped out of her shock, a sharp unease coiling around her heart like a venomous snake. Something was wrong. Something was very, very wrong. She had raised Snowball from puppyhood and knew its temperament better than anyone. Spoiled rotten by her, it was utterly unruly, giving no one else the time of day. Yet now, it was acting more affectionate toward a man it had just met than toward its own master. This made her feel a panic of losing control. You! What are you doing to my Snowball? Angel's shrill voice pierced the eerie silence. Pointing at Su Chen, she shouted harshly, Don't you dare touch it! Give it back to me. Su Chen didn't even lift his head, his hands moving steadily as he continued to comb Snowball's fur with deliberate slowness. His tone remained utterly unruffled as he replied. I'm conducting psychic communication. It's our shop's newest premium SPA service, designed to deeply understand pets' inner worlds, resolve their psychological issues, and promote human-pet harmony. Chapter 131, Angel's Secret. Hearing Su Chen's words, everyone froze in shock. They'd heard tall tales before, but nothing this outlandish. In the livestream chat, countless viewers choking on their drinks sprayed water all over their screens. Mind communication? I'm totally buying your bull. Su God, you look so damn cool when you spout nonsense with such deadpan seriousness. Ha 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 ha. High-end spa treatment. I hereby declare, from today onward, Su Chen is the master psychologist of the pet world. This level of bull deserves full marks. Look at that actress and her manager, their faces are practically splitting open. Angel and Lisa were practically cracking up. Damn it, does he really think I'm some cute little thing? Is he messing with me? Mind reading? You're kidding me. Angel trembled with rage, pointing at Su Chen's nose and screaming, what nonsense are you spouting? You're just a lowly employee. Who do you think you are, pretending to be some master? Give me back my dog right now. Or I'll complain until your shop goes out of business. Su Chen finally stopped what he was doing. He picked up a pair of grooming scissors, twirling them between his fingers. The gleaming metal blades reflected a cold, arc-like light. He lifted his eyelids, his gaze finally settling on Angel's face, twisted with rage. Don't get so worked up. His voice was soft, yet carried a piercing intensity that sent shivers down one's spine. Don't rush. Your little treasure has something to tell me. Su Chen's gaze returned to Snowball, a playful curve lifting the corners of his mouth. As he gently trimmed the stray hairs around Snowball's paws with scissors, he spoke in a slow, translator-like tone. Snowball tells me it's been under a lot of stress lately and feeling quite depressed. Because its owner keeps taking it to places it doesn't like for a movie role. Su Chen paused deliberately at this point, lifting his eyes to meet Angel's gaze with a meaningful look. Like a married, famous director's hotel room? Boom! The word struck like a thunderbolt from the heavens, exploding in Angel's mind. Her pupils instantly contracted to pinpricks. The color drained from her face at a visible speed, leaving her as pale as paper. The face, once adorned with meticulous makeup, had been a canvas of anger, arrogance, and cruelty. Every expression froze and shattered in that instant, leaving only boundless terror and utter disbelief. How could this be? How could he know? This was the darkest, deepest secret she kept buried within her heart. Besides her and that director, there was absolutely no way a third person could know. He was just a pet groomer. A lowly employee. How the hell did he find out? The livestream fell deathly silent for 3 full seconds before comments exploded like a nuclear blast, shooting skyward in an instant. Holy. 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 What did I just hear? A married director? A hotel room? Too much information. My CPU's overheating. Is this gossip I get for free? Holy crap. What is Su Chen doing? He's not just grooming dogs, he's cleaning up the entertainment industry. Wait. Could it be that the dog actually told Su Chen? The thought sent a chill down everyone's spine. Seeing Angel's ghost-stricken expression, Su Chen's smile deepened. He knew he'd made the right bet. Earlier, amidst Snowball's barking, he'd caught vague, fear-laced fragments of imagery. The images were chaotic, but Su Chen managed to discern some information. One of them showed a luxurious hotel room, a greasy, overweight man, and Angel's fawning smile. What followed was unspeakable. He had merely pieced together this fragment with words, making a bold bluff. Now it seemed, the effect was outstanding. Su Chen gave Angel no chance to catch her breath. With a sharp snip of his scissors, he cut off a small tuft of white fur. Continuing in that unhurried tone, he translated Snowball's thoughts. Snowball also says it's very unhappy. Because its owner deliberately made it scratch the face of her rival, that actress Li Fei, backstage to frame her. Then she turned it around, claiming the other actress was jealous and attacked the dog first. It says it doesn't want to be a bad dog. Snap. The second thunderclap followed swiftly. If the first sentence was a bolt from the blue, then this second one was the nail that drove Angel straight onto the pillar of shame. Ah! At that moment, Angel's psychological defenses were utterly shattered. She let out a hysterical scream, her entire being consumed by madness as she charged recklessly toward the vanity table. Shut up! Shut the hell up! I'll kill you! Kill you! Her goal now was no longer to retrieve Snowball. She was going to shut Su Chen up. Or rather, she was going to snatch away the dog that had revealed all her secrets. But just as she was about to reach the vanity table, Su Chen simply sidestepped lightly. Angel lunged into thin air. Her momentum carried her too far, and her high heels twisted awkwardly. She crashed to the floor in a heap, her expensive handbag and phone scattering everywhere. The image of the aloof goddess vanished completely. The entire club fell deathly silent. Everyone was stunned into blankness by this sudden turn of events. Manager Lisa stood frozen in place, watching Angel roll around on the floor in a tantrum, feeling her entire worldview shattered. As for the viewers in the livestream chat, seeing Angel's utterly disgraced and broken state, what else could they possibly think? Everything Su Chen had said. It was all true. Confirmed. Absolutely confirmed. This woman's mental defenses have completely collapsed. Good heavens. How vile. Sleeping with a married director for resources, then deliberately setting dogs on someone to frame her rival. She's got the heart of a viper. Su God is amazing. This isn't a professional challenge today, it's a special episode of Today's Law. Su Chen looked down at Angel, who lay in a heap on the floor, his face expressionless. He cradled the docile Snowball in his arms, gently stroking its back. Snowball snuggled contentedly against him, letting out a satisfied woof woof. To Su Chen's ears, it sounded like, "Woof woof boss, she's got tons more dirt on her. Wanna hear? Like how she evaded taxes, or that her nose is fake." A dangerously sharp curve slowly formed at the corners of Su Chen's mouth. He looked down at the woman on the floor, now utterly broken, and spoke slowly. "Don't be in such a hurry to leave. My soul-to-soul conversation has only just begun." Chapter 132, Witnesses, Evidence, and a Dog's Testimony. At that moment, the door to the pet club was violently pushed open. A young woman in a professional suit, exuding sharp competence, stormed in accompanied by two lawyers in tailored suits. Her gaze locked onto Angel lying on the floor. Her eyes burned with long-suppressed fury. "Angel." Her voice was sharp as a knife. "You lying scoundrel. You've finally been exposed." Angel lifted her head, recognizing the face before her, her pupils contracting violently once more. Li Fei Fei? Her voice was filled with terror. Yes. It was Li Fei Fei. The actress who had once been framed by Angel using underhanded tactics, nearly ruining her acting career. Li Fei Fei walked up to Angel, looking down at her from above. "What? Surprised? Did you think the things you did would never be discovered?" She turned to face the live camera, her voice firm and resolute. 3 months ago, Angel deliberately let her dog scratch my face backstage on set. Then she turned it around, claiming I was jealous and attacked her dog myself. Because of this, I was branded an evil animal abuser across the internet, lost several endorsements, and got replaced on set. Li Fei Fei's eyes reddened. But her voice remained unwavering. "I've been gathering evidence all along to prove my innocence. Today, I finally got it." Her lawyer behind her produced stacks of documents and video footage. "This is the surveillance footage from the backstage area that day. Although Angel bribed the crew to delete crucial footage, I found the backup. The footage clearly shows Angel deliberately placing the dog in front of me, then kicking it with her foot to provoke it into attacking me. Here's the hospital diagnosis confirming the injuries on my face were indeed caused by dog bites. And this the testimony from the makeup artist present at the time. She's willing to testify in court and reveal the truth." Each piece of evidence stabbed like a sharp blade into Angel's heart. The live stream exploded with outrage. "It's confirmed. Absolutely confirmed. This woman is truly venomous. So vicious. She'll stop at nothing for resources and even frame innocent people. Poor Li Fei Fei. After being wrongfully accused for so long, her innocence is finally proven." Angier's lips trembled violently. She wanted to defend herself. But when she opened her mouth, no sound came out. Because she knew. Everything was over. Both witness testimony and physical evidence were present. She couldn't deny it. Just then, Su Chen strolled over leisurely. In his arms, he cradled the docile Snowball. He looked at Angel, collapsed on the ground, a playful curve forming at the corner of his mouth. "Everything Miss Li said is true. Because." He lowered his head, gazing at Snowball in his arms. "Snowball told me so herself." Woof. Snowball gave a cooperative bark. To Su Chen's ears, it sounded like, "The boss is right. That wicked woman forced me to do it. I'm a victim too." Su Chen lifted his head, his gaze sweeping across everyone present. "Everyone, today you witnessed a special kind of mind communication. From deep within Snowball's heart, I heard its remorse, its grievances, and..." He paused, his voice suddenly turning cold. "Its owner's sins." The entire club fell deathly silent. Everyone was stunned by Su Chen's words. Though it sounded mystical. When combined with everything that had just transpired. Coupled with Angel's ghostly expression. And the irrefutable evidence Li Fei Fei had presented. Everyone had no choice but to believe. Su Chen could truly understand what dogs were saying. Or rather, he possessed an extraordinary ability to perceive the truth. The live stream's chat was exploding with comments. "I hereby declare. From this day forward, Su Chen is the Sherlock Holmes of the animal kingdom. Unbelievable. Absolutely incredible. This isn't animal training, it's mind reading. Angel is done for. Totally done for." Of all people to cross, she had to cross Su Chen. Angel completely broke down. She lay on the ground, wailing uncontrollably. "It wasn't me. It wasn't me. Snowball did it all by himself. I didn't do anything," she screamed hysterically. But no one believed her. Li Feifei stared at her coldly. "Angel, we'll see you in court. I'll make you pay for what you've done." With that, she turned and walked away. The lawyers followed suit. Angel was left alone, slumped on the floor like a pile of mud. Su Chen looked at her and shook his head. "What goes around comes around." "Oh, wait, no." He looked down at the snowball in his arms. "Or rather, what goes around comes around, and dogs are watching." Woof! Snowball barked in agreement. The live stream went wild with laughter. Ha 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 ha. People do the deeds, dogs watch the show. Love this line. Su Chen's wit is truly unmatched. Angel probably never dreamed she'd be outsmarted by her own dog. Su Chen cradled Snowball and walked back to the grooming station. He picked up the electric clippers and flashed a devilish grin at Snowball. "All right. Now, let's talk about that QR code hairstyle." Snowball's body froze. It lifted its head, staring at Su Chen with a terrified expression. "Woof. Boss, you're not joking, right?" Su Chen's smile deepened. "What do you think?" Buzz. The whirring sound of the electric clippers echoed throughout the entire clubhouse. Snowball let out a desperate whimper. "Woof woof woof, please spare me, sir." 10 minutes later. A Bichon Frise sporting an utterly bizarre hairstyle came into view. A massive QR code pattern had been shaved into its fur. Black and white. Crystal clear. And it was actually scannable. The live stream audience burst into laughter. "Holy crap! That hairstyle is insane. Su Chen, are you some kind of devil? Ha 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 ha. Quick! Someone scan the QR code and see what it is." Soon, a netizen scanned the QR code on Snowball. Then, the comments exploded. "Holy crap! It's scanned! It's a line of text. My name is Snowball, and I know I was wrong. Ha 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 ha. This is hilarious. Su Chen, you're so talented." Su Chen gazed at his creation with satisfaction. "This hairstyle is called admitting mistakes and making amends. Hope you remember today's lesson." Snowball lay limp on the grooming table, utterly dejected. All it wanted now was to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. It was utterly humiliating. Su Chen patted its head. "All right, let's go home. Remember, be a good dog from now on." Snowball let out a weak woof. All it wanted now was to leave this terrifying place. Away from this terrifying man. Manager Lisa finally snapped back to reality. She looked at Su Chen, her eyes filled with awe. Mr. Su." Her voice trembled. You're truly incredible." Su Chen gave her a faint glance. "Is there anything else you wish to say?" Lisa shook her head hastily. No. You can do whatever you want. In this shop, you're the boss." She dared not show the slightest disrespect toward Su Chen now. This man was nothing short of a god. Su Chen paid her no further attention. He took off his apron, ready to rest for a while. Today's gossip had been a bit much. However, just then, the door to the pet club swung open once more. A pretty girl carrying a plump orange cat walked in. Her eyes lit up when she spotted Su Chen. "Su Chen!" Xian Nuan's voice was sweet enough to make one sick. "My orange cat's been feeling down lately. Could you take a look at him?" Su Chen froze for a moment. Xian Nuan? Why was she here? Before he could process it, outside the door, another woman with a cold, elegant beauty entered. She was leading a majestic German shepherd. It was Lu Muhan. "Su Chen." Lu Muhan's voice was icy. "The production's police dog has been performing poorly lately. The director asked me to bring it in for an evaluation. You should be available, right?" Su Chen's lips twitched. What was going on? Then, the third woman appeared. Lin Wanqing entered the club with the city bureau's decorated narcotics detection dog, Thunderstorm. She saw Xianwan Nuan and Lu Muhan, and a barely perceptible flicker of caution crossed her icy, beautiful face. "Su Chen." Lin Wanqing's voice remained strictly professional. "Lei Bao has been exhibiting stress reactions lately. The bureau asked me to bring him in for professional calming treatment. I hear you're quite skilled at this?" 3 women. 3 pets. Gathered together. An eerie atmosphere hung in the air. The live stream audience was going wild with excitement. This is a battlefield. A real battlefield. 3 gorgeous women. All here for Su Chen. I'll bet a pack of spicy noodles they're not here for the wine. Su Chen massaged his temples. He felt a headache coming on. Just then, a frantic young man burst in, clutching a barely breathing Persian cat. "Help! Save my cat!" It just suddenly collapsed. The young man's voice was filled with despair. All eyes turned to the Persian cat. It was convulsing violently, foaming at the mouth, its eyes glazed over. The situation was critical. Su Chen's expression instantly turned grave. He strode forward and took the cat from them. "Step aside." His voice brooked no argument. Chapter 133, A New Operation. This sudden turn of events left everyone stunned. Xianhuan, Lu Muhan, and Lin Wanqing's gazes simultaneously shifted from Su Chen to the Persian cat clinging to life. Their feminine instincts made expressions of pity and worry appear on their faces. They saw it clearly. The beautiful Persian cat writhed in agony on the floor, its body arched in a desperate curve. Its limbs twitched uncontrollably, and a broken, piercing wail escaped its throat. What's going on? The moment Su Chen saw the cat, his expression turned grave. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprang forward and carefully took the Persian cat from the arms of the young man, who was on the verge of collapse. The cat's body was scorching hot in his hands, its faint tremors pulsing through his palms straight to his heart. The instant their contact was made, a faint, almost imperceptible consciousness surged into Su Chen's mind, carrying with it the most excruciating pain. It hurts, something inside my belly is cutting me. It was the cat's consciousness. It was crying for help. At that very moment, a flash of golden light flickered in Su Chen's eyes. Golden eyes activated instantly. Through his vision, the Persian cat's body became translucent. He clearly saw an irregularly shaped shadow within its abdomen. The edges of that shadow glinted with a blinding metallic coldness, having already pierced through the soft intestinal tissue. A streak of bright red was slowly spreading. Internal bleeding. This is bad. Su Chen's expression darkened, his tone unwavering in carrying an authority that brooked no argument. This isn't right. It's not an illness. He swallowed a foreign object. It's already caused intestinal perforation and internal bleeding. Surgery is required immediately. Every minute delayed could cost him his life. The words sent shockwaves through the room. The young cat owner collapsed to his knees with a thud, sobbing uncontrollably. Surgery? Where can we get surgery? The nearest pet hospital is 20 minutes away by car. We won't make it in time. The live stream chat exploded. Holy! It's that serious? Dr. Su spotted it instantly? Does he have X-ray vision or what? Swallowed something foreign and bleeding internally? This cat is probably done for. 20 minutes, it'll be too late by then. What are we gonna do? Time was life. Every second that passed in that moment meant another second of life slipping away from that Persian cat. Just as everyone was plunged into despair. Get in my car. A cold, resolute voice echoed throughout the crowd. Lin Wanqing. This ice-cold policewoman demonstrated extraordinary decisiveness at the critical moment. She grabbed Su Chen's arm with a grip as sharp as a blade. I'll clear the way for you. We'll be there in 5 minutes guaranteed. Before the words had fully left her mouth, she was already dragging Su Chen, clutching the cat, and dashing out of the pet club at breakneck speed. Xianhuan and Lu Muhan were both stunned. What kind of divine plot twist is this? Before they could process it, the shrill wail of police sirens pierced the air outside. Woo 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 woo. Lin Wanqing had actually activated the siren. Amidst the stunned stares of countless passers-by, the group had somehow turned a routine pet emergency into a high-stakes, cop and criminal-style operation. The live stream viewers went absolutely wild. Holy! A police escort to rush a cat to the hospital? Never seen anything like this in my life. Am I watching a live stream or a blockbuster movie? So badass. Officer Lin is so badass. Su Chen is so badass too. This is way more thrilling than any movie. My adrenaline's pumping. 1 minute it's a battlefield, the next it's a high-speed race for survival? Su Chen's live streams never lack drama. Hang in there, kitty. You're the first cat in internet history to ride in a police car to the hospital. You have to survive. Squay. Accompanied by the screech of tires, Lin Wanqing's police car executed a perfect drift, coming to a smooth halt outside the city's largest pet hospital. The doors swung open. Su Chen rushed out clutching the Persian cat, its breath now barely detectable. Lin Wanqing followed closely behind. The hospital director and several attending veterinarians had just rushed out upon hearing the commotion. Seeing the police escort, they were startled on the spot. What's going on? Whose VIP's pet is in trouble? The director, a middle-aged man in his 50s with a receding hairline, was named Lu Guodong. Before he could ask further, Su Chen rushed forward with the cat in his arms, speaking rapidly. Cat. Swallowed metal object. Suspected intestinal perforation. Severe internal bleeding. Prepare for surgery immediately. Su Chen's voice carried an unquestionable calmness and professionalism that stunned Director Lu and the several doctors standing nearby. Quick! Take it to the emergency room. Get an X-ray immediately. A young attending physician nearby reacted swiftly, immediately directing the nurses to take charge. Outside the X-ray room, the atmosphere was thick with tension, almost suffocating. The young cat owner pressed her palms together, murmuring prayers, tears streaming down her face. Lin Wanqing, Xianhuan, and Lu Muhan had also arrived. The three stunning women stood together, yet none had the heart to admire each other's beauty. Tension was etched across every face. Does he really know medicine? Xianhuan whispered to Lu Muhan. Lu Muhan shook her head, her beautiful eyes equally filled with confusion. Su Chen had delivered far too many surprises for her. Only Lin Wanqing, though equally tense, kept her gaze fixed intently on Su Chen's profile. Once again, this man had demonstrated astonishing abilities in a field she had deemed utterly impossible. How many more secrets was he hiding? The X-rays ready. The attending physician rushed out holding the freshly developed X-ray, but his face was paler than a corpse's. Everyone immediately gathered around. The instant they saw the X-ray image, every single person present sucked in a sharp breath. There, within the Persian cat's tiny abdominal cavity, lay a metal object grotesquely twisted and resembling a miniature barbed spike. Its sharp barbs had mercilessly pierced through several sections of intestine. The black and white image clearly showed the shadow spreading within the abdominal cavity. It was blood gushing out continuously. What is this?" the cat owner wailed in despair. The attending physician's expression was grim as he could be. Pushing his glasses up, his voice raspy, he stated, "The situation is far worse than we anticipated. The foreign object has caused multiple intestinal perforations and severe abdominal infection. Combined with massive blood loss, surgery now." He paused, each word like a boulder crashing down on everyone's hearts. "The success rate is less than 10%. Even if it somehow survives, post-operative infections, intestinal adhesions, and other severe complications will likely kill it within days. From a professional standpoint, I recommend." The doctor struggled to utter the final verdict, his voice devoid of emotion yet brimming with resignation. "I recommend considering euthanasia to spare it further suffering." Chapter 134, The Policewoman and the Nurse. "No!" The young cat owner collapsed completely upon hearing the word euthanasia. He fell to his knees with a thud, clutching the doctor's trouser leg desperately. "Doctor! Please! Save it! I'll pay whatever it takes. Please!" The doctor's face betrayed both reluctance and helplessness. This wasn't about money, it was the limit of medical science. The atmosphere in the livestream instantly turned icy cold. "It's over, less than a 10% success rate, that's basically a death sentence. So heartbreaking, it hurts just to watch. Sigh, sometimes letting go is an act of mercy." Despair washed over everyone like a tidal wave. Yet amidst this deathly silence of despair, a starkly different voice echoed within Su Chen's mind. Ding! Detecting extremely high residual malevolence. God-tier choice system activated. Current crisis, a Persian cat clinging to life, with a sinister human conspiracy lurking behind. Option 1, respect professionalism, persuade the owner to give up, perform euthanasia on the cat to demonstrate compassion. Reward, none. Option 2, generously cover all surgery costs for the owner, but insist the original doctor performs the procedure to boost your reputation. Reward, reputation plus 1,000. Option 3, shove aside the incompetent lead surgeon, declare in the most arrogant tone, "You're useless, I'll handle this," and designate the only on-site police officer, Lin Wanqing, as your sterile nurse. Perform this miraculous surgery live on a nationwide broadcast. Reward, God-tier veterinary skills. Hua Tua reincarnated. Su Chen's eyes narrowed slowly. An artificial conspiracy? Interesting. He stared at option 3, its golden glow pulsing on the system panel, a deeply amused curve forming at the corners of his mouth. Hua Tua in the flesh? This reward. I like it. The next second. Amidst the gazes of everyone filled with sorrow, sympathy, or helplessness, Su Chen moved. He stepped forward, positioning himself directly before the helpless attending physician. "Step aside." Su Chen's voice was flat, yet carried an overbearing sense of superiority. The attending physician froze. What did you say?" Su Chen didn't even glance at him. His gaze swept over the X-ray that had effectively sentenced the cat to death, and a disdainful curve tugged at the corner of his mouth. "I said, you're not up to the task. I'll perform the surgery. Success rate? 99%. Boom! The earth shook. The entire hospital corridor instantly fell into a deathly silence. The cat owner kneeling on the floor stopped crying, mouth agape, tears still streaking her face as she stared blankly at him. Xianhuan Nuan and Lu Muhan's stunningly beautiful faces mirrored each other's expression perfectly. Their exquisite mouths both formed perfect O's from sheer shock. Millions of viewers in the livestream experienced a collective brain freeze. What the hell did I just hear? Hallucination? It must be a hallucination. Su Chen said he'd be the lead surgeon? 99% success rate? He's insane. Even the attending doctors at top-tier hospitals say it's less than 10%. Is he crazy? After a brief, deafening silence, the chat erupted like a volcano. You're out of your mind. The first to react was the hospital director, Lu Guodong. Already pale with tension at 50-something, his face now turned purple with rage at Su Chen's words. Pointing a trembling finger at Su Chen's nose, he spat venomously, "Who do you think you are? What kind of creature are you? Do you even have a veterinary license? Do you know anything about surgery? And here you are, spouting nonsense. This is a living, breathing life. Not some prop for you to show off. Can you even handle the consequences if something goes wrong?" The attending physician finally snapped back to his senses. He felt his professional expertise and dignity, honed over decades of practice, being trampled and humiliated by this young upstart who'd appeared out of nowhere. A torrent of rage surged through his skull. Security. Where's security? Get this disruptive lunatic out of here. Now. Immediately. Su Chen. Lin Wanqing panicked, grabbing Su Chen's arm and whispering urgently, "Don't be impulsive. This isn't a joke." In her eyes, Su Chen had gone way too far this time. Animal training and solving cases, those could be considered natural talents. But surgical procedures? That's a top-tier skill requiring countless hours of practice and clinical experience to master. How could he, a professional challenger, possibly? Was he really relying on knowledge from that pregnant woman he saved at the hospital? Yet, faced with everyone's skepticism and anger, Su Chen's expression remained utterly unchanged. A vast, godlike torrent of medical knowledge had surged into his mind. Anatomy, pathology, anesthesiology, surgical suturing techniques. Countless cutting-edge veterinary techniques fused with his soul in a single second. He slowly lifted his eyelids, fixing his gaze on the shouting attending physician. His tone was as detached as if stating a simple fact. Your surgical plan was wrong from the very beginning. The attending physician flinched under his gaze, his rage boiling over into a bitter laugh. I was wrong? Fine. Then I'd love to hear what brilliant insights you have to offer, you arrogant madman. Su Chen ignored the sarcasm entirely. He extended a slender finger and pointed directly at the X-ray. Following your conventional approach, once the abdomen is opened, to address these critical perforations, you would inevitably manipulate and stretch this already extremely fragile section of intestine repeatedly. The inevitable outcome? Before you locate all the ruptures, the mesenteric vessels will rupture from excessive traction, triggering uncontrollable massive hemorrhage in the abdominal cavity. The correct approach is to start here. This is the main arterial branch supplying the affected area. With the smallest possible incision, precisely locate and temporarily clamp it using vascular forceps. Only then can you calmly complete foreign body removal and multiple intestinal repairs under near bloodless conditions. Unfortunately. Su Chen looked at him and shook his head, his eyes filled with undisguised pity. This procedure demands extreme precision and steadiness of hand. Your hands are shaking. You can't do it. The words fell. The entire world seemed to hit pause. The attending physician's pupils contracted violently. Director Lu's roar caught in his throat. Lin Wanqing, holding Su Chen's hand, froze mid-air. Every word Su Chen spoke, every medical term, cut like the sharpest scalpel, piercing the hearts of every professional present. The uninitiated see the spectacle, the experts see the subtleties. They all understood. It was a surgical concept far beyond their comprehension, a textbook-level feat of extraordinary skill. This can't be possible? A young man in his early 20s, a mere internet streamer, how could he possibly understand any of this? Su Chen ignored the stunned doctors and turned his gaze to Lin Wanqing, who was equally shocked. A dangerous yet captivating smile slowly spread across his lips. Officer Lin. Right now, I need a scrub nurse. Are you in? Chapter 135, Clues from the Nine-Fingered Falcon. The air in the entire corridor froze at those words. Every pair of eyes in the room focused on Lin Wanqing's icy, striking face. Asking her, the captain of the Criminal Investigation Unit, to be a nurse? This was sheer nonsense. He's lost his mind. Su Chen has truly gone mad. Not only does he insist on performing the surgery himself, but he's dragging Officer Lin into this madness too. This isn't just defiance, it's an insult to the entire medical and police systems. Officer Lin, refuse him. Don't follow his lead. This is a matter of life and death. The live chat flooded with unprecedented worry and horror, scrolling frantically. Nonsense. Absolute nonsense. Hospital Director Lu Guodong trembled with rage, pointing at Lin Wanqing and shouting in anguish, Captain Lin. Think carefully. He's playing with the cat's life. As a public official, how can you participate in such an absurd thing? The attending physician was even more furious. If you dare let him in, I'll call the police immediately. I'll report you for illegal medical practice. Lin Wanqing paid them no mind. In her world, only Su Chen's eerily calm face remained, along with that question light as a feather yet heavy as a mountain. Are you coming or not? Her rational mind screamed frantically, telling her this was absolutely wrong, against the rules, heresy. Yet her intuition, that instinct shattered and reshaped time and again by Su Chen, whispered a different answer. This man never did anything without certainty. Each of his outrageous actions pointed toward an even more outrageous truth. Lin Wanqing's red lips pressed tightly into a straight line. Her chest heaved violently. Finally, a resolute glint flashed in her sharp, beautiful eyes. Fine. One word, spoken with unwavering resolve. I'll do it. Boom. The entire room erupted. Lu Guodong and the attending physician were struck dumb, stumbling backward as if struck by lightning, nearly collapsing to the floor. They stared at Lin Wanqing as if she were an alien, their minds going blank. It's over. This world has gone completely mad. Quick. Prepare surgical gowns. Prepare the operating room. All equipment on standby. Lin Wanqing gave them no time to react, immediately commanding the stunned nurses beside her with the authority of a team leader. Minutes later. A bizarre scene worthy of being etched into live streaming history unfolded. Inside the sterile operating room, Su Chen stood clad in dark green surgical scrubs, mask and gloves covering his face, revealing only a pair of calm, piercing eyes. He stood before the operating table, his expression focused, like a sovereign holding life and death in his hands. Beside him, dressed in identical scrubs and looking somewhat flustered, stood none other than Lin Wanqing, the Ice Queen detective from Jiangzhou City's Criminal Investigation Brigade. Outside the operating room, the glass window was packed with people. Hospital director Lu Guodong, the attending physician, and other hospital specialists all stared intently inside, their faces etched with anger and cold smirks that screamed, "Let's see how you get out of this today." "Begin," Su Chen said calmly. He extended his hand. Lin Wanqing took a deep breath and handed him a cold scalpel with trembling hands. The live stream camera zoomed in on Su Chen's hands. It was a pair of long, slender hands with clearly defined knuckles. As they gripped the scalpel, they were steady as a rock, not a single tremor visible. Here it comes. The gamble of the century. Is Su the god or the madman? This one cut will decide it all. My heart's racing at 180. I'm more nervous than when I was on the operating table myself. Everyone held their breath. Outside, the attending physician sneered coldly and said to the hospital director beside him, "Just watch. The first cut will scare the hell out of him. Amateurs will never understand what it means to." His words abruptly cut off. Swoosh. A barely audible sound. The scalpel in Su Chen's hand moved. An exceptionally smooth, precise incision instantly appeared on the Persian cat's abdomen. Not a moment's hesitation, not a second's delay. The depth and length of the incision were controlled with masterful precision. Only a minimal trickle of blood seeped from the capillaries, leaving the wound clean to an almost frightening degree. This. The attending physician's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. With over a decade of experience, he considered himself highly skilled, yet he could never achieve such a clean, decisive cut. How the hell could a layperson achieve this? Before he could recover from his shock, Su Chen had already begun moving. Hemostat. Electrosurgical knife. Suction. Tissues, scissors. Su Chen's voice delivered the names of each specialized instrument with emotionless precision. His eyes never once left the surgical field. Lin Wanqing was utterly flustered. She was just a police officer, how could she possibly tell these oddly shaped forceps and scissors apart? Her hands trembled, and she grabbed the wrong tool multiple times. Yet Su Chen, with nothing more than a glance from the corner of his eye, would snatch the exact instrument he needed from the tray at an impossible angle and speed the moment she handed it over. The entire process flowed seamlessly, without a single moment of hesitation. He single-handedly played the roles of both surgeon and scrub nurse. Outside the operating room, President Lu Guodong and a group of specialists had fallen completely silent, their expressions frozen in shock. The cold smirks and anger on their faces had vanished, replaced by horror and bewilderment as if they had seen a ghost. His hands. An elderly veterinarian with snow-white hair pointed at Su Chen, his lips trembling as he struggled to form coherent words. "It's the hand of God. This is the hand of God. He's performing an aortic branch dissection and clamping procedure. My God. He's actually doing it. He's actually pulling it off." The attending physician's voice had turned into a shriek. What was he seeing? He saw Su Chen using a tiny pair of vascular forceps to precisely and flawlessly dissect an artery no thicker than a strand of hair from the cat's intricate, spiderweb-like abdominal tissues. Then, with a gentle pinch, the bleeding across the entire surgical field ceased instantly. A near bloodless, perfect surgical environment was created just like that. Textbook. This is textbook level skill. No textbook could possibly describe such a miraculous feat. In that instant, the professional knowledge they had built up over decades crumbled to dust. Gazing at the young figure at the operating table, they felt like anatomy apprentices gazing up at an insurmountable peak of medical achievement. In the livestream, tens of millions of viewers couldn't comprehend the intricate procedures, but they could read the expressions on the faces of the experts gathered outside the operating room. It was the look of a worldview crumbling. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! The experts were all dumbfounded. What just happened? What did Dr. Su do? He made this group of experts, who were so full of themselves just moments ago, bow down to him like he was their father. He wasn't performing surgery, he was performing art. This is the artistry of surgery. Just then, Su Chen's movements halted. He picked up a pair of long-handled forceps and carefully probed deep into the abdominal cavity. Moments later, he slowly lifted the forceps. A blood-soaked, distorted metal object was successfully extracted. The surgery was a success. The cat's owner wept with joy, nearly kneeling on the spot. However, Su Chen placed the metallic object into a basin filled with saline solution and gave it a gentle swirl. The bloodstains dispersed. The object's true form was revealed. As the camera zoomed in on the object, everyone present, all viewers in the live stream room, were all stunned. It wasn't an iron caltrop at all, nor was it any ordinary metal toy. It was a black, extremely compact USB drive. And engraved on the smooth surface of the USB drive was a bizarre pattern. A hand. A hand, with only 9 fingers. Chapter 136, The Storm Within the USB Drive. Su Chen delivers another miraculous feat. As the USB drive bearing the 9-fingered mark gleamed coldly under the surgical lamp, an eerie, deathly silence descended upon both inside and outside the operating room. Director Lu Guodong and the team of specialists gaped wide-eyed, their minds buzzing with disbelief. Having spent his entire career as a veterinarian, he de-extracted coins, pebbles, socks, and even a female onerous diamond ring from animal stomachs. But a USB drive? This was the first bloody time. After a 3-second freeze, the live stream's chat exploded with comments. A USB drive? Am I seeing things? How did a USB drive end up in a cat's stomach? Did this cat download some study materials and swallow it to hide from its owner? Stop joking around. Look at that pattern. A hand with 9 fingers. So freaky. The audience was still buzzing with amazement and banter. But Lin Wanqing's reaction was entirely different. The moment she recognized that 9-fingered emblem, her pretty face flushed crimson with tension, suddenly turned as white as paper. A chill shot up from the soles of her feet straight to the crown of her head. As captain of the Municipal Bureau's Criminal Investigation Division, she understood better than anyone what this symbol signified. 9-fingered hawk. An international criminal syndicate entrenched in the Golden Triangle, notorious for its brutality, cunning, and pervasive reach. This organization was involved in smuggling, assassination, drug trafficking, virtually every heinous crime imaginable. It ranked among the most notorious names on Interpol's most wanted list. They operated with extreme secrecy and ruthless methods, having taken down elite agents from multiple countries. And this 9-fingered owl emblem is the token used by their core members to pass intelligence. Why? Why is it here? Inside a cat's stomach? Seal off the hospital. No one is to leave. Lin Wanqing's voice instantly turned cold and sharp. The flustered young nurse vanished, replaced by the ruthlessly decisive captain of the criminal investigation team. Zhao Lei. Immediately apprehend the cat's owner. Isolate and interrogate. The rookie cop named Zhao Lei snapped to attention and rushed out, pinning down the young man who was still weeping with joy. The young man froze in terror. Officer. Officer. I don't know anything. I just felt sorry for it and picked it up from the alley. The atmosphere in the operating room instantly transformed from a medical miracle into a major crime scene. Amidst this storm, Su Chen remained utterly oblivious. Head bowed, he was performing the final sutures. His needle flew across the skin. His speed was so swift it left after images. In mere seconds, a meticulously crafted centipede braid suture, a true work of art, appeared flawlessly across the cat's abdomen. Neat, beautiful, with scarcely a trace of stitching visible. Only after completing this did he remove his gloves and mask, revealing a face that remained unnervingly calm. Su Chen. Lin Wanqing lunged forward in a single stride, lowering her voice. Her beautiful eyes were bloodshot and filled with incomprehensible shock. How did you know it had this inside its belly? That question was also what millions of viewers in the livestream were dying to ask. Su Chen lifted his eyelids, glancing at her with an expression that was both innocent and matter-of-fact. It told me. Lin Wanqing's breath caught. Then Su Chen continued in his lazy tone. It said it ate something it shouldn't have. It feels like there's a secret hiding in its belly, poking and prodding. I'm a vet. I have to trust my patients, right? Lin Wanqing didn't believe a single word. She stared intently at Su Chen, searching his face for the slightest hint of deception. But there was none. That face, handsome enough to make gods and mortals jealous, bore only calmness and a hint of playful mockery that seemed to say, how can you not understand anything? Trust the patient? The patient is a cat. Yet, in that very instant, a bold yet logically flawless thought took shape in Lin Wanqing's mind. Su Chen. He must have learned through some special intelligence channel beyond her comprehension that the 9-fingered vulture was using live pets to transfer information. He knew this cat was that mobile hard drive. That's why he appeared at the pet club. That's why he performed that surgical-style evidence extraction in the most outrageous, unimaginable way possible, all while the entire internet watched live. Public. Transparent. Before tens of millions of witnesses, he extracted this incriminating evidence from the cat's belly. This way, even if 9-fingered Falcon found out, he couldn't deny it, let alone assassinate the surgeon himself for revenge. Because he was now deeply entangled in the entire police investigation. Flawless. This scheme was unfathomably deep. At that moment, the look in Lin Wanqing's eyes as she gazed at Su Chen changed completely. It was no longer suspicion, no longer curiosity. Instead, it was a profound sense of awe and admiration that rose from the depths of her soul. Her mind was utterly transformed. At the same time, the viewers in the livestream followed this line of thought and went absolutely wild. It's solved. I've cracked it. Su Chen wasn't challenging a pet groomer, he was on a covert mission. Holy crap. This is a game of epic proportions. Using a live stream to rescue a cat while seizing evidence against an international crime syndicate. What kind of divine script is this? I hereby declare this cat the top undercover agent of the year. Recommend awarding it a first-class merit medal. Su Studies Animal Intelligence course now open. Lesson 1: How to determine coordinates and encrypted messages from a cat's meow. Enroll today, catch fugitives tomorrow. Lin Wanqing immediately placed the USB drive into an evidence bag with unprecedented seriousness. She approached Su Chen and said solemnly, "You and those around you may be in danger. From this moment on, I'll assign personnel to protect you 24/7. This was both her duty as a police officer, but it also carried a strong personal motive she hadn't even recognized herself. Just then, director Lu Guodong came jogging over, his face plastered with a fawning and reverent smile. He bowed deeply to Su Chen. Su Divine Doctor. He handed over a gold-embossed business card, his posture bowed low to the dust. Please accept our hospital's invitation to serve as our chief technical advisor. Name your annual salary in terms whatever you desire. Come whenever you wish, or not at all, it's entirely up to you. Faced with this olive branch coveted by countless doctors, Su Chen merely wiped his hands, casually pushed the card back, and yawned lazily. Forget it. Being a doctor is too exhausting. I'd much rather, not people shave little animals. With that, he turned and walked away with a flourish, leaving everyone staring in stunned silence. Once again, he rejected worldly honors. This air of nonchalance, this unfathomable depth, elevated his image in everyone's minds to a sacred level once more. Half an hour later. In a makeshift office within the hospital, the atmosphere was heavy. Lin Wanqing's subordinate was conducting a technical analysis of the USB drive. Captain. The USB drive has no password protection. What? Lin Wanqing gasped. Nine-Fingered Falcon was known for his caution. How could he make such a rookie mistake? Without pausing to think, she immediately ordered, "Open it." The technician hit the enter key on the keyboard. A folder appeared on the screen. The moment Lin Wanqing clicked open that folder and saw its contents, everyone in the office sucked in their breath in unison. Chapter 137, The Nine-Fingered Falcon's Invitation. Su Chen is in the crosshairs. The entire office held its breath, eyes fixed on the black USB drive connected to the computer by the technician. No password. When the technician uttered those three words, Lin Wanqing's heart sank. The Nine-Fingered Falcon's token was completely unprotected? This made no sense. This was the biggest trap of all. Open it. Lin Wanqing's voice carried an unquestionable command. The technician's fingers tapped the enter key on the keyboard. A solitary folder popped up on the screen. Lin Wanqing's heart leapt to her throat. She stepped forward, grasped the mouse, and double-clicked to open it. The next second, every light in the office seemed to be sucked into the screen. Pitch black. Absolute darkness, like an abyss. Then, a stark white figure abruptly appeared in the center of the screen. It was a hand. A hand clad in a pristine white glove. But that hand had only 9 fingers. The space where the little finger should be was empty. This eerie 9-fingered hand was slowly stroking a jet-black cat with eyes like emeralds. The scene radiated a bone-chilling, bone-deep eeriness and coldness. Zzzzzzz. After a burst of static, a deep, raspy voice distorted by a voice changer, impossible to tell if male or female, flowed slowly from the speakers. Mr. Su. You are quite impressive. You've successfully caught our attention. This invitation from the Nine-Fingered Falcon is our gift to you. We hope you like it. The voice paused, tinged with a chillingly unsettling chuckle. Next time, perhaps we can meet in person. The words had barely faded. The image on the screen vanished instantly. Put. A faint pop. A wisp of faint blue smoke emerged from the USB port on the computer. The USB drive, having transmitted its information, had activated its self-destruct sequence. The entire office fell deathly silent. The air seemed to freeze solid, and every person's blood froze in that instant. Fear. An intangible yet overwhelming dread seized everyone's hearts. Ah! The first to break down was the young cat owner. His eyes rolled back, a shriek unlike any human voice erupted from his throat, and he fell backward stiff as a board, terrified into unconsciousness. Outside the operating room, pressed against the glass window, hospital director Lu Guodong and the attending physician stood pale as ghosts, their lips trembling and teeth chattering, emitting a distinct clack-clack sound. Moments ago, they had mocked Su Chen for grandstanding. But now, they felt only icy coldness, a chill rising from the soles of their feet straight to the crown of their heads. Nine-Fingered Hawk. That was an international criminal syndicate that killed without batting an eye. They had just gotten entangled in the power struggle of such an entity? They had seen what they shouldn't have seen. At this moment, they wished they had been blind and deaf. Live stream. Millions of viewers experienced a collective brain freeze the instant the video played. For the first time in history, the comment stream remained completely blank for over 10 seconds. The screen was utterly empty, not a single character in sight. This was more terrifying than any flood of comments. It signified that every person watching had been so stunned by this sudden greeting from the abyss that they lost the ability to think. After over 10 seconds, the bullet comments erupted like a torrential flood. Holy! I'm ing stunned. Completely ing stunned. What the hell is this? Nine-fingered falcon? That international criminal organization ranked in the top 10 on the most wanted list? Did I hear that right? This isn't a drill. This isn't a drill. Su Chen's been targeted by an international crime syndicate. Holy crap. I just wanted to watch a pet livestream, but this feels like a Hollywood blockbuster. This is way more thrilling than any movie. Fear, horror, disbelief. Every emotion in this moment crystallized into concern for Su Chen. He had been targeted by a ferocious beast from the dark underworld. And at the absolute center of this storm, Su Chen kept his head bowed. Lin Wanqing lunged forward in a single stride. Her body still trembled slightly from the sheer terror and shock. She grabbed Su Chen's arm, her sharp, beautiful eyes bloodshot and filled with an incomprehensible storm of emotion. You knew all along? How did you know it had this thing inside it? This question was also the one millions in the livestream were desperate to ask. Su Chen lifted his eyelids and glanced at her. His gaze was innocent, calm, even tinged with a hint of playful mockery, as if to say, "You're overreacting." It told me. Lin Wanqing's breath caught in her throat. Then Su Chen continued in that lazy, half-asleep tone. It said it ate something it shouldn't have. Its belly feels like it's hiding some huge secret and it's uncomfortable. He spread his hands, his expression utterly matter-of-fact. I'm a vet. I have to trust my patients unconditionally. Isn't that perfectly normal? Normal? Normal my ass. Lin Wanqing nearly shattered her silver teeth. She stared intently into Su Chen's eyes, searching for even the slightest hint of a crack. But there was none. Those deep, piercing eyes held only openness and a hint of amusement. Trust the patient? The patient is a cat. How could it tell you? By meowing? But then, just as reason was about to be shattered by Su Chen's nonsense, a bold yet logically flawless thought struck like lightning, cleaving through all the fog in Lin Wanqing's mind. From the very beginning with Li Shui's fraud case to the subsequent food delivery drug case. The recent drug bust in the neighborhood. Behind it all, a massive organization was orchestrating everything. But the identity of this organization remained elusive. Now it seemed. It's highly likely to be the nine-fingered kingpin. Put yourself in the picture and everything falls into place. Why would the renowned international criminal syndicate Nine-Fingered Falcon send an invitation to Su Chen? After all, Su Chen had disrupted the Nine-Fingered Falcon's operations multiple times. This realization deepened Lin Wanqing's admiration for Su Chen. Meanwhile, the viewers in the livestream chat, after their initial shock, followed the analyses of various experts and went absolutely wild. It's solved. IING cracked it. Su Chen wasn't challenging a pet groomer at all, he was on an undercover mission. Codename, Vet. Holy crap. This is a massive gambit. Using the livestream to rescue a cat as a cover, with the real goal being to seize a USB drive from an international crime syndicate. What kind of divine plot is this? I hereby declare this Persian cat named Secret is this year's top undercover agent. Recommend awarding it a first-class merit medal and a ton of fish treats. Su's Animal Intelligence Studies officially begins. Lesson 1, How to decipher coordinates and codes from a cat's meow. Enroll today, catch fugitives tomorrow. Top 10 sign-ups receive a personally autographed scalpel from Su Chen. The entire internet plunged into a bizarre, surreal frenzy. Lin Wanqing stared at the man before her, his expression serene as a cloudless sky, and felt as though an invisible hand had clenched her heart. Taking a deep breath, she spoke with unprecedented solemnity, enunciating each word clearly. Su Chen. You and everyone around you are in grave danger from this moment on. Rest assured, from this moment on, I will personally lead the team to protect you around the clock. Chapter 138, Su Chen, just a pitiable cripple. Lin Wanqing stared at the man before her, his expression calm and composed, yet she felt as though an invisible hand had clenched her heart in an iron grip. She drew a deep breath and spoke with unprecedented solemnity, enunciating each word clearly. Su Chen. You, and everyone around you, will be in grave danger from this moment onward. Rest assured, from this moment onward, I will personally lead the team to protect you around the clock. However, Su Chen's reaction caused the tension in everyone's minds to snap like a taut string. He yawned lazily, his deep eyes glancing at Lin Wanqing as a playful curve lifted the corners of his mouth. Captain Lin, no need to be so tense. It's just a disabled organization with only 9 fingers, right? Missing a finger? How pitiful. Boom. Those words exploded like a nuclear bomb, instantly blowing the entire livestream room to smithereens. Holy. What the hell did I just hear? What the hell is Su Chen talking about? Disabled organization? Pitiful? He's lost his mind. Su Chen has absolutely lost his mind. He's mocking the Nine-Fingered Falcon. He's publicly mocking that ruthless international crime syndicate. Is he out of his mind? We're done for. Barbecued. He's completely pissed them off now. Su Chen is really screwed this time. Every viewer felt their scalp tingle and every hair stand on end at Su Chen's seemingly casual remark. After a moment of stunned silence, the trolls and paid commenters from his former agency seized the opportunity like sharks smelling blood, launching the most vicious attacks. Suicide seeker. This is pure suicide. Just wait to be sunk. Arrogant fool. Think catching a few petty thieves makes you invincible? Daring to provoke nine-fingered hawk? Must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. LOL, I've already got my popcorn ready, waiting for Su Chen's death notice. Not even the gods can save him this time. Meanwhile, Su Chen's loyal supporters, members of the Su Studies Society, immediately fired back. Shut your filthy mouths. Su Chen never acts without certainty. This is pure psychological warfare. Su Chen is using reverse psychology. He's deliberately provoking them to expose their weaknesses. That's the essence of Su Studies, provocation tactics. Exactly. The more indifferent he seems, the more backup plans he has. You mortals don't understand God Su's grand scheme. In the livestream chat, the two factions instantly locked horns, the tension thick enough to spill out of the screen. Just then, a phone call came in. Su Chen. My Su Chen. My dearest father. The professional challenge wheel is about to start. Now. Immediately. Right this instant. Do you know what the ratings are right now? They're breaking records. Absolutely shattering them. The entire internet is waiting for you. Waiting to see what your next challenge will be. On the other end of the line, the frantic cheers and screams of the production crew could be heard. The moment the words faded, the large screen in the hospital's temporarily requisitioned office shifted. A massive virtual wheel, brimming with futuristic tech aesthetics, appeared before the audience. Densely packed across the wheel were hundreds of professions. Firefighter, food delivery driver, plumber, pilot, teacher. The pointer began spinning wildly to the beat of an electrifying soundtrack. All the heated arguments in the live chat vanished. Whether they were haters or true fans. In that moment, everyone held their breath, their hearts racing higher and higher with the spinning pointer. They had a premonition. At this critical juncture, with the nine-fingered falcon issuing a death threat, the next profession would be absolutely crucial. The needle's speed slowed down. Finally, under the gaze of the crowd, the pointer trembled and came to an incredibly precise stop on a profession that made everyone gasp in unison. Subway security. Buzz. The live stream erupted. Holy. Subway security? Are you kidding me? Nine-fingered falcon just issued death threats, and now Su Chen's going to be security? At the busiest, most chaotic subway station? That's practically sticking his neck out to get chopped off. The production team must be out of their minds. Are they trying to kill off Su Chen and inherit his Huabei credit? This is suicide. We're done for. This is truly the end. Amidst the wails and panic, several figures appeared in the production crew's camera frame. It was Xian Wan and Lu Muhan. Xian Wan's eyes were still red and swollen, clearly still shaken. She approached Su Chen, her voice trembling and choked with tears. Brother Su Chen, we'll do our best together. Beside her, Lu Muhan's face remained pale, yet his cold, clear eyes held an unprecedented resolve. She looked at Su Chen and coldly uttered a few words. This time, I'll protect myself. I won't hold you back anymore. Before, they had Koan. After Chen Yu's construction site challenge. After the shock, the show had paused accepting new guests. Now that they had recovered, the 365 professional challenge production team naturally wouldn't pass up this massive traffic opportunity. Just then, Su Chen's phone rang again. A voice so affected it was nauseating came through. It was Koan. Brother Su Chen, I heard about Nine-Fingered Hawk. You've gotta be careful. But don't worry, whatever challenge you take on, I'll fight alongside you. The schadenfreude in his tone practically oozed through the screen. Su Chen couldn't be bothered to reply, hanging up immediately. Yet, a cold and resolute voice suddenly echoed throughout the entire office. I'm joining this challenge too. Everyone whipped around to see Lin Wanqing's piercing gaze. Wang Gang stammered, Lin. Captain Lin? But, this isn't proper. You're a police officer, how can you participate in our variety show? Lin Wanqing cut him off coldly, her voice carrying an authority that brooked no argument. Protecting key witnesses and monitoring potential threats is my duty. One sentence silenced all of Wang Gang's objections. The live stream exploded once more. Holy crap! This is happening. Officer Lin is going to be Su Chen's colleague. What kind of divine plot twist is this? Is this abusing power? What's wrong with you upstairs? She's protecting Su Chen. Haven't you seen the threat from Nine-Fingered Hawk? Love it. Love it. The Ice Queen cop and the scheming genius, this pairing is locked in. I've swallowed the key. Now look at that hypocrite Koan, the difference is stark. He'd love to see Su Chen get into trouble. Meanwhile, in the meeting room of the Municipal Bureau's newly formed Su Studies Research Task Force, experts like Wang Dong and Qian Limin were intently watching the live feed on the large screen, each wearing an expression of utmost gravity. Subway security. The Nine-Fingered Falcon's target is Su Chen. They'll likely strike in a crowded place like the subway to create chaos. Forensic expert Qian Limin frowned deeply. Wang Dong pushed his glasses up. No, you still don't understand Su Chen. He never makes meaningless choices. This subway security is definitely part of his plan. He's luring the snake out of its hole. Just as the experts engaged in heated debate, trying to decipher the deeper meaning behind Su Chen's actions, the conference room door slid open quietly. A young woman in a professional skirt suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, entered with an air of cool, intellectual sophistication. She appeared to be only 27 or 28, yet her eyes held a sharpness and confidence far beyond her years, as if she could see straight through people's hearts. All eyes were drawn to her. Wang Dong stood up with a smile and introduced her to the group. "Everyone, let me introduce you. This is Dr. Enrong, the youngest lecturer at Longhua Police Academy, who recently returned from abroad with a PhD in criminal psychology." Chapter 139, The Psychologist's Contempt. Standing at the conference room door, Enrong felt like an outsider who had stumbled into a pyramid scheme. She had just returned from overseas, even turning down a lucrative offer from a top international psychology research institute, all to join this elite domestic task force led by Professor Wang Dong. Yet the scene before her made her wonder if she had walked into the wrong place. A group of academic titans who could cause an earthquake in the criminal investigation world with a mere stamp of their feet were now completely engrossed around a large screen. What was playing on the screen? An entertainment variety show? Enrong's exquisitely arched brows instantly furrowed. The undisguised contempt and chill in her tone seemed to lower the temperature in the conference room. "Professor Wang, Professor Chen, Professor Sunday." She gave a slight nod in greeting before fixing her gaze directly on the screen. "I assumed you summoned me back to China to tackle some unsolved serial case. Not to waste precious work time on this sensationalist reality show." The barbs in her words cut through the air, felt by every person present. Wang Dong's smile froze for a moment before he pushed his glasses up and adopted an intensely serious expression. "Shaoan, you've misunderstood. This isn't entertainment. It's an extremely rare, living research specimen we've never encountered before." "Exactly." Forensic expert Qian Limi nodded emphatically, his voice hoarse with excitement. "I've been dealing with crime scenes for 30 years, and I've never encountered an individual this complex, this utterly unpredictable." "Research specimen?" Enrong's lips curled into an unmistakable sneer. She opened her laptop, her fingers dancing across the keyboard with a crisp, rhythmic tap. "Su Chen, male, former top-tier celebrity, sidelined due to negative publicity. Psychological assessment, extreme histrionic personality disorder HPD with pronounced narcissistic tendencies. He craves being the center of attention, using exaggerated, theatrical behavior to draw others' notice. He revels in being discussed, worshipped, or even vilified. Every one of his abnormal actions aligns with the underlying logic of grabbing attention." She raised her head with a cold smile, her gaze sweeping over the assembled experts. What research value could a has-been celebrity, whose fame relies on scripted shows, luck, and hype, possibly hold? To me, he's nothing more than a typical patient requiring psychological intervention. Distinguished professors, your academic integrity shouldn't be dragged down by such a clown. These words were tantamount to accusing several eminent scholars of senility. Bull. Sun Pei, the most hot-tempered forensic expert, slammed his fist on the table and stood up. "Shaoan. You haven't reviewed all the evidence. You have no right to make such sweeping judgments. How does he explain the Black Widow case? The Delivery-Man drug case? And the recently solved neighborhood drug ring? Every single one was cracked by him using the most outrageous methods. Just coincidence?" Enrong dismissed with a dismissive shake of her head, her face radiating academic superiority. "There's a concept in psychology called confirmation bias. When you're already convinced he's exceptional, you'll keep magnifying evidence that supports your view while actively ignoring coincidental factors that could overturn your conclusion. The sample size is too small to hold any statistical significance. Attributing it all to luck and probability is the most scientific explanation." "Science? Luck?" Wang Dong's expression darkened as he fixed Enrong with a piercing stare. "Enrong, we know traditional psychological theories inside out. But they can no longer explain Su Chen. Each of his actions, seemingly absurd on the surface, actually points precisely to the final outcome at a deeper level. His behavioral patterns have transcended the explanatory scope of traditional criminal psychology." Sun Pei interjected, his eyes gleaming with fervor. "Therefore, we've tentatively established a new research direction. We call it zoology." "Su? Studies?" Enrong finally couldn't hold back. Her eyes widened as she stared at the mentors she once held in such high esteem. Then, she burst out laughing. "Su studies? Professors, are you serious? To establish an entire school of thought for a washed-up celebrity who thrives on sensationalism? If word gets out, it'll become the laughingstock of the entire international academic community." She slammed her notebook shut and rose to her feet with the haughty grace of a proud peacock. "Since you're all so stubbornly set on this path, let's let the facts speak for themselves." She surveyed the room, her tone condescending. "Let's make a bet. During this subway security challenge, if this Su Chen exhibits any single aberrant behavior that falls outside my criminal psychology predictions and is ultimately proven to have positive investigative value." She paused, emphasizing her words. "I, Enrong, will not only bow and apologize to him and all the professors live on national television. I will personally write a paper titled On the Transcendental Nature and Practical Application of Su's Behavioral Logic and submit it to the world's most prestigious psychology journals. The room erupted in shock at her declaration. For a doctoral candidate who valued academic reputation above all else, this wager was tantamount to a high-stakes gamble. The experts exchanged glances, their eyes unconsciously flashing with resignation and sympathy that young people are still young people. Wang Dong pushed his glasses up and smiled. Doctorin, I admire your academic courage. But personally, I suggest you start drafting your paper outline now. Xian Limin went straight to pulling out his phone, activating the video function, and added meaningfully, don't worry, we'll help you document this historic moment. Your apology and your epiphany regarding Su studies will serve as invaluable teaching materials for future police academy students. We'll see about that. And Rome snorted coldly before turning and striding out of the conference room. The next day, early morning. A bustling downtown subway station. Su Chen, clad in a security uniform a size too large, lollipop dangling from his mouth, hands stuffed in his pockets, sauntered into subway exit A like a carefree young man. His laid-back demeanor stood out starkly against the hurried commuters rushing by. Behind him, Lin Wanqing, dressed in plain clothes, scanned the area with watchful eyes, like a protective mother leopard guarding her cubs. Xian Wan and Lu Muhan, also dressed as staff members, followed nervously yet curiously behind. At another entrance, Cohen, surrounded by a crowd of fake fans and media, struck exaggerated poses for the cameras. His face wore an affable smile, yet every word dripped with feigned concern and worry for Su Chen. That smug, gloating expression was barely holding on. At exactly 8 a.m., the morning rush hour arrived as expected. A surging tide of people poured in from all directions. The challenge officially began. Chapter 140, The Misandrist Girl Forces Her Way Through Security. At 8 a.m., the crowd at subway exit A had swelled into a tidal wave. Su Chen stood beside the security scanner, wearing a security uniform that was a size too big. A lollipop dangled from her mouth, and her slack demeanor made her look like a slacker temp worker compared to the hurried commuters around her. Xian Wan bustled nearby, waving a metal detector over passengers' bags with such clumsy movements it made one worry she might drop the device. Lu Muhan, however, remained composed. Seated before the X-ray machine, his gaze fixed intently on the screen, he occasionally raised a hand to signal that a particular bag required a physical inspection. Everything seemed utterly mundane. The live stream chat began to grow impatient. Is this what Su Chen's subway security looks like? I thought we'd see something spectacular. So boring, is this it? Just this? Where's Nine-Fingered Falcon? What about the death threats? Is this just the production team hyping things up? Did Su really chicken out? He was so cocky yesterday, and now he's just quietly doing his job? The haters seized the chance to mock relentlessly. LOL, I told you he's just a luck-driven loser. Just some has been trying to stay relevant. Think he can make a comeback? Dream on. Just then, the screen cut to black. The camera shifted to another entrance of the subway station, revealing Cohen's overly refined face on the screen. Dressed in a carefully coordinated casual outfit, his hair meticulously styled, he flashed his signature idle smile and waved directly at the camera. Good morning, everyone. Kunkin will be working hard today to ensure everyone's safe commute. No sooner had he finished speaking than a stylishly dressed female fan suddenly screamed and rushed toward him. Ah! Cohen. It's Cohen. I love you so much. The fan trembled with excitement, pulling out her phone to take a picture. Cohen gently held her hand, his smile as perfect as a commercial advertisement. Thank you for your support, but I'm working right now. How about we take pictures after I finish my shift? Okay. Cohen, you're so kind. The fan was so touched she nearly cried, obediently stepping aside. Immediately after, another passerby rushed over in a panic, a fruit knife tumbling out of their bag. Cohen reacted swiftly, snatching it up with a stern expression. Sir, this is a prohibited item. You can't bring it into the subway station. Oh, I'm so sorry. I completely forgot. Thank goodness you reminded me. The passerby apologized repeatedly, his face full of gratitude. Cohen's livestream was instantly flooded with praise. Kunkin is so dedicated. Truly a national idol, handsome and responsible. I declare Kunkin is my husband. Look at Cohen, then look at Su Chen. The difference is obvious. Cohen's fans began flooding into Su Chen's livestream to flood the chat. Look at Kunkin, then look at you. Su Chen one's got traffic and popularity, the other's cold and deserted with no viewers. Once you're past your prime, no comeback possible. One glance from Cohen is worth more than a whole day of Su Chen's effort. Su Chen's fans immediately fired back. Can you brainless fans shut up? Kunkin's whole mess is obviously staged. Su Chen is actually working hard, while your Cohen is just putting on a show. Just wait when Su Chen strikes, you'll see what a dimensional strike really looks like. Fans from both sides bickered fiercely, their comments flying so fast the text blurred. Just then, a figure appeared before Su Chen. It was a stylishly dressed college girl, her makeup flawless, carrying a designer bag. She walked with an air of superiority, completely ignoring the security checkpoint as she strode straight inside. Without even lifting an eyelid, Su Chen reached out to block her path. "Ma'am, please go through security first." The college student halted, slowly turning her head with a flicker of disbelief in her eyes. Then, she screamed. "Ah! Don't touch me! Disgusting man!" The shrill scream echoed throughout the entire subway station. Passengers nearby stopped in their tracks, all eyes turning toward her. The college girl recoiled in terror, her expression as though she'd seen something filthy. "How dare you touch me? Do you think you can take advantage of me just because I'm pretty?" Su Chen's hand remained in a blocking position, not even brushing her sleeve. The live stream exploded instantly. Su Chen just blocked her path. How could he have touched her? Is this girl crazy? Blind or mentally challenged? I recorded it. Su Chen didn't touch her at all. But some comments started stirring the pot. Men are all like that. They can't walk straight when they see a pretty girl. Stand with the girl. All men deserve to die. If a girl says she was harassed, who are you to question it? The female student pulled out her phone, opened the front camera, and aimed it at Su Chen, her fingers trembling. "I have severe misandry. Your behavior just now has caused me severe psychological trauma. I'm reporting you." Her voice grew increasingly shrill. "I'm going to expose you as a pervert online. Let everyone see your true colors." Su Chen withdrew his hand, his expression unchanged. According to the regulations on urban rail transit operation management, all passengers must undergo security checks. This is policy, not targeting you personally. His tone was as flat as if he were reciting a textbook. The female student's face twisted in fury. "I refuse to be searched. Why should I have to be inspected by you disgusting men just for riding the subway? This is an insult to women." Whispers began to ripple through the surrounding passengers. Is this woman crazy? Security checks are the rules. It's not like they're singling her out. Young people these days. Lin Wanqing frowned, stepping forward with a deliberately gentle tone. "Miss, if you're uncomfortable, I can conduct the security check for you. I'm a woman, that should be acceptable, right?" Her voice carried the patience of a professional officer, but the female student grew even more agitated. "You're all in cahoots. You're accomplices of this patriarchal society." She pointed at Lin Wanqing's nose, her eyes blazing with fury. "Women should stand up for women. How dare you side with men? You're a traitor." Lin Wanqing's expression darkened. The female college student turned around, flashing a disgusted expression at Su Chen, her voice shrill as nails scraping glass. "The stench of men is so overpowering I can barely keep my eyes open. Why don't you stinking men just die already? Every man on this planet should be wiped out." The moment these words left her mouth, the live stream chat exploded. Is this girl seriously mentally ill? What does she mean all men should be wiped out? Does she want to abandon her dad, her brother, her husband? Extreme feminism is disgusting. People like this should be banned. But on the other side, a group of little fairies began flooding the chat. "Well said. Men deserve to die. Support misandry. It's a woman's right. Men are the original sin. All the world's evils are caused by men. Go girl. We're behind you." The rationalists condemned fiercely, while the extremists cheered wildly. The entire live stream's comment section descended into utter chaos. In Kunken's live stream, he was speaking directly to the camera. "Ah, looks like brother Su Chen's running into trouble over there. But I'm sure he can handle it, he's got plenty of experience, after all." His tone carried concern, yet a hint of schadenfreude flickered in his eyes. Cohen's fans immediately flooded into Su Chen's livestream. LOL, Su Chen finally hit a brick wall? Serves him right. Who told him to be so arrogant? Cohen handled it so well, while Su Chen just knows how to make enemies. Subway station staff gathered around, looking thoroughly flustered. "Ma'am, this is obstructing other passengers." The female student shrieked, cutting him off. "You're all men. You're all in cahoots. I'm calling the police." Su Chen, sucking on a lollipop, stared impassively at the hysterical college girl before him. He slowly uttered two words. "Go ahead." Chapter 141, Su Chen's words cut to the bone. The female student was so enraged by Su Chen's attitude that she burst into laughter. She immediately pulled out her phone to call the police. Just then, Lin Wanqing produced her credentials. "I'm with the Criminal Investigation Division of the Municipal Bureau. Madam, please cooperate with the security check. Otherwise, I have the authority to detain you for obstructing public order." The college student's expression froze for a moment. She glanced at the time on her phone, a flicker of anxiety crossing her face. 8:25, she was running late. "Forget it," she muttered through gritted teeth, flinging her bag onto the security scanner. "You men will get what's coming to you someday." The X-ray screen displayed the contents of her bag: cosmetics, textbooks, a water bottle, nothing prohibited. Lu Muhan waved her through. The college girl snatched her bag, shot Su Chen a fierce glare, and dashed into the subway station. The live stream chat instantly split into two camps. "Seriously, this girl is disgusting. What kind of giant baby is she? Security checks are regulations. What does gender have to do with it? Men deserve to die? Was her father not a man? Did he not contribute half her genes when she was born? Pure brain-dead nonsense. Stand with Sue God. You can't coddle weirdos like this. Coddle your rotten attitude? Guys, that glance at her watch seems suspicious. Something fishy here? But on the other side, countless accounts calling themselves little fairies instantly flooded the screen, launching their damage control performance. What do you men know? The lady is clearly ill. Misandry is a mental disorder. You're discriminating against a patient. Exactly. She's just been deeply wounded by this oppressive society. Instead of comforting her, you attack her? Don't you have any compassion? What right do men have to judge women? Mind your own business, losers. My heart aches for the young lady. Hugs. The two sides bickered fiercely, their comments scrolling so fast they left trails. Xianwan Nuan whispered beside him, Shengo, wasn't that girl just now a bit? Before she could finish, a familiar voice cut in. Brother Su Chen, why get so worked up? All eyes instantly turned toward the source of the voice. Koen approached at a leisurely pace, dressed in a carefully coordinated casual outfit, his signature gentle smile gracing his face. Behind him followed a group of staff members holding microphones and cameras, their lenses trained on this side. Su Chen didn't even lift his eyelids. Kunken approached Su Chen, his smile growing even gentler. Brother Su Chen, you're being too unreasonable. That girl just has misandry. Why are you making things difficult for her? He turned to the camera, his expression deepening with solemn compassion. Truthfully, I want to say that in this vast world, there will always be unique groups. The misandrist community is one such distinct existence. His voice was low and magnetic, as if reciting a poem. They may have endured pain we can't fathom, shaping their mindset. We should embrace them with understanding, not hurt them with cold, rigid rules. He paused, his tone growing more sincere. After all, what this world needs is love and understanding, not division and hatred. The moment he finished speaking, Kunken's livestream exploded with reactions. Kunken is the real deal. His values are spot on. Look at his perspective, then look at that petty Su Chen. Koen is the true national idol. I hereby declare Koen is my husband. This is real positivity. All Su Chen knows how to do is pick fights. Hordes of little fairies began switching sides, flooding Koen's livestream with gifts. Rockets, sports cars, castles, gift effects exploded across the screen as the livestream's atmosphere reached a fever pitch. Meanwhile, in the Tianyu media office, Sunny and Zhang Tao stared at the screen, grinning from ear to ear. Not bad this time, Sunny said, lifting his teacup with pure satisfaction in his voice. Having Koen step on Su Chen to rise to prominence, it captures the female market while crushing Su Chen. Two birds with one stone. Zhang Tao's eyes narrowed into slits with laughter. Brilliant, Mr. Sun. The entire internet is praising Koen now, and Su Chen's popularity has dropped by a full 30%. 30%? Sunny sneered. Just wait. This is only the beginning. Once Koen completely crushes him, that washed-up star won't be able to make a comeback. At the subway station security checkpoint, Su Chen stood arms crossed, coldly observing Koen's performance. A mocking curve lifted the corners of his mouth. Only after Koen finished speaking did he draw out his words. Finished? Koen's smile froze for a moment before quickly reverting to a gentle expression. Brother Su Chen, I just feel. You're so obsessed with hating men. Su Chen cut him off, his voice flat as if stating a fact, so invested in that all men deserve to die theory. He paused, his gaze fixed directly on Kunken's eyes. Then why didn't you just commit seppuku right in front of her just now? Set an example and contribute to her ideal world? The moment the words fell, the entire subway station fell silent. Passengers froze, station staff froze, even the director behind the camera froze. The livestream's chat froze for a full 3 seconds. Then, I'm ing flying off my seat. Su Chen is amazing screaming. Killing with a heart. Killing with a heart. I'd call this the strongest game-ending shot of the year. Ha 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 ha. Koen's face turned green. No, it's blue. No, it's purple. Ah, I'm dying. Logic genius. You think men deserve to die? Then why don't you just die yourself? Perfectly circular. Flawless. One sentence. Just one sentence. And he stripped that hypocrite's saintly facade clean off. Su Chen, my internet mouthpiece. Koen's smile froze instantly on his face, his complexion turning ashen. He opened his mouth to retort, but found himself utterly speechless. Because Su Chen's logic was flawless. If you support all men should die, why don't you just go die yourself? The awkwardness in the air nearly solidified into something tangible. Koen's face shifted from ashen to deathly pale. His hand trembled mid-air, his lips moved several times before finally forcing out, Brother Su Chen, that's twisting logic. Twisting logic? Su Chen smiled, his expression as cold as a blade. You just said we should be tolerant and understanding. Well, why don't you try understanding this? When someone says all men deserve to die, why are you, a man, still alive? Kunken's voice caught in his throat. Or maybe, Su Chen drew out each word slowly, you're just playing the saint to fool those gullible little girls? Thud. Koen stumbled backward, nearly falling flat on his face. His flustered assistant scrambled to steady him as he made a hasty, disheveled retreat from the scene. The live stream exploded. LOL. That's it? She's already cracked? Thought Kunken was a smooth operator, but turns out he can't take a single jab. Su Chen's sharp tongue is lethal without spilling blood. Where are Koen's fans? Weren't they cheering pretty fiercely just now? Where are all those little fairies? Come clean up the mess. Koen's fans tried to fight back, but faced with Su Chen's flawless logic, they couldn't even get a word out. After a while, Su Chen and the others handed the subway security check over to the official staff. They then assumed another identity, Railway Police. Chapter 142, The Bizarre Fairy Goes on a Death-Defying Rampage. Kunken turned ashen-faced at a single remark, then fled the scene in disarray. The live stream exploded. Lol, I'm dying. Kunken just had the most embarrassing moment ever. I recorded it. Already editing the meme video. Kunken's face turned green, haha, no wait, blue, no wait, purple. Su Chen's sharp tongue is lethal without spilling blood, so satisfying. Where are Koen's fans now? Weren't they screaming their heads off earlier? Come clean up this mess. Koen's fans tried to fight back, but faced with Su Chen's flawless logic, they couldn't even get a word out. A few with a bit more sense quietly exited the livestream. The die-hard fans, however, began spamming the chat frantically, trying to overwhelm Su Chen's stream with sheer numbers. Koen is just kind-hearted. What do you haters know? Su Chen is just a washed-up star. Trash who rose to fame through sensationalism. Kunken will always be my husband. You trolls, get lost. Su Chen couldn't be bothered to watch his hypocritical facade any longer and turned to walk into the subway car. Lin Wanqing followed behind him and whispered, that last line was so cutting it felt so satisfying. Su Chen didn't respond, merely glancing at the passengers inside the car. The subway car still carried the lingering chaos of the morning rush hour, though it was noticeably calmer than the platform. The cool air conditioning dispersed the stifling heat from the crush. Most passengers kept their heads down, staring at their phones. The car swayed gently to the rhythm of the tracks, the atmosphere calm and peaceful. Xianwan Nuan followed behind Su Chen, her voice hushed, her face still flushed with excitement. Brother Chen, that line you just dropped was so satisfying. I almost burst out laughing right there. Su Chen maintained his usual lazy demeanor, hands stuffed in his pockets as he paced back and forth at the carriage connection, his gaze casually sweeping over the surrounding passengers. Talking to a cutie? Honestly, it just makes you look like one too. He replied indifferently. Just then, his gaze happened to sweep over a row of seats, pausing slightly. A familiar figure came into view. It was Qian Bingbing. The very same online warrior who, just days ago, had been spewing extreme feminist rhetoric across the internet, ranting that all men deserve to die. Now, she sat elegantly with her legs crossed on the priority seating, head down, swiping through her phone. A sharp, smug sneer played on her lips, as if she'd just claimed another victory on some online battlefield. Su Chen's heart sank. Bad luck. This weirdo radiating pure negativity was a walking trouble magnet running into her never meant anything good. Adhering to the principle of avoiding trouble, he was about to turn away, pretending not to see her out of sight, out of mind. But in the next instant, disaster struck. Crack. Crack. Smack. 3 sharp, piercing slaps echoed through the quiet carriage without warning. Everyone in the carriage looked up in shock. Qian Bingbing abruptly stood up and delivered 3 hard slaps, one after another, to the face of the young male college student sitting directly across from her, a man wearing black-rimmed glasses who appeared mild-mannered and scholarly. The male student, Xiao Yi, was completely stunned. Clutching his stinging cheeks, his glasses askew, his face was a mask of shock and bewilderment. Why did you hit me? Qian Bingbing erupted like a barrel of gunpowder ignited, pointing her finger at Xiao Ye's nose and screaming at the top of her lungs in a shrill, piercing voice. Disgusting. Disgusting. Why don't you just die, you creep like Guanan? Staring at me like that, what filthy thoughts were you having? Just looking at your face makes me want to vomit. Xiao Yi was utterly dumbfounded. He stammered in defense, I didn't. I was looking at my phone the whole time. Still trying to wriggle out of it. Qian Bingbing's voice shot up another octave. You men are all the same. What else is in your heads besides that filthy stuff? Caught red-handed and you still won't admit it? Shameless. The train car erupted in commotion. The live stream chat exploded with comments. What the hell is going on? Is this woman crazy? She just randomly hits him? And so hard? I can feel the pain through the screen. This is insane. That guy was clearly looking down at his phone. I saw it with my own eyes. Isn't this Qian Bingbing, the one ranting online just the other day? Is she this crazy in real life too? Su Chen took a deep breath, his temples throbbing. There was no escaping it. Wearing this uniform meant he represented subway security. Faced with this violent incident, he had to step in. He stepped forward, trying to keep his tone strictly professional. What's going on here? Chen Bingbing was in the middle of a heated tirade when she heard the voice and whipped her head around. When she saw Su Chen's face in uniform, she froze for a moment. Then, as if she'd seen something even more repulsive, her expression instantly turned utterly disgusted. Then, she performed a remarkable transformation. 1 second she was standing there like a shrew, arms akimbo, cursing up a storm. The next, she suddenly flung her designer handbag to the ground, covered her face with both hands, and let out a shrill wail. Why? I can't go on. Why is this world so cruel to us women? She sobbed while stealing glances at Su Chen out of the corner of her eye, her voice loud enough for the entire carriage to hear. Men are all scum, filthy creatures. They ogle us with their eyes, insult us with their words. Why? I just wanted to ride the subway in peace, why must I be harassed by such disgusting men? Her performance was full of emotion, tears flowing freely. Anyone unaware might think she'd suffered some terrible injustice. The little fairies in the livestream instantly found their tribe and began flooding the chat. Poor girl. She must have been harassed. How else could she be so upset? Exactly. Don't you know how disgusting men's stares can be? We support her right to self-defense. Chinese men persecuting our beauties again. Sisters, let's take them down. Su Chen watched her performance expressionless. Only after her sobs subsided did he proceed with the routine questioning. Ma'am, please calm down and tell me exactly what happened. Before he could finish, Xian Bingbing suddenly jerked her head up. A flash of madness and venom crossed her tear-streaked face. She raised her hand with all her strength and lashed out. With all her might. Smack! A slap louder than any before it landed squarely on Su Chen's face, echoing through the room under everyone's horrified stares. Get away from me! Xian Bingbing screamed hysterically. Don't touch me with those filthy hands. The smell of men on you makes me sick. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. The entire carriage fell deathly silent. Xian Wan and Lu Muhan gaped in shock. Xiao Yi, stunned by the blow, forgot the pain on her face. All the passengers around them seemed frozen in place, as if someone had pressed pause. A few seconds later, the entire livestream went absolutely wild. She, actually, dared to hit Su. God? I could kill this crazy. This is assaulting an officer, right? Can we just arrest her now? This isn't just weird anymore. She's a pure lunatic. A criminal. Su Chen. Don't take it anymore. Why put up with her crap? Take her down. Now. Immediately. Right this second. Chapter 143, You're taking my picture. The air inside the subway car seemed to freeze in the moment of that resounding slap across Su Chen's face. Brother Su Chen. Brother Chen. Xian Wan and Lu Muhan's cries rang out almost simultaneously as they pushed through the crowd and rushed over. Lin Wanqing, who followed closely behind, saw the distinct five-fingered red mark on Su Chen's face. Her eyes instantly turned icy cold, as if frost had settled upon them. What happened? Her voice was low but carried an undeniable weight of authority, her gaze piercing Qian Bingbing like a sharp blade. Qian Bingbing flinched under that gaze, but immediately straightened her back. She was the victim, now she had the moral high ground. Just as tensions reached a breaking point, an untimely voice cut through the air. Oh my, Su Chen, who did you manage to offend this time? Everyone turned to see Cohen, who had somehow squeezed his way over. Hands in his pockets, leaning casually against the handrail, he wore a fake look of concern. Why do you always get into trouble? Maybe you should reflect on your words and actions, you're way too quick to offend people. These words, ostensibly meant as advice, were actually salt rubbed into the wound, implying that Su Chen had brought all this upon himself. Su Chen didn't even bother to glance at Cohen. He simply raised his hand, lightly rubbing his burning cheek with his thumb, his gaze calmly fixed on the hysterical woman before him. This calmness was more unsettling than rage. Lin Wanqing stepped forward, her formidable presence as the criminal investigation team captain instantly enveloping Qian Bingbing. Ma'am, your actions just now constitute assaulting an officer. Please explain yourself immediately. Qian Bingbing flinched at the accusation of assaulting an officer, but her eyes darted around, instantly spotting a new opening. She abruptly extended a trembling finger, not at Su Chen, but at the male college student Xiao Yi, who had remained utterly bewildered throughout the entire incident. Him. It was him. Qian Bingbing's wails rose again, this time saturated with utter grievance and anguish. He was secretly filming me. I saw him using his phone to take pictures up my skirt. That pervert. The accusation sent shockwaves through the entire bus. Xiao Yi, still reeling from the stinging pain in his eyes, hadn't recovered from the ringing in his ears after the slap when another heavy accusation landed squarely on his head. I didn't. He panicked, his face flushing crimson as he frantically waved his hands. I didn't take any photos. I was playing with my phone the whole time. You dare to lie. Qian Bingbing wept like a broken record, her acting skills rivaling an Oscar winner. I saw it clearly. Your phone camera was pointed right at me. You disgusting voyeur. Scum. This dramatic reversal split the livestream audience once more. Countless fairy accounts flooded in instantly. I knew it. I knew it had to be the guy acting like a jerk first. Otherwise, how could the girl lose her cool like that? Peeping Tom. People like this deserve chemical castration. Disgusting. Standing with the girl for self-defense. Well done. No mercy for scum like this. Heartbroken for our Bing Bing, she's just a brave girl trying to protect herself. Sisters, let's tear this voyeur apart. However, the more level-headed viewers in Su Chen's livestream were fuming. Lying through your teeth, huh? The livestream camera captured it clearly. That guy was staring down at his game the whole time, never even looked up. Does this girl have persecution complex? Is she obsessed with being secretly filmed? Check his phone. Review the surveillance footage. That's way more reliable than her just babbling on. Oh no, this guy's walking into a self-incrimination trap. Sure enough, under Chen Bingbing's shrill accusations and the suspicious stares of fellow passengers, Xiaoyi completely lost his composure. He couldn't defend himself, tears welling up in his eyes. I really didn't. I swear. I was just playing a game. The more he explained, the more convinced Chen Bingbing became, her cries growing louder. You're guilty. Look at yourself, you're clearly guilty. You were secretly filming. This flawless logical loop sent Xiaoyi into a complete breakdown. Seeing this, Chen Bingbing grew even more arrogant. She pointed at Lin Wanqing with her nose in the air. Aren't you a cop? Why aren't you arresting him? The evidence is clear. This scum of society should be thrown straight into jail. As she spoke, she raised her phone and began snapping photos of Xiaoyi's face. I'm going to expose you. I'll post your disgusting face online. Let everyone see the ugly face of this voyeur. I'll make you socially dead. No. Please. Don't. Xiaoyi turned deathly pale with fear. He was just an ordinary college student. If these photos were posted online with the tag Subway Peeping Tom, his life would be ruined forever. Under the crushing weight of fear and pressure, his mental defenses completely collapsed. Alright. I'll show you. I'll show you my phone. Xiaoyi's hands trembled as he unlocked his phone and opened the photo album. Look, there's not a single photo of you in my album. He held the phone screen up to Chen Bingbing. The album was empty except for a few landscape photos and game screenshots. However, Chen Bingbing merely glanced at it before letting out a cold laugh. You deleted them. You must have deleted all the photos after I found out, feeling guilty. I didn't delete them. I really didn't. He desperately defended himself, opening the recently deleted folder in his phone's gallery to show everyone. It was equally empty. See? Nothing in the recently deleted folder either. Ha! You even cleared the recent deletions. If you're not guilty, why would you go to such lengths to cover your tracks? You're a meticulous psychopath. Creep. Disgusting. Xiaoyi's mouth hung open, yet not a single word came out. He realized that no matter what he did, he couldn't prove his innocence. You didn't take any pictures? Then why won't you show me your phone? You looked at my phone? Then you must have deleted it beforehand. You even cleared the recent deletions? Then you're guilty as charged, destroying evidence. A perfect logical loop trapped him in an inescapable abyss. The live stream's chat exploded with comments. This woman is just being a bully. No evidence whatsoever, yet she starts slandering people? Poor Xiaoyi, stuck with this lunatic. But what if he really did delete it? Like hell he did. There's cloud backup from the phone, subway surveillance, what's there to fear? My heart goes out to the girl. She must have been harassed. Men are always making excuses. Stand with Chen Bingbing. Don't let evil forces push you around. Chen Bingbing raised her phone, ready to snap a photo of Xiaoyi. I'm posting your face online right now. Let the whole internet see what you really are. She held her phone, ready to hit send and post Xiaoyi's photo to her social media account with tens of thousands of followers. It's over. Xiaoyi closed his eyes in despair. Passengers around them sighed in waves, their eyes filled with pity for Xiaoyi, yet powerless to help. Su Chen, who had remained silent all alone, finally moved. He merely glanced indifferently at Chen Bingbing's finger poised to press the button, neither stopping her nor speaking. But in that instant, a long-forgotten heavenly melody echoed in his mind. Ding! Host detected encountering high-intensity malicious collision scam and bizarre harassment. God tier choice system activated. Option A, smooth things over. Approach both parties to calm them down, suggest getting out of the car to report the incident to the police, and wait for them to retrieve surveillance footage. Reward, 1 bottle of Swallow Your Pride oral solution. Option B, professional conduct. As subway security personnel, forcibly stop Chen Bingbing's cyberbullying and issue a verbal warning. Reward, 1 copy of the Subway Security Conduct Manual. Option C, turn the tables on her. Love snooping through phones? Here's your chance. Reward, hacking expertise 1. Chapter 144, Chen Bingbing is the real Peeping Tom. Su Chen selected option 3 in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the reward, hacking expertise 1. In an instant, an unimaginably vast torrent of data flooded his mind. Interesting. I'll post your face online right now. Let the whole internet see what you really are. Qian Bingbing screeched, her finger poised over the send button. But the next second, she couldn't move. Su Chen moved. Lightning fast. With a sliding step, he closed the distance. Before anyone could react, he was already pressed against Qian Bingbing's side. His left hand seized Qian Bingbing's wrist, holding the phone with pinpoint accuracy, snapping it downward. His right arm swept under her armpit, twisting her arm behind her back. His knee gently pressed into the crook of her leg. A fluid sequence of textbook perfect takedown moves, clean, crisp, and efficient. Ah! Qian Bingbing only managed a brief shriek before her entire body lost balance. An irresistible force slammed her face first onto the cold subway floor. Her phone clattered to the ground beside her. Her arms were pinned behind her back, her cheek pressed against the floor, completely immobilized. Let me go! Help! Police assault! Sexual assault! Qian Bingbing thrashed wildly, her hysterical screams piercing the air. The entire train car fell into absolute silence in that instant. Xianwan Nuan and Lu Muhan gaped, their mouths agape for what felt like an eternity. Koan's smug expression froze on his face. Even Lin Wanqing, who had just rushed over, halted in her tracks at this unexpected turn of events. After a full 3 seconds of silence, the livestream exploded. What the hell did I just see? Su Chen pinned that woman down? He's lost it. Su Chen has completely lost it. It's over. Totally over. Using violence against a woman on national livestream, he can't talk his way out of this even if he had 1,000 mouths. What gives him the right to grab someone? He's just a security guard. What authority does he have? Assaulting an officer. No, this is assault. That woman can sue him into bankruptcy. Awesome. I knew trouble was coming, but damn, it feels good. That's exactly how you deal with crazy women. Trolls, rejoice. Su Chen is beyond saving today. Task Force conference room. Clang. And Rome abruptly stood up, her chair scraping the floor with a shrill screech. Pointing at the figure on the screen, calmly pinning the woman to the ground, her beautiful face twisted with rage. Madman. He's a complete lunatic. A paranoid psychopath. Her voice rose with fury, brimming with the indignation of an academic elite provoked. Using violence against a woman who may be a victim, live in front of tens of millions of viewers, without any substantive evidence. This is a serious violation of the law. She turned to Professor Wang Dong and demanded without restraint. Professor Wang. Expert son. Is this the living specimen you risked your academic integrity to study? He twists truth into lies. Abuses violence. Has no concept of due process. This isn't explainable by histrionic personality disorder. It's classic antisocial personality. I demand I urge that you immediately contact the Municipal Police Bureau and arrest him on charges of intentional assault. Inside the subway car, Koan's facial muscles twitched slightly with wild excitement. He whispered into his livestream camera, his voice tinged with feigned outrage yet unable to mask his satisfaction. See this, everyone? I told you this guy was trouble way too extreme. This time, he's finished. No one can save him now. Su Chen, do you know what you're doing? Let her go. Lin Wanqing finally snapped into action, lunging forward and barking the order. As a detective, she had to stop this. But Su Chen didn't turn around. He didn't even glance at her. He knelt on one knee, pinning the struggling Qian Bingbing down with his weight, then slowly raised his head. His calm gaze swept across the bewildered passengers. Finally, his gaze settled on Xiaoyi, the male college student who had been scared into a daze. Amidst the deathly silence and Qian Bingbing's wails, Su Chen spoke. His voice wasn't loud, but it cut through the air like a cold chisel, piercing clearly into everyone's ears. The real voyeur isn't him. He paused, then lowered his head to look down at Qian Bingbing, pinned firmly to the floor beneath him. It's you. The words hung in the air, plunging the room back into silence. What? What did he say? He was saying that this victim sobbing with tears streaming down her face, accusing others of voyeurism, was actually the real voyeur? Lin Wanqing's body froze. Lu Muhan and Xianwan Nuan felt their brains couldn't process the information before them. This can't be possible, right? Xianwan Nuan murmured instinctively. In the task force meeting room, and Rong froze for a moment before letting out a cold, contemptuous laugh. Absurd. Utterly ridiculous. To absolve herself of guilt, she dares spout such twisted lies. This insults everyone's intelligence. She picked up her phone. I'm calling the Municipal Bureau's Internal Affairs Division right now. I'm personally filing a formal complaint demanding immediate intervention and investigation into Su Chen's actions. The live stream's chat, which had been filled with one-sided curses, began to show an eerie split because of this statement. What nonsense is Su Chen spouting? Has he lost it? Is he starting to lash out like a cornered dog? Holy, I never saw this twist coming. Could it be? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. What evidence does he have? Just his word? Holy. I'm actually starting to believe it. When has Su Chen ever let us down? Are you guys crazy? Brainwashed? The facts are right in front of us. Lin Wanqing took a deep breath. Her rational mind told her she should immediately step forward, take control of both Su Chen and Xian Bingbing, and bring them back to the station for investigation. That was the proper procedure. But her gut feeling. Trust him. Trust this man. Just as she was about to speak, a trembling voice shattered the silence. Wait. It was Xiao Yi, the male college student. All eyes turned toward him. His face was deathly pale, and he slumped to the ground as if his bones had been pulled out. His phone had long since vanished into the darkness. In his panic, he frantically groped at the ground, seemingly trying to retrieve it. But he didn't find it. Instead, he touched the phone that had just fallen from Qian Bingbing's hand. Perhaps he pressed the power button, or perhaps he touched the screen. The phone's screen lit up. Xiao Yi only glanced at it instinctively. That single glance made him freeze solid, as if struck by lightning. He trembled as if holding a red-hot branding iron, mustering every ounce of strength to lift the phone. Her phone, the photo album. His voice was broken, filled with indescribable horror. The phone screen faced everyone. There, instead of a pretty lock screen wallpaper or any app interface. Instead, it displayed the thumbnail interface of the phone's photo album, freshly activated. Dense and endless, the thumbnails spread across the entire screen like a virus. There was no end in sight. Men, women, the elderly, even children. On the subway, on buses, on escalators in shopping malls, under restaurant tables. All kinds of skirts, all kinds of low necklines, all kinds of private parts inadvertently exposed in public. Thousands. Even more. The entire world, in that moment, fell utterly silent. Collectively frozen in place. Chapter 145, Irrefutable Evidence. Inside the subway car, the screen of the phone Xiao Yi held up, trembling. The screen was filled with densely packed thumbnails. Underskirts. Neckline. Cracks in the changing room. Above the toilet stall partitions. Countless intimate photos taken in public places from extremely awkward and lewd angles filled the entire screen, seemingly endless. The subjects of these photos included men, women, fashionably dressed young girls, and elderly people with unsteady steps. Even a few children in school uniforms, their innocence still intact. Thousands. Even more. The entire world fell silent in that moment. Collectively frozen. In the livestream chat, the barrage of comments flooding the screen at a speed that could have burned out the servers came to an eerie halt in that instant. As if an invisible giant hand had pressed pause. No. A shrill scream, inhumanly piercing, tore through the deathly silence. Xian Bingbing, pinned to the floor by Su Chen, convulsed violently. She struggled desperately to break free, her cheeks scraping frantically against the cold tiles like a raving madwoman. It's fake. It's all fake. You're framing me. This isn't my phone. Someone framed me. They sent it to me. Yes. Someone else sent it to me. Her cries were shrill and disjointed, stripped of the earlier pretense of seeking sympathy. What remained was pure, unadulterated hysteria, the raw, exposed fury of someone whose filthy secrets had been laid bare. Lin Wanqing lunged forward, snatching the phone from Xiao Yi's stiffened hand. She didn't look at the obscene photos. Instead, her fingers flew across the screen, tapping to open the details of one image. Time taken, 7:45 a.m. today. Location, entrance of XX Community, XX Road. Lin Wanqing lifted her head, turning the phone screen toward Qian Bingbing, who had been propped up by Lu Muhan and Xian Wanwan. Qian Bingbing, this Star Glory P90 Pro is the phone you're currently using, correct? Her statement held not a shred of doubt. According to the EXIF data from the photos, all images were captured using the device in your hand. The timeline spans 3 years, with locations across the entire city. You are suspected of long-term, large-scale illegal photography of others' privacy in public places, violating citizens' privacy rights. Now, in my capacity as captain of the Municipal Bureau's Criminal Investigation Division, I formally summon you. Please accompany us back for investigation. No. I didn't. Let go of me. This is frame up. I'll sue you. Xian Bingbing struggled desperately. At that very moment, the entire internet exploded. What the hell did I just see? My eyes. My eyes are going to go blind. Holy. This is ing perverted. She's a voyeur herself and now she's framing others? Ugh. I'm sick. For a second there I actually felt sorry for her. I feel like a ing idiot. Su Chen. I'm sorry. I'm bowing to you. Bang bang bang. You were right again. You're always right. Stop calling him God, Su, call him the prophet. How the hell did he know? This is ing unnatural. This scum. She's an absolute disgrace to all women. Revoke her female citizenship. We demand severe punishment. This cancer on society should be sent straight to jail. True feminists like us will never associate with this trash. At the other end of the subway car. Cohen's smile froze solid on his face. Ha 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 ha. Where's Cohen now? Come out and show yourself, Saint Cohen. Who was just preaching tolerance for misandry? Now go show some tolerance for this voyeur. This is hilarious. Cohen's face is swollen worse than a pig's head. Best clown of the year. Cohen GE, we should leave now. His assistant whispered urgently, cold sweat soaking his back. Cohen seemed to have lost his soul. His legs gave way, and he let the assistant and bodyguard support him as he slunk out of the car. Special Task Force conference room. Clunk. And Rong's phone slipped from her hand and clattered to the floor. Her entire body felt hollowed out as she collapsed heavily back into her chair, a dull thud echoing through the room. She stared blankly at the screen, at the truth laid bare, at the woman screaming wildly, at the figure who remained eerily calm throughout. Her mind went blank. Twisting black into white? Slander? Abuse of violence? Antisocial personality? A gentle hand patted her shoulder lightly. Professor Wang Dong had approached her unnoticed. He bent down, picked up the phone from the ground, and handed it back to her. He spoke slowly, his tone gentle yet carrying a profound insight that seemed to see through everything. Dr. N, now, do you still think this is coincidence? And Rong's lips trembled, yet no words came out. Xian Limin, the forensic expert standing nearby, sighed and shook his head. Young'un, you're still young. In this world, there are always things that cannot be fully explained by theory alone. We in criminal investigation must believe in science, but we must also hold reverence for the unknown. No. A resolute voice cut through the silence. It was forensic science expert Sun Pei. He pushed his reading glasses up the bridge of his nose. Behind the lenses, his eyes shone with an unprecedented intensity as he stared intently at Su Chen on the screen, as if beholding a priceless treasure. This isn't the unknown, it's science too. Sun Pei's voice carried an almost fanatical certainty. Turning to Enrong, who was now utterly dumbfounded, he spoke in a tone reminiscent of a sermon, enunciating each word deliberately. Su Chen's judgments have never been based on the superficial evidence we ordinary people understand. What he relies on is a deeper kind of intuition. An intuition that pierces through all disguises, reaching straight to the essence of the problem. This intuition can instantly discern lies from truth, perceive malice and danger from the most insignificant details. I personally choose to call this ability, which transcends the boundaries of existing psychology, truth perception. He emphasized each word, his tone unwavering. Dr. N, your previous attempt to deconstruct him using performance personality was flawed. You studied him within the framework of humanity. Now, you must discard all previous models and treat him as a phenomenon. This is the core of Su's studies. And it is the true subject you must now dedicate yourself to researching. And Rong froze in place. Sun Pei's words struck like a thunderbolt, splitting a fresh fissure in the already crumbling ruins of her worldview. Su studies. Truth perception. She muttered to herself, completely engulfed in an unprecedented state of confusion and excitement. Inside the subway car, this farce finally drew to a close. Xian Bingbing's hands were pinned behind her back by Lin Wanqing, and cold handcuffs were fastened around them. I refuse to accept this. You have no evidence. I'm getting a lawyer. I'm suing you. She continued screaming wildly as two trained police officers who had rushed to the scene grabbed her and dragged her toward the doors. Amidst the chaos, Su Chen stood up. As if he'd done something trivial, he reached down and brushed imaginary dust from his knees. Then, turning, he prepared to resume his unfinished patrol under the mixed gazes of awe, admiration, and fear from the entire carriage. As he passed by Qian Bingbing, who was being led away, he didn't pause. Next time you frame someone, remember to wipe the evidence clean from your phone first. By the time the words fell, he was already far away, leaving behind only a lazy, aloof silhouette. Qian Bingbing's screams abruptly ceased. Chapter 146, Countering Magic with Magic. Qian Bingbing stared fixedly at Su Chen's receding figure. I'm a fairy. What right do you have to arrest me? Nothing I do is illegal. I was gathering evidence. To expose the ugly faces of you rotten scoundrels. It's a righteous act. Do you understand? It took the two trained police officers tremendous effort to subdue her. But she wouldn't relent, screaming at the top of her lungs. My sisters. Save me. Come save me. These rotten men are trying to harm me. She suddenly fixed a venomous glare on Su Chen, issuing the most vicious threat. You. And all of you. Dare to lay a finger on me, and my legal team will bankrupt every last one of you. You'll rot in prison. She's lost her mind. This woman has completely snapped. Recommend sending her straight to a mental hospital. I've lived over 20 years and never seen such brazen shamelessness. A righteous act? Was secretly filming children also a righteous act? Ugh. Twisting black into white, the villain accusing first textbook 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 T. Bing Bing is absolutely right. She's fighting for us women. Her methods may be extreme, but her intentions are pure. Exactly. If she doesn't go extreme, how will scum like Gui Nan ever learn? I support Bing Bing. Sisters, we've identified the male students' university as XX University. Let's mobilize. Reading these comments, Lin Wanqing's expression turned as cold as ice. She stepped forward. Xian Bingbing, you are suspected of maliciously violating citizens' privacy rights in a public place. You illegally collected and stored thousands of private photos, constituting an extremely serious criminal offense. You will face severe legal consequences. I don't understand. Xian Bingbing continued to wriggle out of it. I took the photos, but I didn't share them. I just kept them for myself. That's not illegal. What right do you have to arrest me? However, Su Chen, who had been preparing to continue his patrol, suddenly halted in his tracks. Since you think it's not illegal, then I'll show you exactly what constitutes a crime. The next second, he dialed a number in front of everyone and pressed the speakerphone button. Beep, beep. Hello, this is the 110 Emergency Center. How may we assist you? A steady, composed female voice echoed clearly through the phone speaker, filling the entire carriage and every live stream room. Su Chen spoke at a measured pace, enunciating clearly. Using near standard legal terminology, he calmly stated, "Hello, I wish to file a report. Xian Bingbing is suspected of defamation. At 3:15 p.m. today, in carriage 0315 of Metro Line X in the city center, she publicly fabricated facts and falsely accused citizen Yi of committing indecent acts during a live stream viewed by millions. This caused extremely severe damage to his reputation and had an extremely negative social impact. Additionally, the individual is suspected of violating the crime of infringing upon citizens' personal information. She illegally obtained and stored thousands of private photos of citizens, constituting particularly severe circumstances. The suspect, Xian Bingbing, is currently in the carriage of Line X at XX subway station and has been temporarily detained by subway police. Please dispatch officers immediately." "Understood, sir. We have documented all the details you provided. Police will respond immediately to handle this matter. Thank you for your cooperation." The call ended. The color drained from Xian Bingbing's face at a visible pace, leaving her deathly pale. She wasn't some innocent little girl. She understood exactly what terms like defamation and illegal acquisition of personal information meant. This wasn't something a few days in detention could resolve. This meant real jail time. But Su Chen's performance wasn't over yet. He waved his phone in front of Xian Bingbing, whose face had turned ashen, the smile on his lips growing colder. "Oh, right. Just letting you know. Just now, I've already contacted a lawyer to represent Xiao Yi. We'll be formally filing a civil lawsuit against you for defamation and infringement of reputation rights. As for the claims, besides a public apology, we're provisionally seeking compensation for emotional distress and reputational damage, 5 million yuan. Criminal charges plus civil lawsuit. Imprisonment plus financial ruin." This 1-2 punch sent Xian Bingbing straight into a bottomless pit. "No, please don't." She collapsed to her knees with a thud, disregarding her hands cuffed behind her back, desperately kowtowing toward Su Chen, her face smeared with snot and tears. "I was wrong. I was so wrong. I shouldn't have framed him. I shouldn't have taken those photos. Please, please spare me. I'll never do it again." Her shrill cries echoed through the carriage, all traces of arrogance gone. Yet Su Chen merely watched her coldly. He slowly leaned closer, his voice so soft only the two of them could hear. "Too late. Didn't you just say you wanted to make him socially dead? Now it's your turn." As the words fell, Xian Bingbing's sobs abruptly ceased, replaced by a wail of utter despair. The live stream room, after a brief moment of dead silence, erupted into complete chaos. "Heartless. Su Chen is just too damn cool. This is how you fight. Magic against magic. No, law against madness. I hereby declare, from today onward, Su Chen is my mentor-in-law. This move I've learned it. Learned it. Who knew fighting back with legal weapons felt this satisfying? Way more cathartic than slapping her 100 times. Where are all those little angels whitewashing the lunatic now? Come out and show yourselves. Why the collective silence? Would they even dare show their faces? Su Chen can even recite their ID numbers. They're terrified of getting dragged down the internet cable with her." Xianwan Nuan and Lu Muhan stood frozen on the sidelines, utterly dumbfounded. Their mouths hung open, minds blank, utterly unable to comprehend what had just unfolded. It took Xianwan Nuan a long while to regain her voice. She whispered to Lu Muhan, "Brother Su, that was brutal, but it feels so satisfying." Minutes later, several uniformed police officers arrived at the subway platform. After a brief handover, Xian Bingbing, completely limp like a sack of potatoes, was dragged out of the carriage by 2 officers. In her final moments before being led away, she seemed to experience a last burst of energy, mustering her last ounce of strength to emit a shrill, resentful scream. "I refuse to accept this. Why should men go to jail for hitting women, but women also go to jail for hitting men? This is unfair." Su Chen didn't even turn his head, leaving her only with a cold, indifferent profile. All are equal before the law. You violated not the privacy of a man, but the privacy of a citizen. As the train doors closed, this farce finally drew to a complete end. The train car was left in utter disarray. The male college student named Xiao Yu remained slumped on the floor, utterly dejected. Su Chen walked up to him and extended his hand. Xiao Yu stared blankly at him. Suddenly, as if coming to his senses, he didn't take Su Chen's hand. Instead, he abruptly straightened his body from his kneeling position and bowed his head 3 times with a loud thud against the floor, facing Su Chen. Thank you. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have been ruined by her today. Su Chen didn't flinch, accepting the 3 prostrations with composure. Only then did he help the young man to his feet, patting him on the shoulder. Remember this lesson. If something like this happens again, call the police immediately. Don't be afraid. The law will protect you. Just then, a voice audible only to him echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the hidden mission, fighting false accusations with the weapon of law. Task evaluation, perfect. The host delivered a decisive blow with lightning precision, not only punishing the criminal but also educating the entire internet on the boundaries of civil rights. The social impact is profound. Congratulations! Host has earned the reward, Legal Proficiency 1. Chapter 147, Dr. Enrome's Obsession. Municipal Bureau Task Force Conference Room. Enrome abruptly stood up, her eyes gleaming. Grabbing a marker from the conference table, she rushed to the whiteboard and began scribbling furiously. Every one of Su Chen's judgments wasn't based on surface evidence, but on a deeper level of intuition. She rapidly scribbled several keywords on the whiteboard: micro-expression detection, behavioral pattern recognition, subconscious response analysis. Professor Sun was right. This is truth perception. Enrome turned around, her eyes gleaming with an unprecedented intensity. Think about it: Su Chen's micro-expressions every time he interacts with his targets. That calm, detached, even slightly mocking demeanor. What does that tell us? It means he saw through their true nature long ago. When Xian Bingbing slapped him in public, an ordinary person would have lost control. But Su Chen? His first reaction wasn't to strike back or defend himself, it was to instantly subdue her with a takedown. What does that prove? It proves that in the instant he was slapped, he had already completed a comprehensive analysis of Xian Bingbing. He knew the evidence was on her phone. He knew she was lying. He knew she was the real criminal. Xian Limin frowned. Shaoan, this theory of yours. I know it sounds far-fetched. And Rome cut him off, her voice growing increasingly agitated. But it's the truth. Su Chen possesses a perception that transcends ordinary humans. No, it surpasses the boundaries of existing psychology. He can detect malice and danger from the most insignificant details. Instantly distinguish lies from truth. And Rome's cheeks flushed with excitement as she turned and continued scribbling frantically on the whiteboard. The core of Su's studies is truth perception. This ability manifests in 3 distinct levels. The first tier, micro-expression recognition. Su Chen can instantly detect subtle facial shifts in his subjects, enabling him to determine if they're lying. The second tier, behavioral prediction. Su Chen can anticipate a subject's next move by analyzing their body language and behavioral patterns. The third level is insight into essence. This is the highest realm. Su Chen can pierce through all disguises and see the target's true nature directly, no matter how well they hide it. If evil lurks within, it cannot escape his eyes. And Rome trembled as she spoke these words. This is Suology. This is the core secret behind Su Chen's consistent success in solving cases. Starting today, I will systematically organize all of Su Chen's cases to construct a complete theoretical framework of Su studies. I will make the entire world know that the Chinese police force has given birth to a true God of truth. Meanwhile, online, the top 3 spots on the trending charts were completely dominated by Su Chen. Hashtag Su God teaches you how to protect yourself with the law. Hashtag textbook style counterattack. Hashtag one line that made the fairy socially embarrassed. Countless netizens frantically shared screenshots of Su Chen immediately calling the police and demanding 5 million yuan in compensation. Holy! This is what true rule of law looks like. I used to think lawsuits were a hassle, but now I get it. The law is the greatest weapon for ordinary people. Su Chen's move is way more satisfying than slapping her 100 times. She'll rot in jail for this. A walking legal encyclopedia. The most satisfying livestream of the 21st century. No contest. I've downloaded the recording to study it over and over. Next time I encounter a lunatic like this, I'll fight back just like Su Chen. Even prominent legal influencers published lengthy analyses breaking down how professionally Su Chen executed each step. Lawyer Su Chen v. As a practicing lawyer for 10 years, I must say Su Chen's combination of actions is textbook level. Criminal reporting plus civil lawsuit, it both punished the criminal and protected the victim's rights. This is the correct way to use the law. I strongly recommend all law schools adopt this video as a teaching case. Within 10 minutes of posting, this Weibo had surpassed 100,000 reposts. Countless netizens flooded the comments section. Lawyers are raving about it. Su Chen is destined for the textbooks. I hereby declare, from today onward, Su Chen is my legal mentor. Where's Koen? That saintly person from earlier? Come out and show your face. Mentioning Koen instantly turned the comments into a massive mockery fest. At that very moment, Koen sat in his chauffeured van, his face ashen as he stared at his phone screen. The screen was flooded with mocking comments directed at him. Koen, I understand her misandry Su Chen, she's a voyeur. Hilarious. Clown of the year. Confirmed. Suggestion, Kunkin should change his name to Face Slap Delivery Man and specialize in delivering slaps to Su Chen. Brother Koen. Should we issue a statement to clarify this? The assistant asked cautiously. Clarify? Koen sneered coldly, slamming his phone hard onto the seat. Clarify my ass. The whole internet is trashing me now, whatever I say will be wrong. He gritted his teeth, a flash of venomous hatred flickering in his eyes. Su Chen, just you wait. Inside the subway car. After handling everything, Su Chen clapped his hands and prepared to resume his patrol. Xianhuan Nuan and Lu Muhan remained frozen in place, their expressions still frozen in shock. Su Gu. Xianhuan Nuan stammered. Did you already know she had evidence on her phone? Su Chen shot her a glance and said lazily, if I knew, why would I need to get my hands dirty? I could have just made her hand over the phone. Then why did you? Just got lucky. Su Chen waved his hand dismissively and turned to continue walking. Xianhuan Nuan and Lu Muhan exchanged glances, both seeing the same thought in each other's eyes. Like hell we believe that. Meanwhile, Lin Wanqing stood not far away, watching Su Chen's retreating figure with a complex expression. Her heartbeat still hadn't calmed down. This man. Lazy, slacker-like, he looked nothing like a respectable person. Yet, every single time a critical moment arose, he managed to resolve every issue with the utmost calmness and precision. Lin Wanqing suddenly realized she couldn't quite figure him out. Just then, Su Chen's phone buzzed. He pulled it out to find a private message from the official account of Beijing Public Security Bureau. Mr. Su, thank you for assisting the police in apprehending suspect Xian Bingbing on the subway. We will issue an official commendation for your actions tonight. After reading it, Su Chen casually turned off his phone. Commendation? He couldn't care less about such things. All he wanted to know was, what exactly was the use of the legal expertise reward the system had granted this time? Just as he pondered this, a massive flood of information surged into his mind. The criminal code, the civil code, the criminal procedure law, the civil procedure law. Every legal provision and countless classic case precedents instantly etched themselves into his mind. Chapter 148, playing the elderly card, who can stop him? The subway pulled into the station and the crowd surged. Just then, an elderly man dressed in white workout clothes, leaning on a walking stick and brimming with energy squeezed onto the train. His name was Li Weigua. The moment he boarded, he scanned the seats like a hawk, his gaze locking precisely on a young migrant worker wearing black-rimmed glasses, his face pale and haggard. The young worker, Xiao Wang, was leaning against the seat, dozing off with soothing music playing through his headphones. Thump! Thump! Li Weigua tapped his cane on the floor without hesitation. The sound wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable air of authority. He lifted his chin and barked orders at Xiao Wang with an air of superiority. Young man, get up. Give this old man a seat. Startled awake, Xiao Wang looked up in confusion. Seeing the fierce-looking old man before him, he quickly removed his headphones and apologized. Sir, I'm so sorry. I worked overtime until 4 in the morning last night, and I just can't stand anymore. His voice dripped with exhaustion, dark circles under his eyes nearly touching the floor. But instead of understanding, his explanation seemed to ignite a powder keg. Li Weigua erupted in fury, his cane thudding loudly on the floor as his voice rose an octave. You're tired? How tired could you possibly be compared to our generation? When we were building this nation, you were still in diapers. You dare talk back when I ask you to give up your seat? The shrill roar drew stares from every passenger in the carriage. Lin Wanqing, standing nearby, furrowed her delicate brows. Professional instinct prompted her to step in and mediate. But Li Weigua, seeing Wang lower his head under the scolding, remained unmoved. His arrogance only grew, and he launched into a tirade filled with foul language. These young people today. All spoiled brats with zero sense of public decency. The country wasted its time educating you lot. A lost generation. Useless trash. Some passengers nearby couldn't bear to watch any longer. A middle-aged woman kindly interjected, Sir, please tone it down. Young people today have it tough getting by. We should all try to understand each other. This remark completely ignited Li Weigua. He whipped around, pointed his cane, and unleashed a barrage of indiscriminate insults. Consideration? You out-of-towners begging for scraps know nothing. If you weren't all flooding into our capital city to steal our jobs, would we locals be crammed like sardines? Every last one of you is a parasite on society. The moment these words left his mouth, the atmosphere in the entire carriage plummeted to freezing point. Many passengers who had been watching the commotion with mild interest saw their friendly expressions freeze, replaced by shock and anger. What the hell? Who's this old man cursing at? I've paid into Kyoto's social security for 10 years, earning my own living, and he calls me a beggar? Shut your mouth, you old bastard. The live stream exploded in an instant. This old man is out of his mind. He's going all out. Another rotten bastard like this. Giving up your seat is a favor, not giving it up is your right. What gives him the moral high ground? Building the nation? He's just exploiting his age. Disgraceful to the generation that truly sacrificed. This infuriates me. Infuriates me. Even as a native of the capital, I can't stand this. We Beijingers won't take the blame for this. But what can we do? He's an old man full physical and magic resistance. Argue with him, and if he takes a tumble, your whole family's in trouble. Faced with a furious crowd, Li Weiguo not only refused to back down but grew even more smug. Pointing his cane at those around him, his face brimmed with contempt and arrogance. What are you staring at? Got a problem with that? He puffed out his chest, enunciating each word with pure arrogance and contempt. You lot just gotta work your asses off, grind away day in and day out, pay into our social security, so I can collect over 10 grand in pension. You're all just born to work for us. Over 10,000. Those 3 words pierced the hearts of every young person present like a needle. Xiao Wang, who had just been berated, lost the last trace of color from his face. His weary eyes turned a numb, ashen gray. In the carriage, a delivery rider silently unclenched his fists and bowed his head. I'm done. My parents back home get less than 1,000 yuan combined in pensions. How the hell does this loudmouth get over 10,000? I work 996 hours a month, take home 6,000 yuan, pay rent and utilities, and end up with 3,000 left. Am I living just to support people like this? I can't hold it in anymore, guys. I really can't. Lin Wanqing and Xian Wan were shaking with rage, yet they were caught between a rock and a hard place. They were utterly helpless against this kind of elderly person. Reasoning fell on deaf ears, and they feared he'd stage an accident if they resorted to force. Once he flopped down on the ground, the situation would become utterly impossible to resolve. The entire train car, the entire livestream room, was filled with a sense of helplessness, frustration, and anger. Just when everyone thought they'd have to swallow their anger, Su Chen, who'd been leaning against the door, coldly observing the whole scene, moved. His eyes, usually tinged with laziness, now flashed with a hint of amusement. A faint smile touched his lips as he strolled leisurely toward Li Weiguo. Su Chen is about to make his move. Here it comes. My most anticipated moment is finally happening. Su Chen specializes in taking down all defiance. Quick! Grab your popcorn. The Su school of anti-pretentiousness is about to begin. Under the gaze of billions of viewers across the entire network, Su Chen walked up to Li Weiguo. Li Weiguo eyed him with disdain. What? You think you can stick your nose in this too? Su Chen ignored him, turning instead to the bewildered migrant worker Xiao Wang, his face breaking into a smile as warm as spring breeze. Brother, get up. Xiao Wang froze, then instinctively stood up. Su Chen gestured toward the seat he had just vacated, then turned to Li Weiguo with a bright smile, extending a polite invitation. Sir, please sit. This time, everyone was dumbfounded. The carriage fell deathly silent, and even the live stream's chat feed froze momentarily. What the hell? Su Chen just chickened out? I've got my pants down and this is what you show me? What the hell? No way? Su Chen actually gave up his seat? I can't accept this. This doesn't fit Su Chen's persona. What's gotten into him? Is he really scared the old man will scam him? I thought he was gonna go toe-to-toe, but this? So disappointing. Is this even the Su Chen I know? I'm cracking up. Instantly turned off. Thought I'd see some drama, but whatever. Looks like this old geezer really is untouchable. Even Su Chen can't handle this giant baby. Li Weiguo froze for a second, then flashed a victorious grin. He snorted, plopping down without a second thought and tapping Su Chen's leg with his cane. Good for you, kid, showing some sense. Crossing his legs with a smug look, he continued lecturing in a patronizing tone. That's more like it. Young people should act their age. Respect your elders and care for the young, got it? Su Chen's smile remained unchanged, even tinged with respect. He leaned in close to Li Weiguo's ear and asked in a voice neither loud nor soft, yet clear enough for those nearby to hear. Sir, do you think we young folks are all pretty clueless? Li Weiguo lifted his chin, nostrils flared. You bet. Each generation is worse than the last. Then tell me, Su Chen's voice dropped even lower, tinged with a hint of prompting, shouldn't you set an example for them? Of course. Li Weiguo replied without hesitation. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the train doors slid open. A white-haired grandmother, her steps unsteady, shuffled onto the platform, supported by her family. Chapter 149, Taming the Old Man. Su Chen's smile was gentle, even tinged with sincerity. He turned to address the bewildered migrant worker Xiao Wang, who had just stood up, and all the passengers around them who wore expressions of disappointment. His voice rang out clearly. Everyone, please don't misunderstand. I'm not afraid of trouble. He paused, his gaze sweeping the entire carriage before settling back on Li Weiguo, who sat with his legs crossed, a smug look on his face. I just think this gentleman makes a valid point. Respecting the elderly and caring for the young is a traditional virtue of our Chinese culture. Young people should indeed set an example for our elders. Su Chen's words carried clearly throughout the entire carriage. But, he shifted his tone, his smile turning meaningful, it's not enough for us young people to set an example. The example setters themselves need to set an example. What do you call that? That's called teaching by example, leading by example. These words instantly ignited the previously silent livestream chat, filled with disappointment and mockery. Holy. I knew it. I knew Su Chen wouldn't back down. Holy. That move was off the charts. I was stuck on the first level thinking he'd give up his seat, but he just flew straight to the stratosphere to bait the trolls. Damn, I spoke too soon. I'm bowing down to Su Chen. That move was so damn smooth. Digging a pit for the old man using his own words. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. I hereby declare myself the foremost traitor of the Su cult. Just then, the white-haired grandmother, who looked far older than Li Weigua, shuffled over with trembling steps, supported by her family. All eyes instinctively turned to her. Su Chen's smile grew even brighter. He turned sideways and made an incredibly respectful please gesture toward Li Weigua, who sat firmly in his seat. His voice was gentle yet resonant. Sir, look, here's your chance to lead by example. Didn't you just keep emphasizing the need to set an example for us young people who don't know any better? Now, an elderly lady who needs this seat more than you do has arrived. Su Chen's voice was not loud, yet it struck like a heavy hammer, hitting everyone's hearts hard. As the role model, shouldn't you make a gesture? Special Task Force Conference Room, Municipal Bureau. Professor Sunpei slapped his thigh and burst into laughter. Brilliant. This kid is a genius. He's employing a moral countermeasure using the very moral high ground his opponent built to roast him on it. Professor Wang Dong pushed his glasses up, his eyes brimming with admiration. This isn't mere strategy, it's a precise insight into an exploitation of human weaknesses. Within seconds, he constructed a psychological model of his target, identified the sole logical flaw, and struck decisively. Beside him, Enrong's eyes now shone with fervent intensity. She dashed to the whiteboard, grabbed a marker, and began scribbling furiously while explaining excitedly. I get it. This is the fourth level of Su's art moral countermeasures. Using the opponent's own linguistic framework and logical closed loop to construct an inescapable moral trap. Making them use their own spear to pierce their own shield. Perfect. This is nothing short of a miracle in interrogation science and behavioral psychology. The live chat exploded with comments. That's ruthless. Su God's move is too brilliant. Using magic to defeat magic. I'm cracking up. What the hell is this old guy gonna do? Give in or not? If he gives in, he's slapping his own face. If he doesn't, everything he just said becomes complete bull. Look at his face. He looks like he just ate. His whole complexion changed. Ha. I bet a pack of spicy noodles this old bastard won't back down. His face is thicker than city walls. Just as netizens predicted, Li Weigua's expression instantly froze. The smug grin froze on his face. His mouth opened, but not a single word came out. The stares of every passenger around him felt like countless needles piercing him, making him squirm like a rat on a hot plate. After several seconds of dead silence, just as everyone thought he'd slink away in defeat, Li Weigua suddenly let out a cold laugh, as if he'd decided to go down fighting. He slammed his cane hard against the floor, stiffened his neck, and bellowed with righteous indignation. Respecting the elderly and caring for the young? That's a rule I use to teach you youngsters. I'm old enough to have lived a lifetime, why should I still have to follow it? Whether I give up my seat or not is none of your damn business. He raised his cane, pointing it unabashedly at the trembling old woman standing nearby, his face twisted with malice and contempt. Besides, that old hag is practically in her coffin already. Why's she crowding the subway? She's a waste of national resources alive and a waste of land dead. Just looking at her makes me sick. Boom! The words exploded like thunder in everyone's mind. The entire carriage fell into an instant, deafening silence. You talk like a human? Xian Wan trembled with rage, her finger pointing at Li Weigua, barely able to form coherent words. Lu Muhan's carefully cultivated aloof facade shattered completely. She clenched her fists so tightly her knuckles turned white. Lin Wanqing stepped forward, her icy voice dripping with undisguised murderous intent. Say it again. Every passenger around them had bloodshot eyes. I've lived 30 years and never seen such a ing monster. Is this even human? You old bastard. May your entire family die a horrible death. This infuriates me. My hands are shaking with rage. People like this deserve to be struck by lightning. How dare he say such things to an elderly woman he doesn't even know? Damn it. The worst part is, we can't do a damn thing to him. The law can't touch him. Morality can't hold him accountable. He's untouchable. Inside the task force meeting room, the atmosphere was equally thick with tension. Professor Wang Dong slammed his fist on the table, his chest heaving violently. Scum! The scum of society. It's precisely these disrespectful old fools who are corrupting our entire society. Trace evidence expert Qian Lining sighed deeply. Unfortunately, the law is truly powerless against such pure moral corruption. He didn't lay a hand on anyone, so it doesn't constitute assault. His words, though vicious, are difficult to define as defamation. And Rome trembled with rage, her gaze fixed on Su Chen's figure on the screen. For the first time, her eyes betrayed utter despair. Su Chen's moral countermeasure has reached its ultimate limit. Yet against such a monster devoid of humanity, any strategy or scheme loses its effect. Yes, it was useless. When someone has no shame left, how can you humiliate them? Seeing everyone around him driven mad with rage yet utterly powerless against him, Li Weigua basked in supreme satisfaction. He let out a loud, arrogant laugh that rang out shrill and unrestrained. He slammed his cane hard against the floor, finally pointing it at Su Chen, who had remained silent. His nostrils flared, radiating utter contempt and provocation. Well, kid, still think you can pull tricks on this old man? Let me tell you. It's useless. In this society, I am the rule. Go ahead, try to touch me. Hit me. Ha ha ha. Come on. He thrust his chest forward, shoving his face right up to Su Chen's. Just try touching me once, and I'll drop dead on the spot. Then you can kiss your fortune goodbye and rot in jail. Ha 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 ha. His vicious laughter echoed through the carriage like knives stabbing into the hearts of every decent soul. The fury and frustration of the entire online audience reached its peak in that moment. Amidst this suffocating atmosphere, Su Chen, who had remained expressionless, suddenly lifted the corners of his mouth in the slightest of smiles. Simultaneously, a cold, mechanical voice boomed in his mind. Ding! Host detected experiencing high-intensity malicious provocation and suicidal behavior. God tier choice system activated. Chapter 150, top-tier move, reporting pension funds. The atmosphere in the task force meeting room was so thick you could cut it with a knife. Professor Qian Lining's hair stood on end as he slammed his palm on the table, making the teacups rattle. That Li Weigua. He's a cancer on society. In Rome, can't you psychologists do something? Can't you properly expose this old bastard? He's despicable. Absolutely despicable. And Rome bit her lower lip and shook her head, a deep sense of helplessness welling up inside her. There's nothing we can do, Professor Qian. Legally, it's impossible. He's 73 years old. Even if we could charge him with disturbing public order, he's too old to serve any prison sentence. All we can do is condemn him morally and offer criticism and education, but for someone like him, it's meaningless. At these words, the entire room of experts fell silent. Yes, that was the most frustrating part. When a person has completely lost all sense of shame and wields the invincible shield of age, any moral or legal constraints seem to lose their power over him. The live stream audience grasped this reality too, as countless expressions of exasperation and rage flooded the screen. So infuriating. Absolutely infuriating. Is there really nothing we can do about this old scoundrel? The helplessness of the law, sigh. Seeing his arrogant demeanor makes my fists clench, but I dare not touch him. I fear I'd never recover from the consequences. A wave of despair and frustration spread across the entire internet. Inside the subway car, Li Weigua saw everyone cowed by his presence. He smirked smugly. He thrust his chest forward, thrusting his wrinkled, malicious face right up to Su Chen's nose, almost touching it. Kid, why so quiet now? You were talking a big game just a minute ago, weren't you? Come on. Try touching me. Hit me if you dare. Mark my words, touch me once, and I'll go down instantly. I'll bankrupt you and send you to prison for life. Ha 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 ha. His maniacal laughter echoed through the deathly quiet carriage, piercing everyone's eardrums. In this suffocating atmosphere, at the very moment Li Weigua basked in his triumph and everyone seethed with hatred, a familiar mechanical voice boomed in Su Chen's mind. Ding! High concentration of malevolence and extreme self-destructive behavior detected. God tier choice system activated. Option 1, swallow your pride and let it go. Reward, none. Option 2, stand your ground and deliver a moral lecture. Reward, eloquence plus 10. Option 3, report him immediately, investigate his pension sources and eligibility. Reward, God tier screenwriter. Reality is often more surreal. Here it comes. Su Chen felt no ripple in his heart. I choose option 3. The next second, under the gaze of the entire carriage and the audience, a profoundly meaningful smile suddenly appeared on Su Chen's previously expressionless face. Xian Nuan saw that smile and instinctively shivered. She quietly tugged at Lu Muhan's sleeve and whispered, Sis Muhan. Brother Su is smiling again. Lu Muhan didn't speak, merely nodding. A flicker of anticipation crossed her previously solemn expression. They had seen this smile before. Whenever he flashes that smile, someone's about to get in big trouble. Wait. Guys, look. Su God is smiling. He's flashing that grin again. Holy. I remember. Before Qian Bingbing got busted on the spot, Su Chen had this exact same smile. Exactly the same. I know that grin all too well. The last guy Su Chen smiled at like that is still rotting in jail. It's over. I declare it. This old man is completely finished. I don't know how Su Chen will deal with him, but he's absolutely done for. Quick, quick, quick. Where's the recording crew? A classic moment is coming. The time to witness history has arrived. Amidst the frenzy of anticipation across the entire network, Su Chen moved. Ignoring Li Weiguo standing mere inches away, he leisurely pulled out his phone and dialed a number in full view of everyone. Ring, ring. The call connected, and Su Chen pressed the speaker button. A gentle female voice came through the receiver. Hello, how may I assist you? Su Chen spoke. His pace was measured, yet each word was crystal clear, delivered with an unwavering calm. Hello, I wish to file a formal complaint regarding an illegal act suspected of defrauding pension funds. Boom. Everyone froze. Reporting pension fraud? What the hell? Li Weiguo's smile froze abruptly. He instinctively retorted, what nonsense are you spouting? You're making baseless accusations. Su Chen completely ignored his outburst and continued speaking into the phone. The reported individual is Li Weiguo. He claims to be 73 years old. This individual is currently on Beijing Metro Line X, car 0315, openly declaring he receives over 10,000 yuan in monthly pension benefits. Not only does he take pride in this and flaunt it openly, but he also viciously insults and regionally attacks other ordinary workers in the carriage who abide by social ethics. As an ordinary citizen, I strongly suspect this individual of serious illegal activities, including falsifying pension eligibility, fraudulently claiming benefits, and defrauding the National Social Security Fund. I hereby report this matter and request a thorough investigation by the relevant authorities. The staff member on the other end of the line fell silent for several seconds, clearly startled by this unusual report. But she quickly regained her professional composure, her tone turning serious. Understood, sir. We have fully documented your report. Do you have any supporting evidence to provide? Su Chen cast a casual glance at the surveillance camera mounted on the ceiling of the carriage. Evidence? I'm currently streaming live across the entire network. My viewers can serve as witnesses. Additionally, this individual's entire conduct on the subway has been fully recorded by the public surveillance system in this carriage. Got it. The staff member replied crisply. We will immediately initiate the verification process based on the information you provided. As per regulations, we will provide an update on the verification progress within 3 business days. Thank you for your support and oversight of our work. The call ended. Li Weiguo's hand gripping the cane began to tremble uncontrollably, making it difficult to hold steady. You. He abruptly rose from his seat, pointing an accusing finger at Su Chen. His voice faltered with agitation and fear. How dare you report me? My pension is issued by the state. It's legitimate and lawful. This is slander. This is defamation. Su Chen stood before Zhang Weiguo. He spoke as if nothing was wrong. Whether it's false accusation or not, won't an investigation reveal the truth? Anyway, I've already filed the report. Now, just sit tight and wait for them to come verify it. Oh, right, I almost forgot to remind you. Su Chen straightened up, surveyed the equally stunned passengers around him, and spoke aloud once more. According to Article 266 of the Criminal Law, fraudulently obtaining pension, medical, work injury, unemployment, maternity, or other social insurance benefits through deception, forged documents, or other means constitutes the crime of defrauding public or private property. Those involved in large sums may face criminal liability. Minor offenses may result in fines and confiscation of assets, while severe cases, well, you might end up joining Chen Bingbing behind bars. Holy. What the hell kind of goddamn move is this? I'm speechless. Reporting pension fraud? Su Chen, are you some kind of devil? You know exactly how to stab someone in the back. You've gone mad. Completely mad. I thought Su was going to get physical, but he pulled out the nuclear weapon of the law instead. This is hilarious. That old guy was obsessed with his 10,000 plus pension, right? Su God just pulled the rug out from under him. He dug up the roots. Turned his own weapon against him. You like to show off? Fine. I'll investigate whether your money is clean. Absolutely brilliant. This move gets 101 points from me. 1 extra point won't make Su Chen arrogant. I hereby retract everything I said before. Su Chen, forever the legend. Municipal Bureau Task Force Conference Room. All the experts, including Enrong, stared at the screen like statues, their mouths agape for what felt like an eternity. Is this even possible? Chapter 151, How did Su Chen find out? Municipal Bureau Special Task Force Conference Room. All the experts stared blankly at the screen, their mouths agape for a long time. Could it be done this way? Professor Wang Dong adjusted his glasses, his eyes beneath the lenses brimming with utter bewilderment as he murmured to himself. This completely breaks all our preconceived patterns of thought. Professor Qian Limin slapped his thigh, about to exclaim brilliant, before suddenly furrowing his brow and sinking into deep thought. Enrong, however, seemed injected with adrenaline, her entire being electrified with excitement. She dashed to the whiteboard, grabbed a marker, and began scribbling furiously. I get it. I finally understand. This isn't just a simple tip-off. It's the 5th level of Su Study's precision strike tactics. She explained excitedly, her speech racing at an astonishing pace. Think about it, what does a stubborn old curmudgeon like Zhang Weiguo care about most? Not his reputation, not morality, not even his freedom. It's that pension he can flaunt to feed his sense of superiority. Report him to the police? He's over 70, they won't lock him up for long. Moral condemnation? He doesn't have that to begin with. Only by hitting his wallet can you truly strike his Achilles heel. It's about inflicting the smallest cost to breach his most fragile psychological defense. Yet Professor Sunpei, usually so composed, shook his head, dousing the fervor with a bucket of cold water. Everyone, calm down. Reporting his pension would certainly annoy him, but it's unlikely to have any real impact. The verification process is lengthy. Even if issues are found, given Zhang Weiguo's shamelessness, it'll likely end with a verbal warning at best. Is that truly Su Chen's ultimate goal? I don't think so. The live chat's barrage of comments gradually cooled from its initial frenzy. Hold up, guys, would reporting his pension even work? It'll take forever to investigate. That old bastard is so shameless, even if they find something, he'll still be living it up, right? Suddenly feels like this whole thing fizzled out. Is Su Chen stumped this time? Sigh, he's a septuagenarian rogue after all. Legally, it's just too complicated. The trolls lurking in the livestream and Kunken's fans instantly seized the opportunity, starting to stir up trouble like crazy. LOL, I thought he was some big shot. That's it? Reporting pension fraud? Is this some elementary school squabble? At best it'll annoy him, can't touch this deadbeat. He was hyped up so much before, what's the Su school and prediction nonsense? Turns out it's just this? Let's call it quits, this is boring. Su Chen's run out of ideas. Case closed. Inside the subway car. Zhang Weiguo's face drained of color after hearing Su Chen's call. After a brief, deathly silence, he suddenly erupted in a shrill scream. You're spouting nonsense. You're making baseless accusations. He brandished his cane, pounding it frantically on the floor with a thunderous clatter. How could there be a problem with my pension? It's issued by the state. It's earned through my blood and sweat. It's what I deserve. He defended himself hoarsely, spittle flying everywhere in his agitation. There can't be a problem. Absolutely not. He repeated this phrase incessantly, his hands beginning to shake violently beyond his control. Xian Nuan was startled by his frenzied state, quietly retreating a step as she whispered to Lu Muhan. His reaction is way too extreme. Could there really be something fishy? Lu Muhan remained silent, her delicate brows furrowed as she stared thoughtfully at Zhang Weiguo. Lin Wanqing, who had been observing coldly all along, keenly picked up on Zhang Weiguo's unusual behavior. As a seasoned head of the Criminal Investigation Unit, she knew this reaction all too well. This was the stress response triggered when lies are exposed and secrets are about to be revealed, a classic sign of guilt. In an instant, the image of Qian Bingbing, her fierce exterior hiding inner weakness when pressed by Su Chen, flashed through her mind. Could it be happening again? Her gaze darted back and forth between Zhang Weiguo and Su Chen. Su Chen maintained his usual detached demeanor. Faced with Zhang Weiguo's furious ranting and the barrage of questions in the livestream chat, he simply pulled out his phone and idly scrolled through his feed. As if none of this concerned him. It was precisely this calm composure that pushed Lin Wanqing's suspicions to their peak. Taking a deep breath, she hesitated no longer. She strode to the relatively quiet connecting passageway between carriages and dialed a number. Director, it's Lin Wanqing. A commanding male voice answered. Wanqing? What's the emergency? I request an urgent verification of the pension disbursement records for a citizen named Li Weiguo. Reason? Lin Wanqing's voice was low and resolute. Following a verbal tip-off, the suspect exhibited an extremely severe abnormal stress reaction. Based on my personal assessment, there is a high likelihood of significant criminal activity behind this. There was a moment of silence on the other end before a decisive reply came. Understood. I'll immediately coordinate with the Social Security Department to activate the green channel. You'll have the results within 10 minutes. Hanging up the phone, Lin Wanqing walked back to her original spot. A verification process that normally required at least 3 working days was now forcibly initiated at an unprecedented speed thanks to her direct intervention and the immense social impact of this case. In less than 10 minutes, data from the deepest layers of the social security system was retrieved, with several experts conducting urgent comparative analysis on 2 sets of records. The subway announcement sounded the approaching station alert. Just as the trolls were mocking most fiercely and the audience began to feel disappointed, Su Chen's phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID and pressed the speaker button. A stern, professional male voice came through the speaker, clearly filling the entire train car and the live streaming room. Mr. Su, hello. This is the Beijing Municipal Social Security Fund Supervision Center. First, we sincerely thank you for providing the tip. Following our urgent investigation, the individual you reported, Li Weiguo, has indeed been found to have committed serious violations in the receipt of pension benefits. As the voice faded, the entire carriage and the entire live streaming room fell instantly silent. After his spouse, Ms. Zhou Guifan, passed away from illness 5 years ago, he maliciously concealed her death, forged proof of survival, and fraudulently collected his deceased spouse's pension for a full 5 years. Preliminary calculations indicate the total amount involved exceeds 600,000 yuan. All traces of madness froze on Zhang Weiguo's face. His wrinkled face turned as white as paper within a second. His mouth gaped open, a strange ha-ha sound escaping his throat. His legs buckled, and he collapsed with a thud onto his seat. Clang! The cane he had been clutching tightly slipped from his grasp, clattering to the floor with a sharp thud. The carriage fell into a deathly silence. In the livestream chat, the relentless barrage of comments froze for a full 3 seconds. 3 seconds later, it erupted like a volcano. I can't even think of anything else to say except 5 years. 60,000. That old. All the haters and bystanders who had doubted Su Chen fell silent. The screen was flooded with nothing but an worshipful pleas of God Su, I'm bowing down to you. Meanwhile, in the Municipal Bureau's task force meeting room, Professor Wang Dong abruptly leapt from his chair, his body trembling slightly from sheer agitation. His trembling finger pointed relentlessly at Su Chen's unflappable face on the screen, his lips quivering as he stammered incoherently. He did it again. How on earth did he know? Chapter 152, The Woman Cycling Against Traffic. He did it again. Professor Wang Dong pointed at Su Chen's unflappable face on the screen, his lips trembling as he stammered incoherently. How on earth did he know? This question swirled in the minds of every expert on the task force, yet no one could provide an answer. Su Shui. Su Shui is the real deal. And Rong murmured to herself, her rationality completely overtaken by a fervor bordering on religious devotion. This isn't prediction or deduction anymore. It's intuition. An absolute intuition for the truth. Professor Sun Pei exhaled a long breath and slumped back into his chair. I've spent my entire career studying criminal psychology, believing I've encountered countless geniuses. But in the face of this kid, my entire theoretical framework has collapsed. Inside the subway car, every word from the Social Security Center staffer felt like a heavy hammer, striking Zhang Weiguo's heart with brutal force. No. His mouth gaped open, a hollow gasp escaping his throat. His legs buckled, and he collapsed with a thud onto the seat. Clang! His cane slipped from his grasp, clattering to the floor with a sharp, jarring sound. It's over. Completely over. He murmured unconsciously, his eyes hollow, utterly devoid of any spark of life. Ding dong! The subway arrival chime sounded. The doors slowly opened. 2 uniformed police officers, their expressions stern, stepped aboard one after the other. Their objective was clear as they pushed through the crowd, arriving before Zhang Weiguo, who lay limp as mud. The lead officer presented his credentials, his voice loud and clear. Li Weiguo, you are suspected of fraudulently obtaining social insurance benefits in substantial amounts, constituting the crime of fraud. You are now required to accompany us. As Zhang Weiguo was led away, he offered no resistance and uttered no cries. He was merely an empty shell, drained of all substance, dragged away by the 2 officers and disappearing through the car door. Dead silence fell over the train car. Everyone stared blankly at the scene, watching the old rogue who had been arrogantly defiant one moment become a prisoner the next. This extreme reversal delivered a tremendous shock. Someone, unknown to all, began clapping first. The next moment, thunderous applause erupted throughout the entire carriage. Good. Well done. Scum like this deserves to rot in prison. Xiao Wang, the migrant worker who had been forced to give up his seat earlier, his eyes reddened, walked up to Su Chen and bowed deeply. Brother Su. Thank you. Truly, thank you. You didn't just help me, you avenged all of us who've been bullied by him. That's right. Su God. You're our society's sanitation worker. This is so satisfying. In my 30 years, I've never seen anything this satisfying. Xian Nuan and Lu Muhan stood nearby, watching Su Chen surrounded by the crowd. Their admiration for him was practically overflowing from the screen. Su God is the ultimate legend. Forever the God. I hereby declare, from this day forward, I am the foremost rebel of the Su sect. Anyone who dares to bash Su Chen, I'll be the first to confront them. This generation of netizens is fiery. Su Chen cures all defiance. So satisfying. Awesome. The live chat exploded with comments, and Su Chen's name once again dominated every trending topic. Just then, the director's voice crackled through everyone's headsets. Everyone, today's subway security challenge has concluded successfully. Given the emotional highs and lows today, we'll shift this afternoon's livestream theme to urban leisure tour. Let's all head to Riverside Park to unwind. Kai Cohen, who had been ignored and barely seen on camera, immediately sensed his chance. He forcefully pushed his way in front of the camera, plastering on what he thought was a handsome smile. Great idea. I know Riverside Park like the back of my hand. Its scenery is truly one of Kyoto's finest. Follow me, and I'll be your tour guide. I promise to give our viewers back home a real visual feast. He deliberately raised his voice, gesturing wildly as he took on the role of the cheerleader, trying to pull the spotlight back onto himself. Su Chen couldn't care less. He was only too happy to have someone draw attention away from him so he could enjoy some peace and quiet. He trailed lazily at the back of the group, pulling out his phone and idly scrolling through it. Yet the more he acted this way, the more attention he drew from the live stream viewers. Ha, Kuan's up to his old tricks again. Has he forgotten who the real star of this live stream is? Forget him, I'm only watching Su Chen. I just know that with Su Chen around, it's never just a casual play. Sitting tight for God Su to pull off another stunt. The group soon arrived at the picturesque riverside park. True to form, Kuan took on the role of tour guide, chatting away to the camera with great enthusiasm. He covered everything from the park's history to the vegetation along both banks, his words flowing freely. Everyone, look! We're now walking along the park's scenic greenway. On the left is. He was in full swing. Suddenly, a flashy pink high-end road bike sped toward them from the opposite end of the path. This was a pedestrian path, and the cyclist was riding against traffic. The rider was a young woman with a stunning figure, clad in a full set of professional cycling gear. She wore a helmet and goggles, pedaling at an astonishing speed. As she pedaled, she impatiently rang her bell and shouted at pedestrians who couldn't dodge in time. Move! All of you move! Get out of the way! She showed no sign of slowing down, charging straight toward Su Chen, who was at the back of the group. God-tier danger sense activated instantly. Su Chen instinctively sidestepped to the left. The next second. Crash! The road bike, having lost its target and with the rider unable to brake in time, slammed headfirst into the concrete curb. A deafening crash echoed as both rider and bike were hurled forward. Ah! Xianwan and Lu Muhan cried out in unison, rushing to Su Chen's side. Su Chen! Are you okay? Brother Su, you didn't get hit, did you? The live stream exploded with reactions. Is this woman blind? Riding against traffic at such high speed. This is attempted murder. Speeding on the sidewalk? Thank goodness Su God dodged fast. Otherwise that solid hit would have broken his legs. Su Chen waved his hand, signaling he was fine. He glanced at the woman and her bike lying on the ground. Seeing she seemed unharmed, he decided not to get involved and turned to catch up with the group ahead. But just as he took a step forward, behind him, the female cyclist suddenly let out a shriek. Without checking herself for injuries, she rushed over immediately, lifting her expensive road bike with heartfelt concern. When she saw the distinct scratch on the frame, she instantly exploded. She whipped around, pointing at Su Chen's retreating back and barked harshly. Stop right there! Hit someone and think you can just walk away? Su Chen halted and turned around. Seeing him pause, the woman grew even more righteous. She stepped forward, pointing at her bike, then at Su Chen. If you hadn't suddenly dodged, I wouldn't have hit the steps. My bike wouldn't be scratched. You should have stayed put. Your body was the perfect buffer for me. Why did you dodge? Did I hear that right? She said, it's his fault for dodging? Because he dodged, her car got scratched, so it's his responsibility? What the hell kind of logic is this? Is this something a carbon-based lifeform should be saying? Legal education pioneer Qian Bingbing, moral exemplar Li Weigua, and now we have a physics prodigy cyclist? What a day! Chapter 153, you dodged, so you owe an apology. Su Chen calmly observed the woman before him, her features twisted in rage. He didn't even glance at the fallen pink bicycle, speaking only in a detached tone. This is a sidewalk. You were riding against traffic at excessive speed and nearly hit me. According to traffic regulations, shouldn't you be the one apologizing? His voice wasn't loud, yet it carried clearly to everyone's ears. Hearing this, the woman snorted as if she'd heard the biggest joke in the world. Her eyes, enhanced by colored contacts, openly scrutinized Su Chen from head to toe from his sneakers to his plain casual t-shirt. The contempt and disdain in her gaze nearly overflowed. Apologize? She extended her hand, painted with glittering nail polish, and patted her flashy pink bike frame with feigned concern, her voice suddenly rising. Do you even know what kind of bike this is? A Lightning. Top of the line S-Works. This thing cost over 60 grand. You couldn't cover the damage even if I sold you off. Got it? I'm not asking you to pay me back. I just want an apology. I'm giving you face here, don't push your luck. The moment those words left her mouth, the entire internet erupted. This is laughable. Xianwan Nuan couldn't hold back any longer. She stormed forward, pointing at the woman. You're riding the wrong way and still think you're in the right? You nearly hit someone, and now you're complaining they dodged you too quickly? Does having a bike worth over 60,000 yuan give you the right to barrel down the sidewalk? The cyclist shot Xianwan Nuan a sideways glance, her lips curling into a sharp sneer. Oh, little missy, where did you crawl out from? In such a hurry to defend your master? Judging by your shabby outfit, you're just your typical jealous beggar, aren't you? Can't stand seeing others do well? You! Xianwan Nuan's face flushed crimson with anger. Just then, Kai-kun, who'd been waiting for his chance to steal the spotlight, pounced on the opportunity. He darted forward, arms spread wide in a peacemaker pose, wearing what he thought was a gentle smile. Oh my, everyone calm down, calm down. He first flashed a flattering smile at the cyclist. Hey, sweetheart, don't get mad. Su Chen didn't mean it. We're all here to have fun. Peace and harmony bring prosperity, peace and harmony bring prosperity. Then he turned to Su Chen and spoke earnestly. Su Chen, let me be fair here, just let it go. Look, she's a young lady, her bike's wrecked, and she's clearly upset. Just apologize, and this whole thing's over. Don't sweat it. The moment these words left his mouth, the live stream viewers erupted. I'm sick of this. Kai-kun, you hypocritical saint. What do you mean, just let it go? Taking sides this blatantly? The girl? Does being a girl give her the right to ride the wrong way, hit someone, and then turn around and blame them? Koen never ceases to amaze me. His talent for smoothing things over is wasted not working at the neighborhood committee. Su Chen, I was almost hit. Kai-kun, she's a girl. Su Chen, she cursed at me. Kai-kun, she's a girl. Su Chen, she demanded I pay for her car. Kai-kun, she's a girl. The ultimate cliché, she's just a girl. An online flame war erupted instantly, with Kai-kun's fans, Su Chen's supporters, and bystanders all getting into a heated argument. Yet Su Chen, the eye of the storm, couldn't be bothered to spare Kai-kun a single glance. He just stared at the female cyclist, his face expressionless, yet his tone carried an odd calmness. She rode against traffic, nearly hit someone, demanded compensation, and then resorted to personal attacks. Are you sure you want me to apologize? His voice was soft, yet carried an inexplicable weight that unconsciously dampened the cyclist's fiery demeanor. Just as the standoff intensified and the tension grew thicker, a resonant voice cut through the air. What's going on? Why are you arguing in the park? A park traffic officer on a patrol scooter arrived at the sound of the commotion, stopping and frowning at the gathered crowd. The cyclist's eyes lit up at the sight of the officer, and her instinct to play the victim kicked in instantly. Her face, arrogant and domineering one second, crumbled the next. Her eyes reddened, brimming with tears, as she pointed at Su Chen and began wailing. Officer, you have to help me. I was riding my bike perfectly fine when this guy, who clearly doesn't watch where he's going, suddenly darted out in front of me. He made me fall. Scraped my bike too. And then he bullied me, a girl, and brought a bunch of people to yell at me. Her talent for twisting the truth left Xian Wan speechless. The traffic officer frowned and turned to look at Su Chen. Before Su Chen could speak, several elderly bystanders who couldn't stand by any longer began shouting. Officer, don't listen to her nonsense. That girl was riding her bike the wrong way at breakneck speed and nearly hit this young man. That's right. We all saw it. It's her fault. The young man dodged quickly, so nothing happened, but she's cursing at us. Adding to the scene was the live streaming phone camera Liu Muhan handed over. The evidence is irrefutable. The traffic officer's expression turned stern as he saluted the cyclist and stated in a businesslike tone. Ma'am, based on eyewitness accounts and surveillance footage, you were riding against traffic on the sidewalk at excessive speed. You bear full responsibility for this accident. You are hereby issued a verbal warning. Please comply with park regulations and prioritize cycling safety in the future. Faced with irrefutable evidence, the cyclist's face alternated between pale and flushed. Though clearly resentful, she dared not defy the officer and could only grit her teeth and nod firmly. All right, everyone can go now. The officer waved his hand dismissively. The cyclist grudgingly lifted her beloved bike and pushed it away. The farce seemed to end abruptly, fizzling out just as abruptly as it had begun. In the livestream chat, many viewers felt unsatisfied. That's it? Just a verbal warning? She got off way too easy. Ah well, what can you do? She didn't actually hit anyone, so the police had no choice. So frustrating. Look at that defiant look on her face. I'd love to punch her twice. But just as everyone thought the matter was settled, the female cyclist, pushing her bike, shot Su Chen a venomous glare as she brushed past him. In a voice only the two could hear, she ground out through clenched teeth. Damn it! Hope I never run into a loser like you again. The venomous curse pierced Su Chen's ears with precision. In that instant, Su Chen halted his steps. Under the concerned gazes of Xian Wan and Liu Muhan, and the watchful eyes of millions of viewers in the livestream, a subtle, almost imperceptible lift appeared at the corners of Su Chen's lips, a smile that had remained perpetually impassive. That smile. That smile again. Every Su Studies researcher in the livestream instantly felt their scalps tingle. Ding. High concentration malicious provocation and reckless behavior detected. God tier choice system activated. Chapter 154, another chance encounter with the cyclist girl. Ding. High concentration of malicious provocation and reckless behavior detected. Divine choice system activated. Option 1, let it go. A gentleman doesn't fight with a petty person. Stepping back opens up a world of possibilities. Reward, 1 swallow your anger pill significantly boosts endurance, turning you into a modern-day ninja turtle. Option 2, retaliate on the spot. Give her a taste of her own medicine. Berate her until she's covered in blood and questioning her existence. Unlocks the Verbal Warrior title, increasing verbal combat skill by 1%. Option 3, casually cross paths again, making her pay an unbearable price for her arrogance and ignorance. Reward, God-tier singing voice. Su Chen's gaze swept lightly over the 3 options. Option 1? A ninja turtle? He had no interest in playing hide and seek. Option 2? Retaliating with insults might feel satisfying, but it was too direct, lacking elegance and fun. As for option 3, an accidental encounter? An unbearable price? And this reward, a god-tier singing voice? Interesting. I choose option 3. Su Chen silently decided in his mind. Ding. Selection successful. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the passive skill, divine level singing voice. At that moment, a thought struck Su Chen. He suddenly remembered the reward he'd obtained on the subway last time, one he hadn't had a chance to use yet: divine level screenwriting. Divine level singing. This combination. The curve of Su Chen's lips grew increasingly pronounced. Though the original host had been a top-tier star, much of that fame was manufactured. With his actual talent, he might not even have made it as a second-tier star. Now, with the system, he could finally make up for that shortcoming. Su Chen had his own ideas about conquering the entertainment industry. He turned to face Xian Nuan and Lu Muhan's worried gazes, along with Kai Kuen's "I told you to hold back" expression, and gave a relaxed smile. It's fine. Let's keep shopping. Don't let one bad apple spoil the whole bunch. His voice was neither loud nor soft, perfectly audible to the woman nearby who was still pushing her cart and hadn't gone far. Sure enough, the woman's back visibly stiffened and she stumbled slightly. But ultimately, she gritted her teeth and sped away without looking back. Seeing Su Chen truly let it go, Kai Kuen's face flashed an unmistakable smugness. In his eyes, Su Chen had backed down, convinced by his own grand gesture of putting the greater good first. He immediately perked up again, gesturing wildly at the camera. Folks, see that? That's our magnanimous Su Chen for you. A man's gotta think big. Come on, we don't stoop to arguing with little girls. Let's keep exploring the scenery. In the livestream chat, Kai Kuen's fans immediately began fawning over him. Kuen is absolutely right. This is exactly how an idol should be: big picture thinking. Unlike some people who nitpick and lack any grace whatsoever. Only our Kuen knows how to smooth things over. Love it. Meanwhile, most casual viewers were left scratching their heads. Magnanimous? Classy? I smell a whiff of drama here. Did I see that right? Did Su Chen just smile? That same smile he had before catching the old scoundrel. Holy crap. Don't scare me, upstairs. I'm buying it. Su Chen would never just let this slide. He's biding his time for a big move. I'm posting this as proof. Su Chen couldn't be bothered with Kai Kuen's personal show. He led the way along the riverside walkway, seemingly without purpose. Xian Nuan walked beside him, still fuming over what had just happened. Bro Su. How could you just let that slide? That woman was so outrageous, a verbal warning is way too lenient. If it were me, I'd fight her tooth and nail. Su Chen turned to glance at her and chuckled. What's the point? Fighting a mad dog? Even if you win, is that something to be proud of? Xian Nuan was momentarily speechless. Could brother Su Chen really be this magnanimous? Hadn't he always confronted people head-on before? We're here to relax, not to argue. Su Chen gestured toward the distance, changing the subject. Look over there. The view's nice. Let's sit over there. There, by the river, was an open-air cafe. City Bureau Task Force conference room. All the experts had witnessed everything that had just unfolded. Professor Sunpei shook his head inside. The actions of that girl on the bike truly epitomized the refined selfishness of some young people today. And Rome paid no heed to these reflections. Her gaze was fixed intently on the trajectory map of Su Chen's movements displayed on the screen, her brow furrowed deeply. Something's off. The route Su Chen took isn't the optimal sightseeing path at all, it's practically a detour. What is he doing? And Rome abruptly stood up, sketching Su Chen's route on the electronic whiteboard as a bold realization crystallized in her mind. He's tracking someone. Professor Wang Dong pushed his glasses up, his eyes flickering with confusion beneath the lenses. But there are no obvious signs of pursuit. His pace is casual, his posture relaxed, every step seems entirely spontaneous. But when connected, they point to an unmistakably clear direction. All the experts held their breath. Su Chen, what exactly is he trying to do? Meanwhile, Riverside Park. Led by Su Chen, the group just happened to wander right up to the entrance of that open-air cafe. Oh my! Brother Su, look! Xian Nuan gasped, pointing her finger toward the most conspicuous seat outside the cafe. That flashy pink, expensive road bike was parked boldly under the sunshade. Its owner, that cocky female cyclist, sat with her legs crossed, leisurely sipping coffee while chatting with her friends beside her. Looks like an afternoon tea gathering. The live stream exploded instantly. Holy crap! Talk about running into each other. They actually ran into each other? Does Su Chen have GPS or something? I knew it. I knew Su Chen wouldn't just let this slide. Turns out he was waiting right here. The script's already written. The show's about to begin. Front row seats available, snacks and drinks for sale. Xian Nuan's face practically screamed trouble with excitement. That cyclist was so arrogant just now. Su Chen definitely won't let her off the hook. Judging by the current situation, the upcoming drama was bound to be anything but simple. Lu Muhan watched Su Chen with keen interest, curious what this man who always seemed to pull miracles out of thin air had up his sleeve this time. Kai Kuan's smile froze instantly at the sight. He leaned closer, his voice trembling. Su Chen, how about we find another spot? Let's not start another confrontation. Su Chen shot him a glance, as if looking at a little cutie. He said nothing. He simply walked straight toward the only empty seat left in the cafe. That seat happened to be right next to the table where the female cyclist was sitting. Chapter 155, Socialite Gathering. Afternoon sunlight streamed through the cafe's floor-to-ceiling windows, filling the air with the rich aroma of coffee. This is hilarious, everyone. The cyclist girl, Li Fei, leaned seductively against the sofa, her voice booming over the group of equally flamboyantly dressed men and women before her. Earlier in the park, I ran into some clueless beggar who couldn't watch where he was going and nearly made me crash my bike. I was kind enough not to make him pay, but he still argued with me. How ridiculous is that? With his cheap knockoff clothes, he probably tried to scam my lightning, but I saw right through him. The lightning she referred to was that flashy pink road bike worth over 60,000 yuan. Her companions immediately burst into a chorus of supportive laughter. Sis Feifei is so badass. Who does some beggar think he is, messing with you? Exactly. Doesn't he know what he looks like? Thinking he could be a bumper for Sister Feifei's bike? The murmurs were loud enough to reach Su Chen and his group, who had just sat down at the next table. Xian Nuan's face darkened instantly, her knuckles turning white as she gripped her cup tightly. Lu Muhan's delicate brows furrowed slightly, a flicker of displeasure crossing her eyes. Only Su Chen seemed oblivious, calmly ordering an Americano and leaning back in his chair with relaxed ease. The live stream camera casually shifted, skillfully capturing the expressions at Li Fei's table. This woman is still twisting the truth. Does she have a face made of brick? Beggar? Who does she think she's calling a beggar? Does she even have the right? Su Chen's face alone is worth 100 million. This is infuriating. Su Chen, step in. Use your legendary wit to tear her apart. Hold on, everyone sit down. Basic procedure. I smell a familiar scent. This is the calm before the storm. Kai Kuan's expression darkened considerably. He shifted restlessly, leaning close to Su Chen and lowering his voice. Su Chen, maybe we should move somewhere else? That woman's like a rabid dog. Don't get into another fight with her, it'd be terrible for our image. Su Chen didn't even lift an eyelid, merely uttering two indifferent words. Quiet. Kai Kuan flushed crimson with embarrassment, slumping back into his seat with a grudging sigh, cursing Su Chen 1,000 times over in his mind. Meanwhile, Li Fei and her socialite sisterhood officially kicked off their show of flaunting in one-upmanship. A girl with straight bangs and heavy makeup deliberately rolled up her sleeve, revealing a lady's watch studded with dust diamonds on her wrist. She cooed. Oh my, I just got this Van Cleef Arpels Ponte Amore a couple days ago. It's a limited edition, so hard to snag. Beside her, a woman in tight yoga pants, her curves accentuated, sneered dismissively. Watches? Put. I just joined the Royal Knights Private Equestrian Club. Last week I rode with a bunch of CEOs from listed companies. Their instructors are all flown in from England, super professional. With the conversation escalating to this level of one-upmanship, Li Fei, the center of attention, couldn't afford to be left behind. Clearing her throat, she flashed a restrained yet undeniably triumphant smile before dropping her bombshell. Horseback riding? That's old news. I'm bored with it now. Lately, I've been obsessed with cycling and just joined the Peak Riders Club. She paused deliberately, basking in the envious glances from her companions before continuing in a leisurely tone. Our club isn't for just anyone. The membership fee alone is 200,000 yuan. But it's worth every penny. It's packed with big shots from finance and investment circles. Just chatting with them casually gets you tons of insider info. 200,000? Goodness, Feifei, you're incredible. A chorus of gasps erupted around them. Hearing this, Su Chen's hand holding the coffee cup paused slightly. The power of the god-tier screenwriter ability erupted like a burst dam, exploding violently within his mind. Scenes from countless movie scripts about Ponzi schemes, pig butchering scams, and high-end circle fraud flashed through his mind like a kaleidoscope. Clubs, big shots, inside information. These elements rapidly reassembled and interlocked in his mind, instantly sketching the outline of a complete and classic fraud script. He picked up his phone, his fingers gliding leisurely across the screen. From the live stream camera, he appeared to be idly scrolling through short videos. In reality, his search bar already displayed a line of text: high-end clubs, investment management, fraud cases. Lin Wanqing remained silent, her expression as cold as ice, though her mind was already churning with turmoil. She grabbed the internal communicator and issued an order to Zhao Lei on the other end in a tone brooking no argument. Immediately investigate that female cyclist from earlier, Li Fei. All background information, especially her bank statements from the past 3 months. I need it on my desk within 5 minutes. Less than 3 minutes after the order was given, Zhao Lei's feedback came back. Reporting to team leader Lin. Li Fei, 26 years old, no legitimate occupation. However, her bank account statements show significant anomalies. Over the past 3 months, multiple large sums ranging from 50,000 to 200,000 yuan were deposited, all marked as membership fees or investment funds. The source of these funds all points to a social group called Peak Nightclub. Boom! Lin Wanqing's mind buzzed. Just as expected. It was happening again. Every single time, while they professional detectives were still methodically tracing leads, Su Chen had already pierced through everything, pointing straight to the core in a way they couldn't begin to comprehend. How on earth did he know? Lin Wanqing clenched her fists, staring at the calm figure on the screen with an expression of utter complexity. This man, once again, was miles ahead of everyone else. Inside the cafe, a scene was unfolding. The girl with the straight fringe who had flaunted her watch earlier approached Li Fei with a mix of flattery and unease. Sis Fei, that overseas index investment project you recommended in the group last time, is it really safe? I invested all my dowry savings from the past 2 years. Li Fei frowned slightly at the question, then smoothed her expression. Patting her ample chest, she assured her. Look at you freaking out. This is our club's ace teacher personally managing the portfolio inside info, guaranteed profits. Just relax and wait for your funds to double next month. Teacher, managed portfolio, doubled. As these 3 keywords, the holy trinity of scams, clearly registered in his ears. A faint, yet mocking smile finally curved the corners of Su Chen's previously calm face. The prey had just revealed its most fatal flaw. The performance was about to begin. Under the excited gaze of Xian Wan, the curious eyes of Lu Muhan, and the terrified stare of Kai Kuan. With tens of millions of viewers across the internet holding their breath in anticipation, Su Chen picked up his barely touched coffee cup and rose slowly from his seat. Then, step by step, he walked straight toward Li Fei's table. He's going in. He's going in. Su God is finally going in. High energy alert ahead. Non-combatants evacuate immediately. Get your snacks and drinks ready. Here he comes. He's walking over with that signature mischievous grin. I bet a pack of spicy strips that girl's in for a world of trouble. Chapter 156, Su Chen's Offensive. Su Chen strolled over to Li Fei's table, coffee cup in hand, wearing an innocent smile. Hey, beautiful. What a coincidence to see you again. The moment the words left his mouth, the previously lively chatter died down instantly. Li Fei and the other girls frowned as they turned to look at Su Chen. Just as the other women were wondering what kind of beggar would dare approach several stunning beauties to strike up a conversation. Li Fei spoke first. You're like a ghost that won't go away, huh? What do you want? I'm warning you, don't even think about trying to scam us. Fei? This is the beggar you were talking about? He's not bad looking, but to talk back to you like that, he must be tired of living. Exactly. I've seen plenty of men like him. He was clearly just trying to get attention in front of you by talking to you. How disgusting. Su Chen seemed oblivious to the murmurs, his gaze sweeping past the crowd and landing on the flashy pink road bike. A genuine sigh of admiration escaped him. Wow, that bike is gorgeous. Like a curious amateur, he circled the bike halfway, his fingers hovering over it without touching. Works lightning, right? I was bored earlier and looked it up online. Su Chen's tone brimmed with the excitement of discovering a new continent. This paint job looks like the commemorative edition for this year's Tour de France champion. Only 100 units released worldwide, correct? These words struck precisely at Li Fei's soft spot. Her face, tense with wariness, visibly relaxed. To her, this penniless beggar had finally come to terms with reality after witnessing even the traffic police powerless against her. He was utterly cowed by her wealth. He was now trying to curry favor with her in a different way. Her immense vanity made her feel utterly satisfied. Li Fei crossed her arms, leaned back into the sofa, and lifted her chin haughtily, looking down her nose at Su Chen. I'll give you credit for having some sense. Her friends joined in with disdainful snickers, their eyes fixed on Su Chen as if he were nothing more than a clown trying to climb the social ladder. Some people just lack perspective, they don't even recognize Sister Fei-Fei's car. Exactly. He had the nerve to act cocky in front of Sister Fei-Fei earlier. Doesn't he know his place? Xian Wan rolled her eyes at the spectacle, muttering under her breath to Lu Muhan, this guy is infuriating. He nearly ran someone over while riding his bike the wrong way, and he still has the nerve to act like he's in the right. Now he comes begging for forgiveness? Ha! Too late. In the livestream chat, many viewers were utterly confused. What's going on? What's Su Chen up to? Why is he suddenly praising her? Just asking, is this a case of joining the fight when you can't win? No way. Absolutely impossible. Su Chen is holding back his ultimate move. Look at that smile, same old familiar formula. Just as Li Fei basked in the crowd's admiring stares, Su Chen's expression turned puzzled. He scratched his head like a primary school student facing a difficult problem. But I just saw in the news that to showcase prestige, the serial numbers and buyer information for these 1,000 commemorative editions are all publicly accessible. I specifically checked the buyer list on the official website. It's full of big shots, entrepreneurs, celebrities, collectors. He paused, his gaze returning to Li Fei's suddenly frozen face, his tone growing more innocent, as if merely asking a simple question. It seems, none of them are you. So, this car, you rented it, right? The words hung in the air for a silent second. Put. Xian Wan sputtered the coffee she'd just taken into her mouth, coughing uncontrollably, yet her face was etched with sheer delight. Lu Muhan couldn't help but chuckle, a faint smile curling the corners of his mouth. Killing with words. Not just killing, but killing with words. Su Chen, you're not human. Ha 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 ha, I'm fucking dying. Rented, huh? Those 5 words are nuclear level damage. 1 second you're flying high, the next you're faceplanting. That's what you call a brutal takedown, fast and ruthless. Su Chen, I'm not picking on you, I'm just a curious little baby thirsty for knowledge. Li Fei's face flushed crimson in an instant, shifting from smug satisfaction to blushing embarrassment. She sprang up from the sofa. Her movement was so abrupt it knocked over the cup on the table, spilling coffee everywhere. You're talking nonsense. How dare you say my car is rented? This is defamation. I'm suing you for defamation. Sis Fei, don't waste your breath on this jerk. Exactly. He's just jealous. He's a psychopath, jealous of how beautiful and rich our sister Fei Fei is. Her entourage of socialite girlfriends rose as one, bombarding Su Chen with a barrage of accusations. Faced with their furious accusations, Su Chen merely shrugged his shoulders, his expression growing even more innocent. Calm down, everyone. What's the fuss about? I was just curious, didn't say it was true. He spoke slowly, his gaze sweeping over Li Fei's face, twisted with guilt. If you think I'm slandering you, it's simple. Just show us the purchase receipt or the frame's serial number. Let us all see it, won't you? You. Li Fei was completely stumped by this retort, unable to utter a single word. Proof of purchase? Serial number? This bike was bought with pooled money from their scam crew, a prop meant to maintain appearances and lure suckers. They took turns using it, each posting photos on social media when it was their turn. Where on earth would she get such proof? Cold sweat instantly beaded on her temples. Municipal Bureau Task Force. Brilliant. And Rong slammed her hand on the table in excitement, her eyes gleaming as she stared at the screen. Top-tier psychological warfare. He didn't need evidence at all. All he needed was one detail the other party couldn't confirm or disprove to instantly shatter all their psychological defenses. Professor Wang Dong pushed his glasses up, murmuring with admiration. He pinpointed the core pillar of his opponent's persona and delivered a fatal blow with the simplest method. Li Fei's psychological defenses have completely collapsed. In the cafe, as Li Fei found herself in an inescapable predicament, about to be publicly humiliated. A burly male companion beside her finally stepped forward. Pointing at Su Chen with feigned ferocity, he bellowed. What business is it of yours where we got this car? Mind your own damn business. Get lost. If you don't leave now, we'll call the cops. He tried to scare Su Chen off with the threat of the police. But the moment the words left his mouth, he saw Su Chen smile. That smile held a hint of amusement and a touch of anticipation, as if to say, finally. Fine. Su Chen nodded, his tone light and cheerful. I hadn't even thought of calling the police yet, but you guys beat me to it. He scanned Li Fei and her companions, each wearing a different expression. Well, it just so happens I suspect your so-called Peak nightclub is involved in illegal fundraising and financial fraud. Let's have the police come and settle this. Chapter 157, Immersive Crime Scene Reconstruction. Financial fraud? At the mention of those 4 words, Li Fei's associates' expressions changed in unison, their eyes flashing with panic. But they quickly regained their composure. The girl with the straight fringe spoke first, her voice sharp. Who are you accusing of fraud? Got any proof? Making baseless accusations is defamation. Exactly. Our sister Fei Fei is a legitimate businesswoman. You're slandering her. The group chimed in with a barrage of rebuttals, trying to overwhelm Su Chen with sheer volume. The live chat exploded with comments. Did Su Chen sniff out trouble again? Seriously? Just a few casual chats, and he's already labeling them a scam ring? That's ridiculous. Honestly, I think Su Chen went too far this time. The girl was just showing off her wealth. Is it really necessary to escalate it to fraud? +1. Feels like God Su is intentionally getting back at that bike girl after getting roasted earlier. As the skepticism grew, Su Chen remained completely unfazed. He even picked up his coffee cup for a sip before launching into his speech like a storyteller, speaking slowly and deliberately. Let me guess, he began. This so-called Peak nightclub of yours is just a front, isn't it? Su Chen's voice was steady and measured, yet every word rang clearly in the ears of everyone present. Rent a few luxury cars, some top-tier bicycles, then hire a couple of high-end venues for photo ops, all to package yourselves as investment elites and rich second-generation kids. Li Fei's face began to turn slightly pale. Then what? You scour various social media platforms, specifically targeting those with a bit of money who desperately want to break into high society. Using phrases like inside information, high returns, and guaranteed profits, you trick them into investing. With each sentence Su Chen uttered, Li Fei and her accomplices paled further. The live stream's chat froze for several seconds. Wait, this plot sounds so familiar? A friend of mine got scammed by this exact scheme. Damn, suddenly Su Chen's story sounds legit. Su Chen continued, your scam is quite clever, incorporating the group purchase concept to make victims feel the barrier to entry is low and they can even build connections. Step by step, you lure them in. Once you've swindled most of their money, this club vanishes into thin air, leaving behind victims who've lost everything. He paused, his gaze sweeping over Li Fei's now deathly pale face. Am I right? Dead silence. The entire cafe fell into an eerie silence. Li Fei's lips trembled, unable to utter a single word. The socialites beside her lowered their heads, unable to meet Su Chen's gaze. Yet in the live stream chat, a different kind of buzz began to ferment. No way, no way. That sounds way too far-fetched. Could Su Chen have just made this up? I agree. He just got called out by that girl, so now he's making up a story to get back at her. This guy is way too petty. Exactly. What a loser. He sees this girl who's both beautiful and wealthy riding a bike worth tens of thousands and feeling insecure, so he starts making malicious assumptions. Classic jealousy of the rich. Sisters, what's wrong with us women being financially independent? Driving luxury cars and cycling, is that just for men's benefit? Guys like Su Chen just can't stand seeing women succeed. Kunken's fans are spot on. Our Kunken would never act like this, he's got real perspective. Su Chen is just so pathetic. In an instant, the live chat took a bizarre turn. Countless little fairies, haters, and rival fans flooded in, condemning Su Chen for fabricating stories to slander, narrow-mindedness, and being a jealous, pathetic man. In the cafe, Kai Kuen's eyes lit up as he saw these comments. He immediately put on a troubled expression and addressed the camera. Folks, I think Su Chen might have misunderstood. While that lady's attitude earlier was indeed poor, we can't just slander someone over a minor friction like this. His tone was filled with earnest concern, projecting a I'm only looking out for you vibe. Kuen still has the right values. Just compare them and you'll see who the real good guy is. But at that very moment, in the Municipal Bureau's task force conference room, all the experts stood up, staring intently at the screen. Professor Sun Pei murmured, this isn't deduction. This is crime scene reconstruction. Every detail he described is terrifyingly precise. Xian Lining's hands trembled as he held the newly transmitted documents. The bank statements we retrieved for Li Fei, along with the chat logs from that peak nightclub social group she was in. Su Chen got everything right. Not a single word off. How is this possible? Professor Wang Dong abruptly removed his glasses, his entire being reeling in disbelief. He overheard a few casual conversations and could reconstruct the entire fraud ring's modus operandi? This defies normal human comprehension. And Rong rushed to the whiteboard, her hands trembling as she scrawled a line of large characters. Su School Level 6 Immersive Crime Scene Reconstruction. She turned around, her eyes gleaming with fervor. He wasn't deducing, he was seeing it. He could reconstruct the entire crime scene in his mind through micro-expressions, dialogue, even a single glance. This ability. Lin Wanqing clenched her fists, her voice trembling. This ability can no longer be explained as mere talent. Inside the cafe, Su Chen observed Li Fei, now drenched in cold sweat, and concluded softly. Once you've swindled enough money, your club will vanish into thin air, leaving behind victims who've lost everything. Am I right? Li Fei trembled all over. One of her male companions suddenly lunged forward, snatched a coffee cup from the table, and hurled it at Su Chen, screaming at the top of his lungs, how dare you talk nonsense? Brother Su, watch out. Xian Nuan screamed. Lu Muhan instinctively stood up. Viewers in the livestream room felt their hearts leap into their throats. But in the next second, Su Chen tilted his head slightly to the side. The cup flew past his cheek, smashing against the wall behind him with a loud crack, shattering into pieces. At the same time, outside the cafe, several police cars pulled up silently. Clatter. A squad of officers burst in, led by Zhao Lei. Police. Freeze. The cold voice boomed through the cafe. Li Fei and the others saw the officers and instantly went weak in the knees, collapsing to the floor with a thud. Amidst the chaos, only Su Chen remained composed, holding his coffee cup. He gently blew on the rising steam from the rim of his cup and took a leisurely sip. The live stream exploded. Holy! The cops are really here? This is a legit scam gang? Where are all those people who said Su Chen was making stuff up? Does your face hurt yet? All you little fairies who called Su Chen a loser, come out and take your beating. So Su Chen caught another criminal? How many is that now? I'm numb to it. The entire livestream froze on this scene. Police, scammers, a chaotic crowd, and amidst the chaos, a man calmly sipping his coffee. His cool factor just hit through the roof. Chapter 158, The Frantic Clown. Inside the coffee shop. Zhao Lei directed his men to cuff the dazed and disoriented Li Fei and her crew, escorting them out. He stepped before Su Chen, saluting with perfect form and a resonant voice. Mr. Su Chen, thank you once again for your outstanding contribution. You have provided our police force with crucial leads yet again. Su Chen merely blew gently on the steam rising from his coffee cup. It was nothing. No need to thank me. The live stream chat exploded with comments at that moment. Again? Again! This official thank you segment again. My DNA is tingling. So Su Chen really isn't making this up, these guys are actual scammers? I just called Su Chen a jerk, my bad. I'm kneeling to apologize. Su Chen, I'm sorry. I was blind as a bat. I'm reporting every sister who back me up right now. Zhao Lei tried to say something, but Lin Wanqing stepped forward from behind him, blocking the camera. Clearing her throat, she addressed the camera in an official, authoritative tone. Viewers, please refrain from overinterpreting. This operation was initiated after a concerned citizen recognized members of the fraud ring while watching the livestream and promptly reported them to our city police. Upon receiving the tip, we immediately deployed and successfully apprehended the suspects. This explanation was flawless. It perfectly accounted for the police's lightning-fast response while also bestowing an official seal of approval on Su Chen's actions as an unexpected coincidence. It was a form of protection. Su Chen lifted his head, meeting Lin Wanqing's gaze. Her icy expression remained largely unchanged, yet her eyes, usually sharp with scrutiny and inquiry, now held a complex, unfamiliar light. Su Chen nonchalantly averted his gaze. This woman, she seemed increasingly off. Meanwhile, within Lin Wanqing's heart, a tempest had already erupted. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. He had anticipated the police's arrival all along, even calculating how they would wrap things up and cover for him. He wasn't deducing at all, he was directing. Not only did he reconstruct the crime scene, but he even devised a complete crisis PR plan for the aftermath. Was this the pinnacle of Su's method? Incorporating everything, even official actions, into his own script. Lin Wanqing felt her breathing quicken. She had to keep pace with Su Chen more swiftly just to grasp the tip of the iceberg in his elaborate scheme. As the police released their official explanation, online sentiment exploded. Countless haters, rival fans, and so-called little fairies who had just moments before hurled insults like rich hater, narrow-minded, and pathetic loser at Su Chen fell silent instantly. What followed was a tidal wave of apologies. The trending topics were almost entirely dominated by the same phrase. Hashtag Su got I'm wrong, hashtag trending. Hashtag apologize to Su Chen, hashtag trending. Hashtag turns out the clown was me all along, hashtag hot. Hashtag new group buying socialite scam busted, hashtag trending. Countless users who had just been furiously typing in righteous indignation deleted their comments. Then, silently, they typed 5 words under various videos. Su Chen, I'm sorry. I was wrong, truly wrong. I bow to Su Chen for my ignorant remarks. I take back calling Su Chen a loser. He's a living Buddha sent to enlighten us fools. This slap to the face, it stung. I came here covering my face. Su Chen, from now on, if you say the earth is flat, I'll believe you. I'm sorry. I'm so tired of saying those 3 words. At that moment, Su Chen's livestream hit an unprecedentedly terrifying view count. Gift effects nearly froze the screen like a PowerPoint slide. Xian Nuan clutched her phone, her face flushed with excitement. Brother Su! You're trending again. Exploded. Everything exploded. Lu Muhan glanced at her phone too, a rare hint of a smile flickering across her usually icy face. Only Kai Koen. He glanced at the sparse comments in his livestream saying only our Koen is kind, then looked at Su Chen's side where Su God is amazing flooded the screen. He contrasted his own image as the clownish peacemaker urging magnanimity with Su Chen's figure, calmly sipping coffee amidst the chaos, radiating supreme cool. His hands, hanging limply at his sides, clenched into fists. Why the hell? Why does all the spotlight belong to him? Backstage at the production studio, director Wang Gang was on the verge of losing his mind. Staring intently at the screen showing the viewership ratings curve defying expectations once again, he trembled with excitement, nearly bowing down to Su Chen's live feed on the spot. See that? See that? He grabbed the assistant director's shoulders and shook him violently. Is this some washed-up celebrity? Hell no. This is a god of wealth. A god of ratings. The assistant director was dizzy from the shaking but shared the same ecstatic expression. Director Wang. Director Wang. Hold it together. Our show is going to be the hit of the year. At the same moment, in the president's office of Tianyu Media. Crash. An expensive bone china cup smashed violently against the polished wall, shattering into a pile of shards. Sun Yi's face turned ashen as he glared at the blindingly bright trending hashtag Su God I'm sorry hashtag on his computer screen. Useless. Kai Koen is useless. He had poured immense resources and connections into elevating Kai Koen to the next generation's top star. And what was the result? In front of Su Chen, he acted like a frantic monkey, failing to suppress Su Chen and instead repeatedly becoming the stepping stone for the others' rise to the top. A female secretary in a professional skirt suit entered without flinching, officially clearing the broken glass from the floor before silently replacing it with a fresh cup of tea at just the right temperature. Sunny gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently. It took him a long time to slowly regain his composure. Conventional public opinion tactics wouldn't work anymore. This Su Chen seemed immune to smear campaigns, even turning negative publicity into fuel for his own growth. Since conventional methods couldn't suppress him, then we'll kill him by the rules. Sun Yi's gaze turned ruthless. Check it out, what's the production team's next professional challenge? The secretary immediately lowered his head to check the tablet and reported back swiftly. Mr. Sun, based on the preview schedule released by the production team, the next challenge is an outdoor activity. Considering the season and location, it's highly likely to be fishing. Fishing? A cold smile slowly spread across Sun Yi's face. Perfect. That's Kai Koen's strongest domain. Kai Koen had once spent a fortune to study fishing under a master, all in the name of cultivating a refined hobby. His skills were top tier among amateur enthusiasts. Go bring Fishing King Deng Gang on as a special guest for the show. The secretary froze momentarily. Deng Gang was a titan in China's fishing community, not someone easily invited. Sunny continued issuing orders in a cold tone. Get me some paid articles and push them across all platforms. Say Kai Koen is exceptionally gifted, Deng Gang's most promising protege. This time, I'm setting a trap. Sunny picked up his freshly replaced teacup and blew gently on it. I'll make sure Su Chen gets utterly crushed in front of the entire nation. Chapter 159, Profession Finalized. The Angler's War. Backstage at the Professional Challenge 365 production office, director Wang Gang stared at the soaring ratings curve, his face flushed with excitement. God of wealth, this guy is my personal god of wealth. Just as the entire internet was anticipating what earth-shattering spectacle Su Chen would unleash in his next profession, the production team finally released their latest announcement. Attention, viewers! After meticulous preparation by our production team, our next professional challenge has been officially confirmed. Wang Gang's voice echoed across the internet through the live feed. Behind him, a large screen displayed bold, sweeping characters, Extreme Fishing King. For this challenge, we'll head to the picturesque Jinglong Lake Reservoir for a day-long wild waters fishing competition. Whoever catches the largest and rarest fish will be crowned this season's Extreme Fishing King. The moment the challenge was announced, the live chat exploded with countless question marks. Fishing? Seriously? After just emerging from the heart-pounding drama of a fraud case, this is what we get? But isn't fishing a bit too tame? No way. I want to see Su Chen catch more bad guys, not old men sitting in a row. Just as the audience's enthusiasm visibly plummeted, one person's spirits soared instantly. Kai Koen. Shedding his earlier gloom and despondency, he seemed electrified, stepping forward before the camera with that same phony, overconfident grin plastered across his face. Fishing? I know all about that. Kai Koen cleared his throat and immediately launched into his personal showcase. Fishing is actually a technical skill with many nuances. First, choosing the rod. For reservoir wild fishing with varying depths and diverse fish species, I recommend a rod over 7.2 meters long with a stiff action. This makes it easier to control big fish once hooked. He gestured as he spoke, exuding the air of an expert. Next is the bait. Fish in wild waters are highly wary, so the bait shouldn't have an overpowering scent. It's best to use something with a natural aroma, adding just a hint of fruit acid to attract them, then pairing it with rice soaked in liquor to create a feeding spot. In the livestream chat, many viewers who had initially found it boring were genuinely impressed. Wow, Koen knows so much. Who knew Kunken was such a fishing pro? Now this is worth watching, a pro has arrived. Lu Xian, another popular guest star, immediately chimed in with an admiring tone. Wow, Koen, you're amazing. I remember the photos you posted on your social media, those fish were huge. Bigger than me. This perfect assist made Kai Koen smile even broader. He waved his hand modestly. Heh, I wouldn't call myself a pro. It's just a personal hobby, something I enjoy researching in my spare time. As he spoke, his gaze drifted dismissively towards Su Chen, who was yawning in the corner. If anyone has questions, feel free to ask me anytime. You don't want to end up catching nothing and going home empty-handed. The challenge was unmistakable. Kai Koen's fans were like roosters crowing in victory, instantly taking over the livestream. Bro, you rock. Now let's see how that Su guy keeps up his act. Exactly. Finally, it's Koen's time to shine. Let him see what true professionalism looks like. LOL, wasn't that guy so cocky? Why's he quiet now? Feeling guilty? When you don't know something, you should learn with an open mind. Su Chen, stop being so stubborn about saving face, come learn from our Koen. Sitting here waiting for my Koen to crush the competition and show certain people that luck isn't everything. Su God. Say something already. Oh no. Looking at Su Chen like this, he definitely doesn't know how to fish. Why, is God Su about to fail? I can't bear to watch him get mocked by that Kai Koen guy. Xian Nuan grew anxious too, leaning close to Su Chen and whispering. Brother Su, do you know how to fish? That guy looks so professional. Su Chen lazily lifted an eyelid. Nope. Lu Muhan sat nearby, her cool gaze shifting between Su Chen and Kai Kuan. She remained silent, but her beautiful brows furrowed slightly. Lin Wanqing, standing nearby, showed absolutely no interest in the activity whatsoever. Tianyu Media, President's Office. Sunny watched as online buzz about Kai Kuan being a fishing prodigy began to ferment, a cold smile spreading across his face. He issued a series of instructions to his secretary. Go contact every entertainment marketing account. Push the topic Kai Kuan, the fishing genius whose talent was wasted on acting, to the top of the trending charts. Also, find someone to write a few articles fabricating news about him winning championships in amateur competitions he supposedly participated in. Make the details convincing enough that no one can spot the flaws. And one more thing. Sun Yi's eyes hardened with determination. Contact Fishing King Denggang's team. Pay him handsomely to be this episode's special guest. Say Kai Kuan specifically invited him to mentor him as a tribute to his idol. I want their master-apprentice relationship solidified. The secretary understood immediately, nodded, and withdrew. A media storm targeting Su Chen, fueled by capital, instantly swept across the entire internet. Within half an hour, the entertainment headlines and trending charts across major social platforms were dominated by the keywords Kai Kuan and fishing. #shocking. Kai Kuan revealed as hidden fishing master, former national amateur fishing champion, #breaking. #Fishing King Dengang praises Kai Kuan, a talent that comes once in a century, may become my final disciple. #explosive. #Su Chen faces career's biggest setback, #hot. A series of illustrated press releases flooded the internet, meticulously educating readers on Kai Kuan's glorious achievements in the fishing world. One even featured a blurred photo purportedly showing him holding a championship trophy. The articles quoted Dengang, the undisputed authority in China's fishing community, the fishing king, who lavished praise on Kai Kuan, calling him a once-in-a-century fishing prodigy. This coordinated campaign proved remarkably effective. The entire internet's perception was completely skewed. What was originally just a professional challenge on an entertainment show was exaggerated into a top-tier master versus complete novice showdown. Suddenly, everyone believed Su Chen was doomed to lose this time. His previous victories had all relied on unexpected luck and decisive action against criminals. But fishing was different. It's a purely technical skill that tolerates no pretense. You either get it or you don't. Fish won't play along with your charade. In Su Chen's livestream, fans were on pins and needles, the chat filled with anxious messages. Oh no, this is really going to crash and burn. They've even brought out the national champion and the fishing king. Su God, we don't deserve this. Let's just call it quits. Switch to another event. Wah, I can already picture that smug little bastard Kai Kuan gloating. It's infuriating. Meanwhile, haters and Kai Kuan's fans had already launched into celebration mode, gloating across every platform. LOL, finally this day has come. Let's see how he wins by luck this time. Now that's professionalism. Some hack like Su Chen who only knows dirty tricks? He's not even worthy of competing against our Kuan. #Su Chen Waterloo is guaranteed trending now. Can't wait to see him get shut out and humiliated on stage. On the show's bus, the atmosphere had turned eerily tense. Kai Kuan stood surrounded by staff and guests, explaining something. Meanwhile, Su Chen remained as unflappable as ever, leaning against the window and watching the scenery rush by. The more he acted like this, the more fired up Kai Kuan became. Su Chen, Kai Kuan called out across the aisle, deliberately raising his voice. When we get to the spot, if you don't know how to pick a fishing spot or prepare bait, just let me know. I'll teach you. Don't end up sitting there all day without a single bite. That'd be so embarrassing. A stifled chuckle rippled through the bus. Just then, the bus came to a slow stop. Destination, Qinglong Lake Reservoir. Chapter 160, Fishing Challenge. Su Chen chooses the easy spot. The production crew's bus pulled up beside Qinglong Lake Reservoir. As the doors opened, everyone was stunned by the breathtaking scenery before them. The water stretched out vast and tranquil, distant green mountains reflected in its surface. Shady trees lined both shores, and the crisp chirping of birds could be heard. Wow! It's so beautiful. Xianhuan Nuan was the first to jump off the bus, pulling out her phone to snap a flurry of photos. Lu Muhan, unusually, let a faint smile touch his lips as he took a deep breath of the fresh air. The live stream chat exploded with comments. This place is incredible, feels even more beautiful than a 5S scenic area. What do I do if I suddenly feel like fishing? The scenery alone is worth it. This episode is top-notch. Everyone. Director Wang Gang approached with a megaphone, his face beaming with excitement. Welcome to Qinglong Lake Reservoir. This is the city's premier wild fishing spot and today's main challenge arena. Today's professional challenge is for anglers. Whoever catches the most fish before dark wins the championship. His tone grew even more animated as he continued. To make this challenge even more exciting, the production team has specially invited a heavyweight guest. Wang Gang pointed behind him. An elderly man with graying hair, wearing a fishing vest, stepped out of another vehicle. Master Angler Dengang. The moment that name was uttered, the fishing enthusiasts in the livestream exploded. Holy crap! Dengang? Is this for real? Holy crap, the production team went all out? They even got Mr. Deng? He's the absolute legend of China's fishing scene. I grew up watching his tutorials. The production team is amazing. This episode is going to be a must-watch. Deng Gang's appearance instantly sent the crowd into a frenzy. Kai Koen was the first to rush forward, gripping Deng Gang's hand with excitement. Master Deng. I'm your biggest fan. I've watched every single one of your instructional videos. His words were heartfelt, his eyes brimming with admiration. Deng Gang smiled and nodded, patting him on the shoulder. You're a good kid. I hear you're quite skilled at fishing? Not at all, not at all. I'm just showing off in front of you. Kai Koen waved his hands repeatedly, being modest to a fault. But out of the corner of his eye, he shot Su Chen a smug glance. Deng Gang surveyed the surroundings and began explaining the fundamentals. Wild fishing differs from commercial ponds. Fish here are highly wary, demanding specific baits and techniques. First, observe the water conditions, currents, aquatic plants, dissolved oxygen levels. He pointed at the water as he spoke. For instance, over there where the current swirls and hidden weeds lie, such spots are called nests, prime hiding places for fish. Kai Koen immediately chimed in. Exactly. Teacher Deng is spot on. This spot is perfect for a 4-tune, 2-bite setup. Combine fishy and fragrant baits, then add some rice wine bait to target big crushing carp and carp. Deng Gang's eyes lit up. You know your stuff, kid. Kai Koen's smile grew even broader. He then rattled off several more technical terms: flying sinker rig, running sinker rig, dealing with slippery fish, each hitting the mark and drawing frequent nods from Deng Gang. In the livestream chat, many newbies were left dumbfounded. Meanwhile, the trolls and Kai Koen's fans were in full celebration mode. Ha ha ha. See that? Now that's expertise. What does that other guy even have to compare? Can't wait to see Su Chen get crushed. He'll be flying solo all day. Go Koen. Show that Su guy there's always someone better. Alright. Now choose your fishing spots freely. At Wang Gang's command, everyone began moving along the reservoir's edge. Kai Koen pulled out a professional fish finder, scanned the water surface, and quickly locked onto a spot. It was an area thick with aquatic plants and swirling currents, with a depth of about 2 meters. The water was crystal clear, revealing faint fish shadows flickering beneath the vegetation. This is the spot. Kai Koen nodded with satisfaction and signaled for the staff to bring over the gear. Lu Xian and Chen Yu immediately followed suit, sitting down on either side of him. Brother Koen, following you never fails. Lu Xian grinned, giving him a thumbs up. Deng Gang walked over, glanced at Kai Koen's chosen spot, and nodded approvingly. Not bad. This is a prime fishing spot. Water plants and eddies. Today's catch depends on this spot. Kai Koen's face nearly overflowed with smug satisfaction. He turned to look at Su Chen, deliberately raising his voice. Su Chen, wanna join us over here? There's still room in this section. I can show you how to set up a feeding spot. His tone dripped with condescension. The live stream chat exploded with comments again. Koen is way too kind, actually helping Su Chen. Someone should learn to be more humble instead of clinging to pride. LOL, Su Chen definitely can't fish, gotta be embarrassing. Su Chen ignored him. Hands tucked into his pockets, he strolled leisurely along the reservoir's edge, his gaze sweeping across the water's surface. After about 50 meters, he stopped at a barren, shallow sandbar. The current here was swift, the water crystal clear to the bottom, not a single blade of aquatic grass in sight. The pebbles on the riverbed were plainly visible. Su Chen took the folding stool from the attendant and sat down immediately. This is where I'll be. The scene fell instantly silent. All eyes turned to him, filled with utter disbelief. Kai Koen froze for 2 seconds before bursting into laughter. Su Chen, are you sure? He walked over and pointed at the stretch of water. Look here. The current is so strong, fish can't stay put. You won't get a single bite all day. Lu Xian joined them, offering a well-meaning warning. Yeah, Su, this spot's terrible. Let's find somewhere else. Deng Gang walked over, glanced at Su Chen's fishing spot, and shook his head knowingly. Young man, Kai Koen's right. He crouched down and tested the current with his hand. In fishing lingo, this spot's called a dead zone. Forget catching fish, you won't even keep your bait here. He stood up, his tone sincere. Take my advice, move to another spot. Otherwise, you won't catch a single fish all day. The live stream chat exploded. Even teacher Deng says so. Su Chen, you better listen. Oh no. This is going to end badly. Su God, move locations now. Ha ha ha. Did someone get water in their brain? Even the master says it's no good, and he's still stubborn. Waiting for 0 fish. Xian Nuan stamped her foot in frustration and whispered urgently. Brother Su, why don't we move somewhere else? Even teacher Deng said this spot won't work. Lu Muhan also frowned, his icy gaze lingering on Su Chen's face for a few seconds. But in the end, she remained silent. Lin Wanxing stood nearby, arms crossed, her expression complex. She knew nothing about fishing, but she understood Deng Gang's professional judgment. Was Su Chen really about to fail this time? Just as everyone waited for Su Chen to backtrack, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Ding! God tier choice system activated. Detecting host facing a choice. System provides the following options. Option A, heed the advice and change fishing spots. Reward, 1 standard fishing rod. Option B, rebuke Kai Kuan for meddling. Reward, 1 box of earthworms. Option C, ignore everyone and fish here for 6 hours. Reward, God tier fishing technique Zhang Taigon's legacy. Su Chen's lips curved into a faint smile. Divine fishing technique Zhang Taigon's legacy? This reward has some serious potential. I choose C. He silently confirmed his choice, then lifted his head and offered Deng Gang and Kai Kuan a faint smile. It's fine. I just like quiet. This place is perfect. He paused, his tone calm to the point of being unnerving. Besides, I have this quirk, I'm not too fond of being crammed together with others. Kai Kuan's smile froze on his face. Deng Gang also froze for a moment before shaking his head and sighing. Young people these days still too stubborn. He turned to leave, tossing one last remark over his shoulder. Fishing isn't about luck. Su Chen gave a non-committal smile and pulled out the simplest fishing rod from the tackle box provided by the production crew. Then, under everyone's stunned gaze, he cast a bare hook into the rushing current without attaching any bait. The entire scene fell deathly silent. Chapter 161, What I'm fishing for isn't fish, it's... The competition officially began. True to expectations, Kai Kuan's rod jerked violently less than 10 minutes after he cast. Got one. He jerked the rod upward, sending a palm-sized crucian carp arcing through the air before landing with a thud on the shore. Brother Kuan, you're amazing. Lu Xian was the first to rush over, flattering him with a thumbs up. In the livestream chat, Kai Kuan's fans erupted instantly. First cast and a hit. That's my Kuan for you. This is what you call a game changer. This is true skill. Take note, you luck-dependent show-offs. Go Kuan. Today we'll show that Su guy what real professionalism looks like. Kai Kuan grabbed the still thrashing fish and flashed a dazzling smile at the camera. Pretty lucky got off to a great start. He turned his head, his gaze sweeping over the crowd to rest on the motionless figure in the distance, a mocking curve forming on his lips. Shortly after, Lu Xian also reeled one in. Chen Yu also reeled in a catch. Even Xian Nuan and Lu Muhan, under Deng Gang's guidance, began reeling in fish one after another. Cheers echoed along the reservoir's edge, mingling with the splashes of fish thrashing in nets. Only at Su Chen's spot did deathly silence reign. His float stood motionless on the water's surface, not even a ripple to be seen. In the livestream, Kai Kuan's fans and haters kicked off a wild celebration. LOL, Karma's A. Is this the real deal from Su Chen? Hilarious. Serves you right. That's what you get for ignoring teacher Deng's advice. Fly solo all day. Suggestion, rename him Su Air Force, so fitting. Hashtag Su Chen Air Force trending now. Xian Nuan stomped her feet in frustration, rushing over to whisper to Su Chen. Bro Su, should we change spots? Or try different bait? Su Chen kept his eyes closed, his head resting on the folding stool, looking as relaxed as if he were on vacation. No need. His tone was flat, not even lifting an eyelid. Fishing is all about keeping your mind calm. Whether the fish bite or not, it's all up to fate. Xian Nuan opened her mouth but ultimately said nothing, feeling like the emperor wasn't worried, but the eunuch was. Time ticked by. 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun blazing down. Kai Kuan's fish basket was already filled with over a dozen fish, and he was practically floating with excitement. He deliberately stood up, carrying his teacup as he made his way toward Su Chen. My, this sun is scorching. Standing beside Su Chen, he glanced down at the empty fish basket and his smile widened. Su Chen, no offense, but sometimes you should listen to advice. You haven't caught a single fish all afternoon, have you? His tone dripped with feigned concern. That's what they call skunked, you know? It's every angler's worst nightmare. Looks like you're getting a taste of it today. Su Chen opened his eyes and glanced up at him. Is that so? His tone was flat, his expression unreadable. Kai Kuan thought he'd hit a nerve, feeling even more smug. He turned to the camera and sighed dramatically. Fishing, you know, it's not something just anyone can do. It takes talent. It takes experience. He patted his chest. I learned this from my dad when I was a kid. Over a decade of practice, it's no small feat. In the livestream chat, his fans were laughing so hard they were doubled over. Air Force. Air Force. Su Chen has become Su Air Force. Haha, when it comes to expertise, our Kuan is unbeatable. Total domination. Where are Su Chen's fans? Why aren't they jumping in? The real deal just got owned, got nothing to say now? Suggestion, Su Chen should quit showbiz and become a professional sunbather. Just then, the sound of urgent sirens echoed from the distance. Several police cars screeched to a halt by the reservoir. Doors swung open as Zhao Lei led a squad of officers striding toward the scene, their expressions grim and intimidating. The group of anglers froze in place. Lin Wanqing was the first to approach them. Zhao Lei, what's going on? What happened? Zhao Lei lowered his voice, but the nearby microphone still picked up his words. Captain Lin, we just cracked a dismemberment case. The suspect confessed to dumping the body in this river. We're here to carry out the recovery operation. The moment he finished speaking, the entire room fell silent. Kai Kuan nearly dropped the teacup in his hand. Lu Xian and Chen Yu instantly turned ashen. Xian Nuan let out a sharp scream and stumbled backward several steps. In the livestream chat, the comments froze for 2 seconds before erupting in a torrent. Holy. Dismemberment case? Dumping a body? Holy. There's a dead body in the river? I'm gonna puke. Kai Kuan threw up. The fish he caught, stop talking. I'm already feeling sick. Could this show get any more intense? From a fishing contest to a crime scene in seconds. Lu Muhan lowered his fishing rod, his expression turning grim. Kai Kuan's smile froze completely. Staring at the dozen or so lively fish wriggling in his net, his stomach churned violently. Deng Gang also frowned, his gaze toward the water growing complex. Just then, a familiar voice echoed in Su Chen's mind. Ding! 6-hour continuous fishing task completed. Congratulations, host, on acquiring God-tier fishing technique Zhang Taigon's legacy. A profound, mystical insight flooded Su Chen's mind. In that moment, he closed his eyes and could clearly sense every eddy beneath the surface, every reef, every clump of aquatic plants. He could even see the fish school's swimming patterns, their breathing rhythms, and the spots where they lingered. The reservoir became utterly transparent within his perception. Almost simultaneously, his rod motionless for an entire day jerked downward with a sudden pull. Buzz. The rod tip bent into an exaggerated arc under a terrifying force, the entire rod trembling violently. He's hooked. Su Chen's hooked. Xian Nuan was the first to scream. Every pair of eyes, including those of the police officers arranging the salvage operation, was instantly drawn to the scene. Kai Kuan's expression froze instantly. This can't be possible. He rushed to the water's edge, staring intently at Su Chen's fishing rod. There are no fish in that spot. Teacher Deng said so. Deng Gang was also stunned. He walked over, staring at the rod tip that was nearly snapped in two, a flash of astonishment crossing his eyes. That kind of strength, it must be at least 20 or 30 pounds. In the livestream chat, the trolls who had been mocking moments ago fell silent instantly. Holy! He actually hooked something? Right when the cops announced a body? What's going on? How could that fool possibly catch anything? Even Teacher Deng said it wasn't a fish. Then what is it? Could it be snagged on the bottom? Hold up. Doesn't this timing seem a bit too convenient? Su Chen stood up, gripping the fishing rod with both hands. The force was immense, as if it were trying to pull him into the water. But he stood firm, arms tense. The strength and technique honed through God-tier combat kept him steady as a rock. He took a deep breath and pulled with all his might. Up. A heavy, massive object was forcibly dragged up from the water. Splashes flew everywhere as the thing arced through the air, crashing onto the shore with a thud. The crowd had anticipated a record-breaking fish. Instead, what appeared before them was a massive burlap sack caked in mud. Chapter 162, Air Force? No, this is people's debris. The sack thudded against the shore, sending a cloud of muddy spray into the air. The air froze in that moment. All eyes were fixed on that mud-covered sack, hoping Su Chen had reeled in a record-breaking fish. Kai Kuan was the first to rush forward. After staring at the sack for a few seconds, his expression shifted from concern. Ha 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 ha. He erupted into a shrill laugh, nearly crying from the effort. I thought it was some monster fish. Turns out, all that fuss was for a bag of trash. He turned around and dramatically spread his arms toward the camera. Su Chen, you're the comic relief of the day. Not a single bite all day, and then you go and catch trash. Lu Xian leaned in to take a look and burst into laughter too. Brother Kuan, what did I tell you? There's no way there'd be fish in that spot. He just snagged the bottom, caught a torn plastic bag. Chen Yu joined in the teasing. This is hilarious. What kind of luck is this? No bites all day, and the first one's trash? The livestream chat was instantly flooded with mocking comments. Ha ha ha, I'm literally laughing so hard I'm crying. God of fishing? More like God of fishing for trash. Is this all Su God has? I thought he was way more impressive. Catching a bag of trash in a day, that's so you. Kai Kuan caught over a dozen fish, Su Chen caught a bag of trash, the difference is clear. Suggestion, Su Chen should switch careers to become a sanitation worker, perfect fit. Kai Kuan's fans were celebrating wildly. Kuan is so awesome. That's the gap in skill. Still not convinced? Reality just slapped you in the face. Hilarious. You're acting like Zhang Taigon fishing for Zhou Wenwan, but all you caught was a torn plastic bag? Xian Nuan's initially delighted expression darkened instantly. She stole a glance at Su Chen and whispered, Suga, maybe we should try another spot? Lu Muhan also frowned, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. Though she knew nothing about fishing, this outcome was downright embarrassing. Dang Gang shook his head, his tone tinged with regret. Ah, young people are just too stubborn. I told him that spot wouldn't work, but he wouldn't listen. He turned to leave, tossing one last remark over his shoulder. Fishing isn't something you can rush. Kai-kun strode triumphantly toward Su Chen, his face practically beaming with satisfaction. Su Chen, didn't I tell you? That spot was a dead zone, but you wouldn't listen. Now look, fished all day and all you caught was a bag of trash. He slapped Su Chen on the shoulder, his tone dripping with feigned concern. But hey, at least you didn't come up empty-handed, right? You caught something, even if it is trash. The live chat exploded with comments again. Kunkin's so mean, haha. Not a blank, it's a trash catch. Su Chen must be totally humiliated now. Where are those fans now? The ones bragging your idol can do anything? Anything but catch trash? Su Chen glanced down at the woven bag, then looked at the fishing rod in his hand, sighing inwardly. All I wanted was to enjoy a peaceful fishing trip. Just then, Lin Wanqing's expression suddenly changed. Her eyes locked onto the woven bag, pupils slightly contracting as she hurried toward Zhao Lei. Captain Zhao, she whispered, though the tension in her voice betrayed her. That woven bag. Zhao Lei noticed it too. His expression turned grave as he stared at the mud-stained sack. Everyone, back off, he barked, his tone terrifyingly stern. Several officers immediately surrounded it, swiftly cordoning off the area around the sack. Kai-kun's laughter abruptly stopped. He froze, staring at the suddenly tense police officers, utterly baffled. What's going on? It's just a bag of trash. Is it really worth all this fuss? Lu Xian muttered. Yeah, they're acting like it's some big deal. The viewers in the livestream were also baffled. Wait, the cop's reaction, something's off. Why do I suddenly have this bad feeling? Plastic bags, dumped bodies, don't tell me. Did you guys catch what the cops just said? Dismembered body. Thrown into the river. Holy, I have this incredibly bold and terrifying thought. Zhao Lei slipped on gloves, his expression grave as he approached the woven bag. He crouched down and slowly pulled open the zipper. An indescribable stench instantly filled the air. Zhao Lei's pupils instantly shrank to pinpricks as he recognized the contents inside. He stumbled backward, his face drained of color, and bellowed at the officers behind him. Seal off the scene. Seal it off immediately. It's body parts. The words body parts struck like thunder, sending a chill down everyone's spine. Kai-kun's smile froze completely on his face, his mouth gaping wide. Lu Xian and Chen Yu's faces instantly drained of color as they stumbled backward. Xian Nuan shrieked and darted behind Lu Muhan, her entire body trembling. Lu Muhan's face also turned pale, but she forced herself to maintain her composure. Deng Gang froze in place, his lips trembling for a long moment, unable to utter a single word. The live stream chat exploded with, and they hooked a dead body? What the hell am I watching? Is this professional challenge or today's law? Is this show cursed? Why does this keep happening? Su Chen, did you activate some kind of super hard cheat code? Wait. What was Kai-kun laughing at just now? Is he mocking Su Chen for pulling up a bag of crucial evidence? Turns out I'm the clown? Ha ha ha, this is killing me. Where's Kai-kun's face? Did he get punched in the face? Kai-kun froze in place, the color slowly draining from his face. What did he just say? Did he say Su Chen caught a bag of trash? Was he mocking Su Chen as the comic relief? He even patted Su Chen on the shoulder, saying, at least it wasn't a blank? Lu Xian and Chen Yu had already backed away to a distance of 10 meters, their faces as pale as ghosts. Zhao Lei took a deep breath to steady himself, then turned and walked back to Su Chen. His gaze was incredibly complex, filled with shock, awe, and a hint of something indescribable. He raised his hand and saluted solemnly. Mr. Su Chen. His voice was hoarse. On behalf of the Municipal Bureau, I thank you once more. You located the most crucial piece of evidence for us, saving us a tremendous amount of time and manpower in the recovery effort. The room fell deathly silent at these words. Kai-kun's face turned completely green. The live stream exploded. Official thanks. Official thanks again. From fishing up a bag of trash to fishing up the key evidence to solve the case, this twist has me speechless. Kai-kun, I mocked Su Chen for fishing up trash, but turns out he was reeling in clues to solve the case? Kai-kun, where's my face? My whole damn face? This plot twist has me spinning. Where are Cohen's fans? Weren't you guys loud earlier? Keep it up. LOL, some people were just calling Su Chen the comic relief. Turns out, you're the ones who look ridiculous now? Kai-kun's fans collectively fell silent. The once boisterous flood of comments vanished without a trace. Instead, a deluge of mockery flooded the screen. Xian Nuan snapped out of her shock, staring at Su Chen with eyes brimming with admiration. Brother Su, how did you do that? Lu Muhan also looked at Su Chen, her expression complex. She had been convinced Su Chen was headed for disaster this time, but what kind of luck does this guy have? Su Chen stared at the woven bag, then glanced at the fishing rod in his hand, feeling utterly defeated inside. I really just wanted to enjoy a peaceful fishing trip. Why did something else go wrong? Chapter 163, no way, caught it again? Su Chen silently carried his gear to a spot farther away. He just wanted to fish in peace, finish this damn competition, and then take the prize home to sleep. As for the body parts, the case, the cops, he really didn't want anything more to do with them. This spot should be a safe zone, right? Su Chen found an ordinary-looking fishing spot and sat down. He took a deep breath and cast his line into the water. The float stood steady on the water's surface, swaying gently with the ripples. This time it's definitely a fish, it has to be a fish. Su Chen muttered to himself, closing his eyes to savor the rare quiet. But barely 3 seconds after settling down, a shrill voice cut through the air from behind him. Hey, big hero Su, move spots? Kaikuin's voice dripped with schadenfreude. He strolled over slowly, teacup in hand, a fake smile plastered on his face. Honestly, this spot you picked is even worse than the last one. He crouched down, feigned inspection of the water surface, then shook his head inside. At least the last spot had an undercurrent, it was easier to get things stuck there. This spot? He stood up and dramatically spread his arms toward the camera. Not even trash would get stuck here. Lu Xian and Shen Yu joined in, chiming in unison. Kuwen's right. This spot's clearly no good. Has Su Chen given up on himself? Just sitting anywhere, waiting for the race to end? Deng Gang walked over, patting Su Chen on the shoulder with a tone full of regret. Kid, you're not catching anything here, it's impossible. He turned to the camera and explained. The current's too slow here, and the bottom's all silt. Fish won't hang around. I've been fishing for 30 years and never seen anyone catch anything in a spot like this. You're wasting your time. The live stream chat exploded with comments. Ha 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 ha. Even the fishing king himself confirms this is a total waste of time. Is Su Chen genuinely clueless or just playing dumb? He solved the case by luck and now thinks he's a god? LOL, he can't even catch trash this time, let's see how he spins this. Sitting tight for the empty Air Force. Waiting for Su Chen's pretentious career to end here. My Koen is the real deal. Su Chen is just a clown. Kai Kuen's fans flooded the comments, venting all the frustration from being humiliated moments ago. Su Chen ignored all the noise. He sat there quietly, staring at the float on the water's surface. His god-tier fishing skills told him something was down there. And it was heavy. Come on. He murmured silently to himself. This time it's gotta be a fish, right? But the moment the words left his lips, the float plunged violently. A tremendous force surged through the rod tip, bending the entire fishing rod into an exaggerated arc. Buzz. The rod trembled violently, emitting a shrill hum. It's hooked. It's hooked again. Xian Nuan was the first to scream. Everyone's gaze snapped over in an instant. Kaikuen's smile froze on his face as he stared fixedly at Su Chen's rod, a flicker of disbelief crossing his eyes. Impossible. How could anything be here at this spot? Deng Gang froze too. He hurried over to Su Chen, watching the rod tip straining to the breaking point, his pupils slightly contracting. This force, this dead weight, it's heavier than the last one. At least 30 Gene. The live stream exploded with excitement. Holy. He hooked another? After the fishing king declared it impossible? Is this a slap in the face? This is rubbing the fishing king's face in the dirt over and over. This can't be explained by luck anymore, right? Su God, what kind of constitution do you have? Hurry. Reel it in now. My blood's boiling. I need to witness this epic face slap live. Su Chen stood up, gripping the fishing rod with both hands. The force was immense, as if it were trying to pull him into the water. But he stood firm, unshaken by the force, his god-tier combat skills anchoring him to the spot. Reel it in. He gave a sudden, powerful jerk, and the heavy object was forcibly dragged out of the water. Water splashed everywhere as it arced through the air, crashing onto the shore with a thud. Eyes filled with anticipation fixed on the object. Then, they collectively froze. It wasn't a fish. It was an old, mud-encrusted suitcase. The air froze in that moment. Kai Kuen froze for 2 seconds before erupting into a shrill laugh. Ha 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 ha. A suitcase. This time it's a suitcase. He laughed until tears nearly streamed down his face, turning toward the camera and dramatically spreading his arms wide. Su Chen, did you come here specifically to fish for trash? Last time it was a woven bag, this time a suitcase, next time you'll be hauling up a refrigerator, right? Lu Xian leaned in to take a look and burst into laughter. Brother Cohen, what did I tell you? There's no way there'd be fish here. He snagged the bottom again. Shen Yu joined in the teasing. This is hilarious. What terrible luck is this? Fishing up trash twice in one day? The livestream chat was instantly flooded with mocking comments. Ha 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 ha, I'm literally dying laughing. Last time it was a plastic bag, now it's a suitcase. Are you some kind of trash magnet, Su Chen? Is this the legendary Su's skill? Professional trash fishing? Kai Kuen caught over a dozen fish, while Su Chen reeled in a bag of trash and a suitcase. The difference is clear. Suggestion, Su Chen should switch careers to become a salvage diver, perfect fit. Koen fans are celebrating. This is the gap in skill. Still not convinced? Reality just slapped you in the face. Xian Nuan's initially delighted expression darkened instantly. She bit her lip and whispered, "Brother Su." Lu Muhan also frowned, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. Deng Gang shook his head, his tone heavy with regret. "Ah, young people are just too stubborn. I told him this spot wouldn't work, but he wouldn't listen." Kai Kuan strode triumphantly toward Su Chen, his face practically beaming with satisfaction. Su Chen, didn't I just tell you? This spot isn't even worth the trash." He patted Su Chen's shoulder, his voice dripping with feigned concern. "And look what you caught a suitcase. But hey, at least it proves me wrong. Trash can still drop here, right?" The live chat exploded with comments again. Kuan's so mean, haha. It's not that trash can't drop here, it's that only trash can drop here. Su Chen must be totally humiliated now. What about those fans? Still bragging that your idol is all around talented? All around at catching trash? Su Chen glanced down at the old suitcase, then looked at the fishing rod in his hand, sighing inwardly. "I really just wanted to enjoy a peaceful fishing trip." Just then, a series of hurried footsteps echoed from the distance. Zhao Lei strode over with several officers, his expression grim enough to be frightening. Kai Kuan's laughter abruptly stopped. He froze, staring at the sudden appearance of the police, utterly bewildered. What brings you back?" Lu Xian and Chen Yu froze too, their smiles instantly stiffening. The viewers in the livestream were equally bewildered. "The police? Why are the police back again? Wait a minute, I feel like I've seen this plot before. No way. I can't even think about it, that suitcase. The old suitcase. Sinking to the bottom. This is the ing opening of a classic cold case." Zhao Lei walked over to the suitcase, crouched down, and slipped on gloves. He glanced at Su Chen, his expression incredibly complex. Then, he took a deep breath and slowly pried open the rusted suitcase. Chapter 164, No way, officer. As Zhao Lei pried open the rust-stained suitcase, a foul stench assaulted his nostrils. His pupils suddenly contracted. "Secure the scene," he snapped, rising abruptly, his voice low and commanding. "Secure it immediately." Several officers quickly surrounded the area, pulling out caution tape. Kai Kuan's smile froze completely on his face. Lu Xian and Chen Yu froze, their faces visibly draining of color. The livestream's chat exploded after a split-second pause. "Holy! Again? Is it really a suitcase with a body inside? I have a wild theory. Could this suitcase and that woven bag from earlier be part of the same set? The suitcase, sinking to the bottom. I've only seen this kind of plot in unsolved crime documentaries. Hurry! Confirm it. My blood pressure's already skyrocketing to 180. Lin Wanxing walked over to Zhao Lei, glanced at the contents inside the suitcase, and closed her eyes. She turned to face the camera and said. The suitcase contained the remaining missing body parts, along with a metal ID tag engraved with the victim's name. The deceased's identity has now been confirmed. Boom! The entire room fell silent. Kai Kuan's face turned completely green, his mouth gaping wide enough to swallow an egg. Lu Xian and Chen Yu had already retreated 10 meters away, their faces drained of color. Deng Gang froze in place, the teacup in his hand clattering to the floor and shattering into pieces. The live stream exploded. Again, key evidence? How the hell did he manage to pull that off? What kind of luck does Su have? Is he a professional criminal scene salvager? From fishing for trash to fishing for crucial evidence, this twist has me on my knees. Same script played out twice, and I'm still stunned. Kai Kuan, I just mocked Su Chen for fishing junk, only to find he was pulling up the final piece of the truth puzzle? Where's Kai Kuan's face? Where's my huge face? Didn't he just say you couldn't even fish up trash here? Where are the Kuan fans? Weren't you guys loud earlier? Keep it up. Zhao Lei stood up and walked back to Su Chen. He raised his hand and saluted solemnly. Mr. Su Chen, on behalf of the Municipal Bureau, I thank you once more. His voice was slightly hoarse. You found the final crucial piece of evidence for us, allowing this unsolved case to be fully cracked within 24 hours. The live stream chat exploded with comments. Official confirmation. Double victory. I declare Su Chen is today's MVP. From being mocked by the entire internet to being worshipped by the entire internet, it took less than 5 minutes. This slap in the face is so fast it's sparking. My screen's burning up. What were some people saying earlier? Trash? Junk? Now you know what a national treasure level piece of evidence looks like, huh? Xian Nuan snapped out of her shock, staring at Su Chen with eyes full of admiration. Su Ge, how did you do that? Lu Muhan also looked at Su Chen, his expression complex. What kind of luck does this guy have? Deng Gang stared blankly at Su Chen, muttering to himself, impossible. This isn't scientific. This is completely unscientific. Just as everyone stood in stunned silence, a comment suddenly appeared in the live stream chat. Wait, did you notice? The two spots Su Chen fished from perfectly matched the two hiding spots of the bodies. This comment instantly ignited the entire network. Holy! I thought it was just a coincidence earlier, but now that I think about it, it's terrifying. Did Su Chen know something beforehand? No, if he knew beforehand, why didn't he just tell the police? Exactly. Plus, he was streaming the whole time with no suspicious behavior. Then how did he pull it off? Was it really just luck? How could luck be that good? I don't buy it. Soon, professionals began analyzing the situation. I studied criminal investigation. Here's my take. The two spots Su Chen chose were both unique in terms of water flow and terrain. The first spot had fast currents, making it easy for heavy objects dumped there to wash ashore and get stranded. The second spot had slow currents and silt buildup, making heavy objects sink to the bottom. These two locations perfectly cover the two most common methods of hiding bodies in dumping cases. Holy crap! So Su Chen used fishing techniques to mimic a forensic pathologist's corpse searching logic? Forensic fishing? A new chapter in Su's school? I get it. Su Chen was fishing on the surface, but actually helping the police find bodies. That's why he chose those dead spots. They're dead spots for fishing, but prime spots for finding bodies. Holy crap, this setup is way too deep. Just then, Kaikuan snapped back to reality. He stared intently at Su Chen, a glint of madness flashing in his eyes. No, he couldn't lose like this. He took a deep breath and forced a smile for the camera. Su Chen did help the police. That's commendable. He paused, his voice rising slightly. But the competition isn't over yet. According to the rules, the number of fish caught is the only criterion for judging. Kaikuan pointed at his fish basket. I caught 15 fish, while Su Chen caught none. He looked into the camera, his tone growing increasingly heated. I know some people will say that meritorious service matters more than catching fish. But rules are rules. This is a fishing competition, not a crime-solving contest. His fans immediately joined in the clamor. Right. Rules are rules. Keep things separate. Helping the police is a favor, but catching 0 fish makes you a loser. That's the truth. Cohen is the only true champion of this tournament. Some people shouldn't use helping the police as an excuse. Losing is losing. Kaikuan glanced at the comments and felt a slight sense of relief. Right. As long as I stick to the rules, I still have a chance to turn this around. He turned his head, fixing his gaze on Su Chen with a tone laced with provocation. Su Chen, got anything to say now? Admit it when it comes to fishing, you're a complete failure. Su Chen didn't respond immediately. He glanced down at his watch. 1.5 hours remained until the end of the competition. He lifted his head to meet Kaikuan's gaze, a smirk curling his lips. Who says I can't win? Kaikuan froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. Ha 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 ha. You win? How exactly do you plan to win? In an hour and a half, you haven't caught a single fish and you expect to surpass my 15? Lu Xian laughed too. Su Chen, you're not trying to pull a last-minute miracle, are you? Shen Yu shook his head. 16 fish in an hour and a half? Dream on. Xianhuan Nuan and Lu Muhan looked at Deng Gang anxiously, hoping to draw some confidence from this fishing master. Deng Gang sighed and shook his head. Impossible. His voice was calm, but his tone was firm. Wild fishing isn't like Black Pit's fish density is low. Catching over 15 fish in an hour and a half, especially in a spot where something major just happened and the fish are all scared off. He paused, turning to look at Su Chen. It's nothing short of a fairy tale. The moment those words left his mouth, Kaikuan's fans grew arrogant once more. Even the fishing king says so. Su Chen is done for this time. Even bragging has its limits. 16 fish in an hour and a half? Dream on. Cohen's got this. The championship is his. Still not admitting defeat? What a disgrace. Kaikuan's smile grew increasingly smug. Yes, that's exactly it. As long as I stick to the rules, Su Chen won't stand a chance. He turned to the camera and declared, ladies and gentlemen, prepare to witness what true fishing prowess looks like. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Su Chen moved. Ignoring all the noise, he walked to the riverbank and took a deep breath. His god-tier fishing skills activated at full power. He chose an unnoticed spot and casually cast his line. The float barely touched the water. He hadn't even steadied himself yet. The float suddenly plunged. With a flick of Su Chen's wrist, a massive crucian carp weighing nearly 2 pounds was swiftly hauled ashore. The entire crowd fell silent. Kaikuan's smile froze on his face. Deng Gang leapt to his feet, his eyes wide with disbelief. Chapter 165, Frenzy Strike. Was this fishing or stocking up? Su Chen casually removed the nearly 2-pound crucian carp from the hook without a second glance, tossing it into the empty fish basket behind him. Plop. The entire motion flowed like water, so swift it left onlookers dazzled. Before the others could recover from their shock, Su Chen had already cast his line again. Kaikuan's mouth twitched as he forced out a cold laugh through gritted teeth. Ha, just beginner's luck. Let's see how many you can catch. No sooner had the words left his mouth. Whoosh. Su Chen's float, which had barely hit the water and hadn't even stabilized yet, suddenly went completely submerged. With a flick of his wrist, another sizable crucian carp broke the surface, tracing a silvery arc through the air before landing precisely at his feet. Then came the third, fourth, fifth. The live stream viewers were utterly dumbfounded. Hold up, is my connection lagging or is the streamer cheating? Is this even fishing? Holy. I take back what I said. This isn't fishing, it's restocking the river. Fish, I was just swimming, how did I end up on shore? I didn't even get a bite. Su Chen, I'm not targeting anyone specifically, but let's be honest, everyone here is garbage at fishing. Ha 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 ha, look at Kaikuen's face, greener than that bucket of green algae bait next to him. Epic meme born. Everyone on the scene was speechless at the surreal spectacle unfolding before them. Su Chen seemed to transform into an emotionless fishing machine. Cast, hook, lift, unhook, recast. His movements blurred into afterimages. That rod, lifeless in others' hands, seemed to come alive in his grasp. Fish after fish were taken from the water by him. It felt nothing like fishing. Xianhuan Nuan had long since stopped gasping in astonishment. Her mouth hung open, eyes fixed wide and unblinking, as if afraid to miss a single detail. Even Lu Muhan's usually cool face was etched with astonishment. For the first time, she realized fishing could be such a mind-blowing experience. Impossible. This defies science. Master Deng Gang could no longer sit still. He tossed aside his treasured fishing rod and rushed over to Su Chen's side in 3 strides. Like a primary school student visiting the city for the first time, he peered intently, fixating on every single one of Su Chen's movements. His mouth moved incessantly as he muttered to himself, his decades-old fishing knowledge system being ruthlessly shattered. The float signal is wrong. That slight dip clearly means small fish are messing with the bait. Why did he lift the rod? And he hooked one? That float movement is so subtle it must be the current. Damn it. Another one. He's not even watching the float. How the hell is he judging this? Meanwhile, Kaikuen's fishing spot seemed cursed by some vicious spell. The float that had occasionally surprised him earlier now sat as still as a pillar, utterly motionless. The water's surface was as calm as a mirror, reflecting his face turning from pale to purple, then from purple to black. The stark contrast felt like 2 invisible slaps, one after another, stinging his face. Time ticked by, second by second. Just half an hour later. Xianhuan Nuan, who had been silently counting all along, suddenly let out an excited shriek. 16. Brother Su has caught 16. In terms of quantity, Su Chen had surpassed Kaikuen. But that wasn't the most stinging part. When the camera panned to both anglers' fish nets, the live chat exploded with playful banter. Kaikuen's net held a dozen or so palm-sized, mismatched small trash fish. Meanwhile, Su Chen's net was nearly half full, each fish plump and robust, creating huge splashes as they thrashed about in the water. Both in quantity and quality, this was a complete and utter crushing defeat. Ha ha, that's brutal. Absolutely brutal. Kaikuen, I'm catching fish. Su Chen, no, you're catching fry. Please, spare Kuen a shred of dignity. His face is getting beaten into a pig's head. Is this the true value of god-tier fishing skills? Terrifying. Master Deng Gang's expression had evolved from shock to fervor, finally settling into a near humble thirst for knowledge. He couldn't hold back any longer. Rubbing his hands, he approached Su Chen with an extremely low posture, shedding all traces of his former fishing king arrogance. Almost fawningly, he asked, young friend, how exactly did you adjust your float? How did you filter out all the false signals and only catch the real bites? He simply couldn't fathom how Su Chen could consistently hook fish and only solid bites from what he considered 90% false signals. This completely overturned his decades-old professional theoretical framework. Su Chen was busy landing a fish at that moment, hauling a carp weighing over half a pound straight out of the water. Without turning his head, he casually answered while removing the fish with one hand. Adjusting the float? Just winging it. When you feel it, just lift the rod. Feel it? Those 4 simple words struck Deng Gang like a bolt of lightning, smashing down on his skull. Decades of experience, meticulous analysis of water conditions and fish behavior, and precise studies of bait states and rig adjustments all shattered before Su Chen's nonchalant utterance of "feel it." Deng Gang staggered back 2 steps, his eyes unfocused, muttering repeatedly. The feeling, the feeling. This casual, understated snub carried more lethal force than any direct mockery. Standing nearby, Kaikuen had been eavesdropping intently. Upon hearing those words, he could no longer contain himself. A wave of nausea surged in his throat as blood rushed to his head. Put. He clamped his hand over his mouth to prevent a mouthful of blood from spurting out. What is shame? This was disgrace. The professional skill he'd prided himself on and bragged about for over a decade was utterly worthless in the face of Su Chen's feel. This hurt 10,000 times worse than being called a useless piece of trash. Time flew by. An hour passed, and the fish basket before Su Chen was nearly overflowing. A rough estimate suggested at least 50 to 60 pounds of fish. The entire fishing competition had completely turned into his one-man show. He glanced at the time, seemed to find it a bit boring, and yawned. Then, under the gaze of everyone present including Master Deng Gang, who was already questioning his existence, Su Chen made a move that left every jaw on the floor. He slowly reeled in the fishing line and clipped off the hook at the end. Ha! Everyone froze in surprise. This hook was catching fish like crazy, why replace it? Regular anglers know that sometimes, a hot streak isn't just about technique. Luck plays a significant role too. Many anglers even scout out a good spot and pay their respects before casting their lines. But Su Chen, right in the middle of such a hot streak, suddenly switched gear. That's a major no-no. Everyone held their breath, waiting to see what Su Chen would do. Instead, Su Chen slowly pulled something out of his worn tackle bag. It was a rusty, four-pronged iron anchor larger than his palm typically used to secure boats. He picked up the anchor and began tying it to his thin fishing line with deliberate slowness. Dead silence fell over the entire venue. The live stream fell silent for 3 seconds, then erupted into chaos. An anchor? What the hell am I seeing? He tied an anchor? What the hell is he doing? What's he trying to catch? A submarine? Chapter 166, Fishing with a Four-Pronged Iron Anchor. He's gone mad? Master Deng Gang's jaw nearly dropped, shattering decades of cultivated composure in an instant. He trembled as he pointed at Su Chen. Nonsense. Absolute nonsense. This is the ultimate insult to the sport of fishing. Kai Kuan's spirit surged. He immediately turned to the camera and shouted in a tone of profound dismay. Did you all see that? That's Su Chen. He catches a few fish and thinks he's God. What is he doing? This isn't fishing, it's grandstanding. It's the most utter contempt for the competition rules. The live chat exploded with comments amid this bizarre spectacle. What the hell am I seeing? He tied an anchor? He's lost his mind. Su Chen has completely lost it. Fishing with an anchor? What the hell is he trying to catch? A submarine? Seriously, dude? Win the match and get this cocky? Starting to pull stunts now? So pretentious, seriously. Just got hiked by his combo skills and now I'm instantly turned off. Can't he just stay humble after winning? Why pull this stunt? Hey, if he played it safe, he wouldn't be Su Chen. I love seeing him act like he can't be bothered with anyone, yet no one can touch him. Just a casual viewer here, but I think Su Chen went too far this time. This is a fishing competition, not a comedy show. Public opinion took a sharp turn for the worse. Trolls and Kai Kuan's fans seized the opening to strike back, while many casual viewers who'd just become fans expressed confusion, their goodwill plummeting. Master Deng Gang couldn't bear to watch any longer. Heartbroken, he rushed over to Su Chen and pleaded earnestly. Young man. Stop this at once. Hear me out, you can't keep doing this. He pointed at the water, his face flushed with urgency. The clang of the anchor hitting the water makes such a racket. You'll scare away the entire school of fish you've worked so hard to gather. This is the absolute, fundamental taboo of fishing. Yet Su Chen remained utterly deaf to all the noise around him. He merely gave Deng Gang a faint glance, his tone as calm as if stating a fact. Scare them away? A faint, inscrutable smile touched the corners of his mouth. No, he said. I just find catching them one by one too slow. I wanted them to line up and come up. The moment the words fell, under the stunned and incredulous gazes of everyone present, Su Chen moved. The muscles in his arms bulged slightly as he violently flung the fishing rod, weighted with an iron anchor, forward. Whoosh! The heavy iron anchor sliced through the air with a whistling sound, tracing an exaggerated arc before landing precisely at the center of the distant river bend. Splash! A massive splash erupted. Everyone instinctively assumed this farce was over, and the fish in the water had surely scattered. Yet Su Chen's next move utterly shattered every person's perception, crushing all their common sense of physics. With a sudden flick of his wrist, an invisible yet colossal force surged through the fishing line, instantly transmitting downward into the water. The four-pronged iron anchor, moments away from sinking into the muddy depths, seemed seized by an invisible giant hand. Instead of plunging vertically, it began sweeping horizontally at an unnatural speed just half a meter below the surface. The true application of god-tier fishing technique revealed its terrifying, monstrous tip of the iceberg in that moment. This was no longer fishing, it was control. It was absolute mastery over the entire underwater ecosystem. The rusted iron anchor transformed into the fiercest sheepdog beneath the surface, churning up a powerful, dark current. Like an invisible wall, it brutally herded every fish in the vast expanse regardless of size or species toward a single direction. The next instant, a spectacle unfolded. The once serene river bend entrance erupts like a boiling cauldron, the surface suddenly churning violently. Splash! Hundreds upon hundreds of terrified fish scrambled to leap from the water. Their silver scales glinted with despair in the sunlight, creating a magnificent spectacle of 10,000 fish surging and a collective fish frenzy. As if pursued by a prehistoric monster, they frantically surged toward the same narrow bay entrance, heedless of their path. The scene fell deathly silent. Kai Kuan's mocking grin froze solid. His mouth gaped open, eyes bulging from their sockets, his expression like he'd seen a ghost in broad daylight. Impossible, this can't be. Master Deng Gang was petrified, his gaze fixed on the churning waters. His lips trembled as his worldview crumbled inch by inch. He repeated the words over and over, his voice filled with shock and bewilderment. He's not fishing, he's controlling the fish, he's driving the school, this is a miracle, it's a miracle. After a collective 3-second silence, the live stream's chat exploded with a tidal wave of in question marks. Holy! What did I just see? The fish swam over on their own? Who just said Su Chen was messing around? This isn't messing around, it's a dimensional strike. It's the holy grail of physics. I was wrong, I was so wrong. I shouldn't have tried to understand the god's moves with mortal logic. Anglers enraged, he's cheating. Anglers prostrate, God, accept my kneel. Amidst the frozen stares of the entire crowd, Su Chen leisurely reeled in the iron anchor that had completed its clearance mission. He casually unhooked it and tossed it aside, as if it were nothing more than a trivial task. Then, he replaced it with an ordinary hook, baited it, and with a relaxed posture, cast it once more into the spot now teeming with fish so densely packed it resembled a paid fish pond. The float had barely touched the water, not even having time to right itself. Whoosh! A tremendous force yanked the float underwater, vanishing without a trace. Su Chen flicked his wrist, and a plump grasscarp flew directly onto the shore. He launched into an even more frenzied, relentless streak of catches. Unhook, bait, cast, lift. His movements blurred into afterimages as fish after fish were lifted from the tiny cove. The pace was so rapid that Xianwan Nuan, holding the counter beside him, couldn't keep up with the tally, uttering only a string of astonished ahs. Meanwhile, Kaikuin stared blankly at his fishing rod, which sat motionless like a pillar of steel. The float remained perfectly still on the water's surface, not even a ripple disturbed. He finally understood. He understood completely. Su Chen's earth-shattering cast earlier hadn't just driven the fish into his own spot. It had also used that powerful undercurrent to scare away the last few small fry in his own spot. It had even swept up every fish within 100 meters that might have passed his spot, trapping them all within his own territory. This wasn't fishing anymore. It was a physical clearance. Kaikuin felt darkness cloud his vision as a wave of humiliation and helplessness surged through him. His body swayed, nearly sending him tumbling headfirst into the reservoir before him. As Su Chen reeled in fish like a madman, he seemed to recall something. Turning toward the camera with an air of casual indifference, he spoke slowly. When it comes to fishing, sometimes you can't just focus on the surface activity. The hidden currents beneath the surface, and the foundation at the bottom of the water, those are what truly matter. He tossed a freshly caught large carp into the nearly overflowing fish basket, a meaningful curve playing at the corners of his mouth. If you don't solidify the foundation, no matter how beautiful the surface is, nothing will last. Chapter 167, The Fishing King Seeks a Master. I shall hail you as the Fishing Emperor. Beep. The whistle signaling the end of the competition sounded. Su Chen had long since stowed his rod, sitting back in his folding chair. He leisurely unscrewed a bottle of mineral water and took a long, satisfying gulp. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, bathing him in a lazy glow. On the other side, however, Kaikuin stood stiffly at his fishing spot, his face looking even more unpleasant than the bucket of stinking bait at his feet. Alright, time to weigh in. The production crew carried the scale over, approaching Kaikuin first. The camera zoomed in on that pitiful fish basket. 15 palm-sized trashfish lay belly up in the shallow water, flopping weakly. Contestant Kaikuin, total weight. The staff glanced at the scale, paused, then announced 35 Gene. Next, the staff moved toward Su Chen. The nearly overflowing fish basket was lifted onto the scale, causing the needle to swing wildly. 120 Gene. The staff member's voice trembled. The entire venue fell silent. 3 seconds later, the live stream exploded. Holy! 120 Gene? Is this even fishing? This is a reservoir clearance sale. Su God is forever the God. From now on, I worship only one God, Su God. Where are all those haters who called God Su a clown earlier? Does your face hurt? Need me to call an ambulance? You're swollen like a pig's head. Gift effects exploded across the screen, non-stop rockets, yachts, carnivals flooding the livestream until it stuttered. The host walked up to Su Chen with a microphone, his face plastered with a professional smile. Congratulations to contestant Su Chen for winning this fishing challenge with an overwhelming lead. The prize is 100,000 yuan plus. Su Chen stopped listening to the rest. He just lazily stood up, casually brushed the dust off his pants, and prepared to leave. Just then, a voice old yet strong and resonant suddenly cut through the air. Hold on. Everyone froze, turning in unison toward the source of the voice. Deng Gang, the fishing king, abruptly stepped forward from the crowd. His expression was complex, his eyes gleaming with an almost fanatical intensity. He strode directly to Su Chen's side and, under the stunned gazes of everyone present, bowed deeply. 90 degrees. So precise it bordered on reverence. Xianwan Nuan's eyes widened as she instinctively covered her mouth. Even Lu Muhan's usually cold face showed a rare look of surprise. The live stream chat exploded once more. What am I seeing? Master Deng Gang bowing to Su Chen? Wait, what's going on here? The fishing king bowing to a kid in his early 20s? Deng Gang slowly raised his head, his eyes brimming with fervor. He drew a deep breath, his voice booming like a solemn oath. Master Su, please take me as your disciple. I want to learn the true art of fishing. Boom. The entire crowd erupted in shock. Xianwan Nuan clutched her hands tighter, her eyes wide as copper bells. Lu Muhan, rarely flustered, gaped slightly. As for Kai Koen, he froze in place as if struck by lightning, his eyes blazing with disbelief and jealousy. The live stream chat exploded with chaos. Holy crap! The fishing king wants to apprentice? What kind of divine plot twist is this? Deng Gang is the undisputed master of the fishing world. And he's actually asking Su Chen to be his mentor? Koen, I'm not worthy, I'm truly not worthy. LOL, Kai Koen's expression right now should be nominated for intangible cultural heritage. Everyone was waiting for Su Chen's reaction. Will he accept? Would he be thrilled? Would he offer a few modest words? Instead, Su Chen merely lifted his eyelids lazily, gave Deng Gang a glance, then waved his hand dismissively. I won't take it. 2 words, crisp and decisive. Deng Gang froze. Everyone else froze. Su Chen yawned, his tone indifferent. You're too old. Teaching you would be too much trouble. The air froze for 3 seconds. Then, put. Xian Nuan couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. The live stream chat was instantly flooded with ha comments. That excuse is way too real. Su Chen, it's not that I won't take you, it's that you're too old to learn. LOL, what kind of backhanded compliment is this? Everyone expected Deng Gang to fly into a rage. After all, he was a legendary figure in the fishing world. Being rejected like this by a youngster would make anyone furious. But what happened next blew everyone's minds. Not only did Deng Gang not get angry, but the fervor in his eyes only intensified. He slapped his thigh hard, suddenly realizing. I get it. I get it. His face flushed crimson with excitement, his voice trembling. It's because my cultivation is still insufficient. I'm not yet worthy to be your disciple. The entire hall fell silent once more. Xian Nuan's smile froze, her expression turning utterly bewildered. Lu Muhan also froze, her icy eyes filled with confusion. The live stream's chat froze for a second before erupting. Wait, what kind of high-level move are you pulling off, master? Self-play, huh? How's that even possible? Deng Gang turned around, excitedly explaining to the camera. You guys don't get it. Master Su's fishing technique has transcended my realm. His voice brimmed with fervor and reverence. I actually tried to confine him with the mundane master-apprentice relationship just now. How shallow of me. This is the true mindset of a master. Su Chen? I just think you're old, can you stop imagining stuff? But before the words could leave his mouth, the livestream chat had already gone completely off the rails. Applause. Master, I get it now. Is this the mindset of a fishing legend? A new chapter in Su studies on the dialectical relationship between age and enlightenment. The previous title was too narrow in scope, it should be the art of saying no and self-cultivation. Kai Koen stood to the side, his expression beyond mere displeasure. Watching Su Chen being fawned over like a moon surrounded by stars, observing Master Deng Gang's devout demeanor, the jealousy and resentment in his heart nearly consumed him. Why? Why did Su Chen deserve such treatment? He took a deep breath, eyes reddened, and resolved to make one final desperate attempt. Su Chen. Kai Koen's voice suddenly rang out, tinged with sarcasm. You won the match, I admit it. But don't get too cocky. He pointed at his fish basket, a fake smile plastered on his face. At least I know how to respect life. Look at the fish I caught, they're all swimming freely in the water with plenty of space. Unlike you, whose net is nearly bursting at the seams. How crowded those fish must be. His meaning was clear, using moral superiority to mock Su Chen for prioritizing victory over the fish's well-being. Xian Nuan frowned, about to retort, but Su Chen raised his hand to silence her. Su Chen tilted his head, his gaze fixed on Kai Koen, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, its meaning unclear. You're right. Kai Koen froze, thinking Su Chen had conceded defeat, his smile widening. But the next second, Su Chen's words froze his smile. You keep your fish in water because there are too few of them to fill it. My fish are crammed into the net because there are too many to fit. This isn't about respecting life or not. Su Chen paused, his smile deepening. It's a question of whether you have the skill to catch them. Kai Koen instantly exploded with rage. Ha, that's cutting to the bone. Su Chen, it's not about respecting life, it's about lacking the skill. Koen, my heart aches, but my mouth stays tough. Just then, a woman's shrill scream suddenly pierced the air from the distant riverbank. Help! Help me! Everyone whipped their heads around to see a woman in a dress struggling desperately in the middle of the river. Her arms flailed wildly as her body slowly sank downward. Help! Help me! I can't swim. Her cries grew fainter and fainter, and she was about to be completely swallowed by the rushing river. Chapter 168, If you think you can do it, go ahead. Su Chen, I actually did it. All eyes were instantly drawn to the river's center, where a woman's figure thrashed violently in the turbulent current, limbs flailing wildly. Help! Help me! Her cries came in broken gasps as her body sank visibly, about to be swallowed whole by the murky river. The sudden turn of events plunged the scene into a brief, deathly silence. The next second, the livestream exploded with chaos. Someone's in the water. Help her. Too dangerous. The current looks fierce. Is there anyone on the shore who can swim? Kai Koen. Go, Kai Koen. I remember you mentioned in an interview that you're a national second-class swimmer and even won awards. If not now, when? Yeah. Go save them, Koen. Hero saves the damsel in distress. This will cement your hero image. Kai Koen's fans instantly erupted with excitement, flooding the comments with pleas for him to jump in and save the person. Yet standing on the shore, Kai Koen's face turned deathly pale in an instant. Watching the figure in the water about to be submerged, his body involuntarily took 2 steps back, as if his feet had grown roots. Are you kidding me? A drowning person like this had already lost their mind. Whoever went in would be clung to like a lifeline, dragged down to the bottom together. He was a rising star with a bright future, there was no way he'd risk it. But the live camera was trained on him, countless eyes fixed upon him. He couldn't just chicken out now. Kai Koen forced himself to steady his nerves. Clearing his throat, he adopted a look of heartfelt distress yet professional composure. With righteous indignation, he addressed the camera in a loud voice. It's not that I don't want to save her. Everyone, calm down. Look at her state, she's completely lost her mind. A drowning person's survival instinct will make her cling desperately to anything nearby. If I go in like this, not only will I fail to save her, but she'll drag me down with her. This isn't rescue, it's a 2-for-1 death deal. His professional analysis sounded perfectly reasonable, and some uninformed viewers even found it convincing. To completely offload this hot potato, Kai Koen's eyes darted around before he immediately shifted the blame toward the figure who had just won the competition nearby. Su Chen. Didn't Su Chen just win? Isn't he the one who can do anything? He raised his voice, his tone dripping with malicious incitement. He's so amazing, he must know how to swim. Let him go save them. That's what heroes do. The moment these words left his mouth, the live chat's sentiment flipped instantly. Kai Koen, have you no shame? You're scared to die, but Su Chen's life doesn't matter? I'm sick. I've seen shameless people before, but never this shameless. You brag about being great but won't step up yourself, so you send others to die? I'm turning from fan to hater. His character is disgusting. One second he's playing sadly about Su Chen not caring for fish lives, next he's sending others to their deaths? This is your idol? A coward who deserts his post and pushes others to take the bullet? Kai Koen's fans tried desperately to defend him, but their voices were instantly drowned out by a tidal wave of furious condemnation. Amidst the chaotic clamor, Su Chen remained utterly unmoved. He simply watched the figure vanishing in the river's center, his gaze serene. The moment Kai Koen finished speaking, he tossed aside the half-empty mineral water bottle in his hand. No grand declarations, not a hint of hesitation. Plop! A loud splash echoed as water sprayed everywhere. Without a second thought, Su Chen plunged into the icy, rushing river and swam swiftly toward the woman. Su Chen! Xianhuan Nuan and Lu Muhan cried out almost simultaneously, their beautiful faces etched with worry and shock. Everyone present was stunned by this sudden turn of events. Su Chen moved with astonishing speed, his arms cutting through the water as he swiftly closed in on the woman, who was already on the verge of losing consciousness. But just as Kai Koen had warned, the woman, seeing someone swimming toward her in her desperation, clung to him as if he were her only hope. The instant Su Chen drew near, she lunged forward, clutching his arm with all her strength and pulling him toward the depths. Su Chen's body was yanked underwater, forcing him to gulp down a mouthful of water. Cough, cough, cough. He surfaced, coughing violently. But the woman still didn't let go. Driven by fear, she clung even tighter. The live chat exploded with tension. Oh no! Su Chen's been dragged under. Is that woman a deadweight? Stop pulling. This is a drowning person's instinct, she can't control herself. Su Chen, let go now. If you don't, you'll drown too. Kai Koen on shore watched the scene unfold, his ashen face finally regaining color. He smirked maliciously at the camera, his voice dripping with sarcasm. See? I told you playing the hero never ends well. He can barely swim, yet he insists on charging in. Who does he think he is? Now look, buy one, get one free. Both of them are going down. His words dripped with venomous malice, igniting fury among all the viewers in the livestream who supported Su Chen. At that moment, beneath the water, Su Chen's eyes suddenly sharpened. Feeling the woman's frantic, deadly grip, he abandoned all attempts to calm her or forcefully break free. The next second, divine combat technique activated instantly. One arm shot through the water at an impossibly sharp angle, sweeping under her armpit. His fingers locked precisely onto her shoulder blade, while his other hand surged upward to brace her neck. This was an extremely professional restraint technique designed to avoid causing secondary injuries. Her body froze instantly, her wildly flailing limbs suspended as if paused, unable to exert any force. The instant he broke free, Su Chen thrust his hips forward with explosive force. Like a dragon bursting from the water, he dragged the helpless woman to the surface at astonishing speed, racing toward shore. His movements were precise, efficient, and brimming with power, a stark contrast to the disheveled, struggling figure he had been moments earlier beneath the water. Less than a minute. He had successfully dragged the woman ashore. Splash! Before the online crowd could erupt in cheers, Xianhuan Nuan and Lu Muhan had already rushed to the shore. Su Chen, however, frowned deeply, utterly oblivious to his own drenched, disheveled state. Kneeling on one knee, he reached out to check her breath, then swiftly pressed his fingers against her icy carotid artery. 1 second, 2 seconds. Su Chen's expression darkened instantly. The close-up in the livestream showed the woman's face purple, lips pale, eyes tightly shut, and her chest completely still. What's wrong? How is she? Xia Nuan asked anxiously. Su Chen lifted his head, his voice carrying an unprecedented gravity. It's too late. No breathing or heartbeat. Chapter 169, Racing Against Death. You call this first aid? Director Wang Gang clutched his phone, his entire arm shaking violently. Cold sweat beaded on his deathly pale face. Hello? Is this 120? Black Dragon Pool Reservoir. The reservoir on the outskirts of town. Someone drowned. Just pulled them out, no breathing, no pulse. Hurry. A calm yet resigned voice answered from the other end. Black Dragon Pool? That's too remote, and the road conditions are poor. Even if we dispatch an ambulance, it'll take at least 20 minutes. Heilongtan Reservoir? It's too remote, and the road conditions are poor. Even if we dispatch an ambulance, it'll take at least 20 minutes. 20 minutes. Forget drowning shock, even a living person couldn't hold their breath for more than 5 minutes. Brain oxygen deprivation lasting over 6 minutes causes irreversible permanent damage. 20 minutes. By the time the ambulance arrives, it'll only be to collect the body. This woman is as good as dead. After a brief pause, the live stream's chat exploded with comments from trolls and Kai Koen's fans. LOL, all that heroism to save a damsel in distress, only to pull up a corpse? What a waste of effort. What a waste. This is murder. She could have struggled longer underwater, but he had to jump in. Now she's gone for good. Su Chen's in for a world of trouble now, isn't he? Let's see how he gets out of this. Overplayed the hero act, time to face the music. Is this the legendary Su God you all rave about? More like the Grim Reaper. Killing others and himself. On the shore, Kai Koen stared at the motionless woman beside Su Chen. The last trace of color drained from his face, yet a sickening thrill surged through him. Su Chen, you're finished. Seizing the moment, he put on a look of profound anguish and sighed deeply into the camera. Sigh, I told you so, you can't act on impulse like this. Drowning rescue requires professional knowledge. It's not something you can solve with mere passion. He shook his head, his tone thick with prophetic regret and reproach. If only he'd listened to me back then, stayed calm, and waited for professional rescuers, maybe there would have been a glimmer of hope. Now look, the person was saved, but their life was lost. This, sigh. His words casually shifted all responsibility onto Su Chen. Yet Su Chen, the eye of the storm, remained oblivious to the commotion around him. Kneeling on the ground, his eyes fixed on the woman's bruised and purple face, the cold, mechanical beep of the system alert sounded precisely on schedule. Ding! Detected near-death target. God tier choice system activated. Option A, abandon rescue and await professionals. This is the most rational choice, perfectly avoiding all legal risks. Reward, 1 liability waiver. Option B, immediately perform standard CPR and rescue breathing. This is the only effective emergency measure recognized by modern medicine. Reward, CPR technique 1. Option C, employ techniques unseen by mortals to defy fate. Use mystical acupuncture to reclaim the dying soul. Reward, God tier debate skill. Su Chen's gaze remained utterly unflinching. Option A was Kai Koen's choice. Option B was the choice of a rational person. But the drowning had lasted over 5 minutes. The success rate of standard CPR was now minuscule. Without hesitation, he silently declared, I choose C. He glanced at his watch. Nearly 5 minutes had passed since the woman fell into the water, and the golden rescue window was slipping away second by second. The next second, under the stunned gaze of tens of millions of online viewers, Su Chen made a move that left everyone's minds reeling. He didn't undress her to perform CPR, nor did he pry open her mouth for mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Instead, he turned and pulled out a packet, wrapped in cloth, containing silver needles of varying lengths. The entire livestream went silent in that moment. Everyone was stunned. What the hell did I just see? Silver needles? Su Chen pulled out a pack of silver needles? What is he doing? Performing acupuncture on a dead person? Has he lost his mind? Oh no, Su Chen has completely lost it. Is this emergency treatment or some kind of shamanistic ritual? This is desecrating a corpse. Rescuing someone turned into desecrating a corpse. That's an added charge. He.S. looking at life in prison. Even Deng Gang, the fishing king standing nearby, couldn't bear to watch. He snapped to attention, rushed forward in 2 strides, and grabbed Su Chen's arm. Young man. You can't do this. The person is already gone. What are you? Deng Gang's face flushed crimson with urgency. To him, Su Chen had clearly snapped he'd lost his mind. But Su Chen merely whipped his head around. If you don't want her dead, shut your mouth. Those 6 simple words made Deng Gang instinctively release his grip, leaving him frozen in place. Su Chen paid no further attention to anyone. He swiftly twisted a 3-inch silver needle. Under everyone's gaze, without the slightest hesitation, he thrust it precisely and swiftly into the woman's Shanzhong acupoint, right in the center of her chest. Then came the second, the third. His hands moved so fast they left after images. The needles seemed to take on a life of their own, piercing in a mysterious sequence, the Renning point at her throat, the Ziguang point on her chest, the Shinkei point on her abdomen. Each strike was steady, precise, and ruthless. While administering the needles, his other hand covered the woman's chest. Instead of performing standard 30:2 CPR compressions, he pressed rhythmically, sometimes light, sometimes heavy, sometimes fast, sometimes slow. This bizarre scene completely split the live stream audience. Most viewers believed Su Chen had lost his mind and was acting recklessly. It's over. Su Chen's image has completely collapsed from urban hero to spokesperson for feudal superstition. This is witchcraft. Terrifying, ban this stream immediately. Yet a small group of traditional Chinese medicine enthusiasts and esotericism fans trembled with excitement, as if discovering a new continent. Holy! This acupuncture technique, this sequence of points. Could this be the legendary 13 Ghost Gate needles barely mentioned in ancient medical texts? My grandfather said ancient divine healers could save lives with golden needles, snatching people from the king of hell's grasp. I always thought it was legend. Could it be real? Quiet. Everyone quiet. Look at those silver needle tips, they're trembling slightly. That means vital energy has arrived. There's hope. Real hope. Kai Kuan, watching the live chat unfold from the shore, felt ecstatic. This was the moment he'd been waiting for. He lunged forward in front of the camera, pointing at Su Chen's back. Did you all see that? Did you all see it? He's gone mad. He's abandoned scientific emergency procedures and is using this feudal superstition to insult the deceased. This is a desecration of life. A disrespect to the deceased. Where's the production crew? Where are the security guards? They must stop this madness immediately. Kai Kuan's voice echoed along the riverbank as he transformed into a righteous crusader, intent on nailing Su Chen to the pillar of shame. His fans instantly erupted in fervor. Kuan is right. We must stop him. Su Chen should be kicked out of the entertainment industry. Ban him. Yet, just as Kai Kuan's shouts reached their peak, put! A distinct muffled sound suddenly emanated from the woman beside Su Chen. From her tightly clenched mouth, a large gush of murky river water mixed with aquatic plants suddenly spurted out. Before anyone could react. Cough, cough, cough. Under the faint tremor of several silver needles, the woman emitted a cough so faint it was barely audible. Immediately afterward, her chest, which had been utterly lifeless, began to rise and fall ever so slightly, visible to the naked eye. She came back to life. Chapter 170, Su Chen, Routine Procedure, Don't Panic. The woman abruptly rolled onto her side, heaving up mouthful after mouthful of murky river water mixed with aquatic plants. Her face, once purple and black, was gradually regaining color. Then, her chest began to rise and fall weakly but undeniably. She was alive. Su Chen had truly snatched a life back from the jaws of death. Every mind on the riverbank froze in that instant. Deng Gang's eyes widened, his mouth gaping wide enough to swallow a duck egg, and the fishing rod in his hand clattered to the ground with a sharp crack. Xian Nuan immediately covered her mouth, her eyes instantly reddening. For the first time, a look of profound shock appeared on Lu Muhan's exquisitely carved face. As for Kai Kuan, he slumped to the ground, his expression shifting from schadenfreude to utter despair in an instant. No, impossible, this absolutely can't be. How could he survive after drowning for so long? This is witchcraft. It's fake. He had thought this was a golden opportunity to destroy Su Chen. If the woman died by Su Chen's hand, regardless of his responsibility, he'd be torn apart by the entire internet. But now she was alive. The thought nearly knocked the wind out of Kai Kuan, sending him crashing to the floor. After a brief moment of dead silence, the live stream exploded. Holy! She's alive. She's really alive. What the hell did I just witness? Acupuncture brought a dead person back to life? My worldview is shattered. Who said Su Chen was a shamanistic charlatan? Come out and face the consequences. This is a medical miracle. No! It's a divine miracle. Su Chen, please don't pursue stardom. Get a position at Peking Union Medical College Hospital instead. I'll be the first in line to see you. Where are all those who accused Su Chen of promoting superstition? Does your face hurt yet? Where are Kai Kuan's fans? Your idol is still playing dead over there. Beep, beep. A shrill siren wailed, growing louder as it approached. Two emergency doctors sprinted down carrying a stretcher, rushing to the woman's side. Just as they prepared to begin resuscitation, they froze. The woman was coughing. Breathing. Even her eyelids began to flutter slightly. This can't be possible. The young paramedic's eyes widened as he turned to look at Director Wang Gang. Didn't you say someone who's been underwater for over 5 minutes has no pulse or breathing? Wang Gang swallowed hard and pointed at Su Chen. It was him, he saved her. Another, slightly older doctor crouched down and skillfully checked the woman's vital signs. Vital signs are faint but stabilizing. This. His gaze fell upon the acupoints on the woman's body, still bearing the faint marks of silver needles. He was utterly stunned. Shanzhong, Renying, Ziguan, Shinkei. This combination of points was unprecedented in his 20 years of practice, yet it was undeniably effective. The woman's breathing was gradually evening out. He snapped his head up, staring at Su Chen. Sir, this acupuncture technique of yours? Su Chen was wiping moisture from the silver needles with a damp cloth, replying without looking up. An old folk remedy passed down by my ancestors. Just winging it. Then he stood up, gathered the needles into the cloth pouch, and turned to leave. Folk remedy? Can your family's folk remedy compete with the king of hell for cases? Ancient folk remedy passed down through generations? Su, stop pretending. You're the real deal, a true miracle doctor. Random poking? Yeah, right. You're a crafty old fox. Full marks for this subtle show-off. Su Chen, I just poke around casually, don't overthink it. Everyone, overthink my ass. This is bringing people back from the dead. Countless influencers, medical bloggers, and even heirs from renowned TCM families began weighing in. Professor Li, China Academy of Traditional Chinese Medicine. In my 40 years of practice, I've never witnessed such exquisite acupuncture technique. This is no ordinary acupuncture. It resembles the long-lost 13 Ghost Gate needles, though the specific points and sequence differ slightly from ancient texts. It must be an even more profound secret transmission. Master Yi of Yi Family Traditional Chinese Medicine Clinic, Beijing. My family has practiced acupuncture for 5 generations, and I consider myself somewhat accomplished in this field. Yet after witnessing Mr. Su's acupuncture process, I can only express one feeling: utter awe. This technique demands not only precise mastery of meridians and acupoints, but also extraordinary control over the vital energy between life and death. Pardon my frankness, but in all of China today, fewer than 3 individuals possess this level of skill. Overseas medical student. During my 5 years of medical school, professors taught us that the golden window for CPR is 4 minutes. Beyond 6 minutes, irreversible brain damage occurs. But Su Chen revived a drowning victim with acupuncture after 5 minutes, something modern medical theory simply cannot explain. In an instant, Su Chen's acupuncture life-saving surged to the top of all online trending topics, followed by an explosive hashtag. Just then, the system's cold voice echoed in Su Chen's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for selecting option C and accomplishing the impossible feat of defying fate. Reward: God-tier debate technique. Divine debate technique fuses Victor Rastig's genius eloquence plus top-tier lawyers' flawless logic plus psychology master's precise insight. Guarantees invincibility in any debate scenario. Su Chen's lips curved into a faint smile. This reward came at just the right moment. At that very moment, Director Wang Gang's phone suddenly began vibrating frantically. He pulled it out to see it was a call from his superior. Hello? Director Wang, I just watched the live broadcast. Excellent. This kind of heroic act combined with exceptional first aid skills is exactly the kind of positive energy we need to promote. Your production team did a fantastic job this time. Wang Gang trembled with excitement. Yes. We will definitely. Especially that young man named Su Chen. I need his full details. We need positive role models like him. After hanging up, Wang Gang looked at Su Chen with eyes brimming with ecstatic delight. He knew he had latched onto a real dragon's leg. Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away in the president's office of Tianyu Media. Crash! An antique vase worth hundreds of thousands crashed to the floor, shattering into 1,000 pieces. Sunny stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, trembling with rage as he watched the scenes of Su Chen being hailed across the entire internet on his computer screen. Useless. That good-for-nothing Kai Kuan. He had poured countless resources and spent a fortune to elevate Kai Kuan to the top tier. And now this idiot keeps embarrassing himself in front of Su Chen time and again. This time, he packaged him as a fishing master, yet not only did he fail to utterly crush Su Chen, he got beaten to a pulp instead, and to make matters worse, his former agent, Zhang Tao, standing by with a grim expression, cautiously speaking up, Mr. Sun, I found out, the woman who was rescued is named Hui Hui. Sunny whipped his head around. Go on. Zhang Tao leaned close to his ear, his voice hushed. She's no ordinary woman. We can leverage that angle. By the reservoir. Xian Nuan was the first to rush over, her eyes red. Brother Su, you're incredible. How do you know how to do everything? Lu Muhan approached, letting out a deep sigh of relief. Weren't you scared just now? Su Chen smiled. Afraid of what? Scared I couldn't save him? Still had to try, Su Chen shrugged. Couldn't just stand by and watch a life slip away. This statement broke the hearts of countless viewers in the livestream. Woohoo, I love Su Chen. This is what a true superstar looks like. That trash Kai Kuan isn't even worthy of tying Su Chen's shoelaces. From today onward, I'm a die-hard fan of Su Chen. Su Chen, routine stuff, no big deal. Chapter 171, rescuing someone only to get bitten back. The little fairy turns the tables. The next morning, Su Chen was jolted awake by his phone's relentless vibration. He opened his eyes groggily, picked up his phone, and saw 37 missed calls, all from director Wang Gang. What's going on? Su Chen yawned, pressing the answer button. On the other end, Wang Gang's voice was frantic, bordering on tears. Su Chen. It's a disaster. That woman you rescued, Hui, she's awake. She posted a long rant online accusing you of groping her while you were saving her. Now the entire internet is calling you a pervert in hero's clothing. The sleepiness vanished instantly from Su Chen's face. He froze for a second before letting out a low, cold laugh. The farmer and the snake? You still have the nerve to laugh. Go check the trending topics. The sky is falling. Su Chen hung up and opened his Weibo. Before he could skip the splash ad, the trending topics list burst into view. 5 of the top 10 trending topics were about him. Hashtag Su Chen sexually harassed during rescue. Hashtag trending. Hashtag Hui accuses Su Chen of indecent assault. Hashtag trending. Hashtag Su Chen must apologize. Hashtag trending. Hashtag rescue or groping? Hashtag rejecting heroism hijacking. Hashtag. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. He clicked on Hui's Weibo homepage. A lengthy post titled "I Summon My Greatest Courage to Speak the Truth," published 3 hours ago, had already surpassed 200,000 reposts. I truly didn't want to say this, but I must speak up. Yesterday in the water, I was indeed on the verge of losing consciousness. But I clearly remember where Mr. Su Chen placed his hands when he embraced me underwater. It felt strange, even. I won't go into detail, but any girl can understand that feeling of being violated in the freezing river water. After we got out, when he pressed on my chest, he could have done it through my clothes, but he pressed hard. His technique wasn't standard CPR at all. I don't know if he did it on purpose, but it made me feel incredibly uncomfortable. If he hadn't saved my life, I wouldn't have brought this up at all. I'm afraid of being called ungrateful. But I feel obligated to let everyone know the truth. At the end of the lengthy post, she attached 9 selfies of herself lying in a hospital bed, tear-stained and looking pitifully vulnerable. Su Chen swiped through the comments section below. The public outcry had spiraled completely out of control. Why did he place the CPR device on her chest when it could have been placed elsewhere? Why grab her waist instead of her arm while swimming? If that's not intentional groping, what is it? I don't care. When a woman says she was assaulted, she was assaulted. Su Chen must apologize and leave the industry. Saving someone isn't a get-out-of-jail-free card. Rescuing someone can't justify assaulting a woman. Disgusting. A beast in hero's clothing. Guys, where else would you perform CPR if not on the chest? On the forehead? This is common sense, okay? When dragging an unconscious person through water, are you supposed to grab their hair instead of holding their torso? Is that rescue or murder? Are you people genuinely stupid or just pretending? If Su Chen hadn't saved her, that woman would have been dead long ago. But these voices were quickly drowned out. Shut up, apologists. When women say they were assaulted, they were assaulted. Who says she would have died? The doctor could have saved her. She was fine to begin with. Su Chen just wanted to take advantage. Get lost, you sanctimonious hypocrites. We support Sister Hui for speaking up bravely. Reading these comments, Su Chen suddenly recalled a saying. Never try to reason with idiots, because they'll drag your IQ down to their level and then beat you with their vast experience. Just as he was about to shut off his phone, Lu Muhan's call came through. Su Chen, did you see this? These bastards. The voice on the other end seethed with uncontrollable rage. I saw it. I've already issued a statement explaining that your emergency procedures were professional and necessary, but those people won't listen. They're still attacking me. Su Chen could tell Lu Muhan was absolutely furious. As the top-tier goddess of the entertainment industry, she had always maintained an aloof and composed demeanor. This time, however, she had directly posted a lengthy rant on her account with millions of followers, lashing out at the online mob. But the comments section had already descended into chaos. Lu Muhan, you're whitewashing too? Did Su Chen pull strings for you? Still defending men in the end, traitor to women's rights. Unfollowing you now. Disgusting. And to think I've supported you all these years. Xian Nuan fared even worse. With her blunt temper, she directly exchanged insults with haters during a livestream. The result? She was mobbed by the fairies, who dug up every piece of dirt on her family and slapped her with the male pleaser label, demanding she get the hell out of showbiz. Su Chen watched it all unfold, his gaze growing colder by the second. You're still laughing? Lu Muhan's voice carried resignation and worry. Should I cry instead? Su Chen leaned against the headboard, his voice eerily calm. Don't worry. They're just clowns. It'll be more fun to crush them when they're at their peak. After hanging up, Wang Gang called again. Su Chen, you absolutely must not respond. This is a media trap. Whatever you say will be wrong. Silence is the best approach. Wang Gang paced frantically. He'd been a director for years, what storms hadn't he weathered? But this situation? Truly unsolvable. It was a vicious cycle. Su Chen understood this logic perfectly well. As a veteran scandal maker in the entertainment industry, he understood better than anyone that silence was the wisest choice at times like this. Bite the bullet and weather the storm. But take a step back, and you risk breast hyperplasia. Director Wang, I understand, Su Chen said flatly before hanging up. Meanwhile, Kai Kuen's post was pinned to the top. Seeing this news truly breaks my heart. I always thought Su Chen was a good person, but never imagined. Sigh, had I known he was this kind of person, I shouldn't have encouraged him to save someone back then. I only hope Hui can move past this shadow soon, and I urge everyone to view this matter rationally. But if what Hui says is true, then Su Chen must bear the corresponding responsibility. This hypocritical statement instantly ignited the comments section. Koen is too kind, still defending Su Chen even now. Kunken, wake up. Su Chen is scum. Koen saw it coming all along. Celebrities really do have sharp eyes. Get Su Chen out of the entertainment industry. Kai Kuen's fanbase seized the moment to whitewash his earlier cowardly behavior by the river, rebranding him as a wise soul who sees through people's true nature. Koen knew not to act impulsively back then. See? Su Chen acted on impulse and look what happened. Koen is the true sage. Supporters of Su Chen remain steadfast. Are you guys seriously that dumb? If it weren't for Su Chen, Hui would be dead already. The doctor said she was underwater for over 5 minutes, heart and breathing stopped. Without Su Chen, she'd be dead. But the little fairies just laughed. Even without Su Chen, the doctor could have saved Hui, she was fine to begin with. Su Chen only did this to take advantage of women. Su Chen sighed as he read these comments. Suddenly, he understood why some say the most terrifying thing in this world isn't evil people, but fools. Bad people at least know what they're doing. But fools don't. They even think they're upholding justice. Just then, Hui posted another update. There's still something I haven't told you about what he did to me underwater. Chapter 172, Livestream Preview. Su Chen is finished. Hui's new update once again set the entire internet ablaze. This time, she didn't write a long post. Instead, she bluntly released videos and photos, simple yet devastatingly effective. In the video, she lay pale-faced on a hospital bed, tear stains still visible at the corners of her eyes. Off camera, the voices of her girlfriends rose and fell in unison. Hui, don't be afraid, we're all here. That's right. You're not fighting alone, we're your strongest support. The caption accompanying the video was highly inflammatory. I know it's hard to stand up against big celebrities and the capital behind them. Today, I received many private messages, some offering comfort, others threats. I was scared, really scared. So scared that at one point, I wanted to delete everything and pretend nothing ever happened. But when I look at the wounds on my body, I can't help but feel wronged. If it weren't for seeing so many righteous netizens supporting me, I truly wouldn't have been able to hold on. Thank you all. She paused, tears welling up as she faced the camera. Many accuse me of ingratitude, of making false accusations. But what girl would risk her own integrity to frame someone else? I've already sent a cease and desist letter through my lawyer. On this matter, I will not back down. The video was brief, but its impact was devastating. Immediately following were several high-definition photographs. The photos zoomed in on her chest area, revealing distinct fingerprints on her skin that had turned purple and blue. This sent the little fairies into a complete frenzy. The comments section was instantly flooded. Is this even human? This is supposed to be rescue? This is attempted murder plus sexual assault. Sisters, only we women know how much this hurts. How much force does it take to leave marks like this? Su Chen is a. What girl would gamble with her own purity? I'm crying for Hui. Su Chen must go to jail. Get him kicked out of showbiz. This is your Su God? More like Su as in Jesus. Jesus Christ. What a ing master of saving all beings. Reasonable voices weren't absent, but the moment they surfaced, they were instantly drowned out. Chest compressions are standard procedure for drowning emergencies to expel water from the lungs. It requires force, otherwise it won't work. Get lost. Are you even a man? Do you understand a woman's pain? You're just a lapdog. Rescuing an unconscious person in a swift current? If you didn't grab them like that, they'd be swept away in seconds. It's common sense. Another one. Hui said he touched her where he shouldn't have. Are you blind? When we women say we were violated, we were violated. No proof needed. And we don't need you telling us how to feel. Soon, the official account for Professional Challenge 365 became a massive online cesspool. Trash production team. How dare you use such a disgraced celebrity? Get ready to be blacklisted. Tomorrow we're organizing sisters to protest outside the TV station with banners. They must give us answers. Post the address, we'll send your director and Su Chen some local delicacies from our hometown. Wang Gang sat in his office, numb as he stared at the screen filled with abuse. His phone was blowing up with calls from superiors, investors, and advertisers demanding answers. Director Wang. What the hell is going on? Our brand cannot be associated with sexual harassment. Immediately. Right now. Cut every single shot of Su Chen. Otherwise, we're not only pulling our investment, we're suing you for breach of contract. Old Wang, what the hell are you playing at? The higher-ups are calling to ask if our station is promoting justifying indecency. I don't care how you do it, get Su Chen fired. Otherwise, I'm pulling your show off the air. Hello, Wang Gang? This is... Cold sweat poured down Wang Gang's forehead. He knew this time, Su Chen was truly in deep trouble. Even if Su Chen was innocent, it wouldn't matter. In the face of public opinion, innocence was worthless. Su Chen, please don't do anything rash. I beg you, don't say a word, don't respond. Wang Gang pressed his palms together, murmuring to the ceiling as if in prayer. But the next second, the special alert tone from his other work phone rang out. His hands trembled as he picked it up, and the world went black before his eyes. Su Chen had posted an update. It was a live stream announcement. This afternoon at 3 p.m., I will go live and explain everything. He's gone mad. He's truly lost his mind. Wang Gang's mind exploded with a buzzing roar, nearly choking him. Meanwhile, in the president's office at Tianyu Media, Sunny sat with his legs crossed, leisurely swirling the liquid in his stemmed glass. Ha 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 ha. President's son, that was a masterstroke. An absolute knockout move. Kai Kuan exclaimed excitedly. Look. The entire internet is now calling Su Chen a beast. He's finished. This time, he's completely finished. Agent Zhang Tao promptly handed over his phone. Sunny glanced at it and smiled. Start the live stream at 3 p.m.? Ah, you fool. I was worried he'd hide away, but look, he's practically walking right into my trap. A flash of ruthlessness flickered in Sun Yi's eyes. Notify the troll army immediately. Prepare the material. Once he goes live, we'll tear him apart. Yes, sir. Municipal Bureau, Expert Advisory Office. Professor Wang Dong slammed his thermos down on the desk. Shameful. Vile. I've studied human psychology my entire life, and I've never encountered such brazen audacity. The rescue video from yesterday had been retrieved in high definition by their expert team immediately, analyzed frame by frame. Every move Su Chen made was flawless. They had even compiled this case study, intending to promote it internally as a model of courageous civic action combined with exceptional emergency medical skills. Then, overnight, the hero became a beast reviled across the entire internet. Xian Limin shook his head inside. This is like grinding human kindness into the dirt. Who would dare to save someone now? Sun Pei's face was equally filled with indignation and helplessness. Shen Liming turned to Enrong, who had remained silent, and Rong, as a woman and a psychology expert, what do you think about this situation? All eyes turned to Enrong. But she shook her head. A dead end. What do you mean? Wang Dong asked urgently. If this were an ordinary person, it would be straightforward, follow legal procedures and let the evidence speak. But Su Chen is a public figure, and the other party has cleverly exploited the sensitive topic of women's rights. Whatever Su Chen does now, it will be wrong. She analyzed calmly, if he stays silent, it's tacit admission. If he refutes the claims, it becomes victim blaming, sparking even fiercer backlash. Public opinion won't listen to his explanations. They'll just label him as lashing out in anger or oppressing women. The international moonwalking king is the most classic example. A young girl accused him of sexual misconduct. Even without substantial evidence, he ended up paying millions to settle. That's the terrifying nature of trial by public opinion. The experts fell silent. They all knew that this time, Su Chen truly had little chance of turning things around. Just then, Enrong's phone suddenly vibrated. She glanced down and froze. He's live streaming? What? Wang Dong and the others immediately crowded around, staring at Enrong's phone screen. On Su Chen's Weibo account, a live stream announcement stood out prominently. This afternoon at 3 p.m., I will go live to explain everything. Wang Dong's pupils suddenly contracted. Has he lost his mind? With the public backlash at its peak, going live now is like walking into a death trap. Xian Limin also grew anxious. Once he speaks, no matter what he says, the little fairies will tear him apart. It's over. Now there's not even a shred of room left for maneuver. Soon. It was now 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Soon. The clock ticked to 2:59 p.m. Countless eyes across the entire internet were glued to Su Chen's livestream. Chapter 173, Live Confession? I'll sue you for defamation. Exactly 3 p.m. Su Chen's livestream went live right on schedule. The online count skyrocketed, surpassing 200,000 viewers in under a minute. Here we go. The keyboard warriors are gathering. If we don't tear this sexual harasser to shreds today, I'll write my name backwards. Hui Hui is still in the hospital crying her eyes out, and he has the nerve to go live? Is his face made of bulletproof material? So annoying. Just because he saved someone, he thinks he's hot stuff? Like he can just lay hands on anyone? Disgusting. Sisters, record screens. Screenshot. Every word he utters today will be court evidence. Let him rot in prison. I'm laughing through my anger. Other celebrities play dead when trouble hits, but this guy? He actually steps forward? Like he's afraid he won't die fast enough? The camera slowly pans in, revealing the scene. Su Chen stands outdoors wearing a simple black hoodie and a mask. The bustling street behind him bathed in sunlight, a gentle breeze rustling through the air. He raises his hand and waves at the camera. Good afternoon, everyone. The weather's nice today, so I came out for a stroll and to handle some things that happened today. The moment he finished speaking, the comments exploded. Irrefutable proof. You left purple marks on Huey's chest. Still trying to deny it? Get lost. We don't want to hear your bull. We just want to see you kneel and apologize before you get kicked out of the entertainment industry. Sisters, report him immediately. Don't let him speak. Allowing such a disgraced artist to stream is a complete disgrace to the platform. Protecting women's rights starts with each and every one of us. Meanwhile, in the program office, Wang Gang stared at the computer screen, cold sweat trickling down his cheeks. What the hell does he think he's doing? Several staff members gathered around him, each face etched with anxiety. Director Wang, is Su Chen planning to issue a public statement? We're done for. We're right in the eye of the storm. Whatever he says now will get him torn apart. Wang Gang took a deep breath, his heart pounding wildly. He knew all too well that in this climate of public opinion, any response from Su Chen would become a target for attack. Silence offered a sliver of hope. Speaking up was suicide. Su Chen, you're my ancestor. I'm begging you, just shut up. Municipal Bureau Expert Advisory Office. And Rome stared intently at her phone screen, her brows furrowed. What on earth is he trying to do? This is madness. Professor Wang Dong slammed his fist on the table, his face twisted with frustration. He doesn't understand. In the current climate, the truth doesn't matter. What matters is the victim's emotions. By speaking out now, he's just roasting himself over an open flame. Xian Lining shook his head and sighed deeply. This kid, he's too rigid. Rigidity leads to breakage. This kid, he's too impulsive. The only and best course of action now is to remain silent, issue an immediate apology, provide full financial compensation to the victim, and seek an out-of-court settlement. That's the only way out. The hearts of the experts clenched instantly. As experts in psychology and criminology, they knew all too well the terrifying power of public opinion. In this situation, the more Su Chen tried to explain, the more his words would be twisted. Even if he told the whole truth, it wouldn't matter. Because those little fairies didn't want to hear the truth at all, they just wanted an outlet for their anger. Meanwhile, Hui, lying in her hospital bed, had also opened her livestream. A close friend beside her, busy peeling an apple, leaned in and whispered. Oomph, finally couldn't hold back? I was wondering how long he could keep playing the turtle hiding in its shell. Hui, look at that deadpan face of his, he sure knows how to put on a show. My guess is he'll be sobbing and begging for forgiveness in a minute. Hui rolled her eyes, dismissively. Apologize? Like that'll be enough? She waved her phone triumphantly. The $500,000 from Zhang Tao is just the down payment. Once Su Chen backs down, it won't be over until he coughs up 2 or 3 million. He saved me? That was his choice. He touched me, so he'll pay the price. He's a big star, his reputation is more important than his life. Her best friend's eyes lit up as she flattered her. Exactly. Hui, you're a hero speaking for all women now. Ruin him, and we'll make more money than we could ever dream of. Then we'll buy designer bags, luxury cars, and travel the world. The thought of that massive sum of money about to be hers made Hui's smile grow even more triumphant. As for Su Chen saving her life? So what? She hadn't asked him to save her. He jumped in on his own accord. He should face the consequences. In the live stream footage, Su Chen walked slowly, the camera following his footsteps. Seconds later, a building came into view. A conspicuous sign hung above the entrance, police station. Su Chen stopped and smiled at the camera. We're here. With that, he pushed open the glass door and walked straight inside. The live stream exploded with excitement. Holy. He went to the police station? Ha 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 ha. He chickened out. I knew he would. He couldn't handle the pressure and turned himself in. This is hilarious. He was acting all cool and collected just now, but his body gave him away. Sisters, we won. Screen record. Quick, screen record. This surrender footage is ironclad proof. Too late to turn himself in. The harm done to women is irreversible. We will never forgive him. Get out of the entertainment industry. The comments flooded the screen, filled with scorn and abuse. Watching this unfold in his office, Wang Gang's tense body instantly slumped into his chair as he exhaled deeply. Confessing, well, that's fine too. Though his heart was filled with mixed emotions, at least this was the best course of action for now. Admit the mistake first, then compensate. Once the storm passes, the show can resume airing, and Su Chen's entertainment career won't be completely ruined. And Rome, Wang Dong, and the others also felt a weight lift from their shoulders. He's still rational enough to choose the best solution, Professor Wang Dong nodded, his tone complex. It's unfair, but at least it minimizes the damage. Xianhuan Nuan and Lu Muhan watched the livestream, their eyes reddening. Why does this have to happen? Xianhuan Nuan bit her lip, tears threatening to spill. Why should Brother Su have to apologize just because Hui posted false accusations? This isn't fair. Lu Muhan clenched his fists, but could only sigh helplessly. There's nothing we can do. This is reality. Inside the Tianyu media office, Sunny and his two companions laughed even harder. Su Chen chickened out after all. President's son is awesome. He's finished this time. Once he's apologized, we'll deliver the final blow, make sure he never gets back on his feet. On the live broadcast feed, Su Chen walked into the police station lobby and headed straight for the reception window. The duty officer looked up, saw the camera, and froze for a moment. Hello, how can I help you? Su Chen spoke, his voice clear. I need to file a police report. Ha ha ha. Screen recording. Screen recording. Su Chen just said he's reporting it. This is solid proof. He chickened out. He's coming to confess. Sisters, let's wait until he finishes then report him. The comments rolled frantically. Everyone assumed Su Chen would say, I'm turning myself in. But Su Chen's next words instantly silenced the entire internet for a second. I'm suing Zhang Hui for defamation. He paused briefly before continuing. She deliberately fabricated facts online, disseminated false statements, and posted highly misleading images, causing extremely severe damage to my personal reputation. Her actions have triggered large-scale cyberbullying, seriously disrupting public order. Her false accusations have inflicted immense psychological harm, plunging me into deep anxiety and severely impacting my life and work. I request that the public security authorities initiate an investigation and pursue criminal liability against her according to law. No settlement. No retreat. Chapter 174, case officially opened, internet explodes. In the police station lobby, the duty officer's hand hovered over the keyboard as his entire body froze. He looked at the masked young man before him, then glanced at the news alert that had just popped up on his computer screen. Su Chen's sexual harassment scandal escalates, internet outrage mounts. The officer swallowed hard. What did you say? Su Chen spoke again. I demand that the public security authorities file a case and investigate, pursuing criminal charges according to the law. No settlement. No backing down. The words fell. The livestream fell silent for a full 3 seconds. Did I just hear that? Who the hell is he suing? Sisters. He's provoking all of us women. Let's destroy him. Make him socially dead. Report him. Absolutely report him. How dare someone like this stream? Has the platform lost its mind? Poor Hui, and he wants to send her to prison? Worse than an animal. Only women understand women's pain. How dare he, a man, think we're making false accusations? Sisters, when we say we've been violated, we've been violated. The officer froze for several seconds before reacting. He hurriedly tapped the keyboard to pull up the system and began taking notes. Do you have any evidence? Su Chen pulled a document folder from his pocket and placed it on the counter. This is the evidence I prepared for the case filing. The officer opened the folder Su Chen handed him, glanced through it, and his expression grew increasingly serious. This, you've prepared quite thoroughly. Su Chen didn't respond, only saying indifferently, thank you for your time. The officer took a deep breath and began registering the information. Throughout the entire process, Su Chen's live stream camera remained pointed directly at the window, no obstructions, no concealment. Viewers in the live stream watched him sign documents, press his fingerprints, and collect the receipt. The chat comments had spiraled completely out of control. Is this your attitude? Not only do you refuse to apologize, but you want to send the victim to prison? I'm seriously sick of this. What girl would joke about her own innocence? Su Chen, you have no heart. Sisters, stop flooding the chat. Go report him. File complaints. Get his stream banned. I've screenshotted everything. Just wait. This will all be used against him. Meanwhile, in the production office, Wang Gang's breath, which had just relaxed, shot back up. His vision darkened and he fell backward, stiff as a board. Director Wang. Quick. Call an ambulance. Director Wang has fainted. Chaos erupted in the office as several staff members frantically pinched his nose and dialed 120. Someone shouted in panic. He's fainted from anger. Su Chen is dragging the entire production team down with him. It's over, it's really over. Investors will pull out for sure. Advertisers will all flee too. Su Chen's gone mad. He's truly lost his mind. Municipal Bureau, Expert Advisory Office. And Rong's beautiful eyes were filled with utter bewilderment. She had imagined countless ways Su Chen might respond. But she never imagined he would choose to confront it head-on. This is absurd. Absolutely absurd. Professor Wang Dong slammed his palm hard on the table, his face flushed with fury as he pointed at Su Chen's image on the phone screen, his voice filled with anguish. Madman. He's a complete lunatic. He's courting death. He's destroyed his last shred of chance. He doesn't understand. Truth doesn't matter in the face of public opinion. This will only provoke an even more frenzied backlash. It's over. Completely over. Sunpei also looked filled with regret and helplessness, shaking his head repeatedly. But just then, a sudden, hearty laugh erupted. Ha 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 ha. Contrary to his usual demeanor, Professor Qian Limin wasn't angry at all. Instead, he clapped his hands and laughed heartily, tears welling up in his eyes. Excellent. Excellent, Su Chen. Excellent, never compromise, never retreat. Wang Dong and Rong and the others all froze, looking at him in confusion. Old Qian, have you lost your mind? That's clearly. He's courting death? Qian Limin's laughter abruptly ceased, his eyes flashing with sharp insight. I say, this is precisely putting oneself in mortal danger to achieve rebirth. I've sensed something off about him all along. That kid has had this devilish streak about him from the very start. If he'd actually bowed his head and backed down today, I'd have looked down on him instead. He rose to his feet and paced the room, his voice growing increasingly animated. He's no fool. Have you forgotten his previous moves? Each step seemed reckless, yet what was the outcome? Would he dare walk straight into the police station to report a crime without some assurance? Public opinion can crush people, but it can't crush the truth. Qian Limin abruptly halted his pacing. I'm taking charge of this matter. I'll fight this case for him. He grabbed his coat and headed straight for the door. I'll contact Fang Zheng immediately. I refuse to believe that in this world of justice, villains can triumph and heroes be wronged. Fang Zheng. At the sound of that name, Wang Dong and Enrong's pupils both contracted. A towering figure in the legal world, undefeated since entering the profession. Meanwhile, Xianwan Nuan and Lu Muhan both wore identical expressions of I knew it on their faces. I knew it. I knew Brother Su wasn't the type to back down. Xianwan Nuan leapt excitedly from the sofa, pumping her fist triumphantly as all traces of worry vanished from her face. So badass. That's our Su. Screw the public opinion, screw the fairy girl, sue her. Sue her until she's bankrupt and rots in jail. Lu Muhan also exhaled a long breath of relief, his heart finally settling back into place. She immediately pulled out her phone, logged into her Weibo account with millions of followers, and typed out a post containing just 8 words. Await the truth. Trust the law. In the hospital room, Hui Hui was glued to her phone watching the live stream. The moment she saw Su Chen file the police report, she froze in shock. Her best friend, who had been peeling an apple beside her, leaned in. Her face instantly turned ashen. Has he lost his mind? Shouldn't he be on his knees begging for your forgiveness? Hui's lips trembled with anger. But soon, her phone began to vibrate. Caller ID, Zhang Tao. She answered, and Zhang Tao's dark voice came through. Record a video immediately crying. Say that Su Chen not only refuses to admit fault but is turning the tables on you, trying to destroy you. Remember, you're the victim, weak, helpless, needing the entire internet's support to fight against corporate power. Got it. After hanging up, she exchanged a glance with her best friend, took a deep breath, and opened her phone's front-facing camera. She posted a status update. In the frame, her face was pale, and her eyes instantly reddened. All I wanted was an apology. Her voice trembled as tears welled up and rolled down her cheeks. But he wants to send me to prison. Is there any justice left in this world? I'm so scared. I'm truly terrified. She covered her face, sobbing uncontrollably, her entire body shaking. Once the video was recorded, her best friend immediately posted it on Weibo. The caption contained only one simple sentence. He wants me dead. Within a minute of posting, the video had been reposted over 50,000 times. The comments section was completely overwhelmed. Hui, don't be afraid. We're all here for you. That bastard Su Chen. May he rot in hell. Sisters. Charge. Let him know what it means to face the wrath of the masses. I've already contacted a lawyer. Let's help Hui fight this lawsuit together. Meanwhile, on the live stream feed, Su Chen emerged from the police station holding the case acceptance receipt. Standing at the entrance, he slowly raised the document toward the camera. Sunlight glinted off the paper, revealing the official seal clearly. A faint smile touched Su Chen's lips. See you in court. Chapter 175, Partners in Justice, Outlaws Beyond the Law. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, the entire livestream exploded in an instant. He's lost his mind. This streamer has completely lost it. Does he think he's immortal? Can't wait to die? The last time I saw someone this arrogant was that working a day job is impossible, guru. Is this guy planning to join him as a cellmate? Screenshots taken. Hui's legal team will send a cease and desist letter soon. The streamer can look forward to a court summons and being sued into bankruptcy. Who does he think he is? Does the law exist just for his family? Suing the victim for defamation? The biggest joke of the year. Is his face made of bulletproof material? Hui's still crying in the hospital, how dare he? Facing the scrolling vitriol on the screen, Su Chen merely picked his ear before the camera, utterly unfazed. Too much noise, it's distracting me from deciding what to eat tonight. The comments exploded. Holy. Listen to this. Is this even human speech? Thinking about food when you're about to die? Fine, we'll make it happen for you. Once you're inside, we'll deliver prison meals to you every single day. Meanwhile, in the president's office at Tianyu Media, Sunny stared at Su Chen's nonchalant expression on the screen, laughing so hard he nearly sprayed his 1982 Lafite. Idiot. What a complete and utter idiot. He swirled his champagne glass, his face a mask of contempt and satisfaction. Does he really think the law is some child's play? A mere actor, daring to challenge public opinion and capital? He's voluntarily sticking his neck under our guillotine. Kai Koen beside him immediately flashed a fawning smile, offering flattery. President's son is truly brilliant. Now we don't even need to lift a finger, he's playing himself into the ground. Just wait until he's put on trial by the entire internet, begging for mercy on his knees. That spectacle will be spectacular. Zhang Tao chuckled coldly, I've already made arrangements. The show has only just begun. Meanwhile, in the hospital room, following Zhang Tao's phone instructions, Hui swiftly contacted a renowned Beijing law firm Goddess Shield. The lead attorney, Lu Xianyu, was renowned within the legal circle for specializing in cases related to women's rights. Her motto was succinct. When a girl says she feels violated, she has been violated, no evidence needed. Lu Xianyu worked with remarkable efficiency. Within half an hour, a sternly worded legal letter was drafted and sent out, and she had Hui release a new video in coordination. In the video, Hui still appeared tearful and pitiable. But this time, standing behind her were Lu Xianyu and her team of 5 elite female attorneys. All dressed in black business suits, their expressions stern and their presence commanding. Lu Xianyu stepped forward, adjusting her gold-rimmed glasses on her nose as a cold gleam flashed through the lenses. My client intended to give him a chance to apologize, but not only did he show no remorse, he turned the tables and inflicted secondary harm on the victim. This is an open provocation against all women. Let me reiterate my stance, when a girl says she feels violated, she has been violated, no evidence is required. For my client, and for all sisters who may face similar harm, we at Goddess Shield will provide pro bono legal assistance to Ms. Zheng Hui and fight this to the end. Hui sobbed softly, her voice trembling. For myself and for all sisters who may face similar harm, I will not back down. Thank you to Goddess Shield Law Firm for providing me with pro bono legal assistance. Thank you all for your support. This post ignited public outrage once more. Countless young women came forward to rally behind Hui, supporting her quest for justice. Netizens observed the formidable presence of the capital's premier all-female legal team backing Hui. Then they thought about Su Chen's side, he couldn't even find someone to back him up, let alone a lawyer. The live chat exploded with even more frenetic comments. Ha ha ha. On one side, the capital's top all-female legal powerhouse, on the other, a lone wolf. What's there to fight? Streamer, go work in a factory now, you can't afford this lawsuit. You still have time to kneel at Hui's hospital bed and beg for mercy. Once the cease and desist letter arrives, you won't even get the chance to kneel. Su Chen glanced at the comments, his lips curling in a sneer. Just then, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding. Host detected in legal predicament. God tier choice activated. Option A, fight fire with fire. Immediately hire the most expensive legal team online for a head-on confrontation. Reward, master of courtroom verbal warfare. Option B, think outside the box. Post an online recruitment ad for bounty hunters, lawyers unafraid of death, embracing an abstract approach. Reward, bad luck aura cast on a target to make them choke on water or trip on flat ground. Option C, let the enemy move first. Order a pork knuckle rice bowl and trust justice will find you. Reward, ally of justice special bond, gain an unexpected powerful ally. Su Chen scanned the 3 options and selected C without hesitation. Pork knuckle rice? Sounds good. He opened the food delivery app and leisurely browsed through restaurants. This Longjong pork knuckle rice looks good. Add a braised egg too. Guys, should we add pickled cabbage? Hit 1 for yes, 2 for no. The live stream audience went absolutely wild. Dude, you've got some nerve. Catastrophe's looming and you're still thinking about pork knuckle rice? It's over. The streamer has given up and is enjoying his last supper. 2222. No pickled cabbage. Who eats pickled cabbage at a time like this? 1111. Absolutely add it. You need energy to hit the road. Su Chen placed his order leisurely, then waved his phone at the camera. Order confirmed, delivery in half an hour. Guys, I'll stream while eating later, let's chat. The bullet comments had completely lost their temper. I'm impressed, seriously impressed. You're the real deal, streamer. Whatever, it's all going to go bad anyway. Might as well treat myself to a nice meal. Just then, Su Chen's phone rang. Caller ID, unknown number, Beijing area code. Thinking it was the delivery guy, Su Chen answered without hesitation and flipped the speakerphone on. Hello? Is my pork knuckle rice ready? Don't forget extra pickled cabbage. There was a 2-second silence on the other end. Then came a voice as steady as a mountain. The pork knuckle rice might take a while longer, but justice it's here now. Su Chen froze. Who is this? My name is Fong Zhang. Professor Qian Limin recommended me. He said heroes shouldn't have to bleed and weep. I'm taking this case. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. Fong Zhang? Which Fong Zhang? The outlaw, Fong Zhang. Netizen? Chapter 176, The Ultimate Fairy on Livestream. Outlaw Fong Zhang. Holy. Is there something wrong with my ears? What did I just hear? Outlaw? Zhang San? Which Zhang San? Teacher Luo's Zhang San? Host, you're a ing genius. You got actors this good for the script? Next up, are we getting a live performance of a criminal law skit? This is hilarious. Fong Zhang? More like Fong Gui. Where'd you find this guest actor from the nursing home? His voice is loud enough, but his hourly rate must be steep. Don't insult Professor Fong Zhang. He's a titan in the legal world who retired 5 years ago. Taking on a sexual harassment case like yours? Trying to make yourself look good? Disgusting. Sisters, he's panicking. Can't find a real lawyer, so he pays actors to perform? That just proves he's guilty. We hit his weak spot. This voice, this tone, why, does it sound vaguely familiar? Doesn't sound staged. Actors don't carry this kind of presence when reciting lines. There's something in this voice, something heavy and weighty. Tianyu Media, President's Office. Sunny snorted in contempt, swirling the red wine in his glass. What an idiot, really adding drama to his own situation. Outlaw? More like an escaped lunatic from a mental hospital. Kai Kuan immediately leaned in, his smile thick with flattery. President's son, this is perfect. The crazier he acts, the more it proves our plan is working. He's like a rabid dog now, snapping at anyone he can get his teeth into. Zhang Tao grinned darkly, his fingers flying across his phone screen. I've already contacted the troll army. They're hyping up the Su Chen hiring actors to impersonate lawyers angle. He wants to act? Let the whole nation witness his amateurish performance. The three exchanged knowing smiles. In the hospital room, Hui watched the farce unfolding in the livestream, nearly throwing her phone in anger. Behind her, Lu Xianyu, the lead attorney of Goddess Shield, carried a faint, cold smile. She pushed her gold-rimmed glasses up her nose, the lenses reflecting an icy glint. Don't get angry. The more he acts like this, the more advantageous it is for us. For public figures, nothing is more taboo than deception. He's digging his own grave. Lu Xianyu pulled out her phone and swiftly dialed a number. Hello, Lin Miao? Yes, it's me. Here's your chance to make a name for yourself. Go into Su Chen's livestream right now. Use your credentials as a professional lawyer from Tianchang Law Firm to tear his charade of hiring actors to shreds. Remember, trample him and you'll rise to the top. Got it, Sister Lu. After hanging up, Lu Xianyu's smile grew even colder. Soon after, in Su Chen's livestream, a user with the ID Tianchang Law Firm attorney Lin directly requested a live connection. Su Chen casually accepted the request. A woman with flawless makeup and radiant confidence appeared on the split screen, her backdrop revealing a high-end law office within an upscale office building. Hello everyone, I'm Lin Miao, a practicing attorney at Tianchang Law Firm in Beijing. Lin Miao's crisp, compelling voice instantly captured everyone's attention. This is hilarious. Sisters, don't get fooled by this scam artist. I swear on my lawyer's license that so-called Fong Zhang on the phone is 100% an actor. As an industry insider, I can assure you that Professor Fong Zhang, a titan in the legal world, retired from taking commercial cases 5 years ago. He's now a senior national advisor. Do you really think he'd stoop to helping some actor? Even if Professor Fong were willing to come out of retirement, his legal fees are charged by the hour in US dollars. Su Chen is a washed-up celebrity sued for $30 million by his former company, so broke he had to join a live streaming variety show. How could he possibly afford him? Sell himself? The most laughable part. Think about it, if he really hired Fong Zhang, would he need to prove it by making calls on speakerphone? He'd have held a press conference long ago. This is clearly a desperate move, a last-ditch effort by someone who's run out of options. He hired an actor with a similar voice to pull off this charade, trying to pull the wool over everyone's eyes. Lin Miao's analysis was logical and well-reasoned, instantly igniting the live chat's emotions. So it was fake. I knew this scumbag had ulterior motives. At Tianchang Law Firm attorney Lin, you've got eagle eyes. Thanks for exposing this scammer's ugly face. Wow, even a professional lawyer is debunking this, it's confirmed. Social death for Su Chen +1. How pathetic. To whitewash himself, he resorts to such low-life tricks. Does he think we women are all naive little darlings? Let's tear him apart. Su Chen glanced at his phone screen, as if he'd just watched a boring performance, and sighed. Then, facing the camera, he declared with solemn earnestness. Guys, looks like I was being too small-minded. Not enough pork rice dishes to make things lively. With that, he opened the food delivery app again in front of hundreds of thousands of viewers, his fingers flying across the screen. Hey, boss, another order of Longjung pork knuckle rice, same address as before. This time, double the pickled cabbage. Order placed, payment made, all in one fluid motion. After finishing, he set down his phone and looked back at the camera, a perfectly measured look of confusion on his face. He grinned at Lin Miao on the split screen. After all that effort analyzing the case, Attorney Lin, it wouldn't be right not to treat you to a meal. This one's on me, consider it payment for the show. You. Lin Miao's face instantly flushed crimson. Meanwhile, Su Chen's fans nearly laughed themselves silly. Ha 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 ha. Sorry, I just couldn't hold it in. Su God's move was off the charts. Surrounded by enemies, I calmly order takeout. On the self-cultivation of an actor, the temptation of the lead role's meal. Attorney Lin was absolutely furious at Su Chen's utterly fearless attitude. She immediately decided to go live on her own account, watch online. The Last Supper of disgraced artist Su Chen and his awkward acting. She laughed so hard she doubled over in front of her camera. Family, did you all see that? This fraud has been exposed. With no tricks left, he's resorting to feigning insanity for sympathy. But the internet never forgets. Let's witness his social death together. In an instant, countless netizens eager for a spectacle flooded into her livestream, sending viewership soaring in both rooms. Lin Miao watched her live view count climb relentlessly, already envisioning her overnight fame and the bright future of ascending to the pinnacle of the legal world. In Su Chen's stream, he idly kicked a pebble at his feet, seemingly genuinely waiting for his pork rice. At that very moment, a black Hongqi sedan, its lines dignified and steady, glided to the roadside. It came to a slow halt not far behind Su Chen. The live chat froze. Holy crap, that car, is it a Hongqi L5? Am I seeing this right? Dude, stop kidding around. Can money even buy an L5? That license plate starts with Jing AG6? Whoa. That plate belongs to someone who can drive sideways down Chang'an Avenue. What's going on? Did it take a wrong turn? In Lin Miao's livestream, her smile froze momentarily before quickly returning to normal. Hey everyone, don't get sidetracked. Probably just some official vehicle passing by, has nothing to do with this scammer. Before she could finish speaking, the rear door swung open. Finally, a middle-aged man stepped out of the vehicle. Lin Miao's smile froze completely on her face. As a practicing lawyer in the capital, she might not have met him in person, but this face, she couldn't possibly not recognize it. This face graced the front pages of China's top legal journals and internal reference materials year after year. Her lips began to tremble, and her pupils dilated uncontrollably. Fang Zhang, he's really here. Fang Zhang paid no heed to his surroundings, striding directly toward Su Chen. Comrade Su, sorry to keep you waiting. Chapter 177, box with me? The legal giant's dimensional strike. In the camera frame, that square face dominated the entire screen. An informed netizen's fingers trembled as they typed out a few words. Holy, my hands are shaking. My hands are shaking while taking screenshots. Jing AG6. Hongqi L5. This isn't a drill. Repeat, this isn't a drill. Go search. Everyone search for the name Fang Zhang. Too late. No need to search. That's the emblem of China University of Political Science and Law. I wore it for 4 years. That's our law school's eternal honorary dean Fang Zhang. The legendary man. Immediately, countless people flooded search engines, typing in Fang Zhang. The moment the results appeared, the entire internet fell silent. Senior legal advisor to the state. A towering figure in the legal world. A legendary figure who announced 5 years ago he would no longer take any commercial cases. And now, he stood behind Su Chen. Holy, holy, holy. What the hell am I seeing? Is this ING real? Fang Zhang? That Fang Zhang? The one Professor Luo mentions every single class? Dude, no doubt about it, it's him. Just check the license plate. This car has access to the central complex. I'm speechless. Completely speechless. What kind of background does Su Chen have? Isn't he just a washed-up minor celebrity? How could he possibly afford to hire a god-tier figure like this? This is it. I feel like the sky is falling. I just cursed Su Chen so badly. Tianyu Media, President's Office. Sun Yi's wine glass shattered on the floor. His eyes locked onto the screen as the color drained from his face. It's fake. It has to be fake. His voice trembled. How could Fang Zhang come out of retirement for some washed-up artist? What's his standing in Beijing? How much does he charge per case? This is impossible. Before he could finish, his phone began vibrating frantically. Kai Kuan and Zhang Tao's phones rang simultaneously. The three frantically unlocked their phones, their faces turning ashen in unison. Legal Balance, honored to welcome Master Fang's return. China Law Society, after 5 years, the cornerstone of the legal world finally steps forward once more. Legal professionals online, an old horse may lie in the stall, but its heart still races across 1,000 miles. To establish a heart for heaven and earth, to establish a destiny for the people. Beijing University Law School official account, our eternal dean. One after another, blue verified official legal media accounts and top universities' official accounts simultaneously reposted screenshots from Su Chen's livestream. Accompanying them were just 5 simple words. Hail the return of Master Fong. Sun Yi's legs buckled and he slumped into his chair. It's over. This time it's truly over. In the hospital room, Hui stared at her phone screen, her face as pale as a sheet of paper. Lu Xianyu pushed her glasses up, a flicker of panic visible behind the lenses. She forced herself to calm down and said to Hui, "Don't panic, don't panic. So what if he brought in Fong Zheng? The law doesn't rely on fame, it relies on evidence. Without evidence, no one can help him. We have your victim status, that's our natural advantage." Her words were less about comforting Hui and more about rallying her own courage. But Hui couldn't hear her anymore. Her hand clutching the phone shook like a sieve as she muttered, "How could he? How could he possibly?" On the live stream feed, Fong Zheng ignored the camera, walking first to Su Chen and nodding gently. "Comrade Su Chen, I'm sorry for the hardship you've endured." Su Chen froze for a moment before instinctively replying, "No, it's fine." He was genuinely bewildered. This wasn't some righteous ally, this was a righteous Eastern Express delivery, and the kind with a nuclear warhead attached. Fong Zheng said no more, merely patting his shoulder before turning away. His gaze passed through the lens, settling on the deathly pale face in the split screen. "Attorney Lin Miao of Tancheng Law Firm, correct?" Fong Zheng's voice remained steady, devoid of emotion, yet carrying the weight of 1,000 pounds. "As a legal practitioner, you should base your actions on facts and adhere to the law as your standard. Yet you, without any corroborating evidence, relied solely on online rumors and personal conjecture to conduct a trial by public presumption of guilt against a citizen through a live broadcast. You are not upholding justice, you are inciting division, using so-called public opinion to hijack the judiciary. This is the gravest desecration of the spirit of law. It is a disgrace to the legal profession." No sooner had the words left her mouth than Lin Miao's phone began vibrating frantically. Fumbling frantically, she answered to hear her firm director's hysterical roar. "Lin Miao, you're fired. If you want to destroy yourself, don't drag our entire firm down with you. Don't you have any idea who you've provoked? We can't afford to keep a brainless fool like you who only stirs up trouble. No, director, Get out." The call ended abruptly. Lin Miao froze in place. She frantically called Lu Xianyu, her voice breaking with tears. Sister Lu, save me. I did exactly what you told me to do. You said to expose his tricks, But Lu Xianyu's voice was as cold as an ice cellar. "I only told you to attack Su Chen. Who told you to frame old Master Fong? You brought this on yourself." Then she hung up. Lin Miao broke down. Facing the camera, tears and snot streaming down her face, she cried incoherently. I'm sorry. Old Master Fong, Su Chen, I was wrong. I shouldn't have spoken out of turn. I just. This scene sent the livestream's viewership through the roof. The entire internet erupted. Netizens who had once hailed Lin Miao as a goddess of justice now felt their faces burning with embarrassment, their intelligence trampled into the ground. They flooded into Su Chen's livestream like madmen, instantly reversing the tone of the chat. "Su God, I bow down. I didn't recognize a mountain when I saw it. I'm not human. I was the loudest one cursing just now. Please don't sue me. When old Fong emerges, not a blade of grass survives. The truth doesn't matter anymore. I now unconditionally believe Su Chen is innocent. Oh no. I just sent him a private message cursing him out, and it was pretty nasty. Will he come after me later? Don't worry, Su Chen is waiting for his pork rice bowl. He probably doesn't have time for grudges, right?" Just then, an electric scooter struggled to squeeze past the Hongqi L5. Beep, make way. You're blocking the road, hey. The delivery guy leaned out and shouted. Pork knuckle rice with the last digit 6666. Who ordered the Longjiang pork knuckle rice with double pickled cabbage? The entire crowd fell silent. I can't hold it in. What kind of divine plot twist is this? Master Fong descends, only to be greeted by a delivery guy? This contrast is killing me. Pork knuckle rice, that's right, it's yours truly. Fong Zheng froze too. He glanced at the utterly bewildered delivery guy, then at Su Chen. Su Chen awkwardly scratched his head and raised his hand. Mine. He walked over to grab the 2 takeout orders, while the delivery guy kept glancing around curiously. Bro, that car looks expensive. You're not some big shot, are you? Su Chen chuckled. Nah, I'm just a regular worker. Then he turned to Fong Zhang, hesitated for a moment, and tentatively asked. Mr. Fong, would you like to have some? Fong Zhang froze for a moment. Then he burst out laughing. You're something else, kid. You've got spirit. Alright, old man here hasn't had this in ages. Saying this, he actually took the pork knuckle rice with double pickled cabbage that Su Chen offered, found a curb, skillfully opened the takeout box, and squatted down right there. What the hell did I just witness? A legal luminary eating pork knuckle rice on the street? This scene? I could brag about it for the rest of my life. Pork knuckle rice, today I'm making history. This pork knuckle rice vendor is gonna be swamped tomorrow. Su Chen crouched down beside him. There they were, each clutching a rice box, slurping away. Chapter 178, the mage feeds him right to his mouth, yet the streamer flips the table. The pork knuckle rice bowl was emptied. Fang Zhang set down his box and carefully wiped his mouth with a napkin. He stood up, the easygoing demeanor he'd displayed while chatting with Su Chen on the curb vanishing instantly. In its place emerged an aura as imposing as a mountain. Alright, comrade Su Chen. We've eaten. Time to get down to business. His voice wasn't loud, yet it caused the entire livestream chat to freeze. From this moment on, my team will take full control of this case. Evidence collection, public opinion management, courtroom defense. You needn't concern yourself with anything. You needn't do anything. My only requirement is this: maintain silence. Refrain from any further interviews, and above all, refrain from making any statements in the livestream. Leave everything to us. His words rang out with unwavering authority, leaving no room for negotiation. In the livestream, new fans who had just recovered from their shock and rushed to join the Su family army instantly experienced a mental high. This is settled. This is settled. Folks, what do you call a god descending to earth? Master Fang's presence is so commanding, my legs are weak just watching through the screen. Full control. This case is already won, right? Su God, don't just stand there, say yes. This is a free ride. A free ride where they carry you across on a palanquin. Finally no more worrying about Su God. With Master Fang here, even if the sky falls, we're not afraid. Everyone agreed this wasn't even a choice. It was like the heavens themselves were shoving food into his mouth, terrified he might starve. All Su Chen had to do was nod his head, and he'd instantly switch from hell mode to paradise sightseeing mode. Yet, just as everyone held their breath in anticipation, a system notification sounded in Su Chen's mind. Ding! Host detected choosing to confront challenge head-on. Triggering God tier choice. Option A, a true hero knows when to bend. Immediately latch onto a powerful patron and request Fang Lao to take full control. Reward, year-long all-you-can-eat pork knuckle rice pass. Option B, fight fire with fire. Go live immediately, rally fans online, and clash with haters. Reward, 10,000 cash. Option C, defend yourself. Take the stage personally. Reward, legal proficiency upgraded to God tier, legal proficiency, mastery of all Chinese laws plus photographic memory temporary. Su Chen's eyes lit up. Pork knuckle rice? That's too small time. Firing back at them? Too lowbrow. Roll up my sleeves, step into the fray myself, and rub the faces of those trying to destroy me repeatedly against the provisions of the law. Oh boy, now that's more like it. He slowly packed away the last lunchbox and stood up. Then, under the stunned gazes of hundreds of thousands of viewers, he looked at Fang Zhang and shook his head. Mr. Fang, thank you for your kindness. But this time, I want to handle it myself. Fang Zhang's turning motion froze. What did you say? Fang Zhang almost thought he'd misheard. He turned back, scrutinizing the young man before him. You'll handle it yourself? What do you mean? Su Chen grinned, revealing a mouthful of pearly whites. Exactly what I said. From gathering evidence, to organizing materials, all the way to the final courtroom defense. He held up a single finger and tapped it lightly in the air. Everything. All by myself. I'm going to be my own defense attorney. Did I hear that wrong? What did he just say? Represent himself as his own lawyer? He's lost his mind. This guy is completely insane. Does he think just because old Master Fang showed up, he's suddenly worthy to stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun? Who does he think he is? Some outlaw named Zhang San? Holy! I just started following him 3 minutes ago, and now I want to unfollow him immediately. What kind of brain-dead move is this? Old Master Fang personally descended to feed you, and you smash the bowl right back at him? Talk about not knowing a good thing when you see it. This is it. This was supposed to be a carry game with a pro, but he insists on picking a bronze support to jungle and claims he can solo 5? I'm sick. Just watching this pisses me off. It's over. The streamer's completely lost his mind. He's forgotten his own name. Just wait for your social death. It's too late to save him. Just wait for it. Goodbye. Municipal Bureau Expert Advisory Office. Lin Wanqing slammed her thermos onto the desk with a clang. Scorching water splashed out, but she felt nothing. Is he out of his mind? The usually composed and self-possessed policewoman had completely lost her composure. Her chest heaved violently with rage. That's Fang Zhang, the rock-solid anchor that old Qian personally begged to join. And he actually refused? He wants to defend himself? What gives him the right? Because he appeared on a variety show? And Rong and Professor Wang Dong beside her were equally stunned. Arrogant? No, this isn't arrogance anymore, it's the recklessness of the ignorant. Only Professor Qian Limin remained silent. He stared intently at Su Chen's carefree grin on the screen, his fingers tapping the table unconsciously. Something was off. From the moment he appeared, every move this kid made defied convention, yet each one landed precisely on the most critical point. This time, what exactly was he up to? On the live feed, Fang Zhang's expression darkened for the first time. Nonsense. The rebuke carried an authority that commanded respect without anger. Su Chen. This isn't your comedy show. This is a legal proceeding. Do you even know who you're up against? It's Lu Xianyu, the goddess shield who'll twist black into white to win. You're a complete outsider who doesn't even understand the litigation process. How do you expect to take on an entire team of elite lawyers? You're treating your own future and freedom like a joke. Facing the thunderous wrath of the legal luminary, Su Chen remained unflappable. He even pulled a pack of tissues from his pocket, tore one out, and handed it over. Professor Fong, please calm down. Anger is bad for your health. I know you mean well. But this debt, I must repay it myself. If someone throws mud at me, hiding behind others and waiting for them to clean it off even if I win, it won't mean anything. Su Chen lifted his head, his gaze clear and resolute. So from gathering evidence to courtroom arguments, I'll handle it all myself. He looked at Fang Zhang, who was clearly so angry he couldn't speak, and suddenly smiled, adding one more sentence. Of course, as a young man appearing in court for the first time, I lack experience. If I truly can't handle it, then I'll have to ask you, sir, to step in and help me correct my mistakes. You? Fang Zhang was utterly speechless at his words. This kid was serious. Not only was he going to take the stand himself, but he'd already planned his backup, treating Fang Zhang as his ultimate insurance policy. Fang Zhang stared at him for a full 30 seconds. His gaze shifted from fury to resignation, and finally settled into a helpless mix of laughter and tears. He let out a long, drawn-out sigh. Well, you're something else. He waved his hand, not turning to leave, but instead sat back down on the curb where he had been. Since you've made up your mind, this old man won't force you. I won't be your defense attorney. Fang Zhang fixed Su Chen with a piercing stare. But I'll follow this case closely as a personal advisor. I'll be damned if I don't see what tricks you've got up your sleeve. Ding. Host selection complete. Rewards, God-tier legal mastery, complete comprehension of Chinese law plus photographic memory time limited have been issued. Done. Su Chen's lips curved into a faint smile as he nodded to Fang Zhang. Then it's settled. He pulled out his phone and began rapidly tapping the screen in front of everyone, seemingly searching for something. Fang Zhang frowned. What are you doing now? The entire livestream audience held their breath. Su Chen lifted his head and turned his phone screen toward Fang Zhang. It displayed a map navigation interface. He grinned, and the very first words he spoke sent shockwaves through the entire internet. Nothing much. Just getting familiar with some basic legal stuff. Chapter 179, Defending Without a Foundation? My last-minute cramming. Su Chen turned into a street-side library. Fang Zhang followed behind, staring blankly at the sign reading, City Library. Wait, what are you doing here? Su Chen pushed open the door, his tone light. Looking for some legal books to familiarize myself. Fang Zhang stumbled, nearly losing his balance. What did you say? His mouth twitched. You're looking for legal books to familiarize yourself? Yeah. Su Chen turned back, his expression as natural as if he were discussing what to have for lunch. Fang Zhang's mind buzzed. A sudden realization struck him. You haven't studied law at all, have you? Su Chen remained silent, effectively admitting it. Fang Zhang was utterly dumbfounded. You've never studied law, yet you rejected my team? You plan to defend yourself alone? He was completely thrown off balance. Wait, Su Chen, are you that bold? Wait, I thought you at least passed the bar exam. Even if you're not practicing, you must have studied. And now you're telling me you're just hitting the library books? The live stream exploded instantly. What the hell did I just hear? He hasn't studied law? LOL, this is ridiculous. Cramming at the last minute and expecting to walk into court? I can totally picture Fang Zhang's face right now, probably kicking himself. I knew it. I knew this guy was courting disaster. Ladies, no need to worry now, Su Chen's digging his own grave. Ignoring the mockery in the livestream chat, Su Chen walked straight into the legal books section. He scanned the shelves, grabbing a few books at random: criminal law, criminal procedure law, introduction to evidence law. He flipped to the first page and skimmed through it. A flood of statutes, interpretations, and case studies surged into his mind. Su Chen realized that these legal terms, which should have been obscure and difficult to understand, were almost instantly comprehensible to him. He could even instantly connect them to applicable scenarios and relevant precedents in his mind. This was the effect of God-tier legal mastery. But deep down, Su Chen felt uneasy. It was like secretly glancing at the answers before an exam. Even though he knew the solutions, he still had to pretend to review the questions before he could write them down with a clear conscience. He flipped through a few more books, skimming a few pages here and there, until he felt more grounded. That should do it. He put the books back and clapped his hands. Let's go. Fang Zhang felt completely numb. That's it? You only looked at a few pages? That's enough. Su Chen glanced back at him, his tone calm. Fang Zhang fell silent. He suddenly felt like he'd been too naive. He had assumed Su Chen was the kind of genius who came prepared, possessing at least some legal foundation, simply unwilling to rely on outside help. But now it seemed this guy was a complete amateur. He genuinely intended to take on Hui's legal team in court armed with just a few books and some notes. Fang Zhang took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. No, he couldn't let him act so recklessly. He had to make Su Chen back down. Su Chen, Fang Zhang began, his tone stern. Do you even know what the law is? Su Chen raised an eyebrow, saying nothing. Fang Zhang continued, the law isn't something you can grasp by flipping through a few books. It requires extensive knowledge, real-world experience, logical reasoning skills, and above all, a deep understanding of the statutes. In your current state, even if you go to court, you'll just be crushed by the opposing lawyer. Su Chen chuckled. So what do you want? Fang Zhang's eyes sharpened. I'll give you a test. If you can answer them, I'll stop trying to persuade you. But if you can't, you'll accept my team and let professionals handle professional matters. Su Chen considered it, then nodded. All right. Fang Zhang exhaled in relief. He had already decided to make the questions extremely tricky, covering statutes, case law, procedures, chains of evidence, a comprehensive examination. If Su Chen couldn't answer them, he'd completely crush the kid's notion of representing himself. Municipal Bureau Expert Advisory Office. And Rong stared at the live feed, her brow furrowed. He went to the library to study? Lin Wanqing, seated beside her, nodded. Yes. And Rong fell silent for a few seconds before turning to her. Has he always been like this? Lin Wanqing paused, confused. What? Well. And Rong paused, he's always been so impulsive? Without plans? Without preparation? Lin Wanqing gave a wry smile. Ever since I've known him, he's always been like this. Like that time he raced down the winding mountain road to get a pregnant woman to the hospital at the base. Everyone thought he was crazy, but he actually pulled it off. A complex emotion flickered in Rong's eyes. Suddenly, she felt a pang of sympathy for Lin Wanqing. Dealing with someone like that must be hard on the heart. Professor Wang Dong shook his head, his tone resigned. What exactly is this kid trying to accomplish? Sunny also frowned. He dares to reject Fang Zhang's team without any legal foundation, seeking evidence on his own and defending himself. Does he even know that professional matters should be left to professionals? Qian Limin remained silent. He stared at the screen, a thoughtful gleam in his eyes. He sensed Su Chen was definitely plotting something. But he couldn't fathom what it was. In the livestream chat, the comments had completely descended into chaos. LOL, is this what Su Chen calls preparation? Flip through a few pages at the library and think he's ready for a lawsuit? I'm seriously impressed. Does this guy really think he's gifted? Fang Zhang setting the questions? Just wait till he gets called out. Girls, screen record. When Su Chen stumbles, we'll nail him to the shame pillar. Tianyu Media Office. Sunny watched the live stream, his smile growing wider by the second. He's truly lost his mind. Zhang Tao nodded, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Going to court without any legal foundation? That's practically suicide. Kai Kuan sat beside him, a mocking curve lifting the corners of his mouth. Mr. Sun, I think we could give him another push. How so? Sunny turned to face him. Kai Kuan lowered his voice. When Fang Zhang poses a question and Su Chen can't answer, we'll have our troll army set the narrative saying he's overstepping his bounds, that he's insulting the law. By then, his image will be completely shattered. Sun Yi's eyes lit up. He slapped Kai Kuan on the shoulder. Brilliant idea. On a bench outside the library, Fang Zhang pulled out his phone and swiftly drafted a set of questions. His fingers flew across the screen, his eyes gleaming with intense focus. This set of questions was deliberately tricky. They covered the elements of defamation under Article 246 of the criminal law, the exclusionary rule for illegally obtained evidence in evidence law, and the reversal of the burden of proof in the criminal procedure law. Each question demanded a solid legal foundation and extensive practical experience. He didn't believe Su Chen could answer them. A few minutes later, he looked up and handed the phone to Su Chen. Go ahead. Su Chen took the phone and glanced down at it. The live stream camera zoomed in on the phone screen. The audience saw the set of questions too. This question is way too hard. Even I, a law student, can't solve this. Fang Zhang is trying to push Su Chen to the brink. Just wait for him to make a fool of himself. Su Chen stared at the screen, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. He looked up at Fang Zhang. This is the exam you mentioned? Fang Zhang nodded, his tone calm. Yes. If you can't answer, you'll have to accept my team. Su Chen smiled but said nothing. He lowered his head, his fingers swiftly gliding across the screen. He began answering. Chapter 180, this can't be. How did he get them all right? Su Chen's fingers flew across the screen. In the live stream room, everyone held their breath. Fang Zhang stood calmly to the side, hands behind his back. Every question he'd set had been meticulously crafted. He intended to give this young upstart a taste of his own medicine. Question 1. Elements of defamation. A gift question? No, a death sentence. He deliberately avoided any hints, waiting for Su Chen to overlook the trap of serious circumstances as a prerequisite. Yet on the screen, Su Chen's fingers barely paused. There are 4 elements. First, the act of fabricating and disseminating false information. Fong Zheng nodded slightly. Standard procedure. Second, the act must target a specific individual. Not bad. Third, there must be subjective intent. Fourth, objectively, it must have resulted in a decline in social reputation. Just as the muscles around Fong Zhang's mouth began to relax, the next line froze his expression instantly. All 4 points above require serious circumstances to warrant case filing. According to Article 2 of the Supreme Court and Supreme Procurator's judicial interpretation, defamatory information reaching over 5,000 clicks or views, or being reposted over 500 times, shall be deemed sufficient. Fong Zhang's eyelid twitched violently. He actually cited the judicial interpretation directly? Down to the specific article? This kid, wasn't he just pretending to flip through a few pages in the library? In the livestream chat, the bullet comments paused briefly before erupting among a handful of knowledgeable viewers. Holy crap! Judicial interpretations. He knows about this? Quiet up front. I'm a law student. Our professor covered this question. Half the class fell into the serious circumstances trap, but he pointed it out on first glance? That's not right. Fong Zheng suppressed his astonishment and moved on to the second question. Exclusion of illegally obtained evidence. This question tested practical application. No courtroom experience, no case handling, and memorizing legal provisions wouldn't help. He refused to believe Su Chen could possibly. On the screen, Su Chen's answer had already appeared. The exclusion of illegally obtained evidence encompasses not only verbal evidence gathered through unlawful means like torture, but also physical and documentary evidence collected in violation of legal procedures that could severely undermine judicial fairness. Fong Zheng froze. That classic case balancing procedural flaws in judicial fairness. Even many frontline criminal defense attorneys might not recall it immediately. Meanwhile, Su Chen had already reached the final question. Discuss the reversal of the burden of proof in criminal proceedings. Fong Zheng almost sneered inwardly. Here it comes, the real killer question. This question had been debated in legal circles for decades, and few could explain it clearly. As a complete outsider, Su Chen's fingers paused for half a second before typing a line that made Fong Zheng's scalp tingle. False proposition. Those 2 words felt like a blunt blow to the head. Criminal proceedings adhere to the absolute principle of he who asserts must prove. There is no reversal of the burden of proof. The so-called reversal applies only to specific civil tort cases. This case is a defamation private prosecution. Even if the other party countersues, we only bear the preliminary burden of proving our own innocence, not a legal reversal of responsibility. Concise and to the point. The entire exchange took no more than 3 minutes. Su Chen handed the phone back to Fong Zheng. Done. Fong Zheng took the phone and read through it again from start to finish. Not a single mistake. He looked up, his gaze fixed intently on Su Chen. A buzzing sensation filled Fong Zheng's mind. This couldn't be possible. Absolutely impossible. How could this kid have mastered such precise legal knowledge after flipping through just a few pages in the library? Moreover, this knowledge wasn't something you could just memorize and apply. It required extensive practical experience and logical reasoning skills. Fong Zheng lifted his head and fixed his gaze on Su Chen. Suddenly, he recalled Professor Qian Linin's words. This kid is unpredictable and inscrutable, yet he always manages to surprise us. Fong Zheng had dismissed it as mere flattery, but now, he believed it. He actually pulled it off? Wait, what's going on? Didn't he never study law? I have a master's in law, and I couldn't even answer the second question. Damn it, now I'm wondering if he got the questions early. Wake up, man. Fong Zheng made up the questions on the spot. How could he have known them beforehand? Then how does he explain it? Is he actually a genius? Inside the hospital room, Hui stared at her phone screen, her face ashen. How could he? Hui turned her head, her voice trembling. Sister Lu, what should we do? He really knows the law. What about when we go to court? Lu Xianyu sat beside her, her expression grim. How could that be? How could a complete layman possibly outmatch a seasoned elite lawyer in legal knowledge? Scripted. It must be scripted. Fong Zheng staged this whole thing to make him look good. Don't panic. Lu Xianyu forced herself to calm down, gripping Hui's hand tightly as her voice grew sharp. This is just theoretical talk. Law isn't about memorizing texts. In court, it's all about experience, improvisation, and the battle of evidence chains. So what if he knows the statutes inside out? Without real-world experience, he'll be a sitting duck in court, helplessly at the mercy of others. A flash of ruthlessness flickered in Lu Xianyu's eyes. I'm contacting my sources right now. Dig up every bit of dirt on him. Those intimate photos with female fans, those baseless rumors, find them all. We have days before trial, plenty of time. I'll paint him as a serial offender with a history of harassment and chaotic personal life. I'll make sure every juror and judge presumes him guilty before the trial even begins. Then, even if every word he says is true, no one will believe a scumbag like him. On the bench outside the library, Fang Zheng stared at Su Chen, silent for a long while. Finally, he spoke. How did you manage it? Su Chen raised an eyebrow. What do you mean, how did you do it? Don't play dumb, Fang Zheng said sternly. You only flipped through a few pages in the library. How could you possibly grasp such precise legal knowledge? Su Chen smiled. Maybe I'm just gifted. Fang Zheng stared at him, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. This kid. Who exactly was he? Fang Zheng took a deep breath and made his decision. Fine. Since you can answer that, I won't try to dissuade you anymore. You'll defend yourself in this case. I'll observe as a personal advisor, but I won't intervene. Su Chen nodded. Thanks. Fang Zheng waved his hand dismissively. Don't thank me. I just want to see how far you can go. He stood up and patted Su Chen on the shoulder. Remember, the courtroom isn't an exam hall. Being able to answer questions doesn't mean you'll win. I know. Fang Zheng turned and walked away. Holy. Su Chen is amazing voice cracking. Even the legal luminary was silenced. From today onward, if anyone dares say Su Chen is uncultured, I'll be the first to confront them. This guy is a walking Chinese legal codex. Su's army reporting for duty. Mom asked why I was kneeling while watching the livestream. Su Chen watched his retreating figure, a faint smile curling his lips. Solving problems alone wasn't enough. But what he'd gained went far beyond mere problem-solving skills. Divine-tier legal mastery meant his understanding of all Chinese laws had reached the pinnacle. Combined with his photographic memory, his current legal knowledge surpasses that of many practicing attorneys with years of experience. Lu Xianyu wanted to challenge him? Then bring it on. Chapter 181. You said we were gathering evidence, but you ran off to the internet cafe to play. Su Chen stood at the library entrance, pulling out his phone to check the time. Alright, warm-up's over. Time to get down to business. He stretched lazily and flashed a grin at the live stream camera. Now, let's start gathering evidence. He walked to the roadside and hailed a taxi. Here it comes. Su Chen was about to start gathering evidence. All viewers perked up. Su Chen opened the door, climbed in, and gave the driver an address. As the taxi merged into traffic, the livestream camera focused on the navigation display showing the road ahead. When the destination's bold characters came into view, the entire livestream fell into dead silence. Golden Age Internet Cafe. After a brief silence, a deluge of question marks flooded the chat. Internet cafe? Did I see that right? He's going to an internet cafe to collect evidence? Collect what? Collect the enemy ADC's kills? Calm down. Everyone, calm down. Su Chen must have a deeper meaning for doing this. Yes. It must be. Some diehard fans were still desperately trying to justify Su Chen's actions. But when the taxi actually pulled up outside an internet cafe with gaudy decor and a top-up 100, get 50 free sign plastered on the door, the last shred of hope vanished. Su Chen stepped out, walked confidently to the front desk, and slapped down a bill. Open a machine, reserve it for 3 hours, and get me a bottle of iced black tea. The entire process flowed seamlessly, without a hint of hesitation. Just as he was about to head to his seat, he suddenly turned back and gave a mysterious smile to the live stream camera. Friendly reminder, the following operation may be too advanced, involving heavy data processing. To protect your brain CPUs from overheating, I'll pause the live stream for a moment. The live feed went black with a sharp click. Only the message streamer is currently engaged in high-intensity mental activity. Please wait. Remained. The viewers in the live stream room stared at the message, even more baffled. High-intensity mental activity? In an internet cafe? After about 5 or 6 minutes, the screen lit up again. Before the audience could get a clear look, he double-clicked the mouse and opened an icon. A flashy game login screen popped up. Delta Force. What the hell was I expecting just now? High-intensity mental activity, and this is what we get instantly launching a game? My mindset is shattered, guys. So we're here freaking out for him, and he's off at an internet cafe gaming with friends? Unfollowing him. This guy is beyond redemption. All the goodwill I had for him just vanished. He clearly doesn't take his legal troubles seriously. Lu Xianyu and Sunny must be popping champagne at home right now. Municipal Bureau Expert Advisory Office. Lin Wanqing stared blankly at the screen. So, this is his gathering evidence? And Rong adjusted her glasses, scribbling furiously in her notebook while muttering to herself. Abnormal behavior, extremely abnormal, choosing to mentally detach through gaming while facing major litigation pressure. Is this a classic psychological stress response to escapism? No. With his insight into human nature, he couldn't be this fragile. She snapped her head up, her eyes flashing with a near-mad gleam. I get it. He's conducting scenario simulation. Scenario simulation? Professor Wang Dong beside her looked utterly confused. Exactly. And Rong grew more and more excited as she spoke. Delta Force is a highly realistic tactical shooter that emphasizes intelligence gathering, infiltration, and achieving objectives in complex environments. He's using a game to simulate the entire process of evidence collection and courtroom defense. The internet cafe represents a noisy, distracting public opinion environment. The enemies in the game are Lu Xianyu's defense team. His mission is to find crucial intelligence amidst a hail of bullets and successfully escape. Lin Wanqing. Professor Wang Dong. The only word echoing in the experts' minds was, "What a stretch." On the live stream, Su Chen had already entered the game. His gameplay bore no resemblance to that of a casual player. Within just 20 minutes, he completed 3 consecutive games with flawless records, 0 casualties, highest map-wide economy, and successful evacuation. The chat exploded once more. Holy! That aim! That movement! Why's he wasting his talent in showbiz instead of going pro and making a name for himself? Damn it, I was ready to trash him, but seeing his gameplay, why does it actually feel satisfying? Wake up, upstairs. What good is his skill? Can he submit this as evidence to a judge? Like, Your Honor, look how well I play games, so I must be innocent. Amidst the buzzing chatter, Su Chen removed his headphones, stretched lazily, and logged out of the game. That'll do. He muttered under his breath before standing up to pay and leave, leaving hundreds of thousands of viewers in the livestream room utterly bewildered. Almost done? What was about it? Had he had his fill of gaming? Then, Su Chen's next move gave everyone a glimmer of hope. He hailed a cab and headed to the city's first people's hospital. The hospital. He went to the hospital. I knew it. Su Chen wouldn't really be playing. He must be at the hospital looking for crucial evidence. Isn't Hui staying at that hospital? Is he retrieving Hui's medical records? Or searching for witnesses from that time? However, the next few hours became the most agonizing time for all viewers. To protect hospital privacy, the live stream could only remain fixed on the hospital entrance. 1 hour. 2 hours. 3 hours. Just as everyone was about to lose patience, Su Chen finally emerged from the gate. He appeared relaxed, his hands empty. He wasn't carrying any crucial medical reports as everyone had imagined, nor had he gotten into any altercations. He simply looked like an ordinary citizen who had spent the afternoon wandering through the hospital before walking out like that. Gone. He just walked away. That's it? Just like that? What the hell did he do in there for 3 hours? Did he get a full-body deep checkup? What the hell did I just witness today? An internet cafe simulation battle, a half-day hospital tour? Is this Su Chen's desperate counterattack? LOL. I declare this case closed. Su Chen has completed his own social burial through an extremely abstract performance art piece. Done and dusted. Let's see how he cries when court opens. Tianyu Media, President's Office. Sunny watched the livestream replay, laughing until tears streamed down his face. What a talent. Absolute genius. He pointed at the screen showing Su Chen gaming and said to Kai Kuan beside him, I thought he'd pull off something spectacular, but this? Gaming at an internet cafe? Taking a stroll in the hospital? Kai Kuan smiled obsequiously in agreement. Mr. Sun, I'd say this kid's thrown in the towel. Probably figured he's doomed to lose, so he's just letting himself go. Night fell. Su Chen returned to the hotel. After a day of streaming, the audience's emotions had been on a roller coaster ride, plummeting from the clouds to the depths of despair, and now they were utterly numb. Just before signing off, countless netizens couldn't hold back any longer. Teacher Su Chen, today, you went to the internet cafe, then to the hospital. Everyone's concerned. How's your evidence gathering going? Su Chen yawned, his face worn with fatigue. He rubbed his eyes and casually replied. Evidence? Oh, it's all ready. More than enough. With that, he waved his hand and shut off the room's camera. The livestream went black. Netizens? More than enough? What exactly are you referring to? Your gaming achievements? Or your hospital health report? Chapter 182, you actually got a depression diagnosis? In the hospital ward at night, Hui stared at her phone screen, watching the entire process of Su Chen gathering evidence today. First, she looked panicked, then puzzled, and finally burst out laughing. Sis Lu, look at this. Hui handed her phone to Lu Xianyu, the screen frozen on a scene of Su Chen gaming at an internet cafe. Lu Xianyu glanced at it, a flicker of contempt crossing her eyes. Is that it? Yep. Hui's voice brimmed with uncontrollable excitement. I was worried today that he might actually find something incriminating, but guess what? He went to the internet cafe and played games for 3 hours, then took a stroll around the hospital, and finally claimed he had evidence ready. Lu Xianyu said nothing, merely returning the phone to Hui before rising and walking to the window. Sis Lu, do you think he's lost his mind? Hui pressed. Not crazy. Lu Xianyu turned around, her tone calm. He's just throwing caution to the wind. What do you mean? He knows he can't win, so he's just given up. Lu Xianyu walked back to the hospital bed and sat down. That old man Feng Zhang is formidable, but Su Chen, his useless teammate, clearly doesn't want to cooperate. No matter how capable Fong Zhang is, he can't defend him in court. Hui nodded, her expression finally relaxing. I knew it. He's just an entertainment star, what does he know about the law? Lu Xianyu didn't respond. Instead, she picked up the folder beside her and glanced through it. Still, we can't let our guard down. Hui froze. Sis Lu, what exactly are we supposed to be cautious about now? Fong Zhang. Lu Xianyu's tone was stern. You know his standing in the legal world. Even if he claims not to interfere, as long as he sits beside Su Chen, he can still advise him. What should we do? Proceed with the original plan. Lu Xianyu closed the folder. During the trial, make sure to show your emotions fully. I'll guide the jury and judge's attention, keeping the focus on your suffering rather than Su Chen's defense. Hui nodded, her smile growing brighter. Online, discussions about Su Chen had shifted from anticipation to pure mockery and revelry. Today's best joke: to prove his innocence, Su Chen furiously played Delta Force for 3 hours. LOL, I thought he was holding back some big move. Turns out he just went to the internet cafe to unleash his ultimate? Fong Zhang, the esteemed lawyer, has ruined his reputation. He must be kicking himself for taking on such a clown. Just wait, the trial livestream is gonna be the year's biggest social death scene. Even Su Chen's die-hard fans saw their faith crumble. I admit I was wrong. Maybe Su Chen really is just good at gaming. Stop fighting it. Now we just hope he doesn't lose too badly, spare us fans a shred of dignity. A few days later, outside the city courthouse. The day of the hearing had arrived. At the plaintiff's request, the proceedings were broadcast live across all online platforms. Outside the courtroom, the area was packed tight with media outlets and influencers. Here it comes. Here it comes. Su Chen's car is here. The crowd stirred with excitement. Su Chen stepped out of the car, dressed casually. In contrast, Fong Zhang beside him wore a formal suit, exuding an imposing presence that naturally silenced the surrounding clamor. Su Chen, are you confident about today's trial? What exactly is this so-called evidence you're talking about? I heard you've been gaming non-stop these past few days. Have you given up on defending yourself? Su Chen, get out of the entertainment industry. Several haters held up signs, shouting at the top of their lungs. Flashbulbs exploded in a frenzy, nearly engulfing him. Su Chen ignored it all, walking straight into the courtroom. The solemn courtroom was already packed to capacity. Plaintiff's bench: Su Chen, Fong Zhang. Defendant's bench: Hui, Lu Xianyu. Hui had deliberately applied a makeup look that emphasized exhaustion and vulnerability, wearing a plain white dress that made her appear pitifully helpless and innocent. Beside her, Lu Xianyu wore a sharp black business suit, radiating confidence with an unwavering look of determination in her eyes. Thud, the gavel fell. Court is now in session. Su Chen sat calmly in the plaintiff's seat. Fong Zhang sat beside him, hands folded on the table, his gaze deep and intense. Hui and Lu Xianyu sat across from them. They exchanged a glance, both eyes reflecting the relaxed confidence of those certain of victory. The judge turned to Su Chen. Plaintiff, please state your claims. Su Chen stood up and cleared his throat. I accuse the defendant, Hui, of maliciously defaming me by fabricating false information and disseminating it widely through online platforms, resulting in cyberbullying against me. These actions have caused me severe psychological harm. Hui abruptly stood up, her face flushing crimson. What did you say? Her voice shrieked. Caused you severe psychological harm? Look at yourself. Do you look like someone who's been hurt? Su Chen remained expressionless. Hui trembled with rage. She hadn't been able to eat or sleep properly these past few days, on the verge of a complete breakdown. And what about Su Chen? He played games all day, slept late into the night, and even joked around with fans during his live streams. And he called that being hurt? Lu Xianyu also stood up. Your Honor. She turned to the judge, her voice steady and firm. The plaintiff claims to have suffered severe psychological harm. We completely disagree with this assertion. According to publicly available livestream records, Mr. Su Chen, the plaintiff, exhibited relaxed and carefree behavior during the days he claims to have been suffering. Not only did he spend hours playing video games at an internet cafe, but he also behaved throughout his hospital stay as if he were sightseeing or taking a leisurely stroll. It is widely known that individuals suffering from psychological trauma, especially those at severe levels, exhibit distinct behavioral patterns such as social withdrawal, diminished energy, and loss of interest. The plaintiff's conduct aligns with none of these characteristics. Therefore, we have ample reason to suspect that the plaintiff's alleged psychological harm is nothing but a false statement fabricated to meet the filing requirements for a defamation case. This constitutes contempt of court and amounts to secondary victimization of our client. Lu Xianyu is incredible. That logic, that eloquence, she's nailed Su Chen to the pillar of shame. Game over. Opening with a trump card. Using Su Chen's own livestream as evidence, how can he possibly refute this? LOL, Su Chen claims psychological trauma is his triple MVP in a game, his evidence? It's over, it's over. Social death is inevitable, no hope left. A buzz of murmurs filled the courtroom. Hui sat back in her chair, staring at Su Chen with undisguised scorn and satisfaction. Exactly. What proof do you have? Just that dead pig fearing no boiling water look of yours? Lu Xianyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Everything was under control. This case had been over the moment Su Chen stepped into the internet cafe. The judge turned his gaze to Su Chen, his tone stern. Plaintiff, in response to the defense counsel's questioning, do you have evidence to prove you actually suffered psychological harm? Fang Zhang, who had remained silent, flinched slightly. He was about to speak when Su Chen stopped him. Su Chen nodded. He slowly pulled an A4 sheet of paper from the inner pocket of his coat and placed it gently on the table. Yes. This is the official diagnostic certificate issued by the Mental Health Center of the First People's Hospital of the city. The attention of everyone in the courtroom was instantly drawn to the thin sheet of paper. A court officer stepped forward, took the evidence, and presented it to the judge. Simultaneously, a scanned copy of the document was projected onto the courtroom's large screen. White paper, black text. Everyone could see it clearly. Under the diagnosis section, several large characters were printed. Severe depressive state. Immediate medication intervention and psychological counseling recommended. Chapter 183, You have no idea how much pain Mr. Su Chen endures. Severe depressive state. Immediate medication and psychological counseling recommended. Signed by the attending physician Lin Ziyuan. The live stream chat exploded. Holy! There really is a diagnosis certificate. I knew Su Chen wouldn't just shoot from the hip. So he went to the hospital that day for treatment. Damn it, I used to criticize him for gaming to cope. Now it's clear he was genuinely using games to manage his depression. My heart aches for Su Chen. After enduring so much online abuse, he still gets accused of faking it. What did Attorney Lu say earlier? Completely disagree? How's your face feeling now? Fang Zhang glanced sideways at Su Chen, surprise flickering in his eyes. This kid had hidden this card up his sleeve. Lu Xianyu's fingers tapped lightly on the table as she rose to her feet. Your Honor, our side reserves the right to question the validity of this so-called medical certificate. The judge looked at her. Defense counsel, please state your grounds. First, a diagnosis of depression cannot be confirmed by a simple piece of paper. Lu Xianyu spoke rapidly, her logic clear. According to the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, a depression diagnosis requires the patient to exhibit core symptoms such as persistent low mood, loss of interest, and lack of energy for at least 2 weeks. She pointed to the diagnosis date displayed on the large screen. This diagnosis, however, was issued a mere 3 days ago. In just 3 days, the plaintiff transformed from a normal person playing games in an internet cafe and strolling around the hospital into someone suffering from severe depression? That defies common sense. Moreover, the plaintiff's live streaming footage is publicly available online. His behavior, speech, and expressions show absolutely no signs consistent with a person suffering from depression. Therefore, we have reason to suspect this diagnosis certificate is a forgery either deliberately fabricated by the plaintiff or obtained through coercion of the doctor. As the words fell, murmurs of discussion rippled through the courtroom once more. The live chat exploded with conflicting reactions. Holy crap, there does seem to be something off. Diagnosing severe depression in just 3 days? What the hell do you know, upstairs? Depression is often deeply hidden by the time it erupts, it's already severe. That doesn't add up. Su Chen was still gaming at the internet cafe just days ago. How could he have depression? Attorney Lu makes a valid point. This evidence is highly suspicious. Hui's face lit up with a smile again upon hearing Lu Xianyu's words. Right. It's fake. Su Chen must have faked it at the hospital to get this certificate for the lawsuit. The judge's gaze fell upon Su Chen once more. Plaintiff, how do you respond to the defense counsel's challenge? Su Chen rose slowly, a faint smile on his face. Your Honor, there are many types of depression. What Attorney Lu described earlier is typical manifest depression, where patients exhibit obvious external symptoms like pronounced low mood and social withdrawal. However, there is another form known as smiling depression, also called masked depression. Patients with this form appear indistinguishable from others on the surface. They may even seem more cheerful and positive than the average person. Yet internally, they are already shattered beyond repair. The courtroom fell silent once more. Su Chen continued. When I went to the hospital that day, it was indeed for a psychological evaluation. The doctor administered a standard depression self-assessment questionnaire and conducted a detailed interview. The final conclusion was what's written on this diagnostic certificate: severe depressive state. He looked at Lu Xianyu. As for Attorney Lu's claim that my symptoms don't match the diagnosis, that's because what you see is only my surface appearance. Patients with smiling depression are masters of disguise. Lu Xianyu's expression darkened. She clenched her jaw. So you claim it's smiling depression, is that it? Our side contends that this evidence should be directly excluded by the court. The judge frowned. Plaintiff, do you have any other evidence to substantiate the authenticity of this diagnosis? Su Chen nodded. Yes. The doctor who performed my diagnosis is also present today. He turned his gaze toward the gallery. Dr. Lin, thank you for coming. All eyes turned toward the gallery. A middle-aged man in a white coat and gold-rimmed glasses stood up. He walked to the witness stand and sat down, guided by the court officer. The judge looked at him. Please state your name and occupation. Lin Ziyuan, attending physician at the Mental Health Center of the First Municipal People's Hospital, with 23 years of professional experience. Lin Ziyuan's voice was steady. The judge nodded. Dr. Lin, do you know the plaintiff, Su Chen? Yes. Lin Ziyuan glanced at Su Chen. 3 days ago, he came to my office for a psychological evaluation. May I ask, was this diagnostic certificate personally issued by you? Yes. Did you follow a rigorous assessment process when issuing this diagnosis? Of course. Lin Ziyuan adjusted his glasses. Lin Ziyuan pushed his glasses up and continued. I conducted a detailed consultation covering multiple dimensions, including his sleep patterns, changes in appetite, emotional fluctuations, and suicidal tendencies. The entire evaluation process lasted nearly 2 hours. Ultimately, after synthesizing all indicators, I reached a diagnosis of severe depression. Lu Xianyu stood up. Dr. Lin, during your diagnosis, did you consider the possibility that the patient might be feigning or exaggerating symptoms? Lin Ziyuan looked at her. Of course I did. In fact, ruling out malingering is a fundamental step in psychiatric diagnosis. I employed multiple techniques during the consultation, including cross-verification, questioning for contradictions, and observing micro-expressions. Mr. Su Chen's responses were remarkably consistent, showing no logical contradictions or signs of acting. Moreover, the Beck scale itself incorporates lie detection functionality. Deliberate feigning would cause abnormal score distributions. But Mr. Su Chen's scale results perfectly align with the characteristics of genuine depression patients. Lu Xianyu clenched her jaw. Then could you explain why Mr. Su Chen appears so perfectly normal in daily life, even going to internet cafes to play games? Lin Ziyuan smiled. Attorney Lu, your question just now actually reveals a misconception in your understanding of depression. The defining feature of smiling depression, or mass depression, is that sufferers conceal their pain through various means. They may force themselves to maintain social interactions and participate in recreational activities because they don't want others to see their vulnerability. Gaming, in fact, could be his way of escaping reality and numbing himself. And this forced self-suppression only worsens the condition. He looked at Su Chen with a hint of sympathy in his eyes. I've seen too many patients like this. Outwardly cheerful and positive until one day they suddenly collapse or even choose to end their lives. Mr. Su Chen taking the initiative to seek help at the hospital is already an incredibly rare step. You have no idea what kind of hellish torment Mr. Su endured inside during this period of online bullying. The final nail in the coffin. Lu Xianyu was struck dumb, her face turning ashen as she slumped completely into her chair. Hui's face was frozen in utter disbelief. The entire internet fell into dead silence. Chapter 184, Lu Xianyu drops bombshell, Su Chen's image crumbles. Dr. Lin Ziyuan, guided by the bailiff, returned to the gallery. The judge tapped his gavel, drawing everyone's attention back. Plaintiff, your evidence is hereby admitted by the court. Now, counsel for the defendant, please continue your presentation. Lu Xianyu was stunned. Her opponent had gained the upper hand. But she was, after all, a top-tier lawyer. After a momentary lapse, she forced herself to stand. Your Honor. Even if the plaintiff suffers from depression, that doesn't justify him slandering our client in return. Lu Xianyu took a deep breath, quickly regrouped, and shifted her line of attack. Throughout this online controversy, the one who has truly suffered harm from start to finish is my client, Miss Hui. She gestured, and several photographs instantly appeared on the courtroom's large screen. In the images, Hui lay in a hospital bed, her face gaunt and haggard, eyes vacant and lifeless, heavy dark circles etched beneath them. Each image radiated profound sorrow and helplessness. Everyone, look! Lu Xianyu pointed her arm directly at the screen. Ever since the plaintiff, Su Chen, filed this absurd lawsuit against our client, Miss Hui has lived in constant fear and anxiety day and night. She's been cyberbullied by Su Chen's fans, slandered as a modern-day peasant end. She dares not leave the house, dares not look at her phone, and suffers from insomnia night after night. She's just a vulnerable woman who found the courage to speak her truth. What did she do wrong to deserve this secondary trauma? Mr. Su Chen, you claim your heart has been wounded. But look at my client. Is she not flesh and blood? Does she not have a heart? The live stream's sentiment began to shift again in an instant. Wah, poor Hui. After Su Chen reported her, she looked so worn out. Sure, Su Chen has depression, but he's a grown man. Isn't this a bit much for a girl? Yeah, cut her some slack. She's already suffering so much. Hui played along with Lu Xianyu's performance, lowering her head and letting her shoulders shudder slightly as she emitted stifled sobs. In an instant, the entire courtroom filled with sympathy for her. All eyes focused on Su Chen. Even Fong Zhang shifted slightly, ready to offer legal counsel should Su Chen become flustered. However, Su Chen stood up. He did not look at Hui nor at Lu Xianyu but instead turned his gaze toward the judge. Your Honor, I have a question. Please proceed. Under our country's laws, does the plaintiff's claim automatically become invalid if the defendant appears to be suffering more than the plaintiff? Judge. The entire courtroom. Su Chen shrugged his shoulders, looking utterly innocent. If this law didn't exist, would all that stuff the defense lawyer just said even be relevant to this case? I sued her for defamation because she fabricated facts, publicly disseminated them online, and damaged my reputation. That is the legal fact. Her anxiety stemming from my lawsuit is a personal emotional issue she must confront. Su Chen paused, finally turning his gaze toward Lu Xianyu. Attorney Lu's logic is peculiar. By your reasoning, if a thief suffers anxiety and insomnia from fearing arrest, should the police refrain from apprehending him? Should a murderer be released immediately in court because he's mentally breaking down from fear of the death penalty? My lawful exercise of rights shouldn't be twisted into evidence of my guilt just because it caused psychological pressure on the defendant, right? That's not how the world works. Not a single swear word in the entire speech. They completely shut down the emotions Lu Xianyu had just stirred up. Lu Xianyu's lips twitched, but not a single word escaped her. Divine counterattack. I hereby declare Su Chen my internet mouthpiece. Ha 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 ha. A murderer breaks down because he fears the death penalty, so he gets acquitted? That logic is insane. Lu Xianyu's face turned green. Her pride and joy, the empathy card turned into worthless paper in Su Chen's hands. So satisfying. Why should victims fighting for justice have to consider the perpetrator's feelings? Fang Zhang glanced at Su Chen beside him, a flicker of admiration flashing through his cloudy old eyes. This kid isn't just fighting a legal battle. He was playing mind games. Su Chen gave Lu Xianyu no breathing room, pulling another document from his briefcase. Your Honor, we will now present the next piece of evidence. My rescue of the defendant Hui from the river that day constituted an emergency rescue action. According to Article 184 of the relevant civil code, a rescuer shall not bear civil liability for damages caused to the rescued person while voluntarily performing emergency rescue actions. My actions fully meet the legal definition of heroic conduct. As for the defendant's claim of infringement, it is utterly baseless. All emergency medical measures are performed solely to save lives in critical situations. In that critical moment where every second counted, no rational person would entertain any thoughts beyond saving a life. Su Chen's voice was clear and forceful, resonating throughout the courtroom. He not only recited the legal provisions but also supplemented his argument by citing the rulings from two similar cases. The clarity of his reasoning and the rigor of his logic stunned everyone present, including Fang Zhang. This was no last-minute crammer or amateur. This was clearly a seasoned legal expert. Cold sweat beaded on Lu Xianyu's forehead. She realized she was completely outmatched. Whether it was evidence or legal reasoning, Su Chen had her pinned down completely. If this continued, defeat was inevitable. No. She couldn't lose. She snapped her head up, a glint of desperation flashing in her eyes. If she couldn't win legally, she'd utterly destroy his reputation. Objection. Lu Xianyu cut Su Chen off. I object to the plaintiff's so-called claim of heroic conduct. The judge looked at her. State your grounds. Because the plaintiff's motives were impure from the very beginning. He wasn't saving lives at all, he was merely indulging his perverted desires. Before she could finish, the courtroom erupted in uproar. Su Chen's movements froze. Your Honor, I request permission to present video footage and several photographs. These are directly relevant to the plaintiff's character and motives. The judge hesitated briefly before nodding. Granted. Lu Xianyu immediately handed a USB drive to the court officer. It contained a photograph. The scene appeared to be inside a dimly lit, intimate KTV booth. Su Chen sat relaxed, a young girl in a revealing spaghetti strap dress practically pressed against him. She held her phone up for a selfie, laughing so hard she was shaking. What the hell is this? Su Chen? With a female fan? In a KTV? Is this Su Chen's scandalous material? Did Lu Xianyu actually get her hands on it? Lu Xianyu sneered coldly and swiped to the next photo. The scene shifted. This time it was a hotel hallway, a blurry surveillance screenshot. Yet clearly visible was Su Chen and a stunningly attractive woman stepping out of the elevator together, chatting and laughing. The third image showed an underground parking garage. Su Chen opened a car door for a girl, leaning forward slightly. The angle made it look like he was about to kiss her. The fourth image, the fifth image. Everyone saw that. A man with such a chaotic private life, maintaining ambiguous relationships with multiple women. Do you still believe he jumped into the water to save a stranger out of pure kindness? I even suspect he was deliberately waiting for an opportunity. An opportunity to legitimately touch a woman's body without having to take responsibility. He is no hero. Lu Xianyu's finger pointed straight at Su Chen. He's a complete and utter disguised beneath the cloak of heroism. Pervert. Creep. Chapter 185. The blessings were hers, but I'm the one taking the blame. Lu Xianyu was trying to hammer Su Chen to death. Hooking up with girls at KTV? Taking hot chicks to hotels? Kissing girls in the garage? This is really Su Chen? His persona is shattered. Completely shattered. Just days ago we felt sorry for his depression, but now it's clear he's just a player. Sickening. This guy needs to get the hell out of showbiz. Those rumors about him being framed weren't baseless after all. In the courtroom gallery, several young women's faces instantly contorted with disgust and contempt. Disgusting. What a creep. I actually felt sorry for him before, but who knew he was like this behind closed doors? He should be banned immediately. People like him have no place in the public eye. The judge's gavel came down with a heavy thud. Silence. Silence. But the buzzing murmurs below the podium wouldn't be silenced. Su Chen had previously been nearly driven out of the industry after being universally vilified online over unfounded rumors of unethical practices. Now that these indisputable photos surfaced, they instantly reignited everyone's negative memories of him. Su Chen stood rooted to the spot, utterly speechless. Original owner, you sure left me a grand gift package. You enjoyed the good life, but now I have to take the fall for everything? Fine. But guess who's in this body now? He lifted his head, his gaze sweeping over Lu Xianyu across the room, smug and self-satisfied. Su Chen ignored them and turned to the judge, speaking in a calm tone. Your Honor, regarding these photographs, I need to make a few points. His voice was soft, yet it silenced the noisy courtroom once more. All eyes focused on him, eager to see how he would defend himself. First, these photographs were all taken between 1 and 3 years ago. At that time, I was represented by Tianyu Media. Su Chen paused. Everyone here, and our viewers in the livestream, should understand that in the entertainment industry, agencies often arrange staged photoshoots to generate buzz for their artists. The woman in the KTV photo was an influencer arranged by the company to promote a web series. The one in the hotel hallway was another female artist. We had just attended a commercial event together and were staying at the same hotel. It was just malicious editing by paparazzi. As for the garage photo, that's even more ridiculous. That's my cousin. I was driving her home, but due to the angle, it was edited into so-called intimate photos. The public is well aware of the sensationalist tactics common in the entertainment industry. If a few photos taken out of context or even easily photoshopped can determine someone's character, then I believe that logic itself is flawed. Su Chen suddenly shifted his focus and looked at Lu Xianyu. For instance, I noticed you, Attorney Lu, smiling radiantly when shaking hands with our lawyer, Mr. Fong, before the trial. Could I then infer that you and our lawyer share an exceptionally close private relationship or even suggest a conflict of interest? You. Lu Xianyu's face instantly flushed crimson. Put. Ha 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 ha. Su's a genius. What the hell is transfer of benefits? That counterattack was brilliant. You used a photo of me catching wind to accuse me of poor character, and I used your smile to accuse you of collusion? Lu Xianyu's face turned green. Ha ha. That's called turning the tables on someone. A barely perceptible smile touched Fong Zhang's lips. This kid is even more ruthless than I imagined. Lu Xianyu took a deep breath, a flash of ruthlessness crossing her eyes. She still had one trump card left. Fine. Even if the photos are staged. Lu Xianyu slammed her hand on the table, cutting Su Chen off again. Then what about this? This can't be staged, can it? She gestured to the bailiff again, and the image on the large screen instantly switched. It was a close-up photo. On Hui's fair skin, just above her chest and below her collarbone, a distinct purplish-blue handprint was imprinted. The imprint was clear and menacing, its force palpable even through the screen. Everyone, please look. This is the injury on the chest of the defendant, Miss Hui. It was left by the plaintiff, Su Chen, during his so-called emergency rescue underwater. He wasn't saving her at all. He was satisfying his lust. He clamped his hands down on my client's body with deadly force. That's not the kind of pressure used in emergency rescue. This proves beyond doubt that he is a psychologically twisted pervert. Lu Xianyu's arm pointed straight at Su Chen, her voice echoing throughout the courtroom. I demand the court immediately convict the plaintiff of his criminal acts. Bring this devil disguised as a hero to justice. Is this what a human being does? Save someone, fine, but why the hell are you choking a girl's chest? Hard proof. This is absolute hard proof. Su Chen is a pervert. Call the police. We must call the police. This isn't just defamation, it's sexual assault. It's intentional harm. Hui let out a suppressed sob at just the right moment, her shoulders shaking violently as if she'd been plunged back into that bone-chilling river. Lu Xianyu stared at Su Chen, a cruel smile on her face. She had one. This photo was irrefutable proof. Su Chen, you're finished. Yet, the expected look of panic and deathly pallor on Su Chen's face never materialized. Instead, he smiled. Attorney Lu. Su Chen spoke slowly. You say I fabricated it, so it must be fabricated? What proof do you have? Lu Xianyu burst into laughter as if she'd heard the funniest joke in the world. This was exactly the response she'd been waiting for. Evidence? Isn't this scar proof enough? She looked down at Su Chen and retorted. Then what proof do you have that I didn't fake them? As the words fell, she waited expectantly for Su Chen to be rendered speechless. But Su Chen merely nodded. Good question. He extended his right hand, palm open, holding it before him. Your Honor, I request the technician to project my palm in real time and compare it with the markings on the screen. What? Lu Xinyu's smile froze on her face. Though puzzled, the bailiff and technician complied. Soon, a high-definition camera focused on Su Chen's palm, projecting the live feed onto the opposite side of the large screen. On one side, a purple-tinged, gruesome handprint. On the other, Su Chen's clean, slender, and well-defined palm. The room fell deathly silent. Everyone held their breath, eyes wide, scrutinizing the comparison. Size. Shape. The width of the knuckles. Seems a bit different? Yeah. Look. Su Chen's fingers are long, but the fingers in that print are clearly shorter and thicker. And the palm shape is off too. Su Chen's palm is slender and elongated, while that print is wider and fleshier. Not the same person's hands. Absolutely not. No expert analysis was needed. The glaring differences visible to the naked eye led everyone to a startling conclusion. The person who strangled Hui Hui wasn't Su Chen. Lu Xianyu's mind went blank with a buzzing sensation. How could this be? How could this be? She whipped her head around to look at Hui Hui, who had long since turned ashen, her eyes filled with terror and panic. Su Chen released his grip, his smile deepening. It seems the true owner of this mark is someone else entirely. He didn't pause, pulling the final document from the folder. But Attorney Lu did remind me earlier. To clarify the origin of this mark, evidence is indeed necessary. Su Chen handed the document to the court officer. Your Honor, I have one more piece of evidence that may shed light on how this mark on the defendant's chest came to be. Everyone's hearts leapt into their throats. The image on the large screen changed once more. This time, it was not a photograph, but an electronic bank receipt. Payee name, Hui Hui. 50,000.